On a brilliantly sunny day, struck by lightning, I inexplicably awaken as an infant. Lucky gazed at his chubby little hands, utterly bewildered. Merely moments before, he had acquired a Panku treasure box figurine, only to be struck by lightning the next instant. And, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in this state. "This is your consciousness space," a voice suddenly echoed. Startled, Lucky exclaimed, "Who are you?" "I am a fragment of your soul, severed from you by this box." A Panku treasure box materialized before him, precisely the one he had purchased. "I am destined to be absorbed by the box, resulting in your body housing two souls, one devoid of consciousness." Upon opening his eyes once more, Lucky returned to reality, where an old man was cradling him and laughing. "Ha! My grandson!" Lucky's eyes widened. Was that not Monkey D? Garp? He had traversed into the world of One Piece, and had become Garp's grandson. "Henceforth, you shall be known as Monkey D. Lucky," Garp declared, patting him affectionately. Internally, Lucky roared, "Am I not Luffy? Could I be Luffy's brother?" At that moment, a soldier reported, "Admiral Aokiji summons you back to headquarters for an urgent matter." Garp carried Lucky back to the house, placing him in a crib before departing. Lucky sighed in relief, attempting to sense the Panku treasure box within him. As his consciousness drew near, a force propelled him back to reality. "Rebellious, dare to act defiantly within my body," Lucky quipped, when suddenly, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Indeed, infants need their sleep point. 3 days later, the military ship arrived at Marineford. Lucky beheld the gates of justice, his thoughts encapsulated in 2 words: majestic. Garp held him tightly, suddenly launching into a sprint and tossing him into the air. "Why throw me? Just fly," Lucky cried, nearly losing his wits in fear. Garp caught him effortlessly, grinning, "Not a peep. Truly my grandson." Lucky felt a deep sense of despair. What misdeeds had he committed in his past life to end up with such a grandfather? Garp approached the admiral's office, and Lucky suddenly pondered. Had Roger surrendered? Was the Golden Lion plotting a prison break? He was now at the Navy headquarters. Was he to witness a momentous event firsthand? What purpose did the Panku treasure box serve within him? Did it truly seal the 8 great demons? Would Garp mention Roger during his meeting with Admiral Aokiji? How would he, as Monkey D. Lucky, navigate his existence in the world of One Piece? Garp swung open the door to the Admiral's office, where Admiral Akiji's voice resonated. "Garp, you finally arrived regarding Roger." Lucky's heart raced. What earth-shattering secrets would he hear next? Would the Panku treasure box respond at this critical juncture? Would his identity as the hidden grandson be unveiled? As the office door swung open, a man with an explosive hairstyle emerged, and Lucky instantly recognized him. Buddha Sengoku, the future admiral of the Navy. "Garp, you're so slow," Sengoku remarked, his gaze falling upon the infant in Garp's arms. "Is this your grandson?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed, Monkey D. Luffy," roared Garp with laughter. Inside, Luffy's mind erupted. Roger had just surrendered, Ace and Luffy were yet to be born, and I've become Luffy's brother. Upon entering the office, Luffy was taken aback. At the head of the table sat Admiral Sengoku, flanked by Admiral Tsuru, Blackleg Zephyr, and 3 younger figures, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kazu. The future 3 admirals were all present. Garp unceremoniously placed him on the desk, and Sengoku shook his head in resignation, while Tsuru was charmed. "Garp, you're so ugly, yet your grandson is quite adorable." Garp's forehead twitched with irritation. Luffy's eyes darted, and he crawled toward Akainu, clad in his red suit. This was a pivotal figure for the future. "If I could foster a good relationship, perhaps I could alter the outcome of the Marineford War." Akainu, gazing at the approaching little one, surprisingly lifted him into his arms, removing the rose from his own chest and placing it in Luffy's hands. "I quite like this little guy." The entire room gasped in disbelief. Was this the same cold-hearted Akainu? Luffy was equally stunned. "Am I truly this charming?" He sniffed the rose and then turned to Zephyr. "Blackleg Zephyr, the Marine Corps Chief Instructor. I must cling to this formidable ally." With a beaming smile, Luffy extended his hand. Zephyr's heart melted. "Garp, shall we have him join the Marines? He'll teach him. He'll teach him." Garp immediately protested. Luffy burst into tears. Being taught by Garp? It would be better to perish. "Don't cry, don't cry. Let Zephyr teach." Garp hurriedly consoled. The cries abruptly ceased. Garp's heart shattered. "Ha ha. This little one has chosen me," Zephyr declared, just as Akainu interjected. "Sensei Zephyr, I too wish to teach Luffy." Luffy actually laughed. Garp's heart was utterly pulverized. Sengoku teased. "What has shattered?" Tsuru replied nonchalantly. "It's that fellow's heart." I end Zephyr's embrace. Luffy clutched the rose given by Akainu, suddenly feeling a stirring within the Panku box. What was this box up to? Could it be reacting due to the presence of these powerful figures? With both Akainu and Zephyr vying to be his mentors, whom should he choose? Would Garp, heartbroken, prepare an extra serving of punches for Luffy? Even more thrilling was the imminent discussion regarding Roger's execution as an infant present. How many secrets would he overhear? Zephyr gently swayed Luffy. Little one, if you learn from me, I guarantee you'll become an elite marine. Luffy blinked, pondering. If the Panku box truly possessed the powers of the 8 great demons, could he become an anomaly within the Marines? Why was Akaina's gaze growing ever so gentle? What astonishing revelations would emerge from this gathering of titans? The office resonated with laughter, save for Garp, who crouched in the corner. Zifa and Sakazuki were still vying for the position of Luffy's teacher when Borsalino approached, saying, "Hey, I want to join the competition too." Scram, Zifa, and Sakazuki replied in unison. All right then, Borsalino retreated promptly. Now let's focus on the matter at hand, Steelbone Kong stated, rapping the table. The Golden Lion will attempt a prison break in 3 days. We must be prepared. The atmosphere grew serious instantly. Luffy was placed on a nearby table by Zifa, yet his gaze fixated on an object, a devil fruit. It was silver, adorned with a metallic pattern, exuding an aura of rarity. Luffy stealthily crawled over, his heart racing. To eat or not to eat? Judging by its design, it didn't resemble a paramecia, nor did it appear to be a Zoan. Could it be a Logia? Let's take a chance a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. He pinched off a small piece and popped it into his mouth. Holy smokes, this flavor is incredible. In the next moment, he comprehended it was a Logia-type metal fruit. He could transform into metal. This was no mere motorcycle, it was a Ferrari. This Logia-type metal fruit is on par with the fruits of the 3 admirals, Steelbone Kong remarked, picking up the fruit, oblivious to the missing piece. Who should consume it? Neither Karp nor Zifa expressed interest, so he summoned Rear Admiral Kaji, declaring, "You eat it." Kaji took a large bite, his face turning green. Ugh, disgusting. He forced himself to finish it, and Steelbone Kong eagerly inquired, "What do you feel?" Nothing, absolutely nothing. Kaji was bewildered. Steelbone Kong was equally perplexed. What was happening? At that moment, a book suddenly soared from above Steelbone Kong's head, which he caught the cover had transformed into iron. Who did this? Everyone glanced around, only to see Luffy climbing back to the table, his little hands still smeared with silver liquid. He had nearly burst out laughing watching Kaji eat the fruit, and couldn't resist testing his newfound ability. He turned the book into metal. What an astounding feat. Kaji had eaten in vain? Had the fruit's power been pilfered by a child? Steelbone Kong glanced at the iron book, then at Luffy, suddenly realizing, could it be? Luffy quickly feigned innocence, blinking his big eyes. Could he evade suspicion? The capacity of the metal fruit was so formidable. What wonders could he create in the future? On the day of the Golden Lion's prison break, should he discreetly showcase his powers? Would Kaji be infuriated if he discovered he had consumed such a vile substance for nothing? Zifa lifted Luffy, chuckling, what was this little rascal up to just now? Luffy giggled, yet his mind raced with thoughts. How could he conceal his abilities from here on out? Steelbone Kong's gaze seemed to harbor a hint of suspicion. With a flick of his hand, Luffy encased the book in liquid metal, which instantly hardened into an iron clump. He discovered that not only could he transform into metal, but he could also manipulate it like Kid, except while Kid relied on magnetism, he possessed pure control. In a moment of exhilaration, he hurled the iron clump book directly at Steelbone Kong. Steelbone Kong glanced at the innocent little eyes of Luji, suddenly realizing, Kapu, look at your grandson. Everyone turned to see several books encased in metallic shells. Instantly bewildered, had Kaji been robbed? Had this little rascal stolen his fruit abilities? Kaji turned pale with rage. So I've ingested a mouthful of foul flavor for nothing. Luji blinked innocently, secretly reveling in delight. 3 days later, alarms blared at the Navy headquarters. Golden Lion had arrived. Kapu rushed into the office holding Luji, while Steelbone Kong spoke solemnly. The Golden Lion has come flying with an island. Teru pointed at Sakazuki. Little Luji is in your care. Sakazuki took Luji, assuring him, don't worry that I in the square. The Golden Lion hovered in the air, laughing maniacally. Kapu, Sengoku, surrender Roger. Let's see if you can be stopped. Kapu's fists enveloped in haki, while Sengoku transformed into his Buddha form. 2 slashing attacks descended. Kapu shattered one with a punch, and Sengoku obliterated the other with a palm strike. They charged straight at the Golden Lion. The shockwaves sent Luji's hair flying, and he watched the aerial battle, feeling anxious. Wasn't the original story a solo confrontation? Why bring an island along? Sakazuki held him tightly, his gaze sharp. Pay attention, this is a clash of top-tier powers. Luji focused on the Golden Lion's floating fruit abilities, then glanced at his own small hands. Could his metallic fruit counter the floating fruit? If he released a flurry of metal needles, could the Golden Lion evade them? Could Kapu and Sengoku emerge victorious? The battle intensified as the Golden Lion's island loomed closer to Marineford, the ground cracking like a spiderweb. Suddenly, Luji felt a warmth in his palms. It seemed the Panku box inside him was reacting. Was it malfunctioning? Or was it time to stir up trouble? Sakazuki was entirely focused on the battlefield, completely unaware of the little one in his arms, as silver metallic liquid began seeping from Luji's palms. The Golden Lion's blade was about to strike Kapu's face. Sengoku's Buddha palm was already descending toward the Golden Lion. Would Luji's metallic liquid fly out to assist? What was the Panku box truly intending to do? Kapu hurled a punch at the Golden Lion, who raised his blade to block, while kicking Sengoku, and aimed another blade at Kapu. Kapu withstood it using haki, but was still sent flying. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. Is this all the strength you possess? He hadn't even activated his devil fruit yet, and had already forced two formidable masters into this predicament. The looming island in the sky was even more perilous if the Golden Lion released it. Marineford would be flattened. Leave the island to me. Steelbone Kong suddenly transformed into a giant ape, exuding dark energy his zone form. He leaped skyward, delivering a punch that shattered the island, debris flying in every direction. Sakazuki and the others immediately sprang into action. Yada no Kagami. Meteor Volcano. Ice Age. Lasers, magma, and ice converged, obliterating much of the debris. Suddenly, a massive boulder broke loose, hurtling directly towards the crowd, precisely in the direction of the embankment. In the midst of despair, a gigantic iron spike erupted from the ground, shattering the boulder with pinpoint accuracy. Embarkment? Sakazuki was taken aback. The embankment raised its small hand. Its face pale. This had nearly drained him of strength. Kapu rushed over, scooping him up, and chuckled, "You're too weak. I'll make it up to you later." The night before Roger's execution, Kapu took the embankment to meet him. Is that your grandson? Roger inquired. Monkey D. Luffy, Kapu fixed his gaze on him. What exactly do you intend to do? Change the world with my last breath, Roger replied, looking at Kapu, my wife and child. Leave them to me. Kapu turned to leave. That I will not die, Roger's voice echoed from behind. The embankment sighed inwardly. Truly, he is the pirate king. That a year later, on Baterala Island in the South Sea. The Navy had finished their search after a year of investigation. They found no trace of Roger's descendants, believing him to be childless. Kapu brought the embankment to a courtyard, where he had grown over a meter tall, surpassing ordinary children. Port Gasti, Rouge. Kapu knocked on the door. The door opened, and a vigilant guard blocked their way. Kapu pushed the door open directly. A woman on the bed weakly lifted her head. I am Kapu, sent by Roger. Rouge suddenly cried out, I can't take it anymore. A baby tumbled to the ground. Joel D. Ace, Rouge whispered softly. The embankment gazed at the infant, waves of emotion surging within him. Ace had been born. Could Kapu protect them? Would Rouge's body hold up? If the Navy discovered that Ace was still alive, would they return? The embankment touched his palm. The power of the metal fruit surging within him. Was it now his duty to safeguard this younger brother? At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, drawing nearer. Was it the Navy returning? Or some unwelcome guests? Kapu clenched his fists, and the embankment tensed his body. Was a confrontation imminent? After Rouge fainted, she ultimately succumbed to excessive blood loss. Kapu, holding Ace, took the embankment to the East Sea, entrusting them to the mountain bandit Dayton. We're bandits, not babysitters, Dayton exclaimed angrily. Then perhaps I should just arrest you. Kapu threatened to act. Dayton quickly backed down. Rest assured, I will take good care of them. Once Kapu departed, Dodon's demeanor changed instantly. Once you can hunt for yourselves, don't expect free meals. The embankment raised his hand. Golden liquid flowed forth, instantly hardening into a block of gold. Go buy some food. Dayton bit into the gold, her eyes lighting up. It'll go right away. The metal fruit was indeed valuable. Transforming gold was like child's play. A month later, at Navy headquarters, Zifa paced around Kapu. Where's Luffy? You didn't bring him? Release him to the EC, allow him to join the Navy at 17. Garp declared, Is it not possible for me to train him first? Zephyr insisted, relentless in his pursuit. Just then, Sakazuki entered. Has Luffy not arrived? Garp exploded in frustration. Must we continue this incessant chatter? He is my grandson. Steelbone cleared his throat, commanding silence. I am to serve in the world government. Sengoku shall assume the role of admiral. Zephyr shall be the chief instructor, and Sakazuki along with 2 others shall be promoted to admirals. bearing the codenames Akainu, Akiji, and Kizarud. In an instant, silence enveloped the room. How curious that the esteemed leader's focus rested upon an infant. A year later, at the Corbeau Mountain, the thunderous roar echoed through the forest. As Luffy looked up and remarked, "I may not be able to defeat you now, but the future remains uncertain." He resumed his training when suddenly, a small figure dashed towards him, colliding headfirst into a tree. "Ace, try not to create such a commotion during your ambush," Luffy admonished, helping him up. "Who told you to be so strong?" 1-year-old Ace mumbled, only to be distracted by a fluttering butterfly, and scampered away. Luffy settled beneath the shade of a tree, retrieving a book on the 6 forms and hacksaws from Garp himself. At present, he had become proficient in the techniques of shave and finger gun, his strength rivaling that of a Navy lieutenant. Strapped to his back was a blade crafted from his devil fruit powers, aptly named Dragon's Fawn. Garp, unarmed, would find it difficult to subdue him. Elementalization was indeed a capricious art. Yet he was still just over 2 years old, and his stamina could only last for so long. The sound of footsteps approached, and Dayton called out, "Time for dinner." Luffy tucked away his book, pondering. When would he triumph over that tiger? When would he master the remaining techniques of the 6 forms? Would Akainu and the others secretly come to the East Sea to see him? And most importantly, when would Luffy appear? What a sight it would be when the 3 brothers reunited. He ran his fingers along the cold metal of Dragon's Fawn. Should Garp visit again, would it be prudent to challenge him? Would his newly learned techniques earn him the old man's respect? Half a year passed unknowingly, and on this day, Luffy was training as usual when Ace ran over. Ace said, "Brother, they say a group of pirates has come to Windmill Village. Should we go take a look?" Ace wanted to see the pirates out of curiosity. After more than a year of getting along, Luffy had already guided Ace onto the path of the Navy. Luffy wanted to stop Ace from becoming a pirate and Sabo from joining the Revolutionary Army. He wanted to pull these two to become Navy officers. As for Luffy, forget it. Let him be a pirate. After all, he is the child of destiny. "Luji, let's go take a look." With that, Luji led Ace towards Windmill Village. Soon, the two arrived at Windmill Village, and after several inquiries, they finally confirmed that the pirates were at the Makino bar. Luffy walked in with Ace, and as soon as they entered, Luffy saw the familiar straw hat. He immediately realized who this pirate captain was. It was Shanks, one of the future 4 emperors. At this moment, Shanks also noticed the 2 kids who had just entered. Ruby brought Ace to the bar. "Looky, Machino's sister, give me 2 cups of milk." Then he placed a little Bailey on the table, which was exchanged by Lucky with the mountain bandits. After that, Lucky and Ace looked at Shanks, making him feel uneasy. "Shanks, do we know each other?" "Roadbed, I don't know you, but I've heard of you," red-haired Shanks. The crew of the red-haired pirates was also attracted here. "Beckman, I didn't expect our captain to be so famous." "Jesus Burgess. Yeah, even these 2 little kids know about him." "Lucky Roo, as expected of our captain." The other half of Shanks is also surprised. "Shanks, what are your names?" "Roadbed. My name is Monkey D. Roadbed, and this is my brother Pork-Ass D. Ace." "Monkey D." An image of an old man picking his nose immediately appeared in Shanks' mind. "Shanks is marine hero Monkey D. Garp here." "Roadbed, Grandpa." In an instant, the entire bar fell silent. "Shanks, what do you want from me?" "Roadbed, I want to hear about Pirate King Roger." "Shanks, you know about my captain." Luffy nodded. In fact, it wasn't Luffy who was listening, but he wanted Ace, who was behind him, to hear. Ace still didn't know that Roger was his father, and Luffy wanted to change Ace's perception of Roger. Otherwise, it would become a psychological barrier for Ace. So Shanks began to tell Luffy and Ace some stories about Roger. Slowly, Shanks became more and more excited as he spoke, and eventually stood on the table to tell the story. Soon, the story came to an end, and Luffy turned to Ace and said, "Someone like this can't really be called a pirate. He should be called an adventurer." Ace replied, "Brother, I still want to be a marine. Being an adventurer might not be suitable for me." "Roadbed, why?" "Ace, I want to be a hero. A hero who can save ordinary people from peril." Luji thought it was okay. The brainwashing was thorough enough. At this moment, Luji spoke again. "Shanks, can we have a match?" Shanks replied, "Forget it. I'm afraid I might hurt you." And then Old Man Garp would come after me. "Roadbed, it's okay. I just wanted to test my strength." After Roadbed persistently persuaded for a long time. "Shanks, all right, if you get hurt, it's not my fault." "Luji, no problem." Then the two walked out of the bar and headed to the beach. Shanks directly drew the dragon tooth behind the roadbed, while he also unsheathed his sword Griffin. The two took their stances, and the others watched from distance. Luffy took the initiative and directly attacked Shanks. Luffy raised his sword and struck from the side, but Shanks immediately raised his Griffin to block it, although he still took 2 steps back. Shanks said, "What incredible strength. The monkey family is indeed all freaks. Loki, it's in my nature, there's nothing I can do about it. Then Loki raised his knife again and slashed down toward Shanks. Shanks quickly retreated to avoid the attack, and then raised his knife to strike back at Loki. Luji didn't dodge or avoid and planned to exchange injury for injury. Luji immediately raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and extended 2 fingers. Seeing that Luji wasn't dodging, Shanks couldn't stop his attack at that moment. Shanks, are you crazy, kid? Shanks quickly used his armament haki for defense. In an instant, both of their attacks hit each other simultaneously, causing Shanks to take 3 steps back. While Luji was sent flying, Shanks immediately ran to Luji's side, praying that Luji would be all right, otherwise he would be finished. When Shanks reached Luji suddenly sat up, startling Shanks. Shanks, oh my, are you okay? Luffy glanced at the torn clothes. It's nothing. Shanks looked at Luffy's abdomen, aside from a cut in his clothes. There was nothing wrong. Shanks now had a face full of questions. Luki looked at Shanks, then smiled and raised his right hand. I am a natural type metal fruit devil fruit user. You can't hurt me without using haki. Shanks looked at Luki's casually changing right hand and let out a long breath. You scare me there, kid. Hehehe. Then Luki gave Shanks a detailed explanation of his devil fruit. My devil fruit has 2 forms. One is liquid metal, and the other is solid metal. I can wrap others in metal, and I can also control metal to attack. Shanks responded, that's amazing. You're really lucky, kid. Luji smiled, thinking that he was indeed lucky. Whether it was his physique or his devil fruit, he was almost at the top tier. Robed, so how strong am I? Shanks thought for a moment. In the Navy, you could definitely be a major or a brigadier general. Currently, there's almost no one in the East Blue who can compete with you. Long live the core of the roadbed on Ximu. I can finally stop being so cautious. Luffy, thanks, Shanks. Shanks, you're welcome. Besides, I quite like you, little guy. Actually, Shanks was quite surprised inside. After all, Luffy was only 3 years old and already had such powerful abilities. Who knows how far he would go in the future? Shanks didn't stay in Windmill Village for too long, and Luffy and Ace bought some food before heading back. The next day, Luffy continued his training as usual. But today, there was a little guy training alongside him. Roadbed, Ace, you're still too young. Are you sure you want to train with me? Ace, brother, you're only 1 year older than me, and I also want to become stronger. Luffy, all right then. After that, Ace began training alongside Luffy, who also taught Ace the Marine 6 styles. The only difference was that Ace practiced the Marine 6 styles all day, while Luffy continued his routine of practicing the 6 styles in the morning and swordsmanship in the afternoon. Luffy also wanted to teach Ace swordsmanship, but Ace had no interest in it, so Luffy ultimately chose to give up. Time quickly passed, and another year went by. In the forest, 2 children were fighting, one unarmed and the other wielding an iron rod, their movements incredibly swift. These 2 children were Luffy and Ace, and the iron rod in Ace's hand was specially made by Luffy. Its hardness and flexibility were top-notch. Lucky did not have any weapons. His main focus was training Ace, so Lucky just needed to keep dodging. At this moment, a pair of eyes in the distant woods was watching this battle. Luchi, Ace, don't just charge him blindly. You must observe your opponent's movements. After saying this, Luchi directly dodged Ace's attack. Also, your speed is too slow. Improve your speed. Gradually, Ace's attacks became faster. Good. Keep up the rhythm. The roadbed just flashed to the side, and Ace's stick swept directly over. Luji exerted force with his legs and immediately performed a backflip to dodge the attack. By appropriately using the Navy's 6 style, he was able to enhance his offense. In the next moment, Ace directly used the Gale Foot, sending 2 slashes flying towards Luji. Luji opened his right hand, and the liquid metal instantly transformed into a shield. This shield was made of an unusual material. Ordinary steel could not withstand the slashes of the Gale Foot. However, this material could barely hold up, and it was indeed the hardest metal Luji could temporarily create. The shield blocked Ace's slashes, but the force still made Luji take 2 steps back. Not bad. The strength was quite impressive. Ace launched another attack, using Shave to appear behind Luji and then struck him with the staff. This time, both speed and power were at their peak, and the staff instantly shattered Luji into pieces. The people in a nearby grove were startled. At this moment, the fragments on the ground began to reassemble, and soon Luji was restored to his original state. The people in the grove murmured, "Who is this person, able to summon a shield at will, and even recover after being smashed to pieces?" At this time, Ace wiped the sweat from his brow and looked at Luji. "How about it, big brother? This time I won." "Roadbed. That's right, but your attacks are still too unsafe. If I counterattack, you would have died hundreds of times already." Ace stuck out his tongue and scratched his head. The roadbed is right. Ace is only focused on attacking. His attacks have many flaws, and every time he strikes, it's basically inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy while suffering 800 damage himself. It's purely a trade of injuries. Roadbed. In the future, when you fight, combine more with the Navy's 6 style. Then I'll find you a devil fruit, which will enhance your power even further. Ace, devil fruit? Does it mean that if I eat it, I'll have superpowers like you? The roadbed nodded. Luji, all right, it's my turn now. Ace, okay. Then Luji closed his eyes, and Ace picked up the stick and attacked wildly. That's right, Luji is currently training his observation haki, and this is already the 7th day. But there's been no effect at all. Right now, Luji is dodging Ace's attacks only because of the wind generated by the strikes, which is essentially just a paper drawing. At first, it was manageable, but as Ace's attacks became more intense and faster, Luji ended up getting hit by a stick. Fortunately, Luji is a devil fruit user. Otherwise, he would definitely be covered in bruises. Right now, Luji is using metal hardening for his elemental transformation. Ace, big brother, should I slow down a bit? Ace, no need. This is not just my training. You can also train your speed and strength. Ace, okay, big brother. Soon Ace's attacks became faster and faster, and their movements even left after images. But for Ace, it was still not enough. The people in the other half of the forest stared wide-eyed. Is this still the power of humans? Whether in strength or speed, they could easily defeat my previous guards. The strongest person this individual had seen before was just his own guard, or the bandits on the mountain and the pirates at sea. These two had once again refreshed his understanding. This person thought, could they be from some bandit group or pirate crew? But their attire didn't look like it. The other half of Base was surprised to find that he could vaguely see a scene composed of a bunch of lines. Gradually, the scene became clearer, slowly transforming into a black and white image. Loki was very happy to see that his observation haki had finally awakened. Now, all of Ace's attacks appeared slow in Loki's eyes, and he simply turned around to dodge Ace's attack. Roadbed. All right, Ace, it's done. You can stop now. Ace, really? Big brother, you finally awakened your observation haki. This past week has exhausted me. Roadbed, you've worked hard. I'll make you something delicious when you get back. Ace, okay, I want to eat sauerkraut fish and mapo tofu. Luji, no problem. In these years, Luji has also showcased his culinary skills, directly recreating the delicacies from his past life, which fascinated Ace. Today, Luji is happy to awaken his observation haki, and he plans to celebrate as soon as he returns. At that moment, Luji's eyes turned red, and his observation haki was activated. The roadbed smiled slightly, not expecting to find you so soon. Liquid metal began to flow out from under the roadbed, slowly moving toward a nearby grove. Soon, a scream came from the grove. Help! The metal has come to life. Ace immediately rushed over, while Luji walked over slowly. What caught Ace is I was a small boy wearing a top hat, whose feet were trapped by a large piece of metal, leaving him completely terrified. At that moment, Luji also strolled over leisurely. Luffy, who are you? Boy, my name is Sabo. I'm just passing by. Please don't hurt me. He will later become the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army and the second in command, with a bounty of 620 million berries. Born into nobility, but yearning for freedom. During his first voyage at sea, he was attacked by the celestial dragons and was saved by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Under Dragon's guidance, he became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army through his talent and hard work. However, with Luffy around, Sabo cannot become a pirate or a revolutionary. The current Sabo wears a top hat with goggles, has short golden hair, and is missing a tooth. The only difference from when he grew up is the scar on his left eye. Lucia, we won't harm you, but you need to explain why you are here. After saying this, Lucia directly released Sob's bindings. Sob looked at Lucia, who was smiling and extending his hand, and felt in his heart that Lucia was not a bad person, completely changing his perception of him. Sob then began to explain why he was there. He came from a noble family and had always been raised in a noble environment. However, his true personality was not suppressed or distorted when it emerged. Instead, he saw through the hypocrisy of noble families and chose to follow his own will. He longed for freedom and believed that a man should protect himself well. However, his family did not support Sob, so in a fit of anger, he ran away from home. At this point, Lucia spoke up. Are you willing to join us and realize our common dream? Sob, what is your dream? Roadbed. We are the Navy of Freedom, an unbound navy. Sabo, the Navy of Freedom? Roadbed. That's right, the Navy is actually under the control of the world government. The justice of a Navy is, to put it bluntly, the will of the world government. Sabo, world government? Is it possible for your dream to come true? Roadbed. How can we know without trying? As long as we have strong enough power, we can try anything. At this moment, Ace spoke up. Ace, Sabo, what did you want to do at the beginning? Sabo, I wanted to be a pirate, but now I'm not so sure. Ace, why don't you become a marine instead? Robe Ace, that's right. Are you willing to carve out your own territory with us? Sabo, sure. And just like that, Robe Ace took the two little ones home. Just as Dayton was about to complain, Robe Ace tossed a gold nugget over. Luji, he is my and Ace's friend, named Sabo, and he will live with us from now on. Dayton, okay, no problem. Sabo was astonished by Luji's display. As a noble, he knew what such a large piece of gold represented. Yet Luji could casually conjure one. Ace noticed Sabo's surprise and immediately explained. My brother is a user of the natural type metal fruit. He can not only control metal, but also create it out of thin air. Meanwhile, Karp was holding a baby on a warship, and the ship's destination was Windmill Village in the East Sea. Karp, little Luffy, you are about to meet your brother. The child in Karp's arms was indeed Luffy. Karp then looked towards Windmill Village, wondering how Luji's strength was now. In Karp's eyes, Luji was a freak. It took him a year and a half to learn and master the Navy's 6 styles, but Luji only took a year. This shows that Luji's talent is higher than Karp's, and given time, Luji believes he can surpass Karp. That night, Luji lay in the grass looking at the stars, feeling troubled. Currently, Luji's strength was at most that of a rear admiral. While having the strength of a rear admiral at his age is impressive, Luji felt it was not enough, as he had remained at this level for too long. During this time, Shanks had also visited, and Luji had a spar with him. However, Shanks still said that Luji possessed the strength of a Navy rear admiral. Roadbed, why? Shanks, the gap before rear admiral was small. The difference between major and colonel might just be a 6-point difference in the Navy. However, starting from rear admiral, the gap becomes larger and larger. To put it in perspective, if the difference between Navy commander and Navy colonel is 50, then the difference between Navy colonel and rear admiral is 500, and the difference between rear admiral and vice admiral is 5,000. Roadbed. Wow, is the gap really that big? Shanks. Of course there are exceptions. Roadbed, who? Shanks, your grandpa. Karp is a vice admiral with the strength of an admiral. Luji's face instantly turned black with lines. Shanks, don't worry. Your current strength is only at the rear admiral level, but you will definitely surpass Karp in the future. The next day, Luji and the others continued their training, but instead of 2 people, there were now 3. Sabo, Luji bro, is your usual training this brutal? Sabo looked at Luji, who was doing push-ups with a large rock on his back. Luji, that's right, you might not be used to it at first, so you don't have to be like me. You can be like Ace. Sabo glanced at Ace, who also had a considerable rock on him. Sabo understood why these 2 brothers were so strong. After the training, Luji looked at Sabo. Sabo, what weapon do you want to use? Sabo looked at the knife in Luji's hand and then at the iron rod in Ace's hand. Sabo, Luji bro, I choose the iron rod. Luji nodded, then raised his palm. Liquid metal slowly flowed from Luji's hand, which then hardened, forming an iron rod made of the same material as Ace's iron rod. The Waterpipe brothers have gathered too, and are still missing one small Luffy. The 3 people on the embankment were still in their daily training when Sabo saw something flying in the sky. Sabo, quick, look at what that is. Lucky and Ace looked up. Ace, I don't know, but it seems to be getting closer. Only Lucky, who had awakened his observation haki, knew what it was. Luji, it's really time to get ready. That old man is coming. Ace immediately understood Luji's words and prepared for battle. On the other side, Sabo was still confused, but he listened to Luji and got ready for the fight as well. The object in the sky was getting closer, and it was at that moment that Sabo saw clearly that it was a person, to be precise, an old man. Ace, big brother, can you take on that old man right now? Roadbed. No way, the old man is too strong. Even the 3 of us together are no match for him. Ace didn't react much, but Sabo beside him had a big reaction. The 3 of them together still couldn't take on the old man. Finally, the old man in the sky landed, and in an instant, a big pit appeared on the ground. Haha, boys, have you missed your grandpa? That's right. This person is the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. Luji took the lead and swung the iron rod at Karp. Because he was afraid of hurting someone with the dragon tooth during practice, Luji also prepared a stick. Luffy directly punched the stick, and in an instant, he was sent flying several meters away. Is this your welcome ceremony? I really like it, ha ha ha. At this moment, Ace and Sabo also made their moves, and Karp was not to be outdone, each throwing a punch that sent their opponents flying. Ace, who was sent into the air, immediately used the Gale Foot technique. Although he wasn't very skilled at it, the power was sufficient. Karp, Gale Foot, not powerful enough. He then directly kicked out 2 gale feet, and the attacks collided in midair, resulting in an explosion. Just then, 2 slashes flew out from the smoke of the explosion, heading straight for Ace. In midair, Ace became a live target. If he had learned the gale foot by now, he could have dodged, but he hadn't learned it yet. At that critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Ace. "Old man, do you want Ace's life?" The person was Luffy, who immediately kicked out 2 gale feet, and the slashes collided again. Another explosion occurred, but this time the explosion was even more intense. "Karp, haha, sorry about that. I thought Ace had learned all 6 forms." After both landed, Luffy charged at Karp and then unleashed a frenzied attack, while Karp used his paper drawings to dodge continuously. Suddenly, Karp threw a punch at Luffy, who immediately sensed it with his observation haki and barely managed to dodge. "Karp, observation haki, huh? I didn't expect that, kid. You've made quite a bit of progress." "Roadbed, old man, this is not over yet." Then, a large amount of liquid metal began to emerge from Roadbed's body, slowly forming the shape of a giant. It then hardened directly, and in an instant, the appearance of the giant mech became much clearer, resembling Iron Man's Hulkbuster armor. "Luji, let's get started." Then Luji launched another frenzied attack. This time, Karp did not dodge, but raised his fist to clash with the mech head-on. The moment their fists collided, a shockwave was produced, causing Ace and Sabo to step back several paces. "Karp, whether it's strength or the hardness of the metal, it's impressive that you can withstand 30% of my power." After saying that, Karp increased his strength again, and the mech began to slowly retreat. "Karp, all right, but it's still not enough." He then exerted more force, sending the mech flying out. "Karp, good, you've both improved. The battle is over." After Karp finished speaking, Luji immediately released the metal mech, which transformed back into liquid metal and returned to Luji's body. Ace slumped down on the ground, exhausted from the recent battle. However, Karp spoke up again. "But you two actually dared to hit this old man. I need to teach you a lesson." With that, he clenched his fist. Lucky and Ace's hair stood on end in an instant, and then they directly started running. Sab, not knowing what was about to happen, followed Lucky and the others. Just then, Karp caught up and directly blocked the 3 in front of him. "What do you think you're running?" Then, screams echoed through the woods. Soon, the screams stopped, and Lucky and the others lay on the ground with big bumps on their heads. "Karp, haha, seeing your progress brings me joy. But for me, it's still not enough. After all, you're going to become marine admirals." He then called Lucky aside. "Karp, I've left your brother, Monkey D, Luffy, in Windmill Village. Sometimes go down the mountain to see him, and when Luffy turns 6, I will bring him up here. Roadbed, why not send it up now? Cap, can you kids take care of child?" If it weren't for Ace's special identity, I wouldn't have been able to send Ace up the mountain so early. Roadbed, what about me? Karp, you can still be called a child. At 1 year old, you could cook. At 2, you had the strength of a major. And now your strength is comparable to that of a brigadier general. Do you really think you're child? The roadbed was directly covered in black lines. "And it's my fault, huh?" At this moment, Karp called Ace over again and told the roadbed to go aside. Luffy knew that Garp was going to tell Ace about his heritage. Soon, Ace came over with Garp, and there were faint tear stains on Ace's face. However, he still wore a smile, and Luffy knew that his previous encouragement had been effective. Garp then looked at the 3 of them. "All right, I should get going now. I hope that next time I come back, you all will be stronger." With that, Garp left. The 3 exchanged glances and then returned, as they had already trained enough for the day. Meanwhile, Garp glanced at Luffy and gave him a few words of advice before leaving. After eating their fill, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo went back to their room to sleep. Ace and Sabo fell asleep immediately, while Luffy glanced at the 2 of them and then left the room. Luji quickly arrived at Windmill Village using the 6-style shave and then went directly to the village chief's house. Luji politely knocked on the door, and soon someone opened it. "Luji, hello, village chief." "Village chief. Luji, are you here to see your brother?" "Luji, yes. My grandfather asked me to come by when I have time." "Village chief, your brother is sleeping. Come in quickly." Then Luji entered the house, and as soon as he stepped in, he saw a crib. He quickly walked over to the crib. What caught his eye was a chubby baby, who was none other than Luffy. "Village chief, he looks just like you did when you were a child." "Road base, really? I feel like he is fatter than me." "Village chief, about the same, about the same." After looking at Luffy, Road Base was ready to leave. At this moment, Road Base conjured up a piece of gold and handed it to the village chief. At first, the village chief refused to take it no matter what. But in the end, he accepted it after Road Base's persistent persuasion. Luji looked at the 2 little guys next to him, who were sweating profusely, and smiled broadly. "The roadbed, how is it? Can you still handle it?" "I see, no problem. Sabo, I can still hold on," the 2 said through gritted teeth. Now the training for the three of them has doubled again. Unknowingly, several years have passed, and now the strength of the three in the roadbed has improved once again. Luffy often visited the cave when he had time, but they never recognized each other. Luffy was afraid of changing his dream of becoming a pirate. One day, Luffy arrived at the entrance of a cave alone. This cave was the home of the king of Kolbo Mountain, and today Luffy was there to challenge it. Ace and Sabo were watching from a distance, but Luffy did not allow them to participate in this battle. Luji slowly raised his right hand, then a sharp iron spike, and directly swung his hand to send the spike flying in. In an instant, a tiger roar echoed in the cave. A giant tiger leaped out of the cave, its fierce eyes fixed on Luji. Luji slowly pulled out the dragon tooth and assumed a battle stance, while the giant tiger also lowered its body, ready for combat. Then, Luji took the initiative to attack, striking the giant tiger with a blade. The slash broke through the giant tiger's defense, and in an instant, blood splattered everywhere. In pain, the giant tiger swiped at Luji, who immediately turned liquid to evade the attack. Subgrade. Is it that I am too strong, or are you too weak? The giant tiger instantly charges towards the subgrade. The roadbed placed both hands on the ground, and a large amount of liquid metal flowed out instantly, quickly taking the shape of a giant tiger. It then hardened directly, and a giant tiger-like figure appeared, immediately pouncing forward without a word. On the other side, the roadbed also charged at the giant tiger again, catching it off guard with the attack. After the battle, the roadbed was unscathed, while the giant tiger was now covered in wounds. Loki, the final attack. Let's see if he can withstand it. Then Loki flew into the air, clapped his hands, and two huge metal arms appeared behind him. Continuous heavy punches. The metal arms instantly launched a series of heavy punches at the giant tiger, and soon the attack stopped, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. After that, Loki waved his hand behind him, and Ace and Sabo immediately ran over. Ace, brother, you did it. Sabo, so strong. Roadbed, you all go home first. I'll be back in a while. Ace and Sabo left here directly. Luji looked towards the cave of the giant tiger, and he always felt that there was something hidden inside the cave. Curiosity drove Luji to enter the cave. As he walked deeper into the cave, he saw a fruit, or rather, a devil fruit filled with green patterns. Luji was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Roadbed, haha, my luck is absolutely amazing. Luji quickly walked up to the devil fruit and carefully examined it to determine whether it was a Logia or Paramecia type. Soon, he concluded that this fruit was a Logia-type devil fruit, and it seemed to be related to plants. At that moment, Luji recalled the illusion he saw when he first crossed over. He faintly remembered that he should possess two souls. If that were true, he should be able to consume a second devil fruit. If it were false, he would die instantly from the backlash. After much contemplation, Luji decided to consume this devil fruit, taking a chance to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. He then took a bite of the devil fruit, and the disgusting taste immediately filled his mouth. Roadbase, damn, it's really disgusting. Then Roadbase felt a sharp pain and collapsed to the ground. Damn, looks like I bet wrong. Under the intense pain, Roadbase fainted and once again entered the consciousness space. This time, in addition to the Panku treasure box, there was also a black object in the consciousness space. When Luji was curious about what that black thing was, it suddenly let out a terrible scream. Then the black thing was directly absorbed by the Panku treasure box. Shortly after, the Panku treasure box emitted a golden light, and Luji felt a wave of refreshing consciousness. Then he fell back into darkness, but soon Luji slowly regained consciousness and gradually opened his eyes. The embankment. I'm not dead yet, it seems the bet was right. Luji looked around and muttered to himself. Then he began to feel the devil fruit within his body. This is not a motorcycle at all. This is a whole little jeep. The roadbed feeds on the natural system's forest fruit, which, like the metal fruit, has two elemental transformations, one for hardening and one for liquefying. However, the liquefaction here can turn into leaves, and it can control trees and a few plants. The roadbed devil fruit can be said to be no less powerful than the metal fruit. If developed appropriately, the roadbed can directly use the true thousand hands from Naruto. Luji raised his hands, with a silver light appearing in his right hand and a green light in his left hand. He also felt the vitality flowing from the green light. Loki, a devil fruit that has both healing and attacking abilities. What incredible luck. With that, Loki walked out of the cave. Now, Loki won't publicly display his dual devil fruits. After all, it is frowned upon to do so and could even lead to dissection. The road base directly destroyed the cave, then conjured a piece of iron and placed it underfoot, and subsequently controlled the iron piece to fly. This was a flying skill created by the road base based on Magneto's abilities from his previous life, and it was quite practical. Now, Ace and Sabo no longer needed to scrounge for money to build pirate ships. They spent most of their time on fighting and eating. Ace even managed to contact the outside world while eating in his sleep, and several times he was directly woken up by the road base. Ever since the road base dealt with the king of Kalbo Mountain, the lives of the three had become increasingly dull, with their days filled only with training. Unknowingly, 5 years passed, and now the three of them were much sturdier than before. The road base's strength had finally broken through to the rank of lieutenant colonel. Ace and Sabo had also attained the strength of colonels, and at this time, the road base was just 11 years old, while Ace and Sabo were only 10. Luffy is now proficient in using basic observation haki, and he is also very familiar with the 6 styles. His devil fruit abilities and swordsmanship have also improved. Ace and Sabo can now skillfully use the marine 6 styles, and in terms of practical combat, both their strength and speed are strong. While the three were training, Luffy suddenly sensed something, and then his eyes turned red as he activated his observation haki. The roadbed, the old man, is back again. And this time he brought a little guy. Ace and Sabo know that the old man refers to Garp. But who is the little guy? The roadbed first let Ace and the others continue training, and then directly used the 6 styles to charge towards the mountain bandits' hideout. The trees along the road, under the control of the road base, directly made way for a path, and the speed of the road base also increased. Soon, the road base arrived at the door and immediately used the devil fruit to restore the forest. After waiting for a while, Luji soon saw the old man Karp, along with the child he was carrying. The scar under the boy's eyes and the straw hat on his head identified him as Monkey D. Luffy, the main character of One Piece, who is also Luji's younger brother. Roadbed, old man, are you sure Dayton is willing? Karp, no problem if they are not willing. Just capture them, haha. The group of bandits in a room was completely dumbfounded. Then Karp mentioned Luffy. Karp, this is your brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy, yo. Then he pointed at Luffy and said, this is your brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy. Luffy, Nanny? I actually have a brother. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Garp's fist came down. This is your biological brother. All the good things you've eaten over the years were sponsored by Luji. Then, Luffy suddenly disappeared from Garp's grasp, and Luji only felt a weight on his leg, seeing Luffy looking at him with starry eyes. Garp was laughing so hard on the side that his stomach hurt. After that, Garp gave a few instructions to Luffy and the mountain bandits, and then took Luffy to find Ace. The roadbed took the initiative to explain the situation to Ace and the others. From then on, there was an additional follower behind the roadbed. On this day, the few of them engaged in their usual battles. Luffy, rubber pistol. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and easily dodged, then directly attacked Luffy. Ace, Luffy, your devil fruit is so weak. Sabo, brother Lucky is also a devil fruit user. Why is the gap so big? At that moment, Lucky leisurely walked over. Luffy thought, is my devil fruit weak? This is the powerful Zoan-type mythical beast fruit, the Nika fruit. How can it be weak? At this moment, Luffy ran to Luffy's side. Big brother, is my fruit really that weak? Luffy, there are no bad fruits, only bad users, so you can rest assured, Luffy. Then Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo. It's time to start training. At this moment, Ace and Sabo's training consisted of combat, while Luffy began with the most basic physical training and Lucky trained in armament haki. The main training methods, besides self-experience, also included taking hits. The task of hitting Lucky was assigned to Ace and Sabo, who directly used their techniques to continuously attack Lucky. The Foundation directly used iron blocks, but there was still a slight pain in the area that was struck. This training had been ongoing for a week, but it seemed to have no effect at all. Suddenly, the Foundation felt something and slowly raised both hands, and then a black substance covered the Foundation's arms. Luffy finally succeeded, but we need to test it first. Then, Luffy looked back at Luffy and slowly walked over to his side. Luffy, big brother, what's up? Before Luffy could finish speaking, Luji directly punched him on the top of the head. Luffy, it hurts, it hurts. Ace, how is that possible? Luffy, aren't you made of rubber? How could it hurt? Sabo, could it be that the haki on the base brother's hands can injure a devil fruit user? Subgrade. That's right, it's been a week, and it finally worked. Just then, thick smoke billowed from the distant waste disposal station. Because of the subgrade's intervention, Ace and Luffy were not consumed by the flames. However, they could no longer stand by and watch the people inside the waste disposal station being burned alive. The roadbed, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. You three quickly go remind the people at the garbage terminal. I will think of a way to put out the fire now. Ace and the others nodded, then rushed towards the garbage terminal. Luji uses metallic fruits to fly into the air and then heads towards the nearby ocean. When reaching the ocean, Luji raises his hands high. Soon, a large amount of liquid metal gathers above Luji's head, and a huge basin quickly appears above him. The roadbed directly used this thing to scoop water, then flew towards the waste disposal station. Ace encountered some trouble here, as the three of them directly faced nearby mountain bandits. Bandit, where did these little brats come from? Get out of the way. Without a second thought, Ace swung his stick at the bandit. With the training from the roadbed, Ace and Sabo's strength was no longer to be underestimated. The bandit hadn't even reacted before Ace knocked him away. Ace, Sabo, let's split up. Luffy, follow me. Sabo, okay. Both of them trusted each other's strength, but there was still a burden to carry. Ace and Sabo were like two deities of death, and the mountain bandits they encountered on the way were no match for them. On the way, many people were informed about the fire. This blaze not only threatened the people inside the waste disposal site, but also the animals in the Corbo Mountains. In the distance, a group of bandits from Dadong Mountain saw the fire and thought of the four little ones outside. Bandit, boss, should we go take a look? Dadong, no need. With that kid Luji around, there won't be any problems. However, Dadang's hand still unconsciously clenched. It would be a lie to say he wasn't worried. Dadong suspected that this fire was caused by the nobility of the Goya kingdom, and he just hoped that Luji and the others wouldn't come into direct conflict with those people. After all, every noble had a deadly trump card, and they wouldn't act unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a bandit pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what is that?" They saw a huge basin of water appear in midair above the waste disposal site, which then slowly tilted and poured out a large amount of water. Of course, it wasn't just Dadong and his group who witnessed this scene. On a ship by the coast, several cloaked figures also saw this. A particularly large-headed man said to the person in front of him, "That's your eldest son, right, Dragon?" "That's right. I didn't expect such power in just a few years." Inside the palace of the Goya kingdom, a group of people had dark expressions. "King, what on earth is happening?" "Minister, it's unclear." At that moment, the palace doors were pushed open. Luji came in directly. "I am here to tell you what happened." Then Luji told the king everything. After hearing the matter, the king's face darkened even more. Then the guard beside the king moved directly. The roadbed instantly threw a punch, and the guard raised his fist in response. In an instant, a wave of air surged around the two of them. "Guard, you're pretty strong, kid." "My name is Chris. What's yours?" "The roadbed." "My name is Roadbed." Then the two attacked again, their punching speed increasing to the point where others could only see blurred shadows. At that moment, Chris suddenly changed his move and kicked towards Roadbed. The Foundation was unable to dodge in time and was kicked out directly, leaving a large hole in the palace wall in an instant. But Chris knew it wasn't over yet. Luji slowly crawled out of the hole. Cough, cough, cough. He still had some strength. Then he charged towards Chris again. On the other side, the revolutionaries had already started letting some civilians board the ship. "Dragon, this Goya kingdom is not simple." At this moment, Ivankov came over with a report. "You were right. There is actually a strong fighter in a kingdom of the East Sea." He then threw the report to Dragon. "Dragon, Chris, the King's Guard of Goya Kingdom. Former Rear Admiral, skilled in the Navy's 6 techniques, and possesses dual-colored haki with the animal-type cat fruit, Black Panther form. Ivanov, your eldest son has already reached the palace. Are you sure you don't want to take a look?" "Dragon, don't underestimate him. This is a test for him." Meanwhile, the battle between Luji and Chris was still ongoing, and both of them had some damage to their clothing. However, neither had truly been injured. "Chris, kid, you probably haven't used your full strength yet, have you?" Chris knew what had just happened outside, so he speculated that Luji should also be a devil fruit user. "Looky, this kind of battle is not enough to make me go all out." Chris's face instantly darkened with frustration. What an ungrateful kid. Then Chris charged at Looky again, but this time the attack wasn't with his fists, but with 2 fingers held up. Finger gun. The moment the attack hit, Looky was sent flying, and his body created a hole. "Chris, kid, I admire you, but you'll die today." Just when Chris thought Looky was finished, Looky slowly stood up again. Then everyone saw the large hole in Looky's body slowly healing. Loki scratched his head and smiled. "Sorry, I forgot to tell you, I'm a natural-type metal fruit user." Then his smile turned wicked. "So you all have to pay the price for what you just did." This is when Chris recovered from his shock. "Loki, there's no need for this to escalate. Why don't you join us? I guarantee you wealth and power beyond measure." "Luji, sounds good." Chris let out a sigh instantly. As a former Rear Admiral, he knew how terrifying the natural-type devil fruits could be. So it was best to avoid making enemies if possible, and to ally with them as much as he could. However, Luji's next words made Chris's hair stand on end. "Road base, but I don't care. So are you ready for battle?" Chris is now in a difficult position, but it's too late to run. Then Chris's form began to change. Black fur started to grow on his body, and sharp teeth were revealed in his mouth. Chris, kid, I already gave you a chance, and the nature type is not invincible. Chris's claws were directly covered in black. Road base. Armament haki, I didn't expect that. Seeing road base so nonchalant, Chris's anger surged again. Chris also activated his observation haki. At this moment, road base raised his right hand, and it was instantly covered in black as well. Luffy, I also have haki, although I'm not very skilled at it, but it's enough. Chris was once again taken aback by Luffy, but he instantly charged at Luffy. For Chris, this was a life-or-death battle, so he had to give it his all. Wild Claw Slash. Chris directly attacked Luffy. Lucky directly conjured a shield made of metal. Chris's attack struck the shield, and Lucky seized the opportunity to kick Chris directly. Chris felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was sent flying backward. Then, the shield in Lucky's hand vanished. At that moment, a large amount of liquid metal flowed from Lucky's hands, covering his arms. Metal, armored arms. At this time, several slashes flew out from the ruins where Chris had crashed. Gale Kick Chaotic Dance. Gale Kick also retaliated with a Gale Kick. Gale Kick coverage. The slashes kicked out by Gale Kick flew in all directions. Chris, kid, is this your 6 styles? Roadbed. Not done yet. The slash flew towards Chris as if it were on target, covering all angles, leaving Chris no way to evade. Chris, how is this possible? Chris covered his entire body with armament haki for defense. Then, an explosion occurred at Chris's location, and as the smoke cleared, Chris slowly walked out. Chris, kid, your skills are good, but your strength is lacking. Loki, really? Then try this. Immediately, Loki swung his fist towards Chris. The armored arm exploded. The hard metal arm was further covered with a layer of armament haki, followed by Loki's terrifying strength. Just as Chris was about to dodge, he realized his feet were already trapped by a pool of metal. With no way out, Chris could only defend himself. Iron block. However, with a sound of steel striking, Chris rolled his eyes and fainted. Why would you choose to use iron blocks? Your haki coverage is stronger than this. Luguay also retracted the metal arm on his arm. Although Luguay's recent attack was not the strongest blow, its power should not be underestimated. This strike was one where Luguay abandoned speed in pursuit of pure strength. Luge looked at the damaged palace, and then turned to the king on the throne. Roadbed. Is it comfortable sitting in this position? Then the roadbed left here, thinking that it had just sensed someone approaching, specifically someone who governs this kind of king. As soon as Luji stepped out, he saw 2 people cloaked in capes. Roadbed. Dad, did you come a bit late? Dragon. Not bad. You did well. Roadbed. No need to say more. Long looked at his show-off son and smiled. So, are you willing to join the revolution? Luji. Forget it. I'm afraid the old man can't take it. Besides, my help to your plan in the Navy is the most significant. Long. As long as you're happy. At this moment, Luji stretches out his hand to Long. Long, what are you doing? Roadbed. The secret manual of the Dragon Claw. Dragon, you can't hide anything from you, kid. I saw the dragon take out a book from his bosom. Without saying a word, Luji took it over, which was prepared for Sabo. At this moment, Luji spoke again. Dad, do you have a bag? Long was quite confused, but still took out a bag. Luji's hands began to flow with a golden liquid, which then flowed into the bag. Once the bag was full, Luji saw the metal hardening, and just like that, a large bag of gold was slowly formed. Subgrade, Dad. When you run out of money, just ask me. I have plenty. Long was taken aback by this move. This way, the revolutionary wouldn't run out of money. Roadbed. But this piece of gold cannot be given to you for free. Dragon. What do you want? Roadbed. Help me find a devil fruit, the Logia-type flame fruit. Dragon. Devil fruit? That's hard to find. Roadbed. This devil fruit is in the East Sea. Dragon. East Sea? How are you so sure? Luge, you don't need to worry about this. Long. Okay, I'll help you look for it. After that, Luge said goodbye to Long and flew away. On the other side, Ace and the others were covered in dirt, but none of them were injured. Soon, Luge found them, and the 4 felt a bit tired. So they didn't stay outside for long and went straight home. Once they got home, they had a big feast, and after eating, they fell asleep right where they were. At this time, Luge went out by himself and headed to the town alone. Loki searched for a tattoo shop for a long time and finally found one. The reason why Loki was looking for a tattoo shop is that he was pulled into the consciousness space again during a break. This time, the Panku treasure box finally reacted, and a beam of light shot directly at Loki. In an instant, a picture appeared in Loki's mind. 8 great demons formed a circle. Some were fighting, and some were eating. In short, they took on various forms. In the center of the circle was a sealed door, also known as the Gate of Hell. In the center of the door was the key, the Panku treasure box. At that moment, Loki felt a sharp pain in his back and was then pulled back into the real world. Luji immediately looked back and saw that the scene from just now had already appeared behind him. Luji's first reaction was to see the benefits, so he planned to go to a tattoo parlor to make some modifications. Soon, Luji walked out of the tattoo shop with a new design on his back, which included the corresponding hexagrams for each demon along with their names, and some additional patterns. Now his back tattoo looked incredibly imposing. Time passed unknowingly, and, at that moment, Luji gained a new skill. That day, Luji's consciousness was once again pulled into his inner space, and upon entering, he saw a golden light surrounding the Panku treasure box. Luji reached out to touch it, and then the golden light transformed into a statue, specifically the statue of the sky demon Ximu. The statue then turned into golden light and flew towards Luji. At this moment, Luji noticed that one of the divinations from the Panku treasure box had lit up, representing the Qian hexagram associated with Ximen. Returning to the real world, Luji found that his power had increased slightly. Moreover, it seemed that he had gained Ximu's abilities. In the original text, Ximu did not possess any remarkable abilities, besides being able to fly and having slightly faster speed. That was about it. Among the 8 great demons, Ximu was not the only one who could fly, and his speed was also inferior to that of the Holy Lord's rabbit talisman. Therefore, Ximu appeared quite weak in the original work. However, Ximu's abilities are not weak at all. He possesses the power of the sky and close combat physical attacks. His wings allow for unlimited flight and are extremely sharp, capable of cutting through building glass. He can switch between day and night, control the sky's weather, change the color of the sky, and envelop all living beings in darkness and red clouds, transforming the sky's color and creating various phenomena in the celestial layers. Additionally, Ximu's wings have extremely high defensive power, capable of withstanding a direct hit from the Holy Lord's dragon talisman without sustaining any damage. The roadbed extended outward and then directly flew into the air. Finally, the roadbed landed deep in the forest. Luji was amazed to discover that he could fly without wings. Ximu's form could transform, or it could remain unchanged. At that moment, Luji pointed to the sky, and a dark cloud appeared above his head, followed by a localized rainfall. Although Ximu's abilities seemed weak, in the world of pirates, they could be considered extremely powerful. After all, the weather in the pirate world determined many battle outcomes. Luji then pointed at the dark cloud again, and instantly, lightning flickered within it. After that, Luji retracted his skill and suddenly had a thought. Could he try to change the day and night? Luji raised his hands, and soon he began to feel the weakness in his body as the sky gradually darkened. Then, Luji exerted himself again, and quickly the sky returned to its original state. However, Luji had already exhausted most of his stamina. This skill was not something he could use casually. That day, Luji and Ace were fighting, while Sabo practiced his dragon claw hand nearby, and Luffy trained his devil fruit abilities. Just then, a figure appeared from the sky and flew towards Luji and the others. Ace and Sabo's eyes turned red, instantly sensing something, and then they looked up at the sky. Indeed, over the years, both of them had learned to use observation haki, and they were also highly skilled in the Navy's 6 styles. Ace, brother, is it the old man? Ace and Sabo could only sense a rough outline since they had only recently learned observation haki, so their coverage range was small and their proficiency was not high. Luffy, not an old man, nor an enemy. Ace and Sabo exchanged glances and continued training, while Luffy looked up at the figure in the sky. Soon the figure landed, and the 4 of them could see the person's appearance clearly. The person was tall and sturdy, wearing a trapezoidal white hat with 2 bear ears on top, with black woolly curly hair. He was dressed in a black coat on top and white pants with brown spots on the bottom, wearing brown gloves and holding a book with the cover labeled Bible. This person was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the future 7 warlords of the sea, and he was also someone under his father's command. At this moment, Kuma took out a treasure chest and directly threw it to Luffy. Roadbed, thanks Uncle Bear. Tyrant Bear was slightly taken aback, then showed a faint smile. Tyrant Bear, the leader said there's no money left, so he asked me to ask the young master to be a bit more frugal. The roadbed listened to the nonsense without saying much and directly released his fruit ability with both hands. Soon, a small mountain of gold the size of a villa appeared. The Tyrant Bear took off his gloves and gently clapped, causing the entire mountain of gold to disappear instantly. At this point, the Tyrant Bear was also ready to leave. Roadbed, Uncle Bear, you must not trust the world government. Tyrant Bear was taken aback for a moment, then inexplicably nodded. After a few people finished training on the roadbed, they rested in place, and then Luji took out the treasure chest. Roadbed. Inside this is a devil fruit, a Logia-type Mara Nomi. Which one of you will eat it? The roadbed looked at Ace and Sabo. Ace, let Sabo eat, he's weaker. Sabo, let Ace eat. I should practice my dragon claw first. Then the two of them started to push each other continuously. At this moment, Luffy, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. Let me eat. Bang, bang. Then Luffy sat down with a head full of bumps. Luffy, a person can only eat one devil fruit. Otherwise they will die from the explosion of their body. Then Luffy looked at Ace and Sabo. Roadbed. Ace ate the devil fruit, and I will look for Sabo again. Ace hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Ace took the devil fruit, and then took a bite. Ugh, it tastes terrible like shit. Luffy, have you eaten shit? Bang. Luffy was directly sent flying out. Luffy, feel the power within your body. Ace closed his eyes, and then flames began to erupt from his entire body. Ace slowly floated into the air. Soon, Ace had mastered the abilities of the devil fruit. At that moment, Ace excitedly looked at Luffy. Big brother, can you fight me? The roadbed nodded slightly. Then, the ability was activated, and a metal platform suddenly rose from the ground. But Ace seemed to be worried about something. Roadbed, don't worry. This is a special metal I created, and even lava might not be able to melt it. Then Ace smiled and prepared for battle. The fight between the two was about to begin. At this moment, Ace had just eaten the devil fruit and had not developed any powerful skills. Fire Fist. The roadbed gently raised its hand, and the metal on the ground instantly transformed into a wall to block the attack. At this moment, Luji revealed a sinister smile. Ace, brother, you're cheating. Roadbase, all's fair in war. Combine the devil fruit with the Navy's 6 styles. Ace thought for a moment. Storm Leg, Flame Slash. The slash instantly cut through the defense of the Storm Leg, but of course, Roadbase was holding back. Otherwise, Ace wouldn't have been able to break through the defense at all. However, it must be said that adding the devil fruit to the Storm Leg did indeed enhance its attack power. The battle between the two became increasingly intense. And in the end, Ace was exhausted, bringing the fight to a close. In fact, it was just Ace unilaterally experimenting with the devil fruit. The four returned home, had a nice meal, and then went straight to sleep. The next morning, Roadbase continued his training. Now his training regimen consisted only of physical techniques and the devil fruit. Having given up on swordsmanship, after a long period of training and multiple battles, Roadbase realized that he was not suited for swordsmanship. Therefore, he directly abandoned it and focused solely on physical techniques and the devil fruit. Long Fong was also integrated into Roadbase's body, destined to be given to a fated person in the future. Gradually, Roadbase felt he had reached a peak, or what could be called a bottleneck period. His strength had been stuck at the rank of Rear Admiral for a long time, with almost no improvement recently. Slowly, Roadbase felt the need for a strong opponent to help him break through. Now, the training for his physical techniques was also gradually decreasing, and he began to focus all his thoughts on developing the devil fruit. After all, possessing 2 devil fruits would grant him a place in the world of pirates. In addition, Roadbase also had the revolutionaries continue searching for other devil fruits. However, this particular devil fruit had only appeared once, and its overall strength was not very impressive. Nevertheless, Roadbase urged them to search diligently for it. This fruit was the nature-type Earth fruit. Although this fruit did not perform well in history, it was definitely not weaker than the Flame fruit. As long as its compression was taken to the extreme, the hardness of Earth was not inferior to anything else. The reason why Long was looking for the fruit for Roadbase was simply that Roadbase paid an exorbitant amount. Each time, he moved piles of gold. After a year of searching, the Revolutionary Army finally found a clue. Although this devil fruit wasn't much, it was still a nature type. So now, this devil fruit was in the hands of a king. Luji listened as the phone bug in front of him spoke word by word. Subrate, can I buy it? Dragon, yes, but the price is very high. Roadbed, it doesn't matter. I urgently need this devil fruit now. Dragon, this devil fruit isn't very strong, and historically, it's been quite poor. Are you sure? Rhodey, that's right, there are no bad devil fruits, only bad users. Dragon, all right, I'll send it over to you soon. At this moment, Rhodey is once again contemplating how the ground fruit is not the worst among the paramecia types. The worst is Smoker's Smokesmock fruit. Moreover, if Rhodey is not mistaken, the ground fruit should be an upgraded version of the Sansan fruit. After waiting all day, the delivery has finally arrived, and, as usual, it's Bartholomew Kuma bringing the goods. Kuma, young master, the captain said to reimburse you for the fruit purchase. Robet, how much? Tyrant Bear, just the same gold bars as last time. Inside the Foundation, Luji couldn't help but exclaim about being money-minded. At that moment, The dragon lying on the gold sneezed several times. On that day, Ace and Sabo were fighting, throwing all their skills and moves at each other. However, neither of them knew how to use haki, so they couldn't hurt each other. Luffy, standing nearby, just smiled foolishly, but Luji's stick came crashing down. You keep practicing, and you still haven't awakened your observation haki. Right now, Luffy could only dodge attacks using the 6 powers of the Navy. Currently, Luffy was like a student who didn't love studying, spending every day just playing and going on adventures. In the original story, Luffy learned to use haki because Ace's death stimulated him. At that moment, a loud noise came from afar. Ace said, "Big brother, it's from Windmill Village." "Subgrade, let's take a look back." The roadbed and Ace flew directly towards Windmill Village, while Sabo rushed over with Luffy. Sabo could fly too, but his speed couldn't match the two of them. However, on the ground, Sabo was extremely fast. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at Windmill Village. As soon as they arrived, they heard shouts announcing that pirates had come. Several dozen pirate ships appeared on the sea not far away. Roadbed, Hanli's pirate group. The roadbed immediately recognized the pirate flag, which belonged to the great pirate Hanlis from the East Sea. At that moment, a cannonball struck the coast, and several shells flew towards the village. Roadbed, Saber. Saber, understood. Saber jumped directly into the air and then unleashed several slashes with his Gale Kick. Gale Kick, quick slash. Those few cannonballs instantly exploded in midair. On the other side, the first mate of the Hanli's pirate crew, Jiko, immediately sensed something. "Captain, there are strong foes on that island." "Hanlis, don't worry too much, Jiko. There are no opponents for me in the East Sea." Then Hanlis shouted to the pirates behind him, "You lot, speed up and board the island." "Hi, Roadbed, we can't let them land on the island, or the villagers will suffer." Ace and the others nodded. "Embankment, prevent them from landing on the island." Yes, 3, then the 4 of them arrived at the shore. The road-based devil fruit was activated, and instantly a large circular platform appeared, onto which the 4 members of road-base jumped. They then slowly floated towards the pirate ship. The metal and design of the platform had been handled by road-base, allowing it to float steadily on the sea. Additionally, road-base had prepared several wooden logs underneath the platform to further ensure its buoyancy and stability. Jiko pointed into the distance. "Captain, look over there. What is that?" Hanlis followed Jiko's direction and saw a massive disc floating towards them. "Hanlis, it looks like there are people on it." Soon the disc got closer, and Hanlis could clearly see road-base and the others. "Hanlis, haha, just a bunch of kids." Jiko, "Boss, should we take them out?" "Hanlis, once we get close, attack directly." "Looky, in a moment, you 3 don't hold back. Use all your strength to attack. The opponent is a ruthless pirate who kills without blinking." Ace and the others nodded. Just as the platform made contact with the pirate ship, Lucky and the others launched their attack. Luffy directly attacked the pirates on the ship with a kick and then boarded the pirate ship. Ace and Sabo also used the moonwalk to fly onto another pirate ship. Only Luffy followed Sabo. Hanlis, seeing the slash from Luffy, instantly began to take him seriously. "Hanlis, kid, do you want to join my pirate crew? I promise to give you everything you desire." "Legacy, really?" Hanlis nodded. The roadbed then revealed a wicked smile. "Luji, I want her life." "Hanlis, I want yours first." Thanks to Hanlis speaking up, otherwise Luji would have to go through the trouble of finding the pirate captain. The roadbed flashed a few times, and several pirates fell to the ground instantly. At this moment, Hanlis couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Luji, what do you mean by threatening me?" At this moment, Jike beside Hanlis swung his knife towards Luji. The roadbed dodged the attack, and then directly threw a punch at Jiko. Jiko instantly used his knife to block the attack, but still retreated several steps. Moreover, the hand holding the knife was in great pain. There should be an issue with the bones. "Roadbed, you actually managed to block my attack. You can't be pirates from the East Sea, right? After all, with old man Karp around, there are no strong ones in the East Sea." "Hanlis, I'm a pirate from the Grand Line. It's not too late to surrender now." Lugia burst into laughter. The guy in front of him was nothing more than a bottom feeder in the Grand Line. In the end, Lugia charged directly at Hanlis. Hanlis instantly drew the knife from his waist and swung at Lugia. The embankment immediately used elementalization to evade the attack. Both of them were surprised afterward. Roadbed, the strength of the great swordmaster. Hanlis, the devil fruit of the natural system. Luffy never expected that the pirate opposite him actually possessed the strength of a great swordsman. Such strength could easily rank as a rear admiral in the Navy. This means that although Hanlis is weaker than Luffy, he is still a rare strong fighter. "Hanlis, I didn't expect that he is actually a Logia devil fruit user." Roadbed, you didn't expect much more. "Hanlis, I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to join my pirate crew?" Lucky knocked down a pirate with his skill, and then looked at Hanlis. Don't dream. Hanlis, you don't know what you're getting into, kid. Do you think the natural type devil fruit makes you invincible? Then Hanlis leveled his sword, and in an instant, a wave of black armed haki enveloped the blade. Hanlis, this power of mine is specifically for taking down natural types. However, the sharp-eyed Lucky noticed that the opponent's armed haki wasn't very skilled. Next to him, Jiko immediately shouted, "This is the boss's trump card, kid. You're done for." Roadbed. Oh really? He then raised his fist, directly covering it with armed color haki. Hanlis immediately became unsettled. This power was something he had explored for a long time before obtaining, yet he didn't expect this kid to be able to use it as well. Roadbed. Ace, Sab, show a hand. Luffy shouted loudly, and then Ace and Sabo directly displayed their armament haki. Hanlis was left speechless, not expecting that the power he was so proud of would appear so ordinary in the eyes of these kids. At this moment, the embarrassed and furious Hanlis swung his sword again towards Luffy. The right foot of the roadbed was pulled back, and then a stance was taken to throw a punch. The road base directly punched Hanlis back. Then, it quickly activated the devil fruit, and in an instant, its two arms were covered by the mech. The roadbed raised its fist and charged at Hanlis. Metal, armored arm, heavy strike. Hanlis immediately raised his knife to block. At the moment of contact, Hanlis's arm made a cracking sound. His body was also pushed back several steps. The roadbed did not stop attacking, but instead swung its fist again. Metal, armored arms, exploded. This time, Hanlis directly spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Then he crashed into the wall, which was also directly pierced through. Luji turned to look at the distant Jike. Jike was so frightened that he directly knelt down and begged for mercy. But Luji didn't give him a chance at all. He then delivered a heavy punch to Jike's chin, and Jike instantly flew out, landing in the water in a perfect parabolic arc. At that moment, Hanlis, who was coughing up blood, got back up again, and Luji shook his head. You shouldn't have gotten up. He then gave Hanlis a chance to dive as well, and Hanlis fell into the water in a perfect posture. After doing all this, Luji returned to the platform. On the other side, Ace also encountered an opponent, who seemed to be a cadre from a pirate ship. The muscular man raised the hammer in his hand and swung it at Ace. Ace dodged to the side and then launched a fire attack. The muscular man couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly. However, he only took a few steps back before recovering and attacking again. This time, Ace jumped onto the hammer. The muscular man spun the hammer vigorously, tried to throw Ace off. In the end, Ace jumped into the air. Fire fist. He then knocked the big man into the sea, and the pirate ship shattered as well. On Sabo's side, things were much easier. He directly used his fruit ability to restrain the pirates and then knock them out with a gunpoint. Luffy was also helping nearby. The two of them cleared the pirates on the ship at the fastest speed. Robase, have you three-played enough? It's time to go home for dinner. Okay, 3 after that. Ace and the others also arrived at the disc. Ace and Sabo sent them off. Ace and Sabo simultaneously raised their arms. Flame Emperor Rock Dragon in an instant. 2 powerful moves were unleashed. Flame Emperor is Ace's original ultimate move, while Rock Dragon is a technique invented by Sabo using his Dragon Claw and the Devil Fruit, summoning a giant dragon made of earth, which is quite formidable. At that moment, Roadbase also raised his arm. Metal, God-slaying spear. Instantly, a gigantic pitch-black spear appeared in the sky. With a wave of Roadbase hand, the spear flew straight out. Under the 3 powerful and fierce attacks, all the pirate ships sank. The treasures on the ships also sank into the sea. After all, with Roadbase's ability to infinitely produce metal, who would care about that? Afterward, the 4 of them returned to Windmill Village on the disc, and soon they reached the shore. With the disc dissipating, time passed unnoticed, and soon Roadbase turned 17. The roadbed took Ace and Sabo away from Windmill Village and then headed towards Rogue Town. Luffy couldn't accept the departure of his 3 brothers at that moment and burst into tears. He directly hugged the roadbed and wouldn't let go. Luffy, we can't be with you for a lifetime. Luffy, but I can't bear to part with you. Ace, all right, Luffy, we promise to come back and see you often. Isn't that enough? Luffy, really? Sabo, really? After all, you're our brother. Roadbed, I promise we will come back to see you often and bring you gifts and delicious food. Luffy, don't lie to me. The 3 of them nodded, and finally, Luffy slowly let go of his hand. At this moment, the 3 of them also showed a helpless expression. Soon, it was the day for Luffy to set sail. Village Chief, Luffy, why don't you wait for your grandfather to come and pick you up? Luji, Villager, we want to go out for a bit first, and I will contact Grandpa later. The villager nodded. Soon, Luji and the 3 of them boarded the ship. This ship was made by Luji using the metal fruit and the forest fruit, but they claimed it was bought. As for why they didn't buy it, because it was impossible to find such a sturdy ship outside. Additionally, Luji had installed a hand-crank propeller at the back of the ship, and the three of them took turns cranking it, allowing the ship to sail at a fast speed. After a day and a night of sailing, the three finally arrived at Roadtown, the hometown of the Pirate King, Roger. Robed. All right, we only have one day. Tomorrow the old man's ship will come here to pick us up. Ace, why don't we go to Marinvandu ourselves? Luffy, none of us have any knowledge of navigation, and we don't have the eternal pose of Marineford. Ace and Sabo nodded. Over the past year, Luffy had taught them a lot about the Grand Line, so the two knew what the eternal pose was and what it was used for. A few people got off the ship, and then Luji used a phone bug to call Karp. Karp, hello, is this Luji? Robed, old man, it's me. We have now arrived at Rogtown. Karp, how did you get there? Robed, take Ace and Sabo out to have some fun, and let Ace pay tribute to his father. Karp, that's thoughtful of you. I'm almost at Windmill Village now. I'll check on Luffy and then head to Roadtown. Roadbase, okay, old man, we'll wait for you. Then Roadbase led Ace and Sabo into the town, and at that moment, a pair of eyes had already fixed on Roadbase. The roadbed instantly sensed someone's presence, and then it dispersed Ace and Sabo. Luji came to an alley alone, then observed the surroundings and directly turned in. Roadbed, Dad, is there something wrong? That's right, the one staring at the roadbed is Long Long. Roadbed, are you sure you don't want to join Dad in the Revolutionary Army? Roadbed, Dad, I told you, my help to the revolutionaries is greater in the Navy. Long, since you have made up your mind, I won't stop you any further. Roadbed, Dad, feel free to call me anytime if you have any problems. If it really doesn't work out, find Uncle Xion. Your identity is too unsafe. Long, haha. Don't worry, as long as the old man doesn't take action, there are almost no one who can catch me. Roadbed, I don't feel safe. Long was instantly filled with black lines on his forehead. Roadbed, when there's time, take a look at Luffy. That kid doesn't even know he has a father. Dragon scratched his head helplessly. His concern for the two brothers was indeed pitifully little. Luffy, also, never let Uncle Bear believe in the world government. Although Long didn't know why Luffy said this, he still nodded. After that, Luffy waved his hand and left. On the other side, Ace was lost in thought as he looked at Roger's execution platform. At this time, Luji came to Ace's side. Sorry, I couldn't find Roger's grave. Ace smiled at Luji. That's enough, big brother. At that moment, Sabo walked over with a pile of food. Sabo, there's so many delicious things here. Luji immediately went over to join them. And at that moment, Sabo called out to Ace. Ace looked up at the execution platform and then smiled in relief, joining the fray for food. When the three of them had eaten enough, Luji said he wanted to take them to a place. They took some twists and turns and arrived at a not-so-large bar named Joel D. Roger. Ace was momentarily stunned. The three of them entered the bar directly. Roadbed, boss, bring me 3 bottles of rum. Boss, young man, this liquor is very strong. Luji, no problem, there are 3 drunks in front of you. Indeed, Luji wasn't exaggerating. Among the 4 brothers, only Luffy doesn't really like to drink, while Ace and Sabo, under Luji's guidance, are now practically immune to alcohol. The boss smiled and then directly took out 3 bottles of rum. Luffy took a sip and said, Boss, I heard that the Pirate King Roger often drank here, and his favorite was rum. The boss replied, That's right, that guy really brings back memories. Ace took a sip of the rum and then looked at the bottle. At that moment, Luffy spoke up again, Brothers, let's raise a glass to the Pirate King. Ace and Sabo immediately realized what Luffy was doing. The 3 of them raised their bottles at the same time and poured some onto the ground. The boss said, Don't waste it, you brats. The 3 of Luji smiled. Soon, the drinks were finished, and the 3 of them left. The bar owner looked at the spilled drinks on the floor, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a strange little guy. He then walked to the bar, took out a bottle of rum, took a couple of swigs, and then spilled it all on the floor. Roger, still the same taste. The 3 of them left the bar and went to a restaurant. They had just ordered appetizers, and now it was time for the main course. The current appetite of Luffy is unmatched, even by 10 of him. After all, it's just the power of a devil fruit or the sky devil, and yes, using it consumes a lot of stamina. So slowly, Luffy's appetite has grown larger. Just as the 3 were eating wildly, 2 people entered the restaurant, a man and a woman. The man had white hair and was smoking a cigar, carrying a strange weapon on his back, while the woman had black hair and glasses, holding a famous sword named Shizuku. These 2 were none other than the Navy's Smoker and Tashigi. At that moment, the person at the table behind Luffy immediately became nervous upon seeing Smoker. Smoker said, Risky pirates, I've been looking for you for a long time. The person at the table behind the embankment immediately stood up, then directly pulled someone over and held a knife to that person's neck. Risky, Smoker, You've already killed many of my crew members. Isn't that enough? Smoker. Not nearly enough. Your hands are stained with the blood of many. Rishki. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. To be honest, Rishki's move completely immobilized Smoker, but he grabbed the wrong person. Luji looked at the knife on his neck, feeling quite helpless. Smoker. Risky, what do you want to do? Risky. As long as you meet my conditions, I will let this person go. Smoker. What a delusion. Risky. Then this person is as good as dead. After saying that, Risky raised the knife, ready to strike at Luji. Smoker. Wait, tell me your conditions. Risky burst out laughing. Ha, I knew it. I want to ship 10 million berries, and you can't capture me before I set sail. Smoker. You let that person go first. Risky. Smoker, do you think I'm stupid? I will definitely let this kid go later, but not now. At this moment, Luji spoke up. Can you let me finish my meal first? Risky. Kid, are you scared, silly? At this time, Luji's body slowly oozed liquid metal, and in an instant, without Risky noticing, it wrapped around him, leaving Risky unable to move. Luji, are you just bored with nothing to do? Then Luji continued to sit down and eat, as if nothing had happened. Smoker and Tashiji were stunned by this scene. Smoker. This young man, if I'm not mistaken, you should be a devil fruit user, right? Roadbed. That's right. I am a natural type metal fruit user. Smoker. First, I want to thank you for helping to catch the criminal. Roadbed. A piece of cake. Afterwards, Smoker and Tashiji took Rishki and left here. The three of them continued to battle with food, and by evening, they found a place to stay. Meanwhile, at the Rogtown Naval Base, Smoker was talking to a soldier. Soldier. Colonel, those three have entered an inn. Smoker. Keep watching, and let me know immediately if anything happens. Smoker had been paying attention to the three ever since they displayed their devil fruit abilities. Natural-type devil fruit users are almost always incredibly powerful, so Smoker didn't believe these three were ordinary people. Who exactly are they? Why they come to Rogtown? What are their intentions? These questions raced through Smoker's mind. Just then, another soldier entered. Colonel, Vice Admiral Garp is coming to Rogtown tomorrow, but his purpose is currently unknown. Smoker. Understood. Gather some Marines, and I'll go greet him tomorrow. Soon, Garp arrived in Rogtown. As soon as he disembarked, Smoker walked over. Smoker. Vice Admiral Garp, welcome to Rogtown. Garp. Smoker. No need for that. Garp pointed at the lined-up Marines, welcoming him. Smoker. Vice Admiral Garp. You are a hero of the Navy. By the way, why are you in the East Blue? Garp. I came back to check on my grandson and brought a few brats to report to the Navy headquarters. Smoker. Who on earth would make Vice Admiral Garp personally come to escort them? Garp. Just a few rascally kids. At that moment, three figures rushed towards a dock. Two were flying, and one was speeding along the ground. A Navy soldier approached Smoker. Colonel, those three are heading towards the dock. Smoker, good. I want to see what those three are up to. He then looked at Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, three individuals are approaching the dock, and their strength is currently unknown. Garp, don't tell me, just handle it. Smoker nodded. Soon, the three of them arrived at the dock, and Smoker stepped forward. It's you again. What are you doing here? Luffy. Of course we're going to the dock to set sail. Smoker. All the ships are at the subdock. There are no ships for you here. At that moment, Garp spoke up. Smoker, arrest them. Smoker was initially taken aback, then charged directly at Luffy and the others. The roadbed laughed directly. Hey Sabo, the old man wants to stir things up. Ace, I've been idle for several days. Today is just right to stretch my bones. Sabo, I can't wait any longer. Roadbed, Sab, you go up. The old man will definitely take action soon. I'll take on the old man. Ace, what about me? Roadbase, did you see the officer next to the old man? He is your opponent. Be careful. His strength is probably in the range of a vice admiral. To be honest, the strength of the three of them is quite good right now. Luji has the strength of a rear admiral. Ace has the strength of a commander. And Sabo's strength is also at the colonel level. So in a fight, Sabo is the most relaxed, while Luji and Ace are relatively struggling. Sabo has already started fighting Smoker, and as soon as Sabo's fruit ability is revealed, Smoker is once again stunned, not expecting that among the three. There is also a natural type devil fruit user, and he is very strong. At this moment, Garp smiled and then looked at the vice commander beside him. Bogart, go meet them, don't kill them. Bogart, understood. He then charged out with his sword, and Ace directly confronted Bogart. Smoker, another natural type devil fruit. Are natural type devil fruits so worthless now? Garp, I didn't expect these kids to have such good fortune actually obtaining natural type devil fruits. Garp is unaware of the deal between Luji and Dragon. Garp rubbed his shoulder and then looked at Luji. Roadbed, old man, let's get started. Garp, I want to see if you all have improved over the years. Roadbed, don't be shocked. Garp, Kid, you're too arrogant. Then the two are about to fight. Luffy and Karp jumped directly into the air, and both threw punches at the same time, creating a loud sound at the moment their fists collided. The soldiers below quickly covered their ears, and Smoker was also startled by Luffy's strength. Karp, good kid, this time I used 50% of my strength. And you actually managed to take it. Luffy didn't want to talk. He was only using half of his strength, while he himself had already used all of his. Karp, it's tough, isn't it? We're not done yet. Then Karp launched a fierce attack, moving so fast that it created afterimages. At first, Luffy could still defend himself, but later on, he could only defend and take the hits. Luffy is currently using the Devil Fruit for defense, along with armament haki and the Navy's 6 powers, but he still feels intense pain. The key is that Karp's attacks are not just physical. They also inflict a slight pain on the soul. Each strike is honing Luffy's body and soul. Gradually, Luffy is starting to struggle. At that moment, Luffy suddenly looks up, and Karp suddenly realizes that he is hitting Luffy, but Luffy shows no reaction at all. The corners of Luji's mouth even revealed a smile. Just now, Luji activated the winged shield of Ximu, and a thin layer of shield appeared on Luji's body in an instant. The embankment immediately counterattacked. Although the winged shield's defense was strong, Karp's attack was even stronger. If the roadbed takes another hit from Karp, the winged shield might shatter directly. The foundation directly uses a metal-armed arm. Metal, armored arms, continuous heavy strikes. Huge metal arms, combined with the armed color overpowering fists, directly hit Karp. However, it seems that Luffy's attacks can't break through Karp's defense at all. With each punch, Luffy feels like he is hitting a steel plate, causing no harm to Karp, but instead suffering a significant recoil himself. Road base, old man, how twisted are you? Cap, kid, do you think you can hurt me? Wait another 50 years. Fist. Cap's punch directly hit Roadbase's abdomen, and then Roadbase heard a cracking sound. It's over. The wing shield is shattered. This was Roadbase's thought, but it was too late. Cap's fist that shattered the wing shield didn't stop and directly struck Roadbase's abdomen. Roadbase rolled his eyes and was sent flying away. In an instant, the ground was left with a large crater from Roadbase's impact. On the other side, Ace and Sabo gulped. The old man is really ruthless. Just as Ace was lost in thought, Bogart suddenly appeared in front of him. One sword style, Iato slash. In an instant, he slashed at Ace with the back of the sword. Ace was also sent flying. Sabo was not disturbed by the situation of the two, but focused on his own battle. Dragon Claw, White Fist. The battle between the two was intense, both exerting their full strength. At this moment, Smoker took out his special weapon, the Jit, which was embedded with Sea Prism Stone, a nemesis for Devil Fruit users. After all, Smoker still couldn't use haki. At this time, Roadbase crawled out from the ruins. Sabo, be careful, his weapon has Sea Prism Stone. Roadbase had previously told Ace and Sabo about Sea Prism Stone, so Sabo immediately took it seriously. Sabo also took out the stick that Roadbase had made for him. Smoker, pirate. It's not too late to surrender now. Smoker always thought these three guys were pirates. Sabo, no way, and I'm not a pirate. After Sabo said that, he directly raised the stick and swung it at Smoker. Smoker, it's useless, you can't hit me. Sabo smiled wickedly. Is that so? Just as the stick was about to touch Smoker, something suddenly changed. Haki covered the stick. Smoker was instantly sent flying. Smoker, how is this possible? You actually know haki. Sabo, I just wanted to play with you for a bit. Now I'm going to get serious. Earth Dragon Stick. Sabo then raised the stick and attacked Smoker. The Earth Dragon Stick is a stick technique created by Sabo, maximizing both speed and power. On the other side, Ace also stood up and took out his own stick. The battle had just begun. Now Ace's stick was not only enveloped in haki, but flames were also ignited on it. Flame King Stick. The Flame King Stick, like Sabo's Earth Dragon Stick, is a stick technique created by Ace, pursuing even greater power than Sabo's technique. Both of their strengths and momentum rose again. At this moment, Roadbase also stood up. Luji spat out a mouthful of blood and then looked at Karp. Old man, our battle has just begun. Metal and armor began to slowly attach to Luji's entire body, and Luji's momentum and strength gradually climbed. Karp, you really have prepared a big surprise. Luji, not only that. Then Luji took a stance and charged directly at Karp. Karp was stunned by the explosive speed of Luji, and he could sense an indescribable power within the bodies of Luji and his two companions. In fact, the power within the three of them came from their souls, more like an indomitable spirit. This power has a name, known as Divine Fury. It is a force that exists deep within the soul and was uniquely developed by Luji. Once activated, it allows a person to temporarily enhance their strength and speed, but once deactivated, they will enter a weakened state. The roadbed taught this skill to Ace and the others, and this power has a high demand on the soul. The roadbed can now be checked for a maximum of 3 hours, and AC and the 3 can hold on for an hour. This kind of power is similar to the burst of small universe in Saint Seiya. Luffy is now fighting alongside Garp, feeling Luffy's strength and speed. Garp has no choice but to use haki for defense. Buggy is also being pressured step by step by Ace, while Smoker can only focus on defense. Subgrade. Ace and Saber are pressed for time and need to act quickly. Ace and Saber nodded. The power of Luffy surged again as he punched towards Garp. The speed of this punch even created a sonic boom. Garp immediately swung his fist to collide with it. With the activation of his god's wrath, Luffy's strength reached the level of a rear admiral. Ace reached the level of a captain, and Sabo also attained the rank of a major. Essentially, they all ascended one level. Sabo's battles became increasingly easier, but Luffy and Ace still found it somewhat difficult. After all, the gap between the two and their opponents was not just a single level. Roadbed. Old man, this is the last move, catch it well. The Foundation raises its right hand. Metal, armored arm, astonishing. Luji gathered his strength and threw a punch at Garp. The cape behind Garp flapping wildly in the wind of Luji's fist. Garp, good coming. Armed with haki, the fist shattered. As their fists collided, the space instantly exploded. The power of Luji's move is comparable to that of a top general, but in Garp's eyes, it is not enough. However, Luji's right arm's metal armor shattered, and he fainted immediately. Ace saw Luji collapse and felt very anxious. Ace, come on, unleash your strongest move. Ace raised his right hand, gathering the power of flames in it. In an instant, a huge fireball shot towards Ace, resembling a sun. Flame Emperor. Bogard also took up a stance to meet this attack. One sword style, draw and slash. Indeed, it was the draw and slash. Although this move seems simple to most, it becomes immensely powerful when practiced to perfection. Ace's Flame Emperor was directly slashed apart, and Ace also fainted immediately. However, it still made Garp and Bogart take notice, as Bogart's true strength is comparable to that of a vice admiral. Bogart was originally the bodyguard of the previous Admiral Steelbone Kong, but later followed Garp, living a life indifferent to fame and fortune. Now only Sabo and Smoker were left. Sabo, it's time to end this. Taste this move. Armed, Rock Dragon. The Earth-made giant dragon flew directly towards Smoker, its entire body wrapped in armament haki. Smoker was instantly blasted away. It's not over yet. Armed, Earth Sealing. The combination of armament haki and the Earth fruit instantly enveloped Smoker in the ground. Smoker was completely drained of strength and unable to move. After watching Sabo's battle, Garp looked at Bogart beside him. Did you see Sabo's attack method clearly? Bogart. It resembles that powerful devil fruit. Garp, the rock earth fruit, also known as the earth fruit, was buried due to the incompetence of its previous user. It has now been renamed the earth fruit. Bogart. There are 5 devil fruits in the world with the most potential, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Garp. That's right, these 5 fruits are very promising. If the user develops them with care, they can definitely rival the power of the magma fruit and the thunder fruit. Bogart. Vice Admiral. Have all 5 of these fruits been found now? Garp. The gold corresponding metal fruit has been eaten by Luji. The wood corresponding forest fruit has been missing for hundreds of years. The water corresponding ice fruit has been eaten by one of the 3 admirals, Akiji. The fire corresponding flame fruit has been eaten by Ace, and the earth corresponding rock earth fruit has been eaten by Sabo. At this moment, Luji, who had been beside them, had already woken up. With the force fruit, Luji possessed a strong, self-healing ability. Garp had not used lethal force in the recent battle, so Luji quickly recovered. The roadbed never expected to find a god-level fruit. Garp, the earth fruit can not only control soil, but also rocks and similar materials, and it can create earthquakes. Bogart, earthquakes? If we can control the seabed to generate earthquakes, it could cause tsunamis, which would be a natural disaster. Garp, however, it requires the ability user to develop it. The previous fruit user did not understand how to develop it, which buried the brilliance of this fruit, causing it to become a mediocre natural-type devil fruit. Subgrade. If developed to the extreme, fighting on the ground is like being assisted by the gods. No wonder it is called the earth fruit. Garp, you're awake. Your physical condition is not bad. The road base nodded slightly, but still appeared a bit weak. Garp, you 3 are really lucky. Each of you got a devil fruit, and they're powerful, legendary natural-type devil fruits. Bogart, Vice Admiral Garp, has the flame fruit been renamed? Garp, no, The flame fruit hasn't changed its name, it's just that no one understands its abilities. Bogart and the road base look confused. Karp. The flame fruit is referred to as the sun fruit because the temperature of flames has no limit, and the flame fruit is the same. As long as it's developed properly, the temperature of its flames can completely rival that of the sun. Bogart. So you're saying the flame fruit can even surpass the magma fruit? Karp. Exactly. As long as the temperature is high enough, magma can evaporate. At that moment, Sabo walked over with Smoker. Smoker. Vice Admiral Karp, I failed. Karp. You did your best, and don't underestimate this little guy. He just raised his strength to the rank of Rear Admiral. At this time, Sabo looked very weak. This was the side effect of the god's wrath. Karp, Bogart. Take these 3 kids to rest. Bogart nodded, then led the 3 onto the warship, with the road base and Sabo supporting the fainted Ace. Karp also introduced the road base and the others to Smoker, who turned dark upon hearing it. He thought, if they're not enemies, why didn't he say so earlier? What a huge embarrassment. But he still nodded. Then Karp boarded the warship as well, and they began their journey towards Marineford in the Grand Line. The next morning, the road base told Sabo about the Earth fruit. Sabo was completely stunned. At first, Sabo felt that besides Earth, he seemed to be able to control rocks and such, but he hadn't tested it at the time. Sabo, I didn't expect my fruit to be so powerful. Luffy, but we can't rely too much on the devil fruit. Physical skills are also key. Then Luffy told Ace about the power of the burn fruit. Ace's reaction was similar to Sabo's. In the following days, the two of them worked day and night to develop the abilities of the fruit, as well as training their physical skills and staff techniques. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Marineford. The roadbed, still as impressive as before. Ace and Sabo's eyes sparkled like little stars. Karp, how is it? Spectacular, right? Roadbed, just okay. Ace, it's nothing special. Sabo, very average. The 3 turned their heads to the side as they spoke. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 ended up with a big bump on their heads. After getting off the ship, Karp led the 3 towards the marshal's office. Soon, the 4 arrived at the door, and Karp directly pushed it open. Haha, Sengoku, I brought these 3 little guys back. Now bring out your snacks. Sengoku, damn Karp. Can't you knock on the door? And why should I give you snacks? The 3 from Luji were directly stunned by the 2. At this moment, Crane spoke up. You 2 have had enough. There are juniors watching. Karp and Sengoku simultaneously stopped their actions and looked at the 3 from Luji, who immediately turned their heads to look elsewhere. Luffy, this room has a great layout. Ace, the furnishings in this room are nice. Only Sabo is watching with great interest. Sabo, why did you stop? Sengoku's face darkened, and both Luffy and Ace admired Sabo in their hearts. You're still brave. Too soon, Sengoku regained his commanding presence, and Luffy, Ace, and the swollen Sabo all looked at him. Sengoku, are you 3 sure about joining the Navy? The 3 members of the roadbed nodded. Warring states, why do you want to join the Navy? Luffy, become stronger and protect the weak. Ace, capture pirates and let people live good lives. Sabo, freedom. Freedom without oppression. Sengoku and Tsuru nodded. Garp, my grandson is truly remarkable. At this moment, Sengoku looked at Luffy, as he was most familiar with him. Sengoku, back then, when the Golden Lion wreaked havoc in Marineford, you showed us a glimpse of your power and scared us all. So, what kind of surprise can you bring me now? Of course, Luji knows what the warring states mean. In other words, it's asking about your strength. Karp, don't worry. Warring states, this kid Luji has already reached the rank of Major. Ace has reached the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. And Sabo is just 1 step away from reaching Lieutenant Colonel. Moreover, they have a skill that can elevate their strength to the next level, but afterwards, they will enter a serious period of weakness. Crane, Karp, are you sure you're not joking? How old are they? Karp, no, these 3 kids are all freaks. And they're all devil fruit users. Warring states, I know Luji has the metal fruit. What about the other 2? Karp, the natural type burn fruit and the natural type rock fruit. Warring states, they are actually the legendary devil fruits with the greatest potential. Crane, including Luji and Akiji's devil fruits, the Navy directly possesses 4 of the 5 legendary fruits. Warring states, although these devil fruits were not the strongest at first, their later performance can rival Akainu's magma fruit and the now missing thunder fruit. At this moment, the door to the marshal's office was pushed open, and an old man with purple hair and a mechanical arm walked in. I heard Luji is here. Where is he? Warring states, you didn't even knock, Zephyr. Zephyr, I'll pay attention next time. At this moment, Luji came before Zephyr. Road base. Zephyr, do you remember me? Zephyr, road base, I've missed you so much, Sengoku. Just in time, Zephyr is here too. You'll take these 3 little ones away shortly and bring them to the Naval Academy for training. Zephyr, of course. I will take these 3 little ones as my closed-door disciples. At that moment, the door was pushed open again. A person in a red suit entered, with a rose pinned to his chest and wearing a hat that said Justice. Zephyr-sensei, I once said I would compete for Road-Base Sensei's position. Sengoku, can we just knock on the door? Zephyr, Akainu, are you sure you want to compete with me? Akainu, of course. The tension between the two began to rise, feeling like they could fight at any moment. At that moment, Road-Base stepped directly between them. Wait a minute, can you let me speak? The tension between Zephyr and Akainu began to slowly dissipate. Road-Base, how about this? Admiral Zephyr will teach us physical techniques and haki training, and Admiral Akainu will teach us the development of devil fruits. Zephyr and Akainu thought for a moment and then nodded. Sengoku, all right, take them to the academy. Soon, the 3 of them followed Zephyr to the Navy Academy. They quickly prepared dormitories for the 3 of them and took them to the classroom. Zephyr directly called out the Major General inside and then introduced him to the 3 of them. This is the top Navy Major General Akusu. Don't underestimate him just because he is a Major General. He is an expert in physical techniques and haki, and ordinary vice admirals are not his match. Akusu, Teacher Zephyr. You flatter me. Zephyr, ha ha, from now on, Akusu will be your teacher. Akusu, Teacher Zephyr, don't worry. Zephyr, then on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings, you will train with me, and on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, you will train with Akainu. Sunday is reserved for your rest. Luji, all right, no problem. Zifa, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Zifa left, and Luji and the other 2 followed Aksu into the classroom. Time unknowingly passed for a year, and the strength of Luji and the other 2 was once again improved. The Foundation now possesses the strength of a Major General, while Ace and Sabo have the strength of a Brigadier General. Sabo finally caught up with Ace after a year, mainly due to the development of their devil fruit abilities. The 3 of them graduated early because their strength was too overwhelming. Currently, Luffy holds the rank of Major, while Ace and Sabo are captains. Since Luffy and the others have just graduated, they do not have high military training. Major is already the limit in the Navy. One day, Sengoku summoned the 3 of them to the Marshal's office. Sengoku, your strength is already quite strong, but you are still too young and have just graduated, so we cannot give you high military training. Roadbed, it's okay. Marshal, the 3 of us are quite indifferent to fame and fortune like the old man. Ace and Sabo nodded. Warring states, but don't learn from Karp. Next, you will be assigned to the East Sea. I know you brothers have a deep bond, so I won't separate you. I will directly assign the 3 of you to Smoker. Roadbed, good. So when are we leaving? Warring states, we can leave anytime. By the way, Karp is heading back to the East Sea soon, so you can go together. Luji, understood. After that, Luji and the 3 left the office. The 3 of them first arrived at Zefei's office. Roadbed, teacher, we are here. Zefei, how is it? Where were you assigned? Roadbed, East Sea. Zephyr, what? East Sea? Isn't this nonsense? Luffy, it's okay. Teacher, the 3 of us will go to the East Sea for a few days, and we'll come back. Ace, yeah? Teacher, you can rest assured. Sabo nodded beside him. Zephyr, all right, but you can't neglect your training. Okay, X3, then the 3 of them went to find Akainu, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left. Soon, Luffy and the others boarded Karp's ship. They headed towards the East Sea. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Lowtown, and the 3 of them went to the naval base alone. They quickly reached the naval base. The Navy at the entrance directly stopped Luffy and the others. Soldier, stop, who are you? Luji, we are the Navy reporting in. My name is Luji, and these 2 are Ace and Sabo. He then handed over the information of the 3 to the soldier. Soldier, Major Luji, hello. Captains Ace and Sabo, hello. Roadbed, can you help notify Colonel Smoker? Soldier, sure, please follow me. Soon, the 3 followed the soldier to Smoker's office. The soldier knocked on the door. Kumin. The few entered the smoke-filled office, where Smoker was sorting through documents with his head down. Soldier, Colonel, the admiral sent by the Navy headquarters has arrived. Smoker waved his hand. The roadbed patted the soldier. You go ahead, we'll talk among ourselves. Then the soldier left. Luji, Smoker, still so fond of smoking. Smoker felt that the voice was familiar, and then he directly raised his head. What came into view was Luchi's big face. Smoker, Luchi, and you too, didn't you just go to the Navy Academy for a year? Ace, we graduated early because we were too strong. Sabo, I wonder if your strength has improved over the years. Smoker, damn brats. Luffy, all right, Smoker, the three of us are Navy sent by the naval headquarters, so we'll follow your lead from now on. After saying that, Luffy took a cigar from Smoker and started smoking it himself. Smoker, don't touch my cigar. Luji acted as if he didn't hear. Smoker, bastard. Smoker's face turned dark with anger. At that moment, Tashigi rushed in from outside. Not good, Colonel Smoker. Over 30 pirate ships have appeared in the distance from Rogue Town. It seems to be the Jimmick pirates. Smoker, just a pirate crew that escaped from the Grand Line to the East Blue. Tashigi, but the captain, vice captain, and third in command are all devil fruit users. Smoker, what devil fruits? Tashigi, Captain Jimmick has the wood fruit, Vice Captain Kos has the clone fruit, and third in command Pays has the vine fruit. Smoker, immediately gather the navy at the base. It looks like we're in for a tough battle. At this time, Luji extinguished his cigar. No need. This group of pirates is just right for us brothers to practice. With that, Luji and the others walked out directly. Smoker, arrogant little brat, then instructed Tashigi to carry out the orders just given. The three of them quickly arrived at the seaside, where countless pirate ships could be seen in the distance. Ace, big brother, there's so many pirate ships. Sabo, we can have a good fight today. Luffy looked at the two people. Captain goes to me. Ace is the first mate, and Sabo is the third in command. Then the little soldier looked over. Understood too. Then Luffy flew directly out. Ace's lower body turned into flames and followed closely. Sabo, you two slow down. Then Sabo waved his hand, and the ground split open. Sabo jumped up and flew over as well. Jimmick, get ready. We're about to arrive at Rogue Town. First mate Kosi. Captain, I heard there's a natural-type marine in Rogue Town. It might be a tough battle. Jimmick, Kosi, you're being too cautious. Besides, we have 3 devil fruit users. Kosi, better to be careful. Pays, first mate. Is this really the hometown of Pirate King Roger ahead? Kosi, that's right. Pays, that's great. We're actually going to invade the hometown of the Pirate King. Just thinking about it is exciting. At that moment, Kosi noticed something. Captain, something is flying over. Jimmick immediately looked in the direction Kosi pointed and saw 3 figures. Jimmick, looks like the Marines. Prepare for battle. Luffy, Sabo, let's show them who's boss. Sabo, no problem. Sabo raised his hand slightly, and soon there were movements coming from the seabed. A large amount of mud began to emerge from the water. Before long, the mud had taken control of the pirate ship, turning the area into solid ground. Of course, this was time-limited and would dissipate soon. Ace, Sabo, you're amazing. Sabo, it's something Big Brother taught me. Although it won't last long, it's enough. Roadbed. All right, the pirates on the other side are ready for battle. Get ready to start. Keisai, what kind of ability is this? Jimiji, don't worry about that. They're definitely here for us. Prepare for battle. With that, Jimiji clapped his hands together and transformed into a giant wooden figure. Keisai also drew his long knife, and then 3 identical cases appeared. Pauser. This is getting more and more interesting. He then opened his palm, and a vine grew directly from his body. The pirates behind the 3 also drew their swords one by one. Look, the captain is using a devil fruit. The vice captain's ability is so cool. Brother Pauser is really strong. Roadbed. It seems the same as the intelligence. Ace. I don't know how long we can hold on. Sabo, don't be too weak. Soon, the 3 rushed towards the assigned enemies. Jimmick, who are you? Jimmick is also curious about the origins of these 3, as the intelligence did not mention that there were these strong individuals in Rogue Town. Luj, my name is Luj, and I just transferred here from the naval headquarters as a major. Jimmick, a major, huh? Do you think too highly of yourself? With that, Jimmick directly raised his fist and swung it at Luj. The roadbed's eyes turned red and directly dodged the attack. Jimmick, is that observation haki? Just because you saw the Navy's ranks doesn't mean anything. Lujia, that's right. Then Lujia raised his fist. Heavy hit. Jimiji immediately raised his wooden arm to block. However, Jimiji still took a few steps back, and a fist mark appeared on his wooden arm. Roadbed, very strong defense, but not enough. Jimmick, arrogant little brat. Then Jimmick began to launch a fierce attack, and the speed of his punches became faster and faster. The embankment leisurely avoids. Luj, so slow. After saying that, Luj immediately seized the opportunity and swung his fist, which was wrapped in armament haki. Explode. The fist struck Jimo's abdomen directly, and in an instant, Jimo's abdomen burst open. The wood quickly reconnected, and Ximu appeared to be unharmed. However, the blood slowly trickling from the corner of his mouth said it all. Ximu, armament haki is strong, but I can use it too. Then, Ximu slowly became enveloped in darkness. Luffy, I underestimated you. Then, both of them struck simultaneously. They began to throw punches wildly. and their momentum kept rising. However, it's important to note that Luffy hadn't used the power of his devil fruit, and he was particularly relaxed at the moment. In contrast, Jimig's face was already twisted, with anger and the pain from his fists stimulating his brain. Jimig never expected Luffy to be so strong. His devil fruit ability, combined with haki, couldn't compare to Luffy. Even though Ximu could use armament haki in the Grand Line, it really meant nothing. In the pirate world, one either practices physical combat and haki to the extreme, or they master their devil fruit to the extreme. The early antagonist Crocodile is an example of someone who mastered his devil fruit to the extreme. Ximu, on the other hand, doesn't have a strong devil fruit, and his physical combat and haki are also lacking. Roadbed. No wonder they fled to the East Sea. With his strength, they're simply seeking death on the Grand Line. Ximu, arrogant little brat. Luji smiled, and then a stream of black liquid flowed out from his body. This liquid was actually liquid metal, but Luji thought the previous silver color was not very attractive, so he changed it to black. The liquid metal directly wrapped around Luji's arms and then hardened. The foundation. Today is the end of your adventure. Metal, armored arms, explosions. The embankment disappeared directly in front of Jimiji. Jimiji began to look around, but could not find the embankment at all. Luji, right here. Suddenly, Luji appeared in front of him and threw a punch. A sharp pain surged from Jimiji's abdomen, and cracks began to appear on Jimiji's body. Jimiji, how is this possible? I am a natural-type devil fruit user. Subgrade. Natural system? Is it very strong? Then the subgrade strikes again. The embankment directly controls the metal wrapping around Jimiji. The metal is being squeezed. Then the metal starts to contract, and Jimiji lets out a terrible scream. I was wrong. Please let me go. Luji, you have blood on your hands from quite a few people. Do you think that's possible? Then Luji clenched his hands, and the metal fused together, directly crushing Jimiji into pieces. The roadbed has reclaimed the metal, leaving only some fragments on the spot. The foundation, just in case, directly threw the fragments into the sea. Although Jimorg had turned into fragments, the foundation was still uneasy. After all, his devil fruit was of the natural type. Ace faced off against Koth. Ace. Wow. You can actually clone yourself. Koth, you talk too much, Dai. 4 Koths raised their swords and attacked Ace. Ace. What a violent guy. Ace used observation haki to dodge the attack, and immediately checked which one was real. However, Ace was surprised to find that all 4 Koths were real. The 4 Koths then surrounded Ace. A very strange devil fruit ability. After saying that, Ace took out a stick and ignited it with flames. Ace swung the stick at one of them, but the stick passed right through that one. Ace, how is that possible? At that moment, that Koth raised his sword and slashed at Ace. Ace was hit by a flame, but fortunately, Koth didn't use armament haki. Otherwise, Ace would have been injured. Ace attacked again, this time using observation haki to carefully observe. Then Ace launched a frenzied attack. Soon, Ace discovered that Koth's clones could switch between physical and intangible forms. However, Koth himself did not have this ability, making it difficult to discern which one was the real body when they were all physical. Koth for bodies, quick slash. The 4 Koths moved simultaneously, and then several streaks of sword light flashed. Ace was slashed several times, but it did not cause any harm. Ace, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Navy Lieutenant Ace, a natural type Mera Nomi user. Koth had already guessed that Ace was of the natural type, and this only solidified Koth's thoughts. Koth thought, I can't injure this guy without armament haki. On the pirate ship, only 2 people could use haki. One was Captain Jimorg, and the other was the first mate Pays. Koth relied on his strong devil fruit and swordsmanship to sit in the position of vice captain. Koth, kid, are you interested in becoming a pirate? Ace, no, but I'm very willing to kill pirates and catch pirates. Koth immediately had a black line on his face, but there was nothing he could do. Right now, Koth couldn't hurt Ace, and Ace couldn't hit Koth. However, Koth's stamina was depleting quickly, as it required energy to maintain the clone ability. At this moment, Ace revealed a charming smile. Then flames began to erupt from Ace's body. Slowly, the flames began to condense, and soon 3 flame beings appeared. Ace, so it can be done. Although Ace couldn't create clones, he could create flame beings that were one-to-one replicas of real people. Ace, but it's a bit exhausting, still acceptable. Ace then directly controlled the flame beings to attack. Koth didn't expect Ace to use this move. With this operation, Ace found Koth's real body. Ace, it's time to end this. Ace raised his right hand. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. The flames gathered in Ace's hand, transforming from a fireball into a giant fire dragon. Ace, This is a skill I just developed not long ago. Ace's new skill not only increased the attack range, but also raised the temperature of the flames. Ace sent the giant dragon towards Koth. Koth, one sword style, shadow strike. He then slashed out a strike, but it was immediately devoured by the fire dragon. Koth was also sent flying by the fire dragon. The dragon quickly caught up and opened its mouth to swallow him. Sabo faced off against Paze. Paze immediately used vines to lash out at Sabo, who jumped to evade. At that moment, several vines suddenly appeared on the ground, entangling Sabo. Paze attacked again, but Sabo transformed into mud to escape the vine's restraints. Paze, natural type devil fruit? Interesting. What's your name? Sabo. I am Navy Lieutenant Sabo, a natural type IWA Nomi user. Paze. My name is Paze, a superhuman type vines fruit user. At that moment, Paze suddenly launched a sneak attack, whipping his vine towards Sabo again. Sabo, what a lack of martial ethics. He then took out his stick to block. After blocking Paze's attack, Sabo charged towards Paze. Paze immediately caused sharp vines to sprout from the ground to obstruct him. However, Sabo used observation haki and his agility to dodge them all. Sabo, what a strange devil fruit. He then swung his stick at Paze. Paze, vines, armor. Seeing he couldn't evade, Paze used his fruit to turn the vines into armor. However, Paze was still knocked back by Sabo. Paze flew several meters before finally stopping. And as soon as he steadied himself, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Paze, so strong. However, Paze did not show any panic, but instead revealed a hint of excitement. Then Paze charged at Sabo directly. Paze wrapped vines around his fist and then coated it with armament haki. Vina feast. Sabo also wrapped his fist with armament haki to meet him. The fist collided with a loud bang. Sabo was completely unharmed, and Paze, thanks to the protection of the vines, was also okay. Paze, kid, not bad, but still not enough. Sabo, oh really? Sabo was also ready to show his true strength. He put away his stick and then merged his index and middle fingers, as well as his ring and little fingers. Sabo charged at Paze. Dragon Claw, heavy strike. Paze raised his fist again, but at the moment of contact, Paze's armament haki shattered, and the vines wrapped around it were torn apart. Before Paze could react, Sabo's Dragon Claw had already struck Paze's arm. Instantly, the sound of bones shattering echoed from Paze's arm, and he spat out blood and was sent flying. But that wasn't the end. Paze raised his arm, slowly gathering rock and soil. Rock Dragon, Erosion Charge. A giant rock dragon launched itself at Paze, and in midair, rocks slowly covered Paze's entire body. The three brothers, having finished their battles, flew back into the air. The three looked at several pirate ships and thousands of pirates. Luji, Sabo, you take care of them. We must destroy these pirate ships. As for the pirates, it's up to their fate. Sabo nodded. It's just the right time to try out my new skills. Then Sabo raised his hand. Soon, Sabo was sweating profusely, and, at that moment, a small black dot appeared in the sky. It was slowly getting bigger and falling faster. At this time, Luji supported the weak Sabo. The pirates also saw what was in the sky, and it was a meteorite. Ace's eyes were filled with stars. Skoyo, Sabo, you actually summoned a meteorite. The Foundation didn't show much performance, as it was just advice from Luji to Sabo. The meteors in space are made of rock and metal, so both Luji and Sabo can summon meteors. However, it consumes a lot of energy. After all, it can't be compared to Tank Tiger's skills. Tank Tiger attaches weight to the meteors, while Luji and Sabo purely control the meteors. The sight of the meteors crashing was directly witnessed by the people of Rogtown. Look, what is that? It looks like a meteor, and it's getting closer. Should we run? There's no way to run. At this moment, Smog, who was by the sea, also saw this scene. What are these three guys doing? On the other side, Luji and the others were also preparing to leave. Roadbed. A meteorite impact will definitely trigger a small tsunami. We need to hurry back to protect Rogtown. Ace, okay. Roadbed. Sabo, take a break for a while. The rest is up to me and Ace. Sabo nodded, and soon the three of them arrived at Rogtown, where Smoker was already waiting. Smoker, do you three want to destroy Rogtown? Roadbed, take good care of Sabo, and leave the rest to us. At this moment, the meteorite directly struck all the pirate ships, and a massive tsunami erupted on the sea. Roadbed, here it comes, Ace. Are you ready? Ace, okay. Jiao Loki directly merged with a full set of metal armor. Then Loki raised his arm. The giant armored arm was astonishing. Loki's right hand transformed into a massive metal arm, almost the size of a truck. Ace was also engulfed in flames. Fire God. Then Ace transformed into a flame giant. Fire God, burning the heavens. The flame giant began to gather energy in its hands. Subsequently, Loki and Ace launched their attacks simultaneously. The overwhelming momentum surged towards the giant tsunami before them, and in an instant, the tsunami shattered and merged into the sea. Smoker was taken aback by the attacks from the two. One possessed the strength of a general, and the other had the strength of a rear admiral. Yet you tell me they are just a major and a captain. And there is also a captain who can summon meteorites. Loki saw Smoker's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Smoker's face turned red, and he went straight back to the base, then quickly arrived at the office. As soon as Smoker sat down, he called Sengoku. Sengoku. Smoker, what's wrong? Smoker. Admiral Sengoku. Why did you send those 3 guys from Loki to me? Sengoku. They just graduated and need some experience. Smoker. Loki can shatter giant tsunamis. Ace can turn into a fire giant, and Sabo can summon meteors. You're telling me they need experience? Sengoku. We haven't seen their true combat power either. Smoker. Get them out here quickly. Sengoku. No way. They need to stay in the East Blue for 3 years no matter what. Smoker. With that kind of power, staying in the East Blue is just a joke. Sengoku. I'll negotiate as soon as possible. As long as it's not excessive, they could do whatever they want. Smoker. All right. With no other options. Smoker directly gave the 3 of them a ship, and then let them go out to sea to catch pirates by themselves. The ranks of the 3 members of the road base have been promoted again, as they defeated the gimmick pirate crew, which had a total bounty of 500 million berries. Luffy didn't expect this pirate crew to be so valuable. Now Luffy is a lieutenant colonel, and Ace and Sabo have also become majors. Soon, it was time for Luffy and the others to set sail. As soon as Luffy boarded the ship, he immediately began to modify it. The modified ship can now travel at high speeds using flames. Ace, who can release flames, is on board, but it may consume a lot of his stamina. Soon, Luffy came up with an idea. He found Sabo and whispered a few words in his ear. Before long, Sabo walked over holding a large piece of black stone. This was exactly the coal Luffy needed, as coal is also a type of rock. So Luffy wanted Sabo to try to see if he could transform it. Unexpectedly, he succeeded. Although the sailing speed is definitely not as fast as when Ace releases flames, it is sufficient. After a day of high-speed sailing, the 3 arrived at their hometown, Windmill Village. They went straight to Makino's bar. When Makino saw 3 people in navy uniforms enter the bar, she initially thought that Garp had returned. Looky, Machino's sister, we are back. At this moment, Machino took a closer look. Looky, Ace, Sabo. It turns out to be you 3 little guys. Luji, bring me 3 cups of wine and some food. Makinuo, coming right up. The 3 on the road did not bring food, and they kept eating fish along the way. Soon, the 3 of them were full. Markino, is that enough? Luffy, enough. Sis, the 3 of us are going to the mountain to check on Luffy, and we'll come back to find you later. Makino nodded. Then, the 3 of them flew directly towards the mountain bandits' home. Soon, they arrived at the doorstep. Luji, Dad, we are back. The 3 of them had already used their observation haki to see a bit, and Luffy was not at home. Dayton, so it's you 3 little brats. Why are you back? Roadbed, we're here to train in the EC and also to see Luffy and you guys. Ace, how is it? Have you missed us? Dayton immediately turned around, wiping her tears, and said, who would miss you little brats? To be honest, living together for a few years has inevitably created some feelings. The 3 from the Luji group didn't stay for long. They left a batch of gold for Dedanch and then departed. Soon, they found Luffy playing in the forest. The 3 exchanged a smile and then directly attacked Luffy. Divine Fist, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist. These are the close combat moves of the Luji trio. Luji's Divine Fist is his own invention. Sabo's Dragon Claw was obtained by Luji from a dragon, and Ace's Dragon Fist was invented based on Sabo's Dragon Claw. The trio's attacks instantly reached Luffy, and a scream echoed through the forest. The 3 of them looked at Luffy, who had a head full of bumps. Subgrade, have you trained during the year we have been walking? Luffy, no. Ace, the Navy's 6 powers haven't improved either. Sabo, the Devil Fruit hasn't been enhanced either. The 3 of them on the road are about to be driven crazy by Luffy. Luffy, with your strength, you simply can't become the Pirate King. Why don't you come with us and become a Marine instead? Luffy, no, I'm going to be the Pirate King. Ace punches Luffy on the head. With your level of strength, you can't even get out of the East Blue. Sabo, Luffy, dreams require strength. The 3 of them didn't say anything, and they prepared some food in the forest. After eating, Luji left a book on the Navy's 6 styles for Luffy. It was written about the Navy's 6 styles and the development direction of your Devil Fruit, so take a look at it yourself. Then, the 3 of them left this place. They returned to Makino's bar, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left. Just as the 3 of them boarded the ship, The transponder snail rang. Roadbed. Moses, Moses. Smog. I am Smog. A group of pirates has entered the East Sea from the Grand Line, with a total bounty of 700 million berries. Roadbed. Aren't pirates with bounties over 500 million captured by admiral-level officers? Smoker. Which one of you three isn't at the admiral level? Loki. The location tells us. Smog directly informed Loki of the location. The roadbed. Get ready. A battle is about to begin. Soon, the three members of the roadbed will encounter the Kwa High Pirate Group, which has a total bounty of 700 million. Roadbed. Captain Ko-O of the Ko-O pirate crew, a master of body techniques and haki. Vice Captain Lia, a Zoan-type elephant fruit user, proficient in two-color haki. Third in command Pu, a master swordsman-level expert, proficient in two-handed haki. Ace. Sounds very strong. Roadbed. If we classify by naval strength, Ku has the strength of a rear admiral, while Leah and Peony have the strength of a commodore. Sabo. They're a bit weaker than us, but we should be able to have some fun. Peony. Captain, there's a naval ship in the distance, but it seems to be a small one. Ku. Let's go straight for it. It's a good chance to intimidate the East Sea Navy. Peony. Captain, why are we in the East Sea? It's known as the weakest sea. Ku. I don't care about being the pirate king, but I can reign over a sea area, and the East Sea is just right. Leah. Huh. The captain really has foresight. The pirate ship is getting closer to the naval ship. Luji. Saber, it's up to you. Saber nodded and then raised both hands. Earth Seal. In an instant, the pirate ship was completely immobilized. Pirate. Captain, we're trapped by the Earth. The pirate ship can't move. What's going on? Leah. Captain. Could it be the Navy on the other side doing something? Impossible. The EC Navy doesn't have that kind of strength. At this moment, Luji and the other two flew directly towards Ko-O's pirate ship. Peiyu. Captain, something is flying over. Shoot it down. Peiyu quickly drew the sword from her waist and then unleashed several slashes. Luji. The speed is acceptable, but the power is insufficient. Ace and Sabo acted instantly, both using the Navy's 6 styles Galefoot to unleash several slashes. The collision of the slashes shattered Peridot's attack, while Ace and Sabo's slashes flew into the sea. Peridot. Captain, he is strong. Ku nodded with a serious expression. Soon, Luji and the others slowly landed on the ship. Roadbed. Ku-O pirate group. Total bounty over 700 million berries. Ku-O. Friend, isn't it time for a self-introduction? Robase. Sorry, I forgot. I am Colonel Robase from the Navy headquarters. These two are my younger brothers, Major Ace and Major Sabo. Cool. Your strength can't possibly match your ranks. Roadbed. We just graduated, so our ranks are indeed a bit low. As long as we capture you, our ranks might go a bit higher. Ko-O. Kid, I admit you are strong, but capturing us isn't enough. The three of them smiled, but didn't say anything. Ko-O. If it really doesn't work out, you could just follow me and become pirates. I guarantee you'll eat well and drink well. Luffy, you're not the first pirate to say that to me. My answer is no way. Kuro, damn brat, go on, kill them. The pirates charged directly at Luffy and the others. Luo-Ji, I'll take care of the minions. Lia and Poyo are up to you. Then Luo-Ji charged straight out. Luji directly knocked out a small Karami with one punch. Some were knocked out on the spot, while others were hit into the sea by Luji. The speed of Luji was getting faster, and soon half of the pirates on the ship were gone. Ko-O, Lia, Peiyu, hurry up and deal with this kid, Luji. Lia and Peiyu immediately rushed towards Luji. Peiyu drew her sword, and at that moment, Sabo raised his stick to block Peiyu. Sabo, your opponent is me. Ace also punched Lia back. Ace, what do you want to do? Ko-O, damn it, I forgot about these two. With no other choice, Ko-O had to take action himself, or else all his subordinates would be dealt with. Ko-O jumped directly in front of Luji. Kid, you're too arrogant. He then kicked towards Luji. The roadbed narrowly dodged the attack with a flash of red in his eyes. Ko-O observation haki? How could the Navy let you come to the East Blue? Ko-O cursed the Navy admiral in his heart countless times. Luji dodged the attack and then turned around, kicking towards Ko-O. Ko-O didn't have time to evade and was directly kicked away. Ko-O quickly stabilized himself, rubbing the spot where Luji had kicked him. Such great strength. What a tough little brat. Then Ko-O launched a fierce attack towards Luji again. Lujixin thought, no wonder he is a master of physical techniques. Both strength and speed are perfectly controlled. Lucky dodged Ko-O's attacks while studying his attack patterns. Ko-O thought to himself, this kid is really strong. Even with my observation haki, I can't hit him. Just then, a pirate suddenly appeared and surrounded Lucky. Ko-O seized the opportunity and struck directly at Lucky, but Lucky immediately transformed into an elemental form to evade the attack. However, that pirate was directly sent flying by Ko'o's punch. Luji, that was close. You almost hit me. Oh, damn, you're still a devil fruit user. At that moment, Luji suddenly made a move and punched Ko'o in the stomach. Ko'o flew directly out and crashed into the railing. Ko'o, such strong power. Ko'o immediately activated both observation haki and armament haki. Luji saw the other party showing their true skills and put away his nonchalant demeanor. Then Luji also used armament haki. Lucky, come on. Show me all your skills. Ko'o, you little brat, seeking death. Then the two began to exchange punches. It was only when they truly faced off that Lucky felt Ko'o's strength. I have to say, Ko'o's power is really impressive, almost on par with Lucky. Ko'o, Kochon, roadbed, heavy hit. The two attacked simultaneously, and Ko'o was sent flying. Ko'o, standing firm, had blood continuously flowing from his mouth. Ko'o, kid, you're strong. Roadbed, you too. Ko'o, kid, I don't like sitting in prison. I'd rather die in battle. Lucky, I understand. I'll use my strongest move to send you off. Cool, thanks, kid. Let me show you my final move. Then Ko'o got into position, and Lucky equipped his armored arm. Cool, fighting Shash. The armored arm of the roadbed collided with the fist of the other person, creating a tremendous shockwave. Soon after, Ko'o slowly turned into ashes. Roadbase, safe travels. In fact, Roadbase admires such strong individuals. He then looked over at Ace and Sabo, whose battle was still raging on. Luji found a spot to sit down and leisurely watch the fight. The battle between Ace and Rhea was quite intense. Rhea possessed immense strength, thanks to the powers granted by the devil fruit. Rhea's power might even surpass that of Koru, but he lacked any martial skills. Currently, Rhea charged at Ace like an elephant, while Ace skillfully dodged using his observation haki. Although Rhea's strength was great, his speed was quite slow, especially in the face of observation haki. However, there were some strong individuals whose movements could not be discerned even with observation haki. Ace continued to launch attacks. Rhea's devil fruit not only granted him immense strength, but also formidable defense. Ace's attacks left no marks on Rhea. Rhea, kid, are you just tickling me? Ace, I just want to play a bit longer. Then Ace casually threw another fireball. The fireball hit Rhea and then dispersed. Rhea only felt a slight burning sensation, which quickly faded. Ace, you're really tough, aren't you? Rhea realized he had been toyed with by Ace. Infuriated, Rhea transformed into his beast human form, the strongest form for a Zoan devil fruit user. In this state, his power, speed, and defense reached their peak. Ace blinked, and Rhea appeared directly behind him. Rhea, with his arm covered in armament haki, punched Ace. Ace couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying. He quickly stabilized himself in midair. Ace, not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to the old man's punches. Indeed, Garp had been training Luji and the others' ability to withstand hits. Therefore, the current resilience of Luji's group was quite strong. Rhea, oh, really? Let's see you take another hit. Ace, do you think you still have a chance? Rhea charged at Ace again, but Ace swiftly dodged. However, Rhea quickly turned around like a homing missile. Ace, it's time for a real counterattack. With that, Ace raised his right fist. Fire fist. A massive flame engulfed Rhea, who then burst out from the flames. Now Rhea was hairless. His clothes had several holes burned into them, and his body was charred black. Rhea, dumb brat. Ace, you're really strong, uncle. While dodging Rhea's attacks, Ace remarked, Rhea, tusk charge. Rhea thrust his ivory at Ace, who grabbed it with both hands and jumped over Rhea's head. Ace, uncle, you're lacking in speed. It must be admitted that Ace was indeed infuriating. Just then, a loud crash echoed from afar, capturing the attention of both Ace and Rhea. They then saw Luji kill Koru. Rhea's eyes turned red with rage. Meanwhile, Luji leisurely sat by, watching the spectacle. Seeing Luji finish his fight, Ace decided to stop messing with Rhea. Ace's body ignited in flames, summoning a giant of fire. Fire god, burn heaven. Ace unleashed his ultimate move at Rhea, who was reduced to ashes in a blaze of intense heat. Ace slowly returned to his original form and walked over to sit beside Luji. Roadbed, how is it? Leah, the arm color is not up to standard, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Route, enjoy this leisurely time in the EC, as we will soon set off for the Grand Line. The roadbed felt that the three of them would soon be recalled to the naval headquarters. At this moment, the two looked in the direction of Sabo. Roadbed, all right, Sabo's battle is about to end. Peiyu slashes at Sabo with his knife. Sabo turns around to dodge the attack, and then strikes back at Peiyu with a staff. Peiyu immediately blocks with his knife. Peiyu, not bad strength. Sabo turns and smiles, attacking again. As Sabo unleashes the Earth Dragon Staff technique, both the power and angle of his attacks become particularly sharp. Peiyu gradually starts to struggle to keep up. Sabo's attacks become faster and faster. Peiyu, 100 blade instant slash. In an instant, a flash of blade light passes, and Sabo immediately uses armament haki and rock armor for defense. Just a moment ago, Sabo only saw Peiyu move slightly, but then multiple slashes appeared in an instant. The slashes hit Sabo, producing a metallic clashing sound. At this moment, Sabo disappears from his spot and reappears directly behind Peiyu. Then, his right hand turns into a claw and attacks Peiyu from behind. Peiyu immediately turns around and blocks the attack with his knife. However, the immense force still sends Peiyu flying. Sabo didn't expect Peiyu's observation haki to actually sense him. Draw the knife and slash, instant slash. Peiyu steadies himself and delivers a slash. This slash is very fast, almost instantaneously reaching Sabo's face. Sabo is directly cut in half by the slash. However, what flows out from the middle of Sabo is not blood but soil. Soon, Sabo regains his original form. Sabo, I forgot to tell you, I'm a Logia-type user of the Rock Earth fruit. While speaking, Sabo shows an apologetic smile. Peiyu, Logia? Then I have a way to kill you too. As he speaks, the long knife in Peiyu's hand is covered with black armament haki. He then slashes out the same attack again. Sabo, the same move 1T work on me. Sabo directly extends his dragon claws. Dragon claw tear. That slash is directly caught by Sabo and then crushed. Peiyu's eyes widen in disbelief. Peiyu begins to attack frantically, but Sabo stands still, not moving at all. Slash after slash is crushed by Sabo. At this moment, an explosion occurs in the distance, followed by a massive fireball. Soon, Roadbed and Ace appear not far from Sabo and find a place to sit down. Ace, Sabo, hurry up, I'm hungry. Sabo, all right. Peiyu in the distance immediately realizes that Kuu and Leah have already been defeated. At this moment, black smoke begins to emanate from Peiyu's body. Peiyu, you kill my companions. Today I'm going to take you all down with me. Roadbed in the distance immediately becomes serious. Peiyu, I forgot to tell you, I'm also a devil fruit user. Then, the black smoke around Peiyu increases. The embankment immediately stood up. Roadbed, be careful, he seems to be getting stronger slowly. Peridot, I'm a Superman-type cost fruit. I exchanged my life for 3 hours of powerful strength. That's enough to deal with you guys. Then Peridot's strength began to soar, and finally, Peridot's strength stopped increasing. Roadbed, Sob, let me do it. You're no match for him. Although the Foundation doesn't know exactly how strong Peridot is, it is certain that Ace and Sabo are not opponents for each other. Luji directly took out the phone bug and then threw it to Ace next to him. Lucky, hurry and call for rescue. His strength is beyond my imagination. Then Lucky charged out directly, preparing to strike first. However, Poyu unleashed a slash that sent Lucky flying. The embankment flew out directly and then crashed into the railing. The roadbed spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn, that's close to the strength of a general. Luffy's words stunned Ace and Sabo beside him. Right now, Luffy definitely wasn't a match for them. Even using his godly rage wouldn't close the gap. Luji, hurry up and call for help. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. After saying that, Luji directly activated Divine Fury. Subsequently, Luji's strength began to soar. Previously, Luji thought that activating Divine Fury could elevate him by one stage, but later he discovered that it was impossible. When the road base reaches the strength of a lieutenant general, it activates the Divine Wrath, or even a lieutenant general, which is not even comparable to a general. It can be seen that the increase in strength from Divine Wrath is also limited. The stable strength of the road base directly charges towards the Jade. A smile appears at the corner of the Jade's mouth, and then it directly unleashes a slash. Luji quickly dodged the attack, and then threw a punch at Poyu. Poyu also raised his right hand to meet the punch. However, in an instant, Luji was sent flying. At that moment, Ace finally got through to Sengoku on the phone. Sengoku, what happened, Luji? Ace, Marshal Sengoku, this is Ace. We are in trouble. Sengoku, how is that possible? Weren't you supposed to capture the KOU pirates? Ace, the intel was wrong. Poyu, the third in command of the KOU pirates, is a devil fruit user with the superhuman type cost fruit. Poyu's strength is now close to that of an admiral, and my brother is currently fighting him. Sengoku, hold on. I will send Admiral Kizaru right away. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku immediately called for Kizaru. Soon, Kizaru arrived at the marshal's office. Kizaru, what is going on, Marshal Sengoku? Sengoku quickly explained everything to Kizaru and urged him to provide support. Kizaru, so scary. He then transformed into a flash of light and left the office. Sengoku, those 3 kids must not have any accidents. Otherwise, Garp will go berserk along with that bastard Zephyr and Akainu. Meanwhile, Luji stood up from the rubble. At this moment, Ace and Sabo came to Luji's side. Ace, Marshal Sengoku has already dispatched Admiral Kizaru. Roadbed. All right, you and Saber leave here. You're no match for him at all. Ace, not necessarily. We'll know after we fight. Saber, we are quite strong. Luji glanced at the two and then smiled. Don't die. He then charged directly at Poyu. The two activated their divine fury, and their strength began to soar. Fire God, Rock God. In an instant, a giant of flames and a giant of rocks appeared. Ace and Sabo unleashed their full power, facing opponents with nearly admiral-level strength. They didn't dare to let their guard down for even a moment. The Roadbed and Peridot exchanged a few punches before being sent flying again. Ace and Sabo were gathering their ultimate moves. Peridot, you are too weak. Then, he directly unleashed a powerful slash aimed at Ace and Sabo. The road base suddenly appeared in front of the two. Wing shield. Then, a shadow of a shield made of bat wings appeared directly in front of the road base. It began to counteract the slashes from Poyu. Soon, the wing shield actually developed cracks. At this moment, Ace and Sabo's attacks were also ready. Fire God, Burning Heaven. Rock God, Burial Heaven. A sky full of flames and rocks accompanied the fire from the two as they struck towards Poyu. Poyu did not dodge and directly countered with a punch. Ace and Sabo were sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Poyu was completely unharmed, with only a few tears in her clothes at most. Roadbed. Damn, is the gap really that big? Right now, the roadbed feels like all its bones are aching. But the roadbed still stood up shakily. It had to hold on until Kizaru arrived. The Sensen fruit was also continuously healing the roadbed's injuries. Giant armored arms, astonishing. Luji raised his fist and charged towards Pu again. Pu, you reckless little brat. Then he threw a punch in return. The two fists collided, creating a shock wave in an instant. This time, Luji did not fly out, but blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Luji felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. Pu said, "Kid, it's not over yet." After saying that, Pu directly slashed at Luji with a knife. At that moment, Luji couldn't evade anymore. Subsequently, Luji was struck by two blows. One slash hit his abdomen, and the other struck his chest. At this point, Luji's divine rage was also forced to come to an end. The Foundation has directly entered a serious state of weakness, and now its strength can't even support the healing ability of the Sensen fruit. Ace and Sabo rushed over to catch the falling Lucky. Lucky has now fallen into a coma. At this moment, blood also trickled from the corner of Poyu's mouth. Poyu, I didn't expect this little brat's punch to be so powerful. Poyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Oh, but my two slashes just now were aimed at critical spots, one on the heart and lung, and the other on his liver. Ace, you bastard. Poyu, it's not over yet. He can't be saved now. Even if he could be saved, he would be a cripple. Ace, bastard, I will kill you. Poyu, do you have the ability to do that? Today, all three of you are going to die. After saying that, Poyu unleashed a slash. 100 sword instant slash. Ace and Sabo immediately shielded the unconscious Lucky behind them. At that moment, a flash of light appeared in front of the three. The Hakushaku K. Yoku. The person was none other than Marine Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. The slash in the sky was directly shattered by Kizaru's laser. Poyu, Marine Admiral Kizaru. A tense expression appeared on Poyu's face. Although Poyu is strong now, he is ultimately not at the level of an admiral. Kizaru, how terrifying. How are you three brats doing? Ace, Uncle, Lucky brother has already fainted. Kizaru immediately frowned. To be honest, everyone at Marine headquarters is quite fond of these three brats. Especially Lucky. Kizaru is no exception. Sometimes he even enjoys teasing Lucky. Kizaru's aura instantly rose. This time, Kizaru was truly serious. Just as Poyu was preparing to attack, Kizaru appeared directly behind him. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Then Kizaru's foot, enveloped in light, kicked towards Poyu. Poyu was sent flying out, crashing through a hole in the pirate ship. As Poyu emerged, he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's not over yet, kid. Kizaru appeared in front of Poyu holding the 10,000 Clouds sword. Chaotic slash. Poyu didn't even have a chance to react before being killed by Kizaru's slash. Ace and Sabo, watching from the side, sighed at how strong Kizaru was. Their opponent, who had been mercilessly tormenting them, was taken down by Kizaru in just 2 moves. After dealing with his opponent, Kizaru hurriedly carried Lucky towards the nearest hospital. Ace and Sabo followed according to Loki's life card. In the new world, Garp looked at the burning life card in his hand, his brows furrowing tighter. Garp, has it not been connected yet? Bogart, no. Garp, what on earth is this kid Loki doing? In the moment when Loki's life card was burning, Garp immediately instructed Bogart to call Loki's telephone bug, but it couldn't get through at all. In fact, Loki's telephone bug had just finished a call with Sengoku and was damaged during the battle. Garp, call Sengoku and ask if he knows what's going on with Loki. Bogart, okay. Soon, Sengoku's phone was connected. Garp, Sengoku, Loki's life card is continuously burning, and the phone can't get through. Do you know what happened? Sengoku paused for a moment to think before finally telling Garp. The Quill pirates appeared in the East Sea, and Loki and the others went to arrest them. However, the intel was wrong. The vice captain of the Quill pirates, Peridot, is also a devil fruit user, and it's a paramecia-type devil fruit. Garp and then Sengoku. Peridot used the power of the devil fruit to boost his strength to nearly that of an admiral. When I got the news, I immediately dispatched Kizuru, but by the time Kizuru arrived, Loki was already unconscious. Garp, what about now? Sengoku. Loki is currently being rescued at the Navy Hospital in Lowtown. The doctors from Navy headquarters have already been sent over, but Loki's condition is not good. Garp, I understand. Garp then hung up the phone directly. He lowered his head, and tears slowly flowed from his eyes. Garp, Bogart, set sail for Lowtown at full speed. Bogart, who had just heard the conversation between the two, was also worried about Loki. Bogart, okay. At that moment, the door to Sengoku's office was kicked open by Zephyr. Zephyr, Sengoku, how could this happen? Zephyr almost shouted in fury. Sengoku, calm down, Zephyr. None of us wanted this to happen. Zephyr, how could there be such a flaw in the intelligence? Do you know those 3 kids almost died? Sengoku, I will strengthen the intelligence department. Zephyr turned to leave, and at the door, he stopped. Ace told me Loki's condition is very bad. The chances of saving him are slim, and even if he is saved, he will end up disabled. Zephyr then left, taking a military ship towards Lowtown. Soon, people gathered in front of Loki's door. Ace and Sabo, Garp and Zephyr, Admiral Akainu and Kizuru from the Navy, as well as Smoker and Tashiji from Lowtown. In the distance, there was another group of people. Dragon, how is Loki's condition? Kuma, it's very bad. He's still unconscious. Dragon, keep monitoring Loki's condition. Kuma nodded in response. At this moment, Ace and Sabo were both feeling guilty. If they had been stronger, Loki might not have ended up like this. Garp, Doctor, what is Loki's condition? Doctor, the patient's condition is very bad. In addition to multiple fractures throughout the body, there are also 2 very serious life-threatening injuries. Garp, so what are the chances of survival? Doctor, slim to none. Don't hold out too much hope. The doctor then pushed Loki into the operating room. On the other side, Loki once again entered the consciousness space. He heard everything the doctor said outside. Loki, damn, I'm about to die. At that moment, the Panku treasure box in the consciousness center emitted a bright light. The position representing one of the 8 great demons, Bogang, lit up. A surge of power erupted directly from Loki's body. Bogang's ability, binge eating, allows him to turn everything he consumes into his own strength. The larger the size, the higher the damage. He could devour the heavens and the earth, possesses immense strength, has tough skin and flesh, super strong defense, a gigantic size, giant super multiplication, increased digestive power, and an enormous appetite. The more he eats, the larger he becomes, and the stronger his destructive power. The unconscious Loki's strength began to surge. However, Loki still did not wake up. Loki's physical condition and strength have improved significantly. His body has also gained stamina. Soon, the Mosin fruit inside Loki's body began to heal him. However, from the outside, it appeared that Loki was already dead. The doctor tried many methods, but Loki's injuries were too severe. Nurse, doctor, the patient's heartbeat has stopped. Doctor, alas, it's too late. The doctor then left the operating room with the nurse. In fact, Loki's heartbeat had not stopped. It had simply slowed down. To stop the bleeding, Loki's body instinctively slowed his heartbeat. Soon, the Mosin fruit began to repair Loki's fatal injuries. Due to the severity of Loki's injuries and his current lack of stamina, the healing process was very slow. During this time, Loki began to examine his newly acquired skills. First, he discovered an extremely strong defensive capability. Now, Loki's defense is extraordinarily formidable. Ordinary blades cannot harm him at all, leaving only a white mark on his body at most. If Loki's strength reaches that of a general in the future, his defense could even rival that of Kaido. If he becomes even stronger, Loki might turn into a humanoid tank, impervious to harm. Additionally, He has the ability to absorb attacks. When others attack Loki, he can absorb a portion of their attack and store it within his body. However, it does not absorb all attacks, and Loki still takes damage. For example, if someone punches Loki, he can absorb 20% of the force, but he still receives 100% of the attack and damage. This ability does not weaken the opponent's attack. It merely adds some energy to Loki's body. As for what he can do with the stored energy, he needs to experiment to find out. He also possesses an extremely powerful digestive ability. The things that Luji consumes will instantly turn into physical energy stored in his body. Originally, Luji's digestive capability was already strong, but now Luji has truly become a bottomless pit. These three skills are excellent for Luji. Additionally, there's the ability to store energy. If the original Luji stored too much energy, he would explode, but now Luji can store even more energy. For example, if the original Luji was like a 200 milliliter cup, now Luji is like a 500 milliliter cup. Although he went through a near-death experience, it was worth it. At this moment, Luji finally opened his eyes, but now even lifting his arm feels very strenuous. All Luji can do now is wait. When he feels a bit more energetic, Luji immediately enhances the abilities of the forest fruit. The forest fruit cannot be exposed to people's sight for the time being. After all, those with dual fruit abilities will be taken for experiments. However, the healing ability of the forest fruit is very practical and can be said to be a power that Luji frequently uses. The bones and internal organs inside the body of the roadbed are healing, and the wounds on the chest and abdomen are also slowly healing. Luji slowly raised his arm and then removed the instruments connected to his body. As the itching in his chest subsided, Luji was completely healed. He then sat up and put on his clothes. At that moment, Luji noticed in the mirror that the tattoo on his back had changed. The patterns of Ximu and Bogang on his back became vivid and lifelike. Luki looked at the tattoo on his back, then directly put on his clothes and walked out. The doctor had just told Karp and the others about Luki's condition, which was already a death sentence. But just when everyone was feeling sad, Luki himself walked out of the operating room. What was everyone doing? They were instantly startled. Ace, Luki, you're not dead. Sabo, is it haunted? Ace's eyes widened. Luji, am I not doing well? Ace, who is bold, stepped forward and poked Luji. Then Ace excitedly rushed forward and hugged Luji. The doctor just said you were dead. It's so good that you're okay. Luki kept comforting Ace. At this moment, everyone realized that Luki was truly alive. Karp, you little brat. Zephyr, I was almost scared to death by you. Akaino, kid, I almost shed a tear. Luji greeted everyone one by one and expressed his gratitude. Seeing that Luji was fine, everyone felt relieved. Afterwards, they all left the hospital to attend to their own matters. It was not easy to see everyone off. The roadbed is lying directly on the bed resting. Luki is currently feeling one word, tired. Whether it was from the previous battles or the subsequent recovery of his body, Luki has expended a lot of physical strength. At this moment, Luki's new phone bug rang. Luffy, who is it? I am Wayno, Luffy. I heard from Karp that you are okay now. Roadbed. That's right, Marshall. I'm fine now. Warring states. Good. You should take some time to rest, and then the three of you will head straight back to Marin Fanduo. The roadbed. Yes. Then he hung up the phone. At that moment, a person came in through the window. Roadbed. Dad, can't you just use the door? Dragon. I'm used to it. After all, this is a naval hospital. I can't be too arrogant. Roadbed. How did you get here? Dragon. I'm just here to see you. How does it feel to take a trip to the Ghost Gate? Luji. Not good. Long. He slapped Luji on the head. Long. Let's see if you dare to play like this again next time. You almost scare me to death. Roadbed. Aren't I fine now? Dragon. You're just lucky this time. Next time if you encounter it again, just run, got it? The roadbed nodded. Long. Also, the person you asked me to find has been located, and that person is now on Magnetic Island in the Grand Line, expected to stay there for a long time. Luji. Okay, I'll go find him myself. Long. Then I'll take my leave. Take care of yourself. The others who left didn't know how Luji was doing. They asked Luji, and his answer was that he didn't know. So no one asked again. After a month of recovery, Luji was discharged from the hospital. In a square, 3 young people were fighting. The 3 were Luji and his companions. The embankment allows Ace and Sabo to practice by themselves. Ace and Sabo feel it directly from different angles. The embankment did not evade the attacks, and the strikes from the 2 directly hit the embankment. However, both felt as if they were hitting a steel plate. Their attacks were directly absorbed by the embankment. The roadbed now feels very much like a power bank. Luffy tried to convert this power into an attack. Subsequently, Luffy directly dispersed this energy, sending Ace and Sabo flying instantaneously. Luffy's current defense is astonishing, and he also possesses the ability to absorb attacks. The roadbed can be said to be invincible in close combat. Ace and Sabo launch another frenzied attack. The roadbed attempts to convert the gathered energy into physical strength. Soon, the roadbed realizes that it can. The road base can convert Ace and Sabo's attacks into stamina. Such a road base is like a perpetual motion machine on the battlefield. The biggest shortcoming of Luji right now is physical strength. Solving this problem can significantly enhance Luji's capabilities. At this moment, Ace directly unleashed a fire dragon towards Luji. Sabo also directly used earth manipulation to immobilize Luji's feet. Luji raised his right hand and then assumed a fist position. Heavy strike. Then Luji threw a punch, and Ace's fire dragon instantly dissipated. Afterwards, Luji exerted force with his legs and directly broke free from Sabo's control, leaping into the air. The road base, the speed and power are not enough, come again. Ace strikes again, but this time Ace directly punches out 10 fire dragons attacking the road base from different directions. This time, both the power and speed are stronger than before. Road base, it's still okay. However, road base directly used the Navy's 6-style storm kick to unleash several slashes. Ace's fire dragons were struck down one by one. At this moment, Sabo also made his move. Sabo controlled the earth to conjure several earth dragons that began attacking road base in the sky. These earth dragons had greater power, speed, and defense than Ace's fire dragons. This time, road base charged directly at the earth dragons. Then, road base smashed each one with a punch or a kick. Soon, Sabo's earth dragons were reduced to rubble. Just when road base thought it was over, an anomaly occurred. A large number of rock fragments appeared on the ground, and Ace was once again gathering flames nearby. Moreover, this time, Ace's flames were very high in temperature. Ace, big brother, try our combination move. Then the two launched their attacks simultaneously. Ace and Sabo, meteor fall. Sabo sent the rock fragments, heated by high-temperature flames, flying toward road base. Ace's flames not only increased the speed of the rocks, but also enhanced their lethality. Their current attack was comparable to that of a rear admiral, and road base had to take it seriously. Subsequently, road base covered his arm with metal, creating an armored arm for a series of explosive strikes. The roadbed began to punch continuously, shattering a rock with each blow. However, the metal arm of the roadbed was slowly melting from the high temperature. Ace, big brother, my flames can't be stopped by ordinary metal at this temperature. Luji smiled. Soon, the metal on Luji's arm turned dark gold. Ace, armament haki? Sabo, no, brother is not using armament haki. That's right. What Luji is using now is not armament haki, but a new type of metal that Luji created before. This metal is heat-resistant, has high hardness, and is relatively lightweight. The subgrade refers to this metal as W metal. Loki, now I'll give it another try. Then Loki launched a fierce attack, and Sabo and Ace also strengthened the meteorite. At that moment, Sabo created a huge rock, and the two used the meteorite again to strike Loki. Luji stepped back and got into position. With his armored arm and steel hammer, in an instant, the massive rock shattered into fragments. Sabo and Ace were also exhausted. On the other side, Luji was surprised to find that he could absorb not only others' attacks, but also the force that rebounded from hitting others. Now, Luji stored a large amount of energy within him. If it were the old Luji, he would have exploded by now. But the current Luji, thanks to having Bogan skills, could store a lot of energy. Ace, brother, you're getting more and more abnormal. Sabo, we've been working hard for half a day, and you're acting like nothing happened. Ace and Sabo lay on the ground. Road base, you will eventually end up like this. At this moment, Smoker appeared in front of the three. What are you three doing? Smoker looked at the three with a dark expression. It turns out that the battle just now had directly blown up the square, and now the square was just a big pit. Road base, calm down. Smoker, I'll restore it for you later. The three of them took a break under Smoker's watch. Then road base patted Sabo. Sabo walked directly to the edge of the pit. As Sabo raised his hands, the pit began to slowly restore itself. Finally, Sabo laid a layer of cobblestones on top. Smoker, this ability is quite practical. Then Smoker took out a cigar and threw it to road base. Smoker, Admiral Sengoku wants you three to return to Marineford. When will you set off? Road base, everything should be packed up by tomorrow morning. Smog, by the time you reach the naval headquarters, your rank should be the same as mine. That's right, after this battle, the ranks of the three from road base will rise again, but they will need to return to Marin Fander for the awarding of honors. Luffy became a colonel, and Ace and Sabo also became lieutenant colonels. The next day, Luffy and the others set off. In about a year, Luffy will set sail, and Luffy has already thought about what he wants to do. The three men on the roadbed had just left Rogtown when they encountered two shipwrecked people at sea. The Foundation. Ace controlled the ship's speed, and Sabo rescued the two people. Soon, the two people were rescued by Sabo. Thank you for saving us. Roadbed. It's a piece of cake. What are your names? My name is Joseph, and his name is Johnny. Joseph is wearing a red headband, and Johnny is wearing sunglasses. At this time, neither of them has tattoos on their faces. Luji never expected that the ones he saved were the sword Saint Joseph and the blade god Johnny. Roadbed. Where are you guys planning to go? Joseph. I don't know. We originally set out to make a living. Who knew we would run into pirates? Johnny. All our belongings were taken by the pirates, and we were forced to jump into the sea. At this moment, both of their stomachs began to growl. Luji, let's not talk about that for now. I'll make you something to eat. Soon, Luji had the food ready, and Joseph and the other person thanked him first, then started eating heartily. Before long, the food prepared by Luji was finished by the two of them. Roadbed, how is it? Should I do something else? Joseph, no. Thank you. Johnny, by the way, I haven't asked what your names are. Luj, my name is Luj, and I am a colonel in the Navy headquarters. These two are my brothers, Ace and Sabo, both of whom are lieutenant colonels in the Navy headquarters. Joseph, you are the Navy supernovas who defeated the Jimmick pirate crew and the Kuo pirate crew. Roadbed, do we really still have this title? Johnny, truly. It is Lord Roadbed. Luji, just call me Luji. Calling me sir sounds awkward. At this moment, Luji had an idea in his mind. Roadbed, are you two willing to join the Navy? Joseph, can we? Luji, of course. Then Joseph and Johnny exchanged a glance, and then looked at Luji together. We are willing. Looky. Okay, you can just follow us to the Navy headquarters. Joseph, thank you, brother Looky. Roadbed, I see you have calluses on your hands. Do you know how to use weapons? Joseph, Johnny and I practiced swordsmanship before, but we learned it on our own, so our skills are relatively weak. The roadbed stretched out his hands, and two knives appeared in his grasp. These are the knives I used before, but I don't seem to have a talent for this. So I gave them to you. Then, he directly threw them to Joseph and the others. The blade of Joseph's knife is Dragon Tooth, while Johnny's is New Knife Tiger Blade. Although these two knives were created by me, their hardness and sharpness have reached the level of good quick knives. Joseph and Johnny tightened their grips on the knives. Roadbed. The most critical aspect is that these two swords can be enhanced, and the latter two swords can even reach the level of supreme great swords. This is possible as long as the roadbed's devil fruit awakens. Roadbed is confident that he can turn these two swords into supreme great swords. Positioning is about placing elements in specified locations to complete the design of the interface. Positioning can be divided into relative positioning, absolute positioning, and fixed positioning. The positioning method uses the position setting, and the offset position is calculated based on the distance from the top, bottom, left, and right boundaries. 1. Static positioning. Static positioning refers to elements remaining in their original position and not being repositioned. The default value of the position property is static. Static positioning means that the element does not have a specified position property. 2. Relative positioning. Relative positioning means that when an element's position changes, it uses its original position as a reference. Elements with relative positioning do not leave the workflow and offset based on their current position. The offsets are divided into 4 directions: left, right, top, and bottom. The basic format is as follows: position, relative. 3. Absolute positioning. Absolute positioning means that the element is removed from the normal workflow, and the offset position is referenced from the parent element. If there is no parent element, it is offset based on the browser's position. The basic format is as follows: position, absolute. 4. Fixed positioning. Fixed positioning means that the element's position does not change, using the browser window as a reference frame. The coordinates of elements with fixed positioning do not change and will not scroll with the browser. Common applications include pop-up ads in the bottom right corner of the browser, fixed in that position, and also the bottom navigation bar of apps. The basic format is as follows: position, fixed. 3. Padding. Padding appears around the content area. If a background is added to an element, the background applies to the area composed of the element's content and padding. Therefore, padding can be used to create a buffer zone around the content, preventing it from mixing with the background. 4. Margin. The margins of the element can be individually changed for the top, bottom, left, and right. Zhongwa. Wait a little longer, and then let Luji and the others check it out. Luji and the 3 of them are too conspicuous and will alert the enemy. Zhongwa. If it really doesn't work, we can arrange for a few Navy officers to go undercover. It seems we have no choice but to do that. Luffy and his crew rested at the Navy headquarters for a month. Soon, special training specifically for the 3 began. Rather than training, it was more like getting beaten up. The three admirals and Kizaru continuously fought against Luffy and his crew. Sengoku even prepared a special devil fruit user with healing abilities to assist the three. Subray, damn. Do you have to be so harsh? The roadbed dodged the attack from Aokiji. Aokiji, there's nothing I can do about the command from the admiral. He then raised his ice blade and swung it toward the roadbed. The roadbed retreated directly to avoid the attack. At this moment, Ace launched a flame attack towards Aokiji, who simply waved his hand to create an ice wall. Sabo also attacked Aokiji, but Aokiji used his ability to freeze Sabo's legs. Aokiji said, "Your speed and strength are still not enough." He then kicked Sabo directly. Legacy immediately came to Sabo's side, using metal to block the attack and restraining Aokiji's hands. Ace also charged towards Aokiji again. Aokiji, la, such a wonderful cooperation. At this moment, Aokiji's hands were restrained by Legacy, and his feet were controlled by Sabo. Roadbed, how could I defeat you without some cooperation, Admiral Aokiji? Then Ace's fireball hit Aokiji's back directly. However, a thick layer of ice suddenly appeared on Aokiji's back. Ace, how is that possible? Ace didn't expect his high-temperature flames to be blocked by ice. Aokiji, this is no ordinary ice. This ice can even withstand Akainu's magma. After saying that, Aokiji forcefully broke free from the control with his legs. He then kicked Ace, sending him flying. Then he turned around and kicked Roadbed, who was also sent flying, crashing directly into Sabo. Aokiji, kids, your strength is still not enough. Legosi, then let me try this move. Immediately, a dark golden metal wrapped around his arm. An armored arm, a steel hammer. Then, he charged a punch towards Aokiji. The navy cloak behind Aokiji was directly blown up by Legosi's punch. However, Aokiji did not dodge at all, but instead raised his fist to clash with Legosi. As a result, Legosi was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Legosi's body immediately stored a large amount of energy. Subgrade. Ahem, it's not over yet. The roadbed divides this energy into two parts. One part is infused into the legs to increase speed, while the other part is infused into the fists to enhance combat power. The roadbed suddenly vanished. Aokiji Sook? No, it seems faster than Sook. At that moment, the roadbed suddenly appeared behind Aokiji. Then, it threw a punch at Aokiji, who immediately elementalized to evade. Aokiji, such speed, kid. He then froze the roadbed's fist. A wave of cold rushed straight to the roadbed's brain. At this moment, the roadbed unleashed the last bit of stored energy. That coldness was immediately expelled by the roadbed, and then its fist broke through the ice. Roadbed, it's so cold, Admiral Aokiji. Aokiji, is it? I feel fine. Then, Aokiji sidekicked to knock away the ambushing Ace and Sabo. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. The liquid metal of the roadbed wrapped around Qingji's legs. Qingji looked at his legs in surprise. When did this happen? Roadbase, Admiral Aokiji, my recent rapid movement wasn't just a simple attack on you. It turns out that during my quick movement, I spread a lot of liquid metal on the ground, and its color is very similar to that of the ground. While attacking Aokiji, I controlled the metal to slowly flow towards him in between my strikes. Just as Aokiji kicked Ace and Sabo away, it attached itself to Aokiji's leg. Roadbed, hardened, prison, liquid metal instant solidification. Aokiji, are you sure this can trap me? Who can elementalize? Roadbed, of course not, but it's enough. At this moment, Ace also prepared his skill. Fire God, burning heaven. A huge flame rushed directly towards Aokiji, who was unable to dodge and was engulfed by the flames. Afterwards, Ace and Sabo came to Roadbed's side. Ace, Admiral Aokiji is so strong. Sabo, did we win? Luji, it's not that simple, and we should have lost. Then Luji pointed his feet. The three on the roadbed have had their feet frozen, and suddenly many ice spikes appeared around them. Aokiji also walked out from the flames. Aokiji, what a troublesome little brat, my clothes are all burnt. Roadbed, in the end, I still lost to you. Kizaru, you could have elementalized and escaped. Roadbed, do you think the three of us still have the strength to elementalize? Then Aokiji waved his hand, and the ice spikes and the ice that trapped the three of them disappeared. Aokiji, today's training is over. Tomorrow, Vice Admiral Garp will train you. After that, Aokiji left. The three of them directly laid down on the ground. Ace, they're just too twisted. Sabo, in half a month, we haven't won even once. Subgrade, normal. They are all great generals, and we currently do not have the strength to win against them. The form is mainly responsible for data collection functions on the web page. A form has three basic components. Form tags. This includes the URL of the CGI program used to process form data and the method for submitting data to the server. Form fields. This includes text boxes, password boxes, hidden fields, multi-line text boxes, check boxes, radio buttons, drop-down selection boxes, and file upload boxes, etc. Form buttons. This includes submit buttons, reset buttons, and general buttons, used to send data to the server or cancel input, and can also be used to control the processing of other scripts. 2. Form tag. The form tag is used to create an HTML form for user input. The form contains input elements, such as text fields, checkboxes, radio buttons, submit buttons, etc. The form can also contain menus, text areas, field sets, legends, and label elements. 1. The action attribute. After the form collects information, it needs to pass the information to the server for processing. The action attribute is used to specify the URL address of the server program that receives and processes the form data. When the form is submitted, the form data will be sent to a page for processing. The value of the action attribute can be a relative path or an absolute path, and it can also be an email address for receiving data. Draw the sword and slash. The dragon roars. Then Joseph directly slashed towards Ace. A dragon-shaped slash rushed towards Ace. In the distance, the subgrade's eyes narrowed. A level of great swordsman. It seems that the title of Sword Saint is not unfounded. Luji never expected that Joseph would reach the level of a great swordsman in just 2 months. Moreover, Joseph had just used one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Soru. Ace immediately elementalized to dodge and then attacked Joseph again. Joseph swiftly evaded the attack and then struck at Ace once more. The roadbed. Is it the color of the scene that is domineering? But seems a bit unskilled. However, what is even more shocking is that the dragon tooth in Joseph's hand is slowly turning black. Row base, armament haki. This learning ability is almost on par with Ace and Sabo. Learning haki may only take a few months, but truly mastering it could take years. For example, Luffy took 2 full years to master haki, which shows his extremely high talent. Ace and Sabo also took about 3 years to skillfully use haki, while Joseph took less than a year. Now, Joseph can use it, but his proficiency is completely insufficient, indicating that he has just started learning. Ace, not bad, Joseph. You've actually learned armament haki. Joseph, it's all to keep up with Boss Road Base. He then swung his sword at Ace, who, not daring to be careless, immediately took out a stick from behind him, also infused with armament haki. The 2 weapons clashed directly, creating sparks from the friction. Ace and Sabo's sticks were also made by Road Base, so their hardness is comparable to a good sword. Their attacks grew more intense. But Ace slowly started to be overwhelmed by Joseph. Joseph, brother Ace, you should rely on your martial arts and devil fruit powers. You can't compete with me in weaponry. Ace, understanding the hint, put away his stick, as in terms of weaponry, he indeed couldn't match Joseph. Ace then infused both hands with armament haki and added his devil fruit ability. Joseph swung out another slash, and Ace immediately jumped to the side to dodge the attack. He then used Soru to appear in front of Joseph, throwing a punch towards Joseph's face. Joseph quickly dodged, but Ace's fist still hit Joseph's shoulder. Joseph stumbled back a few steps, but quickly steadied himself and attacked again. One sword style, reverse dragon. Joseph's move resembled a giant black dragon charging at Ace, who did not dare to be careless in response. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Ace unleashed a giant fire dragon to counter Joseph's attack. The moment they collided, an explosion occurred, sending both of them flying. Ace quickly steadied himself, while Joseph staggered a few steps before barely regaining his balance. The 2 once again assumed their stances. Roadbed, all right, if we keep going, you'll all get hurt. Then Joseph put away the dragon tooth, and Ace also retracted his devil fruit abilities. On the other side, Johnny and Sabo were also clashing their moves. Blade Draw Slash, Tiger Roar, Dragon Claw Hand, Rock Dragon. Their attacks collided directly. After a stalemate, Johnny was sent flying. Sabo, speed is good, but strength is still lacking. However, Johnny didn't stop. He charged at Sabo again and launched a frenzied series of slashes. Roadbed, so fast attack speed. The roadbed couldn't help but sigh. Joseph, Johnny's power is relatively weak, so he puts all his energy into speed. Ace, but you can't just focus on speed. Power can't be neglected either. Joseph, Johnny hasn't neglected his power, just watch. On the battlefield, Johnny strikes a pose again. One sword style, Fierce Tiger. Then he charges directly at Sabo. Sabo, the speed is faster, but it's not enough. Dragon Claw, Tear Apart. However, Sabo still underestimated Johnny. At the moment of impact, Sabo was sent flying. Sabo, how is that possible? His power has increased. Everyone, except for Joseph, was shocked. Joseph, Johnny finally remembered to utilize the force of impact. And after half a month's training, Johnny's power, though not strong, is 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, Johnny spoke up. With the added force of impact, my power can even be increased 100-fold. Ace, as country one, so strong. The flying Sabo directly adjusted his position. I underestimated you again. After this battle, the roadbed could confirm that both of their strengths had just entered the rear admiral level. Moreover, both had significant room for development. Whether it was the Navy's 6 styles or the 2-color haki, they could both improve. 1. A table is defined by the table tag. Each table has several rows defined by the TR tag, and each row is divided into several cells defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, which is the content of the data cells. Data cells can contain text, images, lists, paragraphs, forms, horizontal lines, tables, etc. The table is defined by the table tag. Each table has several rows defined by the TR tag, and each row is divided into several cells defined by the TD tag. The letters TD stand for table data, which is the content of the data cells. Data cells can contain 1. Width and height. How to let the box reside in the box model. Each element needs to set width and height. The width, and height. Height properties are the attributes in CSS used to set the size of elements. The way to specify the values for width, and height is the same. 2. Padding. If 4 values are specified, they represent top padding, right padding, bottom padding, and left padding. If 3 values are specified, they represent top padding, left and right padding, and bottom padding. If 2 values are specified, they represent top and bottom padding, and left and right padding. If 1 value is specified, it represents all padding. Padding appears around the content area. If a background is added to the element, the background applies to the area composed of the element's content and padding. 3. Margin. The margin property defines the space around the element. Margin clears the area around the element, outside the border. 4. Border. The border property is used to set the color, style, and width of the object border. When setting the border properties of an object, the height and width of the object must first be set. Below, the border color, border style, and border width are explained. The audio format refers to the formats used to play or process audio files on a computer. In HTML5, the embedded audio formats mainly include Vorbis, MP3, WAV, etc., which are introduced as follows. Another free, open-source audio codec is the next-generation audio compression technology designed to replace MP3. On the other side, Joseph directly drew his sword and slashed at Huehu, while Johnny faced Iwu. Huehu, seeing that Sabo had defeated his crew in such a short time, couldn't help but feel alarmed. Huehu, so strong, Iwu, give it your all. Iwu nodded and charged directly at Johnny. Joseph, Johnny, finish the battle quickly. Brother Luki has other matters to attend to. Johnny, watch me. Draw sword slash, tiger roar. Johnny slashed at Iwu, who immediately drew his own sword to block. Johnny, a swordsman, I didn't expect that. According to the information, the first mate Iwu is a holder of 2-color haki and has very strong physical skills. But I didn't expect Iwu to actually be a swordsman. Iwu, the power and speed are decent. Kid, follow me, and I can teach you some powerful sword techniques. Johnny turned around and swung his sword at Iwu again. Johnny, teach me? Do you deserve it? Then Johnny began to swing his sword rapidly, attacking from all angles without dead spots. Iwu, such speed but still not enough. Then Iwu also began to swing his sword, and sparks instantly flew in the air. Johnny, not enough? Then let's speed it up a bit. Johnny increased his attack speed again. Iwu, how is that possible? Johnny, you're too weak. One sword style, fierce tiger. Then Johnny struck Iwu, sending him flying, with a deep wound cut into Iwu's chest. Johnny sheathed his tiger blade and looked at Iwu, who was spitting blood and on the verge of collapse. Do you even deserve to teach me? On the other side, Huehu was also being pressured by Joseph. Huehu, kid, you've successfully angered me. Then Huehu's body began to sprout brown fur, and 2 horns grew on his head. Joseph, Zoan-type bulbul fruit, yak shape. Huehu, it's not too late to surrender now. Joseph chuckled, then disappeared in place. One sword style, reverse dragon. Huehu only heard Joseph's voice. And then Joseph appeared directly behind Huehu. Huehu, so fast. Then Huehu's body was split in half. Joseph, the devil fruit in your hands is truly a waste. Then Joseph sheathed his dragon tooth. Joseph and Johnny quickly arrived beside Luki. Joseph, brother Luki, the mission is successfully completed. Luji nodded. Later, I will tell the Warring States Marshal that you two can wait for promotions and raises. Joseph and Johnny exchanged smiles. Then, Luji led Ace, Sabo, Joseph, and Johnny into the town, while the other Navy soldiers protected the Navy ship. Roadbed. We will act separately and look for an old blind man wearing purple clothes. Ace and the others nodded and then began to search for the person separately. The first thing that came to mind was a casino, but after inquiring, I found out that there is no casino here. Without a casino, where would I go? Right now, finding a route is like searching for a needle in a haystack. The road base directly expanded its visibility to the maximum range and then flew into the air. After searching for a long time, the road base still couldn't find the person it was looking for, and Ace and the others had no clues either. Just when the road base was about to give up, an explosion suddenly occurred in the distance, followed by a burst of flames shooting into the sky. Roadbed, Ace? The roadbed immediately flew in that direction, and when the roadbed arrived, Sabo and the others were also here. Roadbed, what's going on? Sabo, just now? Ace found the blind old man you were looking for. They were chatting well at first, but for some reason, they suddenly started fighting. At that moment, Ace was sent flying and had many injuries on his body. Joseph, Ace, big brother Johnny. Johnny, okay. The two drew their swords and rushed forward. Luji directly covered his forehead, knowing that their group might not be the opponent they were facing, as he was aware of the opponent's identity. The opponent was one of the three great admirals of the future, a user of the Zhoulan-type heavy fruit, known as Fujitora, and his name was Ikkyo. As expected, Joseph and Johnny were sent flying as soon as they appeared. At that moment, Ace also ran over. Ace, don't misunderstand, I was just sparring with Uncle Ikkyo. At this time, Ikkyo also stepped forward to the crowd. I was just having a friendly match with young Ace. I accidentally miscalculated my strength. At this point, Luji also approached Uncle Ikkyo. Luj, Uncle Xiao, my name is Luj, and I am Ace's brother. Xiao, I heard about you a long time ago. Ace also told me that you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Looky, Ace, I have something to discuss with Uncle Xiao privately. Ace and the others nodded and then left. Xiao, looky, what exactly do you want to talk to me about? Luji, Uncle Xiao, I won't beat around the bush anymore. I want to invite you to join the Navy. Xiao, join the Navy? I can consider it, but first, little brother Luji, you have to answer me a question. Road base, what problem? Xiao, what is the purpose of road base joining the Navy? Subgrade, protection and equality. One smile. Could you explain in detail? Roadbed, protection means safeguarding civilians and my family. Equality means creating a world without oppression, where everyone is equal. Xiao, protection is one thing, but achieving equality is not easy. Roadbed, is Uncle Xiao talking about the celestial dragons? Xiao nodded. Luffy, I've never been afraid of the celestial dragons. In fact, I want to fight against their oppression. Zoro, your thoughts are quite frightening, Luffy. But I want to see a world of equality, so I've decided to join you. Roadbed, great, it seems my team has gained another strong force. Xiao, to be honest, your thoughts remind me of two people. Although they have never expressed their thoughts, their actions are similar to yours. Roadbed, who? A smile. Navy hero Monkey D. Garp and revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. Roadbed. Oh, my grandpa and my dad. Xiao. Bridge Bean Sack, you just said that Karp and Dragon are your grandpa and dad. What is your full name? Subgrad, Monkey D. Subgrad. One smile. What a peculiar family. The grandfather is a naval hero, the father is a revolutionary, and the grandson is a naval superstar. The roadbed. I have a younger brother who wants to become the pirate king. I couldn't help but laugh. What situation for this family? Roadbed. Uncle Xiao, did my grandfather also want to overthrow the celestial dragons? Xiao, that's right, but it seems he failed. However, he still left a psychological shadow on the celestial dragons. Luji nodded thoughtfully. Soon, Luji and the others returned to the Navy ship, and of course, Xiao followed them aboard. Robase, come, let's welcome Uncle Xiao to our team. Everyone, welcome. With Xiao joining, the combat power of the road base team has increased again. Moreover, everyone has their own exclusive title. Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Blade God Johnny, and Fujitora Xiao. The title of the road base is Demon, which was self-assigned by the road base and corresponds to the 8 great demons within his body. Soon, the Navy headquarters sent intelligence that Joseph and Johnny had successfully been promoted to major, while Xiao was awarded the rank of colonel. Ace and Sabo also became colonels, and the road base was promoted to brigadier general. Xiao, I didn't expect that I would become a colonel right after joining the Navy. Luji, Uncle Xiao, your strength is more than enough to become a general. To be honest, Xiao already possesses the strength of a general now. Luji even specifically challenged him to test it out. Luffy first found an island, and then the 3 brothers faced off against Fujitora. In the end, the 3 of them were overwhelmingly defeated by Fujitora, and the island also sank during their battle. The battle footage was transmitted back to the Navy headquarters, But since Fujitora did not achieve any military merit, he could only be assigned the rank of colonel. Following Luffy's strong request, Fujitora began to help train the group. The training involved using his devil fruit ability to increase gravity on them. At first, only Luffy was still standing, while Ace and Sabo were directly half kneeling on the ground, and Joseph and Johnny were lying flat on the ground. Roadbed. Hold on, this kind of training can strengthen your power and speed, greatly improving your strength. Everyone nodded. Roadbase, Uncle Ishao, try giving each person different levels of gravity. That way you can train the devil fruit. Ishao, okay, I'll give it a try. This kind of training enhances everyone's strength. A month later, Ishao can proficiently use the devil fruit's abilities. Currently, Roadbase is under 80 times gravity. Ace and Sabo are under 60 times gravity, while Joseph and Johnny are under 50 times gravity. After a morning of training, everyone is drenched in sweat. Ishao, alright, let's take a break. I'm feeling a bit worn out. He then directly cancels the devil fruit's ability, and the gravity on everyone disappears. Ace, uncle, this isn't working for you. Ishao remained silent, but Ace suddenly collapsed on the ground. Ace, uncle, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Ishao, see, you're not being honest. In fact, if Ishao used his ability with uniform gravity like before, he could last 3 days and 3 nights. However, this method of varying gravity places significant demands on both physical strength and mental endurance. So Ishao feeling worn out is normal, and his devil fruit abilities are continuously strengthening. At this moment, Roadbase calculated the time. It seemed that Luffy had already set sail. Roadbed, let's go to Rog Town in the East Sea. Ace, brother, what are we going back to the East Sea for? At this moment, Sabo patted Ace. Sabo, of course, it's to send little Luffy off, right, brother? Roadbed, that's right. Luffy should have set sail by now. Let's go to Road Town and wait for him. He will definitely go to Road Town. Ace, great. We get to see Luffy again. I wonder what his strength is like now. At this moment, Ikaku, Joseph, and Johnny were all curious about who Luffy was. Then, Ace and Sabo began to tell everyone about Luffy and some stories from their childhood. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Road Town in the East Blue. Several people arrived directly at the naval base in Rog Town. As soon as they entered the road base, they saw Dashki. Luji, Dashki, long time no see. Dashki, oh, it's General Luji. Luji, just call me Luji, what about Smog? Dashki, the colonel is in the office handling documents. I'll take you there now. Subgrade, no need. You go ahead with your work, we'll make our own way there. Several people quickly arrived at Smog's office. The roadbed opens directly into the office. Smog, you need to knock before entering my office. Smog says with his head down. Roadbed, Smog, when did I knock on the door while I was here? Smog immediately raised his head. It turns out it's you, you little rascal. Roadbase, watch your words, I am your superior. Then Roadbase pointed to the rank insignia on his shoulder. Smog curled his lips. You sure are getting promoted fast, kid. The roadbed easily arrived in front of Smoker. Then directly took out a cigar from the drawer. You don't even see how hard I've been working. Then he lit the cigar and took a deep puff. Smoker, you little brat, what are you doing in the East Blue? Luji, just passing by, came to take a look. At that moment, Luji saw a bounty notice on the table. The roadbed was directly picked up. Smog, this is the pirate that has just appeared in the East Sea. The Straw Hat Kid. Roadbed. Ace and Sabo, come over and see who this is. Ace and Sabo immediately took the bounty notice. Ace, haha, it's Luffy's bounty. Sabo, 30 million berries, not bad. Smoker, standing nearby, was completely stunned. Do you guys know the Straw Hat Kid? Luffy. He is our brother, Monkey D. Luffy. Smoker immediately had a black line across his forehead. Come on, you're a Navy officer. What S with that look of pride? At that moment, Tashigi suddenly barged in. Colonel, the Straw Hat Pirates have entered Lowtown. Smoker immediately looked at Luffy. I'm going to catch them now. You better not interfere. Roadbed, I'm not stopping you. Whether you can catch it or not is another matter. Smog left directly with a dark expression. Roadbed, let's go. We should also go see Luffy. The three of them had just arrived at the base entrance when Ishao and Joseph Johnny walked over. Ishao, I heard a group of pirates has entered Logtown, and it seems to be your brother. The roadbed. Let's go take a look. A few people quickly arrived at the square of Roadtown, where Smoker had already started fighting with Luffy's group. Roadbed, Joseph, you go try that 3-sword style swordsman. Johnny, you go try that guy in the suit. Ace, what about me and Sabo? Luffy, Ace and Sabo went to tease Luffy just to have some fun with him. At this moment, a smile spoke up. What about me? Roadbed, Uncle Ishao, I'll have to trouble you to hold back the other Navy in the dark for a while. Ishao, leave it to me. All right, let us get started. The people next to Luffy rushed out directly. Joseph swung his knife at Zoro, who immediately blocked Joseph's strike. Zoro, a swordsman and quite strong. Joseph, three-sword style, quite rare. On the other side, Johnny faced off against Sanji. Johnny, I won't use a knife. Let's see how your martial arts hold up. Sanji, don't underestimate people. In fact, Johnny did not underestimate Sanji, and Johnny's martial arts were also very strong. After boarding the ship, Luffy had caught a glimpse of Joseph and Johnny's martial arts. Although their martial arts couldn't compare to their swordsmanship, they were still strong. Ace and Sabo also approached Luffy. Ace, Luffy, long time no see. Sabo, have you missed us? Luffy, Ace, Sabo, where's Big Brother? Then Ace pointed to the distance where Lucky was holding Smoker. At this moment, Smoker also looked quite speechless. Lucky, you're a Navy, what are you trying to do now? Luffy, let's take a break. You can leave the straw hats to Ace. Smoker rolled his eyes. At that moment, Luffy took out a box of cigars from his pocket. I bought this at a high price, have one. Smoker reached out and took one. I only give you half an hour. After half an hour, I'll take action myself. Luji smiled. Roadbed, did you all hear that? Hurry up. At this moment, the Navy rushing over directly lay down on the ground, all thanks to Uncle Li Xiao. Suddenly, a clown flew out from the side, holding a knife and stabbing towards Luffy. Suddenly, Sabo appeared in front of the clown and kicked directly at the clown's face. The clown flew out immediately. Roadbed, Joker Bucky. Smoker, what did you say? Luji, it's nothing. Luffy always felt that Buggy had a secret, after all. He was a crew member of Pirate King Roger. Soon, 10 minutes passed. Zoro had several wounds on his body, though they were all minor scratches and scrapes. Sanji's suit also had a few damaged areas. Luffy was beaten so badly that his head was covered in bumps. It was at this moment that Ace and the others stopped. Just as Luffy and the others were about to leave, Smoker moved. Luji, damn, Smoker, you're not trustworthy. Smoker said nothing. He directly grabbed Luffy and was about to knock him out with his jit. At that moment, a figure appeared behind Smoker and directly grabbed his jit. Luffy took the opportunity to run away. Soon, the Mary went out of the port of Rogue Town. At this time, Smoker also recognized that figure. Monkey des Dragons, dragon. There is no reason to stop a man from setting sail. But at that moment, a figure flew directly towards the departing Mary. Zoro, Luffy, who are those people? Luffy, those are my brothers and their companions. Sanji, those people are really strong. Nami, thankfully we ran fast. Luffy, that was my brother who didn't take action. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Then Luffy began to tell everyone about Luji. At that moment, Usopp suddenly shouted, something is flying over. Everyone looked over. Sanji, what is it? Zoro, it looks like a person. Luffy, can you see clearly? At this time, Luffy was standing there, covered in cold sweat. If you ask who Luffy is afraid of, it must be Garp and Luji. Zoro looked at Luffy. Luffy, what's wrong? Luffy, hurry up and accelerate. My brother is coming. The crowd was first quiet, then erupted. Sanji, don't tell me it's the one you mentioned before. Zoro, his strength is formidable. Nami, he's the top of the 3 great supernovas of the Navy. Usopp, we're doomed. At this moment, Luffy's brother had already arrived above the Mary. Luffy, did you miss me? Luffy, big brother. The Foundation slowly descended onto the deck. Zoro and Sanji immediately assumed their fighting stances. Luji, don't worry, gentlemen. I'm not here to fight. Then Luji looked at Sanji. Chef, may I try your cooking? Sanji was initially taken aback, but then nodded and went into the kitchen. At that moment, Luji flipped his hand, and it instantly turned into a large amount of gold. Subgrade. There are probably about 400 million baht, so spend it wisely. Luffy nodded drowsily. However, Nami's eyes lit up, and the fear in her heart vanished without a trace. At that moment, Luffy looked at Nami. I'll leave this money in your care. I don't trust Luffy with it. Nami replied, leave it to me. After saying that, she dashed towards the gold. At this time, Luffy also took out a book from his body. Roadbed. Zoro, the first half of this book contains some insights on swordsmanship, while the second half focuses on training methods for physical techniques. Zoro, I am a swordsman. Luffy, I know, but swordsmanship also requires some physical training, and your learning energy is the strongest here. So I'll leave it to you. You learn it first and then teach them. Zoro thought for a moment and finally took the books. Thank you. Then Luffy took out another book. Roadbed. Usopp, I know you like some small inventions. This book contains some ideas and design drawings of inventions. Usopp immediately ran over and took the book. At this moment, Sanji had already come out with food. I have to admit that Sanji's cooking skills are truly impressive. Luffy, it's so delicious. Sanji, you're amazing. Sanji smiled. After eating and drinking enough, Luffy threw a notebook and a box to Sanji. Roadbed. This book contains dishes from all over the world, as well as some dishes I invented myself. Inside this box is a type of very tasty cigarette, of course, along with tobacco and tobacco seeds. You should know how to handle it yourself. Sanji, I can do it. I make my own cigarettes. At that moment, Luffy ran over. Luffy, brother, did you give Sanji the recipe for the gourmet food you invented? Luffy nodded. Great, I can enjoy delicious food again. At this moment, Sanji spoke up again. Luffy initially mentioned a bunch of dish names, but I had never even heard of them, and I didn't expect they were invented by Luffy himself. Sanji called him brother with genuine admiration. Just then, a navy ship appeared in the distance near the Mary. My friends have come to pick me up, and I'm about to leave, but there's one more thing to do. Then, Luffy took out a camera. The Straw Hat crew didn't know what Luffy was planning to do. Roadbed, you wouldn't want the photos on your future bounty notice to look strange, right? The Foundation knows Sanji's future pain. Soon, the photos of the Straw Hat crew were taken. Luffy, all right, I'm leaving now. If fate allows, we'll meet again. Then Luffy directly flew towards his navy ship. Zoro, Luffy, how strong is your brother really? Roadbed, I don't know. Anyway, among the four of us brothers, I am the weakest, and my eldest brother is the strongest. Upon hearing this, Zoro tightened his grip on the notebook in his hand. Moreover, Zoro found a piece of gold and a note in his pocket. Hurry up and return Nami's money. Seeing the note, Zoro smiled. The crew quickly arrived at the Grand Line, as staying the East Blue was just a waste of time. Back in the Grand Line, everyone resumed their rigorous training, and each person's strength improved. One day, Luffy was sitting at the bow of the ship, lost in thought. Nami approached without him noticing. What are you thinking about? Roadbed, Uncle Xiao. I'm wondering how I can become stronger. Xiao, your current strength is already very impressive. Looky, not enough. My current strength can at most be considered as an ordinary lieutenant general, not even an elite or top lieutenant general. In fact, every level of strength is divided into beginner, ordinary, elite, and top. Right now, Luffy's strength, at best, is just an ordinary lieutenant general. Xiao, strength must be improved step by step, and one cannot be impatient. Subgrade, I understand this principle. Xiao, you can explore your potential. Close your eyes and try to feel. The roadbed closed its eyes directly. With a smile, feel your own soul, focus on your own consciousness. The embankment quickly entered a familiar space. The roadbed immediately returns to reality. Subgrade, Uncle Xiao, are you talking about the consciousness space? Xiao, that's right. You learned it so quickly. It took me about 3 years to enter the consciousness space back then. Subgrade, what is the use of this consciousness space? Xiao, actually, everyone has a lock in their consciousness. As long as you unlock this lock, you can break through your potential and enhance your strength. After hearing Xiao's words, Luji entered the consciousness space again. However, in front of Luji, there was nothing but the Panku box. At this moment, Luji walked towards the dark area of the consciousness space. After taking a few steps, Luji directly saw a statue. Roadbed, Holy Lord. This statue is carved in the likeness of the Holy Lord. The roadbed suddenly realized something and then walked in another direction. Soon, another statue appeared. Curse Blue. Luji did not stop and soon saw another one. Earth Sovereign. Soon, all 8 demon statues were discovered by Luji. However, the statues of Ximu and Bogang were colored, while the others were all limestone gray. Subgrade, what is going on? At this moment, the statue of Ximu moved. Ximu, kid, it's you who awakened us. The statue of Bogang next to him also moved. Bogang, I didn't expect to find ourselves inside you. The roadbed was stunned by the scene before him. Ximu, kid, don't be scared. We're not as evil as you think. Roadbed, do you know what I'm thinking? Ximu, we are inside you, and we are connected to your consciousness. Of course we know what you're thinking. Bogang, the cartoons you watch are all fake. We are not bad people. We just look a bit scary, which is why others call us the 8 great demons. Roadbed, why were you sealed? Nishiki, because our power is too great and we almost control everything in the world. Bogang, so some evil people controlled us, wanting to use our hands to destroy the world. But some righteous individuals discovered this, and they had no choice but to seal us away. Roadbed, are you free now? Nishimu, impossible. Our physical bodies have long been gone after hundreds of years. What is inside you now is only our souls. Bogang, we can't leave your body either. Foundation, are you just staying in my consciousness space like this? Ximu, every statue has its own little world that belongs to us, and our souls will live there. Bogang, we're just attaching our souls to the statue, using the statue to communicate with you. Subgrade, what about the others? Ximu, they're still asleep, and when they wake up depends on you. Roadbed, rely on me? Bogang, the Panku treasure box has chosen you, so only you can unlock the seal of the treasure box and awaken them. Subgrade, What benefits do I have? Ximu, you can use our power, and we can also teach you some things you don't know. Bogang, don't underestimate us. What you know now is just the tip of the iceberg. Subrate, skin, Bogan, my abilities are not just what you see. You can try to devour all things. Roadbed, how to devour? Bogan, concentrate my power into my palm. The foundation raised its hand and followed Bogan's instructions. Soon, a small black vortex appeared in its hand. Bogan said, this vortex can attack. The moment it is unleashed, the vortex will enlarge and begin to devour everything, including others' attacks. Of course, you can also place it in your palm to touch the things you want to devour. The roadbed immediately thought of Blackbeard's dark fruit. Bogan, the things that are devoured will slowly dissipate in the devouring space. Of course, you can also take them out before they dissipate. You just need to make the vortex rotate in reverse. Roadbed, devouring space? Bogan, this space is a special space that can only be accessed by those who possess my abilities. Subgrade, this ability is very strong. Bogang, but it requires physical strength. And my energy conversion skill is just right. However, if I encounter someone much stronger than you, it would be quite difficult. Subgrade, I know this. At this moment, Ximu also spoke up. My abilities are similar to what you know, but in addition to controlling the weather, I can also use them to attack. The roadbed is filled with question marks. Ximu, you can try to control the shape of the rain or snowflakes and their falling speed. The brain of Luji instantly exploded. With such a statement, rainwater could turn into bullets or a hailstone meteor. At that moment, a halo appeared behind Ximu. Countless small bright spots then flew out and directly shot towards Luji. These bright spots stopped just before touching Luji. At this moment, Luji saw clearly that these bright spots were water droplets or ice blocks. Ximu, this move consumes very little stamina, and the attack methods are diverse. Basically, I can control everything created by the weather, like raindrops, snowflakes, and hail. The brain of the roadbed has exploded again. So, it means that anything created by the weather can be controlled. Ximu nodded. What about lightning? Ximu, it can also be controlled, but if the opponent is strong, the damage is not high. This lightning is not comparable to that of China and the Soviet Union. At that moment, Ximu thought of something else. Right? You can make water droplets convert between ice and snow. Roadbed, must it be created only by the weather? Ximu nodded. As long as these things do not land, they can be controlled. Once they land, it doesn't count anymore. Hanzu, 17, joined the Navy, Cap's brother with a power exchange system, characters, abilities, fruits, weapons, special natural type magical fruit, natural magic dragon fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. The system grants immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Harrow, Sea Dragon Admiral, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei, Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Rosanani, Blackbeard, Inel, Smoker grandson. Ace, Luffy daughter. Tina, Robin Pets. Cheelin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon. Green Snake, Water, Fire. Wood, Staff shakes the world. White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan stabilizes the universe. Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire. Wind, Angry Blade, Two Worlds, Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold. Heavy Hammer shakes the earth. First generation 3 admirals. Harrow, Sea Dragon Admiral. No fruit, as he swims in the sea like a fish, like a dragon. Killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Filey, Cloud Snake Admiral. Zoan type, Snake Fruit, White Python form. Retired. Steel Bone Kong. Magic Ape Admiral. Zoan type Mythical Beast, Gorilla Fruit, Magic Ape form. Promoted to Marshal. Second generation 3 admirals. Callow, Black Dragon Admiral. Retired. Injured. Stayed in the Navy. Killed celestial dragons. Impelled down. Released. Roamed the sea as the strongest navy. 29 years old. Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zifa. Black Arm Admiral retired. Stayed in the Navy. Protagonist disciple. Third generation 3 admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist Borsellino. Kizura resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation 3 admirals. Yishio, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia type Gravity Fruit Furry. Green Bull Admiral, Special Natural type Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan type Mythical Beast, Flying Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal. Kaido, no fruit. A strong Navy retiree who did not work for the world government. Second generation Marshal. Steelbone Kong, retired, worked for the world government. Third generation Marshal. Sengoku, retired. Stayed in the Navy, left and right arms. Strategist Callow. Advisor True. 4th generation martial. Akainu, final antagonist, Tilu, evil swordsman. Spar pirate crew, Captain Siri. Former user of the natural type flame fruit, Vice Captain Mion, specific skills expert. Crazy eating pirate crew, Captain Black Fist. Former user of the animal type mythical beast fish fruit, Vice Captain Han. Former user of the natural type snow fruit. Rocks pirate crew, Rox D. Zebek, ward pirate crew, Bondi Wald, world destroyer. Paramecia type Momo fruit. Golden lion pirate crew, Golden lion Shiki, Baroque works. Mythical beast type vampire fruit, blood refining pirate crew, blood demon, blood fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Animal type mythical beast turtle fruit. Crocodile, turtle form. Turtle shell pirate crew, replacing Blackbeard's pirate crew. World government's 5 poisons navy. Scorpion, gecko, snake, toad, centipede, admiral level strength. 5 elder stars, special antagonists. 6 major antagonists. Time fruit, red space fruit, yellow power fruit, blue reality fruit, green soul fruit, white mind fruit, orange, teammates, lead taijutsu expert. Dr. Senku, flame fruit. Natural type, chef Jaisai, swordsmanship expert. Navigator, great knife. 20C monsters. Blade draw, extreme shadow. Tsuli, earth fruit. Natural type, combatants Tsiufu, water fruit. Natural type, combatants, ship dragon god, ship spirit. Little dragon, summoner dark organization 12 divine dragon guards. Uchiha Bido. Wind Watergate, already obtained. Might Guy, already obtained. Orochimaru, already obtained. Jiraiya, already obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark enhanced version, already obtained. Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong. Carries weapon Ri, Jingu Bang. 6-ear macaque. Carries weapon free-spirited Iron Rod Soldier. Erlang, Shenyang Jian. Carries weapon 3-edged 2-blade knife, already obtained. Marshal Tiangong Zhu Beiji. Carries weapon 9-toothed rake, already obtained. General. Zhuanlian Shao Wujing. Carries weapon demon subduing staff, already obtained. Pure Guards 12 Zodiac Guards Rat Gold, already obtained. Ox, Wood already obtained. Tiger, Water already obtained. Rabbit, Fire already obtained. Dragon Earth already obtained. Snake, Dark already obtained. Horse, Thunder already obtained. Goat, Cloud already obtained. Monkey Wind already obtained. Rooster Snow already obtained. Dog Stone already obtained. Pig Bright already obtained. Callow Introduction. Cap's brother. Hero Admiral's disciple. Teacher of Akainu, Akiji Kizuru. Orphan, adopted by the village chief. Is the Navy ability that Harrow brought back to Windmill Village for the protagonist, excluding fruits. Basically no side effects, 3-color haki. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. Navy's 6 styles, Enhanced version. 8 Doors of Death Saitama Physique, Rinnegan, 6 Paths Sage. No need for 10 tails. Complete Ninjutsu, all attribute values. Infinite Chakra. Heavenly Step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth, Sun Wukong spell. Heavenly Sword Registration, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Level, Super Divine. Heavenly Star Technique, Ultimate Move, can evolve infinitely. Weapon, Black Blade Dragon Scale Level Classification. S Level, Essence, Extreme Intent Level, a level Forbidden Technique. Super High Level, B Level, Jounin Level, C Level, Chunin Level, D Level, Jinin Level, E Level, Ninja School Wind Release, Whirlwind Fist, Wind Release, Wind Blade, Wind Release, Wind Cut, Wind Release, Wind Rebound, Wind Release, Thousand-Faced Wind, Wind Release, Void Cannon, Wind Release, Peacock Whirlwind Slash, Wind Release, Peacock Whirlwind, Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm, Wind Release, Beast Wave Fierce Wind Palm, Wind Release, Fierce Wind Palm, Wind Release, Vacuum Ball, Wind Release, Vacuum Continuous Wave, Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave, Wind Release, Toad Iron Cannon, Wind Release, Practice Air Bullet, Lightning Release, Thousand Birds, Lightning Cut, Thousand Birds Flow, Lightning Release, Qilin, Lightning Release, Lightning Clone, Thousand Birds, Thousand Books, Thousand Birds Blade, Thousand Birds Spear, Lightning Release, Earth Walk, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball, Ninja Technique, Lightning Strike Tornado, Lightning Release, False Dark Lightning, Lightning Release, Lightning Binding, Lightning Release, Lightning Dream, Lightning Release, 4 Pillars Binding Technique, Lightning Release, 16 Pillars Binding Technique, Lightning Release, Lightning Needle, Lightning Release, Lightning Fong, Lightning Blade Technique, Lightning Gate, Lightning Blade Technique, Falling Thunder, Lightning Release, Thunder Wave, Lightning Release, Split Sky, Lightning Snake, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Fire Release, Great Flame Bullet, fire release. Toad oil flame bullet, fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet, fire release. Great dragon fire technique. Fire release. Explosive wind dance, fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique, fire release. Fire walk technique, fire release. Fire flame bullet, fire release. Flame meteor, fire release. Great flame technique. Fire release. Fire dragon bullet, fire release. Fire flame whirlwind, water release. Water release. Water barrier, water release. Water dragon bullet, water release. Water wave, water release. Water dragon bullet. Water release. Water cut wave, water release. Water blade slash, water release. Water continuous bullet, water release. Great explosive water wave, water release. Mist concealment technique. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Water iron cannon technique. Great shark bullet technique. Water prison technique. 5 eaten shark, 1,000 eaten shark. Water release. Explosive water wave, water clone technique. Water release. Water tooth bullet, water release. Water chaotic wave, water release. Rain cut, water release. Water flow whip, water release. Iron cannonball, water release. Hurricane water vortex technique. Water release. Toad iron cannon, water release. Breaking flowing water, water release. Water jug technique, water release. Water cutting blade, earth release. Earth release. Rock concealment technique. Earth release. Earth barrier, earth release. Earth prison, earth release. Earth dragon bullet, earth release. Earth splitting turn palm, earth release. Earth flow cut, earth release. Earth flow wall, earth release. Earth spike gun, earth release. Earth flow wall, earth release. Mountain earth technique, earth release. Earthquake core. At this time, Joseph and Johnny also walked out of the cabin. Joseph, brother Roadbed, the headquarters doesn't know why Kaido's subordinate, one of the 3 disasters, Jack the Drought, is here. That's right, the pirate ship appearing in the distance on a roadbed is Jack the Drought's mammoth. Johnny, the commander wants us to act according to the situation. Roadbed, get ready for battle, they're coming this way. Then Joseph and Johnny drew their knives. Jack, is it the Navy? Get closer, take them out. Then the mammoth sped up. Soon the 2 ships were about to come together. Roadbed, Drought disaster Jack, what do you want to do? Jack, do I need a reason to kill you? Roadbase, kill us? Do you have the strength for that? Jack immediately became furious. Damn brat, looking for death. Jack pulled out 2 scythes and swung them at Roadbase. The pirates behind Jack immediately charged at Roadbase group. Ace, come on you damn pirates. Sabo, how rude. Joseph and Johnny rushed in with their knives. Xiao stood aside, ready to join in as soon as Roadbase was at a disadvantage. The roadbed is directly equipped with armored arms and attached with armed color. Luji punched Jack's knife away. Jack, you're strong kid, but not enough. Then Jack raised his knife again and slashed at Lugia, who once again raised his fist to collide, but this time Lugia was sent flying. Roadbed, as expected. Ancient species of the animal system have tough skin, thick flesh, great strength, and high defense. System panel, host, Carlo, origin, void billion path laws, physique, primordial sacred body, ability, free will, weapons, life and death, dual ring, supreme void treasure, dragon robe, supreme void treasure, yin-yang, dual table, supreme void treasure, heavenly Dao staff, supreme void treasure, good, earthly Dao gun, supreme void treasure, evil, human Dao fan, supreme void treasure, self, world destruction, dual gun, supreme void treasure, backpack, miscellaneous, cultivation, void saint, divine beast pets, great Dao saint, Qilin, black dragon horse, Qilin arm, azure dragon, azure, giant python, azure dragon blade, white tiger, no-tail tiger, white tiger blade, vermilion bird, fire eagle, vermilion bird fan, black tortoise, blue shell turtle, black tortoise shield, 3 corpses, chaos saint pet, bear left, bear right, heavenly Dao saint, 3 races, primordial saint, disciples, Hongjun, great Dao saint, Luo Ho, heavenly Dao saint, Yang Mei, primordial saint, Qian Kuan, primordial saint, Yin Yang, primordial saint, Zhen Yuanzi, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Ming He, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Hong Yun, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Di Jun, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Di Jiang, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Dong Huang Tai, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Fu Shi, 3 corpses quasi-saint, 12 dark dragon, guards, 12 zodiac guards, great Dao, saint sky, shattering palm, falling heaven, 10,000 methods return to 1, severing soul, dispersing spirit, killing god, destroying saint, world destruction, divine thunder, 9 heavens, raging fire, 10,000 rivers, dead water, heavenly calamity, dark gold, destroying soul, sacred wood, divine death, sealing earth, inferior, medium, superior, supreme, mortal tools, spirit treasures, Acquired merit, spirit treasures. Acquired merit, supreme treasures. Innate merit, spirit treasures. Innate merit, supreme treasures. Chaos merit, spirit treasures. Chaos merit, supreme treasures. Hongmeng merit, spirit treasures. Hongmeng merit, supreme treasures. Void merit, spirit treasures. Void merit, supreme treasures. Early, mid, late peak merit, saints, primordial saints, heavenly Tao saints, great Tao saints, chaos saints, Hongmeng saints. Void saints began as void, with nothing. From nothing comes something. The first something is Tao. Later, the void evolved into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolved into chaos, or Hongmeng shattered, chaos emerged, and the great Tao emerged. From chaos, 3,000 demons and gods were born. Panku is one of them. Panku slayed 3,000 demons and gods in chaos, opened up the heavens and the earth, and transformed himself into all things. After the Hongmeng world was born, the great Tao concealed itself, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Qi, Han Qi, Yin Qi, infinite Gotling, infinite Sniper Rifle, Burning Fruit, Tunder Fruit. Tang Tao, Fox's heart technique. Rain Ninja and Narrow's technique. Causes the opponent to see the image they fear the most, delivering a psychological blow. Xiaofeng's technique. Causes the opponent to see one illusion after another to disturb them. This place is not technique. Causes the opponent to mistake one place for another using illusion. Orochimaru's Nirvana technique. Drops feather-like illusions, putting the enemy into a sleep state. Medicine Master Do's dark walking technique. Creates a vast dark environment to seal the opponent's vision. Second Hokage. See Hokage level decisive battle. Magical. This place is not a place. Tsukiyomi Red Bean Orochimaru's magical tree combat technique. Setting Sun Red Moon reading. Brings the enemy into a mental world created by the caster, where the space, time, mass, etc. are controlled by the caster. Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Toad Duo. Emits frog croaks to hypnotize the opponent, causing them to lose combat ability. Caster, Fukusaku Kashima, Taijutsu Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind. Leaf Fierce Whirlwind Prelude. High-speed attacks on the enemy's lower body with whirlwind legs. Gentle Fist. A unique taijutsu passed down through the Hyuga clan. Releasing chakra from acupuncture points to damage the opponent's internal organs and meridian system, stopping their chakra flow. Lotus. An advanced taijutsu used by Li and Guy, requiring the opening of the 8 gates, embracing the enemy with their body, and then spinning rapidly from high altitude towards the ground. It is a forbidden technique that harms both the enemy and oneself. Meatball Battle Car, a secret technique of the Akimichi clan, an extension of multiplication technique. Rolling toward the opponent with an expanded body. Shadow Dance Leaf. Launches the opponent upwards, then attacks from behind in midair with a second round of attacks. Can connect to Lotus, Lion's Combo, an aerial combo technique that can be used after Shadow Dance Leaf. After a series of aerial attacks, the final strike adds the force of gravity, making the attack power evident. Naruto's Combo, a multi-person continuous technique formed by Naruto using Shadow Clone technique combined with Lion's Combo. Secret Sand Technique, Gaara's 1000-kill water-soaring white bug technique, Oil Girl Clan Shadow Technique. Nara Clan Multiplication Technique. Akimichi Clan Heart Transfer Technique, Yamanaka Clan Kagura Mines, Ikankaro's Water Transformation Technique, Great Water, Arm Technique, Hozuki, Suijetsu, Exploding Clay Daidara's Grudge Technique, Jinchuriki. Death's Curse Blood Flying Segment, Sealing Technique, Sealing Fire Law Seal, Jiraiya's Corpse, Sealing Technique, 4th Hokage. 3rd Hokage, 4 Symbols Sealing. 4th Hokage, 8 Trigrams, Sealing Style. 4th Hokage, 5 Elements, Sealing Release, Technique 3rd, 4th, 3 Sages. No Standing Soil, In Sealing, Sealing Release. Tsunade Finger Seal, Jiraiya's Black Sealing Technique left, and right Sealing Iron Wall, Earth Land Susanoo. Tin Fist, Sword, Uchiha Itachi's Transcription Seal. Amaterasu Itachi's Evil Sealing Technique, Kakashi's Illusory, Dragon, 9 Sealing Techniques, Akatsuki Organization Absorption Technique, Sealing Techniques Pain, Hungry Ghost Path, Binding Law Formation, Irika Crystal Release. Crystal Wall, 8 Formation, Red Lotus Curse, Seal, Hyuga Clan. Sealing Bloodline Limit, Barrier Technique Toad's World Hans, 17th Marine, Karp's Brother Ability Exchange System, Characters. Abilities, Fruits, Weapons, Special Natural System, Magical Fruit. Nature Magic Dragon Fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea prism stone. Teacher, Harrow, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son, Jinbei Hawkeye Mihawk, Tyrant Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Rosinante, Teach, Enel, Smoker Grandson. Ace, Luffy Daughter. Tina, Robin Pets. Chilin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon. Blue Snake, Water, Fire. Wood, Staff Shakes the World, White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan Stabilizes the Universe, Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire. Wind, Angry Blade, Two Worlds, Black Tortoise, Giant Turtle, Water, Gold. Heavy Hammer Shakes the Earth. First Generation 3 Admirals, Harrow, Sea Dragon General without fruit. As at home in the sea as a fish, like a dragon. Died after retirement due to celestial dragon's harm. Filey, Cloud Snake Admiral Animal System, Snake Fruit White Python Form. Retired Steel Bone Kong. Magic Ape Admiral Animal System, Phantom Beast Type, Gorilla, Fruit Magic Ape Form. Promotion to Marshal. Second Generation 3 Admirals. Caro, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured and stayed in the Navy. Killed celestial dragons due to teacher. Impel down. Released. Roamed the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old. Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zephyr. Black Wrist Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. Protagonist Disciple. Third Generation 3 Admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist. Borsellino. Kizuru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth Generation 3 Admirals. Isho. Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia Type, Gravity, Fruit Fruit. Green Bull Admiral, Special Logia Type, Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan Type Mythical Bee Snake Fruit. First Generation Marshal. Kizuru, No Fruit, Retired Navy Powerhouse. Did not work for the World Government Second Generation Marshal. Steelbone Kong, Retired, worked for the World Government Third Generation Marshal. Sengoku, Retired and stayed in the Navy, Left and Right Arms, Strategist Karo, Advisor Crane. Fourth Generation Marshal. Akainu, ending as a villain, Tilu, Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Silly. Former Logia Type Mara Fruit. Vice Captain, Hanyu, a powerful technique user. Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist, former Zoan Type Mythical Beast Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia Type Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirate Crew, Rox D. Zebek, Ward Pirate Crew, Bondewald. World Destroyer. Paramecia Type Momo Fruit. Gold Line Pirate Crew, Gold Line Shiki. Baroque Works, Mythical Beast Type Vampire Fruit, Blood Refining Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan Type Mythical Beast Turtle Fruit. Crocodile, Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard Pirate Crew. World Government, 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral Level Strength. 5 Elders as Special Villains. 6 Major Villains, Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit. Orange, Teammates, Lee Martial Arts Powerhouse. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit. Logia Type, Chef GCI, Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator, Great Blade, 21 Sea Monsters. Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Cursed Warrior, Earth and Fruit Nature System. Combatant Curse Follower, Water and Fruit Nature System. Combatant Ship Dragon God, Ship Spirit. Little Dragon. Summoner Dark Organization, 12 Dragon Guards. Uchiha Bido. Wave Foam Min, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orotrue, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man, Tony Stark, enhanced version. Obtained. Monkey King Sun Wukong, with weapon Rui Jingu Bang. Six-eared Macaque, with weapon Unconstrained Iron Staff. Erlang Shenyang Jian, with weapon Three-edged Double Blade. Obtained. Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji, with weapon Nine-Toothed Rake. Obtained. General Rolling Curtains Sha Wujing, with weapon Demon Subduing Staff. Obtained. Pure Guard 12. Zodiac Guards, Rat Gold obtained, Oxwood obtained, Tiger Water obtained, Rabbit, Fire obtained, Dragon Earth obtained, Snake Dark obtained, Horse Thunder obtained, Goat Cloud obtained, Monkey Wind obtained, Rooster Snow obtained, Dogstone obtained, Pibright obtained. Introduction of Carlo, brother of Karp, disciple of Admiral Hero, teacher of Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru, orphan, adopted by village chief. The Navy abilities, excluding fruit, basically no side effects, 3-color haki. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. Navy 6 Styles, Enhanced Version. 8 Gates of Duinjia, Saitama Physique, Rinnegan, Sage of 6 Paths. No need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu Encyclopedia, all attribute values. Infinite Chakra. Heavenly Step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth, Suntian Yukong Spell. Heavenly Blade Catalog, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Tier, Super God. Heavenly Star Technique. Ultimate Move, can evolve infinitely. Weapons. Black Blade Dragon Scale Level Division. S-Class, Ultimate, Extreme Level. A-Class, Forbidden Techniques. Super High Level, B class, J Neen level, C class, CH Neen level, D class, Jinin level, E class. Ninja School wind release, whirlwind fist, wind release, blade of wind, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, wind reversal, wind release, thousand faced, wind release, void cannon, wind release, peacock, whirlwind / wind release, peacock, whirlwind, wind release, beast, wave palm, wind release, beast, wave, fierce, wind palm, wind release, fierce, wind palm, wind release, vacuum ball, wind release, vacuum. Continuous wave, wind release, vacuum blade, wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, toad, iron cannon, wind release, practice, air bullet, lightning release, thousand birds, lightning / thousand birds, flow, lightning release, Kirin, lightning release, lightning, clone, thousand birds, thousand blade, thousand birds, blade, thousand birds, sharp gun, lightning release, ground walk, lightning release, lightning ball, ninjutsu, lightning strike, tornado, lightning release, false dark, lightning release, lightning binding. Lightning release, lightning dream, lightning person, lightning release, 4 pillars, binding technique, lightning release, 16 pillars, binding technique, lightning release, lightning needle, lightning release, lightning tooth, lightning blade technique, lightning gate, lightning blade technique, falling thunder, lightning release, lightning wave, lightning release, cracking sky, lightning snake, fire release, great fireball technique, phoenix, fire technique, fire release, dragon, fire technique, fire release, flame bullet, fire release, great flame bullet, fire release, toad, oil flame bullet, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet, fire release, great dragon fire technique, fire release, exploding wind dance, fire release, great fire extinguishing technique, fire release, fire walking technique, fire release, fire flame bullet, fire release, flame meteor, fire release, great flame technique, fire release, fire dragon bullet, fire release, fire flame whirlwind, water release, water, array wall, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water wave, water release, water dragon bullet, water release, water cut wave, water release, water blade / water release, water continuous bullet, water release, great explosion, water wave, water release, mist concealment technique, water release, great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique, great jiao bullet technique, water prison technique, 5 fish jiao, 1000 fish jiao, water release, explosion, water wave, water clone technique, water release, water tooth bullet, water release, water chaotic wave, water release, cutting rain, water release, water flow whip, water release, iron cannon, jade, water release, hurricane, water vortex, technique, water release, toad, iron cannon, water release, breaking flow, water release, water pot technique, water release, waterfall technique, water release, water benefit blade, earth release, rock concealment technique, earth release, barrier, earth prison hall, no earth release, earth dragon bullet, earth release, cracking. Earth turn palm, earth release, earth flow, cut, earth release, earth flow, city wall, earth release, earth spike gun, earth release, earth flow, barrier, earth release, mountain, earth technique, earth release, earthquake core, earth release, rock theft stick, earth release, rock column gun, earth release, earth dragon concealment technique, earth release, super light heavy rock technique, earth release, super heavy rock technique system panel. Host, Carlo, origin, void, and infinite laws, physique, primordial holy body, ability, desire, weapon, life and death, dual rings, supreme void treasure, dragon robe, supreme void treasure, yin yang dual table, supreme void treasure, heavenly Tao stick, supreme void treasure, good, earth Tao gun, supreme void treasure, evil, human Tao fan, supreme void treasure, self, world destruction dual gun, supreme void treasure, backpack, miscellaneous, cultivation, void saint, divine beast pets, great Tao saint, Qilin, black dragon horse, Qilin arm, Qinglong, green giant python, Qinglong knife, white tiger, no-tail tiger, white tiger blade, Zhuke, fire eagle, Zhuke fan, Xuanwu, green-shelled turtle, Xuanwu shield, 3 corpses, chaos saint pets, bear left, bear right, heavenly Tao saint, 3 clans, Hunyuan saint, disciples, Hongjun, great Tao saint, Luo Ho, heavenly Tao saint, Yang Mei, Hunyuan saint, Qian Kuan, Hunyuan saint, Yin Yang, Hunyuan saint, Jun Yuanzi, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Ming He, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Hong Yun, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Di Jun, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Di Jiang, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Dong Huang Tai, 3 corpses quasi-saint, Fu Shi, 3 corpses quasi-saint, 12 dark dragon guards, 12 zodiac guards, great Tao saints, heaven shattering palm, falling heaven, 10,000 laws return to one, severing soul and spirit, killing God and exterminating saint, world destruction, divine thunder, 9 heavens raging fire, 10,000 rivers dead water, heavenly evil dark gold, annihilation, soul holy wood, divine death sealing earth, low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade, mortal tools, magical treasures, spiritual treasures, acquired merit, spiritual treasures, acquired merit, supreme treasures, innate merit, spiritual treasures, innate merit, supreme treasures, chaos, merit, spiritual treasures. Chaos, merit, supreme treasures. Hongmeng, merit, spiritual treasures. Hongmeng, merit, supreme treasures. Void, merit, spiritual treasures. Void, merit, supreme treasures. Early stage, mid stage, late stage, peak, merit saints. Hunyuan saints, heavenly Tao saints, great Tao saints, chaos saints, Hongmeng saints. Void saints began as nothing with nothing. From nothing comes something. The first something is Tao. Later, the void evolves into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolves into chaos, or rather, Hongmeng shatters and chaos emerges, and the great Tao emerges. In chaos, 3,000 demons and gods were born. Panku is one of them. Panku slayed 3,000 demons and gods in chaos, opened the heavens and the earth, and created the primordial world, transforming himself into all things. After the birth of the prehistoric world, the great Tao hid, and the heavenly Tao emerged. Shui, Hanqiu, Inqi, infinite Gatling, infinite sniper rifle, burn fruit, thunder fruit. Tang Dao, earth escape heavy rock technique, earth escape hardening technique, earth escape earth spear, earth escape rock pillar prison, earth escape earth stone flow, earth escape earth stone dragon, earth escape earth substitute, earth escape rock fist technique, immortal technique hair needle 1,000 books, immortal technique 5 right guards, immortal technique 4-toed ceiling array, immortal technique spiral pill, immortal technique tailed beast ball, immortal technique tailed beast ball spiral, shuriken, immortal technique spiral link ball, immortal technique big tailed beast spiral pill, immortal technique super big tailed beast spiral pill, immortal technique super big tailed beast spiral, multi-link ball, immortal technique wind, escape spiral, shuriken, immortal technique wind escape, super big tailed beast spiral, shuriken, immortal technique super tailed beast ball spiral, shuriken, 6 pads, super big tailed beast spiral, shuriken, immortal technique magnet escape spiral pill. Immortal technique melt escape spiral, shuriken, immortal technique would escape true number 1,000 hands, immortal technique bright god gate top transformation, immortal technique storm escape light, immortal technique in escape divine thunder flame escape Amaterasu flame escape Indra's arrow flame escape Kagutsuchi flame escape Yasukuni jewel flame escape flame thunder god storm escape thunder cloud cavity wave storm escape storm ghost dragon dust escape split original realm separation technique, dust escape limit separation technique, dust escape original realm separation technique, ice escape secret technique, demon mirror ice crystal secret technique, 1,000 kill water soaring secret technique, annihilation water soaring ice escape, black dragon storm kill ice escape, double dragon storm kill ice escape, one-horned white whale ice escape, wolf tooth avalanche ice escape, ice prison technique, ice escape swallow blowing snow ice escape, ice pillar ice escape, breaking dragon, fierce tiger ice, shuriken body technique, Konoha dragon god shadow dance leaf, Konoha whirlwind, Konoha fierce wind, Konoha great whirlwind, Konoha strong force, whirlwind, Konoha rising wind, drunken fist lines, a continuous bombardment, 8 gates, Duinjia, table lotus flower, inside lotus flower, morning peacock, day, tiger, evening, elephant night, Kai, 80 god sky, strike sword technique, Konoha sword technique, flow 3 crescent moon dance long, moon shadow vacuum sword. Desolate cormorant slashing sword, quick draw flying thunder god / secret sword, moon shadow, hazy moon night, illusion technique, moon reed separate, heaven god, dark travel technique, illusion technique, unknown fire demon flute, magical sound, lock magic mirror, heaven and earth turn tree, binding technique, Izanagi, Izanami infinite moon reed, crystal escape, crystal 5-point prison, crystal escape, crystal shuriken, crystal escape, emerald crystal sword, crystal escape, emerald crystal. Mirror crystal escape, emerald crystal clone, crystal escape, 8 trigrams, 8 directions, array, crystal escape, crystal, maze technique, crystal escape, emerald crystal, hexagonal pillar, crystal escape, divine crossing technique, crystal escape, crystal wall, 8 crystal, huge hexagonal shuriken, crystal escape, hexagonal shuriken, dance crystal escape, red fruit 1. S-class, ultimate, extreme level, earth explosion star 1 pain. 6 paths, sage god, realm pain, universal pull pain, elephant turning technique, pain summoning outer path, demon statue, Nagato, outer path, reincarnation birth technique, Nagato, would escape secret technique, tree realm, descent, first Hokage, flying thunder, god technique, 4th Hokage, corpse demon, sealing 4th Hokage. 3rd Hokage, creation, rebirth, Tsunade, in, sealing Tsunade, wind, escape spiral, shuriken Naruto, sage technique, wind, escape spiral, shuriken Naruto, sage mode, Jiraiya. Naruto sage technique, 5, right guards, Jiraiya, deepening work, deeply, Shima Sage, technique, super big tailed beast spiral pill Jiraiya. Naruto Sage technique, spiral link ball Naruto, Sage technique, Toad, summoning deeply Shima. Both Jiraiya and Naruto can use, summoning impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru 8-headed technique, Orochimaru immortal rebirth technique, Orochimaru lightning escape Kirin. Sasuke moon read, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke Susan, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, white secret technique Chiyo. First puppet masterman Zaman, self-rebirth Chiyo, red secret technique, 100 people manipulation red sand scorpion divine, might Kakashi lightning cut. Kakashi infinite moon red, not yet appeared. Just an idea of Madara. Uchiha Madara, control 10 tails power, enhances eye power, become 10 tails Jinchuriki, project his eyes on a moon in a great illusion too. A-class forbidden technique, super or high level. Curseal Sasuke, Libra Omoi, Mitarashi Anko, Sound Ninja 5-man team. The last 5 all perished. Morning Peacock Kai 8 gates Duinjia Kai. Rock Lee Lotus Flower Kai. Rock Lee 4 directions, Shuriken technique Naruto Shadow Clone, Charge Attack, Naruto Harem technique, Naruto Big Tail Beast Spiral Pill Naruto. Jiraiya Earth Escape Yellow Spring Swamp Jiraiya Spiral Pill. Wave Wind Water Gate, Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki, Konomaru Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Naruto. Kakashi Water Escape, Great Waterfall Technique Momochi Zabuza, Kakashi Lightning Clone, Kakashi Lightning, Escape, 1,000 Birds, Sasuke. Kakashi Lightning, Escape, 1,000 Birds, Flow Sasuke, Lightning, Escape, 1,000 Birds, 1,000 Books Sasuke, Lightning, Escape, 1,000 Birds, Sharp Gun Sasuke, Double Serpent Kill Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru Summoning Technique, Triple Rashomon, Orochimaru Lions, Closed Roar Chiyo, Human Body Surprise, Skill Chiyo, Shuriken, Shadow, Clone Technique. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Long-Sighted Technique. Sarutobi, Hiruzen Healing and Destruction Medicine, Master Kabuto Palm, Sage Technique Medicine, Master Kabuto Mirror Face, Attacker Technique, Pain Chaos Body Technique, Tsunade, Healing Live Rebirth Technique, Silence Camouflage Stealth Technique, Otsutsuki Wind Blade, Maki Mind Control, Sand Scorpion 3 Crescent. Moon Dance, Moonlight Gale Shadow Clone Big Explosion, Uchiha Itachi 3. B-Class, Jonin Level. Hanju, 17th Navy, Karp's Brother Ability Exchange System. Character, Ability, Fruit, Weapon, Special Natural System Magic Fruit. Natural Magic Dragon Fruit. Can elementalize, control any element. And can transform into a magic dragon. System grants immunity to sea water and sea stone. Teacher, Hai Luo, Sea Dragon General, Navy Strategist. Hometown Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei, Hawk I'm my Hawk. Tyrant Kuma, Crocodile. Doflamingo, Razanani, Blackbeard, Inel, Smoker grandson. Ace Luffy daughter. Tina, Robin pets. Qilin, Black Horse Qing Long, Green Snake, Water, Fire. Wood, Staff shakes the 8 directions. White Tiger, Earth, Thunder, Fan determines the universe. Vermilion Bird, Fire Falcon, Fire. Wind, Anger Knife 2 realms. Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer shakes the earth. The first 3 generals. Hai Luo, Sea Dragon, General No Fruit, because in the sea like a fish in water, like a dragon. After retirement killed by celestial dragons. Philly, Cloud Snake General Animal System, Snake Fruit White Python Form. Retired Steelbone Kong. Magic Ape General Animal System, Phantom Beast Type, Gorilla, Fruit Magic Ape Form. Promotion to Marshal, 2nd Generation, 3 Admirals. Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired, injured. Stayed in the Navy. Killed Celestial Dragon for Teacher, impelled down. Released, sailing the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zephyr. Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. Protagonist Disciple. 3rd Generation 3 Admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist Borsellino. Kizaru resigned to follow the protagonist. 4th Generation 3 Admirals. Ishin, Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia Type Gravity Fruit Frulli. Green Bull Admiral, Special Logia Type Forest Fruit Kobe. White Snake Admiral, Zoan Type Mythical Beast 10 Snake Fruit. 1st Generation Marshal, Kate Chi, without a fruit. Retired and did not work for the world government. 2nd Generation Marshal, Steelbone Kong retired and worked for the world government. 3rd Generation Marshal, Sengoku retired and stayed in the Navy. Right and left arms, Military Advisor Carlo, Consultant Crane, 4th Generation Marshal, Akainu, ending as a villain, Tilu, Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirate Crew, Captain Silly, former Logia Type Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion, Specific Technique Master. Crazy Eating Pirate Crew, Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan type Mythical Beast Fish Fish Fruit, Vice Captain Han. Former Logia type Snow Snow Fruit. Rox Pirate Crew, Rox D. Zebek. Ward Pirate Crew, Bondewald. World Destroyer, Paramishi type Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirate Crew, Golden Lion Shiki. Baroque Works, Mythical Beast type Vampire Fruit. Blood Refinement Pirate Crew, Blood Demon, Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan type Mythical Beast Turtle Fruit. Crocodile, Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard Pirate Crew. World Government, 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake Toad. Centipede, Admiral Level Strength. 5 Elders Special Villains, 6 Great Villains Time Fruit Red Space Fruit Yellow Power Fruit Blue Reality Fruit Green Soul Fruit White Mind Fruit Orange. Teammates, Lee, Physical Technique Master. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit. Logia Type, Chef GCI, Sword Technique Master. Navigator, Great Knife, 21C Monsters. Draw Blade Slash, Extreme Shadow. Chili, Earth Fruit. Logia Type, Combatant Chi Fu, Water Fruit. Logia Type, Combatant, Ship Dragon God Number, Ship Soul. Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization, 12 Divine Dragon Guards. Uchiha Bito. Wind Watergate, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orochimaru, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark Enhanced Version, obtained. Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong, equipped with Weapon Rui Jingu Bang. 6-Eared Macaque, equipped with Weapon Free Will Iron Rod Soldier. Erlang Shenyang Jian, equipped with Weapon 3-Edge Blade, obtained. Marshal Tianping Zhu Beiji, equipped with Weapon 9-Toothed Rake, obtained. General Zhuanlian Sha Wujing, equipped with Weapon Demon Subduing Staff, obtained. Pure Guardian 12 Zodiac Guards, Rat Gold obtained. Ox Wood obtained. Tiger Water obtained. Rabbit Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake Dark obtained. Horse Thunder obtained. Goat Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dog Stone obtained. Pib Right obtained. Carlo Introduction, Karp's brother. Admiral Hero's disciple, teacher of Akainu, Akiji Kazu, an orphan, adopted by the village chief, is the Navy ability, excluding fruit. Basically no side effects, 3-color haki, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Navy 6 forms, enhanced version. 8 gates, Saitama physique, Rinnegan, sage of 6 paths, no need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu encyclopedia, all attribute values, infinite chakra. Heavenly step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong spell. Heavenly blade register, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top level, super god. Heavenly star technique, ultimate move, can evolve infinitely. Weapon, black blade dragon scale level division. S level, ultimate extreme intent level. L level, forbidden technique. Super high level, B level, upper ninja level, C level, middle ninja level, D level, lower ninja level. E level, ninja school wind escape, whirlwind fist, wind escape, wind blade, wind escape. Wind cut, wind escape, wind rebound, wind escape, thousand-faced wind escape, space cannon, wind escape, peacock whirlwind slash, wind escape, peacock whirlwind, wind escape, beast wave palm, wind escape, beast wave fierce wind palm, wind escape, fierce wind palm, wind escape, vacuum sphere, wind escape, vacuum wave, wind escape, vacuum blade, wind escape, vacuum wave, wind escape. Toad iron cannon, wind escape, practice air bullet, thunder escape, thousand birds, thunder cut, thousand birds flow, thunder escape, Kirin, thunder escape, thunder clone, thousand birds, thousand books. Thousand birds blade, thousand birds sharp gun, thunder escape, ground walk, thunder escape, thunderball, ninjutsu, thunder strike tornado, thunder escape, pseudo dark thunder, thunder escape, thunder binding, thunder escape. Thunder dream, thunder person, thunder escape, 4-pillar binding technique, thunder escape, 16-pillar binding technique, thunder escape, thunder needle, thunder escape, thunder tooth, thunder blade technique, thunder gate. Thunder blade technique, falling thunder, thunder escape, thunder wave, thunder escape, split sky thunder snake, fire escape, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, fire escape, dragon fire technique. Fire escape, flame bullet, fire escape, great flame bullet, fire escape, toad oil flame bullet, fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet, fire escape, great dragon fire technique, fire escape. Explosive wind dance, fire escape, great fire extinguish, fire escape, fire walking technique, fire escape, fire flame bullet, fire escape, flame meteor, fire escape, great flame technique, fire escape. Fire dragon bullet, fire escape, fire flame whirlwind, water escape, water formation wall, water escape, water dragon bullet, water escape, water wave, water escape, water dragon bullet, water escape, water cut wave, water escape, water blade slash, water escape, water continuous bullet, water escape, great explosive water wave, water escape. Mist concealment technique, water escape. Great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique. Great jiao bullet technique, water prison technique. 5 fu jiao, 1000 fu jiao, water escape. Explosive water wave, water clone technique, water escape. Water tooth bullet, water escape. Water chaotic wave, water escape. Rain cut, water escape. Water flow whip, water escape. Iron cannon jewel, water escape. Hurricane water vortex technique, water escape. Toad iron cannon, water escape. Breaking flow water escape, water escape. Water pot technique, water escape. Waterfall technique, water escape. Water sharp blade, earth escape. Rock concealment technique. Earth escape, barrier, earth escape. Earth prison, earth escape. Earth dragon bullet, earth escape. Split earth turn palm, earth escape. Earth flow cut, earth escape. Earth flow city wall, earth escape. Earth spike gun, earth escape. Earth flow wall, earth escape. Mountain earth technique, earth escape. Earthquake core, earth escape. Rock thief rod, earth escape. Rock pillar gun, earth escape. Earth dragon concealment technique, earth escape. Super light heavy rock technique, earth escape. Super heavy rock technique, earth escape. Increased weight rock technique, earth escape. Decreased weight rock technique, earth escape. Harding technique, earth escape. Earth spear. Soon everyone arrived at the royal city of Alabasta. Luffy and the others directly entered the royal city, while Luji and a few waited outside. Luffy and his crew know that they will be captured by Crocodile, and they also know that Vivi will be taken away by Crocodile. Luffy also fought to save Vivi and Crocodile, and was subsequently pierced by Crocodile and buried alive. In the second battle, he was drained dry by Crocodile's ultimate move, the Sansan Fruit. In the third battle, he defeated Crocodile using his blood under the protagonist's halo. These 3 battles are essential for Luffy's growth. Therefore, as long as no accidents occur, Luffy will not take action. Lucky came this time for Crocodile, wanting to persuade Crocodile to board the ship, while also trying to bring Das Bones and Gatino from Baroque Works on board. Bones' Devil Fruit is a paramecia-type quick-slash-fruit, allowing him to transform any part of his body into a blade at will, giving ordinary punches and kicks the power of a blade. His entire body has a blade-like quality, including his organs, making it as tough as real steel. Therefore, he is not only immune to knives and guns, but most physical attacks are completely ineffective against him. Bullets and even ordinary shells have no effect. Additionally, his organs are as tough as steel, so he is unharmed by blunt impacts like those delivered by Zoro using the back of his sword. As long as something cannot cut through or penetrate steel, it cannot harm him. If Zoro hadn't comprehended the ability to cut iron in a crisis, he would have lost. Moreover, if Bones were to fully develop the hardness of his body, he could easily become a supreme blade, and his strength would be unimaginable. Teaching him the 6 powers of the Navy and the 2-color haki would definitely give him the strength of a rear admiral or higher. Tino, on the other hand, is a paramecia-type wax fruit user, able to melt his body and change its shape at will. When he activates his power, flames appear on his head. The wax he can produce hardens to be as tough as steel, able to withstand even the deadly poison released by Magellan. However, it is ineffective against corrosive substances like Magellan's poisonous giant. Besides being able to change shape freely, he can protect himself, trap enemies, and create wax figures or keys for cells. His weakness is that the properties of wax are afraid of high temperatures like flames, and Gatino loses strength in high-temperature environments. This fruit has high plasticity and can even be compared to Katakuri's ability, making it a pseudo-natural type. He can change his shape before being attacked to evade the attack. If Tino learns the 2-color haki, he would also have the strength of a rear admiral or higher. As for Crocodile, there's no need to mention his strength. Not everyone can be a warlord of the sea. He himself is a Logia-type Sansan fruit user, able to turn any part of his body into sand and shape it into blades for attacks. He can absorb moisture from living beings or objects he touches, drying out rocks or soil to turn them back into sand, or extracting underground water from deserts to create quicksand. Additionally, he can gather sand in his hands to create sandstorms. His weakness is that his body becomes tangible when it comes into contact with liquids, losing the properties of a Logia-type devil fruit and becoming vulnerable to physical attacks. After all, Crocodile is a boss from the early stages. How could he possibly be weak? Crocodile's defeat was due to Luffy's protagonist aura. If he learned the 2-color haki, his strength would definitely approach that of an admiral, or he might even become one. Therefore, Lucky wants to persuade the 3 to board the ship and make them willingly become part of the Navy. System panel: Host, Callow, Origin, Void of Infinite Laws, Physique, Primordial Sacred Body, Ability, Willingness, Weapons, dual rings of life and death. Ultimate void treasure, dragon robe. Ultimate void treasure. Yin Yang dual surface, ultimate void treasure. Heavenly Dao stick, ultimate void treasure, good. Earthly Dao gun, ultimate void treasure, evil. Human Dao fan, ultimate void treasure, self. World destroying dual guns, ultimate void treasure. Backpack, miscellaneous. Cultivation, saint of nothingness. Divine beast pets. Great Dao saint, Xilan. Black dragon horse, Xilan arm. Azure dragon, Azure python, Azure dragon blade. White tiger, tailless tiger, white tiger blade. Vermilion bird, fire eagle, vermilion bird fan. Black tortoise, Azure shell turtle, black tortoise shield. Three corpses, chaos saint pet, bear left, bear right, heavenly Dao saint. Three ancestors, primordial saint, disciples. Hongjun, great Dao saint. Luo Ho, heavenly Dao saint. Yang Mei, primordial saint. Qian Kuan, primordial saint. Yin Yang, primordial saint. Zhen Yuanzi, three corpses quasi-saint. Ming He, three corpses quasi-saint. Hong Yun, three corpses quasi-saint. Di Jun, three corpses quasi-saint. Di Jiang, three corpses quasi-saint. Dong Huang Tai Yi, three corpses quasi-saint. Fu Shi, three corpses quasi-saint. 12 Dar Dragon Guards, 12 Zodiac Guards. Great Dao, Saint Heaven Shattering Palm. Falling Heaven, all methods return to one. Soul severing and spirit destruction. Killing God and destroying Saint. World destroying divine thunder. 9 Heavens blazing fire, 10,000 rivers dead water. Heavenly calamity dark gold, destroying soul sacred wood. Divine death sealing earth, lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, ultimate grade, ordinary tools, magic treasures, spiritual treasures, acquired merit, spiritual treasures, acquired merit, ultimate treasures, innate merit, spiritual treasures, innate merit, ultimate treasures, chaos, merit, spiritual treasures, chaos, merit, ultimate treasures, Hongmeng, merit, spiritual treasures, Hongmeng, merit, ultimate treasures, void, merit, spiritual treasures, void, merit, ultimate treasures, early stage. Middle stage, late stage, peak, merit saint, primordial saint, heavenly Dao saint, great Dao saint, chaos saint, Hongmeng saint, saint of nothingness, began as nothing with nothing at all. From nothing comes something, the first something is Dao. Later, the void evolved into Hongmeng, similar to the Big Bang. Hongmeng evolved into chaos, or Hongmeng shattered, chaos emerged. And the great Dao emerged. From chaos, 3,000 demons were born. Panku is one of them. Panku slayed the 3,000 demons in chaos, opened up the heavens and the earth, creating the primordial world, and transformed himself into all things. After the birth of the primordial world, the great Dao concealed itself, and the heavenly Dao emerged. Shui Yi, Hanxiu, Inchi, infinite Gatling, infinite sniper rifle, burn fruit, sound thunder fruit. Tang Dao, frog's world technique, Jiraiya frog pouch, prison Jiraiya frog mouth binding technique, Jiraiya heaven cover array, Jiraiya, 5 sealing barriers panes, 4 purple flame array, sound ninja, 4 man group, 4 purple mist array, left near barrier 4 directions, sealing array silent, add Hinata. Sakura, Ino crystal release, emerald crystal, maze technique, red lotus barrier gate, guard technique, 8 gates, close field, no origin bloodline, limit reincarnation, I6 path sage. Nagato pain, red eye Lamru, the child carried by Raiga from the 7 ninja swordsmen, can project the current image of any place and can create chakra, which cannot be seen through even by the Byakugan. Sharingan Uchiha clan, Hataki Hanzo, 17 years old Navy. Karp's brother ability exchange system, characters, abilities, fruits, weapons, special Logia type magical fruit. Natural magic dragon fruit, can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. The system grants it the ability to not fear seawater or sea prism stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral. Navy strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei, Dracula Mihawk. Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile, Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Razanani, Blackbeard, Enel, Smoker grandson. Ace, Luffy daughter. Tina, Robin pets. Chilin, Black Horse, Azure Dragon. Blue Snake, Water, Fire. Wood, Rod shakes the 8 directions. White Tiger, Earth, Thunder. Fan stabilizes the universe. Vermilion Bird, Fire Eagle, Fire. Wind, Angry Blade, 2 realms. Black Tortoise, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer shakes the earth. The 3 great admirals of the first generation. Hero, Sea Dragon Admiral without a fruit, as comfortable in the sea as a fish. Like a dragon. Killed by celestial dragons after retirement. Philly, Cloud Snake Admiral, Zoan type, Snake fruit, white python form. Retired. Steel Bone Kong, Magic Ape Admiral, Zoan type mythical beast. Gorilla fruit, magic ape form. Promotion to Marshal. Second generation, 3 admirals. Carlo, Black Dragon Admiral, retired. Injured and stayed in the Navy. Killed Celestial Dragon because of teacher, impelled down. Released from prison. Sailing the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zifa. Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. The protagonist disciple. Third generation, 3 admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kazan. Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist Borsellino. Kizuru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation, 3 admirals. Isho. Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia Gravity Fruit. Fury. Green Bull Admiral. Special Logia Forest Fruit. Kobe. White Snake Admiral. Zoan Mythical Type Tincture Fruit. First generation Marshal. Katiki. No fruit. Navy Powerhouse retired without working for the world government second generation Marshal. Steelbone Kong retired to work for the world government third generation Marshal. Sengoku retired and stayed in the Navy. Left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane. Fourth generation Marshal. Akainu ending as the antagonist. Tyro. Evil Swordsman. Spark Pirates. Captain Siri. Former Logia Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion. Specific Technique Powerhouse. Crazy Eating Pirates. Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan Mythical Type Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Zebek. Ward Pirates. Bondewald. World Destroyer. Paramecia Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki. Baroque Works. Mythical Zoan Vampire Fruit. Blood Forging Pirates. Blood Demon. Blood Fruit. Billy replacing Blackbeard. Zoan Mythical Type Turtle Fruit. Crocodile Turtle Form. Turtle Shell Pirate Group replacing Blackbeard Pirate Group. World Government 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion. Gecko Snake Toad. Centipede. Admiral Level. 5 Elders Special Antagonists. 6 Major Antagonists. Time Fruit. Red Space Fruit. Yellow Power Fruit. Blue Reality Fruit. Green Soul Fruit. White Mind Fruit. Orange. Teammates. Lee. Taijutsu Powerhouse. Dr. Senku. Flame Fruit. Logia. Chef Gi. Tsu. Swordsmanship Powerhouse. Navigator. Great Blade. 21C Demon. Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Tsuli. Earth Fruit. Logia. Combatant Tsufu. Water Fruit. Logia. Combatant. Ship Long. Shunhao. Ship Soul. Little Dragon. Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards. Uchihamaduro Wind Watergate. Obtained. Might Guy. Obtained. Orochimaru. Obtained. Jiraiya. Obtained. Saitama. Iron Man Tony Stark. Enhanced Version. Obtained. Sun Wukong. Self-equipped weapon Rui. Jingu Bang. 6-eared Macaque. Self-equipped weapon Heart's Desire Iron Rod. Erlang. Shenyang Jian. Self-equipped weapon 3-edged 2-point knife. Obtained. Marshal Tianpeng Zhu Beiji. Self-equipped weapon 9-tooth rake. Obtained. General Zhuanlian Sha Wujing. Self-equipped weapon Demon Suppressing Staff. Obtained. Pure Guard 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold. Obtained. Oxwood. Obtained. Tiger Water. Obtained. Rabbit. Fire. Obtained. Dragon Earth. Obtained. Snake. Darkness. Obtained. Horse. Thunder. Obtained. Goat. Cloud. Obtained. Monkey Wind. Obtained. Rooster Snow. Obtained. Dog Stone. Obtained. Pig Bright. Obtained. Carlo Introduction. Karp's brother. Admiral Hero's disciple. Teacher of Akainu. Akiji Kizuru. Orphan. Adopted by the village chief. Is the Navy ability that Hero brought to Windmill Village for the protagonist, excluding fruit. Basically no side effects, 3-color haki. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced. Navy 6 styles, Enhanced Version. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Saitama Physique. Rinnegan. Sage of 6 Paths. No need for 10 tails. Ninjutsu Compendium. All attribute values. Infinite Chakra. Heavenly Steps. Can walk on any plane. Can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth. Sun Wukong Spell. Heavenly Blade Register. Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top Level, Super God. Heavenly Star Technique. Ultimate Move. Can evolve infinitely. Weapon. Black Blade Dragon Scale Level Classification. S Level. Ultimate, Extreme Level. A level forbidden technique. Super High Level. B Level. Jonin Level. C Level. Chunin Level. D Level. Genin Level. E Level. Ninja School Wind Release. Whirlwind Fist Wind Release. Wind Blade Wind Release. Wind Cut Wind Release. Wind Rebound Wind Release. Thousand Faced Wind Release. Vacuum Cannon Wind Release. Peacock Whirlwind / Wind Release. Peacock Whirlwind Wind Release. Beast Wave Palm Wind Release. Beast Wave Raging Wind Palm Wind Release. Raging Wind Palm Wind Release. Vacuum Ball Wind Release. Vacuum Continuous Wave Wind Release. Vacuum Blade Wind Release. Vacuum Wave Wind Release. Toad Iron Cannon Wind Release. Practice Air Bullet Lightning Release. Thousand Birds Lightning Cut. Thousand Birds Flow Lightning Release. Kieran's Lightning Release. Lightning Clone Thousand Birds. Thousand Books. Thousand Birds Blade. Thousand Birds Shark Gun Lightning Release. Earth Walk Lightning Release. Lightning Ball Ninja Technique. Lightning Strike Tornado Lightning Release. Pseudo Dark Lightning Release Lightning. Binding Lightning Release Lightning Dream Lightning Person. Lightning Release 4-Pillar Binding Technique. Lightning Release 16-Pillar Binding Technique. Lightning Release Lightning Needle. Lightning Release Lightning Fawn Lightning Blade Technique. Lightning Gate Lightning Blade Technique. Falling Thunder Lightning Release Lightning Wave Lightning Release Crack Sky Lightning Snake Fire Release Great Fireball Technique. Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release Flame Bullet Fire Release Great Flame Bullet Fire Release Toad Oil Flame Bullet Fire Release Fire Dragon Flame Bullet Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release Explosive Wind Dance Fire Release Great Fire Extinguishing Fire Release Fire Walking Technique. Fire Release Fire Flame Bullet Fire Release Flame Meteor Fire Release Great Flame Technique. Fire Release Fire Dragon Bullet Fire Release Fire Flame Whirlwind Water Release Water Array Wall Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Water Release Water Shock Wave Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Water Release Water Break Wave Water Release Water Blade / Water Release Water Continuous Bullet Water Release Great Explosion Water Shock Wave Water Release Fog Concealment Technique Water Release Great Waterfall Technique Water Iron Cannon Technique Great Shark Bullet Technique Water Prison Technique 5 Food Sharks 1000 Food Sharks Water Release Explosion Water Shock Wave Water Clone Technique Water Release Water Fong Bullet Water Release Water Chaos Wave Water Release Cut Rain Water Release Water Flow Whip Water Release Iron Cannonball Water Release Hurricane Water Vortex Technique Water Release Toad Iron Cannon Water Release Breaking Flow Water Release Waterfall Technique Earth Release Light and Heavy Rock Technique Earth Release Hardening Technique Earth Release Earth Spear Earth Release Rock Column Prison Earth Release Earth Rock Flow Earth Release Earth Rock Dragon Earth Sage Technique Melt Release Spiral Shuriken Crocodile Dezar picked up the phone. Sengoku Marshal, I really want to be a Navy. Sengoku was completely confused. Crocodile, however, I only want to follow Lord Lucky. Sengoku was confused again. I, a marshal, cannot compare to a child. Karp'sHidden was also a bit surprised. He originally thought Lucky was joking, but unexpectedly Lucky was serious. In the end, Sengoku had no choice but to let Crocodile and the 3 stay on Lucky's ship. He gave Crocodile the rank of Major, while Boynes and Tino received lieutenant ranks. This news also shocked the world. On a ship with a whale head in the New World. Whitebeard Newgate. Haha, I didn't expect that Kid Crocodile would actually go to be a Navy. Marco, it's really unexpected. Sachi, I'm curious who subdued Crocodile. Due to Lucky's reasons, Ace did not become a pirate, so the whole situation changed. Now Sachi has not obtained the dark fruit. So Teach has not killed Sachi and has not betrayed the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, it seems to be the current Navy supernova. I think it's called Lucky. Whitebeard, I want to meet this Lucky. On the other side, Lucky still doesn't know he's being discussed. At this time, Ximu and the others called Lucky into the consciousness base again. Luji, what's wrong? Ximu, we found 2 huge statues and 2 statue bases around the statue. After hearing this, Luji immediately ran in the direction pointed by Ximu. Soon, Luji saw a new statue. It was extremely large, about 5 times the size of the demon statue. The statue in front of the roadbed is made of dark golden metal. The roadbed ran in another direction, and soon it saw a statue of a big tree. Luji immediately realized that these were the metallic fruit and the forest fruit he had eaten. Then Luji looked at the remaining 2 bases. Luffy, could it be that I can eat 2 devil fruits? Then Luffy came to the metal statue, and only then did he notice that the base was carved with the shape of a metal fruit. The roadbed, after seeing my speculation was true, the roadbed then left the consciousness space. Lucky immediately took out the phone buff from his pocket and called Karp directly. Karp, Lucky, what's the matter? Roadbed, old man. Do you know what powerful devil fruits there are? Karp, Paramecia type tremor fruit. Zoan type fish fruit, mythical species azure dragon form. Logia type thunder fruit, Logia type magma fruit. And 5 Logia type devil fruits corresponding to the 5 elements. Roadbed, do you know about the legendary devil fruits? Karp, there are some like the Zoan type bat fruit, mythical type vampire form, and also the natural type light fruit that appeared a few years ago. There's even a fruit that can suppress all devil fruits, but I don't know its name or what it looks like. Also, the forest fruit corresponding to the wood element has been missing for hundreds of years. Luji, alright. Old man, I understand. After that, Lujin directly hung up the phone. Most of the fruits that Cap mentioned had already been eaten, but there was still some remaining. The vampire fruit could not be found by Lujin, as it seemed to have been hidden by the red count. The natural light fruit could be tried to find. The fruit that suppresses all devil fruits should be the dark fruit, which can also be searched for. So now Lujin's goal is the light fruit and the dark fruit. Luji directly took out Long's phone. Long, Luji, is there something going on? Roadbed, Dad, help me find 2 devil fruits. Dragon, what fruits? Roadbed, light fruit and dark fruit. The dragon took a sharp breath. I had seen these 2 devil fruits in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia before, but they had disappeared for decades. The light fruit appeared a few years ago, but I really didn't know about the dark fruit. Roadbed, can you help me find these 2 devil fruits? Dragon, haven't you already eaten a devil fruit? Besides, there are only 2 swordsmen on your ship who haven't eaten a devil fruit, and they seem to refuse to eat one as well. Roadbase, how do you know? Just say whether you can help me find it or not. There was a moment of silence on Alongside. Okay, I'll help you look for it. Then he hung up the phone. If Roadbase really ate these 2 devil fruits, then his strength could reach the level of a top vice admiral. If he mastered the abilities of the devil fruits, he would have a 100 chance of being at the level of a junior admiral. It's important to note that the current 3 admirals, Akiji and Kizu, are just ordinary admirals, while Akainu is only an elite admiral. Moreover, in the pirate world, admirals are not the strongest. A Yonko can compete with 2 elite admirals. The commanders under Whitebeard, Big Mom's generals, Kaido's calamities, and Shanks' main subordinates all have nearly top vice admiral combat power, and some even possess the strength of junior or ordinary admirals. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, there are both strong and weak. The strong ones like Mihawk and Doflamingo, with Mihawk having the strength of a junior admiral and Doflamingo having the strength of a top vice admiral. Therefore, Roadbase's current strength is indeed very weak. The highest combat power on his ship is Yishio, who possesses the strength of an ordinary admiral. Excluding Roadbase and Yishio, the strongest are Ace and Sabo, both of whom have the strength of ordinary vice admirals. So now Roadbase needs to find every possible way to increase his strength. However, he never expected that he could actually eat the devil fruits. Next, Roadbase and his crew entered a period of relentless training day and night. The 3 from Luffy and Joseph Johnny mainly trained their physical strength, focusing on the gravity training of 1 smile. The 3 from Crocodile trained the Navy's 6 styles and the 2-color haki. With continuous training, everyone's strength has improved to some extent. 1 Smile's fruit ability has also seen a significant enhancement. One day, Kuma suddenly appeared on Luffy's warship. Kuma directly handed over the devil fruit to Luffy. "We've found this one, and we're still searching for the other. The Foundation. All right, you worked hard." Then the Foundation funded the revolutionary with a heap of gold. Xiong directly took the gold and left. No one on the entire ship knew that Xiong had been there except for Yixiao. The roadbed immediately found a smile. "Luji, Yixiao, I'm going to cultivate for 3 or 4 days. During this time, the command of the entire ship will be handed over to you. Yixiao, don't worry." After that, Luji gave a few more instructions to Ace and the others, then directly entered the room. The roadbed slowly opened the box containing the devil fruit. A pure white devil fruit came into view with spiral patterns on its surface. This fruit is the natural type light fruit. Luffy looked at this devil fruit and then bit into it directly. In an instant, a sharp pain coursed through his body. Luffy initially tried to endure it for a moment, but then he fainted. After Luji fainted, his body emitted a faint glow. Soon after, it quickly returned to its original state. The embankment has also arrived in the realm of consciousness. Ximu, another statue has appeared. The road base immediately ran towards the direction pointed by Ximu. Soon, the road base saw a statue made up of countless white bright spots. The base of the statue was engraved with the fruit of light. Luji knew he had succeeded. Now, he just needed to wait for his body to adapt to this fruit. Soon, Luji slowly left the space of consciousness, and before long, he opened his eyes in the real world. Luji stood up directly. He then felt the power of the light fruit. Soon, Luji realized that the light fruit should actually be an advanced version of Kizaru's Pika Pika fruit. This fruit can also perform Kizaru's attack methods, and its power is even stronger than that of the Pika Pika fruit. In addition, the light fruit has strong healing abilities. As long as there is a breath left, one can be saved. Moreover, the light fruit can cleanse other souls, similar to the Wash Wash fruit of Tsuru. Additionally, this fruit has limitless potential. If utilized well, it can be compared to Luffy's Nika fruit. It is important to note that the Nika fruit is a divine fruit. Luji then familiarized himself with the fruit's abilities again. Now he possessed many powers. He had the Logia-type metal fruit, the Logia-type forest fruit, and the Logia-type light fruit. He also had the abilities of the devil fruits of Ximu, Bogang, and Xiaofeng. These abilities are quite strong, but Luji was not proficient in any of them. He was only somewhat skilled with the metal fruit. Afterward, Luji left the room, having spent a whole week inside. As soon as he stepped out, he was directly attacked by Ace, who kicked Luji in the face. Ace said, "Ah, big brother, you finally came out. Ace slowly lowered his foot. Rogers, Ace. Are you looking for trouble? Then Rogers directly used his armed color haki to strike Ace, sending him flying. Ace, big brother, I didn't mean to. Who knew you would come out just at that moment? The roadbed directly charged towards Ace and kicked him into the sky. Roadbed. Joseph, fish out Ace in a moment. Joseph nodded. At this time, Yixiao came to roadbed's side. During your seclusion, the tyrant bear came and left this box. Luji directly received the box and then returned to the room. Upon opening the box, he found a devil fruit and a piece of paper inside. This devil fruit was not the dark fruit. After reading it, Luji immediately called Dragon. Hey dad, what's the situation with this fruit? Dragon replied, we didn't find the dark fruit, but we unexpectedly found the superior fruit to the dark fruit, the dark fruit. Roadbed, dark fruit? Is there such a fruit? Dragon, this fruit is actually quite similar to the light fruit, and there are very few records about it. Roadbed, why didn't the old man mention it before? Long, because this fruit has been missing for hundreds of years. There hasn't been a single piece of news about it. I didn't expect to actually find it. After that, the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. Luji glanced at the devil fruit in his hand, then gritted his teeth and took a bite out of it. Luji was once again fainted by pain, and then arrived in the space of consciousness. Without saying a word, Luki ran directly to the last pedestal. Once there, he saw a statue made up of black lines. The pedestal was also engraved with the dark fruit. Soon, Luki woke up and immediately checked the devil fruit. The dark fruit is a higher level fruit than the dark fruit, so it has all the abilities of the dark fruit. Additionally, the dark fruit can release black flames, and the temperature can be controlled according to Luki's thoughts. Moreover, it seems that the dark fruit can also control life and souls. In simpler terms, light represents angels and darkness represents demons. The light fruit and the dark fruit are mutually exclusive, and both are very powerful. Now, Luki has added another trump card. He then arranged for everyone to return to the Navy headquarters. Soon, they arrived at Marineford. Luki handed everyone over to Yixiao and then went to a nearby island to practice the abilities of the devil fruit and the 8 great demons. A month quickly passed. After a month of training, Luki's strength had reached that of an elite vice admiral, and he could now skillfully use his 4 devil fruits. However, he was still not very proficient with the abilities of the 8 great demons. As for the others, there hadn't been much progress, except for Crocodile and his 2 companions. Crocodile's strength had now reached that of a junior rear admiral, while Bonus and Tino had also reached the level of junior brigadier generals. Now, everyone on Luki's ship had achieved the rank of admiral. However, Crocodile and his companions still had not mastered haki. On the first day back at the Navy, Ace ran over with Luffy's bounty notice. Ace, big brother, take a look at Luffy. His bounty is now 100 million berries. Luffy, with a confident smile, received the bounty notice from Ace. Then, Luji took out the photos of the Straw Hat crew that he had on him. He handed these to the intelligence department, saving them the trouble of taking pictures. Ace took the photos and left directly. It seems that after a while, Luffy will be going to Sky Island. Luchi immediately organized people to set off, and soon the warship of Luchi left the port. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Gaia Island. After much inquiry, Luchi finally found Luffy and his crew. Roadbed, hey Luffy. Luffy turned his head directly upon hearing someone call him. Ah, big brother. Luffy flew over directly and then wrapped around the road base. It took a long time for the roadbed to pull Luffy down from his head. At this time, the Straw Hat crew also walked over, and after several encounters, they were already very familiar with each other. However, there was one person who was hiding far away. The road directly led to Robin. Nico Robin, the child of the devil, the only survivor of O'Hara. Robin took a few steps back. At that moment, Luffy came directly between Luji and Robin, shielding Robin behind him. Brother, Robin is my companion. What do you want to do? Luji, don't be so nervous. I just want to have a chat with Robin. Then, he directly pushed Luffy aside. Ace stepped forward to block Luffy, and Sabo and others also stopped Zoro and the others. Luji walked up to Robin. Do you know Sorrow? Robin looked at Luji in disbelief. Luji, he is a truly just Navy, so the people he protects must be right. Luji continued, you shouldn't be afraid because of your identity. After all, you have a good group of partners. After saying that, Luji looked at Luffy and the others. Robin said, but it might drag them down. They could end up like Saul. Luji, they're not afraid of you. So what are you afraid of? If you're really scared, it's better to tell them your identity and let them choose for themselves. At this moment, Robin looked at Luffy and the others. Luji, Enive, I have high hopes for my brother. He values his partners a lot. Then Luji stepped aside and let Luffy and the others come over. The road base directly took Ace and the others to one side, leaving them to discuss among themselves. Soon, Luffy's shouts came from that side. Robin, you my designated partner. Zoro, world government, cut them down. Sanji, how dare they bully such a beautiful Miss Robin? It's unforgivable. Usopp, with Usopp the Great here, you can rest assured, Robin. Chopper, no one can make Robin leave us. Nami, Robin, we are partners. The Straw Hat crew all expressed their stance. Robin, thank you everyone. At this moment, the road base also came over. And us, after all, Luffy is my brother, so I have to help his crew too. Robin, thank you, brother Luji. At this time, Luffy was shouting to start a feast. Soon, everyone began the banquet by the seaside. Luffy, I heard you're going to Sky Island? Luffy nodded. The roadbed. There's a person on there with a drum on his back. You will definitely have a battle with him. When the time comes, knock him out. I have a use for him. Luffy, big brother, how did you know there was this person on Sky Island? Subgrade, you don't need to worry about this. Then the subgrade walked directly to Zoro's side. How is it? How much of what I taught you have you learned? Zoro, I basically learned the 6 forms of the Navy, and my swordsmanship has improved a lot. Roadbed, not enough. I'll call someone to compare with you. Then Roadbed called Joseph. Boss, is there something wrong? Subgrade, you compete with this kid. Luji pointed at Zoro. Joseph said, no problem. Then the two of them went to an open area, and at that moment, Ace and the Straw Hat crew also walked over. Luffy, Zoro, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Law spoke up, saying that Zoro wants to have a battle with Joseph to see how much he has improved. Luffy, is that person over there strong? The strength of a naval brigadier general. Luffy, Skypiea, I want to invite him to join my pirate crew. A punch landed on the roadbed's head. You little brat, that's enough. You want to pry into my people too. Luffy, Sumi Masai. At this moment, Joseph has already started fighting with Zoro. Draws his sword and strikes Dragon's Roar. 3-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds. Roadbed, wow, coming in with a big move right away. The two brushed past each other. Both of them sheathed their knives simultaneously. Luffy, is this it? Those with observation haki, like Lucky and the others, already know the outcome. Soon after, Zoro collapsed directly to the ground, and Joseph also appeared with severe wounds in front of him. Roadbed, bring Zoro over. Then Zoro and Joseph lay down in front of the roadbed. Rucky extended his hands towards the two, and a soft light shone upon them. Their wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. This was one of the abilities of Rucky's light fruit. He referred to this healing skill as Holy Light, which could quickly heal a person's injuries, restoring them to their original state as long as there was still a breath left. Soon, Zoro and Joseph were fully healed, and even Zoro's hidden injuries were treated. After a night of revelry, as soon as dawn broke, Rucky and his companions, along with the Straw Hat crew, prepared to head to Skypiea. Luffy and his crew, just like in the original story, reached Sky Island after Nami's meticulous analysis. The roadbed then came to Yixiao's side. Uncle Yixiao, I'm counting on you. Yixiao, I'm not sure if I can lift the whole ship into the sky. Roadbed, I will also take action. Let's do it together. The last one smiled and nodded, then directly activated the fruit ability, and slowly the battleship began to rise into the air. Luji directly summoned several small tornadoes with a wave of his hand, then placed the tornadoes under the ship, making things much easier. After that, Luji used the power of the metal fruit to install a few pipes at the bottom of the ship. Ace, shoot flames. Ace nodded, and then also used his devil fruit ability, causing flames to shoot out directly from beneath the ship, accelerating the warship's ascent. Luffy saw that they were about to reach the Sea of Clouds. Sabo and Tino created a barrier, as the Sea of Clouds, like the ocean, could affect devil fruit users. Sabo and Tino nodded, and then the two of them directly constructed a barrier made of wax and rocks above the warship. In the end, Luffy's group successfully broke through the Sea of Clouds and saw the Sky Island. Ace, is this the Sky Island? Sabo, so magnificent. Joseph, I can't believe it's real. At that moment, Luffy noticed a smile beside him. Uncle, do you want to see something? The smile replied. Becoming stronger is also to avoid seeing the sins of this world. Subgrade, it is precisely because we see that we need to change, rather than like you, who has blinded yourself. Yixiao was silent for a moment. Can you restore my eyes? Luji, I'm not sure, but you'll only know if you try. Then Luji placed his hands over Yixiao's eyes, and his hands emitted a soft glow. Yixiao felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, and soon Luji took his hands down. Yixiao also tried to open his eyes. It's so nice to see this world again. Luji nodded beside him. There are still many things worth seeing in this world. Soon, Luji and the others arrived at the gate of heaven. The old lady at the entrance wanted to charge a fee, But Luji directly threw a piece of gold at her, and she let them in without hesitation. Luji didn't want to attract Enel's attention. He was just waiting for the right moment to take advantage of the situation. Then the group switched to sightseeing mode. Ace and Sabo couldn't stop talking, while Joseph and Johnny were looking around curiously. Crocodile and the other two also appeared very interested, but Luji and Yixiao remained quite indifferent. Roadbed, does Uncle Yixiao feel it? Yixiao, a very strong observation haki, but the coverage and its impressiveness are remarkable. Subgrade. Indeed, the experiences within this coverage are quite rare. Yixiao, this person should be the reason we came to the Sky Island. The Foundation Point nodded and smiled, but I don't know how strong the strength is. Roadbed, a user of the natural type Thunder Fruit, possessing observation haki. One Smile, a legendary fruit, known as the strongest devil fruit of the natural type. Luji, that's right, but this one is a rebellious teenager. Yixiao, a rebellious teenager? Is Crocodile rebellious? Luffy smiled. The two were quite similar. With that smile, Luffy wasn't worried at all about Enel being a rebellious youth. After all, Luffy had a way to make Crocodile join the Navy, so of course he had a way to deal with Enel. Unknowingly, Luffy and the others have been on Sky Island for 2 days. On this day, Luffy looked at the distant sky filled with thunder, knowing that Luffy and Enel had already started their battle. The roadbed immediately called everyone out, and soon a few people arrived at the location where the Straw Hat crew was fighting. On the roadbed, everyone saw Luffy fighting Enel from a distance. Ace, wow, a giant of lightning. Sabo, it seems to be a Logia-type devil fruit as well. Joseph, but why is Luffy unaffected by the lightning? The Foundation, Luffy's devil fruit is the Gum Gum fruit, which naturally suppresses the Rumble Rumble fruit. Right now, Luffy can't hit Enel, and Enel can't electrocute Luffy. After half a day of fighting, Enel, feeling humiliated and angry, finally uses his ultimate move, Thunder. At that moment, Luffy charges up with the Golden Ball and successfully neutralizes Enel's ultimate move. At this point, Enel is also running out of energy. Even elemental transformation is difficult for him. Then, Enel is directly knocked out by Luffy. Luffy came before the Straw Hat crew, then raised his right hand, and a beam of light instantly shone towards them. Soon, they returned to their original state, and Luffy approached Enel. At that moment, Enel also awakened, as Luffy had just shone the light on him. Enel stood up immediately. Roadbed, how is it? Do you still think you are a god? Analu, I won't accept it. Roadbed, all right, I'll fight you. If I win, you can continue being your god. If I lose, I'll become your crew member. Enel thought for a moment and then nodded. Ace, brother, your metal fruit is being suppressed by him. Luffy waved his hand. I'll tell you a secret. I don't just have one devil fruit. Then Luffy looked at Enel. Dragonwood armor. Immediately, Luffy's body was covered in wooden armor. This was the ability of the Mori Mori no Mi, and the wood was not ordinary. It was created by Luffy himself, with hardness comparable to diamond, similar to the W metal that Luffy created. The reactions of the others were very intense, but they didn't react at all except for a smile. Loki, my physique is different from yours, so I can eat multiple devil fruits. Then Loki looked at Enel. You should know that wood is also an insulator. After that, Loki flew directly towards Enel in the sky. At that moment, several wooden vines suddenly appeared behind Loki and directly stabbed towards Enel. Enel immediately dodged, but the wooden vines, like tracking missiles, relentlessly pursued Enel. At this time, Loki conjured several leaves from his body and controlled them to fly towards Enel. The hardness of these leaves was similar to that of iron plates, and thus the wooden vines and leaves began to intercept Enel. Enel also tried to use his powers to destroy these things, but it was of no use at all. At this moment, a smile appeared on Loki's lips. A white light appeared in his right hand, and a black light appeared in his left hand. At this time, even Enel's face showed a shocked expression. There are actually more devil fruit powers. How many devil fruits do you have on you? Luffy first removed the vines and leaves, then charged directly at Enel. Now Luffy's speed completely surpassed that of lightning. After all, the speed of light is very fast. Enel quickly realized that the thing chasing him had disappeared, but just as he turned his head, Luffy appeared right in front of him. Enel was startled, and then a bolt of lightning struck down. The roadbed directly absorbed the lightning with a black glow. Then the roadbed soared high again. Flash rain falls. A halo appeared behind the roadbed, and countless light points shot out from within the halo in an instant. Ace, this looks just like Uncle Kizaru's Yada no Kagami. Sabo, it's almost identical. At that moment, the attack had already reached Enel, who immediately used elementalization and observation haki to dodge the attack. After evading the attack, Enel launched a counterattack. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A giant lightning dragon charged towards the roadbed. Luji didn't even dodge, directly raising his left hand. In an instant, a black hole appeared in front of Luji. The lightning dragon was directly sucked into it. This was the power of Luji's dark fruit. This ability was similar to Bogang's devouring skill, but it consumed less stamina. However, Bogang's skill could devour from a distance, as it only required throwing out the black vortex. The dark fruit's devouring could only occur around Luji. If the distance was too far, it would automatically disappear. After absorbing the lightning dragon, the black hole shot out countless small black arrows, dark flame rain arrows. Enel once again used his elementalization and observation haki to evade the attack. These small arrows fell to the ground and ignited with black flames. Luji saw that Ainalu was not hit, and then waved his hand directly, causing the black flames on the ground to disappear. Luji, not bad. I don't know if you can dodge this attack. Then Luji raised the two-colored weapon, and a white sphere condensed from light points directly above his head. Row base, not yet finished. Then, the two colors of row base released black light, which slowly merged into the white spherical ball. Soon, Yin-Yang ball appeared. Ainalu also transformed directly into the thunder god. Luji directly threw a spherical object at Enel. The move Yin-Yang strike is an attack that combines the powers of the light and dark fruits, and during his training, Luji accidentally blew up half an island. Now, Luji's attack has weakened. At most, it can only stun Enel. In his thunder god state, Enel tried to take Luji's attack head-on and then punch the Yin-Yang ball. This was followed by a dazzling burst of light. The Straw Hat crew and Ace quickly shielded their eyes. After the light disappeared, Enel was lying on the ground again. However, he did not lose consciousness. He struggled to stand up. You really are strong, but let's see if you can handle my final move. Enel then radiated electric sparks all over his body. Thunder welcome. Enel unleashed his strongest attack once more, and a giant black electric ball emerged from the clouds. Roadbed, I didn't expect you to strengthen this move. That's right. The current laying is at least 3 times more than the previous laying. The expression on Enel's face also showed a serious demeanor. Enel, if this move lands, I won't survive, Previously, when a lightning strike came down, Enel might have been unharmed. But if this lightning strike lands, Enel will also die. Now, Enel is fighting desperately. Luji looked at Ainalu, then turned to the thunder in the sky. Luji directly replaced all of his dragonwood armor with dragon gold armor. Then Luji flew into the sky and performed various techniques including Thunder Welcome Immortal Technique, Hair Needle Thousand Books Technique, 5 Right Gate Technique, 4-Toed Ceiling Array Technique, Spirale Pile Technique, Tel de Beast Ball Technique, Tel Beast Ball Spirale Shuriken Technique, Spirale Continue Pile Technique, Gretel Beast Spirale Pile Technique, Super Gretel Beast Spirale Pile Technique, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Multi-Pill Technique, Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken Technique, Wind Release, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken Technique, Super Tailed Beast Ball Spiral Shuriken 6 Paths, Super Great Tailed Beast Spiral Shuriken Technique, Magnet Release Spiral Pill Technique, Melt Release Spiral Shuriken Technique, Would Release, True Number 1000 Hands Technique, Divine Gate Transforming Buddha Technique, Storm Release, Light Technique, In Release, Divine Thunder Flame Release, Amaterasu Flame Release, Indra's Arrow Flame Release, Kagutsuchi Flame Release, Yasaka's Magatama Flame Release, Flame Thunder God Storm Release, Storm Release, Thundercloud Resonance Technique, Storm Release, Storm Ghost Dragon Dust Release, Split Original World Separation Technique, Dust Release, Limit Separation Technique, Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique, Ice Release Secret Technique, Demon Mirror Ice Crystal Secret Technique, 1000 Kill Water Flight Secret Technique, Extinguishing Water Flight Ice Release, Black Dragon Storm Kill Ice Release, Twin Dragon Storm Kill Ice Release, One-Horned White Whale Ice Release, Wolf Tooth Avalanche Ice Release, Ice Prison Technique, Ice Release, Swallow Blowing Snow, Ice Release, Ice Pillar, Ice Release, Breaking Dragon Fierce Tiger Ice Shuriken, Taijutsu, Leaf Dragon God Shadow Dance, Leaf Tornado, Leaf Fierce Wind, Leaf Great Tornado, Leaf Strong Wind Tornado, Leaf Rising Wind, Drunken Fist Lion's Continuous Bombardment, 8 Gates of Duanja, Lotus of the Surface, Lotus of the Morning Peacock, Day Tiger of the Evening Elephant, Night Kai, 80 Gods Air Strike Sword Technique, Leaf Sword Technique School, 3 Crescent Moon Dance, Long Moon Shadow, Vacuum Sword, Wild Cormorant Slash, Flying Thunder God / Secret Sword, Moon Shadow, Hazy Moon Night Illusion Technique, Moon Reading, Separate Heavenly Gods, Dark Walking Technique, Illusion Technique, Unknown Fire, Demon Flute, Magic Sound Lock, Magic, Mirror world rotation, tree binding technique, Izanami, infinite moon reading, crystal release, crystal pentagonal prison, crystal release, crystal shuriken, crystal release, emerald crystal blade, crystal release, emerald crystal mirror, crystal release, emerald crystal clone, crystal release, 8 trigrams, 8 directions array, crystal release, crystal maze technique, crystal release, emerald crystal hexagonal pillar, crystal release, divine crossing technique, crystal release, water crystal wall, 8 of the crystals, giant hexagonal shuriken, crystal release, hexagonal shuriken dance, red fruit 1, S-class, ultimate, extreme level, earth explosion star, 1 pain, 6 path sage, god realm heavenly pull, pain, universal pull, pain, elephant turning technique, pain, summoning, outer path, demonic statue, Nagato, outer path, reincarnation birth technique, Nagato, would release secret technique, tree world birth, first Hokage, flying thunder god technique, 4th Hokage, corpse demon sealing technique, 4th Hokage, 3rd Hokage, creation rebirth, Tsunade, in sealing, Tsunade, wind release, spiral shuriken, Naruto, sage art, wind release, spiral shuriken, Naruto, sage mode, Jiraiya, Naruto sage art, 5 right gate, Jiraiya, deepening technique, Jiraiya, super great tailed beast spiral pill, Jiraiya, Naruto sage art, spiral continuous pill, Naruto, toad summoning, deepening technique, Jiraiya, Naruto, can both use it, summoning, impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru, 8-headed technique, Orochimaru, immortal rebirth technique, Orochimaru, lightning release, Kirin, Sasuke, moon reading, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke, White's secret technique, Chiyo, first puppet master, Monzaemon, self-rebirth, Chiyo, red secret technique, 100 puppet performance, red sand scorpion, Kui, Kakashi, lightning cutter, Kakashi, infinite moon reading, not yet appeared, just a concept of Madara, Uchimadara, controls the power of the 10 tails, enhances his ocular power, becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Project his eyes onto the moon in a grand illusion. 2. A-class, forbidden technique, super high level. Curseal Sasuke, Libra Shimon, Metao, Sound Ninja 5. All 5 of them died. Morning Peacock, Guy Lee Rock Lee. Lianhua Guy, Lee Rock Lee. 8 directions shuriken technique. Naruto, shadow clone sprint attack. Naruto, harem technique. Naruto, great-tailed beast spiral pill. Naruto, Jiraiya, earth release. Yellow spring swamp. Jiraiya, spiral pill. Minato Namikaze, Jiraiya, Naruto, Kakashi Hitaki. Konohamaru, multi-shadow clone technique. Naruto, Kakashi, water release. Great waterfall technique. Zabuzamomochi, Kakashi, lightning shadow clone. Kakashi, lightning release. Chidori, Sasuke, Kakashi, lightning release. Chidori flow. Sasuke, lightning release. Chidori 1000 books. Sasuke, lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. Sasuke, twin serpents killing. Mitakaharu, Orochimaru, summoning, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru, lion's close roar. Chiyo, human body skill. Chiyo, shuriken shadow clone technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, long-range eye technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen, healing technique. Medical ninja Kabuto, palm sage art. Kabuto, mirror surface attacker technique. Pain, chaos body. Tsunade, healing rebirth technique. Silent camouflage stealth technique. Onoki, windblade. Maki, mind control sand. Scorpion, 3 crescent moon dance. Moonlight gale, shadow clone, big explosion. Uchiha, Itachi 3. B-class, Jonin level. Earth release. Earth spear, Kakuzu, lightning release. False dark, Kakuzu, wind release. Pressure damage, Kakuzu, fire release. Head hard work, Kakuzu, water release. Exploding water wave, Kisame Hashigaki, water release. Water shark bullet technique. Kisame Hashigaki, water release. 5 meals whale, Kisame Hashigaki, earth release. Earth flow castle, tens. Earth release. Earth flow cutting, tens. Water release. Breaking flow, tens. Yamato, hurricane water vortex technique. Combination of wind attribute spiral pill and breaking flow technique. Naruto and Yamato. Shadow clone technique. Naruto's partner transformation. Naruto, Winta, lightning sword transformation. Sasuke, great dragon fire technique. Sasuke, Kusanagi sword. Chidori blade. Sasuke, Belgizo. Jiraiya, toad plane shadow manipulation technique. Jiraiya, fire release. Great flame bullet. Jiraiya, flying swallow. Sarutobi Isuma, Fire Release. Ashburn. Sarutobi Isuma, 3 Treasures Absorption. Chio, Grandma's Machine Light Release Seal. Chio, Summoning Technique. Rashomon, Orochimaru, Erasing Appearance Technique. Orochimaru, Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. Orochimaru. Summoning Technique. Earth Release Tracking Fong Technique. Kakashi Hitaki. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi Hitaki. Water Release. Water Barrier. Hashirama Senju, Kakashi Hitaki. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Earth Release. Earth Barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen 4, C-Class. Chunin Level, Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique. Sasuke, Mitaka Haru. Summoning Technique. Snake Glare Curse Binding. Sasuke, Lion's Continuous Bombardment. Sasuke, Manipulating Windmill 3 Blades. Sasuke, Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique. Uchiha Clan. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. Uchiha Clan, Fire Release. Flame Bullet. Jiraiya, Frog Transformation Technique. Jiraiya, Toad Hidden Technique. Jiraiya, Toad Oil Bullet. Jiraiya, Water Prison Technique. Zabuza Momochi. Water Clone Technique. Zabuza Momochi, Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Mitaka Haru. Orochimaru, Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee Rock Lee. Leaf Rising Wind. Lee Rock Lee, Leaf Great Tornado. Lee Rock Lee, Drunken Fist. Lee Rock Lee, Ink Mist Technique. Sai Ink Clone Technique. Sai. Puppet Technique. Kankuro, Chio, Scorpion. Thousand Hands Manipulation. Scorpion. Water Release. Waterfall Technique. Tins. Water Release. Foam Riot. Pain. Summoning Object. Water Release. Sugar Candy. Original God Moon Rising Cloud. Water Release. Water Riot. Yahiko. Water Release. Iron Cannon Bullet. Winta. Earth Release. Fish Reflection Technique in the Earth. Rain Ninja. H. Zuki. Earth Release. Earth Undersea Navigation. Kisame Hashigaki. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Stealth Technique. Deidara. Ninjutsu. Summoning Technique. Jiraiya. Naruto Uzumaki, etc. Wind Release. Split Wind Palm. Nagato. Scatter Chidori Technique. Yamashiro Aoi. Bird Clone Technique. Uchiha Itachi. Scythe Technique. Temari. Cherry Blossom Charge. Haruno Sakura. Tututut. Inuzuka Kiba. Akamaru 5. Déclasse. Genin Level. Body Fliqué Technique. Transformation Technique. Substitution Technique. Clone Technique. Illusion Technique. Fox's Hat Technique. Ran Ninja. Nara's Sight Technique. Makes the opponent see the image they fear the most, causing a psychological blow. Hans, 17th Generation Marine. Karp's Brother Ability Exchange System. Character, Ability, Fruit. Weapon, Special Natural System, Magical Fruit. Natural Magic Dragon Fruit. Can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magical dragon. System grants immunity to seawater and sea stone. Teacher, Hero, Sea Dragon General, Naval Strategist. Hometown, Windmill Village. Wife, Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei Dracul Mihawk Bartholomew Kuma, Crocodile. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Rosinante Blackbeard. Enel, Smoker Grandson. Ace, Luffy Daughter. Tina, Robin Pets. Qilin, Black Horse. Qinglong, Green Snake. Water, Fire. Wood, Staff Shocking 8 Directions. White Tiger. White Tiger, Earth, Thunder. Fan Stabilizing Universe. Vermilion Bird. Fire Eagle, Fire Wind. Angry Knife 2 Worlds. Black Tortoise. Giant Turtle. Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer Shocking Earth. First Generation 3 Admirals. Hero, Sea Dragon General with no fruit, as he is like a fish in water in the sea. Like a dragon. After retirement, he was killed by the Celestial Dragons. Philly, General of the Cloud Snake. Animal type, Snake Snake Fruit. White Python form. Retired Steelbone Kong. General of the Demon Ape. Animal type, Mythical Beast. Gorilla Fruit. Demon Ape form. Promoted to Admiral. Second Generation 3 Admirals. Carlo, General of the Black Dragon, retired, injured. Remained in the Navy, killed the Celestial Dragon for his teacher. Impelled down. Released, sailed the seas as the strongest navy. 29 years old, Sengoku, General of Buddha promoted to Admiral. Zifa, General of the Black Arm retired and remained in the Navy, the protagonist's disciple. Third Generation 3 Admirals, Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Admiral. Kazan, Akiji resigned to follow the protagonist, Borsellino. Kizuru resigned to follow the protagonist. Fourth Generation 3 Admirals, Ishiao. Fujitora, General, Paramecia type, Gravity Fruit, Fully. Green Bull, General. Special Logia type, Forest Fruit, KB. White Snake, General, Animal type, Mythical Beast, Tongue Snake Fruit. First Generation Admiral, Cade, without a fruit, retired as a Navy powerhouse. Did not work for the world government. Second generation Admiral. Steel Bone Kong retired and worked for the world government. Third generation Admiral. Sengoku retired and remained in the Navy. Left and right arm strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane. Fourth generation Admiral. Akainu ends up as a villain. Tilla. Evil swordsman. Spark Pirates. Captain Silly. Former Logia type. Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion. A strong user of a specific technique. Crazy Eating Pirates. Captain Black Fist. Former animal type. Mythical Beast. Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia type. Snow Fruit. Rocks Pirates. Rocks D. Zebek. Ward Pirates. Bondi Wald. World Destroyer. Paramecia type. Momo Fruit. Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion Shiki. Barol Rick D. Raidfield. Mythical Beast type. Vampire Fruit. Blood Refining Pirates. Blood Demon. Blood Fruit. Billy. Replacing Blackbeard. Animal type. Mythical Beast. Turtle Fruit. Crocodile. Turtle form. Turtle Shell Pirates replacing Blackbeard Pirates. World Government 5 Poisons Navy. Scorpion. Gecko, Snake, Toad, Centipede, Admiral level. 5 Elder Special Villains, 6 Major Villains, Time Fruit. Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange, Teammates Least Strong in Physical Arts. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit. Logia Type, Chef Jaisai, Strong in Swordsmanship. Navigator, Great Knife, 21 Sea Monsters, Drawing Sword / Extreme Shadow, Tsuli, Earth Fruit. Logia Type, Fighter Tsufu, Water Fruit. Logia Type, Fighter, Ship Long, Shunhao, Ship Soul, Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization, 12 Divine Dragon Guards, Uchihabito. Wind Water Gate, already obtained. Might Guy, already obtained. Orochimaru, already obtained. Jiraiya, already obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark, enhanced version, already obtained. Great Sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong, equipped with weapons like the Rui Jingu Bang, 6-eared macaque, equipped with weapons. Free-spirited Iron Staff. Erlang Shenyang Jian, equipped with weapons, 3-pointed 2-edged sword, already obtained. Martial Tianpengzhu Beiji, equipped with weapons. 9-toothed rake, already obtained. General of the Curtain Lian Sha Wujing, equipped with weapons. Demon Subduing Staff, already obtained. Pure Guardian 12 Zodiac Guards, Rat Gold, already obtained. Ox, Wood, already obtained. Tiger Water, already obtained. Rabbit, Fire, already obtained. Dragon Earth, already obtained. Snake Dark, already obtained. Horse, Thunder, already obtained. Goat, Cloud, already obtained. Monkey Wind, already obtained. Rooster Snow, already obtained. Dogstone, already obtained. Pig Bright, already obtained. Carlo Introduction, brother of Karp, disciple of Admiral Hero, teacher of Akainu, Akiji, Kizuru, an orphan, adopted by the village chief, is a naval ability excluding fruit. Basically no side effects, 3-color haki, beginner, intermediate. Advanced, Navy 6 styles, enhanced version, 8 Gates of Duinjia, Saitama Physique, Rinnegan, 6 Paths Sage, no need for 10 tails. Comprehensive ninjutsu, full attribute value, infinite chakra. Heavenly Step, can walk on any plane, can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth, Sun Wukong spell, Heavenly Knife Register, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top super god. Celestial Star Technique, ultimate move, can evolve infinitely. Weapon, Black Blade Dragon Scale level division. S level, Secret Art, Extreme level, level, Forbidden Technique. Super High level, B level, Upper Ninja level, C level, Middle Ninja level, D level, Lower Ninja level, E level. Ninja School Wind Release, Whirlwind Fist Wind Release, Wind Blade Wind Release, Wind Cut Wind Release, Wind Rebound Wind Release, Thousand Faced Wind, Wind Release, Aerial Cannon Wind Release, Peacock, Whirlwind / Wind Release, Peacock, Whirlwind Wind Release, Beast Wave Palm Wind Release, Beast Wave Fierce Wind Palm Wind Release, Fierce Wind Palm Wind Release, Vacuum Ball Wind. Release Vacuum Continuous Wave Wind Release, Vacuum Blade, Wind Release, Vacuum Wave Wind Release, Frog, Iron Cannon Wind Release, Practice Air Bullet, Thunder Release, Thousand Birds, Thundercut, Thousand Birds, Flow, Thunder Release, Cheelin, Thunder Release, Thunder, Clone, Thousand Birds, Thousand Books, Thousand Birds, Blade, Thousand Birds, Sharp Gun, Thunder Release, Earth Walk, Thunder Release, Thunderball, Ninja Technique, Thunder Strike, Tornado, Thunder Release, Pseudo. Dark Thunder Release, Thunder, Binding Thunder. Release Thunder Dream, Thunderman, Thunder Release 4 Pillars Binding Technique, Thunder Release 16 Pillars Binding Technique, Thunder Release, Thunder Needle, Thunder Release, Thunder Tooth, Thunder, Blade Technique, Thunder, Gate, Thunder Blade Technique, Falling, Thunder, Thunder Release, Thunder Wave, Thunder Release, Tearing Sky, Thunder Snake, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Phoenix, Fire Technique, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Fire Release, Great Flame. Bullet fire release frog, oil flame bullet fire release, fire dragon flame bullet fire release, great dragon fire technique fire release, explosive wind dance fire release, great fire extinguishing technique fire release, fire walking technique fire release, fire flame, bullet fire release flame, meteor fire release, great flame technique fire release, fire dragon bullet fire release, fire flame, whirlwind water release water array, wall water release water dragon bullet water release water. Shockwave water release water dragon bullet water release water cut wave water release water blade slash water release water continuous bullet water release great explosion water shock wave water release mist concealment technique water release great waterfall technique water iron cannon technique great shark bullet technique water prison technique 5 meals shark 1000 meals shark water release explosion water shock wave water clone technique water release water tooth bullet water release. Water chaotic wave water release cut rain water release water flow whip water release iron cannonball water release hurricane water vortex technique water release frog iron cannon water release shattering flow water release waterfall technique water release water benefit blade earth release rock concealment technique earth release barrier earth prison hall no earth release earth dragon bullet earth release crack earth turn palm earth release earth flow cut earth release earth Flow City Wall, Earth Release, Earth Surge Gun, Earth Release, Earth Flow, Wall, Earth Release, Mountain, Earth Technique, Earth Release, Earthquake, just as the Foundation's arms began to grow larger. Giant armed arms, shocking the heavens. Then directly struck towards Jack. Jack directly raised his fist. Jack, bastard kid. Instantly, a collision occurred, and both Lucky and Jack were sent flying. The two stabilized their bodies and looked at each other, both showing excited expressions. Then, both moved at the same time, and the two began to continuously attack in the sky. Now the speed of the two is such that without using observation haki, it is impossible to see clearly. Jack, ha kid. Loki, Jack, today you will surely lose. Then, a large amount of liquid metal surged from Loki's body again. Dragon gold armor, a small giant warrior. In an instant, a metal giant the same size as Jack appeared. Jack, another useless decoration. Jack thought Loki was still using the metal mech from last time. Road base. Just give it a try and you'll know. Then Roadbase threw a punch at Jack, who charged at Roadbase again. But with a loud explosion, Jack was sent flying out. Jack, how is this possible? The roadbed smiled wickedly, then raised his fist again. The giant god soldier destroyed the heavens. It directly blasted towards Jack in the sky, and Jack ended up spitting blood as he flew out. Jack crashed directly onto the deck, which shattered instantly. At this time, Jack's subordinates were also taken care of by Ace and the others. The giant mech, after breaking free from its restraints, appeared before the battered Jack. Jack, you've become stronger again. Luji, this time I need to ask you to sit with the Navy for a while. Afterwards, Luji directly knocked Jack out. At that moment, Luji sensed that there was actually a news bird taking photos from a distance. The roadbed directly vanished on the spot, and then it immediately arrived behind the news bird. The speed of the light fruit was so fast that even observation haki could hardly perceive it. The roadbed patted the news bird. Are you taking pictures of me? The news bird turned around in shock, and then its eyes began to constantly switch between the roadbed and a smile. It thought, how is this possible? Such speed. The roadbed tapped the news bird on the head. Don't turn, just give me the photo from just now. The news bird quickly protected the camera in its arms. Subgrade. Quite competent. How much did Morgans give you? The news bird wrote out 10,000 berries on the ground. That's quite valuable. Then the subgrade directly transformed into a piece of gold and threw it directly to 1. This level, ultimate, extreme level, Datara, 6 paths Sage Pain, God Realm, Heavenly Transfer Pain, Universal Pull Pain, Transformation Technique Pain, Summoning Technique Pain, Outer Path Golem Nagato, Outer Path Reincarnation Technique Nagato, Wood Release Secret Technique, Tree World Birth, 1st Hokage Flying Thunder, God Technique, 4th Hokage Corpse Demon, Sealing Technique, 4th Hokage. 3rd Hokage Creation Rebirth Tsunade, Nth Sealing Tsunade Wind Release. Raisin Shuriken Naruto Sage Art. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken Naruto, Sage Mode Jiraiya. Naruto Sage Art. 5 Right Gate Jiraiya, Deepening Technique, Sage Art. Super Giant Rasengan Jiraiya. Naruto Sage Art. Rasengan Barrage Naruto Sage Art. Toad Summoning Deepening Technique Jiraiya. Naruto can use it too. Summoning. Edo Tensei, Orochimaru 8-Headed Serpent Technique, Orochimaru Immortal Rebirth Technique, Orochimaru Lightning Release. Kirin, Sasuke Tsukuyami, Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke Amaterasu, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke Susanoo, Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke White's Secret Technique. Chikamatsu 10 Puppets Chiyo. First Puppeteer Menzaman Self-Rebirth Chio Red Secret Technique. 100 Puppets Performance Red Sand Scorpion Kiwi Kakashi Lightning Cutter. Kakashi Infinite Tsukuyami. Not yet appeared. Just a Bito's idea. Uchiha Bito. Controlling the power of the 10 tails. Enhancing his eye power. Becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Projecting his eyes onto the moon in a grand illusion. 2. A level. Forbidden Technique. Super high level. Curse Seal Sasuke. Libra Yugo. Mitarashi. Anko. Sound Ninja 5. Last 5 all perished. Morning Peacock Guy. 8 Gates of Death Guy. Rock Lee Lotus Flower Guy. Rock Lee 4 Directions. Shuriken Technique. Naruto Shadow Clone. Rush Attack. Naruto Harem Technique. Naruto. Giant Rasengan Naruto. Jiraiya Earth Release. Yellow Spring Swamp Jiraiya Rasengan. Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya. Naruto. Kakashi Hitaki. Konomu Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Naruto. Kakashi Water Release. Great Waterfall Technique Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi Lightning Clone Kakashi Lightning Release. Chidori. Sasuke. Kakashi Lightning Release. Chidori Stream Sasuke. Lightning Release. Chidori Thousand Birds Sasuke. Lightning Release. Chidori Sharp Spear Sasuke. Double Snake Strike Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru Summoning Technique. Triple Rashomon Orochimaru Lion Man Shio Body Technique Shio Flying. Knif Shadow Clone Technique. Sarutobi Izashi Long Distance Glace Technique. Sarutobi Izashi Healing Technique. Yakushi Kabuto Palm Sage Technique. Yakushi Kabuto Mirror Attaque Technique. Pankao Body Technique. Tsunade Healing Live Rebirth Technique. Silent Camouflage. Stealth Technique. Washi Wind. Blood Maki Mind Control. Sand Scorpion Moonlight Dance. Moonlight Gal Clone Grit. Explosion. Uchiha Itachi 3. B Level. Jonin Level. Earth Release. Earth Spear Kakuzu Lightning Release. False Dark Kakuzu Wind Release. Pressure Damage Kakuzu Fire Release. Head Hardship Kakuzu Water Release. Exploding Water Wave Kakuzu Water Release. Water Shark Bullet Technique Kakuzu Water Release. 5 Food Whale Kakuzu Earth Release. Earth Flow City Wall Tenzu Earth Release. Earth Flow Cutter Tenzu Water Release. Breaking Rapid Flow Tenzu Yamato. Hurricane Water Vortex Technique. Combination of Wind Attribute. Rasengan and Breaking Rapid Flow Technique. Naruto plus Yamato Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto Partner Transformation Naruto. Bunta Lightning Sword Transformation Sasuke Great Dragon Fire Technique Sasuke Kusanagi Sword. Chidori Blade Sasuke Bell Jizo Jiraiya Toad Flat Shadow Manipulation Technique Jiraiya Fire Release. Great Fireball Jiraiya Flying Swallow Sarutobi Asuma Fire Release. Ashburn Sarutobi Asuma 3 Treasures Absorb Chio Granny's Light Release Seal Chio Granny Summoning Technique. Rashomon Orochimaru Erasure Technique. Orochimaru Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Orochimaru Summoning Technique. Earth. Release Tracking Tooth Technique. Kakashi Hataki Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Momochi Zabuza. Kakashi Hataki Water Release. Water Barrier Technique. Senju Tobarama. Kakashi Hataki Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Sarutobi Hizashi Earth Release. Earth Barrier Sarutobi Hizashi 4. Sea Level. Chunin Level. Fire Release. Dragon Fire Technique Sasuke. Mitarashi Anko Summoning Technique. Snake Glare Curse Binding Sasuke Lion to Continuous Bombardment. Sasuke Manipulating Windmill 3 Great Swords. Sasuke Fire Release. Phoenix Fire Technique Uchiha Clan Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique Uchiha Clan Fire Release. Flame Bullet Jiraiya Frog Transformation Technique Jiraiya Toad Concealment Technique Jiraiya Toad Oil Bullet Jiraiya Water Prison Technique Momochi Zabuza Water Clone Technique. Momochi Zabuza Wind Release. Great Breakthrough. Orochimaru Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Mitarashi Anko. Orochimaru Shadow Dance Leaf. Rock Lee Konoha Rising Wind. Rock Lee Konoha Great Tornado. Rock Lee Drunken Fist. Rock Lee Ink Mist Technique. Psy Ink Clone Technique. Psy Puppet Technique Kankuro. Chio. Scorpion Thousand Hands Manipulation. Scorpion Water Release. Waterfall Technique Tenzu Water Release. Bubble Chaos Wave Pain Summoning Object Water Release. Water Candy Na Origin God Moon Rising Cloud Water Release. Water Chaos Wave Yahiko Water Release. Iron Cannon Bullet Bunta Earth Release. Earth Reflection Fish Technique. Rain Ninja H-Gon Earth Release. Earth Underwater Navigation Kakuza Hanzu. 17th Navy Cap's Brother Ability Exchange System. Character. Ability Fruit. Weapon. Special Natural System Magic Fruit. Natural Magic Dragon Fruit. Can elementalize, control any element, and can transform into a magic dragon. System grants immunity to seawater. Sea Floor Stone. Teacher. Hero. Sea Dragon General. Navy Strategist. Hometown Windmill Village. Wife. Nico Alvia's son. Jinbei Mihawk. Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma. Crocodile. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Rosanani. Blackbeard Enel. Smoker grandson, Ace, Luffy daughter, Tina, Robin pets, Qilin, Black Horse Qinglong, Green Snake, Water, Fire, Wood, Stick shaking 8 directions, White Tiger, Earth. Thunder, Fan settling universe, Vermilion Bird, Fire Falcon, Fire Wind. Angry Blade, 2 realms, Xuanwu, Giant Turtle, Water. Gold, Heavy Hammer shaking Earth. First generation, 3 admirals, Harrow. Sea Dragon Admiral with no fruit as he swims in the sea like a fish, like a dragon. Retired and killed by the Celestial Dragons. Fiery, Cloud Snake Admiral Zhoulan Snake Fruit White Python form. Retired Steel Bone Kong. Magic Ape Admiral Zhoulan Mythical Beast Type Gorilla Fruit Magic Ape form. Promotion to Marshal. Second generation 3 admirals. Carlo. Black Dragon Admiral. Retired. Injured and stayed in the Navy. Killed Celestial Dragon because of teacher. Impelled down. Released. Sailing the seas as the strongest Navy. 29 years old. Sengoku. Buddha Admiral promoted to Marshal Zephyr. Black Arm Admiral retired and stayed in the Navy. The protagonist disciple. Third generation 3 admirals. Sakazuki. Akainu promoted to Marshal Kuzan. Akiji left to follow the protagonist. Borsellino. Kizura left to follow the protagonist. Fourth generation 3 admirals. Isho. Fujitora Admiral. Paramecia type Gravity Fruit. Freely. Green Bull Admiral. Special Logia type Forest Fruit. Kobe. White Snake Admiral. Zoan type Mythical Beast Snake Fruit. First generation Marshal. Keki without a fruit. Retired Navy powerhouse who did not work for the world government. Second generation Marshal. Steelbone Kong retired and worked for the world government. Third generation Marshal. Sengoku retired and stayed in the Navy. Left and right arms military strategist Carlo. Advisor Crane. Fourth generation Marshal. Akainu ending as a villain. Tilu. Evil swordsman. Spark pirate crew. Captain Silly. Former Logia type Flame Fruit. Vice Captain Mion. Physical technique powerhouse. Crazy eating pirate crew. Captain Black Fist. Former Zoan type Mythical Beast Fish Fruit. Vice Captain Han. Former Logia type Snow Fruit. Rocks pirate crew. Rox D. Jibek. Ward pirate crew. Bondewald. World Destroyer. Paramecia type Momo Fruit. Gold Line pirate crew. Gold Line Shiki. Baloric Redfield. Mythical Beast type Vampire Fruit. Blood Forge pirate crew. Blood Demon. Blood Fruit. Billy, replacing Blackbeard. Zoan type Mythical Beast Turtle Fruit. Crocodile, Turtle form. Turtle Shell Pirate Crew, replacing Blackbeard Pirate Crew. World Government, 5 Poisons Navy, Scorpion, Gecko, Snake, Toad. Centipede, Admiral Level Strength. 5 Elder Special Villains, 6 Major Villains. Time Fruit, Red Space Fruit, Yellow Power Fruit, Blue Reality Fruit, Green Soul Fruit, White Mind Fruit, Orange. Teammates, Lee, Physical Technique Powerhouse. Dr. Senku, Flame Fruit Logia Type. Chef GCI, Sword Technique Powerhouse. Navigator, Great Knife 21C Monster. Draw Sword Slash. Extreme Shadow. Chili, Earth Fruit Logia Type. Combatant Chi Fu, Water Fruit Logia Type. Combatant, Ship Long Shenhao, Ship Soul. Little Dragon, Summoner Dark Organization 12 Divine Dragon Guards. Uchiyamadara. Wind Watergate, obtained. Might Guy, obtained. Orotoru, obtained. Jiraiya, obtained. Saitama, Iron Man Tony Stark Enhanced Version. Obtain Great Sage equal to Heaven Sun Wukong. Self-equipped weapon Rui Jingu Bang. 6-eared macaque. Self-equipped weapon Heart's Desire Iron Rod. Erlang Shenyang Jian. Self-equipped weapon 3-edged 2-blade sword. Obtained Marshal Tianpong Zhubeiji. Self-equipped weapon 9-tooth rake. Obtained General Zhu Lian Sha Wujing. Self-equipped weapon. Demon Subduing Staff. Obtained Pure Guard 12 Zodiac Guards. Rat Gold obtained. Oxwood obtained. Tiger Water obtained. Rabbit Fire obtained. Dragon Earth obtained. Snake Dark obtained. Horse Thunder obtained. Go Cloud obtained. Monkey Wind obtained. Rooster Snow obtained. Dog Stone obtained. Pib Right obtained. Carlo Introduction. Karp's brother. Admiral Hero's disciple. Teacher of Akainu. Akiji. Kazuru. Orphan. Adopted by the village chief. Is the Navy ability, excluding fruits. Basically no side effects. 3-color haki. Beginner. Intermediate. Top level. Navy 6 styles. Enhanced version. 8 Gates of Duinjia. Saitama Physique. Rinnegan. Sage of 6 Paths. No need for 10 tails. Complete ninjutsu. All attribute values. Infinite chakra. Heavenly Step. Can walk on any plane. Can teleport. Law of Heaven and Earth. Sunjin Wukong's magic. Heavenly Blade Register. Beginner. Intermediate. Advanced. Top level. Super God. Heavenly Star Technique. Ultimate move. Can infinitely evolve. Weapon. Black Blade Dragon Scale level division. S level. Ultimate Extreme level. A level. Forbidden Technique. Super High level. B level. Upper Ninja level. C level. Middle Ninja level. D level. Lower Ninja level. E level. Ninja School Wind Escape Techniques. Wind Escape. Whirlwind Fist. Wind escape, blade of wind. Wind escape, wind cutter, wind escape, wind reversal. Wind escape, thousand-faced wind. Wind escape, empty cannon. Wind escape, peacock whirlwind slash. Wind escape, peacock whirlwind. Wind escape, beast wave palm. Wind escape, beast wave, fierce wind palm. Wind escape, fierce wind palm. Wind escape, vacuum sphere. Wind escape, vacuum continuous wave. Wind escape, vacuum blade. Wind escape, vacuum wave. Wind escape, toad iron cannon. Wind escape, practice empty bullet. Thunder escape, thousand birds, thunder cut, thousand birds flow. Thunder escape Kirin. Thunder escape, thunder clone, thousand birds, thousand books, thousand birds blade, thousand bird sharp gun. Thunder escape, earth walk, thunder escape, thunderball, ninjutsu, thunder strike. Tornado, thunder escape, false dark, thunder escape, thunder binding, thunder escape, thunder dream, thunder person, thunder escape. 4 pillars binding technique. Thunder escape, 16 pillars binding technique. Thunder escape, thunder needle, thunder escape, thunder tooth, thunder blade technique, thunder gate, thunder blade technique, falling thunder. Thunder escape, thunder wave, thunder escape, split sky, thunder snake, fire escape, great fireball technique, phoenix fire technique, fire escape, dragon fire technique. Fire escape, flame bullet, fire escape, great flame bullet, fire escape, toad oil flame bullet, fire escape, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire escape, great dragon fire technique, fire escape, explosive wind dance, fire escape, great fire extinguish, fire escape, fire walking technique. Fire escape, fire flame bullet, fire escape, flame meteor, fire escape, great flame technique, fire escape, fire dragon bullet, fire escape, fire flame whirlwind. Water escape, water escape, water array wall, water escape, water dragon bullet, water escape, water wave, water escape, water dragon bullet. Water escape, water cut wave, water escape, water blade slash, water escape, water continuous bullet, water escape, great explosive water wave. Water escape, mist concealment technique, water escape, great waterfall technique, water iron cannon technique, great shark bullet technique, water prison technique, 5 food sharks, 1,000 food sharks. Water escape, explosive water wave, water clone technique, water escape, water tooth bullet, water escape, water chaotic wave, water escape, rain cut. Water escape, water flow whip, water escape. Iron cannon sphere, water escape. Hurricane water vortex technique, water escape. Toad iron cannon, water escape, breaking flow. Water escape, water jar technique, water escape. Waterfall technique, water escape. Water sharp blade, earth escape, rock concealment technique. Earth escape barrier, earth prison hall, earth escape, earth dragon bullet, earth escape. Earth splitting turn palm, earth escape, earth flow cut. Earth escape, earth flow city wall, earth escape, earth spike, earth escape, earth flow barrier, earth escape. Mountain earth technique, earth escape, earthquake. After several days of sailing, everyone finally arrived at Mihawk's Island. Upon landing, they were surrounded by a group of gorillas holding knives. Subgrade, Joseph Johnny. It's up to you for the 2 of them. Do not harm their lives. The roadbed knows that battling these gorillas is beneficial for the swordsmanship improvement of the 2. Afterwards, Joseph and Johnny drew their swords and charged forward. One laughed. These gorillas have impressive swordsmanship. Roadbed. It's all because their master is the world's #1 swordsman. Dracul Mihawk. Ace, brother, is Dracul Mihawk home? Roadbed. He's here. I can feel a strong pressure. Sob. Conqueror's haki? Roadbed. Haha, no, it's a pressure from strong. And it also contains a strong sword intent. Ace, why do I not feel anything at all? Roadbed, just wait until you guys get a bit stronger. As long as your observation haki reaches a certain level, you'll be able to sense it. Sabo, really? Roadbed, you can ask Uncle Yixiao and Inalu. They both probably felt it. Yixiao, that's right. I felt it as soon as I landed on the island. Inalu, me too, but I didn't feel any hostility, so I didn't say anything. Luffy, indeed, Mihawk does not have any hostility towards us. After walking for a while, Luffy and the others finally saw Hawkeye Mihawk's castle. Just then, a slash flew towards Luffy and the others. Bonnie suddenly appeared in front of them. Bonnie, be careful. As she spoke, Bonnie's arms transformed into dual blades. Infused with haki. Wrote, Mihawk isn't a bit too hasty to start fighting right away. Mihawk, Navy, you shouldn't have come here. Luffy waved his hand, and Crocodile and Tino directly put down the several wine barrels in their hands. I brought some fine red wine. Want a drink? Mihawk didn't say anything and then turned around. Cool mean. Then Luffy and the others entered the castle. After drinking for a while, they got somewhat familiar with each other. In the pirate world, there's no problem that can't be solved with a drink. If one drink doesn't work, then have two. Roadbed. Old me. Don't you feel lonely living here by yourself? Mihawk had a face full of black lines. What kind of address is old me? It's fine. I'm used to it. Roadbed. How about you come my ship? Mihawk. Join you in the Navy? Roadbed. Navy? I'm just a free man using the name of the Navy. Mihawk. Free man? Roadbed. That's right. I'm not like other navies. I don't want to be a dog for the celestial dragons. Mihawk. What a strange navy. Roadbed. Haha. You're not the first person to say that about me. Mihawk. If I join you, aren't you afraid of the Marine Admiral and the celestial dragons causing you trouble? Roadbed. I'm going to take old Shah as well. Am I afraid of this? Mihawk smiled and then took a sip of his drink. Let me think about it. Roadbase. Haha. I'm waiting for you. The next day, after a few people sobered up, Roadbase came before Mihawk. Roadbase. Old me. My partner wants to challenge you. Mihawk, sure. But you can't call me old me anymore. Just call me Mihawk. Then Joseph and Johnny, who were behind Roadbase, stepped forward. At that moment, Bonus also walked out. The roadbed looks towards Bonus. It seems you have found the battle route you want. Bonus. I originally thought that physical skills suited me, but after a few battles, I realized I was wrong. Looky, go ahead. Your fruit is your advantage. Bonus nodded. Mihawk glanced at the three of them, then looked at Joseph's two swords, and then at Bonus's arms that had transformed into blades. Looky, your partner is not bad, similar to a three-sword style kid I encountered before. Roadbed. Zoro? Mihawk, you know him? Roadbase. That's my brother's crew, and he does have potential. Mihawk. Both of you brothers are lucky to have met good partners. After that, Mihawk drew his black sword Yuru. Your strength is worthy of this sword. The black sword Yuru, one of the 12 supreme great swords. Joseph. I am Joseph, wielding the famous sword Dragon Tooth. Johnny. I am Johnny, wielding the famous sword Tiger Blade. Bonus. I am Bonus, a user of the swift slash fruit. Mihawk. Come at me together. Joseph. You're underestimating us. Draw and slash, Dragon's Roar. Johnny. But it's better to comply than to disrespect. Draw and slash, Tiger's Howl. Bonus. I won't hold back either. Swift slash, Annihilation Cut. The three attacked with all their might, but were easily blocked by Mihawk. Mihawk, the power and speed are decent, but it's not enough against a strong opponent. Then Mihawk delivered a single slash that sent the three flying. Joseph and the others got back up and resumed their stances. Joseph, we have one more move. Please teach us. Mihawk, come on. One sword style, Reverse Dragon. One sword style, Fierce Tiger. Swift slash, Foaming Daisy Cut. The moment they attacked, Mihawk's eyes narrowed. Then he gripped his sword with both hands and quickly slashed out 3 cuts. In the end, the 3 fell to the ground, and Roadbase started to heal them. To be honest, Roadbase was also unsure of Mihawk's strength. There was no way to tell if Mihawk was holding back or using his full power. Just then, Mihawk approached Roadbase. Mihawk, the purple-clad uncle in your team is very strong. Roadbed, you mentioned Uncle Smile. He is the strong support of our team. Mihawk, I want to challenge him. Roadbed, can you challenge me? Mihawk, you are too weak. The roadbed was instantly filled with black lines. Then the roadbed had a brief conversation with Xiao, who readily agreed. Xiao, I mainly rely on the devil fruit. My swordsmanship isn't very strong. Mihawk, it's okay, uncle. Just give it your all, don't hold back. Xiao, no problem. Then Mihawk and Xiao began their battle. The embankment looked towards Joseph and the 3 of them. If you watch this battle carefully, you will gain a lot. The foundation is right. Watching the battles of strong fighters indeed brings rewards. Ace, brother, who do you think will win, Uncle Smile or Mihawk? Luffy, Uncle Smile. But if it's a sword fight, Mihawk would win. Soon after, Smile and Mihawk started battling. Their fight was intense, leaving Mihawk's island battered. In the end, Luffy had no choice but to build a platform for the 2 of them. Fortunately, the metal Luffy used to construct the platform was special. Otherwise, it would have been cut into several pieces long ago. After that, Luffy and the others took a few days to rest before leaving. Mihawk sailed to Marineford on a small boat by himself. When Luji was leaving, he asked Mihawk for the life card of red-haired Shanks. Luji looked at the life card of the red-haired person. There will be time to visit. At that moment, Joseph walked up to Luji. Boss, it's a call from the Warring States Marshal. The roadbed directly answered the phone bug. Hello, Warlord of the Warring States. Warlord, how's it going with Mihawk? Roadbed, it has been successful. Warring States, good. Now you go to Sulita Island to capture a group of pirates. Roadbed, what pirate? What is the bounty and berries? What is their strength, and what crimes have they committed? Tell me everything. Sengoku, the Chica pirate crew, total bounty of 500 million berries. has massacred the people of town and has killed several Navy personnel, including 3 rear admirals and 1 major. Roadbed. Combat power? Warring states. Captain Kike is close to the strength of an admiral, a natural type flame fruit user, possessing dual haki, and seemingly has conqueror's haki as well. The vice captain, Rear Admiral Wuzi, has dual haki and is a Zhoulan type dragon fruit ancient species, with the form of a Tyrannosaurus rex. Roadbed. Are these the only 2 strong combat powers? Warring states. He has 5 major captains under him, whose codenames are East, West, South, North, and Center. Each has the strength of a rear admiral and possesses dual color haki, primarily focusing on physical combat. The roadbed. Okay, I understand. Then we turned and headed straight to Sulai Island. Roadbed. The captain is assigned to me, the first mate is assigned to Ainalu, and each of Ace, Sabo, and Crocodile will have 1 captain. Joseph, Johnny, Bonus, and Tino will split the remaining 2 captains among the 4 of them. Ace, big brother. Why am I dealing with the captain? I want to deal with the first mate. Roadbed. That has the strength of a lieutenant general. Besides me and Uncle Xiao, only Ainalu can handle it. Ace, I want to give it a try. Subgrade. Don't think about it. Once you become stronger, you can do anything, but this time you must listen to me. Then Ace nodded. Luji looked at Xiao again. Xiao, the remaining pirates are up to you now. Please help them a bit. Xiao replied, leave it to me. Roadbed. In addition, their captain is suspected to possess Conqueror's haki, so everyone should be extra cautious. The crowd nodded. Conqueror's haki is indeed not to be underestimated. The only one known to possess Conqueror's haki on the road base is Ace, but Ace has not awakened it yet. Soon, the group arrived at Suri Island, which is just a small island with no inhabitants. As soon as they landed, Enel sensed the kite pirates. Enel said, Boss, they're having a banquet in the jungle. Row base, just go straight. At this moment, Wuzai came to Chica's side. Captain, the Navy is here. Chica, prepare for battle, everyone. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Chica's mouth, and Wuzai also looked towards the direction where road base was landing. The 5 squad leaders under him also got ready for combat. At this moment, Ainalu sensed it as well. Boss, we're exposed. There are strong observation haki users on the other side. They already know we VE arrived. Roadbed, what are they doing? Ainalu, they're coming our way. Luji nodded, then looked at Ace. Ace, bring the fire. Ace smiled and stepped to the front of the team. Sabo, come help. Sabo also smiled and joined Ace. The 2 nodded at each other. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. Rock Emperor, Rock Dragon. The 2 instantly unleashed 2 dragon-shaped attacks. The trees in front parted to make way for their attacks, which was, of course, due to Luji's use of the forest fruit. Ace and Sabo's attacks charged towards the distant Kike pirates. Kike said east. 2 figures suddenly emerged behind Kike, drawing their swords to block Ace and Sabo's attacks. Excitement appeared on the faces of everyone in the Kike pirates. Kike charged towards Luji and the others, and at that moment, Luji also moved. The road base and Chica directly exchanged punches in midair, creating a huge sound in an instant. The remaining people then rushed at each other as if they had been injected with adrenaline. At this moment, Wuzai transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus rex. Ainalu charged directly at Wuzai and landed a punch on his chin as he tried to bite the crowd. Shut your mouth. Ainalu shouted. Wuzai responded, bastard. While Ainalu attacked Wuzai with electric strikes, he kept dodging incoming attacks. Ace and the others also found their own opponents. Yishio directly used his fruit ability to suppress the other pirates. Meanwhile, the road base exchanged several punches with Chica. Chica laughed, not a bad opponent. At that moment, flames began to erupt from Chica's body. The flame fruit and the burn fruit are similar types of fruits, with the only difference being that the burn fruit has higher potential, while the flame fruit, despite its high initial temperature, cannot be enhanced. Flame rush. Luffy immediately dodged, as the starting temperature of the flame fruit is ridiculously high, so Luffy had to take it seriously. The road base dodged, and liquid metal began to surge from its body. The dragon golden armor, armed arms. Then the road base directly transformed into 2 dark golden sticks and attacked Chica. Chica smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and then directly grabbed the sticks. Chica, don't you know the temperature of my flames? The embankment also smiled. Of course I know. Chica directly used his fruit ability. Chica, I can easily fuse this metal. Roadbed, take a closer look. At this moment, Chica realized that the stick was completely fine, and then Chica looked at the stick. Armed color haki. Luji smiled, then forcefully broke free from Chica's grasp with both hands, attacking Chica from 2 tricky angles. Chica said, Kid, you're too happy too soon. Chica directly elementalized in advance to dodge the attack and immediately counterattacked Luji. Chica kicked Luji in the abdomen. Although he had armor protection, Luji still flew backward. Chica remarked, "In the face of power, any defense is futile." Then Chica charged towards Luji again, while Luji steadied himself in midair. "Looky, strength?" Then Luji put away the twin sticks and raised his fists. "You could try and see if I have strength." He then charged at Chica, armed arms astonishing. Chica immediately threw a punch, and the two fists collided, creating a shockwave. Chica's expression instantly froze. "Road base, using a stick in front of you is just me teasing you. My real weapon is my fists." After that, Road base began to throw punches wildly, and Chica immediately enveloped his hands in flames. The high temperature even started to melt the metal iron fists that were covered with armament haki. However, Road base was not intimidated at all. He thought to himself that Chica was at most an ordinary vice admiral level of strength. How could he be close to an admiral? At that moment, Road base seized the opportunity and kicked towards Chica's abdomen. Chica was sent flying, but then stabilized himself in midair. Chica, not bad for a kick. He then charged towards Road base again. At this point, Road base also realized the problem. After fighting for a while, despite having the light fruit and the force fruit, two god-level healing fruits, he had sustained some injuries, while Chica had none at all. The two then began a fierce exchange of attacks again. The road bed was increasingly curious about the situation, and then it punched Chica back. "What kind of fruit user are you? Why is your recovery ability so strong?" Chica replied, "Ha, I'm a user of the flame fruit. It's just that you all underestimated the healing ability of the flame fruit." Roadbed, self-healing ability? Chica, as long as there is sunlight, the self-healing ability of the flame fruit will be maximized, and I can basically come out of a battle unscathed. Luji, vahaha. Chica, what are you laughing at? Roadbed, I laugh at your stupidity for directly revealing your secret to the opponent. Chica, so what if you know? Can you make the sun disappear? The roadbed smiled and then raised both hands. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and soon more and more clouds appeared, quickly covering this island and the nearby islands. This was the power of the sky demon, Ximu. Luji, congratulations, you just guessed it right. Then Luji directly charged at Chica, who had no choice but to face Luji head-on. After half a day's battle, Chica gradually found himself being overwhelmed by Luji. Chica, what kind of monster are you? Loki, I'm not a monster. I'm Rear Admiral Loki of the Navy, the demon Loki. Then Loki approached Kika above. With armed arms, he shook the ground. Loki threw a punch at Kika, sending Kika directly towards the small island, where Kika instantly sank into the ground. The roadbed sensed with a glimpse of color that Chica had already died beyond any possibility of revival. Luffy, without the devil fruit. My strength is not even comparable to Vice Captain Smoker. It's trash. After that, Luffy stepped aside to watch the battles of others. At this moment, Crocodile was already waiting nearby. It was then that Luffy realized he had underestimated Crocodile. Originally, Luffy estimated that Crocodile's strength should be around that of a Rear Admiral. However, Crocodile's overall strength is at least that of a Navy Vice Admiral. From the beginning, Luffy underestimated Crocodile. If Crocodile and Luffy were to fight, it would only be a 50-50 chance. Crocodile? Boss, has the captain dealt with it? The roadbed nodded. Now, they just had to wait for them. Then he pointed to the people who were still fighting. At that moment, Enter used lightning to knock Wuji away again. Wuji, who was knocked back, quickly stabilized himself, and then his body began to change. Soon, Wuji transformed into a hybrid human beast form. Roadbed, be careful. His speed and strength will undergo a qualitative leap. The roadbed reminded, and Anila nodded, then became serious. Wuji said, Kid, you're not my opponent right now. You should call your captain. Anilu replied, You're not worthy of my boss's attention. Then he charged directly at Wuji, who also charged at Anilu. However, Wuji's speed surprisingly matched Anilu's, considering Anilu was using his devil fruit powers to move. It was unexpected that Wuji could move so quickly in his hybrid form. The two collided, creating a shockwave, and Wuji revealed a sinister smile, while lightning continuously erupted from Anilu's body. Anilu attempted to channel lightning into Wuji, but with Wuji's tough skin and the added Busashoka haki, the lightning didn't inflict any real damage on him. Anilu quickly distanced himself from Wuji. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. A massive lightning dragon surged toward Wuji, who raised his fist to meet it head-on. With one punch, Wuji shattered the Thunder Dragon, but he also experienced a brief moment of paralysis. Anilu thought, good opportunity. He then transformed into a thunder god, grasping the lightning as he charged at Wuji. A flash of white light passed, and Woozy's body became charred before he crashed into the ground. Anilu then condensed a small compressed thunderbolt in his hand and threw it at the already charred Woozy. The spot where Woozy was located instantly exploded. Anilu sensed that Woozy had lost all breath. At this moment, the Chica pirates had been completely dealt with, and the roadbed directly took down the Chica pirates' flag. As for the bodies of the Chica pirates, they were buried on the spot. Roadbed, let's go to Malinvondo. After that, the roadbed and others left Surya Island. After a few days of sailing, they finally arrived at Malinvondo. By this time, the Navy's deployment was almost complete. The roadbed has directly arrived at the Warring States period. Warring States. I didn't expect it to be resolved in such a short time. Roadbed. The intelligence is wrong. The strength of the kite pirates is not that strong. Sengoku. Alright, your ranks are about to change again. The orders will come down soon. The Foundation has become a rear admiral. Ace and Sabo have been promoted to brigadier general. Joseph and Johnny have been promoted to colonel. Fujitora has been promoted to brigadier general. Inel has been promoted to commodore by special exception. Crocodile has also been promoted to commodore. And Bonus and Tino have been promoted to lieutenant colonel. At this time, the 7 warlords of the sea also arrived at the Navy headquarters. The roadbed is watching the 7 warlords come ashore one by one from the roof in the distance. Roadbed, Old Shah has now been taken by me. But who will receive the position of the 7 warlords? Just then, a fat man with a white crescent mustache appeared, and there was an old lady with him. Luji, Vaibul. Teacher ZFA, is it true? Then Luji stood up and stretched. Subgrade. Weibel? I don't know if I killed him. Will the world government and the Navy expel me? On the edge of the road, Luji smiled at the corner of his mouth. Then Luji directly disappeared from the spot. In another room, the marshal's office. Zephyr. Sengoku. Was it your doing that Weevil became Shichibukai? Sengoku. It was the world government's choice. Sengoku certainly knew about Zephyr's hatred for Weevil. Zephyr nodded. Sengoku. Zephyr, don't do anything foolish. Just then, a Navy soldier burst in. Not good, Marshal. Vice Admiral Luji is fighting with one of the Shichibukai, Weevil. Sengoku. What is that little brat trying to do? Sengoku's face was filled with anger, and he immediately walked out of the office, with Zephyr following behind him. Luji had just appeared right in front of Weevil, kicking him out with one kick. Weevil's strength was roughly at the level of a Navy elite Vice Admiral, similar to Luji's strength. The main reason he could defeat Zephyr was that Zephyr had to protect his students and couldn't fight at full strength, and he was also getting older at that time. Weevil quickly stabilized himself, and, at that moment, Bakine stepped forward and pointed at Luji. Navy, what do you want to do? We're the Shichibukai. Roadbed. Warlord. Old Sand. Come out and meet. Then, a mound of sand emerged from the ground, directly forming Crocodile. At this moment, several people flew in from all directions and landed directly behind the roadbed. Ace. Are the warlords very strong? Sabo. Old Sand seems to have been a warlord before. Joseph and the previous Hawkeye Mihawk. The ones who arrived were the entire crew of the Dragon God ship. Looky, I'm here to take on the 7 warlords. He then charged directly at Weibel. At this moment, Ace and the others surrounded Looky and Weibel. Ace, brother doesn't like to be disturbed. Sabo, so please don't interfere. The Navy, which originally intended to step in, came to a halt. After all, none of the crew of the Dragon God ship are easy to deal with. Luki kicked Weibel again, and this time Weibel directly blocked the attack with a knife. However, he was still pushed back a few steps by Luki's kick. Subgrade, not bad, but not enough. Dragon Golden Armor, Armed Arms. Luchi instantly donned his armor. He then launched a fierce attack on Weibel. Weibel, Mom, what should I do? Bajin, kill this Navy officer. With the 7 warlords, it's fine to kill 1 Navy officer. Then Weibel directly raised his sword and struck at Luchi. Luji didn't dodge and directly swung his fist at it. At the moment of collision between the fist and the knife, a shockwave was generated, and an evil smile appeared on Luji's face. Luche, with your strength, you still claim to be one of the 7 warlords? What a disgrace. Then Luche exerted force, causing Weibel to stagger back several steps. Hee, I also want to get involved. Doflamingo charged directly at Luche. At that moment, Enel appeared right in front of Doflamingo. What do you want to do? Enel said with a smile. At this time, Moria also moved. That kid just said he wanted to fight us, hee. Crocodile instantly appeared in front of Moria. Our captain is not wrong. There are a total of 7 warlords, and 3 of them have appeared at once. Jinbi, Boa Hancock, Dracul Mihawk, and Bartholomew Kuma have not moved. Jinbi, this is Luche as Dad said. Jinbi had visited Whitebeard before and learned about Luche. Mihawk, that kid is starting off with area damage. Kuma, this is really absurd. Only Hancock stood silently on the side. At this point, Luji was continuously beating Weeble, and dozens of wounds appeared on Weeble's body. The roadbed. Weeble, I have avenged my teacher. Then I raised my fist. Arm to arm, shocking. With a direct punch, I hit Weeble on the head, and he flew out and crashed into the wall. Luffy, I have to say, you're really tough, aren't you? After fighting for so long, you still haven't taken a fatal hit from Weeble. At this moment, Luffy turned to Mihawk. Oh, Mihawk, can I borrow your sword? Weeble is tough, and a regular sword really can't cut him. Mihawk, you little brat, can't you just call it by its name? While complaining, Mihawk threw the knight sword to Luffy. All right, I got it. At this time, Sengoku also arrived. Luffy, what are you trying to do? Stop right there. Then Luffy approached Weeble with the sword and leaned down to whisper in Weeble's ear. I'll take one of your arms in revenge for my teacher. And I'll leave you one life for now, but I will eventually take your life in revenge for the other Marines. Luffy directly swung his sword and severed one of Weeble's arms. He picked it up and threw it at Ace. Ace, make him disappear. Ace smiled. Flame fist. Weeble's arm instantly turned to ashes. Then Luffy returned the sword to Mihawk. Roadbed, Doflamingo, Moria, do you want to make a move against the Navy? The two looked at Admiral Sengoku, then stopped their attack and returned to the ranks of the 7 warlords. Roadbed, Marshal, did you just call me? Warring States, what a mischievous little brat, come to my office in a bit. After that, Warring States left here. The Foundation was now in front of Zifa. Zifa-sensei, I will avenge the Navy with Weeble's life sooner or later. Zifa's eyes gradually became moist. You little brat, I'm counting on you. On the other side, Sengoku was actually quite pleased. After all, his old friend's revenge had been taken. As for the world government, Sengoku had ways to deal with them. If they wanted to move against Luffy, they first had to consider Garp and Dragon. Soon, Luffy arrived at the office, and Sengoku gave him a verbal education, but then quietly added, well done. A few days passed quickly. The Navy's deployment was basically complete. Now, they were just waiting for Kaido's arrival. The news of Jack's execution had also spread. Finally, Sengoku received the news. Kaido was coming alone, and he brought Charlotte Linlin, along with the Embers and Queen. Sengoku, I didn't expect Charlotte Linlin to really come to help Kaido. Crane, it's almost impossible for us to keep these two. Garp, I can deal with one. But what about the others? Crane, although only 4 have come, Ember and Queen are both of admiral level strength. Sengoku, in this battle, the 7 warlords basically can't intervene. We can only rely on our own navy. Just then, a navy soldier rushed in. Marshal, Katakuri and Cracker from the Big Mom Pirates have also arrived. Sengoku's expression became even more serious. Sengoku, this battle must be fought, but in the end, we must let Kaido take Jack away. Everyone nodded. The Navy was not the opponent of the other side right now. Soon, Kaido and Big Mom arrived above Marineford. Kaido, Ororo, Sengoku, I brought reinforcements this time. Big Mom, Mama, it seems like we're going to cause a huge ruckus today. At that moment, someone flew into the air and kicked towards Kaido. Ember appeared in front of Kaido and directly blocked the attack. Ember, Admiral Kizuru, your opponent is me. Kizuru, Ember, one of the calamities, how frightening. Just then, a massive figure landed, and it was Queen, one of the calamities. Kazan was about to make a move, but someone kicked Queen right on the head. Kaido immediately recognized that person. It was that brat Luffy again. At this moment, Luffy looked at Queen in the air, then turned to look at the execution platform. Leave this to me. Sengoku. All right, be careful. The Foundation point nodded. All the crew members of the Dragon God began to take action. Soon after, Ace and the others rushed in from all directions. The road base came to Uncle Ishiao's side. Uncle, go help Admiral Zhang Guo share the burden. Ishiao replied, leave it to me. Then Ishiao went to the execution platform, ready to take action at any moment. Zhang Guo looked at Ishiao and said, thank you for your hard work. Ishiao smiled, but did not speak. Meanwhile, Luji and others were directly engaged in battle with Quinn. To be honest, Quinn was weakened in the original work. After all, he is one of Kaido's 3 calamities, so how could he be as weak as depicted in the original? Each of the 4 emperors has 3 of their strongest subordinates, almost all at the level of top vice admirals or admirals. The aura Quinn had just released clearly exceeded that of a vice admiral. Therefore, Luji speculated that Quinn's strength should be at the level of a junior admiral. At this point, Ace and the others had already launched their attacks, but none of them managed to hurt Quinn at all. Ace said this defense is insane. Sabo added, no ancient Zoan has poor defense. Joseph remarked, and with armament haki, how are we supposed to fight? Enel suggested, aim for the eyes and mouth. Those are the weakest points. This was knowledge Enel gained from his battle with Wuji. However, Quinn could easily dodge everyone's attacks aimed at those 2 points. Crocodile said, no, His observation haki is also very strong. We can't hit him at all. Tino exclaimed, look, what's he doing? They saw a helmet covering Quinn's head, protecting his weak spots. Roadbed. Wow, safety helmet? Quinn. Haha, my helmet is specially made. Luji smiled wickedly, and then raised both hands directly. After that, they saw Quinn's helmet begin to slightly deform. At that moment, Quinn immediately coated the helmet with armament haki. The road base could no longer control Quinn's helmet. Quinn, almost forgot you can control metal. Then Quinn directly headbutt towards the road base. Dragon golden armor, armed arms. The road base immediately equipped the armor and then punched towards Quinn's headbutt. Armed arms, astonishing. The moment the attack made contact, a loud noise erupted, and the road base was sent flying backward. At this moment, Enel and Crocodile also attacked Quinn's neck. Their attacks only produced the sound of metal clashing against Quinn. Although they didn't injure Quinn, they prevented him from continuing to pursue the road base. Soon, the road base stabilized himself in midair. It would be much easier to deal with Quinn if he had already undergone modifications. After Quinn's modifications, nearly 40% of his body would be metal, which would be a significant advantage for the road base. However, Quinn had not yet undergone modifications. Then, the road base's body began to release a large amount of liquid metal. Dragon golden armor, giant god soldier. Instantly, a massive metal giant appeared. At that moment, a ball of intense flames erupted around Quinn, along with a pile of floating rocks. A large area of thunder and a heap of yellow sand appeared in front of Quinn. Behind him, a flow of liquid wax also emerged. Ace, Sabo, Enel Crocodile, and Tino simultaneously activated their abilities. Instantly, 5 elemental giants were added to the battlefield. At this time, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had already moved far away, and they no longer had the opportunity to intervene in the ongoing battle. Roadbed. We love fighting in groups the most. Tino directly controls Quinn's limbs. And Ace and Sabo also unleash their combination technique. Meteorite. On the other side, Enel and Crocodile also perform a combination technique. Crocodile directly waves his hand to summon a sandstorm, and Enel follows up by releasing several bolts of lightning. Sandstorm, thunderstorm. The roadbed also raised both hands, and then a large amount of liquid metal flowed out from its body. Subsequently, a gigantic spear formed in the air. God-slaying spear, and the surface of the spear emitted a faint glow. Lucky smiled at the corner of his mouth, having already wrapped the power of the light fruit around the god-slaying spear. His attack power received a significant boost. Of course, Lucky didn't make it too obvious, as he still needed to keep it hidden. Then, the god-slaying spear flew directly towards Quinn. Quinn's current size was unusually large, and Lucky's attacks landed steadily on him. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred, producing a large amount of smoke. Just then, a figure burst out of the smoke. The figure kicked Tino's wax giant to pieces, sending Tino flying as well. Then, the figure approached Ace and Sabo, directly kicking them down and dispelling their giant forms, causing both to be sent flying. At this moment, Lucky finally saw the person clearly. It was Quinn in his beast human form. Quinn's entire figure had slimmed down a lot, and he had become much smaller, with a significant increase in speed and strength. Quinn's current power was his true power. Now, on the Dragon God's ship, only Lucky, Enel, and Old Sand remained. Roadbed, finally giving it my all. Quinn, I didn't expect you to force me into this state. At this moment, Enel took the initiative and directly flashed to above Quinn, then kicked down towards him. Quinn, what incredible speed, kid. Enel's kick landed on Quinn, but the scene Enel had anticipated did not occur. Enel thought Quinn would fly away, but Quinn firmly caught Enel's leg. Then Quinn forcefully threw Enel out. Enel crashed into distant buildings, instantly causing several to collapse. After a while, Enel slowly walked out. Quinn, you can still stand up. Just now, Quinn not only threw Enel out, but also crushed Enel's leg bone. Enel, I'm not going down that easily. At this time, Joseph, Johnny, and Bonus had already placed the unconscious Ace and others together. Enel also flew to Roadbed's side. The Roadbed looked at Enelu's twisted leg. Go rest for a while. Enelu replied, no need, I'm fine. The roadbed shook its head, then released a white light from its right hand. Enelu's wounds began to heal at a visibly fast rate. The behavior of the roadbed has attracted the attention of many big shots on the battlefield. The embankment also felt the gazes of the crowd. The roadbed shook its head and then flew directly into the sky. Holy light instantly healed the injuries of the Navy soldiers, while Ace and the airborne Kazuru were still engaged in battle. Sengoku. This is the second devil fruit. Sengoku was instantly shocked beyond measure. Kaido, damn little brat. Kaido gritted his teeth as he spoke. Big Mom, an interesting little brat. The soul should be quite delicious. Charlotte Linlin said with a wicked smile. Law, it's been exposed after all. Only Law knew the helplessness of the roadbed. At that moment, the roadbed in the sky looked at Queen, and a smile appeared on its lips. Luji, I originally wanted to hide for a while, but I didn't expect to be exposed because of you. Then, Luji's left hand revealed a black light, and his right hand revealed a white light. Moreover, waves of lightning appeared around Luji's body. Loki, you stay here today. Then Loki charged directly at Quinn, with the speed of the light fruit. Quinn could barely see a blur in front of him. Quinn was directly knocked to the ground by a punch from Loki. Then, Loki flew into the air. Light flash rainfall. A white halo appeared behind Loki, and several light points flew towards Quinn. Everyone in the audience, except for the people on the Dragon God ship, was utterly shocked. Luffy has only used his various abilities in front of the Straw Hat crew and the Dragon God crew. Kizaru, how terrifying, the same ability as mine. In the face of Luffy's attack, Queen directly covered his entire body with observation haki for defense. However, Luffy's attack still penetrated Queen's defense, and the light points passed straight through Queen's body. The reason is that Luffy added lightning power to some of the light points. The addition of lightning enhanced the penetrating power of the light points, doubling the damage. However, Luffy temporarily couldn't add lightning to all the light points. Although Queen was injured, it was just a minor injury for him. Queen, is that all you've got? Luji smiled, and then the white halo behind him changed, quickly turning into a black halo. Soon, several small black arrows flew out from the halo. Black flame rain arrows. At that moment, Quinn felt a threat and immediately used his observation haki to begin dodging. Luji immediately raised his left hand to control the black arrow tracking Quinn. Just as it was about to hit Quinn, a wall made of cookies suddenly appeared, directly blocking Luji's attack. Luji, Kalia. Kalia ignored Luji and turned to look at Quinn. What mess, Quinn? Quinn, I didn't expect this guy to have so many abilities. Luji's expression became serious, as Kalia's strength was above Quinn's. The roadbed is not yet a match for Kalia. At this moment, Kalia looks at the roadbed and says, Kid, my mom is very interested in you. Why don't you join us? Luffy, dream on. Then Luffy moved and directly appeared beside Kureha, delivering a punch to Kureha's head. Kureha raised his arm to block Luffy's attack. At this moment, Quinn kicked Luffy in the abdomen, sending him flying. Luffy quickly steadied himself, but still spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Quinn was about to continue his attack, he was intercepted by a slash. Quinn, the world's #1 swordsman. Dracula Mihawk, do you want to intervene too? Mihawk, Luffy is my friend. Mihawk said this, and then charged at Quinn with his sword. At this time, Jinbei and Bartholomew Kuma also rushed towards Quinn. Jinbei, Luffy, we can only hold off Quinn. Kuma, Kureha is up to you. Luji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. Then Luji straightened up, and his body began to change. Half of Luji's dragon gold armor gradually disappeared, replaced by dark green dragonwood armor. Behind Luji, a pair of wings composed of light spots appeared, half black and half white. Finally, lightning appeared in Luji's left hand, and a small tornado appeared in his right hand. Loki has now revealed all his cards. The big shots present are once again shocked. Kaido, this kid is showing 6 abilities right now. Big Mom, I must get him. Sengoku, how many secrets does this kid have? At this moment, Kaido in the air couldn't hold back any longer and charged directly at Loki. An old man stopped Kaido. Kaido, you want to touch my grandson? Dream on. The one who stopped Kaido was Karp. At this time, a figure rushed towards Loki, and that figure was Charlotte Katakuri, the son of Big Mom. He had just received Big Mom's order to capture Loki. At that moment, an ice spear blocked Katakuri's path. Akiji, where do you think you're going? Seeing Katakuri being stopped, Big Mom had no choice but to take action herself. At this time, 2 figures blocked Big Mom. The newcomers were Admiral Akainu and the strongest force of the Dragon God ship, Fujitora. Akainu, Charlotte Linlin, your opponent is us. Fujitora, I can't let you cause trouble. Thus, the Navy's forces had all found their opponents. Meanwhile, Loki charged at Cracker. Cracker immediately summoned numerous biscuit soldiers. Luj smiled wickedly. I don't want to fight with these things. Then Luj waved his hand, and several giants rose directly from the ground, including wooden giants and metal giants. The giant transformed from Luji is no match for the giant weapon of Luji. However, it can still handle these cookie soldiers. Then, Luji charged straight at Kalia. Kalia swung his famous knife, the pretzel, directly at the charging Luji. The roadbed raised its arms to block, but still took several steps back. The road base still can't compare to Kalia. With the divine fury, the strength of the road base surged once again in an instant. Kalia's face also grew serious. Luji threw a punch directly at Kelly, who raised his knife to block it. However, Luji's other fist struck Kelly at an odd angle. Kelly was directly hit on the jaw by Luji and flew out immediately. The mouth of the embankment exhaled hot air, and the whole person appeared particularly ferocious. Luji, the Star Destiny? Then Luji moved again, and Kelly Jia directly put on the biscuit soldier armor for himself. The roadbed produced a loud noise when hit, but the cookie soldiers suffered no damage. The steel frame enhanced the hardness of the cookies. Loki smiled. Dragon God armor. A small giant soldier. The Dragon God armor is composed of numerous abilities and was just created by Loki. In an instant, a giant the size of a cookie soldier appeared. Although the giant was dark golden in color, different elements could still be distinguished. Soon, the two giants engaged in a fierce battle. In the distance, Karp had just punched Kaido away when he was hit by Kaido's blast of dragon breath. Karp's clothes were already damaged, but he was not injured yet. On the other side, Kaido was also tough and resilient. Kaido, old man, do you think your grandson is a match for that guy? Haha. Kaido believed that Loki could not be a match for Kizaru. Karp, is a cookie kid really that strong? Karp laughed as he looked at Kaido. Karp thought that Loki could defeat Kizaru. Kaido launched another blast of dragon breath, which Karp shattered with a punch. Mihawk and the others were continuously attacking Queen, who was dodging and counterattacking. Meanwhile, Kizaru and Jin were evenly matched, both fighting seriously. This might be the most serious Kizaru has fought since Loki met him. Akiji was also continuously battling Katakuri, a clash between a natural type and the strongest observation haki. Akainu and Izo were coordinating their attacks against Big Mom. Big Mom kept using Napoleon to slash at Akainu and Izo, both of whom used their abilities to dodge. Meteor Volcano, Gravity Blade, Tiger. The two directly used their strongest skills against Big Mom. Elbaf Spear, Wano. Big Mom also released her strongest skill, instantly devouring Akainu and Izo's skills, then attacking them. Mamahamahama, you are no match for me at all. Akainu and Izo were instantly blasted away, and after stabilizing themselves, they spat out blood. The two charged at Big Mom again. At this moment, a figure also rushed towards Big Mom. Big Mom, Zeph. I didn't expect you to join in. Zeph, I'm a Marine, after all. Zeph joining the battle made it much easier for Akainu and Izo. On the other side, Loki and Kizaru were also in a stalemate. Just then, a black vortex appeared in Loki's palm. Luji directly slammed his palm onto Kelly Jia, causing half of Kelly Jia's cookie armor to disappear. Kelly Jia immediately activated his ability to restore the armor. At that moment, Luji had already arrived in front of Kelly Jia and raised his fist to strike Kelly Jia's head. Giant Divine Soldier, destroy the heavens. In an instant, there was an explosion, and Kelly Jia's cookie armor shattered, sending Kelly Jia flying away. Luji also removed the Dragon God armor, as this set of armor was too exhausting. Then Luji appeared directly in front of Krija, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a knife pierced through Luji's chest. Karp, Luji, Ace, big brother. The knife wielder was Weibel, who had been taught a lesson by Luji. It wasn't over yet. At this moment, Bakin took out a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. Sengoku's eyes narrowed. Sea Prism stone handcuffs. They were then directly cuffed onto Luji's hands. At this time, Krija also caught his breath and raised the pretzel to strike at Luji. Now, Luji was exhausted, and the abilities of the forest fruit and the light fruit were completely suppressed. Luji looked at the knife on his chest and the large knife coming towards him. Am I going to die? Ace and the others were already too late to reach Luji. Just then, someone blocked Krija's attack. Boss, are you okay? Luji looked up and saw Ainalu's smiling face. It was okay, just a bit painful. At a crucial moment, Ainalu suddenly appeared right in front of Luji. However, Luji was still in life-threatening danger. Weibel drew his knife and swung it directly at Luji, looking for death. A cloud of sand pierced through Weibel's body, and he was sent flying. Old Sha supported Luji, who was about to fall. Old Sha, boss. At this moment, Ace and the others also arrived. Roadbed, Lao Sha, go help Amy hold off Kelly Jia. Lao Sha nodded and flew over directly. Luchi, Tino, use your wax fruit to make a key that matches these handcuffs. Tino nodded and then endured the weakness caused by the Sea Prism Stone. Soon, a key was made, but by then, Luchi had already fainted from excessive blood loss. Ace quickly unlocked the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs on Luchi's hands. The abilities of the forest fruit and the light fruit were activated in an instant. The wound on Luffy's chest was also slowly healing. At this moment, Kizaru directly knocked Enel away and then prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Crocodile. Just then, someone blocked the attack. Dreaming if you want my partner's life? The person was indeed Luffy, who had just sensed the scene and rushed over. Kizaru, how is that possible? That last strike didn't take your life. Luji, I have a strong life. Then Luji punched Kelly Jia. Kelly Jia flew out directly. Kelly Jia, how is this possible? Why have you become stronger again? The roadbed smiled and then waved his hand. In an instant, countless rocks flew up. Sabo, huh? My ability? The corner of Luji's mouth revealed a smile. Just when Luji was on the brink of death, he thought he had awakened a new demon, the demon lord of the earth. This time, Luji's physical condition improved again, and he gained the abilities of the demon lord. Now, Luji's strength has skyrocketed to that of a junior general. After fully unleashing the power of the roadbed, it can directly battle ordinary generals. Lujia, you're not my opponent right now. Then Lujia charged directly towards Kalia with all his strength. Kalia instantly turned into a wall of cookies. The road base was directly shattered with a punch, and then a punch landed directly on Krija. Krija immediately rolled his eyes back and fainted. The recent battle had already exhausted too much of Krija's stamina, causing his overall strength to drop to that of a top-tier vice admiral. He was simply no match for Luji. In the distance, Charlotte Lingling saw this scene and immediately withdrew from the battle, then rushed towards Krija. Luji saw Charlotte Lingling retreating quickly. Charlotte Lingling rolled up the cracker and flew into the air. Charlotte Lingling, Kaido, I can't help you anymore, Katakuri, let's go. The roadbed suddenly stood up. Charlotte Lingling, is this a place you can come and go as you please? Charlotte Lingling, little brat, what else do you want to do? The roadbed smiled, then raised both hands. It withstood my strike. Meteor. The Foundation's ability was activated directly, and then a small black dot appeared in the sky. Moreover, its speed was increasing, flying straight towards Charlotte Lingling. After the roadbed summoned the meteorite, it was found that this skill consumed very little stamina. The big shots present were once again astonished. Charlotte Lingling immediately raised Napoleon. That pesky little brat. Roadbed, don't think about running. This meteorite is tracking you. The corners of the roadbed's mouth reveal a smile. Legacy discovers that the meteorite he summoned can track its target, no matter how the enemy tries to escape. It will be hit by the meteorite. The reason is that Legacy has attached a power to the enemy. Then, Charlotte Linlin throws Cracker to Katakuri, getting ready to gather strength. Kaido, are you still going to just watch? Upon hearing this, Kaido directly comes to Charlotte Linlin's side, and the two begin to gather strength. Overlord C. The two stand side by side, then simultaneously swing their weapons forward, unleashing a massive and rapid shockwave. The meteorite in the air is directly shattered. Following this, Charlotte takes Katakuri and leaves. Kaido also picks up Queen and Jin, flying towards the execution platform, taking Jack and the platform along with him. Sengoku also orders not to pursue. At this moment, Zephyr arrives in front of Weevil. You should never have laid a hand on my dear disciple. Today we settle old and new scores together. But King, we are the 7 warlords. At this point, Sengoku stands up. Not anymore. Starting today, you're no longer the 7 warlords. At this moment, Legacy also comes to Zephyr's side. Teacher, it's up to you. Then Legacy extends his right hand towards Zephyr. Holy light. Zephyr's severed arm begins to itch, and soon it grows back, while also curing Zephyr's hidden illness. Everyone is amazed at the sight of Zephyr's restored arm. At this moment, Zephyr moves directly, covering his hands with armament haki, and then strikes towards Weevil and Bakin. After a while of Zephyr's assault, Weevil and the others turn into mush. Zephyr also sheds tears, but a smile appears at the corner of his mouth. Once it's over, Sengoku calls Legacy to the office. In the office, Legacy is stared at by a group of big shots. Sengoku, explain yourself. Luji awkwardly smiled. In fact, I have 5 devil fruits inside my body. Kizaru, how scary. This time Kizaru truly felt scared. Akiji, how amazing. Akainu, incredible. Sengoku, what kind of fruits are those? Roadbed, natural system metal fruit, natural system forest fruit, natural system light fruit, natural system dark fruit, superhuman system element fruit. Karp, I know the first 4 fruits, but I've never even heard of the 5th fruit. Roadbed, elemental fruits that can control a small amount of elements. I can now control the elements of wind, thunder, and earth. Warring states, the 5 fruits are all very powerful devil fruits. Can you still eat devil fruits? Luchi shook his head. 5 devil fruits is my limit. Sengoku nodded. I'll handle things with the world government. He then waved his hand, and Luchi turned to leave the office. Crane, protect Luchi at all costs. We can't let the world government get to him. Sengoku, Luchi might just be our Navy's opportunity to no longer be at the mercy of the celestial dragons. Kazan, as long as my grandson is safe, I'll see who dares to touch him. Zeph, if they dare to touch Luchi. This old bone of mine can still cause a ruckus. Akainu, my magma won't allow it either. Kizaru, I actually quite like this kid. Akiji, count me in. Soon everyone expressed their thoughts. At that moment, a call came in from the five elders. Sengoku, bring that Navy guy named Luji to the Holy Land. Five elders. We're not studying him. We want to promote him. Sengoku, he is Zephyr's disciple. Five elders. It's not safe for Luji to stay in the Navy. Sengoku, he's also Akainu's disciple. Five elders. Fine, try to keep Luji. He can only be in the Navy, otherwise the world will be in chaos. Sengoku, all right. With just 3 sentences, Sengoku pushed back against the five elders. A Navy hero, a Navy chief instructor, and the strongest admiral of the Navy. The five elders weren't yet ready to provoke these three, as doing so would essentially offend more than half of the Navy. At this time, Luji had already set sail. Sengoku, what? He has gone to sea. Kazan, he really can't sit still. Sengoku, keep a close eye on Luji and the others' whereabouts. A soldier nodded. The Long God ship directly arrived in Alabasta. Vivi, Luji big brother, why are you here? Roadbed, to help you. Lujin arrived at the center of Alabastan. There was nothing left to hide. Originally, Lujin wanted to stay hidden for a while. The roadbed placed both hands on the ground, activating the ability of the forest fruit. In an instant, towering trees grew up from the ground. Wei Wei was directly stunned by this scene. Subgrade, not done yet. The ground raised its hands, and a large mass of dark clouds instantly gathered over Alabastan. The clouds completely covered the entire island of Alabastan, and then heavy rain began to pour down. Luji, this heavy rain will last for 3 days and nights. After that, the weather in Alabastan will return to normal, and it won't be dry all year round. Vivi, thank you, Brother Luji. I thank you on behalf of the people of the whole country. Luffy, you're welcome. After all, you're Luffy's friend. Then Luffy arrived at the port, and now he needs to speed up to Water 7. After calculating the time, Luffy should have already arrived there. Just then, Luffy saw a person lying on the beach, holding a pair of hammers. The corner of the roadbed's mouth revealed a smile. I couldn't let you escape this time. Ghost Mannequin, since I hadn't encountered you before. The person lying on the beach is none other than Ghost Mannequin from the Creed Pirates, whom Luffy's crew had encountered earlier. Luji walked over to Ajin and soon realized that he had fainted, with his clothes still wet. This guy must have encountered a shipwreck. I'll take him on board. Ace and the others chuckled and then lifted Ajin onto the ship. The Foundation. Departure, the city of 7 waters. The crowd yelled. Then the Dragon God ship set sail directly. Lucky also came before Akin and used holy light to awaken Lucky. Akin, where is this? Luji, you're on my ship. Then Luji placed a pile of food in front of Jean. Eat, your stomach just rumbled. Jean touched the back of his head and then smiled shyly. Thank you. At that moment, Joseph ran over. Boss, 10 pirate ships have appeared ahead. It seems to be the Wild Wolf Pirates with a total bounty of 100 million. Luchi, Sabo, go take care of it. The two nodded and then flew toward the pirate crew. Fire Fist Dragon Claw in less than 10 minutes. The two resolved the battle, and 10 pirate ships sank directly into the sea. Akin was utterly shocked. At this moment, Luchi came in front of Akin. How is it? Tasty? It's tasty. Who are you guys? Akin first instinctively exclaimed that it was tasty, and then quickly reacted to ask a question. Lucky, we are the Navy. My name is Lucky, and I am Luffy's brother. Akin, Luffy, the captain of Sanji? During this time, Akin has been paying attention to Sanji and knows that Sanji has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Subgrade, it seems you still remember them, Akin. Akin, how do you know my name is Akin? Roadbed, Sanji and Luffy have mentioned you to me. Akin, thank you for saving me. Roadbed, it's a small matter. Do you want to join the Navy? Akin, I'm a pirate. How can I join the Navy? The roadbed directly called for Lao Sha. This person is the former warlord Crocodile, and now he is on my ship. Akin was once again shocked. Roadbed, let's put it this way, I appreciate you, so I want to invite you to join my team. Akin thought for a moment and finally nodded. I originally set out to sea this time to find a place to live, but I was unexpectedly saved by you all, so I entrust my life to you, boss. It turns out that Click kicked Akin out, and everyone in the EC knows that Akin is a pirate. So Akin wanted to come to the Grand Line to find a place to live, but unexpectedly encountered a shipwreck. Foundation, welcome to our big family. Ace and others also cheered. A group of people immediately started a feast. After several days of sailing, the Dragon God finally arrived at the city of 7 waters. At this time, Luffy and the others are just about to take the sea train to Judicial Island. Roadbed, you guys go park the ship first. I'll go check on Luffy. Ace, brother, I'm going too. Luffy is about to leave, and they might meet again in the future. Ace nodded, and then Luffy suddenly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, as Luffy and the others were getting into the car, Luffy suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Roadbed. Long time no see, everyone. Luffy, big brother. Luffy jumped directly onto the roadbed. Zoro and the others also came over. Roadbed. Go save Robin? Luffy, that's right. Luji, be careful, CP9 is not easy to deal with. The Straw Hat crew nodded. Then Luji raised his right hand, and several leaves appeared in the air. Luji, this is something I can create. Eating this leaf will heal all injuries. Then the leaf flew into everyone's hands. This was created by Luji using the forest fruit and the light fruit. After that, Luji took out a small round ball. This can replenish stamina, but there aren't many. There's only this one. Then Luji threw it to Luffy. Luffy nodded and then put it away. Luji, you guys go ahead, I'll catch up with someone. But I'm just going to arrest you. Then Luji turned into a bright light and disappeared. Nami, did he just say he was going to arrest us? Luffy nodded. Zoro, after all, he is a Navy officer and we are pirates. Luffy, let's go set off. At this moment, Luffy had already arrived by Ace's side. Let's go meet someone. Soon, Luffy and the others arrive at the office of the Ice Mountain. Before long, Ice Mountain and Barry returned to the office. And as soon as they entered, they were directly startled by Luffy and the others. Rodbase, hello, Mayuri Thibe. I just saw Luffy when I sent him off. An iceberg has met Robase. Hello, General Robase. Luji, I won't beat around the bush. I'm here today to ask you for 2 favors. Bingshan, Luji. First tell me what the favors are. Then I'll consider whether to help or not. Luji, I would like you, Mayor, to help me modify the boat. And then I want a person. Iceberg. I wonder who Mr. Luji wants? Looky, it's Mr. Barry right next to you. Barry was taken aback. I want Mr. Barry to join my team. Iceberg. I can't decide that. You should ask him yourself. Barry. Mr. Looky, I want to stay with Mr. Iceberg. Iceberg smiled. Can I use you? Barry scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. At that moment, Barry seemed to have thought of something. Mr. Looky, I can join you. But on the condition that you protect the 7 Water City. Roadbed. How do you think I can protect the city of 7 waters? Bari. Intuition. Roadbase. Haha, okay. I promise you. Iceberg. Then I'll leave Bari to Mr. Roadbase. After that, Roadbase led Iceberg in front of the Dragon God. Iceberg was directly amazed by the Dragon God. I've never seen such metal and wood before. Luji smiled and then opened his palm. 2 elements appeared directly in Luji's hand. To be honest, this is a metal I created myself. Iceberg. I took a look, and the Dragon God is almost perfect, no modifications are needed. Roadbed. I just want Mr. Iceberg to modify the interior and exterior style of the Dragon God, without making any overall changes. Iceberg nodded. The roadbed waved his hand, and a pile of gold and several atom wood appeared on the ground. This is a gift for Mr. Iceberg, as a thank you for helping me. Iceberg. This is too precious. The roadbed shook its head, then transformed into several atom trees. Please build a pirate ship for my brother Luffy. Iceberg. No problem. Luji. Let's not rush, we'll talk when they come back. Bingshan nodded. Originally, Luji wanted Bingshan to use W trees, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. After all, they couldn't shape W trees into what they wanted. Luji then looked at Bingshan. Mayor Bingshan, I would also like you to build a few small boats for me. Bingshan. No problem. Then Luji introduced Ace and Inalu to Bingshan, asking him to create using their abilities, while the boats for the others would be powered by electricity. Bingshan nodded. Okay, but might take some time. Roadbed. No problem, please. At this moment, Roadbed thought of something. Please lend me a ship first, Mr. Iceberg. Iceberg. No problem. Just then, someone suddenly ran over. Mayor. Aqualagna is here. Iceberg. Mr. Roadbed, you can't go out to sea now. A tsunami is coming. Ace. Tsunami? Why can't we go out to sea? Iceberg. You don't know, this tsunami is called the Sea of Gods, and its power is immense. Is Mr. Iceberg talking about that? The embankment points to the giant tsunami in the distance. Iceberg, that's right. Luji smiled, then led Longshan and his group directly to the seaside. Soon, they arrived at the beach. Roadbed. Who among you is confident in breaking the tsunami? Of course, except for Uncle Laugh. No one among Ace dared to speak, and they didn't expect the tsunami to be this big. Ace. It seemed manageable just a moment ago. Who would have thought it would be this huge? Luffy shook his head with a smile. Then he raised his hands, and hundreds of towering trees sprang up around Water 7, with a giant tree appearing inside Water 7 as well, roughly the same size as the all-knowing tree of O'Hara. The residents of Water 7 were completely astonished by this scene. Akiji said, "How is this possible?" At that moment, Luffy approached Akiji. Mayora Okichi. These trees will be able to withstand the water gods for hundreds of years. Akiji replied, "It's truly a miracle. Thank you so much, Mr. Luffy." Lugia, you're welcome. Then Luji and the others directly boarded the ship. Setting sail, Bari immediately pulled up the anchor. The ship then headed straight towards the Sea of Gods. The road base directly reached the bow of the ship. Soon, several wooden vines appeared behind the road base. Let's see if I can shatter you. Demon Vine Heavy Kill is an attack developed by the road base, with a fist-like shape appearing at the tip of the wooden vine, continuously launching attacks. Both the angles and speed are difficult to detect. This move cannot be dodged even by a smile, and a single punch can almost destroy a warship. A barrage of attacks directly struck the sea gods. Ace, so strong. Sabo, it feels like the tsunami is about to shatter. A smile. Both speed and power are incredibly strong. The speed of the wooden vines increased rapidly. At this moment, beads of sweat appeared on the road base's forehead. Break. The sea gods instantly shattered, and the surface of the sea calmed down. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew had already finished their battle with CP9. The Demon Slaughter Order had also been activated. Luji's arrived at this time as well, and they were directly stopped by the Navy. The Foundation directly came to the surface. I am Admiral Luji. The Navy opened an entrance, and Luji and others went directly on board. Old Shot Annie was rescuing people, referring to the CP9 personnel I mentioned. The two nodded and then rushed into Judicial Island. Soon, they brought back Luji and a few others. At this moment, Spandam shouted directly at Luji and the others. You little brats over there, hand over Luji and those bastards. Luji glanced at Spandam. Idiot. Spandam replied, You dare to insult me? He then ordered the soldiers to turn the cannon towards Luji. However, this time, none of the Navy personnel listened to him. Spandam directly shot at a nearby Navy officer. At that moment, a metal spike appeared on the ground, piercing through Spandam's body. This guy attempted to attack the Navy Vice Admiral and was immediately killed on the spot. Luffy directly said, and the main responsibility for the failure of this mission lies with Spandam. Understand? Navy, yes. Soon, several soldiers collected Spandam's body. At this time, Luffy saw the Mary, which was still sailing, along with Luffy and the others on board. The corner of the road base's mouth revealed a smile. Ace and Sabo, go see off Luffy. The two immediately showed wicked smiles and then flew straight towards Luffy and the others. The Straw Hat crew had already used the leaves given by the road base. The stamina balls had also been used by Luffy during the battle. Now, except for Luffy and Chopper, the rest of the Straw Hats were completely exhausted, while the others were fine. Sanji, someone is flying over. Zoro, it's Luffy's brother Ace and Sabo. Nami, that means the road base is nearby. Let's run. At this moment, Frankie had already arrived at the stern of the ship. Ace and Sabo launched their attacks directly in the air. Fire Fist Dragonclaw at that time. Frankie was also ready. Cannon Wind the Mary immediately flew out. Ace and Sabo's attacks also directly hit the sea. The two then returned to the ship. Luffy, since the pirates have already run away, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go. After that, Luffy and the others left the place directly. Luffy and the others drove directly towards the direction of the Mary. Soon, they saw the Mary, which had been split in half. At that moment, the Straw Hat crew also spotted Luffy and the others. Luffy, brother, do you have a way to fix a Mary? Luji looked at the broken Mary, which had already split in half, and then nodded. Luffy came before Mary. Your journey has just begun. It is not the time to end it yet. Then Luffy activated the powers of the forest fruit. The keel of the Mary gradually began to be repaired. The Mary also started to be restored. At that moment, Luffy heard a faint voice. Thank you. Luffy looked at Mary in front of him and smiled. No need to be polite. Continue your journey. Then Luffy walked over to Luffy. Mary has been repaired, but it still needs to be modified by Iceberg and Frankie. Luffy nodded. Luji looked at the melee and seemed lost in thought. He thought to himself that the Wanli Yangwang would probably not make an appearance. Unknowingly, Luji and the others had been in the city of Seven Waters for a while. At this moment, Luji seemed to sense something. Luffy is in big trouble. He then brought everyone from the Dragon God ship to the place where the Straw Hat crew was staying. At this time, Garp had already smashed through the wall and was fighting with Luffy. Loki, oh man, you came so quickly. Karp, what else could I do? That kid Luffy caused a ruckus at Judicial Island, directly declaring war on the world government. Then he looked at Loki. You, on the other hand, rescued a CP9 member and even killed Spandam. Robin, standing nearby, was shocked to hear that Spandam had been killed. Robed, what's going on? Does the world government want to take action against me? Karp, do they dare? They've pushed this matter on Luffy and the others. At this moment, it's the Straw Hat Coward Trio who can't stay calm. Nami, Nanny? Chopper, why us? Usopp, why do we have to take the blame? The roadbed also cast an apologetic glance. At this moment, Zoro returned and upon seeing the Navy outside, immediately began to fight. At this time, Karp's disciple, Barumabur. And Kobe moved. Barumabur then raised his sword and swung it directly at Zoro. As Luffy was about to make a move, he was stopped by Kobe. However, both of them were quickly taken down by Luffy and Zoro. At that moment, Luffy and Zoro also recognized the two. Then, Luffy noticed Zoro, and, if you remember correctly, Zoro's sword had already been destroyed. Luffy came to Zoro's side. "Show me the snow walk." Zoro handed the already damaged snow walk to Luffy. The roadbed sensed the snow walk's metal, and then liquid metal began to flow from his hand to repair the snow walk. Soon, a brand new snow walk appeared in the roadbed's hand, identical to the original. Zoro took the snow walk from the roadbed. "Thank you." Zoro cherished the snow walk for a moment before directly sheathing it. At that moment, Karp patted Sabo. "Sabo, help fix the wall, haha." Sabo was quite speechless, but still used his ability to repair the wall. Karp then left with the Navy, but they were still in Water 7. The Straw Hat crew also began their enjoyable leisure time when suddenly Admiral Aokiji appeared behind Robin. The two conversed across a wall. Soon, the bounty notices for the Straw Hat crew were released. Luffy's bounty was directly raised to 300 million berries, Zoro to 120 million berries, Robin to 80 million berries, Sanji to 77 million berries, Frankie to 44 million berries, Usopp to 30 million berries, Nami to 16 million berries, and Chopper to 50 berries. Among them, only Usopp, Chopper, and Nami feel quite desperate. Usopp and Nami are scared, while Chopper thinks his bounty is too low. Due to the reason of Luffy, everyone's bounty poster photos turned out quite well. Roadbed comforted Chopper. "Don't be sad. I'll help you fix it when we get back." "Chopper, really?" Luffy nodded. At this time, the Dragon God and Mary had also completed their modifications. To everyone's surprise, the sunshine actually appeared in the form of a small boat. Subsequently, Frankie joined the Straw Hat Pirates after enduring inhumane torture. The CP9 gang also joined Luffy's team, all thanks to Luffy's silver tongue. Luffy also learned that the Straw Hat crew had previously encountered Sachi and that they got along very well. Soon, the Straw Hat crew set sail. At this moment, Karp also reappeared. Karp directly launched a fist meteor attack. Several bombs flew towards the Mary, and Frankie immediately activated the coup d'etat. At this time, Luffy's Dragon God ship also set sail, looking even more majestic and powerful. Next, Luffy was going to meet someone he had to see before entering the New World. Before long, the Dragon God ship arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. The road directly led to a bar. "Shaki's Ransom Bar. I wonder if the person I'm looking for is here." Luji directly knocked on the door and went in, while Ace and the others went off to play by themselves. Only Xiao followed Luji. "Luji, boss, give me 2 bottles of wine." "Xiachi, little friend, my wine is very expensive." The roadbed directly turns into a piece of gold. "Is that enough?" "Sister Xiachi." "Xiachi, that's enough, but you should call me Auntie, Brother Luji." "Subgrade. Forget it, you're so young." Xiachi burst into laughter. "Your little mouth is really sweet. I wonder which young girl will fall into your hands." "Subgrade. Forget it. I don't have the idea of looking for a partner at the moment." At this time, Xiachi has already brought 2 bottles of wine. Roadbed. "Sister Xiachi, I want to ask you about someone." "Xiachi, my information is quite expensive." The roadbed tossed out a piece of gold. "Xiachi who?" "The Foundation. The of One Piece, Rayleigh the Dark King." Xiachi paused for a moment. "Luji, Sister Xiachi, don't think too much. I'm not here to catch him, and I can't catch him anyway. I just want to have a chat with him." At this moment, a person walked out from behind the bar. "I wonder what Luji is looking for me for." Roadbed. "I want to have a fight with Uncle Raleigh and also have him help coat my boat." "Raleigh, what's in it for me?" "Luji, I can tell you where Roger's child is." Riley showed a surprised expression. "All right, I'll help you." Soon, Luji and Riley arrived at a small island. A smile was watching from a distance. Roadbed. "Uncle Rayleigh, give it your all." "Rayleigh, I'm afraid you can't handle it." Luji smiled and then charged directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh quickly sidestepped to avoid it, and then kicked towards Luji. Now that Luji was in the air, he couldn't dodge and was hit hard by a kick. The embankment flew directly out. Roadbed. "Uncle, you used haki as soon as you came up." "Rayleigh, it's you who made me go all out." The roadbed stood up and then charged towards Riley again. The roadbed threw a punch towards Rayleigh's abdomen, but Rayleigh dodged it directly. Luji immediately switched his attack method, supporting himself with both hands and kicking towards Rayleigh with both feet. Rayleigh said, "Not bad." Rayleigh also kicked towards Luji, and their legs collided, sending Luji flying out. Roadbed. "Wow. As expected of the vice captain of the Pirate King." "Rayleigh, how is it? Are you coming again?" Lujizan stood up, and the wounds on his body healed at a visibly rapid pace. Keep going, I'm not so easy to defeat. Then, liquid metal began to flow from Legizin's body. Dragon Golden Armor Martial Arts, Armed Arms. Rayleigh, then I will use my weapon too. With that, Rayleigh drew the long knife from his waist. The roadbed directly charged at Rayleigh with armament haki attached. Rayleigh also coded his attack with armament haki and struck at the roadbed. The two collided, generating a huge shockwave. However, after a brief stalemate, the roadbed was once again sent flying. The roadbed steadied itself and charged towards Rayleigh again. Demon Vine Heavy Kill. Several wooden vines suddenly appeared behind the embankment and quickly attacked Rayleigh. Luji also threw a punch at Rayleigh. Rayleigh continuously dodged this move, while seizing the opportunity to strike a few times. Although he severed a few wooden vines, they quickly grew back. It was a decent attack technique, but it wasn't enough against a strong opponent. Then, Rayleigh swung his sword directly into the air. In an instant, all the wooden vines behind Luji shattered. Luji's eyes narrowed. The sword intent he just felt had only been experienced on Eagle Eye before. However, Luji's attack did not stop. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Luji immediately activated his strongest state. Dragon God Armor, Armed Arms. Instantly, numerous elements appeared on Luji's body. Rayleigh, just as the rumors said, he possesses the abilities of several devil fruits. Luji charged directly at Rayleigh. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Such speed I could barely see it. At this moment, Luji arrived right next to Rayleigh and threw a punch at his head. Rayleigh raised his knife to block, but he still staggered back a few steps. After steadying himself, he swung his knife at Luji, who took the hits head-on. Then, with a smile, he charged straight at Rayleigh. Luji and Rayleigh collided instantly, and the two began to attack continuously. Their attacks left behind afterimages. At this moment, Luji erupted once again. Divine Fury. The strength of the foundation has been enhanced again, and Rayleigh has also sensed the change in the foundation. Rayleigh, the ability to unleash potential. The attack speed of Luji has increased again, and Rayleigh gradually felt the pressure. At this moment, Rayleigh directly slashed and sent Luji flying. The embankment landed directly on the body. Roadbed. Uncle Rayleigh, I wonder if you can catch this move of mine. Armed arm, move the ground. Roadbed directly punched towards Rayleigh, who immediately crossed his sword in front of him. God's avoidance. The roadbed flew directly out, and a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Lucy looked at Rayleigh in disbelief. Isn't that the technique of Pirate King Roger? Rayleigh, I learned it by stealing. It's very difficult to wrap the Conqueror's haki around, and this strike is already at my limit. Rayleigh wasn't lying. Even in his prime, he could only deliver such a strike once. It wasn't to the extent of exhausting his body. At this moment, Lucy had also exited his rage state and Dragon God armor. Now, lying on the ground, he had no strength left. Then a gust of wind blew by, and Lucy took the opportunity to start replenishing his energy. Roadbed. Uncle Rayleigh, you won. Rayleigh, your strength is impressive. You have surpassed the rank of a major general. The embankment nodded. Roadbed. Roger's son is named Ace, who was brought to Windmill Village by me and my old man, and has lived up to now as my brother. Rayleigh Ace? Fire Fist Ace? The ace on your ship? The roadbed nodded. I didn't expect the captain's son to actually join the Navy. Roadbed, I would like to ask you for a favor. Rayleigh, what favor? Roadbed, help train my crew. Riley, no problem. Foundation, mainly train Ace and Sabo. They will be my right and left arms in the future. Riley, all right. Does that include anyone else? Riley points to a smile. Subgrade. No need. Uncle Ishiao's strength is about the same as yours. Soon, several people arrived at the bar. Shachi, how is it? Rayleigh, this kid is very strong. Roadbed, forget it, I was almost killed by Uncle Riley. At this time, many crew members of the Dragon God ship had already arrived here. The roadbed came to Ace and said a few words. Then Ace approached Rayleigh. You are my father's first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh nodded. Ace then bowed directly. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Lucky has informed Ace about Rayleigh's upcoming training for them. After that, Lucky announced this matter loudly. Next, all the crew members of the Dragon God will undergo training with Uncle Rayleigh. Everyone nodded. Roadbed, and I, along with Uncle Ishiao, will continue to the New World. There is no need for training on a roadbed, let alone for Ishiao. Soon, Rayleigh coated the Longshan with a film. Quickly, Luji and Ishiao set sail. They soon arrived at Fishman Island, but they did not stay, as it was not the time to explore Fishman Island. Soon, the two arrived in the New World. Ishiao, who shall we visit first? Loki thought for a moment. Red-haired then. Ishiao nodded with a smile, and then navigated according to the guidance of the life card. Sengoku, what? Loki went to the New World? Soldier. That's right. Sengoku. What is he planning to do? Does he not know that Big Mom and Kaido have their eyes on him? Garp. Don't worry. Even though Loki can't defeat the four emperors, he can still escape. Sengoku, you bastard, that's your grandson. Aren't you worried? Garp, am I supposed to be worried? Sengoku really wanted to punch Garp to death. At this time, Loki had already arrived at the territory of the red-haired. Soon, Loki and Xiao landed on the island. At that moment, Xiao suddenly sensed something. They are right ahead. Rucky nodded, and then the two directly ran towards the red-haired pirates. At this moment, Shanks also sensed something. Shanks, we have guests. Beckman, who? Shanks, an acquaintance. Soon, Rucky and Xiao arrived in front of the red-haired pirates. Luffy, long time no see, Shanks. Shanks, haha Luffy. Beckman, so it's the little brat from East Blue's Windmill Village. Jesus, Burgess, isn't this little brother Luffy? Luffy, hello there, everyone from the red-haired pirates. Shanks, Luffy, what are you doing here? Luffy, I'm here to visit two people. You and Whitebeard. Shanks, Whitebeard. Soon, Luffy will meet Sachi and mention that he recognizes Whitebeard as his dad. Shanks, so, does that mean Whitebeard has to call Garp dad? The red-haired pirates all burst into laughter. Shanks, all right, let's start the banquet and welcome Luffy. Before long, Luffy and the others started drinking. Unknowingly, a lot of time passed, and Luffy and Zoro were getting ready to leave. Shanks, are you getting ready to go? The roadbed nodded. Shanks, by the way, how is Ace doing now? Luffy, Ace is now with Uncle Rayleigh. I asked Uncle Rayleigh to train Ace. Shanks, Uncle Rayleigh, it's been a while since I last visited him. At this moment, Luffy seemed to think of something. Shanks, let's have a fight. Shanks was taken aback at first, then nodded. Soon, the red-haired pirates gathered around. The red-haired Shanks took the lead and directly drew his sword to engage in battle. Soon, the fight came to an end. In the end, Shanks overwhelmed Luffy with his strength. The subgrade just doesn't know how to show mercy. The roadbed looked at the face swollen like a pig's head, but it was visibly healing at a rapid pace. Shanks, you still need me to go easy on you with your healing ability, and besides, it wouldn't be interesting if I did. Luji rolled his eyes. I believe you, you're right. Sengoku, what happened? The soldier nodded. Sengoku. And then? Soldier. Vice Admiral Luji has already escaped from there. Sengoku let out a heavy sigh. Thank goodness, as long as he escaped. Where are they heading now? Soldier. Vice Admiral Luji has gone deeper into the New World, and it seems like he is heading towards the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku almost choked. On the other side, Luji and Ichiji continued their journey. At this moment, Luji approached Ichiji. Ichiji, you fought with Big Mom before, and now you've seen my battle with Shanks. What do you think of the strength of the four emperors? Ichiji, very strong. Each one far exceeds the strength of an admiral. Roadbed, who is stronger, Hongfa or Dama? Yishayo, Dama. Luji no longer asked questions. Then Luji came into the room. The roadbed then directly entered the realm of consciousness, arriving in front of the Panku treasure box. The roadbed always feels that the Panku treasure box is not simple. He always feels that the Panku treasure box cannot just be a magical tool that seals the 8 great demons. Ximu, this box is indeed not simple. But we can't say for sure. Bogang, this can only rely on you. Xiaofeng, anyway, there's an endless space inside, along with a bunch of floating rubble. Zhongsu, besides the 8 of us, there's no sign of life inside. Dikuai, there's no concept of time inside. Luji thought for a moment, then came back to the Panku treasure box. Luji touched the Panku treasure box with both hands. Then Luji found himself in a void, and looking at the surroundings, he felt that this was the space where the demons were imprisoned. I looked around the embankment, and it was similar to what was described in the original text, but I felt something was off about the embankment. Soon, the embankment left the realm of consciousness. The foundation reached the deck, and, at this point, the Moby Dick was already visible in the distance. Marco, Dad, a ship is approaching us. Jaws, it doesn't have a pirate flag. Because the Dragon God ship's appearance was too ostentatious, no one would think it was a Navy vessel. Whitebeard, Marco, go take a look. Marco, okay, Dad. Then Marco's arms transformed into flaming wings, and he flew directly towards the Dragon God ship. The roadbed also saw Marco flying over. With a smile, Phoenix Marco. Zoan-type bird fruit, mythical species, phoenix form. Lucky, a powerful devil fruit, and Marco himself is also very strong. At this moment, Marco also arrived on the Dragon God ship. What pirate crew are you? At this time, Lucky stepped forward. Brother Marco, does my ship look like a pirate ship? Marco stared at Lucky for a long time. Are you Lucky? Luffy nodded. Marco, welcome home. Marco reached out his hand, and Luffy shook it directly. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates knew that Luffy had acknowledged Whitebeard as his father, which is why Marco said, welcome home. There is nothing warmer than the words welcome home. Marco, I'll go tell Dad. He then flew directly to the Moby Dick. At that moment, Luffy also saw the man on the throne in the distance on the Moby Dick. Soon, Luffy arrived on the Moby Dick. As soon as he boarded the ship, Luffy felt a powerful pressure. He smiled. So strong. This pressure alone is incredibly powerful. Luffy, after all, he is the strongest person in the world. Soon, Luffy and Zoro arrived before Whitebeard. Whitebeard, finally we meet Luffy. Rocky, hello there, old man. Both Luji and Whitebeard smiled, and at that moment, Whitebeard released a powerful aura. This aura surged directly towards Luji. Roadbed, Overlord Color Dominance. Luji's eyes narrowed. The Luji covered by the Conqueror's haki was still holding on. This was a pressure that impacted the soul. Slowly, Luji began to feel increasingly relaxed, as if his body had broken free from shackled constraint. In an instant, a dark golden pressure erupted from Luji, centered around him. This time, it was Whitebeard's turn to narrow his eyes. Whitebeard, Conqueror's haki, just awakened? Such immense power. Luji himself did not expect to accidentally awaken the Conqueror's haki. Xiao and Marco, who were beside him, were incredibly shocked. The roadbed slowly stood up straight. The two waves of Conqueror's haki collided, causing the space to twist. Then, both of them simultaneously released their Conqueror's haki. Luffy, thank you, Dad. Whitebeard, it's all because of you. No need to thank me. Then Whitebeard stood up. Boys, let's start the feast. Marco, Dad, you can't drink alcohol. Whitebeard, just a little. But Marco remained very firm. At that moment, Luffy stepped forward. I have a way to treat Dad's injuries. Marco, impossible. As the ship's doctor, I know Dad's injuries very well, and the chances of recovery are almost zero. Roadbed, Brother Marco probably doesn't know about my devil fruit ability yet, right? Marco, I know you're a user of multiple devil fruits, but I don't know exactly which ones. Luji raised his right hand, and a white light shone from it. Marco, such strong vitality. Loki extended his right hand towards Whitebeard. In an instant, the holy light began to heal the dark ailments on Whitebeard, and even his overall aura was greatly enhanced. Whitebeard, Gururara, this feeling is so comfortable. Marco immediately rushed to Whitebeard's side and began a series of examinations. Old man, all your injuries have been healed. At that moment, Loki waved his hand, and countless vine-like tendrils surrounded Whitebeard's throne. Robase, this throne now has a healing function, and I come to recharge it once a year. Whitebeard, haha, you really thought this through. Soon, the banquet began, and Whitebeard and his group made sure that Roadbase got completely drunk by himself. At this moment, Roadbase approached Whitebeard. Roadbed, old man, I feel that Sachi is not a match for Teach. Whitebeard, I know, but this is Sachi's own choice. Roadbed, I feel that the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy will eventually have a battle. Whitebeard, I know, for your sake, I won't hold back against the Navy. Looky, thank you, Dad. After that, the two took a sip of wine. After dawn, Looky and the others left. After a few days of sailing, Looky and Xiao returned to Marinvondo. The Foundation was directly called to the office by Warring States. Warring States, I need an explanation. Can you tell me about the situation with Red-Haired and Whitebeard? Roadbed, I just wanted to take a stroll in the new world, but I didn't expect to run into them. Warring States, do you think I believe you? The awkward Luji touched his head. Zhongua, all right, I won't ask you anymore. Just don't leave Marinvondo for a while. Roadbed, Marshal, Warring States, shut up. Anyway, if you dare to leave, I will break your legs. Luji pouted and then left the office. At that moment, Luji felt something in his arms was getting hot. Roadbed, Sachi's life card? Lukiji glanced in the direction of the Warring States office and then vanished in a flash. The Warring States also sensed Lukiji's departure through his observation haki. This was a mischievous little ghost. Soon, Lukiji arrived at the Banner Islands. At this moment, Sachi was standing there, trembling and covered in blood. The Blackbeard pirates were standing opposite Sachi. Blackbeard, Captain Sachi, I'll ask you one last time. How about joining me? Sachi, dream on. Blackbeard, then there's no other choice. I'll use you to exchange for my glory and wealth. Immediately, Blackbeard charged at Sachi. At this critical moment, several metal spikes suddenly appeared from the ground, blocking Teach. The roadbed also descended from the sky. Sachi, roadbed, how did you come here? Looky, of course I came to save you. At that moment, Van Oka directly shot at Looky. Tiki wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The bullet stopped right in front of Looky. Luji smiled, then his eyes narrowed. The bullet flew back along the same path at such a speed that it created a sonic boom. The bullet directly pierced through Van Oka's arm. Luffy, attacking the Navy. You really have guts, Blackbeard Teach. Teach, haha, Admiral Luffy, that was just a gun misfire. The famous ditch has indeed been heard of, and he thinks that now is not the time to go to war with the Navy. Luji smiled. A straight bullet? It almost killed me. Then Luji changed his tone. Teach, your physique should be the same as mine, right? You can have multiple devil fruits at the same time. Teach narrowed his eyes. Luji, what kind of joke are you making? How could I possibly be like you? Luji, is that so? The roadbed revealed a mocking smile. Aren't you wanting the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates to go to war, and then take the opportunity to kill Whitebeard, ultimately using your ability to obtain Whitebeard's tremor fruit? Teach broke out in a cold sweat. This time, Teach could no longer hold back and said with a trembling voice, How do you know? Lucky smiled, and then liquid metal flowed from his body. Long Jinjiawu, armed arms. Lucky, none of you will be able to leave today. Then Lucky charged at Teach. Teach, haha. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Dark Cavern Path. Luji smiled. Dark Realm. The two used the same move. Teach, how is that possible? Road Base, don't you know about the higher level fruit of the dark fruit? The dark fruit? Then Road Base expression became serious. You absolutely should not have any thoughts about my family. Blackbeard Teach is not only targeting Whitebeard, but originally had his sights set on Luffy as well. Dark Rain in an instant. Countless black arrows flew towards Blackbeard Teach. Teach instantly used the power of the dark fruit to absorb the attack. At this moment, Bayaz rushed out from the side. Wave Elbow Strike Bayaz directly attacked Road Base. In midair, Road Base turned around and then kicked towards Bayaz. Flash Kick. This move is similar to Kizaru's Lightspeed Kick. Bayaz took this kick solidly and was sent flying out. In the distance, Van Oka fired at Road Base again. The Road Base directly controlled the bullet to stop in midair, and then it flew back at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Poison Q threw poison gas directly at the Road Base. However, it was immediately dispersed by the Road Base's holy light. At this time, the Road Base kicked towards Teach. The moment Teach was kicked away, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Teach steadied himself. Dark Water. Luo Ji smiled again. Dark Wave. Both of them generated a huge suction. Teach, General Luo Ji, could you spare us a way out? Luki, sure. Hunt over von Oka. Tiki's eyes narrowed. General Luki, do you think I would abandon my partner? Robase, you can betray the home you've stayed in for years. What else can't you do? Teach's face became serious. He then looked at Van Oka beside him. Teach directly opened his palm and pulled Van Oka over. Van Oka, Captain, what are you doing? Teach, for the sake of the whole ship, I can only sacrifice you. Don't worry, I will save you. He then threw Van Oka directly towards Road Base. Luchi directly knocked Van Oka out and then threw him next to Sachi. Teach, General Luchi, can we leave now? Luo Ji, of course, I could be very trustworthy. Then Luo Ji withdrew his ability. At this moment, Teach suddenly attacked, coming directly to Luo Ji's side and using the powers of a Yami Yami no Mi to control Luo Ji. Teach, Vice Admiral Luo Ji, can you still resist now? Lu Jin smiled. Luffy can no longer use the abilities of other devil fruits. However, the powers of the 8 great devils and the darkness fruit can still be used. Luffy's body began to emit a faint lightning glow. Loki, don't regret it. Teach, who had not yet noticed anything unusual, laughed. Haha, what could I regret? Suddenly, a powerful lightning burst forth from Loki's body. Teach was instantly electrified and thrown away. Teach, how is this possible? Why can you still use your powers? The roadbed revealed a sinister smile. Guess. At that moment, Poison Q threw out several smoke bombs. And then buyers, carrying the immobile Teach and the sickly Poison Q, made their escape. Roadbed, running really fast. Luji couldn't be bothered to chase after him and went directly to the fainted Fan Aoka's side. Sachi, what do you want this person for? Roadbed, I'm still missing a sniper on my ship. Luji smiled and then reached out with his right hand towards Fan Aoka's head. The magic soul modification and the light fruit were activated simultaneously. Soon, Fan Aoka was transformed. At this moment, Luji looked at Sachi. I've already seen Dad, and I've also cured his illness. Sachi, that's great. Luji, you should go back too. Tiki's strength is not something you can handle. Sachi thought for a moment and finally nodded. Then Luji took Van Oka to the Sabedi archipelago. Luffy directly handed Van Augur over to Rayleigh, allowing him to train with Ace and the others. After that, Luffy returned to Marineford and informed Sengoku about Blackbeard Teach. Sengoku, all right. I'll make sure the other Marines are aware. The roadbed nodded. Also, why are you collecting Van Oka? How many wanted criminals and pirates do you have on your ship now? Roadbed, not many, just a few. Warring states, a few? Your ship's total bounty is almost 200 million now, and you are still the Navy. Luji touched the back of his head. Warring states, all right. I'll handle the matter with Van Oka. Also, can we stop recruiting pirates and wanted criminals? Luya nodded. No more recruitment, absolutely no more. Zhang impatiently waved his hand. Then Luji left the office. Luji arrived at the villa assigned by the Navy and then took a nice nap. Soon, Luji was awakened by a knock on the door. The embankment opened the door, and Dashki was standing at the entrance of the embankment. Robed, what's wrong? Dashki, you promised to go shopping with me? Lucky didn't expect to be pursued by a girl. In the end, he confirmed his relationship with Dashki. I'm sorry. I'm too tired. Let me tidy up. Since the two confirmed their relationship, Dashki stayed at Marinvondo. As for Smog, Lucky found him a new deputy named Guina. The subraid was brought back from Shuangyue village via Donghai Road. Luji didn't expect that Guina was actually not dead, but just injured and unconscious. After Luji's treatment, she is fully recovered. As for why Dashki and Guina look so similar, it can only be said that they have similar faces. The two are not related at all. Luffy hasn't told Zoro about this news yet, and he doesn't know what will happen when they meet. Every time Zoro is mentioned, Kuina shows extreme excitement and curiosity. Yasako also agrees to let Kuina join the Navy, so Luffy brought her along. Soon, Luffy got everything ready. The two of them went straight to the Sabati archipelago. After that, they started their shopping time. After a morning of hard work, Luffy was loaded with bags. In the end, when he couldn't carry them all, Luffy used the powers of the Mori Mori no Mi to create several wooden vines to help carry them. Their extravagant shopping attracted some attention. Boss, it's those two. Look at all their bags. They must be rich. That's right. Let's find a chance to stop them and rob them of their money. Meanwhile, Luffy had already sensed this with his observation haki. However, he didn't say anything and just smiled slightly. Soon, Luffy and Kuina were blocked by a group of people. One of them stepped forward. Hey, we've been watching you two from the Beaver's Pirates for a long time. Hand over your money if you know what's good for you. Roadbed, the Beaver pirate crew, with a total bounty of 100 million berries? That's right, I'm Captain Rippy. Hand over the money quickly. At this moment, a small pirate beside him also spoke up. Boss, look at that woman. Let's grab her too and have some fun. Rippy, sure kid, hand over your woman, and I might just let you live. The roadbed let out a cold laugh. I originally wanted to spare your lives, but now it seems unnecessary. The roadbed is really angry this time, and the idea actually fell on Dashki. Luchi took a step forward, instantly releasing a dark golden aura. The Conqueror's haki activated. Then, several wooden vines appeared behind Luchi. Demon, vine heavy kill. In an instant, a group of pirates turned into a pool of blood. Soon, Luchi returned with Daz bonus. On this day, Luchi was called to the office by Sengoku. Sengoku, the celestial dragons were attacked by pirates in the Sabati archipelago. Kizaru will take Luchi to take a look. The two nodded. Then they left the office. Kizaru, Luchi, you should join the other marines. Luffy, no, I'll go ahead first. He then transformed into a flash and left. Kizaru, how terrifying. He's even faster than me. Kizaru then transformed into a flash and flew towards the port. At this moment, Luffy, Law, and Kid had already engaged in battle with the Navy. Road, what a noisy little guy. At this moment, Luffy and the others have already seen Road. Law, who is that? Looks like another Navy. Kid, such a strong aura. Luffy, oh, my older brother, Lucky. Law and Kid immediately looked at Luffy. Law, Lucky? The vice admiral known as the Devil? Kid, Lucky is your older brother? At this moment, Lucky had already arrived on the ground. Roadbed, long time no see, Luffy. Law and Kid's nerves immediately tensed up. Roadbed, did you guys hit the celestial dragons? Luo, no, we didn't hit them. The roadbed nodded. Then he turned to the Navy and said, all right, the celestial dragons weren't defeated by them. Withdraw and go capture others. But at that moment, Luffy spoke up. It seems like I was the one who defeated them. A bunch of black lines immediately appeared on Luji's face. At this moment, Luo and Kid could no longer stop Luffy. Soldier, Major General, are we still retreating? Roadbed, no need. Originally, Roadbed wanted to let the three go. But who would have thought that Luffy would be so straightforward? Law and Kid both want to beat Luffy up now. However, the main opponent at the moment is Roadbed. Then, the three of them charged directly at Roadbed. Countless wooden vines extended directly from behind Roki, and then attacked Luffy and his companions. At that moment, members of 3 pirate crews ran out of the auction house. Zoro and Sanji directly charged at Roki, knowing how strong and troublesome he was. The other 2 pirate crew members also rushed forward. At this time, Kizaru also arrived. The roadbed looked at Kizaru. Uncle, leave this to me. You go deal with the other supernovas. Kizaru nodded and then left. Roadbed easily fought against Luffy and the others. At this moment, Luji seemed to sense something. A slash struck directly toward Luji. Soon after, the king of the underworld, Lei Li, appeared before Luji. Roadbase, Uncle Rayleigh, if you don't take action soon. I want to know what to do. Rayleigh, It's not too late for me to come. Then Rayleigh directly launched a slash towards road base. Luj, wow. That uncle is a bit ruthless. Then Luj directly placed his arms in front of him. Wing shield. Rayleigh's slash directly struck the wing shield, resulting in an instant explosion. By the time the smoke cleared, Luffy and the others were no longer there. Luffy went to the extortion bar, and as for Kid and Law, Luji couldn't be bothered to care. After that, Luji approached the Navy. Rayleigh, the Dark King, intervened to rescue the Celestial Dragon's pirate and went to assist Admiral Kizaru. I'll try to pursue him for a bit. The Navy saluted and then left. At that moment, a few people wearing transparent hoods approached Luji. Damn Navy, why didn't you capture the pirate? Did you not see that pirate is Rayleigh the Dark King? The roadbed said coldly, what kind of tone is that? Do you know that your Navy is just a dog for us Celestial Dragons? Lakiji had a serious expression. Really? Then, the wooden vine behind him stretched out again. At this moment, the CP organization personnel on the side of the Celestial Dragon immediately approached the Celestial Dragon. CP, Major General Lakiji, do you intend to make a move against the Celestial Dragon? Luji smiled, and then the wooden vines behind him charged straight at the Celestial Dragon. I'm going to take action against him. So what? Demon vines. In an instant, countless wooden vines launched an attack, and the CP organization was sent flying. Under Luji's fierce assault, the Celestial Dragon was reduced to blood and water. The members of the CP organization were also killed by Luji. Loki smiled and raised his hand again. Dark Realm. Instantly, the corpses and blood on the ground disappeared without a trace. The Celestial Dragons and CP organization members vanished from this world just like that. Afterward, Loki arrived at the extortion bar. As soon as the road base pushed the door open, the Straw Hat Pirates immediately became tense. Roadbed, rest assured, we are not here to capture you. Only then did Luffy and the others lower their guard. Luffy, Admiral Kizaru is here, and this time he brought the Navy's latest weapons and pacifists. Be careful when you go out. Everyone nodded. All right, I just can't let you know. I can't be gone for too long, so I'm leaving now. With that, Luffy left the place. Soon, Luffy arrived beside Kizaru, and, at this point, the supernova had almost been knocked out by Kizaru. Just then, a massive figure appeared in front of Luffy. Road base, Tyrant Bear? No, it's a pacifist. At this moment, Sabo also appeared. Sabo. Hello, Old Man Kizaru, Vice Admiral Roki. Kizaru, Sabo, huh? Roadbed. Hello. The three of them chatted for a while, and then began the task of capturing the pirates. Luffy looked at the pacifist in the distance. He didn't expect this thing to have such strong combat power. Just then, Luffy seemed to sense something. Didn't I say to be careful? That's right. The Straw Hat crew had started fighting the pacifists. After half a day's battle, the Straw Hat crew finally destroyed one pacifist. But at that moment, Senamaru had already arrived with new pacifists. Kizaru also appeared here. The Straw Hat Pirates were now exhausted and had no choice but to flee. At this point, Kizaru, Senamaru, and the pacifists had already made their move. Zoro was the first to be knocked out by Kizaru, who then prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Zoro. The row base was watching from distance. Kizaru can't really be an undercover revolutionary in the Navy, right? Is this an attack or just a pose? At this moment, Rayleigh finally appeared and kicked away Kizaru's attack. Usopp directly hugged Zoro and ran away. However, the pacifists nearby gave no chance to breathe. At this point, Luffy charged directly at Rayleigh and Kizaru, but was immediately slashed away by Rayleigh, flying straight toward the pacifists and crashing into them. In fact, Luffy did it on purpose just now. The pacifists were damaged by Luffy using the metal fruit. Roadbed, can't Uncle Rayleigh be a little lighter? At this moment, the roadbed saw the rampaging chopper. The roadbed directly took out the camera to take a photo. This way, Chopper's bounty should be able to increase. Just then, a huge creature suddenly blocked Usopp and Zoro. Roadbase, this time it's really Tyrant Bear. That's right, the one who came this time is Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear directly swatted Zoro away with a single palm, then proceeded to send the rest of the Straw Hats flying. In the end, only Luffy was left. At this moment, Kizaru also stopped fighting. Kizaru, Tyrant Bear, do you want to swat them all away? Actually, another way to put it is, do you want to save them all? Tyrant Bear said nothing, and at that moment, Road Base stepped forward. Uncle Kizaru, it was I who asked Tyrant Bear to take the Straw Hat crew away, and I will explain it to Admiral Sengoku. Kizaru did not ask further. And at this time, Rayleigh had already left. Then Kizaru also left, leaving only Tyrant Bear and Road Base at the scene. Luffy, Uncle Bear, do you know that what you just did is very dangerous? Bear, as long as I can protect the Straw Hat crew. At this moment, Luffy used his observation haki to sense the situation. Road Base, Uncle Bear, you have accepted the transformation from the world government. Tyrant Bear nodded. Then, Road Base placed his hands on Tyrant Bear's body. A white light began to emanate. Slowly, Tyrant Bear's body started to return to its original state. You don't have to believe in the world government. They are not people who keep their promises. Tyrant Bear, but Luffy, anyway, you shouldn't participate in the transformation anymore, or else your consciousness will be erased, and you will become a real robot. Tyrant Bear nodded. Then Luffy spoke again. Also, if Sengoku asks about what happened today, just put the blame on me, since the Navy and the world government wouldn't dare to touch me. Tyrant Bear nodded again. After that, Luffy returned to the Navy headquarters. Sengoku directly summoned Luffy to his office. Luffy, what exactly do you want to do? Luoji, I just had the Tyrant Bear knock the Straw Hat crew away. Sengoku, what's the difference between you and saving them? Sengoku is already on the brink of an explosion. After that, Luoji left the office, and Luffy, upon leaving the office, went straight back to the villa for a good sleep. After a while, Luoji arrived at Amazon Lily. After searching for a long time, Luoji finally found Luffy. At that moment, Luffy was discussing with the Empress about leaving and searching for the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The road base suddenly appeared in front of the two. Empress, who are you? The Empress immediately became tense, as she was taken aback by the aura emanating from the road base. At that moment, Luffy had already embraced the road base. Brother, Zoro and the others were all knocked away. The roadbed. All right, Zoro and the others are fine. They all went to a place where they could train themselves. Luffy, really? Luffy nodded. At that moment, Luffy suddenly turned to look at the Empress. Thank you, Hancock, for taking care of my brother recently. Hancock just nodded. Then, Luffy exchanged a few words with him and took Luffy to the seaside. At this time, an old man had been waiting here for a long time. Road Base, Uncle Rayleigh, I'm leaving Luffy to you. Rayleigh, no problem. Anyway, Ace and the others no longer need teaching. They can train on their own now. After that, Road Base left this place. As for how Rayleigh would train and where, Road Base didn't care anymore. Then, Road Base found a Straw Hat crew scattered around the world and relayed the message. 2 years of training, and then gather at Sabati Archipelago. After that, Road Base returned to Marineford. Since there was no Marineford War, he could only rely on Road Base to notify everyone one by one. This back and forth made Road Base quite exhausted. In the following days, Road Base also began his own training, mainly focusing on his devil fruit abilities and the powers of the 8 great demons. A year passed by unknowingly. During this time, Road Base had awakened the 2 great demons, Bazaar and Curse. Now, only the Holy Master of the 8 great demons had yet to awaken. Other than that, nothing significant happened. One day, as usual, Road Base took Dashki to Sabati Archipelago for a visit. At that moment, several figures blocked Road Base and Dashki's path. Roadbed, the CP organization, has people with 2 admiral-level strengths and several vice-admiral-level strengths. The world government really thinks highly of me. CP organization, my name is Chi Pei, and he is Alu. We are here on the orders of the Celestial Dragons to ask you to come with us. The 2 people being introduced are indeed of admiral-level strength. Subgrade, do you have people like you to hire? Alu, kid, don't refuse a toast and end up drinking a penalty drink. The momentum of the embankment suddenly changed, and then he jokingly said, I just love to drink punishment liquor. After that, he charged directly at the 2. Luki, Dasky quickly informed Wano. I can't hold on for much longer. Dasky nodded, then took out the Den Mushi. At that moment, a few Vice Admiral level CP agents tried to rush over to capture Dasky. Luki appeared directly in front of them. Subgrade, what do you want to do? Lukiji flashed a charming smile and then directly released a powerful pressure. Chi Pei, Conqueror's haki? Why wasn't it mentioned in the previous report? Alu, this kid is not simple. Better be careful. The 2 then rushed towards Lukiji. At this moment, Dasky had already made the call. Sengoku, Moshi, what's going on? Dasky, Admiral, I encountered CP organization members with Lukiji on the Sabati Archipelago, and they want to forcibly take Lukiji away. Sengoku, what? Tell Lukiji to hold on. I'll send Kizaru over right now. Sengoku then instructed Kizaru to assist and called the Gorosei. Gorosei, what is it, Sengoku? Sengoku, is the CP organization trying to capture Lukiji sent by you? Gorosei, it wasn't us. It must be some celestial dragon who sent them. I'll check it out right now. The call was then disconnected. This time, the CP organization was indeed not sent by the Gorosei, as Lukiji had a strong backing. So they suspected it was some foolish celestial dragon who sent them. Soon they found out it was a celestial dragon named Aiden Gongji Sheng. This guy had heard that Lukiji possessed multiple devil fruit abilities, so he was very curious and wanted to make Lukiji his slave or bodyguard. He directly sent his strongest bodyguard, the strongest CP by his side, to to protect him. On the other side, Luji was kicked away by Chi Pei. Subgrade, wow. It's still not possible for one person to fight against two strong generals. At this moment, Alu and Chi Pei charged in again. With a flick of his hand, the roadbed sent several flashes flying towards the two. Chi Pei smiled at the corner of his mouth, and then a hole appeared in front of him. In an instant, all the attacks were swallowed up. Roadbed, devil fruit user. Luji's eyes narrowed, not expecting that the two were still capable. Then Luji spread his arms wide, and a large mass of water flew directly towards the two. This time, shock appeared on their faces. Then, Alu pulled out a gun from behind with his right hand and directly shot at the water mass. The water mass instantly exploded. Luji, is this a handgun or a cannon? At this moment, Alu fired again at Luji. The roadbed quickly dodged to the side and then unleashed its skill again. Countless black arrows flew towards the two. At this moment, Chi Pei directly moved in front of Alu and summoned a hole once more. Many flashes flew out of the hole, which were the flashes just released by the roadbed. Roadbed, how is that possible? Then the two attacks collided in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. The smoke generated by the explosion directly blocked Roadbed's line of sight. At this moment, Alu and Chi Pei charged out of the smoke. Chi Pei, you should come with us. Alu, that's right, to avoid getting hurt. The roadbed let out a cold laugh. With you all, it should still be insufficient. Liquid metal immediately flowed out and surrounded Luji's entire body. With the dragon gold armor and armed arms, Luji's strength surged again. As the divine fury ability activated, Luji's momentum rose once more. Alu and Chi Pei were both astonished by Luji. However, they did not linger too long and directly charged towards Luji. The roadbed, directly armed with a domineering color, covered its fist, and then it slammed towards the two. The two immediately dodged to avoid it, and then Alu directly fired at the roadbed. Several bullets shot towards the roadbed from different angles, and they were also very fast. Luji immediately used the light fruit to escape, but Alu's bullets locked on Luji directly, hitting accurately no matter where Luji flew. Luji, damn, tracking the bullet. In the end, Luji directly used the wing shield to block it. After all, he knew the power of the bullet just now. However, the bullet did not stop when it hit Luji's wing shield. Instead, it continued to push forward. With tremendous thrust, Luji was forced to retreat several steps. Finally, the wing shield could no longer hold up and was pierced by the bullet. Subsequently, the bullet flew directly towards Luji. Luji immediately wanted to use his observation haki to elementalize his body, but it was too late. Longjin Jia Wu was like a piece of paper in front of these bullets. The bullets pierced through Luji's body and exploded behind him. Luji directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luji looked at the wound, bleeding profusely, his face filled with shock. The roadbed was shocked that its self-healing ability had not been activated. It seemed that something had isolated the wound. Alu, these bullets are specially made for you. Sea stone bullets, and they will cover the wound with a layer of sea stone particles. Chi Pei, this way, your self-healing ability will be useless. I advise you to come with us. Luji spat out another mouthful of blood. Dream on. Although Luji could now use his abilities to attack, he was unable to elementalize at the moment. At this time, a figure appeared before Luji. Roadbed, Dasky, it's dangerous here. Dasky, I can't just stand by and watch. Then Dasky looked at Alu and Chi Pei. Alu, little girl, you can't stop us. Then Alu appeared directly beside Dasky and kicked her away with one final kick. Roadbed, Dasky. Dasky had already fainted, and blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Luji, bastard. Now Luji is filled with anger and is gradually losing his sanity. Behind the embankment appeared a pair of wings, which belonged to Ximu. The roadbed flew into the air, and then the capacity of the roadbed's inherent force began to grow increasingly violent. The roadbed has gradually changed. Now the entire roadbed is a combination of the 7 great demons. The wound on Luji's body gradually healed. Alu, this kid is going to go berserk. Chi Pei, shoot him. It doesn't matter if he dies. We can study his body. Alu quickly fired. All the bullets hit Luji's body, but they didn't penetrate. Instead, they exploded inside his body. In his demon form, Luji spat out a mouthful of blood. You all have to die. Then Luji raised his arm, and Alu and Chi Pei were sent flying into the air. Alu, what's happening? I feel like I'm being restrained. Chi Pei, don't hold back. Kill him, or we'll be done for. Alu then loaded a special bullet into his gun. Alu, this is your own doing. Alu shot at Luji again, and once more, the bullet penetrated, exploding inside Luji's body. A hole was directly blown in the chest of the embankment. The embankment let out a roar and then charged towards Alu and Chi Pei. Luji directly approached the two people, and then Luji pierced through Alu's body with one hand. Alu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Luji slowly withdrew his hand, and blood flowed out directly. At that moment, Alu actually showed a smile. Then, the gun in his hand moved again, and with a gunshot, Luji's left arm was blown off. The road base directly covered the wound. Aru, ha ha ha, kid, I'm gonna take you down with me. Then Aru fired again. And the current road base had lost its rationality, so it didn't dodge at all. Accompanied by a few explosions, the road base was riddled with holes. Now, the road base's gaze was blank, but suddenly it erupted. Aru's head was crushed by the road base's grip. Then the road base turned to look at Xipe. The raised hand of the embankment, stones, tornado, lightning, flowing water, and the devouring black vortex appeared directly in the hand of the embankment. The roadbed was directly tossed aside, and Xipe created another hole again. The attack on the embankment directly entered the hole. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, the embankment let out a furious roar. Then, it charged straight at the embankment, and Xipe waved his hand to create another hole. The recent attack on Luji just flew out and hit Luji directly. The road base was thrown directly out. At this moment, Daski on the ground also woke up. She immediately recognized Ruki, who had transformed into a demon form. Daski covered her mouth in disbelief, not shocked by Ruki's demon form, but by the injuries Ruki had sustained. The roadbed was covered with countless holes, and the left arm had completely vanished without a trace, blood continuously dripping from the body. At that moment, a flash of light appeared on the battlefield. The newcomer was none other than the great General Kizaru. Kizaru, Daji, where is Ruki? Daji pointed to Ruki, who was fighting against Xipe. Kizaru was so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't utter a word. At this moment, Daji shouted into the air, Ruki, wake up, Ruki. The eyes of Ruki, in his demon form, gradually changed from their previous dullness. The voice of a changed Luji sounded. Daki. But at that moment, Xipe launched another attack. The foundation was directly ambushed by Kizuna, and it fell from the sky. The ground was smashed into a large pit, and the foundation in the pit returned to its original state. However, because there were sea prison stone particles inside the foundation, there were no signs of healing at the wound. The foundation in the pit had already passed out. Kizuna was about to approach when he was stopped by Kizaru, who had arrived. What do you want to do? At this point, the foundation had already retreated and fainted. The demons in the consciousness space were also discussing. Ximu, that little brat actually activated his demon form just now. Borg, usually he can only exert 1/10 of our power. In demon form, he can exert 1/3. Xiaofeng, but when he enters demon form, he loses consciousness, making him very passive in battle. Zhongsu, he is now teetering on the edge of death. Even if we save him, he'll be a cripple. Dikuai, I can't believe I can't control the sea prison stone in this world. Otherwise, I could have helped this kid. Basha, as long as the sea prison stone particles are removed, this injury isn't much. Zhoulan, but now the sea prison stone particles have entered the bloodstream, so the chances of removal are very slim. The demons were suddenly speechless. Zhoulan was right. Ximu, there is still one way, to revive the saint. Borg, his talisman power can heal this kid and even lift the curse. Xiaofeng, then this kid won't fear the sea prison stone and seawater anymore. Zhongsu, but it also depends on him. We can't revive the saint ourselves. The demons fell silent again. Now the Foundation could only rely on himself. The Foundation was now taken to the hospital, and Kizuna was captured by Kizaru and brought to Mary Gios. Aiding Ganji, Saint was punished by the Gorosei, and then Karp went alone to attack the Holy Land. Fortunately, the Gorosei intervened. Otherwise, aiding Ganji, Saint would have been dead. Meanwhile, the Foundation was undergoing emergency treatment, with numerous big shots waiting outside the operating room. At that moment, CP organization members arrived. Karp, what are you here for? CP, we are under the orders of the Gorosei. If the Foundation is not saved, we will take his body back to the Holy Land. Karp, bastards. Sengoku immediately held back the furious Karp. Not only that, but Crane held Zifa, and Kizaru restrained Akainu and Akiji. Even the nearby vice admirals clenched their fists. Daski stood silently at the door. By this time, news of the Foundation's battle and incident had spread. Kaido, Oruro, that little brat is doomed. He then directly raised his wine jug and drank heartily. Below, Jack and Queen were also very pleased. Big Mom, Mama, what a pity for that little brat's soul. Big Mom licked her tongue as she said this. Below, Kizaru also showed a wicked smile. Marco, old man, the Foundation is in trouble. Whitebeard took the newspaper from the Foundation's hand. His aura began to rise. and anyone could see that Whitebeard was angry. Sachi had just walked out of the kitchen. What's wrong? Dad looks very angry. Zhousu threw a newspaper to Sachi. Shanks also felt his aura rise after reading the newspaper. Beckman, Shanks, that little brat has a tough life. Don't worry. Shanks nodded, but the overall aura showed no signs of weakening. Teach, ha! I didn't expect that little brat would be targeted by the celestial dragons. Teach threw the corpse he was holding aside. Poison question, Captain. When are we going to save Van Oka? Teach, soon, haha. Rayleigh also got the news, but he didn't tell Luffy. Ace and the others were still unaware of the Foundation situation. However, the Straw Hat crew knew about the Foundation situation. They all thought of Luffy simultaneously, worried about how he would react to this news. On the other side, Dragon also tore the newspaper in his hand. Dragon, Celestial Dragons, World Government. Dragon's eyes were filled with rage, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Finally, after 3 days and nights of rescue, the Foundation was out of danger. At this point, the doctor came before everyone. The patient is no longer in life-threatening danger, but the severed arm and damaged body cannot be repaired. Karp, that shouldn't be. Doesn't the Foundation have strong, self-healing abilities? At this moment, the doctor took out a couple of small fragments. It might be because of this. This doctor is the best in the Navy, knowledgeable about devil fruits and sea prison stones. Karp took the small fragments. Sea prison stone. Doctor, the patient has a lot of sea prison stone particles in his body. Some have even merged into the blood vessels. Karp, so the Foundation's self-healing ability can't be used. The doctor nodded. Although the patient has been saved, he is now disabled. Combat should be impossible. Karp was in tears. Is there really no way? The doctor shook his head. Unless there is a way to remove the sea prison stone particles from the patient's body. But that is nearly impossible. In the end, Karp and the others could only accept the truth that the Foundation was disabled. In the hospital room, the Foundation was still unconscious. Finally, Karp and Dasky stayed behind to care for the Foundation. At this moment, Yichao, who was traveling outside, hurried back. Yichao felt very guilty. If he had stayed by the Foundation's side, the outcome might have been different. Karp, there's no need to blame yourself. This is the road the Foundation chose. Then Karp left the hospital. He needed to seek an explanation for the Foundation. Yichao followed Karp out. The hospital room was left with the unconscious Foundation and Dasky. Dasky looked at the Foundation, tears streaming down her face. On the other side, Karp arrived at the prison in Mary Geos. Karp looked at Kizuna, who was restrained. Kizuna, Vice Admiral Karp, is that kid still alive? Karp, my grandson is alive and well. Kizuna was taken aback. After all, they only knew the Foundation's abilities, but they didn't know his background. Ha, he is probably a cripple now. Karp, calm down a bit. Who is behind you? Karp had investigated. That kind of specially made bullet was not something a celestial dragon like Aiden Gongji could possess. There was a powerful figure behind him. Just like celestial dragons have different ranks, Aiden Gongji was simply a low-class celestial dragon. Only high-class celestial dragons possess such special bullets. Kizuna, Vice Admiral Karp, what are you thinking? Isn't my back just Aiden Gongji? Karp sneered, and then a person stepped out from behind Karp. The person placed his hand on Kizuna's head. Vice Admiral Karp, it's Roswald Saint. Saint Roswald is the father of the celestial dragon killed by Rob Lucci, and he is a high-ranking celestial dragon. This time, Saint Roswald took action not to avenge his son, but simply because he wanted to own a slave like Rob Lucci. At the moment, Saint Roswald is unaware that his son is dead. He still thinks his son is out there fooling around. Shortly after Garp left the place, his current objective now clear. On the hospital bed, Rob Lucci slowly opened his eyes. I'm actually still alive? I must have incredible luck. He then turned his gaze to Tashiji, who was asleep with her head resting on the edge of the bed. Luji gently touched her head with his intact right hand. Then Luji felt his own body. The elementalization of the devil fruit was blocked, and some abilities were also sealed, such as the healing abilities of the light fruit and the force fruit. However, the powers of the 7 great devils were still usable. The embankment then directly enters the consciousness space. The embankment in the consciousness space is intact. Ximu, you brat are awake. It seems that the treatment from those doctors was indeed effective. Roadbed, do you have a way to restore me to my original state? Bogang, yes, it's the last demon, the Holy Lord. Xiaofeng, his dog talisman and horse talisman can save you and can lift the curse of sea prism stone and seawater on you. Luji, I spent half a year trying to wake him up. Do you have any solutions? The 7 great demons shook their heads. In the end, Luji left the consciousness space. Back in the real world, Luji used the metal fruit and the forest fruit to create a prosthetic limb for himself. The noise from the embankment was too loud, and Dasky next to it was also disturbed. Luji, wake up, you've worked hard these days. Dashiki directly went up and hugged Luji. The damaged areas of the roadbed were also filled with wooden vines. Then the roadbed began its rehabilitation training. On the other side, Karp directly stormed into Mary Geos. Along with Karp were Zephyr, Akainu, as well as Izo and Akiji. The 5 elders immediately intervened to stop the 5. After half a day of negotiation, the 5 elders agreed to hand over Saint Roseward. Then Karp directly smashed Saint Roseward to pieces in front of the 5 elders and the celestial dragons. This served as a warning to the celestial dragons and the world government. After that, Karp and Izo went to the hospital, while Zephyr and the other 3 went back to find Sengoku. When Karp entered the hospital, he saw Luffy eating. Roadbed, old man, Uncle Smiley. Karp, it's good that you woke up. The mastermind behind it has already died. Lucky had a big meat stick in his mouth and then nodded. Karp, Lucky, you should be aware of your current physical condition. Roadbed, I know, but I still want to set sail. I'm the captain of the Dragon God. Karp, your current strength can't even defeat a commander. Aren't you just going out to die? Luffy, I've let down my guard, but I still have my crew, Uncle Xiao, and Ace with them. At this moment, Karp wanted to give Luffy a loving iron fist, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. You can set sail, but you must be protected by Xiao and cannot act alone. Robase, don't worry, old man. I'm tough. And I'm even planning to take care of you in your old age. This time, Karp finally couldn't hold back and punched Roadbase on the head. My life is tougher than yours. Luji was covering his head, and Karp's fist was still smoking. Soon, Karp left, leaving only Dasiki and Xiao to take care of and protect Luchi. Dasiki took care of him, while Xiao protected him. Unknowingly, Luchi had been in the hospital for 2 months, and he had mostly recovered. Soon, Luchi was discharged from the hospital and was called directly to the office by Sengoku. Luffy pushed the door open, and all the big shots of the Navy had already gathered. The first to speak was Zephyr. Luffy, your left arm and body. Luchi lifted his clothes directly and took off his gloves. I used the metal fruit and the forest fruit to create a prosthetic limb, and I repaired the damage to my body with wooden vines. They all knew that Luchi was seriously injured, but when they saw the various holes patched up with wooden vines on his body, they were still shocked. Zephyr, Luchi, come over here and help me teach the new recruits. Roadbed, forget it, Teacher ZFA, I'm not suitable for teaching. Akainu, come with me, let's go to sea. I can protect you. Luffy, Teacher Akainu, I'm fine with Uncle Smile protecting me, and I also have Ace and the others. Garp, there's no need to persuade. I won't listen to your advice. Sengoku, Luffy, you can set sail, but you must have Uncle Smile's protection. Robase, I understand, Marshal. The old man has already told me once. Sengoku nodded. Then Sengoku asked Akiji to take Roadbase away and test his current strength. Soon Akiji returned. It was confirmed that while using the power of divine wrath would indeed greatly increase his strength, all of his wounds would start bleeding profusely. Karp, who was nearby, lowered his head upon hearing this. Zephyr, is there really no way? Sengoku, it's useless. The sea stone particles in Roadbase's body cannot be removed, and no one could do anything about it. The office fell silent again. Meanwhile, Roadbase had already bandaged himself up, not expecting that using divine wrath would lead to such heavy bleeding. Afterward, Roadbase returned to the villa. He calculated the time. Ace and the others had just finished their special training. They would probably return to Marineford in a few days, and he wondered how their strength was now. At that moment, the door of the villa was pushed open, and Dasky walked in directly. Dasky, I just heard that you got injured again. What exactly happened? Dasky said with great concern. Subgrade, don't worry, everything is fine now. Dasky nodded and then walked towards the kitchen. Luji looked at his left arm, and an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. Heh, now Ace and the others have finally become stronger than me. At that moment, Dasky came to Luji's side. Go ahead and cry if you want to. Dasky hugged Luji. The roadbed could no longer hold back, and tears streamed directly from its eyes. Luji can't believe how weak he has become. Although Luji can still freely use the powers of the 7 great demons, he can only exert 1/10 of each demon's ability. The roadbed also didn't expect that counting these, it was only at the strength of a brigadier general. Lucky cried for a while, and her emotions gradually stabilized. All right, Dasky, it feels much better to cry it out. After that, Dasky continued to cook for Lucky, while Lucky sat on the sofa, deep in thought. Right now, the only way for Lucky was to awaken the Holy Master. However, she had tried for half a year without success. At this moment, Lucky remembered the state of rage she had experienced before. The embankment immediately entered the consciousness space. Ximu, are you here to ask about your rampage? The roadbed nodded. Ximu, To be honest, we're not sure either. We only know that you can unleash 1/3 of our strength when you go berserk. Roadbed. At that moment, Dasky was knocked away, and rage surged up. Then I felt a surge of energy erupting from my body, and then I lost consciousness. Ximu. So this demon form is indeed very powerful, but losing consciousness will make you very passive. The Foundation nodded. Then he returned to the real world, realizing after a while that the demon form couldn't be activated just by wanting to. On the other side, Ace and the others had also finished their special training. Ace had just said goodbye to Rayleigh and was about to leave when Rayleigh took out a newspaper. I didn't give this to you earlier because I was afraid it would distract you. Now you can take a look for yourselves. Ace took the newspaper. What could possibly distract us? The originally cheerful Ace stopped midway, his face showing anger and sadness. Sabo, seeing Ace's reaction, instantly had a bad feeling. Sabo snatched the newspaper from Ace's hands. Marine Supernova Demon Vice Admiral Luji was attacked by the Celestial Dragon CP organization in Sabati Archipelago, severely injured and in critical condition. Sabo read it word by word, and everyone listened carefully. Ace, Rayleigh, is there any recent news about Brother Luji? Rayleigh shook his head. Ace clenched his fists. Sabo, does Luffy know? Rayleigh, I haven't told him yet. Sabo, please keep it a secret for now, don't tell Luffy. Rayleigh nodded. At that moment, Enel and Crocodile burst out. Enel, I want to wipe out those celestial dragons. Crocodile, we must avenge our boss. Sabo immediately stopped the two. Let's go back to Marineford first. The lack of recent news about Brother Luji suggests he might still be alive. We should check it out. Ace, that's right. We can take revenge later. Everyone nodded, and then the group quickly headed to Marineford. Soldier, oh look, what is that in the sky? Soldier B, it looks like a small island. Then they saw the small island in the sky disperse, and Ace and the others descended from the air. The small island was indeed Sabo's creation, and with Crocodile's help, they quickly returned to Marineford. Soldier, that seems to be the crew of Vice Admiral Luji's Dragon God ship. Soldier B, Fire Fist Ace, Dragon Claw Sabo, Sword Saint Joseph, Blade God Johnny, Thunder God Enel, Sand Crocodile, Leopard Luji, Mountain Wind Kaku, Wild Wolf Gabra, Sniper Van Augur, Lion Wade Shio, Soundless Eagle, Dark Bull Bruno, Sheep Califa, Quick Blade Bonus, Candle Tino, Demon Mannequin, White Apeberry, Soldier C, and Demon Luji and Fujitora Isho. Ace and the others were directly called to the office by Sengoku. Ace, Marshal, how is Brother Luji? Sengoku, Luji is fine, but he has a lot of sea stone particles left in his body. His devil fruit powers are greatly suppressed. His left arm is broken, and he has multiple injuries that cannot be healed at the moment. At this point, Karp also spoke up. Luji's overall strength has declined. He is now only at the level of a Commodore. That kid is currently in his villa. Sengoku waved his hand. Ace and the others nodded and then left the office. Karp, Ace and the others are progressing quickly. Sengoku, that kid Luji found a group of reliable crew members. Ace and the others soon arrived at Luji's villa door. Ace knocked on the door and it opened quickly. Ace, Dasbonus, what are you doing here? Before Dasbonus could answer, Luji's voice came from inside the house. Roadbed, hurry up and come in. Then Ace and the others walked directly into the villa. Luji initially spent a large sum of money to buy this expanded villa, and Ace and his group didn't feel crowded at all when they came in. Dashki sat down next to Lugia. Ace and the others looked at Lugia with strange expressions. Roadbed, what's wrong? Dashki is now my girlfriend. Then everyone showed an understanding expression, but only Califa had a slightly strange look, though no one noticed. Ace, brother, how are you doing now? Roadbed, I'm fine, eating and drinking as usual, nothing's wrong. Sabo, brother, the Marshal and the old man have already informed us about your current situation. Luji, Sai, my strength is weakened, but I still have you guys. From now on, I'll rely on you to protect my safety. At this moment, Luji looked at Barry and Ajin beside him. How is it? Are those two devil fruits suitable for you? Ajin, suitable. Mine is the Zoan-type dragon fruit. Ancient species, wind, god, pterosaur form. Barry, I'm a Zoan-type monkey fruit. Ancient species, giant ape form. Luji nodded. The names of Ace and the others were known throughout the entire Navy headquarters. Of course, all of this was thanks to Luji. Otherwise, how could the Navy possibly recognize the newly joined CP9 members, Akin, Barry, and Van Oka? Robase, let's talk about the training results. Sabo, and Iru, and Crocodile have reached the rank of Vice Admiral, while Joseph, Johnny, and Luchi have reached the rank of Rear Admiral. Kaku and Gabra have achieved the rank of Junior Rear Admiral, and Van Oka and Weichi have reached the rank of Junior Major General. Eagle Bruno, Califa, and Bonus have also reached the rank of Junior Brigadier General, along with Tino, Akin, and Barry. This means that road base is now at the bottom of the rankings. The roadbed did not expect Ace and the others to progress so quickly. And of course, there's also the reason of Rayleigh. Row base. All right, take a few days off, and then we'll get ready to set sail. Everyone nodded and left, leaving only Ace and Sabo behind. Ace and Sabo looked at roadbase's left arm, their hearts filled with anger. The roadbed looked at the two of them and burst out laughing. All right, the old man has already avenged me. That celestial dragon is dead. Ace, brother, is there any way to help you recover? Subgrade. Yes, it just takes time. At this time, Dasky has already prepared food for Ace and Sabo. Luji looked at Dasky. How about we go out to eat? You can't handle the amount of food for the three of us by yourself. Dasky thought for a moment and finally nodded. It was already tiring enough for Dasky to prepare food for just Luji alone, and she definitely couldn't manage it for 3 people. Then, Luji and the others went to a restaurant in the Marinfando residential area for a meal. Luji directly gave the restaurant gold bar and then asked them to keep serving dishes. I have to say that the appetite of the Luji brothers is truly enormous. The 3 of them finished all the ingredients in the restaurant. With no other choice, the 4 of them switched to another restaurant. Dasky followed behind, feeling speechless. In the end, the 3 Luji brothers ate at 3 different restaurants before finally feeling full. This incident made the Luji brothers quite famous in the residential area. Soon, it was time for the Longshan ship to set sail. A group of people directly boarded the Dragon God ship. With Enel's lightning power, the Dragon God set sail. Ace, big brother, where are we going this time? The roadbed, heading to the new world. At this moment, there was a commotion coming from the kitchen. Everyone was puzzled. All the crew of the Dragon God were on the deck, so why was there noise coming from the kitchen? The roadbed directly pushed the door open, and as soon as he entered, he saw Dasky. Dasky smiled awkwardly. Hi there, roadbed. Dasky? How did you get on the ship? Dasky, I sneaked out. Luji directly put his hand on his forehead. At this moment, Sengoku in the marshal's office was talking to Karp. Sengoku, Daji also boarded the ship. Karp, I know. I won't interfere in the matters of the young people. Sengoku, bullshit, you damn provided cover for Daji. Karp turned his head to the side, mumbling directly. Not me. I didn't. You can't accuse me. Do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Sengoku's veins bulged, and his desk shattered. Karp, you old bastard, get out. Karp, haha. I'm leaving first. Soon, Karp left the office, also taking Sengoku's snacks with him. When Sengoku discovered this, a roar of anger echoed throughout Marineford. Karp, you old bastard. At this time, the Dragon God ship had already arrived at Sabati Archipelago. Ace, big brother, where are we going? Fishman Island or Mary Joa? Luffy thought for a moment. Mary Ahua. Now is not the time to go to Fishman Island. Ace nodded, and then the Dragon God set sail directly, without stopping at Sabati Archipelago. Since they were not going to Fishman Island, there was no need for coding, so it made no sense to stay at Sabati Archipelago. Soon, Luffy and the others arrived at the Red Line. As expected, to go from Mariehua to the New World, they needed to abandon the ship. A group of people would walk through Mariehua, and the ship would be transported to the New World somehow, but it would take time and money. However, Luffy and his crew were not worried about this. Enel, take off. Enel, no problem, boss. Then Enel began to inject lightning into the Dragon God. The Dragon God slowly started to rise above the water surface. Enel, Ace, come on. Ace nodded. Flamejet instantly increased the flight speed of the Dragon God. It could fly without the Flamejet, but the speed wouldn't be fast. Soon, the Dragon God reached the top of the Red Line at Mariehua. The Celestial Dragons were immediately attracted to the Dragon God. Celestial Dragon A. Flying ship. I want it. Celestial Dragon B. Kill the people on the ship and take it. Celestial Dragon C. Don't fight with me. I want that ship. At this moment, the Dragon God also slowly landed on the river of Mariehua. One Celestial Dragon directly kicked a nearby guard. What are you standing there for? Go take the ship. The guard next to the Celestial Dragon rushed out. At this point, 2 figures appeared in the air. Ace, they're truly seeking death. Sabo, what a bunch of idiots. These Celestial Dragons. Then the 2 directly launched their attacks. 100 Fire Dragons, 100 Rock Dragons. Ace shot out several Fire Dragons, and Sabo also unleashed several Rock Dragons. The Flying Dragons attacked the rushing guards. All the guards spat blood and flew out. At this moment, Luffy also stepped out step by step. I want to see who wants my ship. At this moment, all the Celestial Dragons who initially wanted the ship stood up. Celestial Dragon, I will make you my guards now, and I won't hold you accountable for injuring them. Celestial Dragon B, you bunch of trash. I advise you to hand over the ship. Luji smiled gently. The roadbed raised its right hand, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts appeared in its hand. A bunch of trash, damn celestial dragons. Luji directly unleashed a bolt of lightning, just as the lightning was about to strike the celestial dragons. A group of people in white clothes intercepted it. Luji, I advise you not to take action against the celestial dragons in the Holy Land. The roadbed. You should know who made the first move. Don't think that I'm easy to get along with. Then, the roadbed flicked his hand, and the dragon god ship set off again. Roadbed, I won't give the celestial dragons any face. The road base turned around and left. The people from the CP organization left this place, and the celestial dragons were also frightened by the road base. One of the celestial dragons spoke up. Damn Navy, I will make you my slaves sooner or later. Soon, the dragon god ship arrived in the New World. Upon entering the New World, the dragon god ship was directly blocked by a group of pirates. Roadbed, which pirate crew is that in front? Joseph, it's the blood-cursed pirate crew, which has been quite arrogant recently. Roadbed, main combat power? Joseph, the captain has the blood of the dragon fruit, ancient type, in the form of an armored dragon, possessing the strength of a Navy vice admiral, and is a user of both haki. The vice captain, Liege, has the superhuman type electric fruit, with the strength of a rear admiral, and is also a user of both haki. Johnny, his subordinates include 10 captains, each with the strength of either a brigadier general or a major general. Although they don't have devil fruits, their martial arts and swordsmanship are incredibly strong, and they all possess both haki. At this moment, another pirate ship appeared not far away. Ace, brother, that seems to be the ship of the Big Mom Pirates. The roadbed is Clea and Owen from the Big Mom Pirates. Now everyone on the Dragon God ship is serious. Roadbed, I'm counting on you this time. I can only assist from the side. The people on the Dragon God nodded. Finally, Clea and his group arrived not far in front of the Dragon God. Clea, huh? The intel was indeed correct. Today is your death day, kid. Owen, the Bloodkraken pirate crew, is also on our side. You're all doomed. The road base reached the bow of the ship and then slowly raised its right hand. The sea water in front began to change, and in an instant, the surface of the sea turned into ice. This is a type of energy from Basha. Basha can control the form and temperature of the seawater, and turning it into ice is very simple. The move by Luji is similar to Akiji's freezing of the sea surface. Clea, I didn't expect this guy to be able to use such strange energy. Owen, so what if he can use it? He is just a cripple now. At this moment, 10 captains from the Blood K pirate crew rushed out directly. The group from the Dragon God ship, led by Luji and Bonus, also charged out. The two forces immediately went into battle. Soon after, Ace and the others also rushed out. Crocodile faced off against Captain Blood K, while Enel confronted Liege. Sabo went up against Clea, and Ace took on Owen. Joseph and Johnny stood by, ready to provide support at any moment. Yixiao and Dasky stayed close to Luji. As for the other small Karamis, they were left to Luji. A momentum radiated from Luji, with dark golden air currents spreading out. The use of Conqueror's haki by Luji was so overwhelming that all the little Karamis instantly fainted. However, it was unexpected that Luji, who used Conqueror's haki, also became quite weak. The roadbed. Wow. Now the Overlord color has directly emptied me. The ground trembled slightly, and then Luji began to recover his strength using the energy of the howling wind. On the other side, Ace and Owen were already engaged in a fistfight. With one punch, both of them took a few steps back. Ace showed no fear against Owen's high temperature. After long hours of training, Ace's flames were formidable. Even Owen displayed a serious expression. Hot wind fist, fire fist, flame line. In an instant, two attacks collided. The explosive heat melted the icy surface beneath Luji. Ace flew directly into the air, while Owen jumped aside. At this moment, Owen took out his weapon, a large knife, and Ace also pulled out the stick he had been using. The two weapons clashed directly. Meanwhile, Sabo was continuously shattering Cracker's biscuit warriors. At this moment, Sabo swung his hand and unleashed a claw, instantly sending several rock dragons flying out. 100 rock dragons. Several dragons flew towards Cracker. Cracker immediately summoned a biscuit wall. Sturdy biscuit. The biscuit blocked Sabo's attack. At this time, Sabo had already reached the biscuit wall, attacking forward with one hand clawed. Dragon claw, peerless. The biscuit shattered instantly. However, Sabo's dragon claw showed no sign of weakening and charged straight towards Cracker. In an instant, Cracker's biscuit armor shattered, and he was sent flying by Sabo. However, Cracker managed to flip and stabilize himself. At this moment, Cracker took out his weapon, a pretzel, and Sabo also pulled out his stick. Cracker then summoned several more biscuit warriors and Sabo summoned several rock giants. Sabo and Cracker then engaged in direct combat. The collision of their weapons generated shockwaves. On the other side, Crocodile and Bloodclot were also fighting. Bloodclot showed no mercy, transforming into a hybrid beast form right away. Crocodile's attacks couldn't harm Bloodclot at all. However, Bloodclot just sent Crocodile flying. Old Sand steadied himself and charged towards Bloodclot again. Old Sand used a desert treasure blade against Bloodclot, and the moment it struck, sparks flew from Bloodclot's body. At this moment, Old Sand placed both hands on the ground, and the icy surface transformed into quicksand. One of Bloodclot's feet sank into it. Bloodclot exerted force with one leg, launching himself into the air, pulling his trapped leg out. Then, Bloodclot charged towards Old Sand. Old Sand instantly transformed into sand and enveloped Bloodclot. Countless grains of sand formed spikes, which then were coated in armament haki. They shot towards Bloodclot, who immediately covered his entire body in armament haki. Multiple attacks were blocked, but Bloodclot's calf was still penetrated. However, Bloodclot quickly stabilized himself, tightening his calf to stop the flow of blood. Old Sand also returned to his original form. On the other side, Enel and Ledger were also continuously battling. Enel's lightning had no effect on Ledger whatsoever. Instead, Enel's lightning charged Ledger, who directly transmitted the absorbed electricity throughout his body. In an instant, Ledger's muscles bulged, and he charged towards Enel. His fist, coated in armament haki, struck Enel. Enel was sent flying, but fortunately, he defended in time, turning around to stabilize himself. With steady footing, Enel looked seriously at Ledger. Ledger, on the other hand, had a playful look on his face as he gazed at Enel. Ledger, your lightning is useless against me. Enel, lightning doesn't work on you. How about high temperature? Enel smiled, and then his hands erupted with bolts of lightning, accompanied by extremely high temperatures. This was a suggestion from Luji, utilizing lightning to generate high temperatures. Enel charged towards Ledger with clenched fists, the high-temperature punches striking Ledger directly. Ledger was sent flying, and a large hole was burned through his shirt. Even a fist imprint appeared on Ledger's chest. However, Ledger directed the electric energy to his wound, and in an instant, the imprint on his chest vanished without a trace. At this moment, Sabo suddenly flew out. Sabo, damn, that hurts, Sabo said while rubbing his chest. Cracker across from him showed a sinister smile. Cracker, you're no match for me right now. At this moment, a figure charged out, striking Cracker with a knife. Sabo, Uncle Ihua, you go help Ace, this guy is mine. Sabo nodded, and then rushed towards Ace and Owen. Cracker's face revealed a serious expression. Then Cracker and Ihua began to fight together. On the other side, Ace was gradually falling into a disadvantage when Sabo suddenly appeared to join the battle. Ace, be careful of this guy. His strength is formidable. Sabo nodded. The two then charged towards Owen. In the distance, Old Sand and Enel exchanged glances. The two swapped opponents. Enel unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Bloodclot. Bloodclot's armor couldn't withstand Enel's lightning, and he was instantly scorched black. Old Sand also launched a desert treasure blade towards Ledger, sending Ledger flying. Ledger's wound began to lose moisture, but he directed the electric energy to the wound. Instantly, Ledger's wound healed, and the dry skin that had lost moisture returned to normal. At this moment, Joseph and Johnny also made their move. The Dragon God crew began to press the opponent. Suddenly, a figure charged towards Luji. The newcomer was a member of the Bloodclot Pirates. Luji narrowed his eyes, then directly used his wing shield to block the attack. However, he still took a few steps back. Luffy, how is this possible? Who are you? With all the pirates knocked out, except for the strong ones, Luffy is very curious about who this sudden appearance is. I'm Honkan, the captain of the 11th squad of the Bloodthirsty Pirates, specifically hidden to deal with you. This Honkan was specially prepared by Kureha to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Hankin's strength isn't very strong, but it's enough to deal with Luffy. Honkan swings his sword at Luffy. The road base immediately used the wing shield to block it, then transformed into wooden vines attacking Honkan. Countless demon vines instantly surged towards Honkan. Honkan continuously used his knife to block them and took the opportunity to strike at the road base. The roadbed can only keep dodging and continuously counterattacking. With a sword draw and a bite attack, Honkan charges directly at the roadbed, which once again conjures a winged shield. However, at the moment of contact, the winged shield shatters instantly, and the roadbed is sent flying. Luji directly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The roadbed slowly stood up. At this moment, Honkan charged towards the roadbed again, and this time a figure appeared in front of the roadbed. Looky, Dashki, quickly dodge, you're no match for him. but Dashki showed no signs of retreat. The two knives clashed directly, and Dashki was sent flying. However, he was caught by Luki. At that moment, blood began to seep from Luki's body. The wrath of the gods was unleashed, and Luki's power surged dramatically. But the pain from his torn muscles continuously stimulated Luki, and he set Dashki down. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he disappeared from the spot. Just as Honkan was searching, Luki suddenly appeared in front of him. Luji punched Honkan away. However, Honkan quickly stabilized himself in midair and then unleashed a slash directly at Luji. Luji's strength had now surged to the level of a junior general, and in the face of such a slash, he casually waved his hand. Countless wind blades flew out, instantly shredding the slash. At that moment, Luji moved again, appearing directly behind Honkan. He then threw a punch, but this time Honkan reacted instantly, positioning his sword horizontally in front of him. The punch from Luji was directly blocked by the knife, but the force still sent Honkan flying. Honkan landed on the ground and quickly steadied himself. At that moment, liquid metal began to ooze from Luji's body. Road base, with a reluctant activation of Divine Wrath. It can barely use the armored weapon, although not for long. It is sufficient. Dragon Gold armored weapon, armored arms. Now, Road base can only use the armored arms with great difficulty, and the giant god soldier is completely unusable. Subsequently, Road base charges directly at Honkan, whose initially arrogant expression gradually becomes serious. Honkan draws his sword again and charges at Road base. However, the moment Honkan strikes Road base armored weapon, countless sparks fly out. Luji's punch left no mark on Honkan's. Instead, Luji directly sent Honkan flying with a single punch, showing no signs of stopping as he charged towards Honkan once again. Luji clenched his right fist. His armed arm moved, and in an instant, a flash of white light passed by, leaving Honkan completely vanished. At this moment, Luji also removed his armor, revealing his clothes soaked in blood. In the moment when Luji relieved the wrath of the gods, he fell directly to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. Dasiki immediately rushed to Luji's side. Dasiki, Luji, are you okay? Don't scare me. At this moment, tears were already streaming down Dasiki's face. Luki forced a smile. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a bit. Then Luki fainted. At this moment, Khalifa and the eagle, who had just finished the battle, rushed to Luki's side. Khalifa asked, Boss, are you okay? She looked at Dasiki. Dasiki replied, Luki said he is fine, just too tired. The eagle stood by to guard against any further attacks on Luki. At this time, Luchi and the others also arrived. Bruno immediately used his fruit ability to head to the nearest Navy base and brought back a doctor. Soon, the doctor examined Luki and found that he had lost too much blood and was too weak. He just needed to rest for a while. The doctor then bandaged the other injured people. However, the doctor did not leave, as Ace, Sabo, Old Sand, and Enel were still fighting, and from a distance, it could be seen that they were all somewhat injured. As for Uncle Yisio, he had no issues at all. On the other side, Enel kicked Bloodk away. At this moment, Bloodk was completely charred and even emitted a faint smell of cooked meat. Enel was also gradually running out of stamina, and Bloodk had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Enel then flew into the air. Thunder arrival. Dragon armor. Enel's attack landed directly on Bloodk, and in an instant, a beam of light flashed. Then, Bloodk stood there motionless, and a gentle breeze blew by, turning Bloodk into ashes. Meanwhile, the battle between Old Sand and Liege was also nearing its end. At this moment, Liege released all the electrical energy within him. Old Sand placed both hands on the ground. Desert Diamond Blade. The attacks collided instantly. Liege's electrical energy was dispersed, and Old Sand's attack pierced through Liege's body. Subsequently, Liege was split in half, and all the moisture in his body was completely absorbed. Enel and Old Sand then came to Luki's side and inquired about his condition. Enel released lightning towards Luki, knowing that Luki could convert it into stamina. Soon, Luki slowly opened his eyes. Dasky exclaimed, "He is awake." The road bed slowly stood up. Although pain was radiating all over his body, it was much better now. At this time, Owen, who was battling with Ace and Sabo, was gradually running out of strength and was directly knocked back onto the ship by their combined attack. On the other side, Kleka was also sent flying by a laugh. And then Kleka and Owen directly fled on the ship. Soon, everyone returned to the Dragon God ship. Loki, let's go back first. Our strength is still not enough in the New World. Everyone nodded. After the recent battle, everyone realized their inadequacies. The main reason was Loki, as both the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates wanted to kill him. Right now, they were completely insufficient against an Emperor-level pirate crew. Then, The Dragon God ship returned to Mariehua. The news of the Dragon God crew being intercepted by the Big Mom pirates spread across the sea. At this time, a pirate ship with a whale head appeared in the territory of the Big Mom pirates. The flag of the pirate ship featured a skull and had a crescent-shaped mustache. The newcomers were none other than the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, sons, let's make some noise. Everyone, oh. Following that, the Whitebeard pirates began to violently destroy the islands in Big Mom's territory. Meanwhile, Sengoku also learned about Loki's situation. In the end, Sengoku ordered Loki to temporarily refrain from entering the New World. Subsequently, Loki returned to his villa. As soon as I entered the Foundation, I felt a strong aura of power. Luji, Dad, what brings you to the Navy headquarters? Long, I'm here to see you. How's your health? Then Luji explained his current situation to Long's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. The embankment also felt the wrath of the dragon. Roadbed, calm down, old man. The old man has already avenged me. Long, such despicable celestial dragons, they truly deserve to die. Road base, it's only a matter of time. The celestial dragons will eventually be brought down from their pedestal. Long nodded. Then Long awkwardly looked at Road base. That son of a revolutionary army is short on funds again recently. Luji looked helplessly at his father. Luche, has Uncle Bear come? At that moment, Tyrant Bear walked out from the side. Luche then speechlessly conjured countless gold coins, which were continuously carried away by the bear. Soon, Long was satisfied and left with Tyrant Bear. When they returned to the Revolutionary Army base, Long looked at the warehouse full of gold and couldn't help but drool. He then called over a member of the Revolutionary Army. Go, buy me more weapons and devil fruits, Long said domineeringly. He then comforted himself. My son's money is my money, so it's only natural for me to ask my son for money. Meanwhile, Luche quickly took a rest, as his physical condition wasn't great. Unknowingly, Luche slept for a whole day and night. When he woke up, he saw Dasky beside him. Upon seeing Luche awake, Dasky immediately brought over the prepared food. After Luche devoured the food in no time, he and Dasky went out for a walk. The two bought a lot of things in Marinfando residential area and then returned to the villa. At this moment, Dasky looked at Luche. Dasky, Luche, do you know that Califa likes you too? The roadbed looked puzzled. Is there such a thing? Dasky said, actually, I think Harifa is pretty good. You can't let her down. Subgrade. No. One of you is enough for me. When Dashki heard this, a sweet smile appeared on her lips. I don't mind, and I feel that Karifa is quite good. Lugia thought for a moment and decided to let it go. He couldn't get over this hurdle in his heart. Dashki noticed that Lugia didn't respond and didn't know whether Lugia agreed or disagreed. After today, Lugia's injuries had healed, and he was surprised to find that his strength had increased a little bit. This gave Lugia hope once again. If the Holy Lord couldn't awaken for the time being, then he would start over from scratch. Subsequently, Lugia began his daily basic training, and Karp and the others were very happy to hear this news. So they joined Lugia's training. Since Lugia no longer had the ability to heal himself, he had to rest for a period of time after each injury, which caused his training speed to be slower than before. However, Lugia wasn't concerned about speed now. As long as he could make progress, that was enough. Every time Luffy gets hurt, it is Dashki and Califa who take care of him. Although Luffy initially did not accept Califa, he gradually developed feelings for her. Luigi would take the two girls shopping whenever he had time, of course in the Marinfando residential area, as he wasn't allowed to leave Marinfando yet. Day by day, Luigi's strength improved through training. In half a year, he had progressed from the strength of a brigadier general to that of an ordinary major general, which was a significant advancement. However, the damage to Luigi was also increasing. The wound on his left arm often throbbed with pain. The other wounds on his body tormented him almost daily. Yet, Luigi bore it in silence, and after each bout of pain, he was drenched in sweat. Currently, Luigi's devil fruit abilities were mostly sealed, so his training focused on physical techniques and haki. In just 6 months, both his physical techniques and haki had seen remarkable improvement. But one day, Luigi suddenly fainted during training. The others rushed him to the hospital. Dashiji, doctor, how is he? Doctor, the patient's body has collapsed. He won't be able to get out of bed for 6 months. Dashiji was instantly struck as if by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Karp beside her also lost his composure. Karp, how could this happen? Doctor, all the wounds on the patient's body have become infected, and combined with prolonged high-intensity training, his body couldn't take it anymore. Karp, what about Luigi's wounds now? Doctor, the infected areas have been removed, and there should be no further issues moving forward. At that moment, a nurse came out. The patient has awoken and wants to speak with his family. A group of people then walked in. Upon entering, They saw Luji lying on the hospital bed. Luji, why does everyone look so worried? It's not like I have anything major going on. When the others saw Luji laughing and joking, they didn't say anything further. However, Dasiki, Cap, and Caliph on the side noticed that Luji was trying hard to hide his emotions. Soon, the others were sent away, leaving only Dasiki, Cap, and Caliph in the ward. The embankment also withdrew its cheerful appearance. But soon it revealed a smile. I know my own body well, but this time Luffy was about to continue speaking when Garp interrupted him. Luffy, you need to rest well. After that, Garp left the hospital room. And soon Luffy found a corner where no one was around and started to cry. He didn't understand why his grandson had such a difficult fate. Why had his grandson ended up in such a state? Now Garp regretted agreeing to let Luffy join the Navy. He really regretted it. At this moment, someone appeared beside Garp. It was his son, Dragon. Hey, Dad, has Luffy's condition worsened again? This was the first time Dragon saw Garp crying, and he seemed to have guessed something. Garp nodded and then explained Luffy's condition to Dragon. After listening, Dragon directly sat down next to Garp. This is the path Luffy chose for himself. Let him walk it to the end. Garp replied, but can Luffy accept it? Dragon shook his head. He didn't know. Even now, he couldn't see through his eldest son. At that moment, Luffy in the hospital room had a blank expression. Luji never expected that his body would be in such a serious condition. He couldn't accept the result of not being able to get out of bed for half a year. This meant that all of Luji's efforts before would be in vain. Finally, Luji couldn't hold it in anymore, and tears streamed down his face. Luji cried for the second time, clearly given hope, but now it has vanished without a trace. He began to try to lift his legs, able to move them slightly. However, even that little bit of movement made Luji break out in a sweat. Dasky and Caliph began to constantly comfort Luji, afraid he might do something foolish. Soon, Luji calmed down, but what puzzled him was why his wound had become infected. Previously, Luji had carefully treated the wound, so it shouldn't have become infected. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ximu, it's poison. The roadbed immediately brightened up and then directly entered the consciousness space. Poison? Ximu, during your training, your body absorbed a kind of toxin, and it is this very poison that caused your wound to deteriorate. Roadbed, how do you know? Ximu, we perceive it after all. We are in your consciousness. We can feel your body. Roadbed, who threw the poison? Nishi shook his head, and the other demons did the same. At that moment, in a house in Mariehua, a person was kneeling in front of a celestial dragon. The mission was perfectly completed. This celestial dragon was the one who wanted to make Luji a slave back then. He had always held a grudge against Luji, and when he learned about Luji's background, the thought of if I can't have it, I'll destroy it arose in his mind. The poisoning of Luji was orchestrated by the celestial dragons. The person opposite is a user of a highly toxic devil fruit, a lower-tier fruit of the poison fruit, but its toxicity is no less than that of Magellan. On the other side, Luji was also pushed from the hospital back home. Now, Luji's daily needs are being taken care of by Dashki and Calipha. Both are very attentive, putting Luji first. Before long, 3 months passed without any improvement in Luji's condition. One day, Calipha took the owl Weichi and Bruno to the Sabati archipelago to buy some medicinal herbs. According to the information, there was a miraculous medicine at the auction in the Sabati archipelago. This medicine could bring people back to life and cure any disease. Upon receiving the news, Calipha immediately brought the 3 to the auction. As soon as Calipha entered, she inquired about the medicine. Who did you hear that from? Do you really believe that? The auction house owner directly told Calipha. Calipha was instantly filled with disappointment. By the time Calipha and the others left the auction house, a long time had passed. At that moment, a group of people blocked their way. They were a group of pirates, but their overall aura was nothing like that of pirates. Calipha asked, "Who are you?" At this time, the owl and the others had already come to Calipha's side. The person in front suddenly moved, and then a hand pierced through the owl's body. "You're the ones who are going to die." Following that, the other pirates also moved. These pirates acted swiftly and were very powerful. The owl was directly killed by the opponent. Calipha's eyes narrowed, and she seemed to guess something. "You are from the world government." The person in front revealed a sinister smile. "It seems you're not completely foolish, but it's too late now." At that moment, another scream was heard, and Bruno's body was pierced. "Bruno!" Calipha immediately rushed over. At this time, Bruno was spitting blood. Calipha whispered something in Bruno's ear. The people opposite seemed to sense something was wrong. Suddenly, a door appeared beside Bruno, and the people opposite rushed over. Calipha immediately blocked that person. Bruno then entered through that door directly. Calipha was no match for the opponent and ultimately met a tragic end at their hands. While Weichi was also pierced through the heart. Meanwhile, Luji was still lying in the villa when suddenly a door appeared beside him. The already injured Bruno stepped out from within. Luki, Bruno? What happened? Bruno told Luki what Khalifa had said, and then he died due to his severe injuries. Seeing Bruno die in front of him, along with the deaths of Khalifa and the other three, Luki was instantly consumed by rage. Overwhelmed with anger, Luki spat out blood and fainted. Fortunately, Dasky was downstairs. She rushed up and saw Bruno's body and Luki lying unconscious. She seemed to realize something, but Dasky still took Luki to the hospital as quickly as possible. At that moment, the Navy from the Sabiti archipelago returned the bodies of Khalifa and the other three. Their 3 bodies were placed at the entrance of a naval base. Upon seeing the bodies, Dasky collapsed onto the ground. At that time, the other crew members of the Dragon God also arrived, and Luji and the others looked at the bodies of Khalifa and the 3 in disbelief. Luji, who on earth is it? Kaku and Gabra were shedding tears on the side. At that moment, Luchi's doctor also walked out of the ward. Doctor, the patient has suffered a severe shock and fainted, but there is no immediate danger to life. At this time, the unconscious Luji entered the consciousness space and immediately saw a dragon-shaped demon. This demon was the last of the 8 great demons, the Lord of the Fire Demon. However, Luji showed no signs of excitement. Instead, he remained very silent. Luki now realized that even if he restored them, it wouldn't save Khalifa and the others. At that moment, Luki thought of the Holy Master's magic talisman and the dog talisman. However, Luki received a negative answer. The embankment came to a small corner of the consciousness space. At this moment, a voice came through. Kid, there's actually another way. The roadbed immediately turned to look at the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord directly pointed to the Panku treasure box. Inside it is actually a small world, similar to the chaos of the ancient Pangu before the creation of heaven and earth. Roadbed, what is the use of that? Holy Lord, this small world is similar to the real world, containing 3,000 great laws. Lu Jiao looked at the Holy Master in disbelief. If you can comprehend the laws of life, then your companions still have hope. Luki immediately asked how to comprehend the rules inside the Panku treasure box. The Lord shook his head. At that moment, another voice came from outside. Dasky, Luki, please wake up quickly, I'm begging you. Luki and the others are about to fight with Ace. At this time, the Lord also spoke up. Kid, I'll lend you my power. Go do what you want to do. Then Luki left the consciousness space and returned to the real world. Upon returning to the real world, Luki instantly felt intense pain in his body, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. Luffy felt like he had been reborn. Dashki, who was beside him, was directly startled by Luffy. At that moment, Luffy's Conqueror's haki unconsciously activated, covering the entire Marineford. Several high-ranking officials of the Navy instantly looked in the same direction and then rushed towards it. At this time, Luffy's wounds began to heal, and his severed left arm started to grow back. Soon, Luffy returned to his original form, and his momentum and strength began to soar, quickly restoring him to the level of an admiral. The roadbed opened its eyes and looked at the astonished Dashki beside it. Luchi directly held Dashki in his arms. Don't worry, I'm back. Tears streamed down Dashki's face. At this moment, Sengoku and the others had arrived at the hospital room, and they also saw Karifa's corpse, as well as Luchi and Ace who were arguing. Sengoku shouted, "What on earth happened?" With Sengoku's roar, Ace and the others instantly stopped their movements. Just then, the door to Luchi's hospital room was pushed open. Lucky and Dasky walked out directly. Ace, Big Brother, are you okay? Sabo, this aura, has Big Brother recovered? Everyone else was stunned. At this moment, Lucky saw the bodies of Khalifa and the others, and a serious expression appeared on his face. I will find a way to bring you back to life. At this time, Luchi and the other 3 came before Lucky. Luchi boss, the 3 of us want to take revenge. The reason for the argument between Luchi and Ace just now was this. Luchi wants to take revenge, while Ace said to wait until Luchi wakes up. Roadbed, I will avenge this grudge. At this moment, a figure rushed towards the roadbed, and that person directly swung a punch at the roadbed. Luffy and his opponent collided fists directly. In an instant, their fists crashed together, creating a wave of energy centered around the two of them. This person was none other than Admiral Akiji. Garp nearby became excited. This time, Luffy had truly recovered and even advanced his strength further. At that moment, Luffy retracted his fist, shook his hand, and then looked at the people on the Dragon God ship. Let's go, avenge Khalifa and the others. Then Luffy turned to Sengoku and said, Marshal, the real culprit is the Celestial Dragons. After finishing this sentence, Luji turned and left directly, with Ace and the others following him. At this moment, Sengoku immediately returned to the office and called the five elders. Upon receiving the news, the five elders quickly conducted an investigation and soon found out which celestial dragon was involved. Subsequently, the celestial dragon and the CP organization members who killed Khalifa were arrested. The five elders were preparing to hand these people over, as they did not want to offend Luji at this time. Soon, the dragon god ship flew over the Holy Land again. At this moment, several CP agents brought a few people before Luji. Vice Admiral Luji. These are the masterminds and killers behind the plan, and now they're handed over to you. Just as this person was about to leave, he turned around again. Also, the poison you were given while lying in bed was administered by this celestial dragon. Luoji nodded. Then he turned back to look at Luochi and the others. It's up to you now. Leave me a breath of air from the celestial dragons. Luchi and the others nodded, then directly approached those people. Accompanied by a few screams, the members of the CP organization were directly killed, and that celestial dragon also had his limbs broken. Luoji approached the celestial dragon. Luji smiled, then began to treat the celestial dragon. Soon, the celestial dragon returned to its original state. At this moment, Luji placed his right hand on the top of the celestial dragon's head. Yin and Yang harmonization. Accompanied by a burst of light, two identical celestial dragons appeared. One had a pure expression, while the other was filled with hostility. Between the roadbeds, raise your hand. Scorching flame explosion. In an instant, the furious celestial dragon was killed by a shockwave of flames. At this moment, Luji looked at the remaining one. What's your name? My name is Lijij Shang. Luji, go back and be a good person. Lijiga nodded and then left. The crowd was confused by Luji's behavior. And then Luji explained it to them. After that, the dragon god returned to Marinvondo, and everyone prepared a grand funeral for Khalifa and the others. On the day of the funeral, Luji went to the seaside alone, and at that moment, images of Khalifa and the others kept appearing in Luji's mind. Lucky unconsciously shed tears. He now even regretted that if he hadn't invited the four to board the ship back then, they might be living happily now. Subsequently, Lucky walked step by step along the shore. Not far from Lucky, Dashki kept following him. Just then, a figure rushed out, and that person directly threw a punch at Lucky. Luffy quickly stepped aside. Old man, what are you going to do? Karp replied, it doesn't help you to be sad. Only by becoming strong can you protect the people around you. Karp then began to counsel Luffy, and after a long time, Luffy finally resolved his inner turmoil. After that, Luffy followed Karp to attend the funeral, when suddenly he turned around. Dashiki, you left. At that moment, Dashiki walked out from the woods. Her face was flushed, as she hadn't expected Luffy to notice her. Before they knew it, 3 days had passed, and the Dragon God ship once again entered Marineford, with Luffy and his group heading to Sabaody Archipelago. Luj is now going to take his clueless younger brother. Soon, a group of people arrived at the Comoros Islands. Lucky directly arrived at Shaki's bar, where he prepared to wait for Luffy. The others from the Dragon God ship had gone off to have fun. Only Uncle Xiao was following Lucky. At that moment, the first member of the Straw Hat Pirates arrived. Luffy, Zoro, I didn't expect you to be the first one here. Zoro, Luffy, are you okay? Luffy, it's done. I specially came to deliver it to you today. In the end, Zoro left this place. And Luffy wasn't worried at all about Zoro's directionally challenged nature. Luffy had a few drinks and then left. Meanwhile, a large group of pirates gathered somewhere in the Chambord Islands. On the stage was a person who looked exactly like Luffy. At that moment, Luffy appeared along with Bartolomeo and the pacifistas. The Straw Hat trio also gathered here. What followed was the revelation of the fake Straw Hat, and Luffy stepped in to take down the pacifista. At this time, all the Marines began to capture the pirates. Suddenly, several figures approached Luffy. The entire crew of the Dragon God ship was mobilized. In an instant, Ace and the others took action, and the previously gathered pirates were captured. Just as the Marines were about to apprehend Luffy and the others, Rayleigh drew a line with his sword. At that moment, Luffy also appeared in front of Rayleigh. Looky, Uncle Rayleigh. Rayleigh, looky, do you want to capture my apprentice? Lucy, no, I just want to have a fight with you. Rayleigh, it seems like you're almost healed, so I'll play with you. At this moment, a few Navy officers nearby spoke up. Navy officer, who is this? Navy officer B, you don't know him? He is the infamous demon, Admiral Lucy. Navy officer C, his Dragon God crew are all strong fighters. When Big Mom and Kaido caused a ruckus in Marineford, the entire Dragon God crew participated in the battle and played a crucial role. At this point, Lucy had already started fighting with Rayleigh. Liquid metal flowed out from the body of Luji. The Dragon Gold armor, armed arms. Then Luji charged directly at Rayleigh, who immediately unleashed a slash. The road base directly punched and shattered it. Then, The road base swung a fist towards Rayleigh. With his armed arm, the ground shook. Rayleigh immediately used his sword to block, but he was still pushed back a few steps by the force of the road base. Navy A. Curious. He actually pushed back the Pirate King's first mate, Dark King Rayleigh. Navy B. And it seems that Rear Admiral Luji hasn't even used his full strength yet. At this moment, Luji charged at Rayleigh again. This time, Rayleigh got serious and unleashed several slashes. The road foundation relied on its keen observation and overwhelming presence to continuously dodge and then directly approached Rayleigh. At this moment, Rayleigh swung his sword once more. Subsequently, Rayleigh's momentum began to soar. The ground shook as Luji struck a pose, and countless vines stretched out behind him. Demon vines. Numerous vines lunged directly at Rayleigh, who continuously slashed at them, preventing any of the wooden tendrils from getting close. At that moment, several slashes were unleashed, and Luji directly opened his right hand. Dark Realm. Instantly, all the slashes were devoured. However, a few beads of sweat appeared on Luji's forehead. But Luji did not stop his movements. He raised both hands and summoned thunder. Thunderstorm. In an instant, a ball of lightning gathered directly above Luji. The size of the lightning ball was comparable to that of a naval warship, and Luji's thunderstorm was similar to Enel's thunder welcome. The roadbed directly threw the thunderstorm towards Rayleigh. In an instant, Rayleigh unleashed several slashes, aiming to shatter the thunderstorm before him. However, all of Rayleigh's slashes were devoured by the thunderstorm. Just as the thunderstorm was about to hit Rayleigh, his figure changed, instantly appearing in the distance. However, from the tattered state of Rayleigh's clothes, it was clear that he had still been affected moments earlier. The roadbed did not stop, and a gust of wind began to swirl around Rayleigh. Road base, Uncle Rayleigh, be careful. Countless wind blades appeared around Rayleigh in an instant. Rayleigh's eyes narrowed, and he began to dodge continuously, but still got hit by several wind blades. Rayleigh, you little brat, trying to take the old man's life, huh? Then Rayleigh's figure disappeared from the spot. Suddenly, Road Base felt a killing intent behind him and quickly turned around, directly using the wing shield. At that moment, Rayleigh had already appeared behind Road Base. Divine Avoidance. The wing shield of the roadbed was instantly shattered, and the roadbed was directly propelled out. In midair, the roadbed spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, the roadbed crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. It took a long time for the roadbed to crawl out of the pit. When the subraid came out, Rayleigh had already left. Luji touched his chest, carefully recalling Riley's attack, and an involuntary smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, those who had just gathered had basically all been captured. The roadbed took the Dragon God crew away. They were no longer needed here. The Straw Hat crew was just about to set off when they arrived directly at the seaside. Luffy saw the road base from a distance. Luffy, don't lose. Luffy broke out his classic smile. Of course it was time. The roadbed also smiled, and then the Mary slowly submerged into the sea. Luffy looked back at the people on the Dragon God ship. Let's get ready to go. It's time for us to set off for the New World. Everyone on the Dragon God ship smiled. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Meanwhile, on the Mary, Zoro had been laughing because Luffy told him that Quina was not dead, and they would meet again in the New World. Soon, Luffy and the others returned to Marineford, and Luffy went directly to Sengoku's office to report the situation. After that, Luffy started packing his things, and everyone on the Dragon God ship prepared to depart for the New World. Before long, everyone had arrived, and they were just waiting for Luffy. At that moment, Luffy came aboard the ship holding 5 photos. 4 of them were of Califa and the others, and 1 was of all the members of the Dragon God ship. Behind Luji is Dashki, who is here to see Luji off. Soon, the Longshan ship set sail, and before long, Luji and the others arrived near the Red Earth continent. Luji smiled, then turned to Enelu and said, "Activate submarine mode." Enelu nodded and pressed a button. Instantly, the Longshan ship began to change. Its deck was enveloped by transparent material, and then the Longshan ship dove directly into the seabed. This was specially modified by Vegapunk for Luji, and now the Longshan ship was a true vessel capable of traveling on land, sea, and air. As soon as they entered the water, Sea Kings came to cause trouble. The Foundation was not idle either. It slowly approached the bow of the ship and then directly released a wave of dark golden momentum. The Conqueror's haki was activated. In an instant, some of the Sea Kings fainted while others were frightened and fled. Soon after, the Dragon God ship arrived safely at Fishman Island. At this time, the battle on Fishman Island had already broken out. Vanderdecken had been injured by Hody Jones and was on the verge of death. Luji's eyes narrowed, and then he disappeared directly on the Dragon God. Soon, Luji appeared in front of Vanderdecken. With the help of the 8 great demons, Luji was no longer afraid of water and sea prism stone. Luji directly swallowed Vander Decken into space, then took out a fruit from his pocket and threw it in as well. After that, Luji ignored it, and at that moment, everyone also saw the Dragon God ship. Fishman A, what is that thing? Fishman B, it looks like a ship. Fishman C, it's coming towards us. Then, the Dragon God ship slowly entered the protective layer of Fishman Island. Zoro, is it really the Dragon God ship? Sanji, their ship seems to be able to dive. At this time, Luffy was fighting Hody Jones and didn't notice Luji and the others. Meanwhile, Luji had returned to the bow of the Dragon God ship. Luffy jumped down directly. What happened? It was such a brutal battlefield. Then, Luffy unleashed a conqueror's haki, causing the remaining rebellious fishmen to faint, leaving only a few relatively strong fishmen present. Zoro, it's the same ability as Luffy. Sanji, he seems even stronger than Luffy. At this moment, Luffy was the first to notice Jinbe not far away, a big blue fishman. Long time no see, Jinbe. Jinbe, Vice Admiral Luffy, long time no see. At this time, Luffy also noticed Zoro and the others, as well as those few powerful fishmen. Luffy, seriously, what are you looking at? Am I that handsome? In the end, Luffy even took out a mirror. Zoro and the fishmen instantly had black lines on their faces. Zoro, you're even more shameless than that color chef. Sanji, what are you talking about, you green algae head? The two of them started to argue. At that moment, Nami appeared right between them and then threw a punch. Zoro and Sanji immediately fell silent. Luffy was wondering what Nami's true strength was. At this time, the battle between Luffy and Hody Jones had already ended, but the Ark Noah was still falling towards Fishman Island. The roadbed shook its head and then directly flashed in front of the Ark of Noah. The roadbed touched the Ark of Noah with one hand. The moment the floating in mid-air ability of the Holy Lord's chicken talisman was activated, the Ark of Noah also stopped falling. Loki shouted directly, Princess White Star, try to feel your power with your heart. White Star glanced at Loki and then followed his words. Soon, several large sea kings swam over, summoned by White Star. At that moment, Loki approached Luffy, who looked at Loki and then laughed. However, Luffy still fainted due to excessive blood loss. The roadbed immediately brought Luffy to the ground. Chopper rushed over to treat Luffy, but he had lost too much blood and needed a transfusion right away. Luffy was lying on the ground, and although Jinbe could heal him, he chose not to. This was a bond between Luffy and Jinbe, a connection between humans and fishmen. However, no fishman wanted to step forward to help, as it was the rule of Fishman Island and reflected the fishmen's distrust of humans. At that moment, Jinbe stood up, and Luffy also slowly regained consciousness. Chopper immediately prepared to give a blood transfusion, and Luffy gradually woke up. The first thing Luffy said when he woke up was, Jinbe, be my partner. At that moment, Jinbe reacted, Luffy, don't you have incredible healing abilities? Luffy smiled and said, I forgot. In the end, Jinbe still refused Luffy, as he had his own matters to attend to and could not temporarily join the Straw Hat Pirates. At this time, Raftel also received news that Blackbeard had indeed gone to impel down and rescued several powerful pirates. Moreover, Blackbeard gave up the Tremor fruit and chose the Quake fruit instead. The Quake fruit is a higher level fruit than the Tremor fruit, and Blackbeard never expected to find this fruit. Due to Raftel's influence, Sengoku is still the fleet admiral, and Akainu didn't engage in a fierce battle for the position of fleet admiral with Akiji. Additionally, through his interactions with Raftel, Akainu no longer had the same personality as in the original story. At this moment, Raftel received further intelligence that Blackbeard, after causing chaos in Impel Down and killing several celestial dragons and navy officers, now has a bounty of 2 billion, becoming the 5th emperor of the sea. This left Raftel speechless. On the other hand, Luffy's Straw Hat Crew's bounties remained largely unchanged, with only Luffy's bounty increasing to 400 million and Chopper's bounty rising to 10 million berries. Luffy and Chopper hugged Luffy tightly as he took out the bounty posters of the two of them. Luffy is happy, and Chopper is grateful. No one knows how Chopper has been living these years. Even a bounty of 50 berries goes unnoticed by anyone. On the road, the bounty hunters saw Chopper and simply passed by. 50 berries? Not even enough for bus fare. They even speculated that the 50 berries were from the cotton candy Chopper was holding. The Straw Hat Crew and the people from the Dragon God ship stayed on Fishman Island for a few days, and then they prepared to leave. At this time, the Big Mom Pirates unexpectedly arrived at Fishman Island. Luffy immediately asked Jinbe what was going on. In the end, Luffy learned the background of the situation. The reason was that the Whitebeard pirates had attacked a large portion of Big Mom's territory. As a result, Big Mom retaliated against Whitebeard's territory, which included Fishman Island. Just like in the original work, Luffy challenged Big Mom to a duel. Soon, a group of people entered the New World. As soon as they surfaced, Luffy and the others were astonished by the weather of the New World. Luji also encountered such fierce weather for the first time in the New World. He then looked at Luffy, as if he had guessed the reason. Following that, Luji raised his right hand, and the hail, falling from the sky, came to a complete stop. The road base directly utilized Ximu's abilities. Then, with a wave of his hand, all the hailstones flew far away in an instant. At this moment, the road base looked up at the sky again and raised both hands. Suddenly, the weather began to change, and the sky became clear and cloudless. At this time, the road base arrived on the melee and explained the peculiarities of the New World and the powers of the pirates in the New World. After that, the road base parted ways with Luffy and the others. The Dragon God ship headed straight towards the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. After several days of sailing, the group finally saw the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco saw the Dragon God ship from a distance. "Dad, it seems to be Lookie's ship." Whitebeard immediately looked in the direction Marco pointed. At that moment, a figure fell from the sky. "Dad, everyone long time no see." Marco exclaimed, "Lookie, are you alright?" Luji nodded. He had just left the members of the Dragon God ship behind and flew over by himself. "Whitebeard, you little brat, making us worry about you." Then Luji approached Whitebeard. Luji Base suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Why did Dad's condition worsen?" "Marco, Dad knows about your attack by Big Mom's pirate crew. So he went directly to Big Mom's territory to cause trouble, using the Tremor Fruit's ability too many times." Luji didn't speak, just focused on treating Whitebeard. On the other side, on the Dragon God, Xiao explained the relationship between Luji and Whitebeard to everyone. "Crocodile. If that's the case, does Whitebeard have to call Karp Dad?" "Inel. Haha. Karp suddenly has an extra son for no reason." "Luchi, I wonder what Whitebeard thought after he figured it out." "Kaku. The others in the Whitebeard pirates suddenly gained a grandfather for no reason. Ha ha ha." At that moment, Izo interrupted them. "Alright, it's funny, but we need to stay calm. We could just laugh behind our backs." Everyone nodded. Soon, the Dragon God ship docked alongside the Moby Dick. After that, they boarded the ship and started a banquet. Whitebeard also got excited and directly asked the people on the Dragon God ship if they wanted to be his sons. Even Izo wasn't spared. He had a face full of black lines. The others all refused, and in the end, only Ace and Sabo agreed. Luchi looked at Ace, then at Whitebeard. This strange fate. The Dragon God ship stayed for only 3 days, and during those 3 days, there was an endless supply of food and drink. Even the god of wine, Luchi, felt a bit tipsy. Soon, Luchi and the others were about to leave because they received a message. A celestial dragon ship had been attacked in the New World, and Luchi happened to be nearby, so they asked him to go and provide assistance. "Luji, the celestial dragons are not in Mariewa. What are they doing in the New World?" Soon after, the Dragon God ship ramped up its power and quickly arrived at the place where the celestial dragons were attacked. From a distance, Luji saw a small boat on the sea. Several members of the CP organization were surrounding a celestial dragon on the boat. The Foundation quickly got them on the ship. As soon as the celestial dragon boarded, they were captivated by the Dragon God. "Celestial dragon, this ship will belong to me from now on." The road base directly cursed at the celestial dragons. "Dumbass." Then he approached the members of the CP organization. "Luji, what's going on?" The celestial dragon on the other side immediately became displeased when he heard Luji curse at him. At that moment, a CP agent came over and said something to the celestial dragon, causing his legs to go weak. The 5 elders had warned all celestial dragons not to provoke a marine called Luji. This celestial dragon had a deep impression of that warning, but he did not know Luji personally. He never expected to encounter this demon Luji. On the other side, Luji quickly figured out the background of the situation. The celestial dragon was attacked by a group of pirates, and all the slaves on the ship were killed on the spot. The CP organization also suffered heavy casualties, and only a few of them managed to protect the celestial dragon and escape. "Robed, what pirate crew? You guys are actually not their opponents." "I don't know. I haven't seen their bounty. It seems like they haven't been wanted before." "Roadbed, do you know their abilities?" "It seems they're all animal types." The roadbed is also curious. Otherwise, they have an extremely powerful background. Otherwise, they must have never left any survivors under their command. Otherwise, how could there possibly be no bounty order? The road base sent the celestial dragons and the CP organization to a nearby island, and then prepared to pursue the pirates. Luffy was very curious about this powerful group of pirates who were not wanted. Soon, following the direction indicated by the CP organization, Luffy and the others discovered some fragments of ships. Looks like this is the place where the celestial dragons were attacked, Luffy said. Luji nodded. Then he looked around. Soon, Luji discovered a small island not far away, and a Longshan ship headed straight towards it. Before long, Luji and the others arrived at the island, where some people were living. Luji directly smiled and went ashore, while some people stayed on the ship and others went to gather information. Luji and Yixiao quickly discovered a strange thing. It seemed that the villagers could not see them. The roadbed tried to touch a person, and that person looked around directly. What is it? A mosquito? The roadbed was determined, but these people cannot see it. At this moment, Luji and his companions, who were gathering intelligence, also discovered this matter. Just then, an earthquake occurred on the island, and Luji only felt the ground shaking violently. Yixiao's brow furrowed tightly, while the villagers seemed to feel nothing. At this point, Luji seemed to realize something and hurriedly took Yixiao back to the Longshan. Soon, Luji and Yixiao returned to the Longshan, but Luji and his group encountered a problem. Several figures blocked their way. Luji and the others quickly got ready for battle. Soon, they returned to the Dragon God ship, but they all had sustained some minor injuries. The roadbed hurriedly provided treatment to the three people. The Foundation, Akin, fly up and take a look. Akin nodded, and then his form began to change. Soon, Akin transformed into a pterosaur. Akin flapped his wings and flew directly into the sky. Before long, Akin saw the entire island. In a little while, Akin returned to the Dragon God ship. Boss, the scenery outside and inside this island is different. It looks small from the outside, but inside, this island is ridiculously large. Lucky immediately thought of something. Illusion? Then Lucky told them to wait on the Dragon God ship, while he and Yixiao went deeper into the small island. He then gave Ace a leaf. If anything happens, just tear the leaf, and I will sense it. After that, Lucky and Yixiao flew directly into the small island. After half a day's journey, the scene in front of Lucky and the others changed. They could no longer see the Dragon God ship behind them. Yixiao said, "This small island really has a problem." Luji, Uncle Yixiao, can you sense the Dragon God ship with your observation haki? I just tried it and found that I couldn't perceive the Dragon God ship with my observation haki. I thought my observation haki wasn't strong enough. But soon, Yixiao shook his head. Roadbed, it seems that this island can be completely shielded. Even the observation haki can be blocked. A smile. Moreover, there's a layer of illusion around the island, which is the villagers we encountered. The roadbed said, that's right. The interior of this island is essentially a primeval forest. The roadbed and Yixiao turn around, and apart from some fierce wild beasts, there are no other life forms here at all. Luji, is the illusion of this island naturally formed or man-made? Yixiao, it should be naturally formed. After all, there is nothing here except for wild beasts. At this moment, Luji laughed. I want this island. In the future, as Luji becomes stronger, he can completely change the illusion around this island. He can create a barrier that combines offense and defense. This place is a perfect base. Luji and Yixiao quickly returned to the Longshan. Ace, brother, have you made any discoveries? Road Base. No, but this island is indeed very strange. Then Road Base told everyone about the strange aspects of the island, and also informed them that their base would be this island in the future. At this point, Luji stood up. No, boss, we encountered real people and were attacked. The roadbed seemed to have thought of something. Yixiao said, Anila perceived the surroundings of this island. Anila nodded, and soon both of them sensed something. Yixiao, there's a pirate ship not far away. Anilu, there are very few pirates on the ship. They probably all went ashore. Yixiao, moreover, they have a lot of treasure on their ship. Anilu, this should be the group of pirates that attacked the celestial dragons. Lucky couldn't help but laugh. Just as I thought, after attacking, they escaped to this island and were drawn in by the illusions here. The ones fighting Lucky and the others must be just a small portion. Everyone nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lucky waved his hand, ready to fight and annihilate the pirates. The Dragon God ship set sail instantly, targeting the pirate ship on the other side of the island. Soon, Lucky and the others spotted the pirate ship. The pirates on the other side also saw the Dragon God ship. Captain, a ship is coming towards us. Captain, the captain hasn't returned yet. Just sink that ship. In an instant, the pirate ship opened fire, with countless bombs flying towards the Dragon God ship. Joseph, really? They didn't even say hello. Johnny, not polite at all. The two jumped into the air. In an instant, several slashes were unleashed, and the bombs in the air were sliced apart by the two. At this moment, they used Moonwalk to stand in midair. Draw and slash, Dragon Roar. Draw and slash. Tiger Howl. In an instant, two powerful slashes flew out. The captain of the pirate ship never expected to encounter such strong opponents. He jumped into the air and drew his saber, attempting to block the 2 slashes. However, he was still sent flying, and his saber shattered. "Captain, so strong." He then spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. On the other side, Luji raised his right hand. Instantly, countless wooden vines appeared around the pirate ship, wrapping around it, and in an instant, the pirate ship was crushed and sank slowly to the seabed. At this moment, several figures walked out from the illusion. Luji saw the person ahead at a glance, and this person's aura was very strong. The corners of the embankment's mouth revealed a smile. Interesting, this momentum. The strength should be very strong. How frightening. Luffy directly slapped him in the face. He couldn't play with Uncle Kazuru anymore. He had been infected. Soon after, Luffy and the others also got off the ship. The pirate captain said, "Friend, we don't interfere with each other's business, so why attack my crew and my ship?" The pirate captain was also shocked by Luffy's aura. Such a presence indicated strength that could only be stronger than his, not weaker. "Roadbed, are you pirates?" The pirate captain nodded. "Luji, we are the Navy, now you know." The Longshan ship does not fly the Navy flag, and Luji and the others are not wearing Navy uniforms. So as long as Luji doesn't say it, everyone knows they are the Navy. Of course, except for those who have seen photos of Luji. The crew's attire is all based on their personal preferences. For example, Luji often wears a black suit or a trench coat. There isn't a hint of naval insignia on him, whether on the ship or on his person. The pirate captain on the opposite side was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. "This naval officer, we aren't being wanted, so what right do you have to arrest us?" "Luffy, I don't know about the others, but just now your pirate ship fired cannons at me, and with this alone, I can capture you all." The pirate captain immediately turned to look at the rescued captain. The captain said, "Captain, the pirate captain directly killed that captain with a single slash." He then turned back to Luffy, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Subgrade, what's wrong? Not installing anymore?" Luji flashed a brilliant smile. Then Luji waved his hand, and in an instant, all the members of the Dragon God ship rushed up. The pirate captain shouted, "Damn it! Boys, kill these Navy men." The pirates charged forward as well. At that moment, Luji had already vanished from his original spot. Suddenly, Luji appeared next to the pirate captain. The road base kicked toward his head, and he immediately raised his hand to block the attack. "Roadbed, the reaction speed is quite strong." Pirate captain, "Kid, remember well, the person who will kill you today is called Haixia." "Luji, then remember, my name is Luji." After that, the two started fighting. Their strengths seemed evenly matched, but Luji subtly had the upper hand over Haiji. Haiji threw a punch at Luji's head, which Luji caught with one hand and then kicked towards Haiji's abdomen. In an instant, Haiji was sent flying and Luji charged over again. Luji directly kicked towards Highway's waist. Highway immediately steadied himself and then turned his body. One kick from the roadbed missed completely, and at that moment, the Haiji also kicked toward the roadbed. The embankment used its arms to block, but was still knocked away by a tremendous force. The foundation quickly stabilized itself. At that moment, the foundation's eyes sparkled with light. Electric eyes are intimidating. In an instant, the foundation shot out 2 beams of laser from its eyes, and Haiji reacted just in time to dodge to the side. However, the spot that was hit by the laser was directly blasted out with a large hole. "Haiji, I've been a pirate for 40 years, and I've never seen a power like yours." Luffy's eyes narrowed. A pirate from 40 years ago? A pirate from the same era as Roger and Rox? Then why hasn't he been wanted? At that moment, Heidi had already rushed over, seizing the opportunity while Luffy was distracted to land a punch directly on his face. The embankment flew directly out. Row base, damn, a punch hit my lower jaw. At that moment, row base moved again. Tree realm instantly. Countless trees grew around road base and Haki, and road base merged into the trees. Haki began to look around constantly, and then a tree behind him suddenly emerged, delivering a punch to Haki. Haki flew out, and then road base returned to the tree. "Haki, have the guts to fight me face to face." At this moment, 3 road bases appeared. Wooden body, these are the clones created by road base using the forest fruit. And of course, these clones are not just for show. At this time, the other 2 road bases began to gather energy in their hands. One was glowing brightly, and the other was filled with endless darkness. Light wave, dark flame, the 2 attacks were launched instantly, and Haki had no choice but to jump into the air to evade. "Luji, I've been waiting for you." At this moment, the trees behind Luji stirred, and a massive wooden dragon flew out in an instant. Wooden dragon. The wild boar was instantly knocked away by the wooden dragon. The foundation's ability was released, and then he looked at Haiji, who had already landed. Haiji spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile appeared on his face. At this point, most of Haiji's subordinates had been defeated. One could say that in this pirate crew, everyone except Haiji was trash. Luffy looked into the distance at Ace. Ace, call the admiral and ask if he knows a pirate named Hachi. Ace pulled out the Den Mushi. This time, Hachi's eyes narrowed as he tried to stop Ace. However, Luffy had already appeared in front of Hachi. We haven't finished our fight yet. Luffy kicked Haiji away with one kick. At that moment, Ace's phone call went through. Sengoku. Moshi, what's wrong, Ace? Ace, Admiral, I'm here to ask if you know a pirate named Haiji. Sengoku. Haiji? A crew member of the Rocks Pirates, very strong, mainly because he has a strange devil fruit ability. But he disappeared before Rocks was defeated. Ace, Admiral, what kind of devil fruit user is he? Sengoku. It seems to be a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, but I don't know the specifics. Why? Ace, we've encountered Haiji. Lucky is fighting him. Sengoku, what? Tell Lucky to be careful. Haiji is not as simple as he appears. Ace responded with an and then hung up the phone. Afterwards, Ace shouted the news about Haiji to Lucky. Roadbed, I didn't expect you to still be a member of Locke's crew. Haidui, I realized long ago that he wouldn't succeed, so I left the Chris pirate ship early. Luffy, I'm really curious. What is your devil fruit? Hachi, you're not worthy. At this moment, the last few members of the pirate crew were also defeated. They were all Zoan-type devil fruit users, so they were quite difficult to deal with. On the other side, Luffy kicked Hachi away. Then Luffy raised his right hand. Burning flame explosion. Instantly, a wave of high-temperature energy rushed towards Hachi, who immediately began rolling to dodge. Just then, several rocks appeared around Hachi, blocking him. Ace and the others looked directly at Sabo. Sabo, it's not me, it's my brother's own technique. Then Luffy shot out another energy wave. This time, Hachi took the hit directly, and after the attack, Hachi reappeared in front of everyone. At that moment, Hachi's upper body was bare, as a shirt had been shattered by the energy wave. The shocking discovery on the embankment was that Haiji's upper body had no injuries at all. Then, Haiji forcefully charged towards the embankment with incredible speed. The embankment was directly hit by a punch and flew out. However, the embankment quickly stabilized itself. Luji, are you serious? Is this really your true strength? Luji smiled, and then liquid metal began to emerge from his body. Longjin Jiawu, armed arms. Then Luji moved, and Haiji also moved. The speed of both was so fast that it was hard to see clearly, leaving behind afterimages in the air. At this moment, Haiji's momentum surged again. A powerful aura was instantly released. Luo Ji, Conqueror's Haki? I didn't expect you to possess it. Then Luo Ji's gaze narrowed, and a similar aura emerged to confront it. I see. You brat actually have it too. At this moment, another aura erupted from the side. Ace and Sabo's Conqueror's Haki activated. Here, Sabo's Conqueror's Haki is something the author added. It wasn't in the original work. I hope you can leave some devil fruits and villain plots. The author really can't think of anything. A lot of what the author wrote doesn't align with the original work. These are all additions from the author's own imagination. The author has a silly personality, so most of the plot is quite nonsensical. I hope everyone understands. The activation of Ace and Sabo's Conqueror's Haki stunned High C. High C. Since when did Conqueror's Haki become so common? At this moment, Luo Ji moved again. Lu Ji kicked towards Hai Shi's head, and Hai Shi raised his arm to block it, then turned around and kicked Lu Ji in the chest. The ground suddenly flew away, but it quickly stabilized, and Haizi's attack couldn't break through the dragon gold armor on the ground. At this moment, the ground waved its hands, and countless wooden vines sprouted from the ground. They directly charged towards Haizi, instantly wrapping him up like a rice dumpling. However, with a single effort, Haizi shattered the wooden vines. But at this time, the ground had already reached Haizi's front and kicked him in the chest. Haizi was sent flying, immediately spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, as a user of an animal-type devil fruit, this level of damage was easy for Haizi to handle. The battle between the two continued for a day and a night. And now, both were still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. At this moment, Haizi was once again sent flying by the ground. This time, Haizi floated in the air. Suddenly, Haizi's body began to change. A pair of horns grew on his head, wings sprouted from his back, and sharp fangs emerged from his mouth. Haizi proclaimed, "Let me tell you what kind of devil fruit I have. I am an animal-type human fruit, mythical beast form, devil form." Lujia's eyes narrowed as a large amount of black gas began to emanate from Haizi's body. Lujia immediately released the light of the light fruit to counter this black gas. Haizi, your devil fruit is truly amazing, but in front of me, It's all garbage. Then, Haizi charged directly at Luji, and Luji was sent flying by Haizi's attack. Luji, damn, that was fast. After landing, Luji spat out a mouthful of blood, but quickly got into a fighting stance, and the wounds on his body began to heal. At that moment, Luji also moved. A flash of light passed by, and Luji appeared directly behind Hai. Then, Luji threw a punch at Hai's head, sending him crashing to the ground. A massive pit appeared on the ground, and as the smoke cleared, Hai's figure was nowhere to be seen. Just then, a voice came from behind Luji. Kid, not bad speed. Following that, Luji was sent flying again, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Roadbed. As expected from an old-school pirate, their strength is impressive. However, the style takes a turn. A gust of wind began to blow beside Luji, and then Luji's armor started to change. Dragon God armor, armed arms. Instantly, countless elements combined to form Luji's armor. The overall momentum of the foundation has also been enhanced. Then the foundation pointed towards the Haizui. However, today you encountered me. Shortly after, the foundation's hands released two beams of light, one white and one black. The black and white yin-yang strikes, thunder. In an instant, an yin-yang ball appeared, continuously flashing with lightning. The roadbed directly hurled the attack towards Haiji. Haiji let out a cold laugh and did not dodge. Instead, he extended his right hand. A ball formed in front of Haiji, composed of black energy, and then it flew out as well. At the moment the two attacks collided, a burst of bright light erupted. The road base and Hai were also thrown out. Hai, damn, I messed up to show off. This kid is too abnormal. Hai rubbed his painful chest. On the other side, the road base landed and immediately kissed the ground, then disappeared on the spot. Hai, where's that little brat? At this moment, 4 water walls appeared around Hai, and a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. At this time, the road base also appeared, and it was seen that a giant water ball was in his right hand. Luji, are you strong? Aren't you still afraid of water? Then Luji directly threw the water down. In an instant, Haishi was submerged by the seawater, and he felt completely powerless, his body returning to its original state. Then he fainted directly in the water. The roadbed directly removed the water. What is the point of showing off? Then the roadbed directly took out the sea prison stone handcuffs. Now the roadbed is no longer afraid of the sea prison stone and water. The roadbed directly handcuffed Heidi, but still felt uneasy. Then he took out a sea stone chain. In an instant, Heidi was tied up like a Zhongsu. Ace, brother, where are we going now? Roadbed, record the coordinates of this island. It will be our base from now on. Ace immediately want to take care of it. Luffy, Sabo, call the marshal and ask if the shipment is to be sent to Impel Down or the naval headquarters. Sabo nodded and then went to the side to take out the Den Mushi. Soon, Ace returned and the recording of the island was completed. On the other side, Sabo also ran over. Big brother, the marshal wants us to send it directly to Impel Down and then return to Marineford. At this moment, Luffy noticed that Sabo was hiding something. Roadbed, Sob, what happened? Sob, brother, let's go back first. You'll know when we get back. Road base, tell me, Sabo, it's okay. Sabo thought for a moment and finally spoke up. His sister-in-law was injured and is now in the hospital. Although she was saved, she has not yet woken up. In an instant, Road Base became furious. Who did it? Sabo. I don't know. The marshal didn't say. Luji took a deep breath. Get on the boat. Soon everyone boarded the boat. Luji placed both hands on the boat. Floating in midair, he instantaneously moved at super speed. Luji directly used the chicken talisman and the rabbit talisman. Half an hour later, the dragon god ship appeared at the port of Malinvondo. He was still being brought along by Luji and the others. Soon, Luji arrived at the hospital. Luji looked at Dasiki, who was wrapped like a Zhongzi on the hospital bed, and the aura of brutality around him re-emerged. However, it was quickly suppressed by Luji. Luji came to the bedside. Holy light, a beam of light instantly shone on Dasiki, and her wounds were quickly healed. Dasiki slowly opened her eyes. Lugia, Daki, wake up. Daki nodded. Then, with Lujia's help, all the bandages on her body were removed. Luji, who did it? At this moment, Luji spoke up. Daki didn't say anything, as he didn't know the other person. Lucky saw that Dasiki didn't speak and stopped asking questions, directly reaching out to pat Daski's head. Let's sleep a little longer. After seeing Dasiki fall asleep, Lucky went straight to the marshal's office. The roadbed remained silent, just looking at warring states. Warring states. It was done by the celestial dragons, and Karp has already gone to the Holy Land. Luji's fist clenched tightly, and the violent aura on him could no longer be suppressed, erupting all at once. Zhongguo was directly startled by Luji. Then Luji stood up, preparing to leave. Zhongua, Luji, don't go too far, just kill a few casually. The road base nodded. Then, the road base at the office door transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Soon, the road base appeared in the sky above Mariehua. At this moment, Karp was negotiating with the 5 elders. Luffy flew directly over. Karp, Luffy, you're back. You can negotiate with him yourself. The roadbed opens directly forward. The first choice is to hand over the murderer, and the second choice is to hand over 10 celestial dragons. Luffy didn't give the 5 elders a chance to negotiate. The electric eyes are intimidating. At this moment, Luffy's eyes shot out a laser that directly pierced through the body of a celestial dragon. You have 10 minutes. For every minute that passes, I will kill 1 celestial dragon. Then the 5 elders began to discuss. Soon, Luffy released another laser. But this time, the laser pierced through 2 celestial dragons. Luji, I made a mistake. Then his expression changed. You have 8 minutes left. At this moment, one of the 5 elders raised his hand to stop Luji. We will hand over 10 celestial dragons. The roadbed, it seems the killer has a pretty high status. Then his expression changed again. The price has gone up. 20 celestial dragons. At this point, the expressions of the 5 elders also didn't look good. Are you playing us, you brat? Luji smiled at the Gorosei and said, how is that possible? Then he raised both hands. Suddenly, the entire Mary Geos began to tremble. As long as I want, the whole Mary Geos can be destroyed. At this moment, the Gorosei couldn't help but swallow hard. They really didn't want to go against Luji, firstly because of his own strength and abilities, and secondly, due to his monstrous background. If his background only included 1 Karp, it wouldn't be so serious. The key point is that almost all the big shots in the Navy stand behind Luji. In the end, the Gorosei compromised and directly chose 20 lower-ranking celestial dragons to hand over to Luji. Luji directly killed the 20 celestial dragons in front of the 5 elders. With a burning flame explosion, these celestial dragons were blasted to nothingness by Luji's energy wave. Afterwards, Luji returned to Marineford with Karp. At that moment, a celestial dragon was trembling in the castle. Soon, the 5 elders sent a message, and he felt relieved enough to go outside. But suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. The celestial dragon looked and saw it was a monkey. However, the monkey showed a wicked smile. Thunder. In an instant, the celestial dragon was turned to charcoal, and the monkey disappeared. At this moment, Luji appeared beside Karp. Karp asked, did you kill him? The road base nodded. The monkey just now was indeed the road base, transformed by the road base using the monkey talisman. Karp, how many did you kill in total? Luffy, 24 pigs. Karp, haha, they brought this upon themselves. There's nothing we can do. And so, the grandfather and grandson leisurely returned to the Navy headquarters. Karp and Luffy went straight to the office. At this time, a group of big shots had already gathered. Sengoku, is it resolved? Luji nodded. Karp, Luji directly killed 24 pigs this time. Sengoku and the others all knew what Karp meant by pigs. Akiji, 24, just thinking about it feels great. Akainu, why not kill 6 more to make it an even number? Kizu, more than 20, that's scary. On the side, Zephyr and Crane were also surprised by Luji. At this moment, Sengoku coughed a few times. All right, let's not discuss this matter any further. Let's talk about the position of the 4th Admiral. Luji was taken aback. The 4th Admiral? At this moment, Sengoku explained to Luji. Because of your outstanding performance and the capture of a notorious pirate like Kaido, we are preparing to make you the 4th Admiral. Road base. Admiral? Sure, but I don't serve the Celestial Dragons. Sengoku, that's not a problem. I'll arrange for Kizaru to serve the Celestial Dragons. Kizaru looks confused. Why me? Sengoku, I'll give you a raise. Kizaru, actually my salary is already quite good. Sengoku, produce. I'll give you more vacation days. Kizaru stands up and pats his chest. Don't worry, Commander, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Road base smirks slightly. This is the legendary case of when the salary is right, the 4 emperors become useless. At this moment, Sengoku looks at Road base again. Do you have any questions now? Roadbed, I feel that Uncle Yixiao can also do it. The Warring States shook his head. Yixiao was unwilling and said he only wanted to be under your command. Lujia smiled and shook his head. Then he stood up. I am willing. Warring States. Okay. The notification should come down in about 3 days. Legiti nodded. The task below was to send Haishur to the promoting city. The Dragon God ship soon set sail. On the deck, Legiti approached Yixiao. Uncle Yixiao, why? Yixiao replied, you changed my perspective on this world, and you also helped me see the light again. Subgrade, but your talent is wasted here. Yixiao, wasted talent? How is that possible? Besides, it's exciting to be with you. Luji smiled. At this moment, Luji gathered everyone from the Dragon God ship. Luffy, next I want to announce something. Our ship's vice captain will be Yixiao. Everyone shouted in unison, as they had already regarded Yixiao as the vice captain. Ace and Sabo are Luffy's right-hand men. The two of them are different from Yixiao. Right-hand men are not necessarily vice captains. Ace and Sabo don't want to be vice captains at all. At this moment, Van Okus spoke up. Captain, we can see him impelled down. Dikuai nodded, and soon the Dragon God team brought Haiji into the Push City. Now the director of Push City was Hannibal, with Magellan as the deputy director. Hannibal directly took Dikuai and the others to the 6th level, Infinite Hell. Currently, Infinite Hell was sparsely populated, as most people had fled. They found a cell and directly threw Haiji inside. Afterwards, Dikuai and the others prepared to leave. At this moment, Dikuai finally saw Magellan, the user of the poison fruit. The road directly leads to Magellan. Hannibal immediately stopped Luji. Hannibal, General Luji, Magellan is constantly emitting toxins. Being too close will affect you. The roadbed shook its head. Don't worry, poison is ineffective against me. Loki approached Magellan and then extended his hand. Hello, I'm Admiral Loki. Just as Magellan was about to shake hands, he withdrew. However, at that moment, Loki directly reached out and shook Magellan's hand. Don't worry, poison doesn't affect me. Then Magellan spoke. Hello, I am Vice Warden Magellan of Impelled Down. At this point, Loki took out a necklace. This is for you. It can suppress the side effects of your devil fruit, but it won't affect your combat abilities. Magellan's eyes narrowed instantly. This was specially made by Vegapunk, and I've already tested it. Magellan's strength is comparable to that of an admiral, so it's best to be friends if possible. Magellan paused for a moment and then put on the necklace. Instantly, he felt that his stomach pain had disappeared. The necklace was effective. He then looked at Loki in surprise. At that moment, a large amount of venom began to flow from Magellan's body, which then transformed into a giant dragon and charged out. Magellan, as expected, it doesn't affect my combat. This little bit of sea prism stone is not enough to hinder the attacks of the devil fruit. It's different from Loki S, which entered the body directly and thus affected the devil fruit. Soon, Loki left this place, and the dragon god returned to Marineford. By this time, news of Loki becoming an admiral had already spread. The youngest admiral in the Navy, the Devil Admiral, Monkey D. Loki. Luji returned to the villa to take a rest, as the awarding ceremony was in 2 days. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the villa, and Tao Rabbit and Jiaqing were standing at the entrance. Sister Tao Rabbit, Major General Shituru, is there something you need? Tao Rabbit said, come with us. Luji then groggily followed the two to the training ground of the Navy headquarters. Roadbed, what are you doing here? Peach Bunny, challenging you. T-Pig, we've waited for years, and we didn't expect you to get here first. Luji immediately understood the reason for the two of them. It was because he had become a general. Both of them were candidates for the position of general, and they never expected that he would take the lead. Luji nodded, then immediately assumed a combat stance. Tautu drew her sword, Jinbaira. Cha-Chun, on the other hand, used his physical techniques, which were very strong. Both of them had the potential to be on par with the general, but neither had become one. At this moment, Tautu had already swung her sword at Legidi. The roadbed suddenly jumped into the air and then kicked towards Tao Tuesday. Tao instantly took out a knife to block it, but was still kicked away by the roadbed. At that moment, Cha-Tan had already reached the side of the roadbed and kicked towards it. Luji quickly raised his arm to block, but still took a few steps back. However, he soon steadied himself and charged forward. Chachuan also raised his fist. The two fists collided directly, creating a shockwave centered around them. At that moment, Tautu suddenly appeared from the side and swung a knife directly at Luji. Luji quickly pushed back the T-Pig, then kicked towards the Peach Rabbit. The road base was directly struck by a slash from Tautu, but Tautu was also kicked away by the road base. The wound on the embankment healed quickly, but the embankment's clothing could no longer be worn. Luji directly threw off the clothes on his body, and at that moment, the T-Pig behind Luji widened its eyes. The tattoo on Luji's body scared the T-Pig. By this time, Luji's tattoo had been fully colored, looking lifelike. Suddenly, Luji disappeared from his spot. In an instant, Luji appeared next to the T-Pig. T-Pig Zhongjiang, don't lose focus during battle. Then Luji punched the T-Pig in the stomach. The T-Pig flew out directly. Luji had already held back his strength. Otherwise, the T-Pig would have coughed up blood by now. At this moment, Peach Rabbit delivered a slicing attack. Luji's hands began to ooze liquid metal, instantly covering his fists. Dragon Golden Armor Martial, fist gloves. This Luji was not fully covered in metal. but only had one fist on. Fist gloves, heavy strike. That slash was directly shattered by Luji, and the fist wind made Tao 2's cloak flutter. At that moment, the knockback Cha Jun charged out again. Luji directly punched the T-Pig in the face. The base directly crashed into the wall of the training ground, creating a huge hole between the walls. T-Pig slowly stood up. Kid, have you heard of hitting people but not hitting faces? The commotion just now attracted a lot of people, and they came directly to the training ground. Navy A, that's Admiral Peach Rabbit and Admiral T-Pig. Navy B, and Admiral Rook. Navy C, he's about to become a general. Navy D, it looks like they are fighting, and Admiral Rook is up against the other two. At this moment, Sengoku and the others also arrived. Crane, I said Peach Rabbit would definitely not back down. Zephyr, T-Pig too, they've both been waiting for years. Sengoku, this is a matter of strength. They will submit after this battle. At this time, Karp came over with a pile of popcorn. Karp, do you guys want some? The three exchanged glances and then took some directly. Karp turned around again. Akainu, is the barbecue ready? Kizuru, the popcorn is too stale, Akiji. The ice cola is not cold enough. Akainu was using magma to barbecue. Kizuru was popping popcorn with his ability, and Akiji was preparing ice cola. Karp and the others watched the show while eating. The three of Akainu were working while watching the show. At this moment, T-Pig charged towards Rook again. But T-Pig's body began to change. Suddenly, T-Pig's body started to turn into mud. Roadbed, soil-type devil fruit, a lower-tier devil fruit of the rock and soil fruit. Dirt fruit. At this moment, Sengoku and others on stage also saw it. Sengoku, is this the devil fruit that Shibuda found? Crane nodded. Karp, it's also a natural type. Not bad. Kizaru, we're running out of popcorn. Shibuda directly threw out the dirt, trying to trap the roadbed. The corner of the roadbed's mouth revealed a smile. The roadbed slowly raised its right hand, and the soil instantly froze in midair. Loki, does Shibuda not know my devil fruit ability? Then Loki flicked his hand, sending the soil back. Shibuda found himself unable to control it, and the soil wrapped around him. After much effort, he finally managed to retract the soil back into his body. At that moment, Loki clapped his hands. Tree world. Instantly, countless trees sprouted from the ground. Sengoku, the devil fruit hasn't awakened, but it can create terrain that benefits him. Crane, Loki has developed his devil fruit well. Bring me another cold cola. At this time, Loki had already disappeared into the woods. Then, Loki kept darting between Peach Rabbit, Crane, and Shibuda. The two had no way to deal with Loki's sudden attacks. At this moment, Peach Rabbit seemed to think of something. Shibuda, destroy these trees. Shibuda immediately understood, and the two began to frantically destroy the trees. Soon, only the last tree remained, and Loki slowly walked out from within it. Luji smiled. Mushan. Then two identical Lu Jis suddenly appeared. Roadbeds, one on each side. No one should snatch from the other. Soon, the two roadbeds rushed out directly. The real roadbed was watching the show from the side. The audience in the distance was astonished by this maneuver. Before long, the two clones were shattered by Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. At this moment, Peach Rabbit directly unleashed several slashes towards the roadbed. The roadbed directly released several blades of wind. The T-Pig also threw out countless amounts of soil again. The roadbed was struck directly by a bolt of lightning aimed at the T-Pig. Accompanied by two screams, Tao Rabbit and the T-Pig were sent flying. Several wounds appeared on Tao Rabbit's body, and the T-Pig was charred by the strike. Looky, you lost. Then Looky raised his hand again. Holy light. The injuries of Peach Rabbit and T-Pig were immediately healed. After this battle, the Navy recognized Looky's strength. That day, Looky came before Fan Aoka and took out two devil fruits from his pocket. Roadbed. This one is the Superman-type target fruit, and this one is the Superman-type speed fruit. Looky paused for a moment. Both of these devil fruits are very suitable for a sniper, and you should have heard of them. Van Oka nodded, and he thought for a moment. In the end, Van Oka chose the speed fruit, as it could not only improve his shooting skills, but also enhance his close combat abilities. The speed fruit allows the user to control speed, whether it's the user themselves or the enemy, being able to slow down or speed up. Looky then threw the target fruit to Karp, asking him to keep it for now. Soon, the day of the ceremony arrived, and Looky became the 4th Admiral of the Navy. The next day, the Dragon Gods set sail, with their target being the island they had discovered earlier. After 3 days and nights of sailing, the Dragon God finally reached the island. Everyone disembarked. Then, Looky and Sabo activated their abilities simultaneously. In an instant, countless houses rose from the ground, complete with furniture inside. Roadbed, this is the base of our new world. Ace, big brother, why did you build so many houses? Luji, Of course, it's for people to live in, paying attention to the news of the New World. If a country suffers a crisis, we can let some civilians come to live on the island. Then Luji arrived at the edge of the island. Luji looked at the illusion in front of him and saw his hands emitting a strong light. Then, the entire illusion changed. Luji felt that he could control this illusion now. The opening and closing of the illusion, its mode, and the scenery within it were all at Luji's command. Then, Luji directly added an attack feature to the illusion. As soon as a stranger entered, wind blades would fly out from all directions to launch an attack, and vines would sprout from the ground to drive them away. At this moment, Luji received a message instructing him to immediately head to Punk Hazard to support Smoker. Upon receiving the message, Luji quickly made his way there. As soon as he arrived at Punk Hazard, Luji saw the toxic gas covering the entire island. Loki arrived over Panku. This time he came alone, without Ace and the others. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, a large mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then Loki infused the clouds with the holy light of the light fruit. Wherever the raindrops fell, the poisonous gas would be purified. Luji saw a building at that moment. The roadbed burst through the door, and then a group of Navy and the Straw Hat crew came into view. Luffy, what a coincidence. Zoro, Luffy. Navy officer, hey, it's the demon admiral, Luffy. Navy officer B. His strength is particularly formidable. I've heard that even both Peach Rabbit and T-Pig together are no match for Luffy. But at this moment, someone quickly noticed the broken entrance. The roadbed also knows what they want to say. Don't worry, the poison gas outside has dissipated. At this moment, a female swordsman arrived. Zoro's expression immediately changed. Luffy, Guena. Long time no see. Zoro immediately showed a surprised expression. Guena, isn't she dodgy? At this moment, Luffy noticed the 4 swords at Zoro's waist. Wado Ikamanji, Akushui, Sandai Kitetsu, and Yukai's. The roadbed directly brought the snow over. Guena, this knife is for you. It just so happens you don't have a good sword. Guena took the knife. Looky, Guena didn't actually die. She just suffered severe brain trauma and has been in a coma until now. Previously, when I went to the East Sea, I happened to visit Gongshiro and treated Guena, bringing her into the Navy as well. On the other side, Zoro's hands were trembling. Guena, Zoro, long time no see. Zoro still had a look of disbelief on his face. At this moment, Lucky came to Guena's side. Guena, your father said he quite likes this Zoro, and you know what Zoro thinks of you. Then Lucky showed a mischievous smile. Guena immediately blushed and looked down. Zoro, bastard, what are you talking about? Robase, what's wrong? Don't you like Kuina? Then I'll introduce Kuina to Sanji. At this moment, Sanji immediately flew over and hugged Robase. You're really my big brother. Then Sanji wanted to go introduce himself to Kuina. At this time, a slash fell directly in front of Sanji. Sanji's smoke was cut off, and a deep gash appeared on the ground. Zoro, colorful chef, do you want to die? Sanji immediately shrank back, and then Roadbase pushed Zoro in front of Kuina. At this moment, Zoro was already blushing. Luji took out a camera and captured the scene. Find a time to send it to Gung Sailang. At that moment, a cheer came from the Navy side. Virgo slowly walked over. At this time, Virgo raised his hand directly, using his finger gun to attack the nearby Navy. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Virgo's finger. Roadbed, do you believe I can break it for you? Lucy revealed a smile and calmly spoke. Just now, Virgo didn't see Lucy, and the moment Lucy appeared in front of him, Virgo broke out in a cold sweat all over. Virgo, General Lucy, what do you want? How has Doflamingo been doing recently? Lucy did not pay attention to Virgo, but directly asked the question. Virgo's expression became even worse. General Lucci, I don't know what you're talking about. Lucci smiled and then slowly released his hand. Virgo realized he had exposed himself, and suddenly his eyes became sharp. At that moment, Virgo directly launched a spear attack at Lucci. Virgo's attack was very sudden, and neither the Navy nor the Straw Hat crew reacted in time. At this moment, that hand once again grasped Virgo's hand. Virgo's spear attack was activated in Lucci's hand, but Lucci remained unharmed, while Virgo's hand felt a painful shock. Luji smiled, then exerted force with his hand, instantly causing a terrible scream from Virgo. Virgo's fingers were crushed to powder by Luji's grip. At that moment, Luji kicked Virgo away again. Luffy looked at the shock in the eyes of the people around him. Virgo was an undercover agent placed in the Navy by Don Quixote Doflamingo. Then Luffy approached Virgo, who was now heavily injured. Lucky groped around him and quickly took out a heart. Then he left with Virgo, and soon Lucky and Virgo came before a person. Luji, the heart is yours, and this person is also handed over to you. That person is Luo. Thank you, General Luji. Luffy waved his hand and then found Smoker, telling him about Virgo. After that, Luffy stomped his foot and shattered the floor. Next, Luffy was going to find a major villain. Soon, Luffy arrived at the underground scrapyard of Punk Hazard. The roadbed directly released a domineering sight, and in an instant, a dragon-shaped creature appeared. The embankment flew directly over. From afar, the embankment saw a small pink dragon. Luji couldn't help but laugh. Finally found you, Tazizu. The roadbed jumped directly over and captured Momonosuke. Momonosuke, who are you? Roadbase, you don't need to know. At this moment, Roadbase carefully looked at the small dragon in his hand. Then a light flickered in his hand. Yin and Yang harmony. In an instant, a bright light flew out from the body of the pink dragon in Roadbase's hand and transformed into a small boy. This was the bright side of Momonosuke, while the devil fruit was on the dark side. Then, he grabbed Black Momonosuke's hand and applied force, causing Black Momonosuke to die directly in Roadbase's hands. Luji directly threw Black Peach into the devouring space and then threw in a fruit. After that, Luji whispered a few words in Peach's ear. Then, Luji took out a blade from the nearby garbage pile. To practice divine skills, one must first castrate oneself. What use do I have for you? Then, with a swift motion, he brought down the knife, and a small carrot flew out. Luffy immediately used the holy light to stop the bleeding for Peach. From then on, there was a boy in the pirate world who refused to hug girls. Benefactor, men and women should not touch each other. At that moment, a figure flew down, and it was Luffy. Then, with an explosion, Luffy landed. At that time, Luffy also saw Luffy, and Luffy directly took him up into the air. At this moment, Luffy once again released his observation haki. Then, Luffy found the target he was looking for, a group of giant children. Luffy threw Peach Blossom to the ground, and it quickly transformed into a flash and disappeared. Soon, Luffy appeared in front of a group of children, but this group of children was very large. They were currently chasing a little girl in front who was holding candy. Luffy directly approached the group of children. Chains instantly. Countless metal chains appeared on the ground, directly controlling all the children. Subsequently, Luffy's body emitted a bright light. Holy light soon. The children slowly regained consciousness, just as Chopper, Nami, and Robin arrived. Chopper saw this scene and ran straight towards Luffy. Chopper, I'm glad you made it. Luji looked at the tearful Chopper. So cute. Having a reserve like this is not bad. Chopper was overjoyed to hear the first sentence, but the second sentence made him break free from Luji's embrace. At this moment, Kai's in the control room saw this scene on the monitor and revealed an evil smile. Kai's directly activated the poison gas system in the base, and countless poison gases were suddenly sprayed out. Luji's eyes narrowed at the scene. In such a cramped environment, he couldn't purify the toxic gas. With no other choice, he could only lead everyone to escape. At this moment, Caesar had already confronted Luffy. The crew sent Chopper and the others to a safe area, and then headed straight to Luffy. At that moment, Caesar was boasting about his connections. Suddenly, a voice came through, mocking, with that little bit of backing you're still showing off? Then, a figure emerged from the darkness, and it was none other than Luffy. Luji, Luffy's grandfather is Karp. His father is the Revolutionary Dragon. His second brother is Fire Fist Ace. His third brother is Dragon Claw Sabo. And his master is the Dark King Rayleigh. Among them, there are two who have a good relationship with Luffy, and Luffy's girlfriend is Hancock. Caesar on the side was already shocked. He was scared by Luffy's background. At this moment, Luji spoke again. Also, I am Luffy's older brother, Monkey D. Luji, a Marine Headquarters Admiral. Codenamed Demon. As he spoke, a charming smile appeared on Luji's lips. The roadbed had long controlled the hidden phone bug, and just now, what Luffy said was not recorded. Soon, Luffy sent Caesar flying, and Luji also disappeared. He was no longer needed here, and then Luji directly appeared on the island's coast. Soon, Luji saw two people, and he immediately recognized them. They were Doflamingo's subordinates, Buffalo and Baby 5. Then a smile appeared on Luji's face. At that moment, a steel giant walked out from ship. Luji's eyes lit up immediately. Transformers, General Frankie. Every boy would get excited upon seeing this. This is the joy of boys. At this moment, Frankie was already fighting with Buffalo. However, the two were no match for Frankie at all. Just then, Luffy and his crew rushed out from the base. Seeing the situation was dire, Buffalo and Baby immediately fled. At this time, Usopp and Nami stepped forward. One summoned lightning, while the other directly launched stones and sea stone handcuffs, instantly taking down Buffalo and Baby, and even Caesar, who attempted to escape, was captured. It was party time. Luji also noticed that the modified Momonosuke was actually afraid of women. even saying that Nami was a she-devil and Robin was a black-hearted woman. Fortunately, Zoro and Frankie were holding him back. Otherwise, Momonosuke would have been done for. Luji was treating each child, and even the incredible Luji was sweating. Soon, every child received treatment. Although their physical forms hadn't recovered, their lifespans and physical conditions had improved. Soon, the children boarded the ship to be sent back. The Navy raised their blockade and instilled in the children that pirates were evil, and the Navy was just. Luji couldn't help but laugh when he saw their expressions. These words were not only meant for the children, but also for themselves. At that moment, Luji stepped forward. There's no need for that. Liking something is just liking it. It can't be changed. He then turned back to the children. But don't become pirates. The children nodded. They knew that this big brother had saved them as well. Soon, the ship carrying the children set sail. And on the other side, Luffy was also about to leave. At this moment, Luji arrived in front of the base and casually summoned a dark cloud. He then added holy light to it and controlled the rain to pour directly into the base. Soon, the toxic mist inside the base was cleared, and the Navy entered to rescue those trapped by the toxic fog. The Foundation also followed in. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, and it was Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo directly unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing countless Marines to faint instantly, and then he began a one-sided massacre. At this time, a smoke fist came flying in, and the person was Smoker. The two instantly engaged in battle, but Smoker was no match for Doflamingo at all. Smoker was quickly defeated, and other Marines who tried to help were also knocked away. Smoker charged at Doflamingo again, but was knocked back once more. This time, Smoker no longer had the strength to resist. Doflamingo then sat on Smoker, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, a voice came through. Doflamingo, do you dare move? Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. He would never forget that voice in his life. However, a wicked smile appeared on Doflamingo's face. He then directly attacked Smoker. Rebellious boy. Suddenly, the ground became metallic, and Doflamingo was trapped in the metal. But soon, Doflamingo broke free. The devil fruit has awakened? He looked at the Foundation in shock. Lucky didn't say anything, and he wasn't sure if the devil fruit had awakened. He felt that the devil fruit could still be further developed. At that moment, Doflamingo directly distanced himself from Lucky. Luffy, don't worry, I won't catch you. The one who will defeat you next is Luffy. Then Luffy lazily walked to the side. However, if you dare to make a move against the Navy, I won't mind killing you in advance. Doflamingo swallowed hard and finally left with Buffalo and the others. Luffy came to Smoker's side to heal him. Soon, Smoker was fully revived. At this point, Luffy greeted Smoker and left. Before long, Luffy returned to Dragon God Island, which was the Strange Island. By this time, many residents had already arrived on the island. The base was directly established at the Navy base on Dragon God Island. This was something Luffy had begged for a long time in front of Sengoku. Otherwise, Luffy wouldn't have dared to casually build a Navy base. At this moment, Luffy received news again, asking him to organize Doflamingo's little moves in Dressrosa. However, another message came in. Kaido had sent Jack and Queen to Dressrosa, warning Luffy and the others to be careful. The road base summoned everyone, and the Dragon Gods set sail directly. After a period of sailing, a group of people finally arrived at Dressrosa. Luji, I'm late, because by this time, the place was already in disarray, and fighting was still going on in the distance. The Navy was already here, but there was no commanding officer to lead them. The roadbed directly pulled a person and asked, "Which Navy are you from? Where is your commander?" "Navy, we're the Navy on a mission nearby, and our commander was killed in the recent battle." Foundation, the name of the commander. Navy, Major Kaidi. Roadbed, remember all the names of the sacrificed Navy. Navy, who are you? Luffy, Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Demon Luffy. Then Luffy suddenly disappeared from the spot. At that moment, the birdcage appeared. The Foundation, it started. Doflamingo. Ruggy's face became serious. At this time, Ace and the others were also going around to help. Just then, Ruggy saw the broken-legged Cyrus. The Foundation directly released holy light towards him in the air. In an instant, Cyrus's broken leg slowly grew back. At this moment, countless white lines descended, beginning to control people to kill each other. The expression in Luji's eyes narrowed. Dark Wave instantly caused countless threads to break, and Luji had already arrived in front of Doflamingo. At this moment, Luffy and Law also arrived here. The subgrade directly gives way to the position. The roadbed, it's up to you, Luffy. Luffy nodded, and then Luji disappeared again. The battle intensified, and Luji stood directly in the air. Instantly, centered around Luji, an overwhelming aura was released. The Conqueror's haki was activated. In an instant, countless people fainted. At this moment, Luji instructed the Navy to move the fainted people to the center point, as the birdcage was still shrinking. Just then, Doflamingo flew out, and Luffy emerged in his fourth gear, bound man state. Soon, the two began to fight again, while Zoro completed his name and instantly slashed Pika. However, Luffy's fourth gear time was quickly running out. The roadbed directly entered a weakened state. At this moment, everyone began to help Luffy buy time. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Luffy. Luffy looked up. Big brother, rest well for 10 minutes. Luffy nodded. Luffy can be treated, but his stamina can only rely on himself. At this moment, Doflamingo directly charges at Luffy. The ground of the roadbed suddenly changed, directly becoming metallic. Then, the roadbed waved its hand, and in an instant, countless metals wrapped around Doflamingo. However, Doflamingo quickly broke free. At this moment, the roadbed moved. Luffy kicked Doflamingo into the air. Then, countless wooden vines appeared behind Luffy. Demon vine tunder. Instantly, numerous vines attacked Doflamingo, infused with the power of lightning. Doflamingo could only keep dodging, his face serious and devoid of the smile he had at the beginning. Luffy was not using his full strength now. If he did, Doflamingo would have already been defeated. Luffy once again sent Doflamingo flying, but did not injure him. At that moment, a surge of momentum erupted from behind Luffy. The roadbed gave a charming smile. I'll leave it to you. Soon after, the fourth gear Elastic Man Luffy made his appearance again. At this moment, Zoro and the others were holding off the birdcage. Luffy directly approached them. Make way. Then, Luffy's hands appeared with black flames. Dark flame. In an instant, Doflamingo's birdcage was ignited and began to extend at an incredible speed. In the end, Doflamingo was defeated by Luffy's powerful move. Luffy arrived in front of Doflamingo first. He had quite large eyes, yet he was wearing sunglasses. Doflamingo's eyes could be compared to violets. At this moment, the true king of Dressrosa, Riku, was surrounded by the people. Then, Luffy arrived with a group of Navy officers. The Navy immediately knelt on the ground, and Luffy also bowed down and knelt. He then expressed his apologies to King Riku. In fact, it wasn't the Navy's fault. All these mistakes were caused by the world government. King Riku immediately helped Luffy up. At that moment, Luffy waved his hand, and instantly, beams of light illuminated the ground. Soon, everyone's injuries were healed. King Riku expressed his gratitude, and Luffy said it was what he should do. Unknowingly, several days passed. The Straw Hat crew was about to leave. However, at this moment, Luffy stopped Luffy. He wanted to test Luffy's strength. Luji, Ace, you guys go try against others. The Dragon God crew nodded, and then all except for Xiao launched their attacks. Of course, it wasn't just the Straw Hat crew they were up against. There were also Luffy's little fans. On the other side, Luffy charged directly towards Luji. The roadbed directly flung its hand, and countless metal spikes flew towards Luffy in an instant. Luffy keeps dodging. At this moment, Luji speaks up. Luffy, use Gear 4th and show me your strength. Luffy nodded, then activated Gear 4th, Bound Man. He directly swung his fist towards Luji. Luji did not dodge and directly took the punch head-on. He was then sent flying. However, Luji quickly got up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Okay, but not enough. The roadbed kicked Luffy, who was in fourth gear, flying. Then with a strong push of his legs, he shot out and landed a punch directly on Luffy's abdomen. At that moment, Luffy's body instinctively erupted with Conqueror's haki. Luffy didn't expect to unleash his Conqueror's haki. Luffy was also taken aback. This time, the Conqueror's haki was released instinctively. At this moment, Luffy's brother also unleashed his Conqueror's haki. A clash occurred between a dark golden and a red Conqueror's haki. Luji's face broke into a smile. Luffy thought to himself, no wonder he has the protagonist's halo. Such amazing progress. At that moment, Luffy charged towards Luffy again. The road base directly collided with Luffy's fist with a sidekick. In an instant, a loud sound erupted, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, and then Luffy was sent flying. Afterward, Luffy slowly got back on his feet, and at this moment, he had already released Gear 4th. The roadbed shook off the leg that had just attacked. It hurts a bit. At that moment, a huge figure appeared. Roadbed, Choba, Monster Enhancement. At this moment, another candle giant appears. Tino. Then the two giants begin their battle. On this side, Luffy also stops fighting, and now he can barely stand up. At this time, a pirate ship appears not far from the sea. Luji's eyes narrowed. Then he looked at Xiao beside him. Uncle, I'll leave this to you for now. Xiao nodded, and then Luji flew out directly. Luffy quickly arrived in front of the pirate ship, and he was indeed not mistaken. it was Jack and Quinn. Quinn had undergone full body modifications, and now his strength was at the Vice Admiral level. On the other hand, Jack was even weaker, a complete failure in battle. At this moment, Jack and Quinn also spotted Luffy. Loki, what's wrong, Jack? Do you still want to go sit in Malenvondo? Jack's face turned pale. Suddenly, Loki disappeared and quickly reappeared in front of Jack. Jack felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then he was thrown out. At that moment, Loki came before Quinn again. The roadbed kicked directly on Quinn's head. Quinn spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Roadbed, this is how you fainted? That's too weak. At this moment, Jack has already rushed over. Luji had kicked out without saying a word, and in an instant, Jack flew out again. With a loud crash, Jack hit the railing and then passed out. At that moment, Luji unleashed his Conqueror's haki, and instantly, everyone on the ship fell unconscious. The roadbed came before Jack. Luffy stroked his chin and then broke into a mischievous smile. After that, he returned to Dressrosa, where the battle between the Dragon God and the Straw Hats had already ended, with the Dragon God crew emerging victorious. At that moment, Luffy flew back holding 2 ivory tusks. Luji, Ace, that's good. Put it in my room as a decoration. Ace nodded and then took the ivory. After that, Luji left. Luffy, I will take a step now, and later Ace will send you. After saying that, Luji walked away, and soon he arrived in front of the hospital. At this time, several Navy officers surrounded the area. The embankment went straight in, and as soon as it entered, it saw the real man, the roadbed came before him. Let me accompany my wife. Okay? Luj looked at the woman on the hospital bed. Holy light. Soon the woman slowly began to wake up. Luffy looked at Senior. Take care of your wife. Senior has already been killed by me. After that, Luffy turned and left, taking the nearby navy with him. At this time, the Straw Hat crew had already set sail. Meanwhile, the unconscious queen had woken up and looked at Jack beside him. Why did Jack seem to have changed? Suddenly, he thought of something. Jack, your ivory is gone. At that moment, Jack also woke up and immediately felt pain in his face. He then realized what Queen had shouted. Where's my tooth? After that, Jack fainted again. On the other side, Luffy was also taking Don Quixote da Flamingo to Impel Down. After several days of sailing, they finally arrived at Impel Down. Luffy handed Da Flamingo over to Magellan. After that, Luffy returned to Marineford. Luffy arrived at the office of the Warring States, as usual, then went to the cemetery to check on Khalifa and the others. Finally, Luffy returned to his villa. Soon, Dasky got the news and also came. After staying in Marinvondo for a few days, Luffy left. Before long, Luffy arrived at Dragon God Island. At this time, an unexpected visitor came to Dragon God Island. The newcomer broke through the illusion with a knife and walked in step by step. At this moment, Luffy also arrived there. Olmi, what brings you here? Mihawk had a black line on his forehead. Don't call me Olmi, all right? Olmi, no problem, Olmi. In the end, Mihawk got used to it. I was attacked and came here to take refuge. The Foundation was directly shocked. Who else can provide you refuge? Mihawk, the Celestial Dragons, and the CP organization with the strength of 2 admirals. Roadbed, why? Mihawk, the Celestial Dragons want me to be their slave. Roadbed, I didn't expect them to even take action against the 7 warlords. Mihawk, the Celestial Dragons don't care about these things. Luji nodded. He had witnessed the shamelessness of the Celestial Dragons. Then Lugia took Mihawk to find a place to stay. At this moment, a ship appeared on the sea not far from Dragon God Island. Sir, Mihawk ran in this direction. The Celestial Dragons said, Isn't there an island ahead? Let's go take a look. The person next to him nodded, and then the ship began to sail towards Dragon God Island. At this time, Lugia also sensed it. Luo Ji, old me, the people chasing you have arrived. Then, Luo Ji brought Mihawk to the seaside, where they saw a luxurious ship in the distance. Mihawk, that's right. It's them. Luo Ji then whistled. Instantly, all members of the Dragon God ship gathered. Ice Seal, the sea surface was instantly frozen. The Dragon God crew moved forward, while Luo Ji took out a devil fruit. Subgrade, let's give it another try. Luji took a bite of the devil fruit, and in an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted. At that moment, Ximu's voice came through. Are you out of your mind? Your body can't handle this devil fruit at all. Do you want to explode? The Saint Lord said, What a reckless little brat. Hurry up, let's work together to suppress this devil fruit. Then, the 8 great demons acted simultaneously, and slowly Luji began to feel the power within his body dissipating. At that moment, the Saint Lord's voice came through again. Kid, the energy from this devil fruit has been expelled. Your body can no longer withstand the energy of any other devil fruit. The roadbed nodded. This devil fruit belonged to Momonosuke. It was created by Vegapunk using Kaido's lineage factor. Roadbed, It seems I really can't eat devil fruits anymore. Luffy shook his head and then directly threw away the devil fruit he had taken a bite of. He flew straight towards the Celestial Dragon's ship. At this moment, the people from the Dragon God ship had already boarded. Celestial Dragon, what do you want? I'm a Celestial Dragon. Just then, Luffy appeared with a smile. Celestial Dragon? I've killed over 30 Celestial Dragons, so you're not a big deal. At that moment, the Celestial Dragon was completely frightened by Luffy. Then, a member of the CP organization stepped in front of the Celestial Dragon. Sorry, Admiral Luffy. We didn't know it was you. We will leave right away. The Celestial Dragon's ship quickly changed course, while Luffy and his crew stood on the ice watching. Then they went back, and Mihawk stayed on Dragon God Island. That day, Luffy and Mihawk were having a spar. Mihawk sent a slash flying towards Luffy. Luffy shattered the slash with a direct punch, then unleashed several wind blades. Mihawk continuously used his black sword, Knight, to block, and instinctively took a few steps back. Dragon Gold Armor Warrior Gauntlets. Luffy charged directly at Mihawk, his fist colliding with Mihawk's sword. The attacks from both sides clashed, creating a shockwave in an instant. Mihawk, Luffy, bring out your full power. The road base jumped directly to a distance. As you wish. Then the road base struck a pose. Gloves moved the ground. The fist of the roadbed even created a sonic boom, and Mihawk lifted it directly. With a loud explosion, Mihawk was sent flying out, and even the black blade, Yoru, slipped from his hand. The roadbed came to Mihawk's side. Holy Light then directly lifted Mihawk up. Mihawk, how did you get so strong? Kid? Subgrade. I don't know either. Mihawk picked up the knight. Let's go drink, it's on you, kid. Luffy directly placed his arm on Mihawk's shoulder. No problem. By nightfall, Luffy thought again about the Holy Lord and what he had said. Kid, being able to eat 4 devil fruits is entirely because of those 4 statues. If you eat any more now, your body won't be able to handle it and will explode. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Roadbed, come in. Ace walked in holding a devil fruit. Big brother, I found this in the forest. Looking at the fruit, Luji recognized it as the one that almost caused him to explode. Put this devil fruit away. Someone will be suited for it. Ace nodded and then stored the devil fruit. At that moment, Luji's transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi. Sengoku. Luji, this is Admiral Sengoku. You need to return to Marineford immediately. Luji, okay. Then Luji hung up the phone directly. Luji said a word to Ace, and then turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Soon, Luji returned to Marineford and went directly to the office. Marshal, what happened? Sengoku replied. Blackbeard Teach suddenly appeared in the Holy Land and killed several celestial dragons. And he also stole multiple devil fruits. Roadbed, Tiki, do you want me to capture him? Warring states. No, I'm warning you to be careful. According to intelligence, Blackbeard wants to take back Vanoka. Subgrade. Okay, I understand. Warring states, be cautious in everything. Luji nodded, and at that moment, Zhongwu took out something. This is for you, the legendary weapon, Dragon Soldier. He then directly threw it to Luji. Lui, a stick? Warring states. I'm not very familiar with this thing either. You should figure out yourself. After that, Luji took the Dragon Soldier and left the office. Returning to Dragon God Island. Once back at his residence, Luji took out the Dragon Soldier. At this moment, the voice of the Holy Master came through. Kid, this weapon is quite strange. Try to communicate with it. Luji nodded, then closed his eyes to carefully sense the dragon weapon. Soon, he opened his eyes again. This weapon was extraordinary. It could change according to the user's thoughts. Then, Luji dripped a drop of blood onto the dragon weapon. In an instant, the dragon weapon emitted a powerful light, and then it transformed into a dark golden staff. The moment the thought crossed the mind of the roadbed, the Dragon Soldier instantly transformed into a ring. The roadbed was directly brought to hand. At this moment, Fan Oka walked into the roadbed's office. Boss, it seems Blackbeard has arrived. Roadbed, I know, can he find you? Van Oka, yes, he has my life card. Luji nodded. Don't worry, you are my partner. No one can take you away. Then Luji disappeared again. At this moment, Luji arrived at the seaside, where a pirate ship appeared not far away. Luji laughed directly and said that was really fast. The pirate ship was indeed the ship of the Blackbeard pirates. Luji directly whistled. In an instant, several shadows flew over, and the newcomers were none other than the crew of the Dragon God. Roadbed, Van Oka, give them a shot. Van Oka immediately took out his sniper rifle. Then he aimed and fired directly. In an instant, a bullet flew out. The bullet accelerated at an unbelievable speed. Invisible to the naked eye, the giant wolf's body on the pirate ship was pierced through. Shiryu, Captain, it seems our sniper fired at us. Burgess, what is Van Oka doing? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach's face was particularly serious. What's going on? At this time, The sea was freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Teach, Akiji? Impossible. He should be in the Grand Line. How could he come to the New World? At this moment, Roadbed and the others also rushed over. Looky, long time no see, Teach. Teach. General Looky, long time no see. Roadbed, what are you doing here? Teach, of course, I'm here to pick up my crew, Van Oka. Roadbase, sorry, Van Oka is now my partner, so please leave now. Teach, impossible. Then Teach looked at Van Oka. Van Oka, I'm sorry, I've turned over a new leaf, and now I'm a crew member of Roadbase. Blackbeard immediately flew into a rage, exuding a powerful aura centered around him. Conqueror's haki activated. Luji smiled, then released a powerful aura. The two Conquerors' haki clashed instantly. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Luji. It was Burgess, the captain of the Blackbeard pirates' first ship. At that moment, a figure flew out beside Luji. What do you want? Sabo directly countered with a dragon claw, and the two collided, creating a shockwave. Then another figure rushed out, the captain of the second ship, Shiryu. This time, Joseph moved. Are you trying to cause trouble? Joseph or Johnny could easily fight Shiryu now, and it was clear that the titles of Sword Saint and Sword God were not just empty words. The right hand of Blackbeard was suddenly enveloped in a sphere of light. Blackbeard said, Admiral Luji, come and taste my new move. He then threw a punch forward. Instantly, the space began to shatter, and a powerful force surged towards Luji and the others. The roadbed raised its right hand directly. Dark Realm. In an instant, that power began to be devoured. Luffy, Blackbeard, did you forget about my devil fruit ability? Blackbeard was initially taken aback, but then realized that Luffy's dark fruit, like his own dark fruit, could absorb the attacks of many devil fruits. At that moment, Luffy moved and, without Blackbeard reacting in time, landed a punch on his stomach. In an instant, Blackbeard spat out blood and staggered back several meters. Roadbed, Blackbeard, you should use your full strength, otherwise you will die. Luffy couldn't believe that Blackbeard was this weak. After all, Blackbeard could fight evenly with Shanks and even leave a scar on his face. Moreover, Blackbeard was a Yonko, and his strength should not be underestimated. At that moment, black flames erupted from Blackbeard's body. Ha ha ha, Admiral Luffy, as you wish. In an instant, Blackbeard disappeared, and suddenly Luffy felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by his entire body being sent flying. However, Luffy quickly stabilized himself, though blood was still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Luffy, as expected of the fifth Emperor of the Sea, your strength is not to be underestimated. Blackbeard, haha, Admiral Luffy, today you will surely die. Luji, you can give it a try. Longjin Zhao Wu armed. Then Luji rushed directly towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard directly exchanged punches with Luji. In an instant, a shockwave was produced, and the ship's deck began to crack. The strength and momentum of both began to surge. Blackbeard, it's a must that you've made such rapid progress. I should have killed you back then to eliminate future troubles. Rhodey, now I know it's too late. Blackbeard, it's not too late. I can still kill you now. Suddenly, Blackbeard's aura surged again, causing Rhodey to retreat a few steps before finally stabilizing himself. With both of their fists still clashing, Blackbeard's strength is already formidable, and with the addition of two powerful devil fruits, Rhodey felt a bit uneasy. Moreover, Blackbeard surely has hidden cards. After all, Blackbeard will definitely have a showdown with Luffy, and it's known that Luffy possesses the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the Nika form, which suggests that Blackbeard's strength is likely above that of Big Mom or Kaido. At this moment, Rhodey suddenly distanced himself from Blackbeard, raising both hands. One side radiated brilliant light, while the other was engulfed in endless darkness. Feeling the two forces in his hands, Rhodey couldn't help but complain internally. I must be the foolish protagonist in a silly author's story. With so many abilities, I still can't defeat the four emperors. With that thought, Rhodey didn't stop for a moment. Light and Dark Dragon Godwave. In an instant, he clasped his hands together, unleashing a violent force that took the form of a dragon and flew toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard attempted to use the Yami Yami no Mi to devour Rhodey's attack. Just when Blackbeard thought he was safe, a dragon's head pierced through the darkness in front of him. Blackbeard, how is that possible? At this moment, Rhodey's voice floated over. Blackbeard, did you forget that my devil fruit is the superior version of the Yami Yami no Mi? It was only then that Blackbeard realized. But it was already too late. In an instant, Blackbeard was sent flying several meters, with 100-fold pain spreading through his body. This was the side effect of the Yami Yami no Mi. At this moment, Rhodey's figure moved again. The roadbed soared directly into the air, and in an instant, both hands of the roadbed gathered a ball of lightning. Thunderstorm Luji directly threw a lightning ball at Blackbeard, and in an instant, Blackbeard was engulfed in electricity. Not only was his body charred black, but he even emitted a delicious aroma of roasted meat. Then, Luji flipped his right hand, and Blackbeard immediately felt a surge of pressure. He slowly stood up, but he was already drenched in sweat. Gravity. Lujia's mouth softly uttered these two words. And at that moment, Blackbeard on the deck felt the pressure intensifying. Finally, Blackbeard let out a loud roar, and in an instant, a sound of shattering came. The pressure on Blackbeard vanished instantly, and Lugia slowly descended. At this moment, Lugia waved his hands, and countless wind blades flew towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, unaware of what was happening, suddenly found himself covered in numerous wounds, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. However, Blackbeard quickly got back up, and his aura surged once again. Suddenly, Blackbeard vanished from his spot, and then a loud sound erupted next to Lugia. Blackbeard was at Lugia's side, ready to launch a surprise attack, but it seemed there was an invisible barrier protecting Lugia. Wing shield. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky, which soon turned into hail. Blackbeard did not notice anything unusual, as the weather in the New World was already quite bizarre. Heaven's punishment. Luji gently uttered two words, and in an instant, hailstones rushed towards Blackbeard, moving at a speed comparable to bullets. Blackbeard's face changed dramatically, and he quickly used the dark fruit to absorb the attack. At that moment, the hailstones in the sky grew larger, now about the size of a person. Blackbeard was also taken aback by the scene before him. However, when he saw the corner of Luji's mouth curl up, he immediately guessed that this was all Luji's doing. At that moment, 4 more Lujis appeared beside him. Would clone. The 5 Lujis then surrounded Blackbeard. They simultaneously raised their right hands, and an intense heat radiated from the 5 of them. Scorching flame explosion. In an instant, 5 waves of high-temperature shock waves surged towards Blackbeard, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Blackbeard was already lying on the ground. Just when Luji thought everything was over, a hand pierced through Luji's abdomen. Luji spat out a mouthful of blood, and that hand was indeed Blackbeard's hand. Although Blackbeard was now completely charred, he showed no signs of being seriously injured. Blackbeard. Admiral Luji, you hit me so hard. Blackbeard's face became increasingly grotesque. At that moment, Luji's abdomen was visibly healing at a rapid pace, and the wound quickly disappeared. Both Luji and Blackbeard moved at the same time, beginning to collide continuously. Their speeds even creating sonic booms. They even began to leave afterimages. The onlookers, without the use of observation haki, could hardly see their figures. Their attacks grew increasingly rapid, with no signs of slowing down. At this moment, Luji jumped back and placed both hands on the ground. Tree World. Instantly, countless trees sprouted on Blackbeard's deck. Tree World. Ghost Vine. This was a combination of 2 attacks, and in an instant, the trees all sprouted vines that continuously attacked Blackbeard. Such an attack was something Blackbeard could neither evade nor defend against. The assault was too dense and too swift. Suddenly, a change occurred. As one tree after another began to topple, Blackbeard began to attack the trees, braving the assault of the ghost vines. Meanwhile, Luji was not idle either. A small tornado appeared in Luji's hand, which began to flicker with electricity. Tornado, thunder. This was a combination of the howling wind and Luji's power. Finally, Blackbeard knocked down all the trees, and at that moment, Luji hurled the tornado forward. Instantly, Blackbeard was sucked into it. Luji immediately conjured a gust of wind, instantly replenishing his depleted stamina. At this time, Blackbeard also used the powers of the dark fruit to escape from within. Blackbeard. Admiral Luji, let's call it a day. We'll meet again. Then, the Blackbeard pirates departed. Blackbeard did not dare to confront Luji head-on, whether it was the devil fruit or their physical abilities. Luji was nearly on par with him, even surpassing him. At this moment, Luji exhaled, having nearly exhausted all his trump cards, and he had only managed to reach a stalemate with Blackbeard. Suddenly, Luji spotted the pirate flag of the Blackbeard pirates. 3 heads? Pirate flags generally depict characteristics of the captain. Luffy straw hat, Whitebeard's beard, Shanks scar. Loki, Blackbeard teach, how many secrets do you really have? Afterwards, Loki led the crew of the Dragon God back to Dragon God Island. The battle between Luffy and Blackbeard was also spread widely. This fight made both Luffy and Blackbeard more famous, especially Luffy. The title of the Devil King overshadowed Akainu and the others. On the other hand, Luffy didn't care about any of this. Luffy found Vegapunk with the artificial devil fruit. Luffy, hey old man, help me out. Vegapunk, What do you need help with? Since the first time Luffy met Vegapunk, he has never changed how he addressed him, and Vegapunk has gradually accepted this title. The roadbed took out the devil fruit and the dragon soldier. Can you help merge them? Vegapunk, how did this devil fruit end up with you? Roadbed, a coincidence obtained from Caesar. Vegapunk nodded, then took the devil fruit and dragon soldier from roadbed. The success rate is not very high. Luoyi nodded. Otbai, go ahead and do it. Xiaofeng helplessly covered his head, thinking it was really damn adolescent. Then Luoji started to wander around the laboratory. Before they knew it, a day had passed, and at that moment, Xiaofeng appeared holding a ring. All right, let's go. Luji quickly took the ring. Thanks, Old Bay. After that, Luji left. Upon returning to Dragon God Island, Luji went straight to a peak on the island. Lu Jiao looked at the more exquisite ring than before. At that moment, Longbing's aura surged, and a dragon's roar echoed instantly. Soon, a dark golden giant dragon appeared. Although it was not as large as Kaido, it was still considerable in size, just a bit smaller. Longbing seemed to understand, and then let out a few roars. Luji was surprised to discover that he could hear, possibly because the dragon soldier had absorbed his essence blood. He had formed a connection with the dragon soldier. Good job. You're amazing. You can turn into a weapon. At that moment, Luji waved his hand, and the dragon soldier instantly transformed into a staff. Returning to Luji's hand, the surface of the staff changed, and a dragon appeared faintly. Luji smiled, and then transformed Longbing back into a ring. After that, Luji returned to the base, where he saw the documents on the table, and his mind went blank. At that moment, Luji's eyes flickered, and soon Sabo appeared in Luji's office. After a while, Luji returned to his residence, while Sabo kept looking at the documents, cursing Luji in his heart. At this time, Luji's phone bug rang. Luffy picked it up directly. Moses. Warring states. Luffy, the criminals who escaped from Impel Down have appeared in the New World. Go and capture them now. Roadbed. Who? Warring states. Golden Lion Shiki. Roadbed. He escaped from prison again. Warring states. He broke out while Blackbeard was causing chaos in Impel Down, and it seems he's looking for revenge against the Straw Hat Pirates. The Foundation. Okay, I understand. Shiki, the Golden Lion, and Luffy have already finished their fight, and Shiki was once again imprisoned in Impel Down, but unexpectedly escaped again. This time, Shiki has come to the New World specifically to seek revenge on the Straw Hat Pirates. Lucci smiled. Interesting. He then directly summoned the entire crew of the Dragon God and set sail. On the ship, Lucci couldn't help but murmur to himself. The Golden Lion was from the same era as Roger and Whitebeard, once known as the Sea Overlord, and had single-handedly stormed Marineford. His strength was not to be underestimated. Lucci shook his head again, and he was also unfortunate. Encountering Luffy in the movie, wasn't that just a pure experience package? At this time, the Dragon God had already flown into the sky, and since they did not have the Golden Lion's life card, they could only search blindly. On the ship, Enel, Yixiao, Van Oka, and Lucci activated their observation haki to the maximum range in an attempt to locate the Golden Lion. At that moment, Lucci's Den Mushi rang. Roadbed, Moses. Warring states. The New World Maria Island has been attacked, suspected to be by Gold Lion Shiki. Luji understood. The distance between Mali Island and Dragon God Island is not far, so Luji and the others quickly arrived at Mali Island. Seeing the tragic state of Mali Island, Luji could not help but feel a surge of anger. Everywhere were dilapidated houses, some civilian corpses, and severely injured villagers. Looky, Uncle Yixiao, Ainulufanaoka, you continue to search for the Golden Lion, while the others go help the civilians repair their houses and bury the dead. Then Looky flew into the sky, and in an instant, countless rays of light shone down on all the civilians. Holy light! Instantly, all injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace. At this moment, Looky approached a villager. Excuse me, were you attacked by a person with golden hair and legs like two swords? The villager nodded. Which direction did he run? The villager pointed directly east. Looky nodded. At this moment, Sabo and the others had also finished their tasks and boarded the Dragon God ship. Just then, a figure emerged from a dark corner of the island. It was the Golden Lion Shiki they had been searching for. They just smiled. But before they could finish their investigation, they left the ship, missing Shiki by a hair's breadth. At that time, Golden Lion Shiki was holding Sakura Tin and a withered tree branch. Shiki said, "This kid's ability is impressive. It actually made my legs grow back, ha ha ha." After that, Shiki flew directly into the air, heading towards the Dragon God ship. I want this kid. The Golden Lion had his eyes set on Lookie's self-healing ability. At that moment, Shiki touched his head and said, "It feels great to not be restrained, ha ha ha." At this time, Lucky sensed that something was following him. As the roadbed turned, a small island followed behind the Dragon God ship. The Dragon God ship immediately stopped and then turned around. At this point, the island had already arrived in front of the Dragon God ship. The roadbed directly let the Dragon God stop on the island, and at that moment, a person landed on the Dragon God. The newcomer was none other than Gold Lion Shiki. The expression on the roadbed immediately became serious because Shurji's legs had actually healed and the helm on his head had disappeared. Shurji, kid, the one who just emitted that kind of light is you, right? Roadbed, it seems you've also taken the test. Shiki, kid, I'll give you a chance to join my pirate crew. Roadbed, Golden Lion, are you still dreaming? You can't even defeat a little pirate from the East China Sea. Shiki's smile grew increasingly cruel. Luffy, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. The Demon Admiral, Luffy. Shiki's smile completely disappeared. Roadbed, today I'm here to catch you and send you back to the promotion city. Shurji sneered. Kid, are you sure you can defeat me now? Luji, how would you know if you don't give it a try? Back then, you were sent to the promoting city by my grandfather, and not long ago you were sent there again by my younger brother. This time's my turn. Then Luji made a move. Luji charged directly at Shurji, who immediately drew his twin daggers to confront Luji. Luji was astonished to discover Shurji's immense strength. Suddenly, a figure flew out, and that figure was none other than Luji. The roadbed quickly stabilized. The dragon golden armor, armed, instantly covered the roadbed with metallic battle armor. At this moment, the dragon soldier transformed from a ring into a rod. Then, centered around the golden lion, a surge of momentum erupted. The road base erupted instantly, and the Conqueror's haki clashed in an instant. Shiki actually possessed Conqueror's haki himself, but he was bound by the transmission on his head. Both his strength and Conqueror's haki had not reached their peak. However, now that Shiki had broken free from his restraints, his power was incredibly strong. At this moment, Shiki moved, and Sakura, Ten, and Kumu instantly struck towards the road base. Luji immediately used Long Bing to block, and sparks flew as their weapons clashed. At that moment, Luji's eyes emitted lasers. The electric eyes are intimidating. In an instant, a laser shot out, and Shurji quickly reacted, tilting his head to dodge the attack. Shurji, what a peculiar ability. At this time, currents surged through Luji's body, and lightning instantly traveled through the weapon to Shurji. In an instant, Shurji's hair stood on end. Shurji exerted force with both hands and directly sent Luji flying. The roadbed slid along the ground for a distance, and then directly kissed the figure. Luji, are you afraid of electricity? Soon, Longbing began to emit powerful electric currents. Seeing this lightning, Shurji's heart was filled with fear. He was indeed very afraid of thunder and lightning. At this moment, Luji charged towards Shurji again. Shurji touched the ground, and in an instant, countless rocks and soil gathered to form a lion that charged towards Luji. Luji smiled gently, then raised his right hand. In an instant, all the lions turned to dust and merged into the ground. Shurji was initially taken aback, but quickly adjusted his state. He then flew directly to the surface of the sea, and in an instant, countless seawater transformed into lions rushing towards Luji. The right side of Luji's base didn't even drop. Instead, the seawater rushing towards the base directly changed direction and surged towards Shurji. Shurji immediately reacted and then drew his sword, unleashing hundreds of slashes. For Luji, Shurji's swordsmanship was more terrifying than his devil fruit powers. Shurji also realized this and began to launch continuous attacks against Luji. The road base continues to use the dragon soldier for blocking and is constantly counterattacking. The golden lion is still using the power of the devil fruit for sneak attacks. At this moment, the road base lifts the dragon soldier above his head. Dragon soldier, destroy the heavens. The foundation used all its strength to strike at Shurji. In an instant, the deck beneath Shurji shattered, and he fell directly into it. Luji did not stop the attack. He directly struck at Shurji from the side. However, Shurji gave a wicked smile and then kicked out at Luji with one foot. The roadbed was directly thrown out, and it spat out a mouthful of blood. Shurji, it's been a long time since I've kicked someone. Luji, I'm sure you don't have athlete-esque foot. At this moment, Shurji suddenly erupted and charged towards Luji. Luji quickly used the dragon weapon for defense, but was still knocked away by a tremendous force. At that moment, a faint smile appeared on Luji's face. Countless metal chains suddenly emerged from the spot where Luji had just been standing. In an instant, they wrapped around Shurji's legs, and Luji also arrived in front of Shurji. The dragon weapon in his hand transformed from a staff into a sword. Luji directly struck at Shiji's leg, causing Shiji to change his expression in shock. Then he defended with one knife, while fiercely swinging another knife towards Luji. The chest of the roadbed was instantly stabbed, and blood flowed out immediately. The foundation was directly blown away, but soon the wound on the foundation healed. At this moment, Shiji also broke free from the chains. The dragon soldier transformed back into a stick. Shiji, kid, you can never defeat me. The road base, it's not over yet. The strength of the road base surged once again. Divine fury. Shiji was stunned by the sudden increase in strength, and his grip on the knife unconsciously tightened. Soon, the strength of the road base stabilized, and then it charged directly at Shiji. The attacks of the two instantly collided, and at the moment of contact, a crack actually appeared in the sky. Luffy shouted loudly, "Get off my ship!" In an instant, a figure flew out, and it was actually Jinbei. At that moment, Luffy followed suit. Jinbei landed on the ground, stabilizing himself immediately, but his face involuntarily showed a serious expression. By this time, Luffy had already caught up and struck directly at Jinbei with a stick. Instantly, the ground beneath Jinbei shattered. Wood clone. Suddenly, two more Luffys appeared. Although neither of them wielded weapons, they raised their right hands and instantly released energy waves. Scorching flamme explosion. Jinbei was immediately engulfed by the high-temperature energy waves. He couldn't help but let out a scream, and soon the attacks from the clones came to an end. Jinbei was bald, his clothes were tattered, and his skin had turned charred. However, the power of his dual knives against Luffy showed no sign of diminishing. At that moment, Luffy increased his strength again. Surprisingly, Jinbei laughed, slowly moving one of his knives aside, managing to block Luffy's attack with just one knife. Jinbei said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to push me this far." It is speculated that Shiki used the same ability as his own divine wrath. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his strength to surge instantly. Alternatively, Shiki may have never exerted his full strength. Luji couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment. Suddenly, a flash of light from a blade appeared, and in an instant, Luji was sent flying. Blood sprayed from Luji's chest, and his left hand was also severed. Luji covered the wound on his left hand, feeling very surprised. At this moment, Shiji let out a sinister laugh and slowly walked towards Luji. The wound on the roadbed has healed, and the left arm is slowly regenerating. At this moment, the armor of the roadbed undergoes a sudden transformation. The Dragon God armor is armed. Instantly, multiple elements converge on the roadbed, and it speaks again. Tree realm, ghost vines. In an instant, countless trees grow, accompanied by numerous wooden vines. These wooden vines launch a fierce attack on the roadbed. This time, both the power and speed of the attack have reached their peak. The numerous attacks leave Shiji a bit overwhelmed. Suddenly, a massive slash flashes through, and instantly half of the trees disappear. Luji's face showed a serious expression, but his hands did not pause at all. Finally, Shiji cut down all the trees, and at that moment, a black and white dragon had already formed in Luji's hands. Yin-Yang Dragon Got Wave. Luji had just been busy infusing other elements in a long Shenhua. At that moment, Luji directly struck Shiji. The instant he launched the attack, Luji flew into the sky. Shiji's expression tightened, and he quickly used his twin blades for defense. However, he was still sent flying by longbow, resulting in a massive explosion. Half of the empty island vanished instantly. At this moment, Shiji slowly stood up and then flew directly towards Luji in the sky. Thunder. In an instant, lightning flickered around Luji, and Shiji's face showed a look of seriousness upon seeing this scene. Suddenly, the weather in the sky changed, and it began to rain. Luji, Shiji, are you familiar with this kind of weather? This is exactly the kind of weather that led to Shiji's two most devastating defeats. Once he lost to the Pirate King Roger, and once he lost to the future Pirate King Luffy. At this moment, the lightning in Luji's hand exploded even more. Luji's face also revealed a smile, and at that moment, the raindrops in the air grew larger. The Devil Fruit user, Skypiea, began to feel weak. At that moment, Luji directly struck Skypiea with lightning. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning struck Skypiea, who couldn't help but let out a scream. At this time, Luji immediately controlled the water in the air, instantly wrapping Skypiea in it. Skypiea found himself unable to exert any strength. As time went on, Skypiea's consciousness became more and more blurred. The moment Skypiea fainted, Luji released his ability, and Skypiea fell onto the small island. At this moment, Joseph brought over a sea stone chain. The roadbed directly wrapped Shiji in a rice dumpling. At this moment, Shiji woke up and came over. However, He found that he was weak all over and couldn't exert any strength at all. Roadbed. There's no need to struggle. You've already lost. Shiki seemed to accept his fate and laughed out loud. Shiki, do you have a cigar? Luji took out a stick from his pocket and then lit it for Shiji. Shiji took a puff directly, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Roadbed, are you still escaping? Shiki shook his head. This time I want to stay in and impel down until I die. In the end, a genuine smile appeared on Shiki's face, as if he had let go. Back then, when I followed the captain, I had immense ambitions, but gradually they were worn down by time. Legiti nodded. At that moment, Shiji looked at Legiti. I saw Roger's shadow in the Straw Hat Kid, and you have it in you as well. Lugo smiled and then shook his head. Let Luffy be the pirate king. I just want to be free. Soon, the dragon god arrived and impelled down. The golden lion returned to the familiar prison once again. Rogers directly removed Shiki's sea stone chains, and Magellan was about to stop him when Rogers called it off. It didn't matter. He wouldn't escape. Magellan thought for a moment and finally nodded. At this point, Rogers spoke again. Old Mag, whatever Shiki wants, you send it to him, like newspapers or cigars, and I'll regularly send you money. Magellan nodded. Shiki laughed and said, Ha, I like you, little brat. From now on, you will be my friend, the Golden Lion. Luji, haha, no problem. Shortly after, Luji left here. Soon, Luji arrived at Marineford and reported the situation to Sengoku. Sengoku, it seems that the Golden Lion is really getting old. Then the mood shifted. I'm getting old too. When can I retire? Soon, Luji left here. As soon as he came out, Luji saw Ace. Roadbed, Ace? How'd you get here? Ace, we stopped the banquet to ask if the marshal is attending. At this moment, Sengoku, dressed in casual attire, walked out. Let's go. Luffy's face showed a helpless expression. Marshal Sengoku was becoming increasingly unserious. Soon the banquet began, and the barbecue was entrusted to Akainu and Ace, while the others were also busy. Only Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Crane were lying on deck chairs, enjoying snacks. At this time, Luffy was also helping out. He should have been the busiest in the place because of his many abilities. Before they knew it, the night had passed. Luji was extremely exhausted when he returned to the villa and fell asleep immediately. On the other side, Ace and the others were in the same scene. However, when it came to Sengoku, the atmosphere changed. The four of them actually started dancing a square dance. Sengoku said, "You're so young, yet you're this weak." Zifa and the others nodded in agreement. Luffy really wanted to punch each of them, but he couldn't win. Soon, the Dragon God ship set sail from Marineford, and they quickly arrived in the New World. They returned to Dragon God Island. Just as they set foot on the island, Luffy seemed to sense something, and his expression changed. He saw several pirate ships appearing on the sea not far away. Zoro sensed it too. There were a total of 20 ships, and they were not subordinates of the four emperors. The roadbed nodded. Then he looked at Joseph, who had already found their names. The boss is a group of pirates with a total bounty of no more than 300 million. Roadbed, 300 million? How did they get here? At this moment, Joseph spoke up. This pirate group was rampaging, but suddenly disappeared for a while. Luji nodded and then pointed his right hand towards the sea. I seal. In an instant, the surface of the sea was frozen. Luji led the crew of the Dragon God towards the group of pirates. The pirates were taken aback. The first mate said, "Captain, what should we do now?" The captain replied, "How would I know?" A crew member shouted, "Captain, several people are running towards us." The captain looked over and commanded, "Kill them." The pirates immediately drew their swords and charged at the crew. Ace and Sabo smirked wickedly. Then, an overwhelming aura swept over. In an instant, many pirates fell unconscious. At that moment, Joseph and Johnny leaped into the air, unleashing 2 slashes. 2 pirate ships exploded and sank to the bottom of the sea. Old Sand and Enel also attacked. One summoned a tornado, while the other called down several bolts of lightning. Instantly, they struck the pirate ships, and numerous pirate vessels were shattered to pieces. At this time, Luchi and the others charged out as well. The conscious pirates were no match for them. Soon, only the flagship pirate ship remained. On board, only the captain was left. The first mate had just been burned to ashes by Ace. At that moment, the captain sprinkled some white powder into the air, and the scene before Luji and the others instantly changed. Luji noticed that Ace and the others had vanished, leaving only a smile, Joseph, and Johnny in front of him. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo had also separated. Ace was with Luchi, the trio, Van Oka, and Enel, while Sabo was with Old Sand and Bonus. Luji immediately used his observation haki to investigate. It was an illusion, yet it felt real. He then looked over at the smiling uncle beside him. The uncle shook his head. I don't know either, My observation haki can't sense anything. In the real world, Luji and the others had already disappeared, and the captain smiled before vanishing as well. At that moment, Luji thought of someone, Shanks' adopted daughter, Yuta. In the original work, her abilities were incredibly powerful, and it took both Luffy and the red-haired Shanks to defeat her. Luji has seen Yuta a few times, and Yuta affectionately calls Luji brother. However, Yuta suddenly disappeared. Luffy once asked Shanks, but Shanks didn't say anything. Luffy had also searched according to the original plot, but it was all in vain. This time, Luffy thought of Yuta's ability, which can trap the opponent's soul in a world she created. However, Luffy could clearly feel that he was not a soul entity, but a real physical being. He speculated that this pirate might also be a devil fruit user, and his power was similar to Yuta's. Even beyond Yuta's devil fruit, Ace and Sabo should also be trapped in the illusion. At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Luffy and the others. This person also appeared before Ace and Sabo. This person was the pirate captain they encountered. Today, you all must die. Then, the figure began to change, instantly transforming into a giant muscular monster. Luffy took the lead and charged forward, with Joseph and Johnny rushing up directly to engage in battle with the pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy was searching for a way to break free from the illusion. However, it wasn't long before Joseph and Johnny flew back, both spitting out blood. At that moment, a pirate charged towards the two, but was instantly blocked by a knife. Luffy, Uncle, hold on for a moment. Luffy nodded, then began to fight against the pirates. On the other side, Ace and Sabo were also battling the pirates. The strength of this pirate was firmly at the admiral level, and Ace and Sabo were struggling, but they could still hold their own against him. At this moment, Luffy was still carefully searching for a flaw in this illusion. However, everything here was exactly like reality, and he couldn't find even a tiny crack. At that moment, Luffy seemed to have thought of something, and then his body emitted a surge of soul power. Soul out. Luffy directly used the Saint Lord's sheep talisman, and in an instant, Luffy's soul left his body. At that moment, he found the gap in this illusion, which surprisingly was located on the pirate's body. Subsequently, Luffy's soul returned to his body. Road base. Uncle Lee smiled and cut him down. Uncle Lee nodded, then increased his strength, and his power surged, instantly cutting the pirate in half. The space began to twist, and Road Base and the others returned directly to the real world. At this time, Ace and Sabo also emerged. The pirate appeared before them. I didn't expect you to escape. Then the pirate's strength began to surge. I am a user of the illusion devil fruit. Do you think I only have this little ability? Luji smiled, and then told Xiao and the others not to intervene. After that, Luji charged directly at the pirate. In addition to the skills just mentioned, the pirate's illusion fruit could also temporarily elevate the host's strength to that within the illusion. Now the pirate's strength was even greater than that in the illusion. The ground shook as Luji's fist collided with the pirate's, instantly creating a shockwave. However, the pirate was forced back a few steps while Luji remained firm in place. At that moment, the space around Luji began to distort, and in an instant, the scene changed. Yet, Luji showed no signs of panic. He simply opened his right hand and reached to the side. The pirate's punch, which was about to hit Luji, was abruptly stopped. Luji then exerted force with his right hand, instantly throwing the pirate away. The pirate crashed into the deck, creating a large hole. At that moment, Luji flashed above the pirate, and his right hand was crackling with lightning. Thunder. In an instant, the pirate was struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him charred all over. Luji then extended his right hand again. Scorching flamme explosion. A wave of high-temperature energy surged towards the pirate. The pirate raised both arms to defend, but the energy wave pierced right through. The pirate's arms were severed, and Luji's attack penetrated his chest. However, the pirate still slowly stood up. Mr. Navy, are you sure you are in reality right now? Luji's expression changed, and then the scene before him shifted. In an instant, he found himself back in the moment when he had just battled the pirate, who was still unscathed. Luji's face grew increasingly grim. He realized that he had entered an illusion without even noticing it. At that moment, a flash of a blade cut through the air, and Luji was instantly sliced in half. At that time, the pirate was holding a knife in his hand. Loki just wanted to use his abilities to heal himself, but he was shocked to find that his powers were unavailable. At that moment, blood began to flow from his wounds. Suddenly, Loki's vision flashed, and he found himself back at the beginning. Then a voice came through. Kid, close your eyes. Roadbed. Holy Lord. Holy Lord. Kid, close your eyes. Feel with your heart. And don't use your observation haki. Roadbed. Is this okay? Holy Lord. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the cycle of illusion. Lucky thought for a moment and finally believed the words of the Holy Lord. Soon, Lucky felt something, and at that moment, liquid metal began to flow from his body. The dragon golden armor weapon was armed. Then Lucky transformed the dragon soldier into a stick and assumed a battle stance. At that moment, Lucky swung the stick to the side, and it seemed like he hit something. That object flew out instantly. The scene in front of the roadbed changed once again, and in an instant, the roadbed clearly saw what had been thrown out. It was none other than the pirate captain. Luji was unsure whether he was in reality or a dream, and he quickly closed his eyes again. At that moment, countless vines emerged from his body. Ghost vines instantly launched an attack in one direction. In an instant, a scream echoed, and Luji was very familiar with that scream. It belonged to the pirate captain. Luji slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, the pirate was lying in the distance. Lucky turned to look at them. They all stood there with their eyes closed, still trapped in the illusion. At this moment, the pirate slowly stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you to break free from my illusion. You're not simple, kid. Just then, Lucky heard the voice of the Saint Lord echoing in his mind again. Kid, you haven't escaped the illusion yet. Don't get distracted. Lucky then closed his eyes again. At this moment, the dragon weapon in Lucky's hand spun, instantly knocking something away. Lucky raised his right hand, and in an instant, a wave of high-temperature energy was released. Skalshin flamme explosion. A scream rang out, and Lucky felt the space around him begin to warp. The voice of the Saint Lord came again. All right, kid, you've escaped. Lucky opened his eyes and found himself back on the ship. Just then, several spatial rifts appeared behind him, and a person with a severed arm stepped out. This person was none other than the pirate captain. Lucky's attack had just severed one of his arms. Kid, it seems I underestimated you, he said, but a cruel smile appeared on his face. But your crew will never get out. At that moment, Lucky charged at the pirate, swinging his stick toward him. If you kill me, you'll never see your crew again. The dragon soldier instantly stopped in front of the pirate. Luffy directly retracted the stick. What will it take for you to release my crew? The captain smiled wickedly. First, help me restore my arm. At that moment, the pirate also recalled the navy in front of him. He knew about Luffy's abilities. The road base emitted a bright light, and then the pirate's severed arm slowly grew back. At this moment, the sinister smile on the pirate's face became even more pronounced. Suddenly, the pirate kicked the road base away, but the road base quickly steadied himself and threw a punch at the pirate. Are you sure you won't make a move? The pirate spoke, and the road base's fist stopped right in front of the pirate's face. At that moment, the voice of the Holy Master came through. Kid, you can't save your companions. They can only rely on themselves. Roadbed, how do you know? Holy Lord, the illusion you are in has no connection to him. I am not mistaken. The period during which he disappeared is precisely when he was trapped in the illusion. The road base lowered its head and thought for a moment, then opened its fist. Burning flame explosion instantly blew the pirate's head off. Luji looked around and then sat down on the spot. Master, how can they escape? The master replied, I don't know. It depends on themselves. Luji nodded, and at that moment, the voice of Ximu echoed in his mind again. Kid, haven't you figured out the Panku treasure box yet? Roadbed. No, the inventory treasure box has no reaction at all. Holy Master. Kid, don't be anxious. Everything should happen naturally. The Foundation nodded. The Holy Master said, moreover, the dog talisman and the horse talisman are not invincible. Your ordinary injuries can still be healed. But you must be very careful, otherwise I won't be able to save you either. Lucy did not speak. He had known for a long time. Holy Lord, can you come out of my consciousness? The Holy Lord replied, no, the moment we step out, we will be torn apart by the consciousness of the outside world. It seems we will have to stay here for the rest of our lives. In the end, the Holy Lord let out a bitter laugh. A month passed by unknowingly, during which Lucy kept waiting in place while continuously exploring the Panku treasure box. Efforts do not betray the willing. During this time, Lucy finally comprehended the Tao of space within the Panku treasure box. Luji raised his right hand, and in an instant, the space in front of him shattered. With countless layers of space overlapping, sweat continuously oozed from his forehead, and the veins on his face bulged. At that moment, a huge crack appeared, and seeing the sudden emergence of the crack, a smile appeared on Luji's face. Finally, it's time to come back. At this moment, several figures rushed out from the crack. These were the long-lost members of Xiao. On the other side, Luji fainted, as just tearing a space crack was too much for him to handle. The members of Xiao brought Luji back to Dragon God Island. However, they forgot about the crack, and at that moment, a hand reached out from it. Soon, a figure dressed in black emerged. Sunlight? How nostalgic. Then, the figure in black waved his hand, and in an instant, the crack disappeared. The figure also vanished. Meanwhile, Luji slept for a whole day and night, and when he woke up, he still felt weak all over. The roadbed directly leads to the realm of consciousness. Why is this? Why can't you use your abilities to recover stamina? The Lord, the methods you used before were minor paths, and of course, you could use minor paths to recover stamina, but now you are using the major path. Subgrade. Is there a difference? Holy Lord. The minor path is born from the major path. The major path can assist the minor path, but the minor path can never assist the major path. Roadbed. Isn't your strength the great way? The Holy Lord shook his head. We are the small paths understood from the great way. You think too highly of us. Roadbase. Why can I comprehend the great way? Holy Master. Because the Panku treasure box has chosen you. You are the chosen one. After that, Roadbase fell silent and directly returned to the real world. At this moment, Yixiao and the others also came over. Yixiao, this time, thanks to you. Roadbed, what have you experienced in another space? A smile. The space we are in has endless darkness, and we can hardly feel the passage of time. Although a month has passed outside, we have only spent 1 day inside. Luji nodded. Yixiao, let Ace and the others go out to sea to catch pirates. The pirates have become increasingly rampant this month. Yixiao nodded and then left the room. Luji slowly raised his hands on the bed, and a force of space flowed through his hands. At that moment, an explosion sounded, and Luji transformed into light, disappearing from spot. The embankment directly appears by the coast, and at this moment, several pirate ships are sailing over here. At this time, they also arrived here with a smile. Joseph, it's a group of small pirates under the Big Mom pirates. Luji nodded and then turned to leave. Eliminate them. At that moment, Luji's voice came through. Flames erupted from Ace's body, while Sabo summoned countless rocks, and Joseph and Johnny drew their swords. The crew of the Dragon God ship charged towards the group of pirates. Just then, the departing Luji turned around and raised his right hand. Instantly, dark clouds covered the sky, and bolts of lightning struck the pirate ship. At this time, Ace and the others also arrived, and several of them immediately began to slaughter. Within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, all the pirates were either dead or severely injured. Ace unleashed a great fire, and then the group left the area. In the following time, Luji began to lead the crew of the Dragon God ship in capturing pirates. However, the number of pirates increased, and their strength was formidable. Later, Luji learned that Impel Down had been breached again, with many pirates escaping. Surprisingly, the notorious pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo had not fled. It was said that the person who breached Impel Down was a man in a black cloak whose strength was formidable, comparable to that of Karp, if not stronger. Upon receiving this news, Luji's face fell. This was not good news, and he realized that some events were not unfolding as per the storyline. At that moment, Luji's phone rang. Moshi Moshi? Luji, this is Admiral Sengoku. You need to return to headquarters immediately. Luji directly hung up the phone. Soon after, a flash of light appeared, and Luji quickly arrived at Marlin Vondo. Luji directly arrived at the marshal's office and pushed the door open. The office was already filled with people. Marshal Sengoku, Navy Staff Crane, Navy Chief Instructor Zifa, Navy Hero Karp, and the 3 admirals were present. There was also one person whose appearance surprised Luji greatly. This person was the former Navy Marshal, Steelbone Kong. Sengoku, seeing that Luji had arrived, spoke up. Everyone is here, so let Brother Kong discuss the situation regarding the invasion of Advanced City. Steelbone Kong then stood up. The person behind this attack on Advanced City is Rox, who has been missing for many years. This revelation shocked everyone, especially Luji. Sengoku asked, wasn't Karp and Roger the ones who killed him back then? Crane added, Karp, what exactly happened? Karp'sHidden. We didn't kill Rox back then because we didn't have the strength. In the end, we had no choice but to seal him away. Cesa cuestionet. Sel. How did you manage that? Karp replied, I'm not sure either. It was Roger who acted at the time. Karp then recounted the events. At that time, Roger struck a devastating blow, instantly creating a fissure. That strike exhausted all of Roger's strength, and Karp took the opportunity to punch Rox into the fissure. With Rox's entry, the fissure closed. Roger declared, Rox will never return. No one can open this fissure. After that, he left, and Karp gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The recollection ended. The office fell silent until a voice broke the quiet. Is the God Valley from the Great Battleback then the same as Longshan Island now? The speaker was Luji, who seemed to have guessed something and now needed confirmation. Karp replied, that's right, God Valley is Longshan Island. In an instant, Luji felt dizzy. Then he spoke up. It seems that I released Rox. Instantly, all eyes turned to Luji. Sengoku said, "Luji, don't joke around. How could you possibly open a spatial fissure?" Just as Sengoku finished speaking, he was stunned by the scene before him. Luji spread his hands, and a force of spatial power slowly circulated, followed by the appearance of a small spatial fissure. Just this small fissure caused Luji to break out in a sweat. Luji then withdrew his power and explained the situation to everyone. As for this spatial power, Luji directly said it was something he accidentally comprehended. Everyone was momentarily speechless. "Oversight, you really are too careless." The group fell silent once more. Sengoku then asked, "Karp, can you fight rocks now?" Karp thought for a moment and shook his head. His strength has definitely increased, and he is very likely to reassemble the rocks pirates. We would hardly stand a chance against them. Everyone nodded, then turned their attention back to Luji. Sengoku asked, "Luji, how strong are you now? What is the overall strength of the Dragon God ship?" "Road base. I can face a 4 Emperor alone." The overall strength of the Dragon God surpasses that of an Emperor-level pirate crew. In an instant, everyone gasped. It's important to note that an Emperor-level pirate crew is comparable to the entire naval headquarters, which means that Road Base's Dragon God also possesses strength comparable to the naval headquarters. "Sengoku, if we include the people from the Dragon God, we can completely fight against Rocks and his crew." "Garp, that is indeed possible, but if that man makes a move, we will still lose." "Sengoku, are you talking about destruction?" Garp nodded. The head of the road base has grown larger. "Who is destroyed?" Akainu looked at the road base and said, "He was a former sea overlord who once called Rocks his brother. During the Battle of God Valley, in order to stop Destroy, the Navy launched the demon-slaying order 3 times, but still let him escape. Karp, Destroy's strength is below mine, but he shouldn't be underestimated. At the very least, he is stronger than any of the 4 emperors." The mind of Luji is becoming increasingly confused. How could such a powerful pirate emerge again? At this moment, a Navy officer burst in. "Report, the Golden Lion from Impel Down requests to see General Luji." Sengoku replied, "Understood." He then looked at Luji and nodded. The roadbed transformed directly into light and vanished in place, soon arriving at the advancing city and directly before the Golden Lion. "Roadbed, Lao Jin, what's wrong?" "Golden Lion, are you guys thinking about going to war with Rocks?" The roadbed nodded. He had been here before, but I didn't go with him. "You let me out, and I'll help you." "Roadbed, why?" "Golden Lion, it's true that Rocks was my captain before, but I've always regarded him as my enemy and my target. Moreover, I've already repaid what I owed him. The most important thing is you're my friend." Luji's mouth curled into a smile, and then he instructed Magellan to open the door. Because of Luji, the Golden Lion did not wear the Sea Prism stone shackles. Soon, the Golden Lion followed Luji to Marineford. "Golden Lion, what a place that makes me sad." Before long, the Golden Lion and Luji arrived at the marshal's office and pushed the door open directly. The moment the Golden Lion appeared, Sengoku and the others immediately took up their fighting stances. Luji immediately blocked the other party and explained. "Warring states. Luji, are you sure?" Lucky glanced at the Golden Lion and then nodded. Sengoku said, "All right." Sengoku then began to arrange everyone's tasks, and Lucky's task was to bring all the crew of the Dragon God to Marineford. After that, Lucky and the Golden Lion set off directly, and the two quickly arrived at Dragon Island. After making some adjustments, they led everyone and set sail on the Dragon God. With the support of the chicken and rabbit talismans, the Dragon God quickly appeared over Marineford. Meanwhile, Rocks had indeed gone to find the members of the Rocks Pirates, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido chose to join, while Whitebeard did not choose to join. After all, he didn't want to face that perverted little brat right now. Thus, a month passed in the blink of an eye, during which both the Navy and Rocks were continuously preparing. One day, Lucky was still pondering over the Panku treasure box, but had no clue. It should be noted that although the strength of the Navy and Rocks was not vastly different, there was still a gap in their strongest combat powers. Garp also admitted that he was not a match for Rocks. The Holy Master said, "Kid, you can't rush to eat hot tofu. Subgrade. If I don't hurry, I won't even be able to eat cold tofu." Saint Lord, the key is that your body can't withstand the 2 forces of the Great Tao right now. Roadbed, why? Holy Lord, there are too many small paths inside your body. Now the addition of a main path just balances it out. If another one comes, you will directly collapse, leading to mild madness or, in severe cases, an explosion of your body. Roadbed, is there any way? Holy Master, remove all the little paths inside your body. Subgrade, how to remove it? Holy Master, we, the 8 great demons, can leave your body. The other 4 forces can either be refined into the Great Way or be forcibly devoured by us. Roadbed, Can't you refine into the great Tao? Holy Lord, it's impossible. We have tried, but it doesn't work. Roadbed, if you leave my body, won't you be erased? Saint, when there's no other choice. We can only do this. At that time, we will directly devour the other 4 forces, which can be considered our last help. Luoji, it's impossible. You can just stay inside my body for the rest of your lives. At this moment, the door to Luoji opened, and Dashki walked in. Roadbed back? Dashki nodded. A while ago, Dashki was sent out on a mission and just returned today. Dashki, how is it? Any new insights? Roadbed, no. Dashki, don't worry, I believe in you. Luji nodded, and at that moment, Marin Vondo's alarm went off. Dashki and Luji rushed out of the room, and the originally clear sky had turned overcast. Roadbase, here it comes. Then Roadbase raised his hands, and instantly the dark clouds began to dissipate, revealing a massive figure. The newcomer was Kaido of the 100 Beasts. At this moment, Roadbase transformed into a beam of white light and appeared beside the 3 admirals. The 4 admirals stood atop the building like divine beings, Akainu, Kizaru, Akiji, and the devil. At this time, Kaido opened his mouth wide, and an enormous dragon breath was unleashed, rushing towards the 4 admirals. However, a figure appeared right in front of them. Flame Emperor, Dragon King. In an instant, a giant fire dragon charged towards the dragon breath, and the two collided, resulting in an explosion that quickly vanished into the sky. Kaido, damn brat, try this move. He then unleashed another dragon breath, although it was the same technique as before. This time the attack contained the power of lightning. Roadbed, Ace, move aside. Ace nodded and then flew directly to the side. Luji took a step forward, then instantly disappeared from his original spot and appeared in front of Longshi. He slowly raised his right hand. Darkness, dark realm. In an instant, a surge of black energy erupted from Luji's hand, wrapping around Longshi. In a flash, Longshi was engulfed by Luji's dark realm. Afterwards, Luji returned to his original position as if nothing had happened. Kaido, don't worry. I'm not here to start a war today. I'm just here to inform you that the Rocks Pirates have returned. He then flew off into the distance. Akainu, damn it. Kizaru, so terrifying. Akiji, this time, we're in big trouble. Road Base, this is a provocation. Soon after, Road Base and the others arrive at the marshal's office again. Sengoku, it seems that Rocks and his crew are already prepared. This great battle is inevitable. Everyone nodded. Sengoku, is there anyone we can save? Kurane, no. The world government can at most send a few pacifistas, and the 7 warlords have already fallen apart. The only ones we can summon now are Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma. The others refuse to participate in this battle. Zephyr, the only thing we can be thankful for is that Whitebeard has not returned to the Rocks Pirates. Garp, but the latest intelligence indicates that Blackbeard and his crew have chosen to assist the Rocks Pirates. Instantly, everyone's mood fell. This was not good news for them. At this moment, Roadbase spoke up. Can we try to recruit the other 2 Yonko crews in the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku, impossible. Sengoku directly expressed his refusal. Shanks and Whitebeard have clearly stated they will not participate in this war, and the Revolutionary Army is even less likely to, as the world government would not allow it. Luffy thought for a moment. What about the 5 elders? This question made everyone ponder. At this time, Karp stood up. Luffy and I will go have a talk with the world government. The 2 shared the same smile. Meanwhile, far away in Mary Geos, the celestial dragons and the 5 elders shivered involuntarily. Soon, Luffy and Karp arrived in Mary Geos. The 2 swaggered directly into the territory of the 5 elders. 5 elders, what are you 2 here for? Karp stated his thoughts directly. 5 elders, impossible, we must protect Mary Geos. It's already good enough that we won't let you send an admiral here. Karp twisted his wrist, and Luffy loosened his clothing. Roadbed, it seems there's nothing to discuss. Karp, it looks like we can only resort to violence. The 5 elders instantly became tense. Facing Karp and Roadbed, they didn't have full confidence in retreating unscathed. At that moment, a voice rang out. Karp, you've gone too far. Suddenly, a tremendous pressure descended, and Roadbed's expression froze instantly, followed by beads of sweat pouring down his body. Karp, on the other hand, remained relaxed, though his face also grew serious. Then the voice came again. Karp, you should all go back. Karp, is the world government really not going to intervene? Impossible. Following that, a great force pushed Roadbed away, and Karp slowly walked out as well. Lucci's face didn't look good. The strongest person in the pirate world, made Luji clearly feel the gap between himself and the other party. Karp sighed. Let's go back. Soon, the grandfather and grandson returned to the Navy base. Sengoku immediately asked Karp, how is it? Karp shook his head. Him has made a move, and the world government would not send anyone to help. Sengoku, I kind of guessed that. It seems we can only rely on ourselves. Then Sengoku waved his hand. The roadbed and Karp left the office. Karp looked at the sky. This is truly a catastrophe for the Navy. The Foundation calculated on the side. Rox has 3 Emperor-level groups. 2 powerful individuals surpassing the 4 Emperors, Rox's original crew, and the criminals from Impel down. Well, this is indeed a catastrophic disaster for the Navy. Luji quickly returned to his villa, where Dashki had already prepared a meal for him. After finishing his meal, Luji began to cultivate his only great law, the law of space. Time passed day by day. During this period, no one slacked off, as no one knew when Rock would attack Marinvondo. One day, Warlord once again called Luji to his office. Robase, Marshal, what do you need from me? Warring states, Robase, I know that the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates have a good relationship with you, and since you're the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, I would like you to seek their help. Roadbed, but the world government. Sengoku, the world government has already given up on the Navy. They are deliberately not extending a helping hand. Roadbed, what do you mean? Warring states. If we win this battle, the Navy will completely break away from the world government. Luji thought for a moment and then nodded. Then Luji transformed into a flash of light and disappeared. Soon, Luji arrived at Whitebeard's territory. Lucky quickly found the Moby Dick with the help of the life card, and to Lucky's surprise, Red-haired was also here. Rogers directly boarded the ship. Whitebeard, Rogers, red-haired, and I already know your purpose for coming. Red-haired, you must want us to lend a hand during the war. The roadbed nodded. What are the answers from the two of them? The white-bearded man and the red-haired man exchanged smiles. The white-bearded man said, Gulalala, you are my child. Of course I will help. The red-haired man said, I also have an unshirkable duty. The roadbed bowed directly. I thank you on behalf of the Navy. Whitebeard, all right. When the time comes, we will naturally take action. I believe you still need to find the Revolutionary Army, so go ahead. The roadbase nodded, then transformed into golden light and disappeared. Red-haired and Whitebeard looked at the sea. Red-haired, do you really trust this little brat? Whitebeard, aren't you the same? He carries the shadow of that person. Red-haired, that's right. Both he and his brother have the shadow of the captain. At this moment, the road base had already arrived at the Revolutionary Army's base. Loki has also found the dragon. Old man, we need your help. The dragon came to Loki's side and gently patted his head. Don't worry, I will take action. Then the dragon transformed into a breeze and disappeared. Soon, Loki also transformed into a flash and vanished. Just as Loki was rushing back to the Navy headquarters, bad news came. Dashki had been captured by the world government, with the reason being that Dashki attacked the celestial dragons. This news spread directly within the Navy, but it had not yet reached Loki's ears. Sengoku said, Kapu, you need to go to Mariehua right now and rescue Dashki at all costs. Kapu replied, I know. How dare these bastards touch my granddaughter-in-law? Kapu rushed out of the office, while Sengoku was continuously contacting the world government. At this moment, Loki had already returned to Marineford, intending to share the good news about getting help with Sengoku. Everyone silently glanced at Loki, no one daring to tell him about Dashki's situation. Soon, Loki arrived at the office door, where Sengoku had already contacted the Gorosei. Sengoku asked, why did you capture Dashki? Upon hearing this, Loki's hand that was about to open the door dropped. The Gorosei replied, she intended to attack the celestial dragons and colluded with pirates. Sengoku retorted, where's the evidence? The Gorosei stated, she has already confessed, and we will execute her today. Sengoku exclaimed, you bastards. The Gorosei warned, watch your tone and attitude, Sengoku. They then directly hung up the phone. Just then, the door opened, and Sengoku looked up to see Loki. Loki, how did it go? Sengoku immediately tried to calm himself. They had already promised to lend a hand. Sengoku asked, all right, what happened to Dashki? Loki said expressionlessly. Warring states, Loki, rest assured. Karp has already gone to pick up Dashki. Roadbed, Marshal, what happened when you arrived? The Warring State side. Actually, they were going to capture you. But when they saw Daki, they immediately changed their minds and took Daki away instead. The road base nodded, then disappeared in a flash. The Warring States shook his head. Soon, the road base arrived at Mariehua, where Karp was already fighting alongside 3 of the 5 elders. The other 2 were watching from the side, and behind them, a guard was dragging a corpse. Luji was unwilling to believe it, but he could still vaguely see that it was Dashki. In an instant, Luji's eyes turned red, and tears flowed down his cheeks. Lujia's nails pierced directly into his palm, and drops of blood fell down. In an instant, Lujia's consciousness began to blur, and his overall appearance changed. Xiaofeng, not good, this kid is about to go berserk. Saint Lord, no, there's demonic energy flowing out of his body. Ximu, demonic energy, and it contains the power of the great Tao. Saint Lord, not good, this kid's second law has appeared. Ximu, the demonic law of demon ancestor Luhu. At this moment, Luji had completely lost consciousness, and his body transformed into a monstrous form. The five elders, this little brat has gone berserk. At this time, Karp also noticed the situation. Karp, Luji, wake up. At that moment, a figure flew out from the Holy Land, and it was him. I'll hold Karp off. You all go all out to kill Luji. The five elders nodded and then directly unleashed their full power against Luji. A huge shockwave rushed towards Luji. Saint Lord, not good. With one hit, this kid will definitely die. Ximu, looks like it's time for us to act. The 8 great demons exchanged smiles and then nodded. The 8 of them simultaneously unleashed a tremendous amount of energy, which slowly helped Luji regain consciousness. Saint Lord, kid, be more careful in the future. Ximu, we can no longer protect you. Bogang, eat more. You need to be full to have strength. Zhongsu, your journey is still long. We won't accompany you anymore. Xiaofeng, don't forget us. Zhoulan, don't slack off. Continue to train. Basha, take care of yourself. Goodbye, little brat. Dikuai, I'm quite reluctant, but goodbye. Then the 8 great demons directly devoured the power of 4 demon fruits within Luji. Luji gradually transformed back into a human. The 5 elders, this kid has given up resistance. Haha. At that moment, a beam of light burst out from Luji's body, instantly blocking the attacks of the 5 elders. Soon, the bodies of the 8 great demons appeared. Saint Lord, goodbye, little brat. Then a massive explosion occurred. The 5 elders were blown away, and Im and Karp were also affected. However, at the center of the explosion, Luji was unharmed, as if a force was protecting him. At this moment, Luji had completely awakened, and he heard the voice of the Saint Lord in his ears. Little brat, although you are the child of fate, your body can only bear 12 great Daos. When the 12 great Daos are complete, the Panku treasure box will merge into your body, and you will become the true strongest. My time has come. Goodbye, little brat. The embankment suddenly opened up. Luji, Holy Master, Ximu, everyone. No one responded to Luji. And at that moment, Luji also realized that his abilities had disappeared. Now, only the laws of space and the laws of magic could be used. The roadbed re-entered the consciousness space, where there was only a Panku treasure box. The statues of the 8 great demons had all disappeared, and the statues of the other 4 devil fruits had also vanished. Now, the only proof that the 8 great demons had been there were the Panku treasure box and the tattoo on Luki's back. At that moment, 2 beams of light flashed, one a willow branch and 4 swords. Luji, the representative weapon of the space law, the Yangmei willow branch, and the representative weapon of the demon path law, the 4 swords of killing immortals. These are all chaotic spiritual treasures from the primordial era. At this moment, the dragon weapon in Luji's hand reacted, and he directly moved above the Panku treasure box. Then a large surge of energy rushed toward the dragon weapon. The roadbed can clearly feel that the dragon soldier is evolving towards the chaotic spirit treasure. Roadbed, you can slowly evolve here. Then you directly return to the real world. At this time, the 5 elders had surrounded you again. At this moment, Luji's strength has significantly declined, but he still possesses the power of an ordinary general. Coupled with weapons and the power of the laws of the universe, Luji can still confront any of the 4 emperors head-on. He raised his right hand and said, "Space. Confinement." In an instant, the 5 elders were trapped in place. The 5 elders immediately became anxious. What's going on? When did this kid master such power? This kid is too abnormal. Why is he so strong? Stop talking nonsense and quickly break this confinement. Meanwhile, Luji paid no attention to the 5 of them and directly approached Daski's corpse. Luji, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Don't worry. I will find a way to revive you. At this moment, the 5 elders also broke free from Luji's confinement. The Foundation also considered it. After all, the strength of the 5 elders is not to be underestimated. The roadbed held Daski's corpse and turned around. I will make you pay for this. The Foundation calmly stated this sentence. Then, the space directly in front of the Foundation began to fluctuate. Space cut. In an instant, an invisible giant blade rushed toward the 5 elders. The 5 elders sensed the crisis and immediately went into defense. In an instant, the attacks from the 5 elders and the Foundation collided, directly creating a confrontational situation. But it wasn't over yet. Luji looked flatly at a group of celestial dragons in the distance. Scum. Instantly, black gas began to emanate from Luji's body. Demonic path, death chi. This black gas surged towards the celestial dragons. Countless CP organization members rushed to the front of the celestial dragons, trying to disperse the black gas, but it was futile. The celestial dragons and CP organization members who inhaled the black gas instantly had their veins bulging, their consciousness gradually fading, and they transformed into bloodthirsty monsters. Of course, some powerful CP organization members managed to escape. At this moment, a scream was heard, and Luji slowly turned his head. He saw that the 5 elders who had originally been resisting the giant blade, only 4 remained. Roadbed. It seems that the 5 old stars can now be renamed the 4 old stars. The one who was just a 5 old star couldn't hold on and was instantly sliced apart by Roadbed's spatial cutting. At this moment, Roadbed felt a sense of death threat. The subgrade immediately used the spatial crack to escape to a distance through the spatial crack. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the threat earlier was indeed him. At this time, Karp had already arrived beside Luji. Said, kid, starting today, you will be put on a bounty and will be hunted by countless powerful individuals. Then, he flicked his sleeves and left. Luffy and Karp returned to the Navy headquarters with Daski's body. A grand funeral was held. After the funeral ended, everyone left, leaving only Luffy standing there. Luffy had been standing for a long time, and images of Daski kept flashing through his mind. Then Luffy let out a long sigh. 2 lines of tears streamed down his face again, and Luffy wiped them away and left the place. Luffy returned to the quiet villa, sitting on the sofa, feeling very tired. Although he appeared relaxed during the battle with the 5 elders, he had actually given it his all. His stamina had not yet recovered. But since there was no longer a presence of the little path in his body, using the power of the rules was not as exhausting as before. The next day, Luffy was called to the office, where Sengoku took out a bounty notice in front of him. Monkey D. Luffy, known as the Demon, possesses exceptionally powerful and unique abilities. The bounty is 10 billion berries, dead or alive. Luffy smiled after seeing it. Warring states, Luffy, what are your plans? Luffy, since I've been offered a bounty, I'll fulfill their wish and become a pirate. Akainu Luffy. Luffy, don't worry, Uncle Akainu, I will pursue the justice in my heart. I know what I'm doing. Akainu thought for a moment, then sighed and nodded. Luffy then solemnly handed the Navy cloak to Sengoku. Commander, keep it safe for me. I will wear it again in the future. Sengoku, I await that day. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew burst into the office. Sengoku also understood their intentions. Luffy, Uncle Zoro, you guys don't have to do this. Zoro, but you are our captain. Ace, big brother, we will stay with you. Sengoku, Luffy, take them with you. I trust you all. The roadbed nodded. Finally, the Dragon God ship left Marine Ford, and the Dragon God pirate crew was officially established. After the world government learned about this, they directly issued bounty orders for everyone, each with a bounty of 1 billion berries. The Dragon God pirate crew became the pirate crew with the highest bounty. On the other side, the Straw Hat pirate crew was the first to receive the news. Zoro, Luffy, your brother has become a pirate. Sanji and his crew. Nami, moreover, his bounty is several times yours. At this moment, Luffy took the bounty order. Hee, as expected of my brother. At this time, Luffy had already headed to Wano country. Luji looked at his bounty notice and then smiled helplessly. At that moment, a pirate ship appeared in front of the Dragon God. Johnny, big brother, it's a pirate ship with no record. The roadbed nodded, and at that moment, several slashes flew over from the opposite side. The Fire Fist slash was directly engulfed by the flames. Ace, big brother, it's one of the Navy's 6 styles. The Gale Foot. Luji nodded. They are not pirates, but members of the CP organization. Remember, not a single one should be left alive. In an instant, Luji disappeared. Space teleportation. In an instant, Luji arrived on the pirate ship disguised by the CP organization. The sudden appearance of the embankment startled everyone on the ship. At that moment, several figures flew over and launched their attacks as soon as they landed. In an instant, screams echoed from the ship, and blood flowed like a river. The roadbed glanced at the remaining few people and then directly opened his right hand. Space compression. In an instant, the few people turned into a mist of blood. With a smile, something's not right. These people are too weak. Luji nodded. These people were merely cannon fodder. The real strong ones were above. Then Luji looked up into the sky. He saw several figures floating in the air. He smiled, floating. Could it be a fruit ability like that of the Golden Lion? Roadbed. It might be a higher level fruit of the float fruit. Everyone be careful. At this moment, a person in the sky directly threw a punch. Fire Fist. Ace on the ground was knocked down, but he quickly reacted and threw a punch as well. Fire Fist. The 2 attacks collided with each other. However, a bolt of lightning broke through the flames and charged towards Roadbed. Enel, How is that possible? How does he have the power of the rumble fruit? Enel instantly appeared in front of Roadbed, directly blocking that attack. At this moment, a rain of magma fell. At this moment, Luji seemed to have thought of something, the artificial devil fruit. He then raised his right hand directly. Space barrier. Instantly, the magma was blocked by Luji. At this time, a meteorite appeared in the sky. On the other side, Uncle Yixiao also sheathed his knife. Lujizeo smiled, and then there was a wave of spatial fluctuation around everyone. Space. Teleportation. In an instant, everyone from the Dragon God ship returned to the Dragon God ship. At this moment, the meteorite had already crashed down on them, directly heading towards the sea. The crew of the Dragon God ship unleashed their observation haki, and there was no longer any sign of life in that area. Just as the crew of the Dragon God ship was feeling happy, a door opened in the sky. Road base. They're not dead yet, the door fruit users. At this moment, the leader finally spoke up. Demon Road Base, I advise you to come back with us. You cannot possibly be our match. Road Base directly smiled wickedly. How would I know without giving a try? Then, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, Road Base instantly appeared behind that person. Luji directly punched that person, but unexpectedly, his fist passed right through their body. I forgot to tell you, I am a user of the artificial metal fruit ability. Then a stream of liquid metal flowed out, instantly wrapping around Luji. Just when that person relaxed, cracks appeared in the metal. At this moment, Luji's voice came through. I am very curious about when you obtained the fruit genes. Then there was an explosion, and the metal surrounding Luji shattered. At this time, black smoke began to emerge from Luji's body. Luji's hands were directly covered with armament haki, and he locked that person's throat. Feel the despair. In an instant, the dark aura around Luji surged towards that person. At first, the person struggled continuously, but soon there was no response. The roadbed directly let go, and then a fresh corpse fell down. He had his mouth wide open, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. At this moment, two people rushed towards the roadbed, one with flames in his hand, and the other with bolts of lightning. Suddenly, two figures flashed, and Ace and Enel directly appeared beside the roadbed, instantly blocking the attacks of the two. Just then, another person charged towards the roadbed, holding a knife wrapped in haki. However, before he could reach the roadbed, he was intercepted. A stone wall appeared to block the attack. Ace, you aren't worthy of my brother's intervention. Sabo, we're here to play with you. Enel, are you ready? Let's begin. The three of them exerted their strength, and in an instant, the three opponents were sent flying. At this moment, a wave of spatial fluctuation occurred beside the roadbed, and four swords flew out. These were the four swords of extermination: the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Luji, let me test the power of this chaotic spiritual treasure. Then, Luji activated the four swords of extermination, moving at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. At this moment, someone on the opposite side spoke up. Everyone be careful of Luji's martial arts. Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by the extermination sword, a single strike to the throat. At that moment, another scream was heard, as a large hole appeared in that person's chest. Then, two more people were killed, and the four swords of extermination had already returned to Luji's side. Luji smiled, and in an instant, the four swords of immortal slaying returned to the realm of consciousness. Everyone gathered together, channeling all their strength to attack Luji. At this moment, a CP organization spoke up. Then, they unleashed their strongest attacks, and a massive wave of energy surged directly towards Luji. The CP organization firmly believed that this strike was enough to kill Luji. Luji smiled faintly, then casually threw a punch. Space shatter. In an instant, the space in front of Luji fractured, with effects similar to Whitebeard's tremor fruit. The shattered space collided with the energy wave, resulting in an explosion. As the smoke cleared, the distant CP organization had turned into a mist of blood. Loki, world government, I'll come back to settle the score with you. After that, the Dragon God set sail again, this time heading for Wano country. At this moment, two familiar faces boarded the Dragon God. One was Shiki the Golden Lion, and the other was Dracul Mihawk. Both had been away for a while, and they were unaware of Loki's chaos in Mariehua, the killing of the five elders, and his transformation into a pirate. Shiki, haha, I can't believe you've become a pirate too. Mihawk, this is quite surprising. Luffy smiled helplessly. This was all forced by the world government. At this moment, the three of them put down their wine glasses at the same time. Mihawk, Luffy, you have so many enemies. Shiki, this aura feels so familiar. The road base shook his head. I knew they were coming for me, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Shortly after, the three of them walked out of the room. and I saw that the sky was already filled with dark clouds, with thunder flashing continuously. At that moment, a dragon head emerged from the clouds. The person was Kaido. Kid, long time no see. At this time, the golden lion next to the road base spoke up. Kaido, you still look so ugly after all these years. This remark instantly enraged Kaido. He then directly unleashed a blast of dragon breath. At this moment, a stunning slash directly cleaved Kaido's dragon breath in half. Hawkeye, Kaido, do you want to fight? Kaido, so it's the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. I've heard a lot about you, but to me, you're just an ant. Then Kaido's tone changed. I'm not here to start a war. I'm just here to deliver a message. Kaido looked at the road base. Kid, our captain wants you to join us, and we can help you take revenge. Luffy smiled, then looked at Kaido. Longworm, go back and tell Rocks that I won't join him. I'll take my own revenge. Then Luffy suddenly appeared above Kaido. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and a stick instantly appeared in Luffy's hand. Luji, moreover, you were just too arrogant. He directly raised his stick and struck at Kaido. There was a faint wave of spatial fluctuation on the stick. Dragon Soldier, destroy the heavens. The stick landed directly on Kaido's head, and Kaido let out a scream. Then he fell like a kite with a broken string, but just as he was about to hit the water, he flew up again. Kaido looked at Luji with great anger. If looks could kill, Luji would have died several times already. However, Kaido did not make a move. Not because he was afraid of Luji, but because he did not want to disrupt Rock's plan. Then Kaido flew off into the distance. The roadbed returned to the ship, with worry written all over his face. Golden Lion, what's wrong? Roadbed, I estimate that Rocks is going to go to war with the Navy. Hawkeye, why? Roadbed, because Kaido just flew in the direction of the Navy headquarters. The two of them were taken aback. No way. It's all just your wild guesses. Road Base, if it weren't for that, Kaido would have already fought me. Then Road Base directly looked at the people on the Dragon God ship, sailing towards Marineford at the fastest speed. The Dragon God ship turned around and headed towards Marineford. At this time, Marineford was already in chaos. Sengoku and Garp's clothes were tattered, facing none other than Rocks. Everything was exactly as Road Base had anticipated. The Navy Square was already in a melee. Sengoku, Rocks, what benefit does this bring you? Rocks, none, but I'm willing. Garp, bastard. He then threw another punch at Rocks, creating a sonic boom. However, Rocks easily caught it. Rocks, back then, it was you and Roger who played tricks. Otherwise, you couldn't have defeated me. On the other side, Sengoku wanted to help, but was blocked by a suddenly appearing person. Marshal Sengoku, your opponent is me. Destruction, are you really going to intervene? Destruction, that's right, besides, we are enemies. The two then fought together. At this moment, Big Mom, Blackbeard, and the newly arrived Kaido found their opponents. And the strong members on their ships also found opponents to fight. However, the battle was still one-sided. It was only a matter of time before the Navy would be defeated. Suddenly, the ground shook, and a giant emerged from the surface, followed by Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Dragon, old man, we aren't late, are we? Garp, ha, just in time. Then Dragon turned into a gust of wind and arrived beside the three admirals. Dragon, long time no see, old classmates. Akainu, long time no see, Dragon. Kizaru Dragon, you have a good son. Akiji, classmates? I haven't heard that word in a long time. The Revolutionary Army instantly joined the battle. Although many strong fighters had joined, the situation still hadn't changed. After all, the power gap between both sides was too great. At this moment, Sengoku, who was fighting destruction, was directly knocked down, creating a large pit in the ground. Just as destruction was about to pursue, a sword blocked him. The newcomer had red hair and was dressed sloppily. Marshal Sengoku, are you alright? If you get hurt, I won't be able to explain it to Road Base. Sengoku, red-haired, you came just in time. I'm fine. Red-haired, not only did I come, but so did he. Red-haired pointed towards the seaside, where a pirate ship with a dragon head was docked, alongside a whalehead pirate ship, and many smaller pirate ships behind them. They were the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku's anxious heart finally settled. Rocks, Whitebeard, you traitor. Whitebeard, sorry, Captain, but I left the Rocks pirates many years ago. Saying this, Whitebeard threw a punch, instantly causing the space to shatter. Rocks never expected that the Revolutionary Army, the red-haired pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates would stand on the Navy's side. Akainu, thanks to Road Base. Kizaru, that kid really has a wide network. Akiji, it seems the world government still doesn't know who he has offended. At this moment, Rocks shook off Garp and threw a punch. The space shattered again. Everyone was astonished. Rocks, I originally didn't want to use my devil fruit ability. Then Rock's right hand turned into magma, and his left hand turned into ice. Akainu, what is going on? Akiji, The same devil fruit ability. Rox then spoke again. Ha! I'm a Paramecia-type copy devil fruit user. I didn't expect to encounter this god-level devil fruit right after I came out. Saying this, Rox launched an attack. Although it was very fierce, it was barely caught by Whitebeard. On the other side, Garp charged at Rox again. Rox, are you messing with my godson? Suddenly, the air became tense. Whitebeard, Garp, what are you talking about? Garp pinched his nose. If you recognize Roadbase as your godson, then you are of the same generation as Dragon. Of course, he's my godson. Whitebeard's face darkened immediately. On the other side, Redhaired was laughing so hard he was holding his stomach. Whitebeard, I knew you would end up like this sooner or later, haha. Sengoku was also trying hard not to laugh. Akainu and the others were actually congratulating Dragon. Congratulations, congratulations. You have a powerful brother now, haha. You are of the same generation as Whitebeard, haha. I can't take it anymore. Let me calm down, haha. Dragon, your son is amazing, haha. Dragon was also quite confused, inexplicably becoming Whitebeard's brother. At this moment, Garp spoke again. You are also of the same generation as Roger. His son also calls me Grandpa. Instantly, Sengoku could no longer hold back. Garp, how many benefits have you taken from others? The originally intense battlefield was now filled with laughter. Akainu, I can't take it anymore, ha. Vice Admiral Garp is too much, ha ha ha. Kizuru, I wonder if Roger knows about this. Would he come back to life, ha ha. Akiji, Dragon, your dad is too much, ha ha. Dragon was unsure whether to laugh or not. At this moment, Red-Haired became agitated. I can't believe it. Garp, you're taking advantage of my captain. At this time, someone put an arm around Red-Haired, and that person was Sengoku. Don't be angry. Garp is like this, you know that. At this moment, not only the Navy was laughing, but even Rox and the others couldn't help it. Kaido laughed until tears streamed down his face. And Big Mom laughed so hard she fell to the ground. Whitebeard, Garp, let us each mind our own business. If you dare to take advantage of me, I'll kill you. Garp, however, was busy picking his nose and did not respond. Thus, Marineford fell into a dispute over seniority. On the other side, Roadbase had Ace find the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Lucky locked himself in a room, then sat at the center of the elements, and closed his eyes to carefully sense the 5 elements. Soon, Lucky felt a thread connecting himself to the 5 elements. The roadbed was able to sense this so quickly due to the Panku treasure box. Gradually, the Panku treasure box began to react, and suddenly a bright light burst forth. At this moment, a small tower appeared in the consciousness space of the roadbed. Luji looked at it and immediately realized that this was the chaotic spiritual treasure of the 5 elements law, the 5 elements tower. Luji directly returned to the real world, and at that moment, the 5 elements around Luji were already floating in the air. With a wave of the hand, the foundation caused the 5 elements to instantly vanish without a trace. Luji's face also revealed a long-lost smile. At this moment, Ace knocked on the door. Big brother, we're almost there. Luji, okay, got it. After that, Luji tidied up a bit and left the room. At this point, the Dragon God had already spotted Marin Vondo, and Luji's expression became serious. Roadbed, Old Jean, take us over. Golden Lion, no problem. At this time, Malin Vondo was already surrounded by ships, and the Dragon God couldn't get through it all. Fortunately, Golden Lion was on the Dragon God. Otherwise, Roadbed would have to use spatial jumps to get over. Even with a smile, it couldn't move the Dragon God. At this moment, Luji had already seen the battlefield. Then, his eyes narrowed, and a sudden, overwhelming aura burst forth. The Conqueror's haki was activated. The powerful figures on the battlefield were directly drawn to this aura. Rox displayed an unusual excitement. This level of Conqueror's haki far surpassed Roger's, which was truly thrilling. Red-haired, a Conqueror's haki stronger than the captain's, it really makes one curious. Whitebeard, this Conqueror's haki feels familiar. At this moment, people in the square began to collapse in large numbers, including some prominent pirates. The Dragon God ship appeared in the sky, and Luji at the bow was seen by the people. Kaido, Captain, this is Luji. Rox, so it's him? The Conqueror's haki I just felt was also his. Then Rox gave a wicked smile, followed by a powerful aura erupting. Although it couldn't match Luji's Conqueror's haki, it was still immensely strong, ranking among the top among the many users of Conqueror's haki. At this moment, the corners of Luji's mouth gently curled up, resembling the crooked smile of some dragon kings. The crooked-mouthed god of war. Instantly, a powerful spatial suppression erupted, and everyone felt a tangible pressure. The foundation, space suppression. Then, the foundation flickered and instantly appeared in front of Rox. However, before the foundation could make a move, it was knocked away by a punch from rocks. The roadbed spun around in the air several times before stabilizing. Locks. Haha, kid. You're not using a fruit ability, right? Your ability can't replicate at all. Subgrade. How is that possible? Luffy hadn't finished speaking when Rocks interrupted him. You're too weak. At that moment, 3 figures appeared directly in front of Luffy. Karp, weak? Why don't you take a look at how young he is? Whitebeard. Captain, at this age, you haven't gone to sea, have you? Dragon. Show some respect. Rocks, If I kill him now, what does it matter if he gets stronger later? With that, Rocks charged straight at Luffy. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted, and a burst of light shot out from Luffy. Luji, originally, I really couldn't defeat you, but now I have a way. Then, a blue glow appeared in front of Luji. 5 elements, water floods the Golden Mountain. Instantly, the surrounding sea began to surge continuously, and countless water columns shot up directly towards Rocks. Rock's eyes narrowed. He was completely astonished by Luji. Others might not know, but he understood that Luji was not using the ability of a devil fruit at all. Rocks thought to himself that this little brat must be eliminated, as he would become a great threat in the future. At that moment, Rocks gathered his hands and instantly launched countless ice blocks, freezing the water columns in an instant. Luji did not feel regret. There was even a smile on his face. Suddenly, a spatial fluctuation appeared above Rox's head, and a crack opened up, followed by countless volumes of seawater pouring down. Rox didn't have time to react and was directly swallowed by the rushing seawater. In an instant, everyone was stunned. The pirate who had been a thorn in everyone's side was defeated. Kaido and Big Mom were the first to react, immediately taking their crew and fleeing. Even Destroyer left directly. Now, only some cannon fodder pirates remained for the war god. Just as everyone was cheering, Luji spoke up. Roadbed, Rox is not dead. He's about to come out. Everyone be careful. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Karp, that bastard is not dead yet. Then why didn't he come out just now? Now Kaido and the others have all run away. Roadbed, I don't know, but Rox indeed did not leave. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, and then the surface started to crack, and soon a gigantic creature appeared. The roadbed was stunned at that moment. Isn't that a koan? Could it be that Rox can sing and dance? Rox, didn't expect that. I didn't expect that Sea King to possess such a powerful devil fruit. Luji's eyes narrowed. Luji immediately thought of a giant sea creature he encountered during an adventure, which was lying still on the seabed. At that time, Luji was curious why this sea creature was so motionless and only waited for food to come to it. At that moment, Luji was teasing him for being too lazy. At this time, Rox had already launched an attack, and Karp and the others couldn't withstand Rox's impact at all. Just then, Karp, who had been knocked away, shouted and then raised his fist, charging directly at Rox. Everyone could clearly feel that Karp's strength had increased. Karp's own shackles had finally been broken. With one punch, Karp sent the transformed Rox, who had become a giant fish, retreating several meters. However, Luji could clearly sense that Karp's vitality was continuously weakening. Karp was using his life force to enhance his strength. Suddenly, Luji appeared beside Karp. Old man, what do you want to do? Karp replied, ha ha ha. I can't accompany you on the road ahead, Luji. Then Karp charged directly at Rox. Luji knows what Karp wants to do, so he immediately blocks off the space around Karp. Lukashi, old man, let me handle this time. Then blue flames erupted from Lukashi's body. Karp, Lukashi, what are you doing? Luji, it's nothing, just a few years of lifespan wasted. At this moment, Luji's momentum began to rise sharply, and it even started to materialize as a willow tree appeared behind him. Luji's hair instantly turned white. At this moment, a willow branch appeared in Luji's hand. Space suppression. In an instant, Lox felt an overwhelming pressure, a pressure that touched both his mind and body. At this point, Luji was already sweating profusely. This was his first time fully unleashing the path of space. The road base directly struck the willow branch, and in an instant, the space began to crack. At this moment, Lux was still trapped and immobile, and then a heart-wrenching pain struck. In an instant, Lux's back was torn open. The intense pain allowed Lux to break free from his restraints, and he charged directly at the road base. At this point, the road base was already out of strength. The previous strike was something it couldn't withstand. However, that strike was enough, as the earlier tear had directly penetrated Lux's heart. At this moment, the road base lifted the willow branch again. Space barrier. Instantly, several invisible barriers appeared in front of the road base. The road base tried to block the impact of rocks, but there were sounds of cracking in the air. The spatial barrier was like paper in front of rocks. Soon, it reached the road base. In an instant, the road base made contact with rocks. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out. The roadbed was speechless. It felt like it was spitting blood every time, and each time it was a large basin's worth. Luji thought to himself that if he didn't die this time, he would get to eat red dates and drink chicken soup again. At that moment, Luji looked at Locke's wound, and surprisingly, the heart that had been torn apart was now intact again. Loki, how is that possible? Rocks, kid, I underestimated you after all. Luckily, I copied Blackbeard's devil fruit, or I would have been really done for. In an instant, a toothless, sinister grin appeared in Loki's mind. Roadbed. Hee, it seems like I'm doomed this time. Just as Roadbed resigned to his fate, a huge surge of energy erupted from within his body. At that moment, a familiar laughter rang out. Ha, little ghost. Are you in a dead end again? Luji immediately opened his eyes. Ximu? Yes, this was indeed the voice of Ximu, one of the 8 great demons. Little ghost. This is a remnant of our collective consciousness, a means of survival left for you. As he spoke, the sky underwent a dramatic change, and Lujia's body began to transform. Huge wings, black skin, sharp claws, and blood-red eyes. With a flap of his wings, Lugia instantly soared into the sky. At that moment, he felt his familiar power. Ximu's voice came again. Little ghost, your brief transformation and the power you gain from me are limited. Combined with the laws you have comprehended, this should be enough to deal with this fish. Luji nodded. At this moment, Luji directly slashed out several attacks with his claws, containing endless spatial laws. The attacks effortlessly broke through Rock's defenses, and Rox looked at Luji in disbelief. At this time, Luji raised both hands, and in an instant, lightning danced in the air, mixed with ice and rain. On the other side, Rox charged directly towards Luji. With his hands directly placed on the ground, countless bolts of lightning instantly flew towards Rox. He let out a terrible scream. Black smoke began to rise from his body, and there was even a faint smell of roasted meat. At this moment, the sky changed again, and a block of ice the size of an island appeared. Loki waved his hand, and the ice block instantly rushed towards Rox. Rox didn't have time to react and was struck down from the air by the ice block, not even letting out a scream. The ice block then shot towards the distant sea, and upon hitting the surface of the water, it triggered a tsunami. At that moment, Loki directly appeared on the shore. Luji extended his right hand, and the raging tsunami came to an abrupt stop. Then it sank back into the sea as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Luji dived into the ocean, directly reaching the bottom of the iceberg. However, he did not see rocks anywhere. Luji, it seems like he managed to escape, but he was also severely injured, so he won't be making any moves for a while. After that, Luji returned to the shore. At this point, the power within Luji began to fade, and he returned to his original form. Loki finally saw Ace and the others running towards him, and then he fainted. Days went by, but there was no sign of Loki waking up. Whitebeard and the others called every day, asking if Loki had woken up yet. However, they never got the answer they wanted. In his coma, Loki saw the deceased Khalifa, Daski, and others, as well as the dissipating 8 great devils. Rugi felt he had a lot to say to them, but they only nodded and didn't say a word. However, Rugi still didn't want to leave. He just wanted to stay with them a little longer. At that moment, they finally spoke. Khalifa, Rugi, you should go back. Daski, this is not where you belong. Saint Kid, let us go. Upon hearing these words, Rugi lowered his head. The smile on his face disappeared. Why? Why do you want to leave me? Saint Kid, we have always been with you. We are here with you. Saying this, the saint pointed to Rugi's heart. Khalifa, and in your memories. Daski, we will always be with you. At this moment, Daski reached out both hands and pushed directly towards Rugi. Luji felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss. Then, Luji was startled, and the Luji in the real world opened his eyes. Luji looked at the familiar ward, and then saw Ace sleeping beside him. Loki patted Ace on the shoulder, and Ace instantly woke up. Big brother, you finally woke up. Ace excitedly hugged Loki. At this moment, Loki's wounds had healed, but his head full of white hair remained unchanged. I'm fine now, don't worry. Ace nodded excitedly, and then started to notify the others. After Ace left, Loki got out of the sickbed and went to the window. Luji looked up at the sky. He wouldn't have been able to win without the help of Ximu. The road base still cannot unleash all of its rule power. Otherwise, with just a wave of its hand, the road base could turn rocks to ashes. Thank you, Ximu. Luji felt a heat rising in his back as he uttered the name Ximu. In an instant, he was enveloped by a set of dark golden armor, and he was stunned by his own transformation. Little ghost, this is the gift we left for you. Ximu's voice came from the helmet. We placed the last remnants of our consciousness into the tattoo on your back, and we didn't expect it to bring such an unexpected surprise. Now you can summon the armor, which embodies our will, by calling our names, and you will possess our powers. Moreover, Bogang and I have gained some abilities because we consumed the devil fruit within your body. I represent metal and light, while Bogang embodies forest and darkness. However, we no longer have the ability to heal ourselves. Even the Holy Lord's talisman won't work. It can only provide temporary healing. You will need to heal yourself after the armor is removed. I was the first to awaken. They are still unconscious, and we have all suffered injuries to varying degrees. Ximu explained some things to Luji, and then Luji removed the armor. The feeling of having regained something was quite joyful for Luji. It was the happiest day he had experienced in a while. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was pushed open, and Karp walked straight up to Luji. Karp immediately hugged Luji. "Damn kid, you scared the hell out of me." "Luji, it's okay, old man, I'm doing fine now." Then Luji greeted the others. "Robase, all right, all members of the Dragon God Pirates, it's time to set off." At this moment, Sengoku stopped Robase. "No need. The Navy is ready to confront the world government." Luffy shook his head with a smile. "It's not the right time yet. We have all underestimated the strength of the world government, so let's wait a bit longer." Then, Luffy waved his hand casually, and a space rift appeared, with the deck of the Dragon God on the opposite side. Luffy then gave a formal military salute to Sengoku. The former Marine Admiral Luffy saluted on behalf of all the members of the Dragon God. After that, Luffy led the crew of the Dragon God through the space rift. As the last person entered, the space rift closed immediately. At the Navy port, the Dragon God had set sail. "Ace, big brother, where are we going?" Lu Jiao smiled and then looked at the sea. "Anywhere is fine. Let the Dragon God ship decide. This guy has a spirit." Everyone chuckled. It was known to all that the Dragon God ship had already given birth to a ship spirit, but no one mentioned it. After a long voyage, everyone unknowingly arrived at the New World and reached Dragon God Island. Luji looked at the island where he had lived for many years, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Luffy, have you all thought it through? Are you really going to become pirates with me?" Luffy turned to look at the crew of the Dragon God. The crew exchanged glances, and then they all looked at Luffy in unison. "Captain, give the order." The call of Captain represented everyone. Luffy nodded. "All right, Dragon God Island will be our starting point, and we will become the 7th Emperor-level pirate crew in the New World. The original 4 Emperors plus Blackbeard's crew and the Straw Hat crew already make 6 Emperor-level pirate crews in the New World. The Dragon God Pirates will be the 7th. The strength of the Dragon God Pirates is already at its peak on the seas. Almost no other crew can match Luffy and his crew. Moreover, Luffy now possesses the strength of the formidable rocks. On the seas, nearly no one is a match for Luffy. What worries Luffy the most right now is M. Luji knows the gap in strength between himself and M. He is no match for M at the moment. Just as the Dragon God ship sails on the sea, countless towering waves rush towards Luji and the others. "Ace, what's going on?" "Sabo, although the weather in the New World is strange, such huge waves shouldn't be forming." "Xiao, someone is up to no good." After saying this, everyone on the Dragon God ship immediately used their powers. However, these waves seemed to have an invisible protective shield, and their attacks couldn't break through at all. At that moment, a voice came, "Let me handle this." Luji stepped out from the cabin and then threw a punch. This punch contained the strength of the 3 major laws that Luji had learned, and its power was extraordinary. The towering wave in front of him crumbled like a piece of paper in the face of this punch, shattering instantly. Then Luji brought his hands together, and a phantom of a tower appeared behind him. The sea around the Dragon God ship began to churn, and then surged violently. In an instant, several towering water columns shot up into the sky. Just as the people on the Dragon God ship were unsure of what Luji was going to do, a scream was heard. Then, a figure fell from the sky, just as that person was about to crash to the ground. Luji flashed to his side and directly grabbed the person's legs. At that moment, the person's face was pressed against the ground. "Roadbed, speak up, who sent you?" The person swallowed nervously. "It was the Celestial Dragons. They offered your head in exchange for status and countless treasures." The Foundation nodded. "You have good strength, but you're following the wrong person." The eyes of Luji were filled with slaughter. A glimmer of red light flashed in Luji's eyes, and then countless black gases surged towards the person. A scream echoed, and that person had already turned into a dry corpse. He was thrown into the sea. Ace nodded, then kicked the corpse into the sea. "Roadbed, kill all Celestial Dragons on sight." Luffy issued an order and then walked directly into the cabin. A smile appeared. "Aren't the Celestial Dragons asking for death?" "Ace, Uncle, haven't they already found death enough times?" "Sabo, who cares? The Celestial Dragons deserve to die anyway." At this point, Luffy no longer held back, and not a single celestial dragon could escape the hands of the dragon god. Months unknowingly passed by. Ace, still no news about Luffy? Ace, no. The last time Luffy was seen was during the battle with Kaido, and since then there's been no news about him. Luffy, what about the others from the Straw Hat Pirates? Ace, no. We're working hard to find them. At this moment, Luffy looks at Sabo. How long until we reach Wano? Sabo, about 10 more days. After all, we're being hunted by the celestial dragons every day. Luji, we can't delay any longer. Everyone gather at the bow of the ship. Soon, everyone on the Longshan came to the bow. At this moment, Luji looked ahead. I'm about to perform a large-scale space jump. It might go out of control. Everyone be prepared. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then Luji clapped his hands, and a phantom of a willow tree appeared behind him. Instantly, the space near the Longshan began to crack, and the fissures started to extend continuously. Luffy, here it comes. Space jump. In an instant, the Dragon God ship vanished from its spot. At the coast of Wano, one person was evading pursuers. This person was Chopper, the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. During the battle with Kaido, they were scattered. At this moment, a group of people appeared in front of Chopper. All of them were there to hunt him down. Chopper immediately switched forms, preparing for battle. Just then, a sound of shattering echoed, and a large ship appeared in the nearby sea. This ship was none other than Luffy's Dragon God. At this time, a figure emerged. Where are they? Why am I the only one here? At that moment, several people appeared across Wano, and these people were Luffy and his crew. Due to the unstable space, they had all been dispersed. On the ship was Ace. At this moment, Ace also spotted Chopper surrounded. Ace's legs ignited in flames, and he shot straight up into the sky. Fire Fist. Ace punched towards Chopper's direction, instantly sending the people surrounding Chopper flying. Chopper noticed Ace and immediately ran to him, crying, Ace, Ace, Chopper, where are Luffy and the others? Chopper, I don't know. Not long ago, Kaido knocked us apart, and when I woke up, I was by the sea. Ace, can you contact them? Chopper shook his head. They had no means of communication. Ace shook his head as well, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket. Soon, the voices of everyone on the Dragon God ship came from the paper. This was created by Luffy using his power of law. Although there was a time limit, it was already sufficient. The people on the Dragon God waited for a long time, but there was still no voice from Luffy in the paper. Ace, big brother, are you there? Luffy, it seems that Luffy is encountering some situation. We should find a place to regroup. Sabo, that's right. Everyone knows big brother's strength. Let's regroup and discuss. Then Ace put away the paper, and at that moment, the Dragon God crew had already determined the meeting place, the Flower Capital. Meanwhile, Luffy had also awakened from his slumber. The recent space jump had caused Luffy to faint. After waking up, Luffy took out the communication paper from his pocket. Just as he was about to contact everyone, a figure appeared not far from him. This person looked like a little boy but was dressed in girl's clothing. This person was the biggest villain, Momonosuke. No, there was no longer a Momonosuke. It was Kazuki Momonosuke. However, the current Momonosuke was still unconscious. Luji looked around and did not see any other people. Luffy stepped forward step by step to stand in front of Tazizu. If you had eaten a devil fruit, I might have spared your life. But you haven't, and I've let you live for a long time already, so be content. Then Luffy raised his right hand, and in an instant, a burst of flames appeared. Loki directly unleashed a fiery blaze towards Momonosuke, and in an instant, Momonosuke was engulfed by the flames. At that moment, a white light flew out from Momonosuke's body. This white light directly consumed the flames. Seeing this scene, Loki was not surprised at all, and even a slight smile appeared on his lips. Finally willing to show up, Kazuki Oden. At this time, the white light slowly transformed into a human figure. This person was none other than Kazuki Oden, who had been killed by Kaido. Ever since Luji comprehended the laws of the demonic path, he gradually began to sense things he had never encountered before. Some souls, commonly known as ghosts. The Foundation can faintly sense a powerful soul force emanating from Tazizu. Lucky directly infused the magic laws into his eyes, and in an instant, the souls of Kazuki Oden and Momonosuke revealed themselves. Subsequently, a scene appeared where Lucky wanted to set Momonosuke on fire. His goal was to force out Kazuki Oden. At that moment, Kazuki Oden spoke up. What do you want? Kazuki Oden instantly took a fighting stance. The corner of the roadbed curled up, revealing a charming smile. Of course, it was to force you out, Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden instantly became tense. After his death, his soul had been wandering in Wano country, waiting for his son to avenge him and reclaim Wano from Kaido. But in the end, he was met with a eunuch, Mama no Suk, which made Kazuki Oden completely collapse. It took him a long time to accept this fact. Since then, Kazuki Oden had been following Mama no Suk, secretly protecting his safety. Luchi, you don't need to be nervous, I won't attack you. Then Luchi suddenly changed his tone. However, I want you to be my servant. Getsu Waita's eyes widened in anger, and he immediately charged at Luchi. Although Getsu Waita is in a soul state, he still possesses a certain level of attack power. The roadbed directly raised its right hand, and in an instant, countless black gases emerged. The black gas directly wrapped around Kazuki Oden. In an instant, Kazuki Oden felt a piercing pain, thousands of times worse than the pain of being thrown into a pot of hot oil. Luji thought to himself, a ghost is running wild in front of me. Does it not know that the rules of the demonic path are the nemesis of ghosts? Then Luji spoke up. Kagetsu Yutaka, don't overestimate yourself. Do you believe I can make Momonosuke turn to ashes right now, leaving not even a trace of his soul? After saying this, Luji raised his left hand, and in an instant, a cloud of black mist flew towards Momonosuke. The black mist quickly enveloped Momonosuke, and a look of pain appeared on his face. Luji, I'll give you one more chance to tell me your choice. Looking at the pained Momonosuke, Kazuki Oden finally lowered his noble head. The black mist enveloping Peach Boy dissipated instantly, while the black mist entwining Kazuki Oden directly entered his soul. In an instant, Kazuki Oden's hands and feet began to transform from soul to flesh. However, this body emitted waves of evil energy. Lujabase looked at Getsu Oden, then touched the box at his waist. Inside were the souls of Dasuki and the others, who were different from a strong warrior like Getsu Oden. Their souls would gradually dissipate, eventually disappearing completely. Lujiao realized this and used his abilities to preserve them. The souls of strong individuals like Kazuki Oden can exist for tens of thousands of years and cannot possibly dissipate. Originally, Lujiao intended to use dark magic to resurrect Dasuki and the others, but in the end, he chose to give up. The reason was that resurrecting them with dark magic would mean they would be his slaves for life, with no freedom at all, which was not what Lujiao wanted. At this moment, Kazuki Oden also underwent a transformation. He exuded an aura of death, and his overall strength significantly increased. Now, Kazuki Oden's power is much greater than it was before his death. Loki looked at his work with satisfaction. In fact, Loki could forcibly turn Kazuki Oden into his servant, but the effect would definitely not be as good. Kazuki Oden also accepted reality. Loki, now let's go find my noisy brother. With that, Loki disappeared on the spot. Kazuki Oden cast a reluctant glance at Momonosuke before disappearing as well. However, faintly, one could see a hint of magical energy emanating from Momonosuke, which was left by Kazuki Oden. At this moment, Loki could roughly guess where Luffy was. Don't ask, just know it's from a god's perspective. Soon, Loki and Kazuki Oden arrived at the prison where Kaido was holding the prisoners. In the distance, two spirited young men were competing to move stones. Luji thought to himself that it seemed to be following the plot, so he would refrain from intervening. If Luji intervened, Luffy might not learn Flowing Cherry Blossom and would definitely not be able to stand up to Kaido later on. At that moment, a brutal aura approached. The roadbed's gaze sharpened, and then he looked straight into the distance. This aura seemed similar to Kaido. Next to him, Kazuki Oden spoke up. Subgrade. I can roughly guess who it is, but I still need to confirm. Lucia smiled and then rushed directly towards the direction of the explosive aura. Kazuki Oden followed closely behind Lucia. On the other side, Ace and the others also gathered together. Ace, still no news from Big Brother. Ichiji, don't worry. According to the intelligence, the only strong forces in Wano now are Kaido and Big Mom, who just arrived not long ago. We don't know where Rox has gone, and no one in Wano can match Lucia now. Everyone nodded. Lucia is practically invincible at this point. Sabo, our main task now is to find the Straw Hat crew. Ace, that's a bit difficult. Chopper said they were scattered, and they have no way of communicating with each other. Enel, how about I use my mind network, a wide-range observation haki? Ichiji shook his head. No, strong opponents will notice, and we would be discovered before we even find them. In the end, the group decided to split up and gather information. At this time, Lucia had already arrived at the place where the brutal aura had just erupted. Lucia looked at the island that resembled a devil's skull and couldn't help but complain. So ugly. Then, Lucia directly concealed his and Kazuki Oden's presence, and the two of them stormed into Kaido's stronghold. Soon, Lucia found the person he was looking for, a beautiful woman wielding a wolf-toothed club like Kaido's. Kaido's daughter, Yamato. At that moment, Yamato seemed to sense something and immediately turned to look in Lucci's direction, but there was no one there. Meanwhile, Luji had already created a spatial wall in front of him, completely blocking Yamato's line of sight. Roadbed. That was close. Luckily, we reacted in time. Kazuki Odin, boss. What exactly are you doing here? Subgrade. It's nothing. I just wanted to take a look at this little coat of Kaido. The roadbed gave a charming smile. Then a wisp of black gas emerged from his hand, which directly entered Yamato's body. Yamato shivered. Lujin wondered whether the power of the Demoness under the magical laws was effective. After finishing everything, Lujin left with Mitsuki Odin. The roadbed directly used the manufactured communication paper to determine the location of several people. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, a spatial appeared directly. The roadbed and Mitsuki Kagaya walked straight in, and then they directly came to Ace's side. Ace, big brother, can you not suddenly appear? It's really scary. Roadbed, next time pay attention and tell others not to look for the Straw Hat crew anymore. Everyone gather, I have something to announce. Soon, the Dragon God ship arrived at the gathering place. Roadbed, next we just need to wait. I don't care what you all do, but you must not reveal your identities. Everyone nodded. In the following days, the members of the Dragon God began to let loose. Ace and Sabo directly took over a restaurant. Uncle Yixiao even moved into the casino. As for the others, they just focused on having fun. Soon, several months passed by unknowingly. During this time, several significant events occurred. For example, Luffy broke out of prison, and Big Mom formed an alliance with Kaido. The developments were increasingly deviating from the correct storyline. Roadbed, it seems I have changed the storyline again, and from now on, I can only take it step by step. Soon, it will be time for Luffy and the others to attack Onigashima. The only good news is that Jinbei, just like in the original, has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this news. He really wanted to snatch Jinbei over. Afterwards, Luffy summoned all the members of the Dragon God Pirates through a communication paper. The battle at Onigashima is about to unfold, and of course, our Dragon God Pirates must get involved. With a wave of his hand, Luffy declared the Dragon God Pirates to set sail. On the other side, Kaido and Luffy had already begun their battle. The fight between the two was nothing short of earth-shattering. Under Kaido's diligent guidance, Luffy successfully awakened his Devil Fruit powers. Gear 5th, Sun God form, Zoan-type mythical beast, human fruit, Nika form. Luffy's strength skyrocketed. In the distance, the road base couldn't help but exclaim, truly the child of destiny. At that moment, an unexpected character appeared. Haha, I didn't expect to encounter such a powerful devil fruit here. Heaven is helping me. Lucky didn't expect him to come here. Rocks, Luffy is in danger. Just when Rocks was about to take action, a voice came from the side. I advise you not to disturb my brother. At this moment, Lucky had already reached Rock's side. Rocks, kid, what are you doing here? Loki, tourism. And by the way, I'm here to see my brother. Then Loki looked at Luffy. Another grandson of that old bastard Karp. Then Loki suddenly went berserk. Kid, I was careless before. Today I'm going to kill you. Then Loki's body suddenly swelled, and he punched towards Loki, looking for death. With a wave of his hand, Luji instantly conjured a spatial barrier that directly blocked Locke's attack. At that moment, Luji shouted battle armor. Instantly, a black Ximu battle armor covered his entire body. Ximu said, kid, go on a killing spree. In an instant, a murderous intent flashed in Luji's eyes. 4 swords appeared out of thin air. The 4 swords of extermination. Exterminate the immortals. In an instant, the 4 swords soared up and flew directly towards Locks. Looky, today, you will undoubtedly die. Faced with the frenzied attacks of the 4 swords of extermination, Rocks can only keep dodging. At this moment, Lucky raises both hands. In an instant, thousands of swords appear in the air. This is the power of the metallic fruit devoured by Ximu. Roadbed, with a sword to open the heavens, with a sword to destroy the world. The sword determines the universe. The sword decides. In an instant, countless swords flew out. Rocks continuously changed abilities, constantly dodging. Rock's own strength is not weak. Plus the abnormal devil fruit. Loki couldn't take down Roxas in an instant. At that moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth. The ground opened its arms, and in an instant, countless black gases emerged. At that moment, cries of agony echoed from the black mist. Soon after, various monsters of different shapes ran out. Loki, all demons attack. A group of demons let out a roar and charged towards Rocks. Rocks gradually found it hard to evade, constantly getting scratched by the demons and pierced by their blades. At this moment, Loki calmly performed a hand seal. Instantly, countless spatial slashes appeared out of thin air. 10,000 blade slash. At this moment, the four swords of extermination had arrived at the four corners surrounding rocks. In an instant, four beams of light shot up into the sky. The roadbed slowly opened up. Sword formation, activate. At that moment, the spatial slash also entered the sword formation. In an instant, Rox was torn to pieces, but he quickly restored himself to his original state. Rox, haha kid, I want to see what other methods you have to kill me. Roadbed, all right, open your eyes wide. At this moment, a small tower flew out from the center of Roadbed's forehead. The Five Elements Tower, go. The Five Elements Tower flew directly above Rox's head. In an instant, the power of the five elements flowed out, enveloping Rox completely. Roadbed, Five Elements Tower, Five Elements Seal. Rox's eyes narrowed. Sel, little ghost, you lost, you still can't kill me. Haha, Roadbed, I didn't say I was sealing you. Rox, what do you mean? The road base smiled wickedly. The Five Elements seal suppressed it. In an instant, the power of the five elements began to enter Rox's body. Rox immediately felt something was wrong. He felt the power of the devil fruit within him gradually disappearing. You are sealing my devil fruit. Roadbed, that's right, without the devil fruit, you will undoubtedly die. In an instant, Rox directly felt the loss of the devil fruit's power within his body. Rox, how is that possible? Roadbed, although it consumes a bit of vitality, it's worth it. The five elements sealing array is activated by the vitality consumed by the roadbed. It definitely won't work on a powerful being, but a small demon is still feasible. Rox, are you crazy? Little brat, is what you're consuming just a bit of life? Luji, well, it's just 5 years. Adding the previous ones, it's a total of 15 years of life. I'm still young. After saying this, Luji immediately quickened his pace. In an instant, a shadow was sucked into the tower. The foundation, it's done. Rox's body was instantly pierced by the sword. This time, Rox did not regenerate, but instead bled directly. Blood also trickled from the corner of Rox's mouth. Little brat, you have your way, but I will take you down with me. Rox's momentum continued to rise, and his wounds slowly began to heal. Luji, life for a life, let's see if you have that strength. At this moment, the sword formation began to shatter continuously, and Luji directly retracted the four swords of Zhu Xian. Looky, come on, I'll try to leave you a complete corpse. After saying that, Looky charged directly at Rox. With a punch thrown out, Rox transformed his hand into a palm to block the attack. The roadbed immediately showed a look of surprise. Not bad, keep going. Luji directly borrowed strength to lift his leg and sweep towards Rox. Rox raised his arm to block the attack and immediately turned to kick Luji in the abdomen. Luji immediately used his hands to block it. However, he was still kicked away a distance. Rox, kid, it's not easy to take this kick, is it? Luji, cough, 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 not bad. Let's see what I've got. After saying this, Luji directly leaped into the air and kicked towards Rox. Rox immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking Luji's attack. Kid, is that all you've got? Road base. Oh, really? Then road base body actually started to spin. Poison dragon drill. The body of Luji was getting faster and faster, and Rox also felt the pressure rising constantly. Slowly, his veins began to bulge. Break. Luji shouted out loud. Rox could no longer hold on and instantly flew out backward. Luji executed a magnificent roll and landed perfectly. Lux slid several meters but stabilized his stance. The two exchanged smiles and then charged toward each other again. At the moment of contact, Luji stepped forward with his front leg, bent back, and directly exerted force from his waist to unleash the Iron Mountain lean of the 8 Extremes fist. Lux was caught off guard and was sent flying. However, in the instant of being launched, he used the momentum to perform an upward kick. His foot struck Luji's chin, but it didn't cause much damage. Looky just realized that Rox had come right in front of him. A punch was thrown at Looky, who immediately utilized the Tai Chi technique of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, and with the momentum, he slapped Rox on the chest. Rox flew back again. However, at that moment, Looky directly reached out and grabbed Rox's ankle. Then, he forcefully threw Rox into the air. The roadbed jumped into the air with all its strength on both legs. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards Rox. Rox crashed down like a meteorite, directly creating a huge pit in the ground. Luji slowly approached the edge of the giant pit, and at that moment, Rox also slowly got up. His full head of brown hair had disappeared, leaving only strands of white. However, his strength had not diminished at all. Instead, it had increased dramatically once again. He charged directly at Luji, who was caught off guard and was sent flying. At that moment, Rox's movements were very familiar, resembling the Iron Mountain lean that Luji had just used. The foundation directly flipped in the air and stabilized its form. Then it pushed off the ground, using the force to charge towards Rox. This time, the two finally exchanged punches. The ground began to shatter around them, centered on the two. Immediately after, they started to throw punches wildly. In their eyes, there was only each other's fists. The onlookers outside the battlefield were utterly shocked. Ace, are these two even human? A smile shook his head. They have transcended the realm of humans. Even Garp and the four emperors can't match their terror. Sabo, how long will this battle last? Ace, it might take several days. A smile shook his head again. It's almost over. The result is about to come out. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed in the air. Then, Luji was seen flying backward. Rocks followed closely behind Luji. The two engaged in battle once again in midair. Lucky delivered a side kick aimed at Rock's head. Rocks responded by raising his leg high to kick Lucky's crown. Both of them exerted all their strength, wanting to kill each other. This time, Lucky was a step faster, kicking Rocks away with one blow. The roadbed turned, and several feet were added. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and a giant pit appeared on the ground again. However, the sounds of fighting did not stop. The two began a close combat with each move and strike. Their attack speed increased, accompanied by the sonic booms generated from their excessive speed. Lucky almost used all the martial arts techniques he knew, and Rock's learning ability was also astonishing. He nearly imitated all of Lucky's martial arts moves. The two were executing identical moves, and neither could inflict damage on the other. At that moment, both of them threw a punch and stepped back several paces. Rock said, "Kid, I really like your martial arts." "Loki, old bastard, let's try this move next." Then Loki assumed a fighting stance, but his legs began to jump rhythmically. "Rocks, I want to see what other tricks you have." The two then engaged in battle again. However, Rocks was surprised to find that Loki's attack speed was incredibly fast, and there was no discernible pattern to it. Gradually, Rocks began to be overwhelmed by Loki's attacks. Rocks also wanted to copy Loki's moves, but he simply couldn't do it. At this moment, Rock's momentum slowly diminished, and his attack speed became increasingly sluggish. Rocks let out a, "Ha ha, it seems I've lost." After saying this, Rock's body began to shrink. All his muscles vanished without a trace, and his hair started to fall out. In the end, he turned into a frail old man. Lucky wiped the sweat from his forehead. "He could have used his abilities to deal with you, but I still chose to knock you down with my fists. I suppose that's the dignity I leave for you." Rocks lay on the ground. "That felt good, brat, thanks." Then, this legendary powerful villain closed his eyes. After dealing with Rocks, Lucky turned his attention back to the battlefield between Luffy and Kaido. Their fight was gradually coming to an end, and ultimately, Kaido was knocked out by a punch from Luffy. The once great Yonko Kaido was brought down from his pedestal. Due to Lucky's intervention, no one attacked the unconscious Kaido. After everyone dispersed, Lucky approached Rock's corpse. "Luji, without obsessions, there would be no lingering soul. It seems to be true." Then Luji gently pointed his finger. The ground directly split open a crack. "I can't let you rot in the wilderness." Soon after, a small grave appeared here. Loki took a look and then turned to leave. After an unknown amount of time, Kaido woke up in his room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yamato beside him, and Loki and Ace sitting in the distance. "Kaido, Loki kid, what are you doing here?" "Roadbed, don't worry, I'm not here to fight you. I'm here to bring my little brother to meet his future father-in-law." "Kaido, Nanny?" He then glanced at the blushing and shy Yamato, and the grinning Ace on the other side. Kaido instantly flew into a rage, and just as he was about to go berserk, a sword was suddenly pointed at the top of his head. "Roadbed, I'm here to inform you, not to seek your opinion." Then Kaido deflated like a punctured balloon. "Damn brat." He then looked at Yamato. "A girl shouldn't stay, you go ahead." Although Kaido outwardly didn't care for Yamato, in his heart, she was his life. "Yamato, thank you, father." Kaido nodded, then lay back down. "I'm a bit tired, you all go out." Luji nodded to Ace, and then Ace went out with Yamato. The reason why Yamato ended up with Ace is due to the succubus power that Luji used. With the enhancement of Luji's succubus power, Ace and Yamato were like magnets, directly attracting each other. Luffy didn't leave, but instead came to Kaido's side. "All right, everyone has left." Kaido sat up directly. "Luffy, where are you planning to go next?" "Marry Geos?" Luji thought for a moment. "Should be, where are you?" "Kaido, I'm just here to retire. There's no ship to carry me in this era." "Roadbed, you are one of the four emperors, Kaido." "Kaido, it's just a code name. I'm tired of this life. Otherwise, why would I want to die?" "Roadbed, damn. I thought you were just drunk." "Kaido, drunk? I've never been drunk from drinking. Do you think my devil fruit is just for show?" "Luji, all right, I'm leaving too." Kaido immediately stopped Luji. "Kid, I'm leaving the Beast Pirates and Yamato to you." After saying this, Kaido seemed to age several years in an instant. "Luji, I won't bring Yamato. Nor will I bring the beast pirates. I don't like large crowds. The roadbed waved goodbye and left the room. At this time, the dragon god was already waiting on the coast for a long time. Roadbed, partners, where are we headed next? Ace, big brother, I want to go to Mary Geos and take a look around. Roadbed, you'll die if you go there. Sabo, we are not afraid of death. Luffy smiled and then waved his hand forward. Let's go. Then the dragon god began to move towards Mariewa. This time, Luffy was not doing it for him, but for those 4 old men. The 4 elders, today none of you will be left. Soon, the dragon god arrived beneath the red line. Just as Enel was about to activate the dragon god's flight capability, Luffy made his move. Luji, spatial blockade. In an instant, everyone on the dragon god's ship, except for Luji, was trapped. Luji, everyone, you can't follow this time because it will be deadly. Don't worry, I have a way to escape. Soon after, Luji disappeared. Ever since the battle with rocks, Luji found that his strength had increased again. Although he couldn't defeat him, he could still put up a fight. Moreover, the combined strength of the 4 elders was no match for Luji. Soon, Luji arrived in the sky above Mariewa. Then, a large amount of black mist began to emanate from Luji's body. Demon Legion, come forth. Following that, numerous demons rushed out from the black mist. They charged directly towards the celestial dragons and the CP organization protecting them. Warren was a powerful member of the CP organization and currently a senior leader, with overall strength comparable to that of an admiral. On the battlefield, Warren was like a god of war, feeling like the chosen one. His ability was quite unique. The Paramecia type slaughter fruit, which enhanced his overall strength with each enemy he killed. This devil fruit was nearly invincible for a god of death. Just as Warren was enjoying the thrill of killing, a blade intercepted his attack. It turned out to be a dog of the celestial dragons. How pathetic. Warren, a strong one? Who are you? I am an ordinary servant. My previous name is no longer important. Now I am called Moonlight. This person was none other than Kazuki Oden, whom Luji had captured. This demon army was led by him. At this moment, 4 powerful auras appeared, and upon sensing these 4, Luji's eyes narrowed. Luji, I've been waiting for you. Then Luji directly released his own aura. He did this to draw these 4 over. At this moment, 4 figures appeared before Luji. Little ghost, I didn't expect you to be so bold. This time, you won't leave here alive. Without Karp's help, you're simply no match for us. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. The 4 elders instantly took action, determined to keep Luji here. Luji, overestimating oneself. Battle armor. With the Westwood battle armor donned, Luji's momentum instantly surged. The roadbed waved, and in an instant, the 4 swords of extermination flew out. The foundation. Today, it is you who will die. Sword formation, rise. At this moment, tens of thousands of swords appear in the air. Today, I will tear you apart. The 4 old stars trapped in the sword formation began to resist frantically, but they were still getting injured continuously. This kid's strength has increased again. We're no match for him. A freak, even more abnormal than Kapu. Hold on, we must endure until Lord arrives. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Then, Luji turned his palm, and in an instant, a treasure tower appeared. 5 elements killing formation. Adding formation upon formation, the power increased again. Combining 2 formations is definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. At this moment, a scream was heard. One of the 4 old stars was directly burned by the raging fire, and a sharp sword pierced through his chest. How could? The last words were not finished before he breathed his last. The 4 old stars became 3 old stars. The roadbed. There are still 3 left. I don't know how long you can hold on. At this moment, the roadbed's hands moved. At the same time, the sword formation and the 5 elements evil formation also moved. Today, let you know what despair is. As the formations changed, the attacks inside became faster and faster. The 3 old stars inside were getting injured more and more. Can't hold on anymore. Is Lorda not here yet? Soon. Lujizi looked at the 3 who were desperately holding on, showing a contemptuous expression on his face. Ants, I look forward to your follow-up performance. He then moved his hands in a Tai Chi manner from his chest. Sword formation, kill from all directions. In an instant, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian flew into the sword formation. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian are the true killing weapons of the sword formation. When these 4 treasured swords flew out, blood was bound to be shed. Be careful of those 4 swords. They carry a heavier killing intent than the other swords. Where's the sword? Bastard. Before the person could finish speaking, he was pierced by the suddenly appearing Zhu Xian sword. Old 3, how is that possible? You bastard, Lujizi. The person was about to help the one who had been pierced when a treasured sword flew over, instantly severing the person's hands. After cutting off the person's hands, The treasured sword did not slow down, but flew directly towards the head of the pierced individual. Just like that, only 2 of the 5 old stars were left. One lightly injured and the other half crippled. At that moment, a powerful slash came flying in, directly striking the sword formation, causing a huge crack to appear in the formation. Luji immediately looked up and saw a familiar figure hovering in midair. "It's here." The roadbed softly uttered a few words. Then he gently waved his hand, and in an instant, 2 screams were heard. The 5 elders were completely wiped out. Having had enough fun, the 4 ants were quite entertaining. "You will pay for what you have done." "Lugia, really? Why am I so skeptical?" Then Lugia gripped something with one hand. Dragon soldier. In an instant, a long spear appeared in Lugia's hand. "Today, let's see just how big the gap is between us." After saying that, Lugia charged directly at him. Waved one hand, and a sword appeared. "Today, I will kill you." The moment the 2 clashed, cracks instantly appeared in the red earth continent, and countless celestial dragons fell directly into them. "Looky, even if I die, it's worth it to have these pigs and dogs accompany me in death." Bustat. The 2 began to fight fiercely. Swung his sword at Looky, who raised his dragon weapon to block it. Although he managed to stop the attack, Looky was still knocked back and spat out blood from the immense force. The dragon weapon even showed signs of cracking. "Roadbed, this gap is a bit large. I will make you die without a burial place." Luji smiled. "Not necessarily." In an instant, countless black gases emerged, directly drilling into Luji's body. Demonization. In an instant, a large number of black patterns appeared on Luji's body, and his eyes were completely filled with black. "The demonized me is several times stronger. I wonder if I can match you." After saying that, Luji charged out again with his gun. The 2 weapons collided directly, and the demonized Luji surprisingly matched him in strength. It was taken aback by Luji's power. At that moment, Luji spoke up. "Spatial domain, activate." In an instant, an invisible domain enveloped the 2 of them. Chaos slash. Instantly, countless spatial slashes appeared, flying towards across from Luji. Im's eyes narrowed, and his momentum exploded. All the spatial slashes were shattered in an instant. It all happened in a heartbeat. Im exerted force with both hands, and Luji was sent flying backward. The roadbed directly thrust Long Bing into the ground, stabilizing his form in this way. Just as he stopped, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out. "Damn, that hurts." The roadbed staggered to its feet, then raised its right hand. In an instant, the sky transformed from bright sunshine to dense dark clouds. Divine punishment thunderstruck. A dragon-shaped bolt of lightning descended in an instant, charging straight towards him. "Little brat, you truly are amazing." Then, with a single hand reaching forward, it seemed as if a pair of invisible giant hands appeared in the air, directly grasping the lightning dragon. "Roadbed. What the hell? It seems I underestimated him." Smiled, then exerted force with his hands. The thunder dragon in the air was instantly torn apart. Luji looked at him and raised his hand again. Divine punishment death march. In an instant, the sky changed from black to red. Then, a large amount of black mist erupted from Luji's body. The black mist shot up into the sky, instantly merging with it. At that moment, a wisp of colorful aura also emerged from Luji's body. Lucky looked at the faint trace of the 5-element aura and couldn't help but smile wryly. He chuckled. "This is the final strike. I wonder if a miracle could happen." Then, this wisp of 5-element energy soared into the sky. At that moment, a small vortex appeared in the sky, with him at its center. Play rise. In an instant, a beam of light descended, completely engulfing him. This was Lucky's temporarily strongest attack. The entire pirate world witnessed this attack and felt its momentum. Red-haired, so powerful. Has the world war begun? Whitebeard, who is fighting whom? Incredible. Karp, towards Mariewa. This is the slaughter of the celestial dragons. Soon the attack ceased, and the sky cleared up. Luji raised his eyes to look at the center of the attack. Suddenly, his expression tightened. Alas, it seems it still won't work. At the center of the attack, a one-armed man stood up. It was him. Just now, Luji's strongest attack had only destroyed one of Im's arms. Im was coughing up blood, with one arm still bleeding profusely. He exerted force with his legs and jumped directly in front of Luji. Im, kid, you really are surprising. He gritted his teeth as he said this. Roadbase, is it useful? It can't kill you anyway. Then Roadbase looked at Im's severed arm. Amazing. The strongest throne of the pirates, Im, actually has no self-healing ability. Im, Bustat. He directly extended his claw-like hand towards Roadbase. At this moment, a wicked smile appeared on Roadbase's lips. Im instantly sensed it. Suddenly, A spatial passage appeared beneath road base. Luji, haha, just kidding. Next time I will definitely kill you, haha. Then Luji disappeared in front of him. Im looked around and then let out a howl to the sky. Bastard, I will definitely kill you. In this battle, there were very few celestial dragons left. Most of them were turned to dust due to the fight between Luji and Im. Some were also killed by Luji's demon army. However, the news was blocked by Im, and no one knew what had happened to Mary Joa. But after that, no one ever saw the 5 elders again. On the other side, Luji woke up by the seaside. Cough, 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 they're killing me. Although the transformation enhances strength, it leaves the body sore after it wears off. There is no way to relieve it. At this moment, Luji clasped his hands together, and the instruments on the Dragon God ship reacted. Ace, we have news from Big Brother. Yixiao, Dragon God ship, set sail at full speed, following the direction indicated by the instruments. Everyone understood. At this time, Luji was sitting cross-legged by the sea. To be safe, Luji directly teleported from Mary Joa to the East River. However, due to the energy going out of control, Luji temporarily did not know his exact location. Luji, this time, I have broken one of Im's arms, and his strength will inevitably drop significantly. Next time we fight, I will surely take his life. After saying this, Luji still mobilized all his energy. Ever since he had an epiphany about the laws, Luji had begun his cultivation, just like a cultivator. Luji's injuries were gradually recovering, and his physical strength was slowly replenishing. He helplessly shook his head. He still preferred his previous state, with limitless stamina and a self-repairing divine physique, which could be considered cheat. Moreover, Luji felt that there was something in this world suppressing him. Otherwise, with the power of the 8 great demons alone, he could be invincible in the world. He always sensed that there was an invisible pair of hands controlling him. Luji murmured to himself, "Am I really the foolish protagonist under the hands of a foolish author?" At that moment, a voice interrupted Luji's thoughts. "Young man, what are you doing here?" An old man suddenly appeared behind Luji. "I am a shipwrecked person, washed ashore by the waves." The old man replied, "Oh, a child who lies is not a good child." Luji's eyes narrowed, and he instantly got up and prepared to take action. The old man pointed his finger, and Luji was instantly immobilized. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. After all, I created you, Yichu." At this point, the old man's eyes narrowed. The entire body of Luji was drenched in cold sweat. He had almost forgotten the name Yichu, which was his name before he crossed over to the pirate world. The old man continued, "Do you remember when you first arrived in this world? There was originally another soul within you, but it was absorbed by the Panku treasure box." Luji subconsciously nodded. "That is the real Luji, Karp's grandson. Haha. Didn't expect that, right? Roadbed, how is that possible?" "Old man, nothing is impossible. I am the creator of this universe." The old man stood up. "I only need to lift a finger to change this universe." "Luja, who exactly are you?" "An ordinary old man." He waved his hand at the people who came later, and Luja regained the ability to move. "Roadbed, what do you really want to do?" "Nothing much, just want to make you stronger, to have you replace me as the ruler of this universe." "Roadbed, can't you just make me stronger directly?" "Not the same. I want you to grow slowly and see if you have the qualification to become the ruler of this universe." Luji seemed to understand and nodded slightly. He was one of my previous candidates, like him in this world. However, his character was not good, and in the end, his memory was erased, and he was exiled here. "Roadbed, why didn't you come out and talk to me earlier? I want to see if you have that qualification. Only by passing the first round of testing can you qualify." "Roadbed, may I ask how many people have passed the first round of testing?" "Old man, there are many. After all, the first round isn't that difficult. Some have systems, some have god-level bloodlines, and some have invincible cheats." The entire roadbed went numb in an instant. I felt like I was the weakest one among them. The old man thought for a moment and then nodded. "All right, let's talk after you kill him. By then, you'll be going to a new world." "Roadbed, may I ask how to address you?" "Elder, left one." At this moment, the elders seemed to remember something. "That's right. Because this is the first world I created, all combat powers have been unstable, and I am too lazy to adjust them. So I can only keep adjusting your combat power." "Roadbed, huh?" "Elderly man, don't worry. Others are the same. I treat everyone equally." "Roadbed, by the way, how will I leave this world?" "Elder, do you really want to know?" The Foundation firmly nodded. The old man said death. The roadbed suddenly froze in place. "Can you do me a favor?" "Elder, are you trying to resurrect your friend?" "Roadbed, that's right." "Elder, sigh, after you kill him, this world will start over, and all the dead will be resurrected. But they will forget you, and there will be no trace of your existence in this world." The roadbed smiled helplessly. "It's fine, as long as they can be revived." The old man, kid, when you stand at the peak, you will encounter them again. The expression in the roadbed's eyes suddenly brightened. The old man, ha, you little rascal. Roadbed. Also, can I change back to my own name in the next world? Old man, of course. Can you tell me what kind of world the next one is? Old man, I can't say for sure, but most of them you will recognize. It's all up to luck. Roadbed. This is no different for not saying anything. Old man, haha, alright, I'm leaving too. At this moment, he pointed the roadbed with one hand. In an instant, a golden light entered his body. This is my gift to you, goodbye. Then he left the bewildered roadbed and disappeared. Luji was confused for a long time. He felt it was magical, yet unbelievable. At that moment, Ximu's voice came. Little ghost, don't think about it anymore. That person should be the one who has been suppressing us all along. Luji nodded. Whatever, my main goal now is to kill him. As for the rest, I'll deal with it later. Soon, Luji saw a ship appearing on the sea. It was the Dragon God. With a single wave of the roadbed, a spatial fluctuation occurred and the roadbed appeared on the Dragon God. Thank you for your hard work. And I also ask you to make a trip. Ace, brother, you are amazing. That attack scared us. Loki, what's so impressive? I almost got killed by him. Sabo Versailles, brother. Everyone, unknowingly, a month has passed. The crew of the Dragon God has been staying in the East Sea during this time. During this period, Loki has been working hard to repair the Dragon Soldier. The Dragon Soldier was severely damaged after the battle with him. After several days of effort, the damage to the Dragon Soldier was finally repaired. Moreover, Loki was surprised to find that the Dragon Soldier's level had increased by one more level. The gap between it and the four swords of extermination has narrowed again. Luoji directly absorbed the repaired Long Bing into his body, allowing him to continue receiving the nourishment of the Panku treasure box. Then, Luoji looked towards the direction of Mary Geos. It was time to end it all. Now, Luoji's strength had increased once again, but he still couldn't overpower him. At most, he could fight to a draw. However, Luoji had a trump card. This trump card would determine the outcome of the battle. With this trump card, Luoji could certainly kill him. The only thing Luoji wanted now was a way to leave this world. He had to die. Soon, Luoji thought of a way to die. Although he felt a bit reluctant, there was no other choice. At that moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Soon, a person appeared before Luoji. Roadbed. Ainalu, is there something wrong? Ainalu. Boss, a large number of warships have appeared at sea, all belonging to the Navy. Luji's eyes narrowed, and then, with a wave of spatial fluctuation, he directly arrived at the seaside. At this moment, the members of the Dragon God ship had already gathered. Ace said, Big brother, it looks like this is the Demon Slayer order. Suddenly, Van Oka, who was holding a sniper rifle beside him, spoke up, Boss, the people on the opposite ship are not from the Navy. They seem to be from the CP organization. The roadbed nodded. It seems that the marshal and the generals have already been controlled. Luji turned to the people of Longshanhao. I will deal with the Demon Slayer order, and then I will go find him. You all need to go to Marin Fando to rescue the marshal and the general. Ace, big brother, are you sure there's a threat to the marshal and the general? Roadbed, don't underestimate the background of the celestial dragons. If I'm not mistaken, they even have 3 individuals as strong as the old man. Nanny? Luj nodded and smiled. You must be referring to the 3 at the bow of the ship. Subgrade. That's right. I didn't expect him to line them all up. At that moment, a muffled sound came. Then several shells flew in. The road foundation's eyes narrowed, and then a suit of black armor covered his entire body. Lucky gently raised his hand, and in an instant, all the shells were frozen in midair. You all should leave quickly. What follows will be a brutal massacre here. Then, a wave of spatial fluctuation appeared around everyone. Passing through the spatial fluctuation would take them directly to Marin Vondo, where there should be close to 5 powerful beings with the strength of generals. Be careful, he warned. Everyone nodded and then entered the spatial fluctuation. After they left, a sinister smile appeared on Loki's lips. The slaughter began. Then, Loki soared into the air, and the 4 swords of extermination flew out, charging directly towards all the battleships. Luji, you're seeking your own doom. The sturdy battleship was torn apart like paper by the 4 swords of immortal execution. At this moment, the 3 powerful beings made their move. The 3 of them simultaneously threw punches directly at Luji in the air. However, just as they approached Luji, an invisible wall blocked their attacks. Loki, I'll take care of those minions first, then I'll play with you 3. Immediately, Loki vanished from the spot. The 3 began to search for Loki's traces. At that moment, Loki's voice came from behind them. 5 elements, water power, strangle. Instantly, screams echoed from the sea. The seawater was soon dyed red with blood. Walker among the 3 instantly became furious. Bastard, stop it. At this moment, Arthur spoke up. All right, Walker, those ants deserve to die. Larry, are the three of us his opponents? Arthur, how would we know if we don't try? Besides, we have a secret weapon. Walker, you better think it through. We could disappear just like that. Arthur, as long as we can defeat him, the cost is nothing. The three solemnly nodded in agreement. At this point, Loki had finished off the minions, and now his only obstacle was the three in front of him. The three charged directly at Loki. Luji raised his right hand, and in an instant, the four swords of Zhou flew directly towards the three. The three used their armed color haki to block, but they still got injured. At that moment, Luji waved his hand again, and the four swords of Zhou came to a steady stop behind him. Do you three still want to stop me? Arthur said. It seems you're just as exciting as the rumors suggest. Walker replied, we haven't even fought yet. How do you know we can't beat you? Larry added, stop talking nonsense, let's fight him. The three charged towards Luji at their fastest speed. The foundation directly turns and sidekicks. Arthur in the center is kicked away. Luji used the force of rotation to evade Walker and Larry's attacks. Then Luji flipped over to stabilize his position. Space Shock Fist. This move is similar to Whitebeard's ability, but even more powerful. It gathers the laws of space into his fist and then unleashes it, causing the space ahead to shatter and ripple. Larry and Walker were directly sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Luki, you're not yet qualified to see me go all out. At this moment, Walker staggered to his feet. Not necessarily. Arthur, Larry, come on. Larry and Arthur exchanged smiles. Then the three of them stood together, united as one. They all spoke the same words at the same time. Instantly, their figures began to blur, then reformed into one person. Seeing this, Luki's eyes narrowed. This person opened their eyes. I already know what you need. I will help you deal with him. Then this person's aura surged instantly. Their overall strength not inferior to him. Luffy, who are you? I am Lu, defeated by him hundreds of years ago, and split into three by a special ability. I will kill you first, and then go seek revenge on him. Then this person directly attacked Luffy. The roadbed didn't react in time, and was directly punched away. After flying a distance, it finally stabilized. Damn, that hurts. Lu, not bad. You didn't even spit blood after taking my punch. Roadbed, is it true? The corner of the roadbed's mouth curled into a sinister smile, and then it swiftly moved to Lee's side. Try mine. The roadbed was struck with a punch, instantly creating a sound explosion. Lee hadn't reacted yet when a sharp pain suddenly surged through his stomach. Then he was sent flying out. The embankment, still too young. Lu exerted all his strength to stabilize his body, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. The foundation, the momentum is quite strong, but the overall strength is not impressive. Then the foundation raised its right hand. Just go die. The power of the five elements danced and directly wrapped around Lu. The five elements converged, slaughtering. In an instant, a tremendous force pressed down on Lu. What? Before he could finish his sentence, he was crushed. Luji, I thought I would encounter a strong opponent, but unexpectedly, it's just a waste. At this moment, Luji sensed a familiar presence of him. The gaze of the roadbed narrowed, then looked in a certain direction. It seems you have already chosen the battlefield. Luki had both hands behind his back and then flew directly in that direction. On the other side, Ace and the others were also in trouble, as Mare and Vondo had indeed gathered a large number of powerful individuals. At that moment, a shadow flashed in front of everyone. I am the servant of Luki. You can call me Moonlight. I'm here to help you on orders. After saying this, Moonlight waved his hand, and instantly, countless demons emerged from the ground. Moonlight, attack. In an instant, the demons charged towards the battlefield. Xiao and the others also followed the demons out. Meanwhile, Luki had arrived at the final battlefield. Soon, Luki reached a small island. At this time, someone had already been waiting on the island for a long time. Roadbed, you're here quite early. You're not late either. As soon as he finished speaking, it made his move instantly. Luki dodged the attack sideways and then sidekicked him, sending him flying. Slid a distance before stabilizing himself. He looked at Luki in disbelief. Luki's strength was clearly on par with his now. It should be noted that not long ago, Luki's strength was less than 1/3 of Im's. How is this possible? How did your strength rise so quickly? Lugia, everything is thanks to you. My greatest strength is that I get stronger with every battle. The stronger my opponent, the stronger I become. Then Lugia exerted force with his legs. Could only feel a gust of wind in front of him, and before he knew it, Lugia's fist was already in front of him. What? He hadn't finished his sentence before being knocked away by Lugia. With your broken arm, your strength should be inferior to mine now. Luigi rubbed his wrist. His skin is really thick. It made my hand hurt. After saying that, Luji rushed out again. You better give it your all, or you'll die. At this moment, Luji's fist came back to Im's face. Suddenly, Luji's fist stopped in front of him, and it wasn't Luji who intentionally stopped. It was an invisible barrier that appeared in front of him. Kid, it seems I underestimated you. After saying that, Im took out a pill from his pocket. Although it would cost him his lifespan, killing you would be worth it. Luji immediately recognized the pill. He had seen this pill before at Vegapunk's place. This pill can forcibly enhance the user's strength, directly doubling their original power. There is no time limit, but the only drawback is that it requires the user to sacrifice a large amount of their lifespan. The longer it is used, the more lifespan is consumed. At that time, Vegapunk had not yet successfully researched it. At this moment, Im had already consumed the pill, and an overwhelming aura erupted instantly. The embankment was instantly blown away by an invisible shockwave. The road base rolled on the ground for a while before stabilizing its form. At this moment, the expression on the road base face was filled with seriousness. This pill had disrupted all of the road base plans. There was no time for the road base to think, as Im had already arrived in front of him. A heavy punch was thrown directly at the road base. Luji crossed his arms over his chest, directly blocking Imu's punch. However, Luji still staggered back a few steps. Ximu, this is true power. At that moment, Luji assumed a fighting stance. Ximu, just posturing. Then he threw another punch. The roadbed closes its eyes. Tai Chi uses 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. The dual palm technique of the roadbed was unleashed. It directly countered Im's punch with skillful force and used a spinning kick to send him flying. How is that possible? The road base did not respond. And this time, he didn't have to worry about the other party learning martial arts. After all, not everyone has Rock's learning ability. Subsequently, the two began an exciting close-range battle. All the martial arts of the roadbed were displayed. For a moment, Im was surprisingly at a disadvantage, just as the two were engaged in a fierce battle. A pirate ship appeared not far from the island. The pirate flag on this ship featured 3 skulls. The newcomers were none other than the Blackbeard pirates. I didn't expect to encounter a battle of strong warriors here. The battle between Luffy and I'm directly affected an area of thousands of miles. Many pirates were drawn in, but no one dared to get close. Blackbeard was no exception. He could only sense that 2 people were fighting using his observation haki, but they were too far away, and getting any closer would result in even more severe repercussions. Blackbeard thought to himself, is this a battle between Garp and the Gorosei? His only imagination was that it involved Garp and the Gorosei, at most Rocks. The deaths of Rocks and the Gorosei had not yet been rumored. Other pirates also did not dare to advance any further. Although Blackbeard was reckless, he was not foolish. He could clearly feel that the 2 people inside could crush him like an ant if they wanted to. To him, the people inside could only be considered friends. This was Blackbeard's mindset. He had worked hard to reach this point. At this moment, Luffy and Im had been fighting for a long time. Both of them had sustained some injuries, especially Luffy, who bore the most wounds. Moreover, neither showed any signs of stopping. Their battle was becoming increasingly intense. At this moment, the only thing in their eyes was each other. The Foundation even used the 4 swords of extermination. The power of the 5 elements was unleashed as if it were free. However, the damage to Am was minimal. Luji even wanted to use the skill that severed Im's arm last time again, but it was not possible as the last time it worked was due to Im's carelessness. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to sever Im's arm. Now, Im was fully on guard and cautious in every way. Loki simply couldn't use large damage skills to hit him. After all, the biggest weakness of large damage skills is their speed. As long as he is fast enough, he can dodge these attacks. At this moment, Loki clapped his hands on the ground. The power of the earth element, Swamp Sea. Instantly, the ground changed. Im also noticed it in an instant and directly used Moon's Step to ascend into the air. The reason for doing this with the roadbed is the advantage in air combat. The Foundation flies in the air by utilizing the moonwalk and the laws of space. Along with the assistance of the Westwood battle armor, the roadbed is the same in the air and on the ground. However, Im is different. He uses the moonwalk, and the power from his legs simply cannot reach its peak. Lucky wants to take advantage of this. Lucky spreads his arms in the air. 5 elements array activate. In this array, Lucky's strength will be enhanced. Although it won't match Im, it's better than nothing. At this moment, Lucky speaks again. Demonic path, law. Demonic energy enter the body. The eyes of the roadbed instantly turn black. A breath of death emanated from the roadbed. The momentum of the roadbed has once again risen, and its overall strength has also increased. The current roadbed is truly firing on all cylinders. Of course, there is still a trump card that has not been played. The current roadbed is still not ready to reveal it. He will not use it unless absolutely necessary. With full firepower, the roadbed charges directly at him. His legs collapse, and with force from his waist, he leans in like an iron mountain. In an instant, Im is sent flying and directly spits out a mouthful of blood. Sorry, does it hurt? Luffy grinned wickedly. Im bustat. He rubbed the spot where he was hit, then charged directly at Luffy. Their fists collided, instantly creating a massive shockwave. The surrounding sea even generated waves because of it. Even the pirate crews far away felt it. And the instigators of all this, Luffy and Im, were once again locked in battle. Their fight was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. After a long time of fighting, Luffy's stamina gradually began to wane. In contrast, Im remained as lively as ever. Then, Luffy reached out into the air. In an instant, a long spear broke through space and appeared before Luffy. The roadbed directly grasped the dragon soldier and charged towards him. Im also drew his sword, and at the moment their weapons clashed, a thunderous sound erupted. The heavens and earth changed color. Im was very surprised. He still remembered that the last time this sword had been destroyed, but now it appeared before him, intact. Moreover, this weapon was clearly stronger than last time, even surpassing the sword he held in his hand. Im, how many secrets do you still have? Looky, curious, huh? I won't tell you, just to make you mad. Bastard. The strength in Im's hands intensified again. Facing such power, Looky found it hard to cope. His body couldn't help but retreat. At that moment, Looky shouted loudly. Huh. Instantly, the aura of death around him strengthened once more. The laws of the demonic path. The aura of slaughter entering the body, the march of death. Luji coldly uttered a few words, instantly chilling the surrounding space. Im's eyes narrowed. He could clearly feel that Luji had returned to his optimal state. Moreover, the bloodlust and killing intent emanating from Luji were unusually intense. Luji, haha. Although I will die, I don't care. In an instant, Luji's momentum surged again, and black lines even appeared on his face. The whole person looked like a demon. This is Luji's trump card, and it is also what the left one left for him. The left one directly enhanced Luji's understanding of the laws of the demonic path. In this state, Luji is truly a demon. Subgrade. Although there is only a short hour of time, it's enough to deal with you. With a single wave of his hand, the dragon soldiers burst forth with black flames. Lucky held the gun in one hand, directly aimed at him. What followed was the real battle. After speaking, Lucky quickly shot him again. Im didn't have time to react. He only felt a flash before his eyes. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that a gun had already penetrated his body. When did this happen? PFF. Before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lujing directly pulled out the long spear. Don't get distracted, or it won't be fun anymore. Then, Lujing moved like a ghost. Ximu was fully focused, fearing that Lujing would launch another sneak attack. At this moment, the long spear in Lujing's hand changed, and then a long knife appeared in Lujing's hand. Its style was similar to the Tang broadsword. As the road base curved at the corner, Im stumbled in his steps. In an instant, the road base appeared behind him. Im was taken aback by the speed of the road base, but quickly reacted, directly blocking the attack. Luji did not stop attacking. Instead, he delivered a side kick to Im's waist. Im was caught off guard and was instantly kicked away by Luji. As Im steadied himself, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He looked up in surprise to find that Luji had vanished. Just then, Luji's voice came from behind him. What are you looking for? In an instant, Im broke out in a cold sweat. The current Luji made him feel the threat of death. It was a sensation he hadn't felt in 100 years, and now he couldn't help but tremble all over. Lucy, don't be afraid. I haven't had enough fun yet. You're not going to die for now. Then Lucy swung his knife, and in an instant, a scream pierced the air. IEM's ear was directly severed. The pain stimulated IEM, who immediately raised his sword and started swinging wildly behind him. But he didn't hit anything. At this moment, Lucy's voice came again from behind. Resist, keep resisting. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Right now, Lucy was gradually breaking down IEM's inner defenses. IEM, bastard, you monster. That's right. I am a monster, haha. Then a flash of the blade appeared, and in an instant, IEM's other ear flew off as well. IEM threw down the sword in his hand and covered his ears in pain. At this moment, a voice came. Demon blade, tear apart. A powerful slash flew in, instantly severing IEM's remaining arm. This strike was infused with the laws of space. IEM might not even be able to block this attack. Ah, demon, you are a demon. Lucky's thought for a moment. Then he replied with a wicked smile. That's right, I am the devil. The roadbed walked up to him. He said, if you don't cause trouble, then there won't be any trouble. You have money and power. Yet you insist on making things difficult for us ordinary people when you have nothing better to do. Isn't that insane? The roadbed was directly slashed twice. Im's leg was directly chopped off. I was wrong. Just give me a quick end. Im, like a dog, kept pleading to the roadbed. Luji shook his head. Your crimes are too severe. 1,000 cuts will be too lenient for you. Then, the weapon in Luji's hand changed again. In an instant, a scalpel appeared in his hand. The roadbed began to swing a knife at him. With each swing, a wound appeared on Im's body. The roadbed continuously transmitted the power of the 5 elements to Im, preventing him from fainting. Although the power of the 5 elements cannot bring the dead back to life, it can extend a person's life for a short period. 1 knife, 5 knives, 10 knives, 100 knives, 1,000 knives, 10,000 knives. Luji was very careful. Every cut was extremely precise. Soon, Luji stopped. He put away his weapon and then sat down on the spot. Roadbed, do you have any thoughts? Im regret. Luji nodded. It seemed he had gotten the answer he wanted. Then he stood up and dusted off his clothes. You can go die. Upon hearing this, surprisingly smiled. He felt relieved. Thank you. Lucky struck down with a palm, and I'm instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. After doing all this, Lucky immediately collapsed to the ground, feeling his life slipping away. Cough, cough, cough. He was already at his limit. Luji directly turned and lay on the ground. Dark blood continuously flowed from Luji's mouth. A large amount of evil energy would strengthen the body, but also erode it. This is when Luji saw 2 blurry figures, Dasky and Khalifa. Luji slowly spoke the names of the 2 girls. The 2 women waved goodbye to Luji and then turned to leave. Luji, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Tears couldn't help but flow down Luji's face. The figures of the 2 faded away like bubbles, leaving only the azure sky. At this moment, countless pirates landed on the island, and Luji spotted Blackbeard at a glance. Luffy, I'll help you one more time, but from now on, you have to rely on yourself. Then he stood up shakily. Demonic law, demonic energy strangulation. In an instant, countless demonic energies burst forth. Luji had already set up the 5 elements great array, and with the addition of the demonic energies blockade, a breath of death instantly enveloped the island. The roadbed uttered its last word and then collapsed, taking its last breath. The pirates who landed on the island let out a terrible scream and then turned to dust. Even Blackbeard couldn't escape. At the moment of Luffy's death, time in the entire pirate world began to reverse. Soon, the entire world returned to its beginning and then started to move forward again. The only difference was that Luffy's existence was erased this time. Then, Luffy woke up in a vast white space. At that moment, a figure appeared before him. How does it feel? Not so good, right? The roadbed rubbed his head. Not bad. He came over and said, let me show you something. Then, with a wave of his hand, a set of tables and chairs suddenly appeared on the ground. Loki directly walked over and sat down in the chair. At this moment, a screen appeared in front of the 2. The scene being played on the screen surprised Loki greatly, and he immediately stood up and walked to the front of the screen. How is this possible? Didn't you say time would reverse? What was being shown on the screen was the pirate world after Loki's death. The left one said, do you understand copy and paste? I copied your world and then pasted it into another timeline. The reversal of the original world has no effect on this world. Roadbed, that means my friend cannot be revived. The left one smiled and then waved his hand. In an instant, the content on the screen changed, turning into a grave. The eyes of the roadbed narrowed. This is my grave. At this moment, 2 figures appeared beside the grave, and they began to seriously clean the area around it. Roadbed, Dasky, Khalifa. Luji directly mentioned the names of the 2 people. He turned to look at the one on the left. Ahem, no need to thank me. At this moment, a few people walked out from the screen, namely Yamato, Hancock, and Kalara. Then the voices of Luffy and the others could be heard from a distance. At this point, Luji turned back and asked the one on the left, can I go back and take a look? The one on the left thought for a moment and replied, yes, but only in a soul state. Luji nodded, then with a wave of his large hand. He was instantly absorbed into the screen. When Luji opened his eyes, he found himself in front of his grave. At that moment, he finally saw the surroundings in full. The back mountain of Windmill Village. Indeed, this was Donghai Windmill Village, and Luji was surprised to find a small village not far away. I remember there shouldn't be a village here, right? At this time, several ladies were preparing to leave, and Luffy and the others ran over. The 3 of them had grown a lot now. As soon as Luji entered the village, he was astonished. He recognized everyone living there. Sengoku, Karp'sHidden, the 3 admirals of the Navy, as well as some vice admirals, red-haired Shanks, and the members of the red-hair pirates. Whitebeard Newgate, the Whitebeard Pirates, Kaido of the Beasts. The Beast Pirates, Monkey D, Dragon, the crew of the God Dragon, and the Straw Hat Pirates. Moreover, through their conversations, Luji learn a lot. Luffy and Hancock are together. Ace and Yamato are also married, and Sabo is engaged to Koala. Garp has also started a late-life romance with Tsuru. Due to the influence of Luffy, the entire pirate world has achieved complete peace, and everyone is equal. Because of this, most of the Navy personnel have retired or are on vacation, as there are no major events requiring their involvement. The current fleet admiral is the timid Kobe from back then. When they arrived at the island where Luffy and Im had their battle, the roadbed had already lost its air, and aside from his corpse, the entire island was left with Dasky and Karifa lying beside him, as well as several others who had died earlier. This group of people had all been resurrected. What surprised them even more was the presence of numerous pirate ships surrounding the island. They speculated that these pirates must have been killed by Luji, with no bodies left behind. Since then, Im had not appeared again, so they also guessed that Luji and Im had perished together. In short, Luji not only killed him, but also took down a large number of pirates. According to the accounts of the nearby island residents, this battle was earth-shattering and soul-stirring. A battle for the ages. At that moment, a tremendous force pulled Luji back, and he was directly returned to the white space. The left one said, "All right, after you pass the test and become the sovereign, you can return to that world and continue living." In an instant, Luji's eyes brightened. He was right. Luji then looked at the left one and said, "Let's start the next challenge." The left one nodded. "Before that, I need to seal your abilities, otherwise, it would be like playing in the world below." Lucy's face instantly fell. "Are you kidding me? You have to leave me a little bit, right?" The left one said, "All right, your power comes from the box inside your body. I will seal it now, and you will not be able to use the box's power. However, I will leave you the ability of that little ghost behind you, and I 1T seal the other little ghosts. Whether they awaken or not depends on you." Then the left one waved his hand, and Lucy felt something was missing. "Don't worry, this seal can be broken. It all depends on you." The left one then pointed, and a beam of light entered Lucy's body. "You don't need to wear armor when you use their abilities anymore, unless you want to. All of this is up to you, and I prepared a gift for you to discover." With a single wave of his hand, a spatial tunnel appeared. At that moment, Lucy spoke up, "Can I still use my weapon?" "No, figure out how to activate it yourself." Then the left one pushed Lucy into the tunnel. "Remember, this time you are called Yichu." After that, Yichu blacked out. Soon, Yichu woke up in a room, and as he regained consciousness, a flood of memories merged into his mind. "Damn, I live in a place called Love Apartment. I'm the only son of the richest man in Dragon Country, and I'm a temporary worker at a company called Anywhere." What shocked Yichu even more was that this world was not peaceful. There were monsters underground and aliens in space. Yichu was very curious about how much the left one had fused into this world. At that moment, the door to Yichu's room was pushed open. Zhang Xiaoxian hurried in. "Yichu, Hiding. Hu Yifei wants to kill me." Yichu replied, "Teacher Zhang. You just married Teacher Hu and you're already getting hit. Your future looks bleak." Zhang Xiaoxian exclaimed, "Nonsense, I like this feeling, even though it hurts a bit." Then come out from under the bed. Suddenly, Yichu's door was kicked open, and Hu Yifei walked in holding a kitchen knife. "Yichu, have you seen that bastard Zhang Xiaoxian?" Yichu coughed. Teacher Zhang just went downstairs." "Really? I'll deal with him when he comes back." With that, Hu Yifei walked out. At this point, Yichu noticed a watermelon-sized hole in his door. He thought to himself that this definitely wasn't the power of an ordinary person. It seemed he couldn't underestimate anyone in this world. Zhang Xiaoxian crawled out from under the bed. "Yichu, I can't thank you enough. I'll treat you to a meal next time." He then ran out. Yichu adjusted his thoughts, tidied up, and went out. This world was still different from his understanding. Many things had changed, whether in time or location. Yichu made a phone call. "Hey, ISNT this young master Yichu. What made you think of me?" Yichu replied, "Stop joking, fourth brother." Ha, tell me, what is up? "Fourth brother, I want you to help me investigate the residents of Love Apartment 3601 and 3602. "No problem. I'll send it to you in a bit." After that, Yichu took a stroll outside and returned. When Yichu got back, he saw everyone gathered together discussing something. Hu Yifei said, "Xiaoyi is back." "Sister Yifei, what are you all doing?" "Zhang Xiaoxian is going on a business trip, so we're preparing a farewell party for him." LZ Qiao added, "We're discussing it. You should give an idea too." Yichu thought for a moment and then looked at Hu Yifei. "Come on. Why are we messing around? Let the couple go have fun by themselves." LZ Qiao slapped his forehead. "Right. Why are we worrying about this?" Chen Meijia said, "Really, I thought there would be a party." Zhang Wei added, I thought I could mooch some food and drink. The group gave Zhongwei a look. At that moment, Yi Chu's phone rang. He checked the caller ID. Everyone, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Yi Chu then left. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Chu? Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Do Lu, the person in charge of the East Lu district. We have encountered a situation and need your help. Yi Chu replied, okay, no problem. I'll try to get there tonight. Yi Chu hung up the phone and immediately booked a flight to East Lu. On the other side, Do Lu felt relieved. Temporary worker Xiao Zizai was unhappy. I say, old Do, do you really need to call someone? Do the hupid. This time it's not the Dragon Country mutants causing trouble, but the Japanese send over, and the numbers are terrifying. We originally planned to gather all temporary workers, but the other districts don't have time, so we can only activate the General District temporary workers. Xiao Zizai asked, General District temporary workers? Dola confirmed. That's right. He is also a temporary worker, but he is not managed by anyone. Unless orders come from above, we can only rely on luck to ask him. Xiao Zizai inquired, is he strong? Do Lu responded, strong, terrifyingly strong. Hearing this, a glint of red light flashed in Xiao Zizai's eyes. His only pleasure was killing, but fighting strong opponents was also very enjoyable. Meanwhile, Yi Chu had received a message from Su Si. Good kid, none of your roommates are ordinary people. Yi Chu asked, what is going on? Su Si replied, they are all mutants. Those 4 words made Yi Chu's head explode. After that, Yi Chu sent another message to Su Si. What abilities do they have? Su Si replied, confidential, I don't have permission to know. Your authority is higher than mine. Check it out yourself when you have time. Okay, thanks, 4th brother. Don't mention it. Yi Chu put away his phone and became even more curious about the world he was in. After half a day of travel, Yi Chu finally arrived at his destination. He pulled out his phone and called Do Lu. Hey, Brother Do, I'm here. Do Lu responded, okay, your partner is here to pick you up. He is a temporary worker from our district, Xiao Zizai. All right. Yi Chu hung up the phone with a slight smile on his face. Great compassion, great mercy, Xiao Zizai, he whispered. At that moment, Yi Chu's phone rang. Hello, I'm Xiao Zizai, a temporary worker from the East Lu district. Have you arrived? Brother Xiao, I'm already out of the airport. Oh, I'm driving a silver gray SUV. I see it. After hanging up, Yi Chu approached the car and opened the door. Xiao Zizai, Brother Xiao. Xiao Zizai nodded. Yi Chu enthusiastically extended his hand. I'm Yi Chu from the General District. Just call me Xiao Yi. Xiao Zizai politely shook his hand. Get in the car. We're in a hurry. Then he casually handed over the file to Yi Chu. Yi Chu also took a look. After that, Yi Chu took a deep breath. I understand now, Brother Xiao. The only pity is that we can't kill. Xiao Zizai smiled helplessly. Yi Chu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Cough, cough. Cough, Brother Xiao. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Zizai looked at Yi Chu in confusion. The behavior of this intruder is cruel and overly resistant. Leaving us no choice but to eliminate the opponent, Yi Chu said with a smile. Xiao Zizai replied, Little Yi, do you think it's that simple? Yi Chu smiled, but remained silent, instead taking out his phone to make a call. Hello, Uncle Zhao, it's me, Yi Chu. Little Yi, what's wrong? Yi Chu then explained his thoughts to Uncle Zhao. All right, just handle it as you see fit, but make sure to leave one alive. Got it, Uncle Zhao. Good. Come over for dinner later. Okay. Yi Chu then hung up the phone. All right, Brother Xiao, we can start the killing spree now. Xiao Zizai looked at Yi Chu in disbelief. Who did you just call? Yi Chu replied, the chairman of the company, Xiaofeng. Xiao Zizai was internally shocked beyond measure. However, he quickly regained his composure. Yi Chu said, consider this a meeting gift for Brother Xiao. I wonder if you like it? Xiao Zizai laughed. Ha, Little Yi. I love this gift. Soon the two arrived at their destination, a deserted factory. Yi Chu directly unleashed his observation haki to scout the area. Although most of Yi Chu's abilities were sealed, he could still use the observation haki he had learned himself. Now, with his extraordinary strength, the enhancement of the Ximu ability, and the mastery of the 3 types of haki from the pirate world, along with proficient swordsmanship and the 6 styles of the Navy, Yi Chu was formidable. Brother Xiao, there are at least 1,000 people inside, and dozens of strong ones too. It's really exciting, Yi Chu remarked. Xiao Zizai said, Little Yi, you stole my words, but it is indeed thrilling. Yi Chu suggested, Brother Xiao, how about I first knock out those lackeys? Xiao Zizai thought for a moment and then nodded. Yi Chu smiled and stepped forward. A powerful aura erupted from him, causing the lackeys in the factory to faint from the pressure. Yi Chu's move shocked everyone, including Xiao Zizai behind him. Xiao Zizai remarked, what a scary little brat. Yi Chu said, all right, Brother Xiao, let's make our move. Xiao Zizai nodded. The two then dashed into the factory like phantoms. Xiao Zizai went straight for the kill. If he could only kill one person, he would have played around, But since it was a group of people, he could kill as much as he wanted. Yichu incapacitated others, using finger guns and storm kicks to continuously hit the enemies, which were all prepared for Xiao Zizai. Yichu and Xiao Zizai quickly eliminated all the enemies. Xiao Zizai wiped his hands with satisfaction, while Yichu was holding the only remaining survivor. "Brother Xiao, it's time to go." Xiao Zizai nodded. The two then got into the car, now needing to deliver the intruder to the company. Xiao Zizai drove seriously while Yichu dozed off beside him. Suddenly, an invisible pressure emerged. Yichu immediately perked up and sat up straight. Xiao Zizai said, "Little Yi, someone doesn't want us to take this person back." Yichu replied, "Yes, and the incoming person's strength is not weak, it's really exciting." Xiao Zizai then parked by the roadside. The two got out and looked in a certain direction. Xiao Zizai called out, "Friend, aren't you coming out to chat?" Yichu added, "Yes, isn't it nice to make friends?" At that moment, dozens of shurikens flew toward the two. Just as they were about to hit, they suddenly stopped in front of them. Xiao Zizai glanced at Yichu beside him. Indeed, Yichu had used his ability to control the shurikens. Xiao Zizai had initially wanted to use the Golden Bell Shield, but it seemed unnecessary now. Yichu smiled and said, "Here you go." As soon as he finished speaking, the shurikens returned along their original path, followed by several screams from the darkness. Bakayuru. Finally, someone emerged, and Yichu estimated there were about 100 people. Xiao Zizai remarked, "Japanese, they can be killed." His eyes turned red again, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. Yichu said, "Brother Xiao, let's split them in half. Don't worry, I'll make sure they stay alive." With that, Yichu charged out. Xiao Zizai shook his head helplessly. "Why are you even more excited than I am?" Yichu moved like a dragon among the crowd, and somehow 2 daggers appeared in his hands. Wherever Yichu passed, there were screams as he severed tendons in the hands and feet of the enemies. Meanwhile, Xiao Zizai unleashed a barrage of strikes like a machine gun. At that moment, a fierce tiger jumped out from the nearby forest. Xiao Zizai's expression sharpened. "Little Yi, be careful, this tiger is not ordinary." Yichu also began to take the tiger seriously. A voice then rang out, "Ha! We put in a lot of effort to tame this tiger demon. You're dead today." At the command of the Japanese man, the fierce tiger lunged at Yichu and Xiao Zizai. Xiao Zizai said, "Tiger demon? It's just an evil creature that hasn't awakened its intelligence." Yichu stepped forward. "Brother Xiao, let me have some fun with this." "Sure." Xiao Zizai then shifted his focus from the tiger demon to the initial Japanese man. Yichu sensed that the tiger demon was filled with dense magical energy and instantly felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it. At that moment, the tiger demon was already in front of Yichu. Yichu's dual blades danced, directly shaving off a layer of fur from the tiger demon. Then, he released the dual blades, and several flying daggers appeared in the air. Killing formation, activate. In an instant, the flying daggers whirled, piercing the tiger demon's body one after another. The tiger demon let out cries of agony. At this moment, Yichu waved his hand, and all the flying daggers vanished. Yichu approached the motionless tiger demon. "Still not dead? I didn't expect you to really become a demon. Otherwise, you would have died long ago." Yichu then crouched down to observe the tiger demon closely. The more he looked, the colder Yichu's expression became. This world actually has such powerful magical energy. It seems I underestimated this world. After dealing with the tiger demon, Yichu leaned against the car to watch Xiao Zizai's battle. He had to admit that Xiao Zizai was killing with every move, and there was even a hint of a smile on his lips. At that moment, Yichu's phone received a message. He opened it to find that Zheng Xiaoxian wanted him to check out his moments. He seemed to have guessed something and opened the moments, revealing that Lu Ziqiao and Chen Meijia had gotten married. Yichu directly liked the post, and a smile appeared on his face. Looks like the plot is officially starting. At this moment, Xiao Zizai had finished killing the last person. "All right, Xiao Yi, it's time to go," he said. Yichu nodded and got into the car. The journey ahead was uneventful. The next day, Yichu did not linger and directly bought a ticket to leave. When Yichu returned to the apartment, he saw several unfamiliar faces. "Hu Yifei, Xiao Yi is back. Come, let me introduce you to these people." She then pointed to a dark-skinned woman nearby. "This is your new roommate, Curry Sauce." Then she pointed to a short-haired woman next to her. "This is Zhang Wei's girlfriend, Zhugadali." Yichu nodded. At this moment, Hu Yifei said to the two women, "This is also an old resident of the apartment, Yichu, who just returned from a business trip today." Zhugadali politely greeted him, while Curry Sauce nearly drooled. Yichu was exceptionally handsome, looking perfect from any angle. At this time, Yichu took out a box from his backpack. "Ziqiao, Meijia, this is a gift for you. Wishing you a long-lasting relationship." Ziqiao said, "Yichu, you are too polite." He took the box and opened it, revealing a pair of dark green jade bracelets inside. Each was engraved with a dragon and a phoenix. Zhoulan glanced at it. This seems to be the dragon and phoenix jade bracelet bought by a mysterious wealthy businessman a few days ago, worth 10 million. Ziqiao's hand trembled. Xiaoye, this is too precious. Everyone in the apartment knew that Yi Chu was wealthy, but they didn't expect him to be this rich. All right, don't be so polite with me. Just consider it a gift for Xiaobu. After saying that, Yi Chu walked towards his room. Let's talk later. I need to rest for a bit. Once inside his room, his phone rang. He answered, and a rough voice came through. Young master, the house you wanted to buy has been secured. Good. Send it over later. Understood. Also, young master, the old master misses you. When will you come back? I know. I'll return in a few days. After hanging up, Yi Chu tossed the phone aside and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei and the others were discussing Yi Chu. Zhuge asked, Teacher Hu, what is Yi Chu's background? Hu Yifei replied, I'm not sure. I know he works at a courier company called Anywhere Delivery, and his family seems to be in business, apparently very wealthy. Curry Sauce exclaimed, Wow, a rich second generation. But why does he still work? Zhang Wei said, I don't know. He often goes on business trips that last over a week. Lu Ziqiao added, and Xiaoyi is nice to us. He always helps out with big matters. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Wei went to open it and saw a burly man standing at the entrance. Is there something you need? Hello. I'm here to deliver something for my young master. Zhang Wei asked, Young master? Who? Yi Chu. Zhang Wei was momentarily confused, but quickly reacted. He's sleeping. Just give it to me. The man handed the items to Zhang Wei. Thank you. Hu Yifei commented. It seems Xiao Ye's family is not just any wealthy family. At this point, Zhuge spoke up. I do know of a wealthy person with the surname Yi. Curry Sauce asked, You don't mean the Yi family from the capital, do you? Zhuge nodded. The Yi family from the capital is the oldest family, considered a top-tier family. They control not just the economy, but also some unknown powers. Hu Yifei said, That doesn't prove Yi Chu is a member of the Yi family. Just then, Lu Ziqiao's hand holding the phone began to tremble. Chen Meijia asked, What's wrong? Are you having a seizure? Lu Ziqiao pushed the phone in front of everyone. It was a photo of Yi Aolong, the head of the Yi family, and his son Yi Chu. The picture was of Yi Chu himself. Zhang Wei exclaimed, Yi Chu is a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. He founded his own company, Chuyang Group, at 10 and turned it into a top global company by 15. It only mentions up to 15. There's nothing after that. Hu Yifei said, Yi Chu is hiding deep. He is here to experience ordinary life. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, There's a billionaire right next to me. Chen Meijia said, I didn't expect Yi Chu to be this impressive. Just then, Yi Chu's door opened, and he walked out. Oh, are you still chatting? Yi Chu yawned and asked. Zhang Wei directly handed over the items. Your bodyguard just delivered this. Yi Chu's expression froze, and then he caught sight of the phone nearby. I see you already know. Yi Chu helplessly rubbed his head. Lu Ziqiao said, We know you're rich, but we didn't expect you to be the son of the world's richest man. I don't care about that. I just want to live an ordinary life. Hu Yifei said, You also ran away from home. At this moment, Curry Sauce suddenly interrupted. Teacher Hu, why do you say also? Chen Meijia explained, Because we had a rich girl here before, the daughter of Lin Bank. She also ran away from home. Yi Chu clarified, No, my family knows, and they want me to experience life. He then took a sip of water. Besides, the money I spend is all earned by myself. I earn nearly 100 million a year. Zhang Wei, who was drinking water, spat out. 100 million? Aren't you at a courier company? Yeah, but in my spare time, I trade stocks and also run a few companies. Earning 100 million a year is quite feasible. Then Yi Chu changed the subject. Just treat me like an ordinary person. He then opened the package in front of everyone. Yi Chu took out a small red booklet. Property deed. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Hee, I bought the 3603 next door. Hu Yifei asked, 3,603? Didn't the landlord say it was only for rent? That was because the price offered was too low. Hu Yifei immediately had a black line on her forehead. Zhang Wei asked, Are you moving out? Not moving out for now. We'll talk about it later. Yi Chu then stood up. Let us go celebrate. I'll treat you. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, Awesome. Chen Meijia said, Great. Zhang Wei added, Then we won't stand on ceremony. Everyone tidied up and set off. As they left, they were stopped by someone. Hu Yifei. Zhao Haidang. This person was another main character, Zhao Haidang. Zhao Haitang's eyes shifted. Then he revealed a flattering smile. Dully. Zhang Wei immediately stepped in front of Zhuge. What do you want? Zhao Haidang asked, Who are you? Zhuge replied, This is my boyfriend. Zhao Haidang was instantly stunned, then looked at Zhang Wei incredulously. Boyfriend? What qualifications does he have? What makes him better than me? Zhugadali, I don't care, I just like him. At this moment, Zhao raised his fist to strike Zhang Wei. Suddenly, a figure appeared and directly grabbed Zhao Haitong's fist. Kid, what do you want to do? The person was Yi Chu, who Yi Fei, who originally wanted to take action, was stunned by Yi Chu's speed. Moreover, the expressions of the others changed as well. After all, there were hardly any ordinary people here. Zhao Haidang, who are you? Yi Chu, a friend of Zhang Wei, an ordinary person. At this moment, Hu Yifei spoke up. Let's go eat first, and you can have a good talk later, okay? As she spoke, she squeezed her fist. This kind of physical threat was very effective. After dinner, everyone returned to the apartment. Chun Meijia had already prepared sunflower seeds, soda, and small stools, and Hu Yifei and the others sat in a row. At this time, Yi Chu's phone rang. Hello, Yi Chu, it's Su-san. Sengu, why did you think of calling me? Yi Chu, we need your help here. What do you want? Sengu, we've mobilized a large number of personnel, and one of the 4 madmen, the bone-cutting knife Xiahi, is also involved. He is looking for Zhang Xilin's body. Zhang Xilin? When Yi Chu said this name, Zhang Wei trembled slightly, but no one noticed. Okay, I understand. I'll go over now. Yi Chu then hung up the phone. Sorry, everyone. I have to go on a business trip again. At this moment, Zhang Wei spoke up. Yi Chu, is this business trip related to that Zhang Xilin? Yi Chu, what's wrong? Do you know him? Zhang Wei quickly smiled. No, just sound familiar. Yi Chu, I don't know either. I'm leaving now. Yi Chu tidied up and set off. While getting into the car, Yi Chu thought that the plot of under one person seemed to have begun. Soon, Yi Chu arrived at the location Su-san mentioned. At this moment, a flash of knife light appeared, and a knife was aimed directly at Yi Chu. Yi Chu activated his ability, and the knife was frozen in midair. Bauer, what are you doing? 2 figures walked out of the darkness. One was a woman with long black hair, and the other was a man wearing black-rimmed glasses. They were Feng Bao and Su-san. It's because you said last time to take Bauer to eat something good, but after it was done, you ran away, and she has remembered it until now. Yi Chu's smile stiffened, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Bauer's voice rang out. Yi Chu, I'm going to kill you. Then Bauer charged at Yi Chu. She lifted her leg and kicked at Yi Chu. In a moment, Yi Chu dodged. Bauer grabbed the knife in midair and swung it down. Yi Chu couldn't react in time, and his clothes were sliced open. Bauer, I was wrong. Don't make a fuss. Yi Chu hurriedly pleaded. However, Bauer didn't listen at all and swung the knife at Yi Chu again. Yi Chu raised one hand, and instantly a metallic wall emerged from the ground. As Bauer struck the wall, sparks flew. Bauer, I said I was wrong. Isn't that enough? Bauer, what do you think? Bauer's attacks became faster, and Yi Chu's dodging also became quicker. Suddenly, Feng Bao was controlled by an inexplicable force. She then flew to Su-san's side. It was Su-san who used his ability to control Feng Bao. All right, Bauer. Yi Chu knows he was wrong. Feng Bao didn't speak, but pouted. Yi Chu also stopped and patted his chest. Bauer, after we finish, I'll take you to eat something good, I swear. Feng Bao, you better keep your word. Yi Chu, absolutely, I swear to heaven. If I can't do it, I won't be able to find a girlfriend. Feng Bao thought for a moment and then nodded. Su-san, all right, our current task is to protect Zhang Xilin's body and find Zhang Xilin's 2 grandsons. Yi Chu, too? Isn't there only one? In the original story, Zhang Xilin only had one grandson, Zhang Zhoulan. Su-san, on the surface, there's one named Zhang Zhoulan, but there's actually another one. This one was abandoned in an orphanage by Zhang Xilin, and we took a long time to find him. His name is Zhang Wei. Yi Chu was stunned. Zhang Wei. There are many people named Zhang Wei in the world. It shouldn't be the Zhang Wei I'm thinking of, Yi Chu thought. At this moment, Su-san's next words shattered Yi Chu's imagination. It seems to be your roommate, and now he seems to be a lawyer. He didn't expect Zhang Wei to have this background. Does he know it himself? Su-san, he should know, because according to the intelligence, Zhang Xilin has sought him out multiple times. Yi Chu, I didn't expect that. Su-san, according to the intelligence, Zhang Xilin is proficient in one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Qi Body Source Flow. Yi Chu, the strongest of the 8 extraordinary techniques, Qi Body Source Flow. It seems Zhang Wei is quite hidden. Just then, Yi Chu suddenly felt a strange force. Someone is coming. Yi Chu then used his legs to push off the ground and disappeared from the spot. Soon, Yi Chu arrived at a graveyard. At this moment, countless corpses crawled out of the ground. Corpse driver? Amazing ability. Suddenly, a scream was heard. Yi Chu looked over and saw a young man surrounded by countless corpses. Zhang Zhoulan? It seems this is completely different from the original story. The entire world has been altered. According to the original story, Zhoulan should have encountered Bao first before meeting the corpses. At this moment, Zhoulan also saw Yichu. Brother, help! The moment Zhoulan saw Yichu, he felt that this person was extraordinary. Coming to a graveyard at midnight and not afraid of corpses, with such a calm expression, how could he be an ordinary person? Yichu, Zhoulan, do you still need my help? Zhongchulin's expression froze, and then he looked at Yichu seriously. Who are you? Yichu, I'm here to help you. Then Yichu waved his hand. Instantly, countless flying swords appeared out of thin air. These flying swords flew directly towards the corpses. In an instant, countless heads flew into the air. Soon, the corpses around Zhoulan were cleared by Yichu. Yichu then walked step by step towards Zhoulan, who took a fighting stance. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Yichu, Zhoulan, I know your grandfather, Zhongsu. Zhoulan, are you with those people? Yichu, which people? According to the plot, he hasn't come into contact with the extraordinary circle yet. Zhoulan, those who are hunting my grandfather. Yichu was even more confused. He pinched his forehead. You got the wrong person. I don't know them. Zhoulan, who are you really? At this moment, Susan walked out from his side. Zhoulan, we are here to help you, protected by your grandfather. Zhoulan, why should I trust you? Yichu, does the golden light spell and Yang 5 thunder work? Yichuxi smiled and said. Zhongchulin's eyes narrowed. Then Zhongchulan spoke up, how do you know? Suddenly, a knife was pressed against Zhongchulin's neck. You have two choices. 1, come with us. 2, we kill you. Yichu and Su San were stunned. When did Bao get over there? Zhongchulan said, you're going too far. Golden light spell. Instantly, dazzling golden light erupted from Zhongchulin's body, and Bao's knife was directly deflected by the golden light. I'll kill you. At this moment, Yichu moved. Yichu instantly teleported in front of Zhongchulan and then reached out to grab Zhongchulin's neck. Zhongchulan said, it's useless. You can't break my golden light spell. Yichu smiled wickedly. Really? With one hand, Yichu exerted force, and Zhongchulin's golden light spell shattered like paper. Zhongchulan looked at Yichu in disbelief. How is that possible? Yichu said, kid, can we talk properly? At that moment, small electric arcs began to emerge from Zhongchulin's body. Thunder Law, 5 thunders. Instantly, white lightning erupted, and Yichu was directly blasted away. After sliding for a while, Yichu stabilized himself. Not bad. Then Yichu raised his right hand, and the sky began to change. Try my lightning. Thunder God, heavenly punishment. Instantly, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck down. Zhongchulan was stunned by the scene before him. How is that possible? Zhongchulan did not sit idly by. He directly released his Thunder Law at maximum power, trying to counter Yichu's lightning. One was chi form thunder, and the other was true thunder from the sky. There was no comparison between the two. In an instant, Zhongchulan was engulfed by the lightning. Just then, a person flew out from the forest. That person also used the 5 thunders and directly withstood Yichu's lightning. Zhang Wei, don't worry. I'm not using my full power. The newcomer was indeed Yichu's roommate, Zhang Wei. Yichu waved his hand, and the lightning in the sky dissipated. Zhang Wei said, all right, Chulan, this is all a misunderstanding. Zhongchulan asked, brother, why are you here? Didn't Grandpa say not to expose you? Zhang Wei replied, don't worry. These people in front of you can be trusted. At that moment, Yichu directly placed his hand on Zhang Wei's shoulder. Zhang Wei, you're the one hiding the deepest in the apartment. Zhang Wei laughed. Haha, don't talk about me. You're not simple either. Susan walked over. Sorry to disturb you two brothers. We promised old man Zhang Shilin to protect you, which is why we came to find you. Zhang Wei said, it's fine. I know we can't live like ordinary people. Zhang Chulan apologized. I'm sorry for attacking you earlier. It was unavoidable. Although Zhang Chulan and Zhang Wei had only met a few times, Zhang Chulan listened to Zhang Wei without question. At this moment, Su San spoke again. We should leave first. This place is not safe. Everyone nodded. Soon, they arrived at the nearest Nadotong branch. Zhang Wei asked, what exactly is going on? Why is my brother being hunted? Su San asked, do you two know about the chi body source flow? Zhang Chulan shook his head, while Zhang Wei's eyes dodged. Su San and Yi Chu generally understood. Su San explained, the reason for searching for Zhang Chulan is because of the chi body source flow. And Zhang Shilin claims that Zhang Chulan is his only grandson. That's why Mr. Zhang Wei is safe, and that's also why Zhang Chulan is being hunted. He then called over Feng Bao. After a series of actions, Feng Bao passed on the old farmer skill to Zhang Chulan. Yi Chu said, this is what your grandfather left for you. Don't worry, we don't know the contents, including Feng Bao, who is also unclear. You can only rely on your own comprehension. Zhongchu nodded. Yichu said, "You can't live on your own now. If it doesn't work out, you can come live with us." Zhang Wei added, "That's right. We can take care of each other." Zhang Chuan thought for a moment and then nodded. At this moment, Yi Chu stood up. "All right, everyone, you take your time chatting. I'll take Bao Bao to eat." The others nodded, and Yi Chu left with Feng Bao Bao. Soon, the two of them had explored the nearby snack street. To be honest, Yi Chu and Feng Bao Bao looked like a couple. Before long, they returned with bellies as if they were 9 months pregnant. By this time, Zhang Chuan had already packed his luggage, and the group directly took a car to leave. Under Su San's coercion, Yi Chu also took Feng Bao Bao with him. He said he felt at ease with Feng Bao Bao following him. Soon, they returned to the apartment. At the entrance of the apartment building, a man in black had been waiting for a long time. "Young master, here's what you wanted." Yi Chu took it directly and then threw it to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei asked, "What is this?" Yi Chu replied, "A gift for you. Part of the shares of the Wanshou Group and a contract for the position of legal advisor." Zhang Wei was instantly stunned. "What are you doing? You still have to support your girlfriend, plus your brother. You need these things." Zhang Wei said, "I'll give it back to you. I really don't need this." Yi Chu said, "Actually, this contract is similar to letting you join Ado Tong, but with fewer restrictions." Zhang Wei said, "I see. Well, fine then." After saying that, Zhang Wei immediately signed his name. Zhang Wei thus became a shareholder and legal advisor of the Wanshou Group. Yi Chu said, "I've specifically set up an urgent affairs department at Wanshou. Although it seems to be the lowest level on the surface, all members inside are extraordinary people, carefully selected by me." Zhang Wei asked, "What should I do?" Yi Chu replied, "You don't need to do anything. Just letting you know is enough after all. You are a shareholder of the Wanshou Group." Soon, they arrived at the apartment. At this time, Yifei and others were having dinner. Zhang Wei then introduced Zhang Chuan to everyone, and Yi Chu introduced Feng Bao Bao. They arranged rooms for the two. Originally, there weren't enough rooms. But luckily, Yi Chu bought the adjacent 3603. After this incident, Yi Chu finally managed to rest for a few days. One day, Lu Ziqiao directly told everyone some good news. Xiao He downstairs asked Lu Ziqiao to replace him at a party. Lu Ziqiao immediately informed everyone and asked them to prepare to set off together. Soon, they arrived at the party venue. At this time, a person appeared in front of them. Lu Ziqiao exclaimed, "Huang Baoyang, it's you guys? Are you here to scam food and drinks?" At this moment, Yi Chu suddenly appeared in front of Huang Baoyang. "Hello, Boss Huang. I am Yi Chu, the owner of the Wanshou Group." They were invited by Xiao He. Huang Baoyang said, "Yi Chu, you are the young master of the Yi family, the big boss of Chuyang Group." Yi Chu nodded. Huang Baoyang said, "Nice to meet you. I will personally host you, Boss Yi, and your friends." Yi Chu replied, "Then I will trouble you." Huang Baoyang said, "You're too polite." Yifei and the others were having a blast at the party. Yi Chu and Lu Ziqiao were discussing business with Boss Huang. Yi Chu said, "Boss Huang, my brother is looking for a job. Could you help him out?" Boss Huang replied, "Boss Yi, your family is so big. Do you still need my help?" Yi Chu responded, "I don't want my friend to rely on me. I believe he will carve out his own path." Boss Huang laughed, "Haha, all right. I just invested in a meal replacement cake product and need a manager. I wonder if Mr. Lu would be interested." Lu Ziqiao was very excited. Yes, I'm very interested. All right, let us sign the contract now." Boss Huang then made a phone call, and soon an assistant came in with a contract. Yi Chu glanced at the contract before handing it to Lu Ziqiao. Trusting Yi Chu completely, Lu Ziqiao signed his name right away. "Then let's have a happy cooperation." Lu Ziqiao shook hands with Boss Huang. After that, Lu Ziqiao went out to find Chun Meijia to share the good news. Only Yi Chu and Boss Huang were left in the room. At that moment, Boss Huang stood up. "Boss, I'll head out first." Yi Chu nodded. Indeed, all of this was arranged by Yi Chu. After finishing his drink, Yi Chu left. However, as soon as he reached the door, he felt a strange energy. Yi Chu's eyes narrowed, and at that moment, screams came from outside. "Help! The zombies have broken out. Don't kill me. I don't want to die yet." Yi Chu burst through the door. He immediately spotted a table of masks in the distance. Yi Chu thought, thank goodness for the masquerade. Otherwise, it would be easy to get exposed. He took a mask and put it on his face before rushing out. Just as Yi Chu left, several people grabbed masks from the table. Outside, a large number of corpses had surrounded the area, some of which were mixed with otherworldly beings. Yi Chu shouted, "All beings." At that moment, 2 bolts of lightning shot out, instantly knocking down a large group of corpses. The ones who arrived were Zhang Wei and Zhang Chuan, both wearing masks. Following them was a beautiful woman with long, straight hair, holding a steel knife. This was Sister Bao. Yi Chu charged into the horde of corpses, targeting the otherworldly beings. Just then, several masked individuals flew in from various directions. One person, clad in chi-infused armor and wielding a chi-infused halberd, rode a chi-infused steed. Another person, with chi-infused water sleeves, waved them and swept away a large number of corpses. Yet another person pointed at a corpse with ease. One of them even used the Zhuge family's ultimate technique, the Wuho Chimen, and another directly controlled the knives and forks on a dining table to attack. These individuals wore masks and had taken measures to cover their clothing. Yichu quickly thought of Yifei and her group, but it was still uncertain. First, he needed to eliminate those otherworldly beings. The one wielding the halberd spoke up. With a swing of his halberd, countless corpses flew out. Yichu nodded and sped up his movements. The voice of the person wielding the halberd sounded off, indicating it had been altered. The others nodded as well. Soon, most of the corpses were cleared, and several otherworldly beings had been taken down. At this moment, Yichu jumped into the air. Everyone, stand back. Suddenly, the sky began to change. The others quickly retreated to a distance. Heaven's punishment, thunderous might. Instantly, countless bolts of heavenly lightning descended, turning a large number of corpses to dust. Some otherworldly beings desperately resisted but were still stunned by the lightning. Only a few remained standing. At this point, those individuals also took action. The remaining few were quickly subdued. Yichu then approached them and took out his credentials from the Anywhere Pass. I'm a staff member specialized in handling this kind of incident. You can leave the rest to me. Yichu then used his abilities to control the few otherworldly beings. The masked individuals nodded and then left the scene in different ways. Yichu called Anywhere Pass, and they quickly arrived. Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhulan had come to Yichu's side, and Sister Bao walked over from a distance. Soon, Anywhere Pass took the otherworldly beings away, and the corpses at the scene were cleared. Yichu and the others prepared to leave when Yifei and her group came running over. Yifei asked, "Where have you guys been? It was so dangerous." Yichu rubbed the back of his head. "I'll be more careful next time, Yifei." Yifei nodded, and then they left. The party was considered ruined. Back at the apartment, everyone returned to their rooms. After Yichu got back to his room, he sent a message to Su Si. "Fourth brother, what on earth happened today?" Su Si replied, "You know Qianxing wants Zhang Zhulan. Today, they directly dispatched 3 strong individuals from Qianxing and several otherworldly beings." Yichu asked, "Fourth brother, will we not encounter such things often in the future?" Su Si said, "There's no way around it. By the way, people from the Longhu Mountain Tianxia Mansion came looking for Zhang Zhulan. I handled it. You guys be careful. I have other matters to attend to. We'll talk another day." Yichu replied, "Fourth brother, wait, what Longhu Mountain? You need to clarify." Yichu waited a long time, but did not receive a reply from Su Si. He then tossed his phone aside. It seems the old Tianxia from Longhu Mountain has made a move. The Luotian Grand Ceremony is not far off. He looked at the ceiling, carefully contemplating the events of the past few days. Sigh, just when one wave settles, another rises. At that moment, there was a knock on Yichu's door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhang Zhulan." Yichu opened the door. "What is up?" Zhang Zhulan asked. "Yichu, did everything that happened these days happen because of me?" Yichu replied, "Don't overthink it. Besides, none of this is your fault." Zhang Zhulan asked, "What should I do?" Yichu said, "Practice, improve your strength. Once you become stronger, you can change everything." At that moment, Zhang Wei walked out from the side. "Zhulan, this is our fate. No one can help you with this. Only you can help yourself." Zhang Zhulan said, "Brother, I encountered a group of strange people. They have abilities like ours. And they said they were inviting me to participate in the Luotian Grand Ceremony. They also claimed to be from the Longhu Mountain Tianxia Mansion." Hearing this, Yichu's eyes narrowed. What is meant to come has arrived. "Sai, Zhulan, your Jingguang spell and Thunder method are both secret techniques of the Tianxia Mansion. According to intelligence, your grandfather must have connections with the Tianxia Mansion, and the secrets of your grandfather should be answered there." Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhulan exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. Zhang Zhulan said, "Then let us go take a look. There is no need to hide anymore." Zhang Wei, "I've hidden for so many years. I'm done hiding." Yichu, "All right, we'll set off in a few days." What they didn't know was that several people had overheard this news. The next day, someone suddenly arrived. Zhang Wei, "Zhao Haitang, what do you want?" Zhao Haitang, "You misunderstood. I'm here to rent a house." Zhang Wei, "I don't believe you." At this moment, Zhao Haitang took out a contract from his hand. "Lawyer Zhang, this is the contract you signed yourself. You can't deny it." Zhang Wei was directly stunned. "Didn't I sign a contract with Zhao Lihua?" Zhao Haitang, "That's right, it's me. That's my original name. I just don't like it, so I changed it to Zhao Haitang." At this moment, Dolly walked out from a nearby room. "Zhao Haitang, are you done yet?" Zhao Haitang, "Dolly, I'm just here to rent a house." Just as Zhang Wei was about to explode, Yichu directly stopped him. At this moment, Zhao Haitong's eyes narrowed. The person he hated the most was Zhang Wei, followed by Yichu. Yichu, all right, Zhang Wei, since he wants to rent the house. Let him rent it. Anyway, a shrimp can't stir up much of a wave. Zhao Haitong, what's wrong with you? Can't you speak properly? Why do you have to say that? Yichu, if I were the landlord here, do I have the right or not? Zhao Haitong, landlord? Impossible. I've looked for the landlord to buy this place, but they wouldn't sell it. What are you bragging about? Zhao Haitong said disdainfully. Yechehe usimidet. Then took out his phone. Hello, is there something from a young master? Buy me love apartment 3601 and 3602, no matter how much it costs. Understood. Then he hung up the phone. Zhao Haitong. Wow, Lawyer Zhang, your friend really knows how to brag. Yichu, how do you know I'm bragging? Zhao Haitong. You know Zhao's heavy industry, right? It's my family, yes. I won't say how rich I am, but I still can't buy these 2 houses. Are you better than me? Zhao Haitong had already investigated when he came and found that everyone here was ordinary people, except for this person in front of him who he couldn't find any information on. However, Zhao Haitong still looked down on him. Being rich is one thing, but he is also an extraordinary person. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The onlooker, LZ Qiao, went to open the door. Outside was the bodyguard who had come last time to deliver something to Yichu. Hello, this is what our young master wants. LZ Qiao took it, and then the bodyguard left. Ziqiao opened the package. Ziqiao nodded, then opened the package in front of everyone. What came into view were 2 property certificates. They were exactly the property certificates for 3601 and 3602. Hu Yifei. Little Yi has become our landlord. Ziqiao, Osom. Little Yi, can you reduce the rent? Chen Meijia. Little Yi is so handsome. Curry sauce. Yi God, do you need any more pendants? Yichu looked at Zhao Haitong. So what do you want to say now? Zhao Haitong looked at the 2 property certificates in disbelief. How is this possible? Who exactly are you? According to his information, the landlord of Love Apartment has a powerful background, and no one can easily take things from them unless that person has an even stronger background. Yichu. I am Yichu, the only son of the Yi family's head, founder of Chuyang Group, Wanshou Group, and other companies. Zhao Haitong froze instantly. The Yi family, the world's #1 family, unmatched in both economy and power. The Yi family directly influences the world. When Yi Aolong stomps his foot, the world shakes. Chuyang Group is a company that grasped the world's economic lifeline in just a few short years. Although Wanshou Group seems inconspicuous, its range of connections is particularly broad. Almost all the world's top 500 companies cooperate with Wanshou. Although Wanshou has not entered the top 500, it has far surpassed most of those companies. Zhao Haitong then realized he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. The assets of his own family were like nothing in front of Yichu. Zhao Haitong thought for a moment and finally lowered his proud head. I'm sorry. Yichu patted his shoulder. All right, tone it down from now on. We'll be living under the same roof. Don't worry. I won't go after you. Zhao Haitong. Thank you. Yichu, you can continue to pursue Dolly. Otherwise, Zhang Wei will never understand the sense of crisis. As for whether you can win Dolly over, that depends on you. Zhang Wei. Yichu, are you setting me up? Hey, this is still for you. Zhang Wei. I don't believe you. Just then, Yichu's phone rang. Hello, boss. 4 newcomers have arrived in the Urgent Affairs Department, including the new manager Hu Chang and employees Jin Ruoyu, Tang Haixing, and Xia Lele. All right, arrange for them. Understood. Yichu hung up the phone, then looked at Yifei and the others. In a couple of days, Zhang Wei, Zhoulan, and I will be going to Longhu Mountain for a trip. If anyone look for us, just give us a call. Yifei, travel? I want to go too. I've been bored to death staying in the apartment these days. LZ Qiao, why don't we go together? Chen Meijia, sure, I want to travel too. Yichu was directly stunned. By the time he reacted, Yifei and the others had already bought the plane tickets. There was no way, in the end. Yifei and the others followed Yichu to Longhu Mountain. Once they arrived, Yichu tried every means to separate and act alone. After all, his goal was to take Zhang Wei and Zhang Chulan to participate in the Luotian Grand Festival. Just then, several of them surprisingly suggested splitting up to play on their own. Yichu immediately raised both hands in agreement. In fact, everyone here had their own little schemes. The group went to a dark place, then disguised themselves and rushed towards the site of the Luotian Grand Festival. At this moment, Yichu and the others had arrived at the first checkpoint, crossing a huge ravine. Yichu and the others were already disguised. Yichu exerted his legs, and with a loud bang, he had already reached the other side of the ravine. Zhang Chulan and Zhang Wei also found a way to get to the other side. Suddenly, a battle horse's whinny came from behind them, and a person rode a chi-hued horse over. This person was the strong man from the party that day. He immediately recognized Yi Chu and the others. Hey guys, you look familiar. Yi Chu. Of course we look familiar. We met at a party that day. Oh, I remember now. I left in a hurry that day and didn't have time to introduce myself. I am the descendant of the flying General Elbu. You can call me Little Elbu. Yi Chu showed a look of realization. No wonder your strength is extraordinary. It turns out you are the descendant of the famous general from the Three Kingdoms, the flying General Elbu. Little Elbu, my strength is just average. If it weren't for the chi methods and spear techniques left by my ancestors, I'd just be an ordinary person. He then looked at Yi Chu. Your strength is quite impressive. You can actually summon lightning to attack, indicating your strength far surpasses mine. Although Xiaofeng was wearing a mask, his eyes revealed everything. He wanted to battle Yi Chu, which was a combative trait passed down in the L family. Faced with a strong opponent like Yi Chu, Xiaofeng couldn't help but desire to fight. Xiaofeng, friend, isn't it time for introductions? Yi Chu, my name is not convenient to disclose for now. These are my friends, who have all appeared at the party. As for their identities, let them speak for themselves. Yi Chu then stepped aside. If you want to speak, go ahead. If not, then don't. Yi Chu's lazy voice came through. At that moment, Sister Bao shook her head and stepped behind Yi Chu. Since Yi Chu wasn't speaking, she wouldn't either. Zhang Wei and Zhoulan exchanged glances, then removed their masks. After all, they would have to reveal themselves sooner or later. Zhang Wei. Hello, I am Zhang Wei, and this is my brother Zhoulan. Xiaofeng looked at the two without showing any surprise. Even his mouth under the mask smiled slightly. You are the Zhoulan who is most talked about in the circle, the heir of the strongest 8 wonders of chi body source flow. Zhoulan not that? Xiaofeng then looked at Zhang Wei. You are his brother, which means you also practice chi body source flow. Zhang Wei nodded. Xiaofeng looked at the two, surprised to meet them here. Indeed, I didn't expect to meet the little Elbu from the martial world and the heir of chi body source flow here. At that moment, a female voice came from the side. The group looked over to see a woman in a pink gauze dress appear. This was the woman who attacked with water sleeves at the party. Xiaofeng seemed to know her and stepped forward. Xiao Jiaochan, I didn't expect you to come to the Luo Tian Grand Ceremony as well. It's so lively here, of course I had to come and take a look. At this moment, Yi Chu approached Xiaofeng. Who is this? Xiaofeng. She is the heir of Jiaochan, one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times. It said that her family unexpectedly obtained Jiaochan's legacy, thus acquiring her chi techniques and martial skills. Yi Chu, Jiaochan had martial skills? Xiaofeng. Jiaochan was originally a master of dance. Unexpectedly, she comprehended powerful martial skills from it. Using the water sleeves of her attire as weapons, her combat power can match that of martial generals. Yi Chu listened to all this in disbelief. This world was too crazy. At that moment, several figures flew in. These were a few of the strong individuals who had appeared at the party. They didn't expect to meet again at Longhu Mountain. Among them, only Zhang Wei and Zhongsu revealed their faces, while the others wore masks. However, except for Yi Chu and Feng Bao, everyone else had smiling faces beneath their masks. At this time, a Taoist priest approached the group. Everyone, private fighting is not allowed here. Please adhere to the rules. Otherwise, I will have to use force to send you down the mountain. The group nodded and then dispersed. Yi Chu felt increasingly uneasy. Why were these people here? Soon they arrived at the final location, where they would soon divide into combat opponents. At this moment, a voice called out, Xiao Yi, Bao, Zhoulan, and Zhang Wei. The 4 turned around and saw Zhang San and Zhang Si slowly walking over. Yi Chu, 3rd brother, 4th brother, you're late. Zhang San. Isn't it because the 4th insisted on chasing girls? Otherwise, we would have arrived earlier. Zhang Si, what's wrong with chasing girls? I didn't arrive too late. Then the 2 brothers began to bicker. At this time, someone rushed out from the airport near Longhu Mountain. Damn, I'm going to be late. The person ran straight towards Longhu Mountain, moving so fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. This person was likely still working in the Alasan Desert, unexpectedly appearing here. They were covered in a layer of dark golden armor. Their speed increased, and soon they reached the foot of Longhu Mountain. The person exerted force with their legs, and a giant pit appeared in the ground as they flew out. In the air, a dark golden mask covered their face. Meanwhile, Yi Chu encountered a problem. The old master Zhang, Ji Wei wanted to see them. Yi Chu immediately thought of the powerful old man as figure. Then he thought of someone, Gong Qing, the leader of the entire sect. It was also he who killed the old master's disciple, Tianjin. Therefore, the old master descended the mountain to unleash a massacre on the entire sect. Yichu thought about whether to expose Gongqing directly to save Tianjin's life. This way, the old master would owe him a favor. Soon they arrived at the room where the old master was waiting. Not only was the old master there, but also his disciple Tianjin and his close friend Luji. Zhoulan and Zhang Wei immediately knelt down. Then the two took turns to bow. At this moment, Yichu felt a shiver run through him as he noticed the old master was watching him. Yichu, old master, is there something you need? Old master, the strongest temporary worker, Yichu, your strength can rank in the top 5 among the younger generation. Yichu, where did the old master hear this? It's all nonsense. Old master, this little brat possesses such strength yet remains humble. Not bad, not bad. Yichu, thank you for the praise, old master. At this moment, the door behind them was pushed open, and a little Taoist called Xiaoyu entered with tea. Suddenly, he tripped over the threshold. Yichu quickly reached out to catch the tea and steady Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, thank you so much. Yichu, no problem, Gongqing. Indeed, this person was Gongqing, the leader of the entire sect. As Yichu spoke his name, Gongqing's hand holding the tea froze. Zhongsan and Zhongsi immediately took up defensive stances. They knew who Gongqing was. Gongqing, benefactor, I don't know what you're talking about. Yichu, you've been lurking in Longhu Mountain for 3 years. Your composure is quite high, the leader of the entire sect, Gongqing. Gongqing's eyes narrowed, and a dense killing intent began to emanate from him. No wonder you are the strongest temporary worker. You really are impressive. He then removed his hat. Indeed, I am Gongqing, the leader of the entire sect. My plan was about to be implemented, but unexpectedly, you ruined it. Then, his figure flickered, and the door of the room was burst open. But I will not give up. We shall meet again. At this moment, Yichu waved his hand, and suddenly a thunderbolt struck down. There was a scream, and then a charred arm fell from the sky. Yichu shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the previous strike did not kill Gongqing. He had underestimated him. Sorry, let him escape. Old master, it's fine, and I must thank you. I didn't expect the entire sect to extend its reach to my Taoist temple. The old master waved his hand. From today onwards, the Taoist temple will pursue this matter. The entire sect will face the wrath of the Taoist temple. Then his gaze shifted directly to Yichu. Young friendy, our Taoist temple owes you a favor. Yichu, old master, you are too polite. Then Yichu and the others exited the room, leaving only Zhang Wei and Zhoulan inside. Yichu said, "Third brother, fourth brother, you guys wait here for Zhang Wei and Zhoulan. I'm going to wander around." Zhongsen replied, "No problem, just be careful." Zhongsi added, "What does this kid need to be careful about? Who here can hurt him?" Zhongsi rolled his eyes. Yichu scratched his head helplessly and then disappeared from the spot. While Yichu was wandering, a voice came from behind him. "Hey, you dropped something." Upon hearing this, Yichu smiled. "Oh, what did I drop?" As he turned around, a shadow flew directly towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was a lump of mud. "Wang Yi, you bastard!" Yichu cursed, then quickly twisted his body in a strange posture to dodge the attack. At that moment, a person dressed in Taoist robes approached. "Yichu, long time no see." Yichu replied, "Wang Yi, you're up to your old tricks again." The person was indeed Daozhong Wang Yi from Yirun Jixia, one of those who mastered the 8 extraordinary techniques, specifically the wind rear chi min. As the son of the world's richest man, Yichu had known Wang Yi, the son of a rich family, since childhood, and their relationship was quite good. Wang Yi put his arm around Yichu's shoulder. "This is called taking the enemy by surprise. Ha ha ha." At this moment, Yichu smirked and said, "Thunderstrike." Instantly, a bolt of lightning struck down. Wang Yi immediately sensed it and used his technique, the random gold hammer, to evade the attack. "Damn it, are you trying to kill me?" Yichu reassured him, "Don't worry, I know my limits, I won't kill you." Just then, several Taoists from Longhu Mountain came running over. Yichu stepped forward to explain that they were just playing around. After that, Yichu and Wang Yi found a quiet place. Wang Yi said, "It's in a few years, I didn't expect you to be this strong now." Yichu replied, "You're not bad either. That was the wind rear chi min you just used, right?" Wang Yi nodded. "You've got good fortune, and I'm not bad either. Anyway, you're not my opponent." Wang Yi added, "I know, you're just a pure freak. Who can compare to you?" Yichu smiled. Then his expression turned serious. "What are you doing here?" Wang Yi replied, "Nothing, just gonna have some fun." Yichu said, "If you're not going to say anything, then forget it." The two looked up at the clouds. Wang Yi sighed. "The winds of change are rising again. No one knows what will happen." Yichu said, "Who cares? I just hope the people around me are safe. Wang Yi said, let's hope so. Are you going to participate in the Luo Tian de Jiao? Yichu confirmed, that's right, to help a friend. Wang Yi said, I hope I don't run into you in the preliminaries, otherwise, I'm doomed. Yichu smiled, but said nothing. He was also somewhat worried, although his strength was great. There were still people he was wary of. Wang Yi of the Wind Rear Qi Min, Zhu Guqing of the Martial General Qi Min, Zhang Lingyu of the Yin 5 Thunder, and those masked strongmen. None of them were easy opponents. Just then, Zhang San and the others came over, followed by Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhulan. Yichu asked, are you done? They nodded. Zhang Wei said, they've already started drawing lots over there. Let's go. Yichu stood up and took Wang Yi with him to the venue. Soon, the draw was completed. Yichu was matched up with 3 strangers, and the others also found their opponents. Now, they were just waiting for the match to begin. Before long, a day passed, and the matches officially started. In the first match, Yichu spotted a familiar face. The person had his hands in his pockets, wearing a blue suit and a mask. Zhang Wei said, that's the guy called Xiaofeng. Zhang Zhulan added, I didn't expect him to be the first to go on. At that moment, Yichu spoke up. The other 3 matches also had familiar faces. Xiao Jiaochan, a female master, and the woman who could control object from the party all appeared on stage. Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhulan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they didn't encounter them. At that moment, the battlefield was filled with people. The 4 were eyeing each other. A burly man launched the first attack, his iron fists aimed directly at Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, his chi transformed into battle armor covering his entire body. The armor instantly blocked the burly man's attack. The 2 others, who were in the chaotic battle, were also drawn over. They then simultaneously withdrew. Let's deal with the strong one first. Agreed. The 2 charged towards Xiaofeng with their knives. Xiaofeng laughed. So what if there are many of you? He waved his hand, and instantly, a Qihua battle spear appeared out of thin air. Then he swung his spear, sending the 3 opponents flying. At this moment, the chi beside Xiaofeng condensed again, and soon a Qihua warhorse appeared. Xiaofeng mounted the warhorse. What followed was true hell. His momentum surged, turning the air around him blood red. Everyone was stunned by Xiaofeng's transformation. Only Yichu watched without expression. Zhang Wei said, Yichu, this Xiaofeng is really strong. Yichu shook his head. If you think this is strong, you haven't seen his true power. His real strength is at least 100 times what you see now. Zhang Wei exclaimed, how is that possible? Zhang Zhulan said, with such an opponent, how can we win? Yichu shook his head. You 2 don't need to pretend in front of me. Your strength can definitely match that guy. Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhulan scratched their heads. We were just trying not to draw attention, hiding our strength. At that moment, on the battlefield, Xiaofeng swung his spear, and instantly a sky-high slash shot out. The 3 opponents were sent flying. However, this slash did not stop. It came directly towards Yichu's direction. Yichu slowly raised his right hand, and the slash was effortlessly stopped by him. Xiaofeng said, you are worthy to be my opponent. Yichu replied, that depends on whether we have a connection. Xiaofeng laughed. The battle ended with Xiaofeng's victory, winning with just 1 strike. The other 3 matches also concluded, with the winners being the strong ones Yichu had met at the party. Soon, the next battle began. Yichu recognized a few from the first 3 matches, Bao, Wang Yi, and the woman who could control object from the party. However, Yichu was more focused on the 4th match, specifically a person clad in dark golden armor. This person's overall aura was incredibly powerful. Yichu was certain that this person's strength was at least on par with his own, if not greater. At this moment, Zhongsi spoke up. I didn't expect this guy to also participate. Yichu asked, 4th brother, do you know him? Zhongsi nodded. I've interacted with him before. His identity is very mysterious, and I can't figure it out. But what he masters is incredibly powerful. It should be one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Yichu immediately looked at the person and carefully observed their outfit. Divine machine, forged 100 times. He then softly uttered 4 words. Zhongsi, it seems so, but I'm not sure. Yichu nodded. At this moment, the battle among several people began. 3 of them directly surrounded the mysterious person to attack. However, the mysterious person dodged with a peculiar movement technique and kicked one of them away. The other 2 immediately distanced themselves. Mysterious person. Useless. I am invincible at any distance. Suddenly, the ground shook. 2 chains burst out of the ground and flew straight at the 2 people. One reacted quickly and struck the chain away, while the other was wrapped up like a rice dumpling. When the last person saw that their teammates had been defeated, they threw down their knife in surrender. The battle was decided in just a few seconds, demonstrating the extraordinary strength of this person. On the other side, Feng Baobao also achieved victory. Wang used Tai Chi to defeat their opponent. Another woman, though she struggled a bit, ultimately won her match. At this point, Yi Chu in the stand stretched and said, "I'm going on stage. Wish me luck." Zhongsu, take it easy, don't kill anyone. Got it. Yi Chu waved his hand and then went to wait for his turn. Soon, his battle began. He walked into the arena lazily. The other 3 competitors also entered. The 3 exchanged glances, then charged directly at Yi Chu. Although Yi Chu looked weak, none of the masked opponents were easy to deal with. Yi Chu raised his right hand, and instantly countless iron spikes shot up from the ground, trapping the 3. Yi Chu, it might hurt a bit, bear with it. Suddenly, the sky changed. Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting all 3 of them. The 3 were instantly electrified and fell unconscious. Yi Chu yawned and left the arena. It was too fast. This battle was over too quickly. The crowd hadn't even reacted before the victor emerged. Yi Chu's strength once again reshaped everyone's perception. Several people in the audience showed excited expressions. Just as the referee announced the result, the situation changed. One of the unconscious individuals suddenly stood up. Their eyes glowed crimson, and their wounds healed at a visible speed. Fur began to sprout from their body, and the life force gradually dissipated, replaced by a powerful aura of death. At this moment, a voice came. "Xiaoyi, be careful, he is a zombie." It was Zhongsu speaking. Yi Chu's expression tightened. Indeed, zombies existed in this world. But why would they appear on the righteous Longhu Mountain? To appear on Longhu Mountain and be able to transform into human form in a short time. It must have existed for at least 100 years. Yi Chu, 4th brother, what level is it? Susi, it looks like it should be a 100-year-old jumping zombie. Almost a flying zombie. Yi Chu's expression tightened. The strength of jumping zombies was incredibly powerful, and they no longer feared the sun. In this world, zombies are divided into 6 levels. White zombies, black zombies, jumping zombies, flying zombies, Ba, a type of powerful zombie, and Howl, which is the most terrifying type. The first level is white zombies, which begin to grow white fur after a month of transformation. They move slowly and are easy to deal with, fearing sunlight, fire, water, chickens, dogs, and even humans. The second is black zombies, which, if they consume the blood essence of cattle and sheep, will shed their white fur after a few years, replaced by several inches of black fur. They also fear sunlight and fire, move slowly, and possess great strength. The third type is jumping zombies, which after decades of absorbing energy and blood will shed black fur, moving mainly by jumping quickly and far. They do not fear sunlight, humans, or any livestock. The fourth type is flying zombies, which evolve from jumping zombies, usually being over 100 years old or even several hundred years old. They are agile, can leap onto roofs and trees, and can attack without leaving external wounds. The fifth type is nearly demonic, named Ba, which can deceive people with its changing appearance and is capable of summoning plagues and disasters. The last type is Howl, the most terrifying of zombies, no longer a corpse, but a demon king with terrifying powers that can rival gods, possessing thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Each level is further divided into soldier, general, king levels, and other mutated levels, with the most classic being armored corpses, such as iron-armored, copper-armored, silver-armored, and gold-armored corpses, which are far stronger than ordinary zombies, but not as powerful as Ba and Howl. The zombie before Yi Chu actually made him feel nervous. Weaker zombies were manageable, but powerful zombies were invulnerable to blades and bullets, not fearing water or fire, and possessing immense strength, akin to a cheat-like existence. Only specific techniques could stop them. The zombie before him, though a jumping zombie, was already close to a flying zombie. Its power was unimaginable. Yi Chu took the initiative to attack, delivering a flying kick to the zombie. At the moment of contact, a metallic clashing sound was heard. The zombie slid backward, while Yi Chu was directly bounced back. At this time, several figures tried to come onto the stage to help, but were stopped by Yi Chu. "Don't come over, this guy is not something you can handle. Go evacuate the crowd." The Taoists from Longhu Mountain exchanged glances and then nodded. Soon, the area around the Qinglong Arena was clear to people, leaving only a few strong individuals. Some were there to watch Yi Chu's battle, while others were worried that Yi Chu might not handle it alone and were ready to assist. At this moment, the tattoo on Yi Chu's back began to glow. He pointed to the sky, and instantly the colors of heaven and earth changed. The sky turned blood red. Yi Chu then shouted, "Thunderstrike." A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket fell, striking the distant zombie directly. The thunder lasted for a long time, but soon dissipated. However, the zombie remained unharmed, with only some damage to its clothing. At this moment, a surge of deathly energy erupted from it. Susi, damn, how did you help him level up? Yichu now had a dark expression. He originally intended to kill the opponent with a thunder strike, but unexpectedly helped him level up instead. Yichu did not anticipate that a single thunder strike would push the zombie from a jumping zombie to a flying zombie. The zombie's strength surged, and its body even flickered with faint lightning. Just then, a voice sounded beside Yichu. Xiaoyi, leave it to me now. Your strength is a bit troublesome for dealing with flying zombies. Yichu, old master, how would I know if I don't try? Old master, haha, all right. Then the old celestial master stepped aside. Yichu also stood up straight, faced with the extremely powerful flying corpse. Yichu didn't dare to say he could subdue the opponent with 100% certainty. However, he still wanted to give it a try. Yichu softly uttered a few words. Ximu. As soon as the words Ximu were spoken, a dark black battle armor immediately covered his entire body. This scene shocked the few people present. Yichu showed no hesitation. He directly clenched his fist and struck at the flying corpse. The speed of this punch was extremely fast. But just as it was about to touch the flying corpse, its body twisted in a strange posture. Yichu's attack missed entirely. However, Yichu quickly reacted, forcefully stepped on the ground with one foot. His body, which was charging forward, stabilized instantly, and then the other foot directly sidekicked at the flying corpse. The flying corpse did not expect Yichu to react so quickly. For a moment, it was caught off guard, and Yichu's kick landed directly on its abdomen. The flying corpse was sent flying like a missile towards the edge of the competition arena. Yichu did not stop his movements. He raised both hands, and instantly countless metals appeared out of thin air, then coalesced into numerous swords. One sword suppressed demons. One sword eliminated monsters, sword techniques. Immediately, countless flying swords rushed towards the huge pit created by the flying corpse's impact. Accompanied by the sound of sword cries, the huge pit exploded violently. At this moment, a voice came from within the pit. Kid, is this all you can do? This voice came from the depths of the pit. Soon after, the flying corpse walked out step by step from the smoke. The words just spoken were indeed from it. I have put in a lot of effort to find a talented person to make myself like a living person. I came here to seek things that could aid my cultivation. I didn't expect to encounter a strong opponent in the first match. After your thunder attack, I found that my shackles had actually loosened. I didn't expect you to really help me ascend to a flying corpse. To thank you, I will be a bit gentler when I kill you later. After saying this, the flying corpse charged directly at Yichu. Its speed was so fast that Yichu could barely see it with the naked eye. Yichu activated his observation haki and covered his arms with armament haki. It should be noted that zombies can easily pierce through metal. Although he had battle armor for defense, who knew if the flying corpse's attack would be extremely abnormal? So it was wise to be cautious. Once the observation haki was activated, Yichu quickly captured the flying corpse's movements. Yichu exerted force on his legs and activated the Navy's 6 forms, shave. The two then collided directly. Each collision produced sparks and the sound of metal clashing. Their attacks grew sharper and sharper. At this moment, lightning flashed in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning struck down. This was Yichu's masterpiece. The lightning struck the flying corpse directly. Each strike hit accurately, but the flying corpse seemed to be stung by a mosquito. Kid, don't you know that lightning is useless against flying corpses? After saying this, it clenched its hands, and in an instant, a bolt of lightning appeared on its fist. Taste the lightning you summoned. Yichu looked at the flying corpse in disbelief. At this moment, the flying corpse had unleashed the lightning, giving Yichu no chance to react. In an instant, Yichu felt a tingling sensation. He couldn't help but exhale. Luckily, he had the Ximu battle armor. Otherwise, what he would have felt would not be a tingling sensation, but the real pain of being electrocuted to the core. Yichu also abandoned the method of summoning lightning to strike the flying corpse. Now he could only think of ways to fight back while defending. If anyone present could easily kill the flying corpse, it would be the old celestial master. Facing the flying corpse's frenzied attacks, Yichu continuously defended. Occasionally, he used finger guns and gale foot for counterattacks. However, the effect was minimal. These attacks left no marks on the flying corpse. A look of excitement mixed with bloodthirst appeared on the flying corpse's face. The battle between the two gradually reached a boiling point. Yichu was gradually at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the flying corpse seized on a gap in Yichu's defense, and a pale, bloodless hand pierced through Yichu's chest. Su Si and Su San immediately wanted to help, but they were stopped by Zhang Wei and Zhang Zhoulan. However, Feng Baobao rushed up with a knife. At this moment, a metal wall blocked Feng Baobao. Yi Chu covered the hole in his chest with one hand and pointed at Feng Baobao with the other. Baobao, go back and sit down. I'll take you out to eat later. Feng Baobao said nothing, just stared at Yi Chu intently. Yechehe usimidet. I'm fine. Go find Su Si and Su San. Finally, Feng Baobao nodded and returned to Su Si and Su San's side. At this point, Yi Chu used the life restoration technique to stop the bleeding. Not having self-healing ability was really troublesome. Just then, the flying corpse suddenly appeared in front of Yi Chu. It delivered a flying kick that sent Yi Chu flying. Then it followed up with both hands clenched in a fist. One punch struck Yi Chu's chin. Yi Chu was hit like a cannonball, directly embedding himself into the wall of the competition arena. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that hurts. He felt as if all the bones in his body had shattered and his internal organs had shifted. At this moment, the old celestial master's voice came. Yi Xiaoyu, let me take over. Just then, Yi Chu heard a voice in his ear. Little ghost. Yecheheyu, Vimu. The voice he heard was indeed Ximu's. Little ghost. Soon a new power will be injected into your body, a power you are familiar with. After saying this, Yi Chu's momentum began to rise dramatically. The pain throughout his body gradually eased. Yi Chu felt this power, and his eyes lit up. The power of the light fruit. Ximu, that's right. This fruit had been dormant in my body all along. I didn't expect it to awaken after the recent battle. However, it no longer has the self-healing ability, so make do with it. Yi Chu nodded. That's enough. Then Yi Chu slowly emerged from the wall. Old Celestial Master, you don't need to intervene for now. After saying this, the battle armor on Yi Chu changed, flickering with points of light. Yi Chu walked step by step towards the flying corpse. The flying corpse said, Little ghost, do you have any last words? Yi Chu replied, Oh, why are you asking my question? After speaking, a wicked smile appeared on Yi Chu's lips. The flying corpse, bastard. It became furious and once again launched an attack on Yi Chu. At this moment, Yi Chu spread his arms wide. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from Yi Chu's body. Holy light domain, suppression. Instantly, 8 pillars of light appeared on the ground. These pillars of light gave a sense of sanctity that was inviolable. Not to mention Blue Star, even the corners of the universe felt this power. Although it wasn't very strong, it was extremely unique. Among them, in a light country of the M78 Nebula. Ultraman King, this power is like a plasma spark. Ultraman Father, that's right, but it's not as strong as a plasma spark. Ultraman King, send someone to check it out. Ultraman Father nodded and then turned to leave. The few people closest to the light column felt the most intense sensation. At this moment, the flying corpse in the center of the light column was emitting dark energy all over. Flying corpse? Ah, it hurts so much. How is this possible? Then he crazily charged towards Yi Chu. He knew that all of this was caused by Yi Chu. Yi Chu leisurely conjured a sword and wrapped it in holy light. Holy light has a suppressive effect on all evil beings. A sword covered in holy light can injure evil beings. The flying corpse was indeed an extraordinary entity, but the Yi Chu in front of him was the real extraordinary one. Yi Chu directly attacked the flying corpse with the sword. The flying corpse could clearly feel that Yi Chu could injure him, so he began to dodge continuously. Yi Chu kept pursuing. At this moment, Yi Chu raised his right hand. Holy light cage. Instantly, countless small light columns began to intercept the flying corpse. The flying corpse did not dare to break through. He felt that this holy light could directly evaporate him. Everyone watching Yi Chu chase and slash at the flying corpse had expressions of surprise on their faces. They all felt that Yi Chu's strength had definitely increased. But only Yi Chu knew that his strength had only increased a little. After all, the ability of the light fruit was originally auxiliary, and it could only exert great power against evil beings. However, using it against humans is really hard to say. Perhaps the light fruit has other abilities, but Yi Chu had not explored them yet. Soon, many wounds appeared on the flying corpse's body. These wounds were constantly leaking dark energy. At this moment, Yi Chu stopped his actions. Yi Chu, I've played enough, now die. Then, countless flying swords flew out, all wrapped in golden light. Swath technique. Instantly, countless flying swords attacked the flying corpse directly. The flying corpse hurriedly dodged, but was surrounded by holy light. In the end, the flying corpse was killed to dust in unwilling eyes. Yi Chu also directly spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Zhang Wei and the others quickly took Yi Chu away. Looking at the devastated competition arena, Su San and Su Si couldn't help but sigh. Su Si, that kid Yi Chu is simply a freak. Susan. Fortunately, it was just a corpse-level flying corpse. Otherwise, only the old heavenly master would be able to deal with it. Su Si shook his head. There were no less than 10 strong people present who could deal with a corpse-level flying corpse. Those above corpse level could also be dealt with easily. But no one had taken action. Susan, what are their intentions? Su Si, it must be the chi body source flow of the Zhang family and the prize of the winner of the competition, the Tongtian talisman from the Lu family. Susan nodded. Indeed, the two major 8 wonders techniques were very attractive. At this moment, he seemed to remember something. Susan, by the way, the flying corpse just said he had a master helping him. Su Si, this person can hide the corpse as a human, perfectly concealing both appearance and aura. It seems his strength is extraordinary. Su Si directly took out his phone and made a call, saying a few words. All right, I have already instructed the company to conduct a thorough investigation. Anything related to corpses will be searched. Susan, there is no other way. Then the two left the place. As for the repair of the competition arena, it would be left to the people of the Heavenly Master S Mansion. On the other side, Yichu fell into a coma. He sustained significant injuries from the recent battle, coupled with excessive blood loss. During the fight, Yichu had been holding on, and the assistance from the life return helped him. Otherwise, he would have fainted long ago. The doctor said Yichu would not wake up anytime soon, which meant he could no longer participate in the competition. Everyone's faces were filled with sadness. Feng Baobao directly came to Yichu's side, and then raised her hand to fan Yichu's face. You liar. You promised to take me to eat delicious food and to play. Feng Baobao fanned faster and faster. Su Si and the others couldn't stop her. After all, Feng Baobao's strength was there. Just as Feng Baobao's hand was about to land on Yichu's face again, a hand wrapped in bandages directly stopped her. The owner of this hand, Yichu, slowly opened his eyes. Baobao, it hurts. Feng Baobao immediately retracted her hand and then sat by Yichu's bedside. Yichu patted Feng Baobao's hair. All right, I'm awake. It's fine now. At this moment, Su Si and the others also gathered around. After confirming that Yichu was fine, they felt relieved and then left the ward. With Feng Baobao accompanying him, they didn't need to worry. Fortunately, there was still time before Yichu's next match, allowing him to rest during this period. Soon, Yichu recovered quite a bit. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his current strength was enough to win the next match. Because the next opponent Yichu would face was actually Xiaofeng. He didn't expect that this guy was actually a superhuman. He successfully passed the 4-man brawl, relying on his super speed ability. Moreover, his previous opponent was too weak. Any contestant who passed the 4-man brawl would be stronger than him. Although Xiaofeng usually seemed brainless during battle, he transformed into a different person. His strikes were sharp, targeting Yichu's vital points. Such attacks wouldn't be fatal to a strong person, but they would cause the opponent to lose a certain amount of combat power. This required strict control over the angle, speed, and strength of the attacker. Xiaofeng also used this to win his last match. But to Yichu, it was like child's play. As long as Xiaofeng didn't break the sound barrier, he posed no threat to Yichu. Xiaofeng's speed was indeed fast. But to Yichu, it was nothing special. Xiaofeng was already sweating on his forehead. He had seen Yichu kill the zombie in the last match. He was very curious about the mysterious person wearing a mask in front of him. He was also testing to see if Yichu's injuries had not healed yet. After half a day of probing, he already had the answer in his heart. Then he stopped his attacking moves and looked at the referee from Longhu Mountain. I concede. All of his previous attacks had been dodged by Yichu, and he realized that the masked person in front of him was far beyond his capabilities. If he continued to fight, he would only end up injured. After finishing the match, Yichu returned to the stands. Below, one of the two combatants was a familiar face. Little Elbu swaggered out. At this moment, his opponent also walked out. Yichu had a deep impression of this person. This person had directly defeated 3 opponents in his last match without using his full strength. His martial skills were also quite impressive, wielding a tiger head golden spear. The moment this person saw Little Elbu, his fighting spirit soared. Little Elbu was also attracted by this person's momentum. The person pointed his spear at Little Elbu. Remember, the one who defeats you today is the gun King Jingming, who has come this far on his own. The moment his name was mentioned, there was an uproar in the arena. He was the newcomer Jingming, who had defeated the former gun king through his own efforts. It was rumored that he was self-taught, mastering his gun skills to perfection. His gun technique was said to be called Jing family gun technique, and its power was on par with any renowned gun technique. Just then, Jingming moved, raising his long spear and thrusting it towards the young Lu Bu. The speed was astonishing, shocking everyone present. Before young Lu Bu could react, Jingming was already in front of him. young Lu Bu quickly channeled his energy, using it to form a protective armor around himself. Jingming's spear was directly blocked by the armor. Seizing the opportunity, young Lu Bu grabbed Jingming's spear. With a powerful push from his legs, Jingming felt a tremendous force throw him away. Jingming quickly stabilized himself in the air and landed smoothly. At that moment, a long halberd slashed towards Jingming from the side, and he bent down to dodge. In the instant the halberd passed, Jingming stood up and thrust forward. However, young Lu Bu was already in a defensive stance. The long spear was directly blocked by the halberd. A sharp metallic sound rang out. Jingming quickly changed his attack strategy. If the initial Jingming was a fierce tiger, the current Jingming was like a long snake. He had transitioned from being rigid to being flexible. Young Lu Bu was caught off guard by Jingming's change. His arm was cut by Jingming's spear. Young Lu Bu immediately calmed himself down, and his halberd began to dance again. His attacks became sharper, and Jingming could only keep blocking. He didn't even have a chance to strike back. Just then, Jingming seized a flaw in young Lu Bu's defense. The spear lunged towards young Lu Bu like a swimming dragon, but he didn't notice that a slight smile appeared at the corner of young Lu Bu's mouth. The halberd spun in young Lu Bu's hand and cleaved towards the spear. With a crisp sound, Jingming was thrown out. He slid for a distance before stabilizing himself. At this moment, Jingming noticed that the tip of his spear had developed a crack. This was young Lu Bu's intention. The earlier flaw was to destroy Jingming's weapon. Holding the spear, Jingming showed no expression. Suddenly, he threw the spear out of the arena, and a figure appeared to catch it. This person was Jingming's younger brother, Jing'an. Both brothers were skilled with the spear, but Jing'an had lost to Zhang Wei in the previous match. Young Lu Bu laughed at Jingming. Not competing anymore? You've thrown away your weapon. Jingming shook his head. Then, he began to mobilize his energy, which quickly transformed into a long spear. My Jing family gun technique is not just a martial art. It is also a method for assisting others in cultivation. In an instant, clad in armor and holding a white dragon-headed spear, Jingming appeared on the stage. My gun technique is not as rumored. It actually evolved from the gun technique of the famous General Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms. I accidentally obtained half of General Zhao's gun technique and combined it with my own insights and some other techniques, ultimately forming our Jing family's authentic gun technique. Then, his entire aura changed, and an invisible pressure swept across the arena. Young Lu Bu felt this pressure and was not tense. Instead, he was even more excited. That's it. This is what makes me thrilled. This is the kind of battle that's exhilarating. He then charged towards Jingming, gripping the Feng Dianhua halberd tightly. Jingming also tightened his grip on the spear, stepping forward to charge at young Lu Bu. The moment their weapons collided, the pressure scattered, and a gust of wind rushed outwards. Then both of their figures changed simultaneously, the halberd and spear resembling two soaring dragons. Each clash produced a metallic sound, like the roar of these two dragons. Young Lu Bu and Jingming's attacks became faster, their weapons turning into shadows. However, it was clear that young Lu Bu had the upper hand. After all, Lu Bu's strength far surpassed Zhao Yun's, and young Lu Bu had a complete inheritance, while Jingming had only gained part of Zhao Yun's legacy. Facing young Lu Bu's frenzied attacks, Jingming gradually found it hard to cope. However, he showed no signs of giving up. He began to observe his surroundings. The battle had already left the arena in ruins. Soon, it seemed Jingming spotted something, and he flashed towards a direction. Young Lu Bu immediately chased after him. Then he swung his halberd, but Jingming dodged it. Quickly, Jingming reached a corner of the arena. In this corner was a huge pit, and Jingming jumped into the center of the pit. He thrust his spear into the ground. Instantly, a mysterious force surged towards Jingming from the earth. At that moment, someone shouted, "He is borrowing power from the underworld." Instantly, some people realized what Jingming was doing. At this time, Zhang Wei and Zhang Chulan, who were beside Yi Chu, were a bit confused. Suddenly, Yi Chu spoke up. "This is the ability of the Northeast Chumasian sect, the 3 incense sticks." Zhang Wei, 3 incense sticks? Yi Chu, 1 incense stick to summon the gods from the heavens, 1 incense stick to summon the spirits from the mountains, 1 incense stick to summon the spirits from the underworld. Zhang Wei, why does this guy named Jingming know this? Yi Chu, Jingming's family is a prominent family in the Northeast, and his family is a branch of the Chuma sect, just like the Deng brothers we met before. However, Jingming is obsessed with gun techniques and doesn't know much about the Chuma sect's abilities. Zhang Wei, why is he looking for that pit? Yi Chu, to borrow from the heavens, one must be at a higher place. To borrow from the underworld, one must be at a lower place. Only the mountain spirits do not require consideration of the terrain. Zhongwei. Isn't summoning the gods supposed to stomp the ground? Yichu. That's Maoshan. Although both Maoshan and Baima are Taoist sects, there are still significant differences. At this moment, the Deng brothers Deng Yufu and Deng Yukai were also paying close attention to Jingming. Deng Yufu. This kid is actually borrowing Yin's spirits from the underworld. It seems he is about to reveal his trump card. Deng Yukai. I'm curious about who he is going to summon. At this time, the audience saw Jingming glowing with white light. A voice that did not belong to him rang out. Who summons me? Zhoulan of Changshan? Instantly, the audience erupted in shock. No one expected Jingming to summon the spirit of Zhoulan from Changshan. At this moment, young Lu Bu walked over. His aura was released. Jingming, possessed by Zhao Yun, glanced over. Lu Bu's aura, who are you? Jingming pointed his spear at young Lu Bu. General Zhoulan. I am the heir of Lu Bu. Jingming did not respond, but fell into deep thought. When Jingming opened his eyes, a silver light shot forth. I know everything now. You shouldn't hide anything. Let him come out. Young Lu Bu. Haha. I didn't expect the senior to see through it at a glance. With that, young Lu Bu was engulfed in red blood energy. Soon, his entire aura changed, as if he had become a different person. Then, a voice that did not belong to young Lu Bu echoed. Zhoulan, long time no see. Long time no see, Lu Fengxian. Yes, the one possessing Xiao Elbu now is Elbu himself. Zhao Yun, back in the underworld, I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to be here in the mortal realm, following your descendants until now. Elbu, the one I was most worried about back then was my daughter. This obsession has made me her guardian spirit, which is why I've remained in the mortal realm. Elbu then tightened his grip on the halberd in his hand. We can reminisce later. Let's first help the younger generation complete this competition. Zhao Yun nodded and then charged out with his spear. One is a spirit from the underworld, and the other is a guardian spirit through generations. Their strengths are almost evenly matched, but Elbu seems to have a slight edge. At this moment, Zhao Yun swung his spear, and instantly countless silver serpents flew out. Elbu waved his halberd and immediately transformed his blood energy into a shield for defense. The moment the silver serpents made contact with the blood energy shield, they turned into powder. The blood energy shield then surged toward Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun thrust his spear into the ground, propelling his body into the air to evade the attack. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air came from the side, and the halberd had arrived next to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun hurriedly raised his spear to block the attack, but was still sent flying by the tremendous force. He crashed into the arena's wall. Suddenly, a flash of silver light appeared, and Zhao Yun instantly lunged at Elbu. Elbu swung his halberd, directly knocking Zhao Yun's silver spear aside. Elbu then took the opportunity to slash at Zhao Yun again with his halberd. Zhao Yun quickly bent his waist to dodge the attack, then twisted the spearhead to stab toward Elbu's abdomen. This time, Elbu was caught off guard and was pierced through the body by Zhao Yun's silver spear. At that moment, Elbu's halberd danced, forcing Zhao Yun to retreat to avoid it. Just as Zhao Yun steadied himself, he was struck by a sudden immense force and was sent flying. He plunged his silver spear into the ground to stabilize himself, then looked at Elbu, who had just attacked him. Elbu wore a charming smile on his face. It seems that Guan Yu and that black fellow didn't tell you about my true strength. After saying this, Elbu's blood energy surged, and he now resembled an evil god. Zhao Yun looked at Elbu in disbelief. He finally understood why Guan Yu and others had stopped him from challenging Elbu back in the underworld. Back then, Zhao Yun was prevented by Guan Yu and others. But that didn't stop his desire to compete. However, he eventually gave up after several fruitless attempts. Now he realized how laughable he had been back then. The crowd in the stand was also taken aback by Elbu's erupting aura. Historically, the tale of the three heroes battling Elbu was thought to be exaggerated. But it now seemed true. Elbu now resembled an evil god. No, he truly was an evil god. Faced with such a Elbu, Zhao Yun ultimately chose to concede. In truth, it was forced. Elbu and Zhao Yun were different. As the guardian spirit of Xiao Elbu, Elbu could use Qi to heal Xiao Elbu, so he was not afraid of minor injuries. However, Zhao Yun was different. He was a spirit summoned by Jingming, and if Jingming was injured, he couldn't heal him. Then Jingming trembled and fell weakly to the ground. On the other side, Xiao Elbu remained calm. This was also the difference between them. A guardian spirit's possession had no effect on the user, at most consuming a lot of physical strength, while a spirit consumed the user's essence and energy, also draining a large amount of physical strength and qi. Moreover, Zhao Yun couldn't unleash his full power. After all, he was a renowned general and a spirit. The main reason was that the underworld had sealed part of his power, and in the mortal realm, he could only utilize about 60% of his strength. If he could use his full power, he could still compete with Elbu. Soon, the next match began. This match was between Bauer and Xiao Diaochan. Their fight was very quick, and after a few exchanges, Xiao Diaochan surrendered. Although Xiao Diaochan was strong, her opponent was even more abnormal. Next was the battle between Zhang Wei and a handsome young man. When that young man appeared, Yichu felt he looked familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him. Fourth brother, who is this young man? He feels familiar. Su Si. His name is Qiu Sheng, a disciple of the renowned Taoist Jushu. Yichu's mind short-circuited for a moment. Qiu Sheng? He is known as one of the strongest real men, alongside Su Xian and Ning Kaichen. He thought, Mr. Zombie, this is simply from a different era. At this moment, a voice entered Yichu's ear. Kid, don't worry about the details. I have all the rights to explain. This voice belonged to Zhuozhe. Damn old man. At this time, the two on the field had already started battling. Qiu Sheng charged directly at Zhang Wei, sweeping his leg toward him. Zhang Wei's figure flashed, dodging the attack, and then punched toward Qiu Sheng's chest. Qiu Sheng smirked, then turned his body, flipping his hand, and instantly 2 talismans flew out. Zhang Wei's eyes narrowed. Qiu Sheng's movements were incredibly swift, something he couldn't have done himself. At this moment, he also noticed the 2 talismans. Zhang Wei's gaze sharpened, and instantly a golden light burst forth from his body. Golden light spell. The Taoists from Longhu Mountain were all astonished. Such hardness in the golden light, combined with the instant activation of the golden light spell, surpassed most present. Qiu Sheng's talismans were directly blocked midair by the golden light. Seeing this, Qiu Sheng's expression became increasingly grave. He had reached this point relying on his extraordinary skills and some Taoist methods. Although Mao Shan's techniques are strong, it doesn't mean he knows them all. At this moment, the fist formed from golden light had already struck toward Qiu Sheng. Qiu Sheng's eyes narrowed, then his figure changed, instantly becoming an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. The crowd was baffled, except for a few strong individuals who saw Qiu Sheng quickly pull out a talisman, which he immediately ignited, turning to ashes. Immediately after, Qiu Sheng's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Qiu Sheng, luckily, my talisman drawing skills are decent, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Then he pulled out 3 talismans from his pocket. He then chanted something, stomping his foot on the ground. Instantly, a faint light entered Qiu Sheng's body. Godfather, help me. Then Qiu Sheng's muscles began to swell, and the spiritual energy around him was swept away. Yichu, Mao Shan's spirit summoning technique? It feels like something's off. At this moment, Su Si spoke up beside him. It's not the spirit summoning technique. It was the talisman that just did it. It should be a type of leverage talisman technique from Mao Shan. Zhang Chulan. Will my older brother run into trouble? Su Si shook his head. No, I predict your brother will win soon. At this moment, Zhang Wei was surrounded by lightning. He resembled the god of thunder descending to the world. The Taoists from Longhu Mountain were once again astonished. Longhu Mountain's secret technique, Yang Wu Lei. Zhang Wei, Yang Wu Li. Thunder Sea. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning surged towards Xiaofeng like waves in the ocean. Xiaofeng reacted quickly and began to dodge continuously. Soon, he seized an opportunity and jumped over to Zhang Wei's side. Xiaofeng raised his fist and swung it directly at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei smirked. Then his figure flickered and he vanished from his original spot. Outside the arena, Zhang Lingyu was astonished. Just moments ago, Zhang Wei had stimulated his entire body with lightning, reaching an extreme speed that shocked everyone. At this moment, Zhang Wei had already arrived behind Xiaofeng. Sun 5 Thunder, Palm Thunder. Xiaofeng didn't even have a chance to react. He was instantly enveloped by lightning, followed by a scream escaping his mouth, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. Just like that, Xiaofeng was finally carried out by several medical staff. Zhang Wei won the match with overwhelming strength. Soon, the next match began. At this time, Su Si's phone rang. Hello? What? All right, you talk to him yourself. Su Si then handed the phone to Yi Chu. Xiao Yi, it's your Uncle Zhao. Yi Chu, does Uncle Zhao need something from me? Xiaofeng. It's like this. The beautiful country has requested our assistance, and after discussion, we've decided to send you over. Assistance? Don't they have the Avengers? Xiaofeng. But that's just a prototype, a plan that hasn't been implemented yet. The government there is not at ease, and they've been deliberately suppressing Longhua in recent years. This time, sending you over is also to use your strength as a warning. Yichu thought for a moment. What about my matches here? At this moment, the old celestial master walked over. Don't worry, my young friend. You still have more than a week before your next match. So you can rest assured. The old celestial master had just overheard the conversation between the two. For him, talking on the phone and chatting in front of him were almost the same. Yichu, then I'll take my leave first. After saying this, Yichu disappeared in an instant. Soon, Yichu appeared at a nearby airport, catching the next flight to the beautiful country. Before long, Yichu arrived at his destination. As he exited the airport, he saw a familiar red-haired beauty. Yichu walked directly over and proactively extended his hand. Hello, Yichu. Should I call you Natasha or Black Widow? Natasha, it seems Mr. Yi has done his homework on us. Yichu, not really. I just saw your photo on the intelligence network before. He then followed Natasha into the car. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Natasha nodded. We have nothing to hide anyway. A guy named Loki broke into our base. He stole an energy entity from our base, along with several powerful agents and a scientist. We're worried he might do something harmful to Blue Star, which is why we requested help from Longhua. So where am I going now? Natasha, you have two options. One is I take you back to the base first. The other is you accompany me to pick up another person and then return to the base. Yichu thought for a moment. I'll choose the second option. It's a good chance to explore. Natasha, all right, but please don't do anything to provoke the other party, or no one will be able to stop them. Yichu immediately thought of a big green guy. The Hulk, Dr. Banner. Natasha looked at Yichu in disbelief. Yichu just smiled slightly. Come on, I'm the heir of the Yi family. I can easily find out some insider information. Natasha, right, I forgot your identity, the heir of the world's #1 family. The Yi family. You can indeed easily obtain this information. Then she changed her tone. Then you should know how terrifying the existence we're about to meet is. Please make sure to follow my requests. Yichu looked out the window. Okay, I'll be careful. Natasha didn't say anything, and Yichu didn't dare take that risk. After all, the Hulk is the strongest member of the Avengers. The Hulk's power comes from anger, and anger knows no limits. In movies, Hulk's strength is often diminished, but his true strength can shake the gods. Soon, the two arrived at a place resembling a slum. There, an army was already waiting. Yichu and Natasha then entered a room, and soon a curly-haired person walked in. Natasha stepped forward to talk, while Yichu watched from a distance. Finally, the two seemed to reach an agreement and came over to Yichu. Natasha, this is also the help we sought. Yichu. Banner, I know. The unparalleled genius of Longhua, the heir of the world's #1 family, the Yi family. Yichu. Hello, Dr. Banner. Yichu politely extended his hand for a handshake, and Banner also extended his hand politely. Soon, the three arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Airborne Fortress. Along with them was Steven, also known as Captain America. Then Yichu saw the person who sought help. S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. Nick Fury, I'm glad you could come. Yichu. Yichu, I just hope I really get a chance to take action this time. In fact, Yichu had been here before. It was also Nick Fury who sought help, but Yichu didn't even get a chance to act. Finally, Yichu spent more than half a month here, also handling some cooperation between his own company and Stark Industries. At this moment, the base alarm went off. Nick Fury looked at Steven and Yichu. We need both of you to take action. The two nodded and then boarded the Quinjet to head to the incident location. Soon, they saw a chaotic crowd and a figure wearing horns and wielding a scepter. Loki. Yichu and Steven jumped down directly. Steven threw his shield first, while Yichu summoned lightning to strike Loki. Loki deflected the shield with his scepter and then braced himself against the lightning. Loki looked at Yichu with a wicked smile. I've endured the strongest lightning, 100 times stronger than yours. After saying this, Loki thrust his scepter at a person in front of him, and Steven rushed over to block it with his shield, engaging in a struggle with Loki. Yichu hurriedly evacuated the crowd. At this moment, the Quinjet system was directly hacked. Then, Tony's voice came through. Long time no see, Agent Natasha. Then Tony, wearing his Iron Man armor, descended from the sky. Tony, long time no see, Yichu. I didn't expect they called you too. Yichu, long time no see. Then Tony readied his weapon and aimed at Loki. Steven, Mr. Stark. Tony, Captain. The two exchanged greetings. Loki was directly taken onto the spaceship, and then everyone began heading to the S.H.I.E.L.D. Airborne Fortress. On the way, Tony and Steven almost got into a conflict. At this moment, several bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. Loki couldn't help but shiver, and then nervously looked around. Steven, you're afraid of thunder? Yichu, no. He is afraid of the guy who brings the thunder. After speaking, Yichu walked straight to the tail of the aircraft. Tony, brings the thunder? Who? Yichu, this is Loki from the mythological world. His father is King Odin, and he has a brother. Steven, Thor? Tony, Aren't these all just myths? Yichu shook his head. You could say he is a god, or you could say he is an alien. At this moment, Yichu was already preparing to open the hatch. You can ask him yourself when you get the chance. Yichu opened the hatch, and then he was knocked away by a hammer. A blond man directly grabbed Loki and flew away. Yichu staggered to his feet. Damn, that hurt. Then he chased after them. With the power of speed, Yichu quickly caught up with Thor and Loki. Thor, I think we can talk. Thor, we have nothing to talk about. At this moment, several missiles flew towards Thor. Behind him, Tony and his armor had caught up. Thor was hit directly and fell to the ground with Loki. Yichu rushed up first, delivering a side kick to Thor's head. Thor quickly blocked it and then pushed Yichu away, swinging his hammer directly at him. Yichu couldn't dodge in time and took the hit, his body flying backward. He crashed through several trees before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that almost cost me my life. Just as Yichu stood up, a bolt of lightning struck down. Yichu quickly controlled the lightning, redirecting it to strike a nearby tree. Thor, who had summoned the lightning, was momentarily stunned and then summoned several more bolts. Yichu slowly raised his hand, and the lightning in the air seemed to become his plaything, quickly coalescing into a bolt as thick as a barrel. Yichu looked at Thor with a fierce expression. Can we talk nicely? After saying this, Yichu directly controlled the lightning to fly toward Thor. Yichu maintained control over the bolt of lightning, and Thor couldn't seize control of it. Then, with a scream, Thor was struck by the lightning and his body became charred. Yichu approached the unconscious Thor. The god of thunder is actually afraid of electricity. How funny. At this moment, Yichu looked at Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. He tried to see if he could lift it, but it didn't budge at all. No way. Since I can't lift it, I'll just control it to fly. Yichu then attempted to control the hammer to lift off the ground. To his surprise, he succeeded. In the movies, the lifeless can withstand the hammer. Yichu then hung the hammer on a hook for clothes on the aircraft. Soon, they returned to the airborne fortress. After half a day of explanations, they finally reached a reconciliation with Thor. However, everyone present had their own ulterior motives. Soon, Steven threw the weapons developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. in front of Nick Fury. Conflicts began to arise among everyone. During this time, Yichu remained leaning against the door without speaking. Just then, an explosion occurred at one corner of the spaceship, causing it to lose the propulsion of one engine. Then, the laboratory where everyone was also exploded. Yichu quickly dodged the flying debris. Steven and Tony helped each other to check the engine's location. Banner and Natasha fell to the next level. At this time, Banner's body began to change, a tremendous force slowly awakening within him. Meanwhile, Yichu had already disappeared from Spot. He first arrived at Natasha's side and directly took her away from the area. You go deal with the intruders. I'll handle this. He then placed Natasha in a safe spot and quickly moved to face the transformed Hulk. Thor also arrived at this moment. Thor still looked down on Yichu a bit. Thor, mortal, I can handle this big guy by myself. Yichu nodded and then moved to the side. Just as Thor was about to strike, Hulk punched him away. Thor was sent flying several meters before stopping. Cough, 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 I think I still need help. Yichu then moved. With a powerful punch, Hulk was pushed back a few steps. Yichu looked at Hulk in disbelief. This Hulk was clearly more formidable than the one in the movies. Thor, where's your hammer? Thor quickly summoned Mjolnir. Yichu continued to distract Hulk, at least preventing him from causing destruction here. At this moment, dark armor began to cover Yichu's entire body, significantly increasing his power. He used his speed advantage to exchange blows with Hulk. Yichu, get out of the way. Thor's voice came. Yichu quickly dodged to the side. Immediately, Hulk was sent flying by Thor's hammer. Yichu and Thor then flew towards Hulk at the same time. However, even with their combined efforts, they still couldn't stop Hulk. Thor, what do we do? Yichu, throw him down. Thor looked at Yichu in disbelief. Don't worry, he won't die from the fall. With no other choice, the two began to force Hulk towards the edge of the platform. Soon, Hulk reached the edge. Yichu's fist and Thor's hammer struck Hulk simultaneously. Hulk flew out and headed straight for the ground. After handling this, Thor went to find Loki. Yichu then approached Natasha. Natasha and Hawkeye were already locked in combat. Mind control? I wonder if it works. After finishing his words, Yichu's palms emitted a bright light. Slowly, Hawkeye's eyes gradually returned to their original color. He slowly regained consciousness. At this moment, the spaceship stabilized and Steven and Tony rushed over. However, Thor had disappeared, along with the scepter and Loki. Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. was dead, killed by Loki. Following this, the group demonstrated unprecedented unity. They probably guessed where Loki would go. Tony, wearing his armor, headed directly towards the location, while Steven and the others took a Quinjet. Yichu sat in a chair meditating. What lay ahead would be a fierce battle. His only thought was to activate the power within his body. Any one of them would do. Soon, everyone arrived near Stark Tower and looked up to see a wormhole in the sky, along with the Chitauri army flying out of it. The battle was about to begin. Yichu flew directly into the air, raising his hands, and instantly countless bolts of lightning descended. Countless aliens were turned to ashes. Then he clenched his hands tightly. Instantly, a metallic shattering sound came from a group of aliens. Following that, several flying vehicles plummeted to the ground. Yichu began to move continuously around the battlefield. At this point, he saw a small motorcycle driving towards the center of the battlefield. Yichu, Captain, Dr. Banner has arrived. He then turned and threw a punch at a giant monster in front of him. Instantly, the monster fell directly to the ground. On the other side, Tony led a monster towards Captain America's direction. Tony, get Banner ready. The party has started. Banner turned and walked behind him. His body began to swell. And then Hulk slowly appeared. With one punch, the giant monster's skull was shattered. The giant monster's body fell uncontrollably forward. At this moment, Yichu acted directly. He controlled the outer metal of the monster, and then the monster flew out. Tony also fired missiles, and instantly the monster was reduced to countless blood chunks. The group finally regrouped, and then Steven began to assign tasks to everyone. Yichu couldn't be bothered to listen. Leave the wormhole to me. He then flew directly towards the wormhole in the sky. Steve looked at Tony. Has he always been like this? Tony nodded helplessly. He had the capital to act this way. On the other side, Yichu arrived near the wormhole, and then he felt his aura surge. Instantly, a crushing aura burst forth. The Conqueror's haki was activated. Countless aliens fainted, and the flying vehicles in the air collided with each other. Steve and the others on the ground also felt this overwhelming pressure. They then saw the scene of flying vehicles continuously colliding in the sky. Steve, did you know he was this powerful? He looked at Natasha in disbelief. We don't know either. We only know a small part of his information. The rest is classified by Long Country, and we have no right to view it. Thor, is this your top combat power among humans? Natasha shook her head. No, as far as I know, Long Country is much stronger than him. Instantly, everyone froze in place. At this moment, Yichu's voice came through the earpiece. Guys, can we finish the battle before chatting? The group suddenly realized it wasn't the time to chat, and they coughed before joining the fight. At this time, Yichu was continuously killing enemies that poured out from the wormhole. However, there were still some that slipped through the cracks. Yichu raised both hands, and the sky instantly became overcast. Thor, help me out. Thor immediately went to a nearby building near the wormhole. He raised his hammer, pointing it at the dark clouds. With Yichu and Thor's cooperation, the power of lightning in the clouds had reached its limit. Yichu felt it was difficult to control this lightning power, but he gritted his teeth and gathered the lightning into a sphere. He then threw the lightning sphere towards the wormhole. Instantly, a dazzling white light flashed from the wormhole. Just when Yichu thought he had succeeded, a laser shot through his body. Yichu plummeted towards the ground. In a critical moment, Tony caught Yichu. The fallen Yichu held his wound and stood up. At that moment, he truly felt he was going to die. At this time, a figure walked out from the wormhole. The person was covered in purple and had two antenna-like protrusions on his head. He then saw the injured Yichu. Oh, you're not dead yet. He raised his right hand and extended a finger, and then a ball of energy began to gather at his fingertip. Yichu's hair stood on end. Be careful. Yichu raised one hand, and instantly countless pieces of metal flew in front of the group. Then a massive wave of energy surged toward them, and Yichu only felt a white light flash before his eyes. When he opened them, he found the defenses had been shattered, and most of the buildings around had collapsed. As for Yichu and the others, they were protected by Hulk. However, Hulk was severely injured, but his wounds were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Yichu straightened up and looked at the enemy in the sky again, and then bright light began to emanate from him. Tony and the others' injuries also began to heal rapidly. Yichu, I'll take care of this. You all hurry and close the wormhole. Yichu slowly rose into the air, and his aura began to change. Alien, interesting, very interesting, Earthling, are you sure you want to be my enemy? The great demon, King Halaji? Yichu smirked, and his aura stopped rising. Of course. Then Yichu waved a hand, and in an instant, the space in front of him began to shatter. Following that, a dark golden spear flew out from the shattered space. I have to thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to activate the dragon soldiers. At that moment of life and death, the dragon soldier in Yichu's consciousness finally broke the seal and reactivated. Moreover, the dragon soldier had also been enhanced. Yichu turned the dragon soldier in his hand, and instantly, A series of dragon roars echoed out. Then he moved, his figure like a ghost. The alien smirked and then pointed in a direction, firing a laser directly. With a loud explosion, when the smoke cleared, Ximu was seen blocking the attack with the dragon soldier. At this moment, Ximu swung his spear, thrusting it towards the alien. Instantly, a dragon-shaped phantom rushed towards the alien. The alien raised one hand, attempting to block the attack with one arm. However, he underestimated Ximu. At the moment of collision, the alien's arm twisted, and he was sent flying backward, but he quickly stabilized himself. However, his arm had already exposed bone. There was no expression of pain on his face. In fact, he showed a look of comfort. Soon, his arm began to regenerate at a visible speed. Seeing this, Ximu launched another attack, continuously thrusting the spear in his hand. This time, the alien became clever and started to evade Ximu's attacks. But Ximu was not in a hurry at all. In places the alien couldn't see, metal spikes began to emerge from the ground. At this point, Ximu said, "Gaze sharpen it." Then his eyes began to change, one turning white and the other red. It was unclear how effective the old man's gift was. This was given to Ximu before he came to this world by the left one. The immortal demonic eye had one eye of immortality and one of demons. Ximu was also unclear about its specific abilities. Suddenly, golden light erupted from Yichu's body. Soon, a golden net enveloped both Ximu and the alien. The alien looked around with a serious expression. Although the attack power of the light fruit was not very strong, its auxiliary ability was quite good. Like this holy light blockade, the alien reached for the golden net, but was startled by a soul-piercing burning sensation and retreated. At this moment, Ximu waved one hand, and the metal spikes on the ground flew into the air. Soon, they completely surrounded Ximu and the alien, forming a giant metal sphere in the air. Inside the sphere, Yichu's momentum began to rise continually, radiating white and red energy. Only by activating divine fury could he drive these eyes. The burden was indeed not small. After saying this, Yichu's figure disappeared. Before the alien could react, Ximu transformed the dragon soldier from a spear into a blade. With one downward slash, he struck towards the alien's back. By the time the alien reacted, it was already too late. He flew away like a cannonball. The alien crashed into the golden net, and that burning sensation pierced his soul again. At this moment, Yichu's voice echoed. "Fortunately, I still have trump cards. Otherwise, I will be dead. But now, it's you who is doomed." Then, Yichu's red eyes shed blood tears. Demonic eye, deathly silence. A massive pain surged into Yichu's brain, causing the alien even more agony. A giant hand's phantom grasped the alien, accompanied by the alien screams. A phantom of the alien was extracted. Soon, the alien fell to the bottom like a corpse. Ximu also slowly descended. With his soul extracted, it was essentially the same as being dead. The only difference was that the alien was still breathing. Ximu glanced at the alien, then his red eyes glowed brightly. Instantly, a ball of black flames engulfed the alien. Soon, the alien was reduced to ashes. Ximu also fell powerlessly downwards. The golden net and metal sphere had dissipated, and no one knew what had just happened inside. When Ximu woke up, a day had already passed. Still not fully healed, Ximu boarded the plane back to his country. The higher-ups of the beautiful country initially wanted to forcibly detain Ximu, even deploying heavy weapons for this purpose. After all, Ximu had piqued their curiosity, and it was only normal to try to win him over. If that didn't work, they would destroy him. However, they did not expect that Dragon Country and the Yi family would strike at the same time. The head of the Yi family, Xiaofeng, even personally issued a statement. The Yi family, from birth to death, are citizens of Dragon Country. Don't you beautiful country dare to be shameless. Even the third son of the Yi family personally came to the beautiful country. The Yi family has a total of 6 sons: Aolong, Aojiao, Aohu, Aobao, O, and Aolong. Apart from the head of the Yi family, Aolong, the other 5 sons each possess powerful forces. Strangely, all 6 sons married early, but only Aolong has children. The other 5 have no children to this day, having tried all methods without success. In the end, they also adopted children, and the bond among the 6 brothers is very strong. Therefore, the other 5 treat Ximu as their own child. When the third son of the Yi family arrived that day, he directly brought a team of Yi family guards. The Yi family's guards have clear divisions of strength. The strongest are the Yi family's 4 saints and 4 fiends, named Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Qiongqi, Taotai, Talu, and Hundun. Next are the Zodiac team and the Constellation team, named after the 12 zodiac signs and 12 constellations, totaling 24 teams. The 12 zodiac teams are stronger than the 12 constellation teams. Additionally, there are the individual guards of the 6 sons of the Yi family: Long Team, Jiao Team, Hu Team, Bao Team, Ying Team, and Lang Team. As for Yichu, his guard team is the most mysterious of the Yi family's guards: Zhoulan, Huifeng, and Shikolin. Any one of these guards would be enough to contend with the beautiful country. Apart from the teams named after the 6 sons and the zodiac and constellation teams, any member from the others would be capable of destroying a small country. After all, the members of these guard teams are not ordinary people. Moreover, only members of the Yi family can mobilize these guard teams. The most terrifying thing is that no one knows their exact location. It can even be said that they are everywhere. This is also the foundation of the Yi family. This time, the 3rd son of the Yi family directly brought a small team of chaos members. If the beautiful country wanted to start a war, they would cease to exist. Yi Ao saw Yi Chu and immediately stepped forward to support him. "Third uncle, why are you here?" Yi Ao replied. "Isn't it for you? After causing such a big mess, how long did you think you could hide it from us? I told you long ago not to get involved in such matters. Isn't it better to go home and be your young master?" Yi Chu said, "All right, third uncle, I just want to do what I love." Ye Ao replied, "Fortunately, big brother stopped you. Otherwise, second brother and the others would have come over." At this moment, the beautiful countryside, whether intentionally or out of fear from the imposing presence of the Yi family's guards, a soldier's gun suddenly misfired. The bullet flew directly towards Yi Chu. Suddenly, a member of the guard team with a special shield blocked in front of Yi Chu. Other guard team members drew their weapons, taking up combat-ready stances. At this moment, the beautiful country soldiers felt they were facing not humans, but a gigantic monster. In this critical moment, the negotiators from the beautiful country stepped forward. Sorry, Master Yi. It was just an accidental discharge. We deeply apologize for this." Bang! With a gunshot, the negotiator fell down with a bullet in his forehead. "Yeah, sorry. I accidentally fired, or even now." After saying that, he waved for everyone to board the plane and then left the airport of the beautiful country. Just after Yi Chu and the others left, a man in a black suit stepped out. Burn the body, he brought it on himself, seal all the news. "Soldier, yes." Soon, Yi Chu and the others returned to Longhua, taking a private jet to the Yi family's old residence. As soon as they entered, they saw Yi Aolong sitting on the sofa. "Yi Aohu, big brother, I have something urgent to attend to, so I'll leave first." "Yi Aolong, all right, stay safe." Then, Yi Aohu left. Yi Chu casually sat down on the sofa next to Yi Aolong. "Dad, why did you have third uncle bring me back?" "Yi Aolong, what do you mean? You're not a kid anymore. Shouldn't you find a partner? And can you please take care of yourself? You're the only child of the Yi family." "Yi Chu, I'll be more careful in the future, but I'm really not in a hurry to find a partner. Being alone is quite nice." "Yi Aolong, what are you pretending for? What is the relationship between you and that temporary worker Feng Bao? You seem pretty close." He then pretended to sip his tea. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu became flustered. "We're just ordinary friends." Yi Aolong continued sipping his tea while glancing at Yi Chu. "Do you think I believe you? All right, hurry up and go, and be safe in the future." "Yi Chu, then I'll take my leave, old man." After that, Yi Chu quickly took a private jet to Longhu Mountain. At this time, on Longhu Mountain, a masked man holding a Fangtian painting halberd stood in the competition arena, while his opponent had yet to appear. "Susan, old master, can we wait another day? There's still no news from Yi Chu." "Old master, sorry. There's nothing I can do. This is the rule of Longhu Mountain." Just as the referee was about to declare victory for Xiaofeng, a voice came from the sky. "Wait, I'm here." Then Yi Chu descended from the sky, directly creating a huge pit on the ground. Yi Chu brushed off the dust on his body and stepped out of the pit. "Sorry, I was held up." Before the referee at Longhu Mountain could speak, Xiaofeng had already voiced his thoughts. Finally here, he then swung the Fangtian painting halberd in his hand. "Let us fight." At this time, Yi Chu had already put on his mask, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He then clenched his hand forward, and instantly, a dark golden spear appeared in his grasp. "Yi Chu, come on." The two rushed towards each other, and the battle was about to begin. At the moment their weapons clashed, Xiaofeng was sent flying backward, and the Chihua Fangtian painting halberd in his hand dissipated. The immense force surprised Xiaofeng. However, he quickly stabilized his mind and used his agile movements to regain his balance. Soon, black chi began to emanate from his body, gradually forming a suit of armor. He also produced a black Fangtian painting halberd in his hand. By this time, Xiaofeng's eyes had turned blood red. "Heavenly demon dance." Xiaofeng slowly uttered 4 words. Then his figure flashed and directly appeared behind Yi Chu, attacking with the halberd in an odd manner. Yi Chu couldn't react in time and was instantly knocked away by Xiaofeng. However, Ximu managed to stabilize himself in midair. He then swung the spear in his hand, and a dragon's roar echoed. A phantom of a dragon charged towards Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he waved his hand, and a large amount of black chi erupted from the ground to block the attack. However, the shockwave still forced Xiaofeng back several steps. The Old Master and Old Man Lu on the platform had started chatting. Old Man Lu, why does the power this Xiaofeng uses resemble demonic power? Old Master, not at all. This is the killing force of the flying General Elbu, who fought throughout his life. Old Man Lu, isn't the killing force red? Old Master, this kid hasn't mastered it yet. If he advances one more step, the killing chi will turn from black to red. Old Man Lu, who do you think will win? Old Master, I still have more faith in young friend Ximu. I can't even see through his current strength. Old Man Lu, what? Are you saying his strength is above yours? Old Master, not exactly. It just seems he has never shown his full strength. Old Man Lu thought for a moment and realized that Ximu really hadn't used all his strength since he met him. The only time was during the battle with the flying corpse, but who knows if he has any trump cards left. The golden light that emerged at the end of that battle was inscrutable. At this moment, on the battlefield, Ximu and Xiaofeng were already locked in combat. Both their speed and strength were nearly equal. Just then, several black tentacles emerged from behind Ximu, grasping his limbs. Although the control was only temporary, it was enough for Xiaofeng. The Fang Tian painting halberd came crashing down towards Ximu from above. A massive wound appeared in front of Ximu, and blood sprayed out. Ximu was sent flying and landed on the ground. Xiaofeng also ceased his attack. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, Ximu slowly stood up. That hurt quite a bit. Then Ximu S1, I turned red while the other remained unchanged. Demon Eye unlocked. Instantly, an overwhelming killing intent erupted. As for why it wasn't demonic chi, Ximu didn't want to be executed on the spot by the Old Master. After all, becoming a demon was frowned upon nowadays. The moment the killing intent was released, everyone in the competition arena felt a chill. Xiaofeng, who was closest to Ximu, his hair stood on end. Xiaofeng decided to stop hiding and instantly summoned his guardian spirit Elbu. Instantly, a killing intent emerged that could rival Ximu's. Ximu smirked, and then a more domineering aura surged forth. Conqueror's haki activated. The space around Ximu began to distort. He then slowly raised the long spear in his hand. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng was sent flying. When he stabilized himself, he discovered that his armor had shattered. If it weren't for his guardian spirit, Elbu, protecting him just now, he would have been severely injured. At this moment, Elbu's voice echoed in his mind. Little brat, admit defeat. We are not his match. Xiaofeng nodded. He then prepared to admit defeat and exit the arena. At this time, Ximu blocked Xiaofeng. Friend, take off your mask. It's shattered like this. At this moment, Xiaofeng realized that his mask had shattered for the most part, barely covering some of his features. He shrugged and then took off the mask. What came into view was a mischievous yet handsome face. On stage, Zhang Wei and Zhang Chulan were stunned. LZ Xiao X2. That's right. This Xiaofeng was actually LZ Xiao. Besides the Zhang brothers, all the other masked mysterious figures on stage showed expressions of surprise. Although they had guessed it was him, they still found it hard to believe when he revealed his face. LZ Xiao. Friend, aren't you going to take off your mask? Ximu. I won't, but you'll see. LZ Xiao smiled, then walked toward the outside. The next match was between two strangers, and Ximu didn't pay much attention. His gaze was always on the distant LZ Xiao. At this moment, Xiao Jiaochan came to his side. LZ Xiao, what do you want? Here to mock me? Xiao Jiaochan didn't respond. No matter how you put it, I've lasted longer than you, so you don't get to mock me. Xiao Jiaochan directly put one hand on her waist and pointed at LZ Xiao. LZ Xiao, are you full of it? Do you believe I can spray you to death with a mouthful of soda? Ximu helplessly covered his forehead. LZ Xiao also incredulously and quickly took off Xiao Jiaochan's mask. Shunmeijia no longer had her previous arrogance and turned her face away. Hee, that was a draw. The Zhang brothers next to Ximu mimicked Ximu's action. Knowing their roommate was extraordinary, they didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. At this moment, two more people came on stage. One was a girl with an object manipulation ability that Ximu recognized, and the other was a short-haired girl who practiced the Zhuge family's military strategy. The result was obvious. In the end, the object manipulation girl was defeated. She also took off her mask, revealing her dark skin, definitely curry sauce. This time, LZ Xiao and Shunmeijia joined Ximu's action. As for Zhao Haitang, who had been defeated by Ximu earlier, he had already gone home. He missed this dramatic scene. The next match was Zhang Chulin's turn to compete, while Zhang Wei went to find Xiao and the others. At this moment, Yichu also accepted this fact. He finally understood why Xiao and the others insisted on coming to Longhu Mountain. He then looked towards the other two masked individuals in the distance. At that moment, the three of them unexpectedly looked at each other simultaneously. In the end, it seemed like they reached a consensus and simultaneously took off their masks. Hu Yifei, Zhang Xiaoxian. Soon everyone gathered together. What they didn't expect was that the short-haired girl who practiced military strategy also followed them. She directly took off her mask in front of everyone. Zhuge Dali X7. Hu Yifei. Well, everyone is hiding pretty deep. Zhang Xiaoxian. Xiaofeng, you can hide pretty well too. Zhang Xiaoxian said this with her gums nearly grinding together. Yichu, I generally know everyone else's identities, but what about you and Teacher Zhang? What are your identities? Hu Yifei. I'm actually from the ancient martial arts Hu family. Xiao. Ancient martial arts Hu family? Didn't they say they were secluded in the mountains? Is Zhanbua also one of them? Hu Yifei. The only ones from the ancient martial arts Hu family who have come out now are me and my cousin. Zhanbua is my younger brother from my reconstituted family. He temporarily doesn't know my identity. She then looked at Zhang Xiaoxian. What about you? Zhang Xiaoxian. I'll lay my cards on the table. My family has passed down one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, the divine machine refinement, which my grandfather obtained by accident. Yichu listened on the side and internally ranked everyone's strengths. First was himself, then Hu Yifei and Zhang Xiaoxian who were on par, followed by Zhang Wei, Xiao, Chen Meijia, and Zhuge Dali, and finally Curry Sauce and Zhao Haidang. As for Feng Baobao, Yichu wasn't sure about her strength, and Zhang Chulin's strength should be below that of Xiao and the others, but stronger than Curry Sauce and the others. Currently, the only ones not eliminated were Yichu, Feng Baobao, Hu Yifei, Zhang Xiaoxian, Zhuge Dali, and the Zhang brothers. After some pleasantries, Yichu walked over to Hu Yifei. Sister Yifei, your cousin wouldn't be named Hu Chong, would he? Hu Yifei, how did you know? Yichu, he currently works in my company. When he first recruited Hu Chong, he felt something was off, and Hu Chong's information had also been sealed. Once Hu Yifei revealed herself today, Yichu immediately connected the two. At this moment, Yichu thought of those who had left the love apartment. He speculated that they might also be extraordinary. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoxian patet yechehe se sholdef. Don't get distracted. Zhoulan is up. Yichu looked in the direction Zhang Xiaoxian pointed and saw a silver-haired man in white clothing facing off against Zhang Zhoulan. Yichu thought, wait, why is Zhang Zhoulan facing Zhang Lingyu so early? I didn't change much of the plot, did I? Although their battle was advanced, the outcome did not change. Zhang Zhoulan narrowly defeated Zhang Lingyu. After several rounds, it was finally Yichu's turn to compete, and this time his opponent was actually Wang Bing, who mastered one of the 8 extraordinary techniques, spirit summoning. As the match began, Wang Bing was ready to mock Yichu, but unexpectedly, Yichu struck first. A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel fell, instantly scorching Wang Bing's entire body. However, Yichu's movements did not stop. He saw Yichu's single eye turn red, and a killing intent surged out. The Conqueror's haki also activated instantly. 2 forces rushed towards Wang Bing's brain, and in an instant, Wang Bing appeared dazed. He charged towards Yichu, a foolish grin on his face. One of the 10 elders, Wang Ai, quickly tried to intervene, but it was already too late. Yichu's spear was drawn, directly stabbing towards Wang Bing. Wang Bing did not evade at all and was instantly pierced by the spear. His arms dropped limply, and his body fell backward weakly. It was unclear whether he was dead or unconscious, but Yichu hoped for the former, as he was one of his least favorite characters. At this moment, Wang Ai rushed onto the stage, wanting to avenge his son. Just as he was about to strike Yichu down, a man in a black suit grabbed his fist. Our young master is not someone you can touch. Wang Ai was instantly startled by the strength of the person in front of him. Who are you? The captain of the Yi family's Capricorn Guard, Yimo, codename Capricorn. As soon as the name was mentioned, everyone was stunned. The strength of the Yi family's guard was well known, and each team captain was even more so. Wang Ai. The Yi family, could it be that this little brat is Yichu? That's right, the Yi family's young master, Yichu. He then took off his mask. Before going on stage, Yichu had specifically worn a mask, originally wanting to keep a low profile. Yimo, break an arm. Then let him go. Wang Ai. You can't do this. I'm one of the 10 elders. Yicheheu, 10 elders. I'm truly sorry, but in front of my Yi family, only the old master and old man Luji can be called 10 elders. The rest can easily be replaced by my Yi family. Wang AI instantly collapsed to the ground. Originally, one of the 10 elders' positions was reserved for the Yi family. However, after some thought, the Yi family completely surpasses the 10 elders, and it is inappropriate to ask them to lower their status. Moreover, any family here could be easily destroyed by the Yi family at any time. In other words, the Yi family can replace the 10 elders whenever they want, except for the old heavenly master and old man Luji. If they bring out the old heavenly master, the Yi family is not afraid. There are many people who can compete with the old heavenly master, but the Yi family prefers to keep a low profile. In the end, the Wang family was kicked out of the 10 elders, and a replacement for them is currently being selected. Wang Bing is not dead, but has completely lost his mind and is also partially paralyzed. Wang AI has had an arm severed. Of course, none of this is related to Yi Chu. After several rounds of competition, the final contestants were selected: Zheng Xiaoxian, Hu Yifei, Yi Chu, and Wang Yi. As for Zhang Wei and Zhang Chulan, they have already achieved their purpose for coming to Longhu Mountain. Because of Yi Chu, they have learned everything from the old heavenly master without winning the competition. Moreover, they encountered Zheng Xiaoxian and Hu Yifei, and they couldn't win at all. Next up was the battle between Zheng Xiaoxian and Hu Yifei. Before the battle, Hu Yifei told Zheng Xiaoxian to go all out. As soon as they entered the arena, their momentum erupted. The armor on Zheng Xiaoxian emitted a red glow, and steam burst out from Hu Yifei. Suddenly, the ground shattered, and both figures disappeared from their spots. Most of the audience could only see sparks flying in the air, but couldn't see their figures. Only those with strong abilities could see their silhouettes. Old Heavenly Master. The clash between the ancient martial arts of the Hu family and the 8 odd techniques of divine machine hunter refinements. I can't even guess who will win. Luji. Haha, both of these individuals are very strong, especially the ancient martial arts of the Hu family. Their family is quite mysterious. Flash in an instant, Zheng Xiaoxian was knocked back, but he quickly stabilized himself in midair. Xiaofeng, you came out swinging hard. Zheng Xiaoxian rubbed his chest. No kidding. Did you forget what I told you before I came on stage? Do you want to go home and kneel on a washboard? After saying that, she charged at Zheng Xiaoxian again. Suddenly, countless iron chains emerged from the ground, trapping Hu Yifei. Then Zheng Xiaoxian instantly appeared behind Hu Yifei. Sorry, Yifei. Short punch, rush with one punch. Hu Yifei was directly knocked back, crashing into the wall and creating a huge pit. However, she quickly walked out of the pit, rubbing her shoulder. Then she charged out again. Thunder Palm before Zheng Xiaoxian could react. He was sent flying. Stabilizing himself, Zheng Xiaoxian noticed the armor had developed a crack and fell into thought. But soon, a red light flashed and the armor was restored. Then the two began an intense battle again. Ultimately, Zheng Xiaoxian won the match. Hu Yifei expressed her helplessness, saying that no matter how she fought, she couldn't break through Zheng Xiaoxian's turtle shell. The defense was too abnormal. Next up was Yi Chu versus Wang Yi. Once they entered the arena, they just stared at each other, neither showing any intention to attack. Wang Yi, are we going to fight? Yi Chu, it wouldn't be appropriate not to compare. Compare what? Yi Chu, the power of the strongest strike. At this moment, several men in black entered carrying 2 metal blocks. These are the test blocks developed by my family. Incredibly hard. We will compare the marks we leave. Wang Yi, all right. Wang Yi didn't hesitate and struck with one palm, instantly shattering half of the test block. He rubbed his slightly aching arm and walked to the side. Yi Chu then stepped up to the test block. Bone fist collapsed in an instant. The test block turned to dust. Yi Chu looked at his fist. Old man, thanks. Just now, he had used a punch that Karp taught him. This match ended like that. Next up was the final match between Yi Chu and Zheng Xiaoxian. Zheng Xiaoxian struck first, directly attacking Yi Chu. But Yi Chu gently raised his hand and froze Zheng Xiaoxian in midair. Yi Chu, teacher Zheng, that armor of yours is your biggest weakness in front of me. Suddenly, the armor on Zheng Xiaoxian began to fade away. Then he broke free from Yi Chu's control. Zheng Xiaoxian, I forgot you had that skill. After saying this, he loosened up his muscles. Yi Chu also felt Zheng Xiaoxian's qi rising. Then the two charged at each other. At the moment their fists collided, the ground shattered beneath them, sending waves of energy outward. After a prolonged stalemate, they each retreated several meters. Yi Chu didn't expect Zheng Xiaoxian's strength to still be so formidable after shedding his armor. Zheng Xiaoxian steadied himself and rotated his wrist. What a terrifying power. After saying this, he touched the ground with one hand, and countless spikes emerged, shooting towards Yi Chu. Yi Chu leaped up and shattered all the spikes. In a short time, he was able to manipulate and control objects, No wonder it was one of the 8 odd techniques, divine machine hunter refinements. Just when Yichu thought it was over, as he landed, the ground began to swallow him like a swamp. With no choice, Yichu had to fly back into the air. At this moment, Yichu realized that Zheng Xiaoxian had turned the entire competition arena into his weapon. Zheng Xiaoxian smiled and waved his hand. Instantly, spikes shot up from the ground again to attack Yichu. Yichu kept dodging, continuously summoning lightning to shatter the spikes. Just then, a figure flashed behind Yichu. Down you go, Xiaoyi. Zheng Xiaoxian kicked Yichu in the abdomen. Yichu felt a sharp pain and was sent crashing to the ground. A large cloud of dust was kicked up, but when the dust settled, Yichu was nowhere to be seen. Zheng Xiaoxian began searching for Yichu. At that moment, Yichu's voice came from behind him. Teacher Zheng, watch out. Yichu pointed both hands at Zheng Xiaoxian. Finger gun, light beam. Instantly, the finger gun combined with the light fruit shot out. After multiple battles, Yichu had become proficient in using this power as if he were in the pirate world. Otherwise, the same ability would have completely different effects in 2 worlds. Zheng Xiaoxian quickly controlled the ground to create a wall, trying to block the attack. But the moment they made contact, the wall shattered. Zheng Xiaoxian was hit by several attacks. Although there were no wounds left on his body, the burning sensation was very real. At this moment, Yichu turned his body and kicked towards Zheng Xiaoxian. Zheng Xiaoxian felt a sharp pain and was sent flying. But when the dust cleared, Zheng Xiaoxian walked out step by step. He brushed off the dust from his clothes and smiled at Yichu. Xiaoyi, your strength is still lacking. Then his figure disappeared directly. Yichu hadn't reacted yet when he was kicked away. Just as Yichu stabilized himself in the air, Zheng Xiaoxian appeared above him. With one kick, Yichu fell straight towards the ground. The moment he hit the ground, it was as if the earth opened up like a giant abyss. Yichu didn't even have a chance to react and was directly buried. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the ground suddenly exploded. Yichu walked out step by step. One of Yichu's eyes turned red, and his whole body exuded a bloodthirsty aura. At that moment, he grasped the air, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Teacher Zheng, let's see if you can handle my move. After saying that, Yichu's aura began to surge. Zheng Xiaoxian was also startled by Yichu's transformation and quickly summoned his battle armor. Dragon Soldier, destroy the heavens. Yichu swung the spear, and the world changed color in an instant. The clouds in the sky were even cut apart. A flash of light passed, and Yichu remained standing in the arena, while Zheng Xiaoxian lay on the ground. In the end, the Luotian grand ritual concluded with Yichu's ultimate victory. Yichu did not accept the inheritance of the old master of Longhu Mountain. Zheng Xiaoxian, on the other hand, gladly accepted the Tongtian talisman, one of the 8 extraordinary techniques. Yichu only asked the old master one question. Old master, are there really immortals in this world? The old master replied, the passage of the 3 realms has been severed. There are no more immortals in the world. Have you heard of this? Yichu nodded. The passage of the 3 realms had indeed been severed, but there were still some immortals remaining in the human world, such as the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, the victorious fighting Buddha, and the Bodhisattvas and Arhats, among other deities. Yichu asked, is it possible to repair the passage of the 3 realms? The old master nodded. All things in the world evolve from laws. The power of the laws can repair the passage. Yichu then asked old master, have you ever felt the power of the laws? It should be known that the power of the laws is fundamental to becoming an immortal saint. Only by successfully cultivating can one comprehend the power of the laws, and only by truly understanding the power of the laws can one become a saint. Currently, there are only 7 saints, none of whom have become saints by comprehending the power of the laws. 6 are virtue saints, and 1 is a heavenly way saint. The virtue saints are the 3 pure ones, Niwa, and the 2 saints of the West. The heavenly way saint is the Tao ancestor Hongjun. If one becomes a saint by comprehending the power of the laws, even the weakest would become a primordial saint, far stronger than the virtue saints. However, it would still not be enough to compete with the heavenly way saints. Of course, one could also become a great Tao saint, a chaos saint, a Hongmeng saint, or a void saint. The powers of these saints are all above that of the heavenly way saints. The old master said, I have practiced for many years, but I still have not comprehended the power of the laws. However, I am infinitely close. I am invincible below immortals and could trade one for one above immortals, ha ha ha. Yichu looked at the old master, who was laughing and waving his sleeves as he left, and couldn't help but smile. At this time, Hu Yifei and the others had already started having fun. Yichu was once again sent out on a mission. A powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the desert of Longwa. This fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of the country. Therefore, the entire organization dispatched all temporary workers. Northeast's Zhoulan, North China's formidable, East China's Xiaofeng, Central China's Heiguaner, Northwest Liaoming, Southwest Wangzhenqiu, and South China's Chengduo. At this time, Chengduo had not yet left the company. Due to the fusion of multiple worlds, the plot had changed somewhat, allowing the temporary workers to gather earlier. Naturally, as the temporary worker of the general district, Yichu had to go as well. Yichu and formidable were the first to arrive. The two quickly reached the location where the energy fluctuation originated. They began to survey the area. However, Yichu and formidable found nothing after a long time. Ultimately, the two returned to the hotel empty-handed. At this point, Yichu's phone rang. The caller ID showed Xiao Zizai. Yichu. Hello, brother Xiao, have you arrived? Xiao Zizai. Xiao Yi, I just arrived. Yichu. I've already booked the hotel. I'll create a group chat shortly and add all the temporary workers, then send the hotel location. Xiao Zizai. Okay. After hanging up, Yichu quickly created the group chat and sent the hotel location. Soon, messages of thanks flooded in. These individuals had heard of Yichu to some extent. The general district temporary worker, the ultimate victor of the Luotian grand ritual, and the young master of the Yi family. Soon they all met. There was Xiao Zizai, who they had seen before, the disheveled Heiguan, the socially awkward Liaoming, the androgynous Wang Zhenqiu, and Chengduo, who was dressed in special clothing. Xiao Zizai, we're just missing the temporary worker from the northeast. Yichu shook his head. She's been here for a while, hasn't she? Zhoulan? At that moment, a message came through the group. How did you know? Yichu, as the general district temporary worker. I know a bit about your information. He then told everyone about Zhoulan. After finishing, Yichu directly sent a photo to the group. Let's get acquainted. I'm Yichu, the general district temporary worker, and next to me is formidable from North China. The others followed Yichu's lead and started taking photos and introducing themselves. Shortly after, Zhoulan began to show off in the group. Yichu interrupted Zhoulan. Zhoulan, do you have any useful information? Yes. A strange group of people came through here a few days ago, and they went deep into the desert. They haven't been seen since. Zhoulan then sent a picture of a strange tattoo. This tattoo belonged to an evil organization from abroad, which worshipped evil spirits and attempted to summon them. They had successfully summoned in several small countries before, but those places had suffered severe missile bombardments, and relevant records were unavailable. Yichu, it seems they might succeed in summoning again this time. I just wonder how strong the evil spirit is. Xiao Zizai, if missiles can kill, their strength should be quite good. The group rested for a moment and then returned to the location from which the fluctuation emanated. The moment Xiao Zizai arrived, he sensed something was off. He was originally a person of the Buddhist sect and was particularly sensitive to evil beings. Everyone, be careful. There seems to be quite a bit of trouble here. As he spoke, the ground shook and a 100-meter-long centipede suddenly appeared. The group quickly dodged. Yeju, Lao Mo, can you handle this? Lao Mo nodded. He began to circulate his energy, and the centipede in front of him began to calm down. Just then, black gas erupted from the centipede, and it instantly went berserk again. Lao Mo tried to control the centipede again, but it had no effect. At this moment, Heiguan spoke from a distance. Hurry up and deal with this guy. It seems there is something below here. Several people heard and immediately attacked to attract the centipede's attention, knowing that only Yichu could quickly deal with it. Yichu leaped into the air, and the dragon soldier emerged in his hand. Dragon soldier destroyed the heavens. In an instant, the centipede was sliced in half. The group then arrived at the location of the black pipe. They saw an iron door beneath it. When Yichu came yesterday, it was buried under yellow sand, and the emergence of the giant centipede caused the surrounding yellow sand to flow, revealing the iron door. Yichu directly activated his observation haki. It was very deep below, with a structure resembling an altar at the very bottom. At this moment, the black pipe directly lifted the iron door. Let's go down and talk. The others nodded. Yichu said, I'll take the lead. After all, we don't know what the situation is down there. No one objected, and Xiao Zizai kept watch from behind. Soon, they reached the altar's location. Looking at the altar before him, Yichu felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Soon, a tower flashed through Yichu's mind, the 9-layered demon tower. This was not the 9-layered demon tower, but it was definitely an altar of some place within it. As Yichu took 2 steps forward, a slash flew towards him, imbued with a trace of demonic energy. Yichu quickly dodged, and the spot where he had just stood was instantly cut with a deep knife mark. Everyone be careful. The creature here is not weak. After saying this, Yichu waved his hand, and countless lights flew out, attaching to the walls. The entire altar was illuminated. Then, the group saw the surrounding people in black and various monsters. Without hesitation, Yichu activated his immortal demon eyes. His aura began to rise continuously. Then, a shattering sound was heard. The tattoos on Yichu's back regained their color, and in an instant his eyes brightened. He did not expect that Bogang and Zhongsu would suddenly awaken. Yichu quickly closed his immortal demon eyes. Then, he saw lightning emerge from his hands. And it was purple. The power of true lightning was not to be underestimated, not to mention Zhongsu's purple tribulation thunder. Yichu's power then transformed again. The powers of the forest fruit and the dark fruit surged. Then it transformed again, and a small black hole appeared. The power of Bogang's devouring was truly nostalgic. Without saying a word, Yichu charged out, with lightning flashing in his hands. Thunder. Instantly, countless purple lightning bolts struck the nearby monsters. Then, Yichu brought his hands together, and vines erupted from the ground, attacking the people in black and the monsters. At this moment, countless dark whirlpools emerged beneath the monsters' feet. Many black-clad people and monsters were swallowed up. Then, Yichu made a sweeping motion, and countless black arrows flew down, igniting black flames on those struck. Xiao Zizai remarked, "This kid has gotten stronger again." The Black Pipe said, "Is this the strength of the temporary workers in the general area?" Wang Jinqiu added, "Stop staring and help." At his reminder, the temporary workers began to take action. After half a day of fighting, the black-clad people and monsters were finally completely eliminated. Yichu also comfortably exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just then, the altar began to tremble, and the central part started to collapse. As Yichu and the others were curious, a gigantic creature flew out. The Black Pipe exclaimed, "Is that a dragon?" Xiao Zizai replied, "No, that's a Jiao. It's just one step away from becoming a dragon." Wang Jinqiu said, "It seems the disturbance that day was caused by it." In front of this Jiao, Yichu felt pressure. Yichu said, "You all leave quickly. This kind of battle is not something you can participate in." Xiao Zizai asked, "What about you?" Yichu replied, "I'll hold it off for a while. I have a way to return to land. You all hurry up and go." After saying this, Yichu charged towards the giant Jiao. Yichu threw a punch, striking the top of the Jiao's head. The Jiao let out a scream in pain, then swung its tail and sent Yichu flying. "Ants, you disturb my rest." Yichu retorted, "Ants. Let me show you the strength of the ants in your eyes." Forest Wood Dragon. Instantly, several wood dragons flew up from the ground, charging towards the giant Jiao. Yichu smirked, then made a grasping motion in the air. A dark golden spear appeared in his hand. "Dragon Soldier, destroy the heavens." The spear pierced out, causing ripples in space. In the blink of an eye, countless wounds appeared on the Jiao's body. Yichu shook the blood off the spear. "How about that, long worm?" The giant Jiao growled, "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." With that, the Jiao began to slither towards Yichu. Yichu quickly dashed down the passage towards the ground, with the Jiao closely following him. On the ground, Xiao Zizai and the others were anxiously waiting. They had already contacted their reinforcements, but it would take time for them to arrive. Suddenly, Yichu flew out from the exit. The ground shook, and then the giant Jiao emerged as well. Xiao Zizai and the others quickly dodged. At that moment, Yichu's figure flashed in the air and appeared before the giant Jiao. His legs glowed with light. Speed is power. Light flash kick. With a kick, the giant Jiao's entire body was sent crashing backward. At this moment, Yichu's expression turned serious. Although it seemed he had been overpowering the giant Jiao, in reality, it hadn't sustained any substantial damage for half a day. The previous wounds had long since healed and disappeared without a trace. Just then, a bright light flashed across the sky. This blinding brightness caused everyone to shield their eyes. As the light faded, a giant radiating light stood in place. Once the light dissipated, the giant revealed its true form, a giant with red, purple, and white stripes. Xiao Zizai and the others looked on in shock at the giant. Yichu was equally astonished. "Diga Ultraman?" Indeed, the giant standing before them was Diga Ultraman. Yichu exclaimed, "How many things has this world fused together?" Diga immediately began to battle the giant Jiao. Yichu quickly gathered Xiao Zizai and the others to flee. They moved to a distance to watch the battle. Soon, a red light began to flash on Diga Ultraman's chest. Yichu remarked, "Is it time for the big move?" Just as Yichu thought, Diga Ultraman struck a pose and unleashed the Zai Paley AO light beam. However, just as it was about to hit the giant Jiao, it was blocked by a barrier. Then the giant Jiao spat out a fireball that knocked Diga down. Before long, Diga transformed into light and dissipated. Yichu hurriedly ran towards the place where Diga had disappeared. Soon, Yichu saw a person. He walked over and shook the person awake. Are you okay? I'm Fine. You all hurry and run. Otherwise, it will be too late. The languages in this world have unified. Yichu asked, what is your name? My name is Dikuai. I am a member of the Japan victory team. After asking Yichu, he learned the general situation. Dikuai had just gained this power not long ago and had been practicing it, passing by here at the right moment. At this time, the giant serpent charged at the group again. Suddenly, Yichu thought of something. Light? Yichu emitted a glow, which eventually condensed into a very peculiar bracelet on his wrist. It seems that the chaotic world has brought me some benefits. Dikuai looked at Yichu in surprise. Are you also Ultraman? Yichu replied, I am not. I'm just a beam of light. The current world setting is that as long as the light is strong enough, one can become Ultraman. After all, that badge from the M78 Nebula came about this way. Yichu glanced at his bracelet. With a thought, the bracelet emitted light. A Diga-style godlight stick appeared in Yichu's hand. Dikuai was dumbfounded and quickly checked his own pocket. The godlight stick was still there. But what was up with Yichu's godlight stick? Yichu ignored Dikuai. He raised the godlight stick high, and the glow flashed. Dikuai looked at the towering Diga and fell into contemplation. Yichu familiarized himself with his new body and abilities. Then he resumed fighting the giant serpent. After several rounds of close combat, Yichu prepared to attack from a distance. At this moment, Yichu was surprised to discover that he could completely combine his abilities with Digas. Yichu raised both hands, and instantly, lightning began to entwine. Thunder, Xiaofeng. In an instant, a violent beam of light shot towards the giant serpent, which quickly defended itself. However, its defense was torn apart like paper in an instant. Then it was hit by the beam and exploded. After a battle, Yichu felt no fatigue at all. Perhaps because he was light, he was not worried about energy depletion after transforming. Yichu reverted to human form and returned to Dikuai's side. He saw Yichu's palm emitting light. Soon, Dikuai regained his strength and injuries. Subsequently, he transformed into Diga and flew away. Yichu then went back to report to the temporary workers. On the way back, Yichu looked in the direction where Dikuai had flown. I am becoming more and more curious about this world. After returning, the group tacitly avoided mentioning Diga. However, Xiaofeng still gathered the heads of various districts and temporary workers. 2 monsters and a giant of light had appeared in Japan. Therefore, Japan finally activated the long-hidden force, the Super Victory Team. Then he changed the topic. The higher-ups asked us to closely monitor Japan's movements and to initiate that long-dormant plan. Su-Si, is it the heaven, earth, and man plan? Is it because of those 2 monsters? Xiaofeng nodded. Yichu, Uncle Zhao, what is the heaven, earth, and man plan? Xiaofeng, the heaven, earth, and man plan is a mysterious organization of Longwa that has been hidden for a long time. The 3 organizations possess powerful weapons and talents. He then cast a resentful glance at Yichu, but they still can't compare to your Yi family. Yichu, what are the names of the 3 organizations? Xiaofeng, Heavenly Court, Underworld, and the Human World. Yichu, never heard of them? Xiaofeng, the Heavenly Court and Underworld have been hidden for years, and the Human World has also changed its name. It is the only organization among the 3 that has been active. Yichu, this Human World wouldn't be us, would it? Xiaofeng nodded, and then his aura changed. Now that the Human World plan is activated, we must resist the invasion of foreign beings and protect every resident of Longwa. Everyone, yes. Others quickly left, but Yichu was kept behind. Xiaofeng, Xiao Yi, you should not participate in the heaven, earth, and man plan. Yichu, why? Xiaofeng. Actually, before the heaven, earth, and man organizations appeared, there was another mysterious organization. Panku. Yichu, are you asking me to join the Panku organization? Xiaofeng. Actually, you have always been a member of the Panku organization. Yichu immediately connected the dots. Could it be that Panku is the Yi family? Xiaofeng nodded. Yichu went straight back to the Yi family. Dad, what kind of existence is our Yi family? Xiaolong took a sip of coffee. The Yi family was built step by step by our ancestors. The title of Panku was desired by our ancestors. After all, no matter what, we are all from Longwa. Whenever there are issues, the Yi family always stands in front of the country. Xiaolong, the heaven, earth, and man plan has been activated, and Panku should awaken as well. Yichu then followed Xiaolong to a warehouse in the Yi family. They quickly arrived at a secret room. Upon entering, Yichu saw an elevator, which had no floors, only buttons for up and down. Soon, the 2 arrived at a base deep underground. What came into view were dozens of large mechas. These are the mechas of the Yi family S-Guard team, and they're the main force against alien powers. Yichu, is that all? Xiaolong, of course not. Each of the three organizations, Heaven, Earth, and Man, has 2 mechas, all made by the Yi family. Yichu, how many trump cards does the Yi family have? Yiao many, but you cannot know them yet. Yichu nodded. Soon, Yichu returned to his apartment. He lay on the bed, helplessly staring at the ceiling. What exactly is going on in this world? Suddenly, the ground shook violently, followed by an explosion not far away. At this moment, Yichu's door was pushed open, and Zhang Wei rushed in. Run, Yichu! A monster has appeared not far from the city. Yichu, what? A monster? He immediately ran to the window and saw a spider-like monster in the distance. Before Yichu could react, Zhang Wei pulled him outside. As soon as they got outside, Yichu saw 2 fighter jets flying toward the spider monster. Those were the fighter jets of the Human World Organization. They were specially designed to deal with alien beings. However, several attacks could only scratch the surface of the spider. Faced with such a monster, humanity appeared weak and helpless. Human World Organization headquarters. Aren't the mechas ready yet? Report, we still haven't found a pilot who can control the mechas. The person asking slammed his fist on the control panel. Quickly request support from the Heavenly Court, Underworld, and Panku. Hopefully, it won't be too late. On the other side, Yichu had avoided the crowd and arrived at a secret location. Yichu raised his bracelet, and it instantly emitted a dazzling glow. Is this your original name? Okay, got it. Reino. A sudden flash of light appeared. A gray and white Ultraman appeared in front of the spider monster. This is the Ultraman of the Holy Light Ring of Yi Chusheng, Rhea Ultraman. It looks somewhat like Diga and Dana, and a bit like Noah and Ryujado. Yichu directly struck a pose, ready to battle the spider. The crowd on the ground was stunned by the sudden appearance of Rhea Ultraman. Is that an Ultraman? It seems like one appeared in Japan recently. Go for it. Defeat the monster. Yichu rushed forward, delivering a side kick that sent the spider stumbling back several steps. Then, Yichu executed a knife hand strike, instantly severing one of the spider's legs. Suddenly, the spider launched a shockwave towards Yichu. Yichu was directly knocked back. As he was thrown, he quickly stabilized himself and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Rhea beam. At the moment the beam hit the spider, it stopped moving. Yichu did not continue the attack, but flew into the sky. However, the moment he left, the spider exploded into fragments. Atnadutong. Xiaofeng gathered the heads of various districts and temporary workers. Xiaofeng. Some of you may already know what happened today, but you still need to watch it again. The large screen behind him started playing footage of the battle between the spider monster and Rhea Ultraman. Everyone, whether they had seen it before or not, was astonished. Except for Yichu. The other temporary workers were all top-tier experts, but they still felt inadequate in front of these 2 colossal beings. Xiaofeng. If it weren't for the appearance of Ultraman, we might have lost many lives. He then looked at Yichu. Tomorrow, Xiao Yi, you will go to the human organization to serve as a mecha pilot for a while. Otherwise, humanity will really have no way to fight back. He then turned to the others. Everyone else will join the human organization tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be temporary workers of NATO Tong. Everyone nodded. In this situation, no one stood up to argue. The moment Yichu left NATO Tong, he felt something was watching him. He ran towards the distant forest because he sensed that what was following him had something similar to himself. Light. Soon, Yichu reached the depths of the forest. Come out. You've been following me the whole way. Suddenly, a person jumped down from a tree. Yichu, aren't you going to introduce yourself? Hello, I am Future, and you can also call me Mebius. Yichu was taken aback. This guy in front of him was one of the members of the Cosmic Patrol of the Land of Light. He didn't expect to be noticed so early. Yichu, Future, do you have something to discuss with me? Future, just call me Xiao Meng, and I'll call you Xiao Yi. Is that okay? Yichiheu nodded. We have been paying attention to you for a long time. After all, the light on you is comparable to our plasma spark tower. Yichu, you still haven't told me what you want. Future, I want to ask for your help. A large number of monsters have appeared on a planet near Blue Star. But currently, the only Ultramen on Blue Star are you, me, and Diga. Yichu, you want me to go with you? Future, that's right. You are Rhea Ultraman, the legendary Ultraman that surpasses the mysterious 4 Ultramen. So I seek your help. Yichu, this is troublesome. After it's over, take me to the Land of Light for a tour. Future, okay, thank you so much. Yichu, why not let the Land of Light provide support? Future, to quickly reach near Blue Star, we can only use spatial jumps, which would consume a lot of energy, making it impossible to fight afterward. Yichu nodded, then raised his right hand. Then let us go. Rhea. Future also activated Mebiusura. Mebius. The 2 Ultramen flew into space, and soon they saw Diga. Yichu, long time no see, Digu. Digu, long time no see. The three then followed Mebius to the planet. Before long, the three arrived at their destination, and as soon as they landed, Diga and Mebius timers began to flash. Rhea, you two? Your time is too short. Diga, what can I do? Mebius, I predicted a problem. What should we do now? Rhea shook his head and placed his hands on their shoulders. Soon, Rhea's body emitted bright light, and Diga and Mebius also felt a surge of energy, massive amounts of energy. The three looked at the monsters in front of them, and they couldn't help but swallow hard. Too many. Yichu, why are there so many monsters here? Mebius, I'm not sure either. This planet has undergone a transformation. It continuously produces monsters and supplies them with energy, just like the plasma spark tower. Diga, if these monsters attack Earth, it won't be able to resist at all. At this moment, several monsters charged at Yichu and the others. Yichu directly gathered energy in his hands. Reno light wheel. Instantly, he bisected several monsters at the waist, while Mebius and Diga each took down one as well. At this moment, Yichu locked eyes with a larger monster. He noticed a glimmer of disdain in the monster's eyes. Yichu, the previous ones were likely larvae, with almost no self-awareness. But among these, there are adults whose strength and intelligence exceed those of the previous ones. Just then, Yichu heard someone calling his name. He looked around, but besides the endless wilderness, there were only a bunch of monsters. At that moment, Yichu felt a stinging pain on his face. His consciousness began to clear. When he opened his eyes again, Yichu found himself back on the day he was battling the giant serpent. He saw Formidable just retracting her hand, while Haiguan and Xiaofeng were entangled with the giant serpent, and, in the distance, Formidable had already started fanning Air Zhoulan. Shengzhu was using goo insects to assist Haiguan. Lao Meng ap hojet Yeju. Just now we all fell under the illusion of the serpentine dragon. Fortunately, Xiaofeng and Formidable were not affected. Yichu finally came to his senses. Everything he had just experienced was an illusion. Xiaofeng, being a person of Buddhism, was not affected by the illusion due to his deepening Buddha nature. As for Formidable, there was no need to say more. This girl was simple-minded, and there were very few illusions in the world that could influence her. At this moment, Yichu radiated bright light. He wanted to see if he could transform into Ultraman, like in the illusion. However, apart from glowing a little, there was no effect. Nevertheless, Yichu felt no disappointment, as he did not need it at all. His eyes turned red, and demonic energy surged. He held the dragon weapon in one hand, and a pair of black wings appeared behind him. At that moment, four special energies flowed into Yichu's eyes. The powers of the four devil fruits within him directly fused with Yichu's immortal demon eyes. This made it easier for Yichu to use the power of the devil fruits. Moreover, Yichu now possessed considerable abilities. Gathering some of his powers together would aid in their usage. Besides the powers of the 8 major demons, Yichu also had the immortal demon eyes, which fused 4 devil fruits and 3 types of haki. In addition, Yichu had the sealed power of the laws. Yichu charged directly at the giant serpent with the dragon weapon in hand. Seeing Yichu return to the battlefield, Xiaofeng and Haiguan both breathed a sigh of relief. They had already exhausted all their strength to entangle the giant serpent. If it went on any longer, they would surely suffer. Yichu swung the dragon weapon, transformed into a large blade, towards the giant serpent. A strike imbued with demonic energy landed on the giant serpent, and its originally tough skin was cleaved open like tofu, instantly creating a gaping wound down to the bone. To everyone's surprise, the wound, which should have healed quickly due to the giant serpent's self-healing speed, showed no signs of recovery. Instead, it emitted waves of black mist. The giant serpent let out screams of agony and glared resentfully at Yichu. This strike also gave Xiaofeng and the others a glimmer of hope, as they knew that at the beginning, Yichu's attacks left not a single mark. No one paid attention to the demonic energy on Yichu. After all, who in the room didn't he have a few secrets? Just then, with a shift of his pupils, Yichu waved his hand, and countless giant vines sprouted from the ground to ensnare the giant serpent. Following that, Yichu threw the dragon weapon into the air. He unleashed a massive amount of demonic energy directly from the ground. The dragon weapon kept growing larger, and the demonic energy on the blade intensified. This time Yichu was using all his strength. He wanted to kill the opponent with this strike. For this, blood tears even flowed from his eyes. Demon, destroy the heavens. With one slash, the clouds in the sky were instantly split apart, and the figure of the giant serpent vanished from everyone's sight, leaving only a pool of blood on the ground. After executing this move, Yichu spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. When Yichu woke up again, He found himself in a hospital. His body had no issues, just exhaustion. The drastic change in the sky caused by Ximu was reported in the news as a once-in-a-century celestial phenomenon. After Ximu recovered, the group returned to headquarters. They heard there was new information. Seemingly something had happened in Japan. Soon, they saw the chairman of the All-Pass Corporation, Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng said, cough, cough, cough. On behalf of the people of the nation, I thank you all for the recent events. The temporary workers are accustomed to it. They cannot be exposed to the public. He then opened the display screen, revealing a photo of a battle scene. From the background of Mount Fuji, it was clear this was Japan. When Ximu saw the two species in battle, his pupils trembled violently. Those two were clearly Diga and Golzon. Ximu knew that what he had encountered before might have been an illusion, but it was certainly not all an illusion. At that moment, Xiaofeng spoke up. A monster has appeared in Japan, which has caused a huge controversy internationally. All countries have now activated their respective defense plans to prevent monster attacks. He clicked the controller again, and 5 large characters appeared on the screen: Heaven, Earth, and Humanity Plan. Xiaofeng then explained what this plan was. It was almost the same as what Ximu had learned in the illusion. At this moment, Ximu covered his eyes with one hand. He suspected that everything he had encountered should be related to his eyes. Suddenly, the surrounding space trembled, and Ximu seemed to have entered another world. He looked around and saw corpses everywhere, with broken mechas and gigantic bones above the remains. At that moment, he spotted a flag. Just as he was about to make out the details, the space jumped again, and he returned to the office. Xiaofeng had just finished explaining the Heaven, Earth, and Humanity Plan. Ximu was momentarily stunned. If his eyes could indeed foresee the future, then the scenes he saw would all come to pass. As for why he could foresee that he would turn into Ultraman in the illusion, but not in reality, Ximu attributed it to the giant serpent's illusion. Just then, Xiaofeng called out to Ximu. Ximu quickly returned to his senses and looked at Xiaofeng. Uncle Xiao, what's wrong? Xiaofeng replied. There is another powerful organization besides the 3 major organizations of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity, which is your family's Panku. The information may not have reached the state yet, so you should inform your father first. At this moment, Heir Zhuang, who was beside him, spoke up. What is Panku? Xiaofeng explained Panku again to everyone. It was then that they realized what kind of existence the Yi family was. Ximu also received different information from the illusion. In fact, Panku had always been protecting Longhua. Although Panku did not allow itself to be revealed, the organizations under Panku had been lurking in various places in Longhua. This included the Yi family's guard team. The guard team not only protected the Yi family members, but also the people of Longhua. Just then, an alarm rang out in the base. Soon, a person walked in. Report, a giant beast has appeared in Longhua's East Sea, codenamed Rock Armor. The troops have bombarded it, but they couldn't even break its skin. Xiaofeng pressed a button in front of him. The human organization is reactivated. Prepare the human series mechas. Ximu and Xiao Zizai, get ready to control the mechas for battle. There were a total of 3 human series mechas. Human Domain R01, Human War God R02, and Human Guardian R03. Soon, Ximu and Xiao Zizai arrived in front of a giant mecha. This mecha was developed by the Yi family, and its overall power source relied on a fusion reactor located in its chest. The overall attack depended on the pilot. The mecha could fight using chi like cultivators. The type of attack would depend on the pilot's attack style. For instance, Xiao Zizai could unleash his great compassionate palm through the mecha. Of course, Xiao Zizai needed to use his own chi to drive the mecha's chi. In case of energy depletion, the pilot's chi could be used as energy, of course, with the pilot's consent. The mecha in front of Ximu was the Human Domain R01, codenamed Xiantai. The design of the mecha's appearance was filled with a sense of futurism and power. The overall tone is deep gray, complemented by metallic silver decorations, giving it a mysterious and noble appearance. The design of the mech's head is unique, resembling the face of a fierce beast, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Ximu and Xiao Zizai entered the mech under the guidance of the staff, quickly familiarizing themselves with its operation. The two did not need to operate in sync, but rather alternately, allowing one person to fight while the other could rest, thereby increasing their attacking options. They ultimately decided that Xiao Zizai would pilot the mech first. He stepped onto the combat platform, and in an instant, the mech activated. The ground beneath the mech opened up, and it began to descend into a dedicated underground passage. Meanwhile, on the other side, the rock armor was ready to land. Just then, a change occurred in a mountain gorge not far from the seaside. where dark iron slowly emerged from the ground. This was the entrance and exit built by the Dragon Kingdom for mechs in various regions, with a tunnel below specifically for transporting mechs to the battlefield. The appearance of the dark iron immediately drew people's attention, as such a colossal object had only been seen in movies. At that moment, the dark iron moved, charging towards the distant rock armor. As it ran, the palms of the dark iron came together. Xiao Zizai shouted compassionate palm. A palm strike was unleashed, and instantly, the mech mirrored the action. The mech now resembled Xiao Zizai. The rock armor was hit and staggered back several steps, its already landed body retreating back into the sea. Yi Chu, seeing this, joked, "Brother Xiao, did you miss?" Xiao Zizai looked at his hand, realizing that the mech could not unleash the full power of its pilot, resulting in a lackluster impact. At this point, the mech was already in front of the rock armor. Xiao Zizai formed a claw with one hand. Dragon Claw. The mech also formed a claw and struck at the rock armor. In an instant, the rock armor's defenses were broken, and a stream of green blood gushed out. The rock armor let out a scream and fell to the ground. This giant beast was merely in its juvenile stage, making it relatively easy to deal with. After this, it was no longer Yi Chu and Xiao Zizai's concern, as someone from the human realm would soon come to handle the giant beast's corpse. Just then, a wave of energy emanated from the sea. Yi Chu and Xiao Zizai sensed it immediately and turned around almost simultaneously. They saw an eerie green light flickering in the water. The dark iron also turned around. They exchanged glances. Yi Chu said, "Brother Xiao, let's check the sea." Xiao Zizai nodded. The dark iron began to step into the water, which rapidly submerged it. Soon, the dark iron reached the seabed, which was filled with green fissures. These fissures continuously emitted green light, or more accurately, green flame. Just as Yi Chu and Xiao Zizai were about to approach, a roar erupted from within the fissures. Xiao Zizai pointed to a certain spot. The monster emerged from these fissures. Yi Chu followed Xiao Zizai's direction and saw a trail on the ground indicating where something had crawled out. "We need to report this to the higher-ups," Yi Chu insisted. Xiao Zizai nodded. However, just as the dark iron turned around, it was struck by a giant creature. A massive beast, deep gray in color with smooth skin covered in mysterious patterns, appeared behind the dark iron. The beast had a somewhat elongated head, and its eyes resembled two brilliant black gemstones, fixated on the dark iron. For now, let's call this creature Greystone. Greystone took advantage of the dark iron still being on the ground and stepped on its arm. Instantly, there was a sound of machinery breaking. A sharp pain shot through Xiao Zizai's arm, causing him to let out a scream. Yi Chu quickly severed the link between Xiao Zizai and the dark iron, pushing him aside. Although the pain was intense, Xiao Zizai's body was unharmed. However, the pain was enough to make anyone suffer. Yi Chu stepped up to where the dark iron connected. "Chi, I haven't used this before." With that, Yi Chu radiated a golden light. Instantly, the dark iron's body also emitted a golden glow. Golden light spell. Yi Chu possessed an incredibly strong ability to learn, akin to a freakish talent. The golden light condensed into a fist and struck Greystone, sending it flying. Yi Chu seized the opportunity to get the dark iron back on its feet. At this point, Yi Chu noticed that the left arm of the dark iron was severely damaged and could not be used for now. Inside the cockpit, Xiao Zizai was calming down, the pain in his arm gradually subsiding. Yi Chu urged, "Brother Xiao, you need to pilot the escape pod and get out of here to seek help. The dark iron is no match for the giant beast right now." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Zizai nodded. It was indeed the only option. After all, Yi Chu's strength surpassed that of Xiao Zizai, making it the best choice to leave him behind. Yi Chu summoned the dragon soldier. "Take this with you." Xiao Zizai took the dragon soldier, unsure of Yi Chu's intentions, but choosing to trust him unconditionally. Soon, Xiao Zizai boarded the escape pod and made it to the shore. Following Yi Chu's instructions, he threw the dragon soldier out, which flew toward Yi Chu's direction, continuously growing larger. Before long, the dragon soldier had become gigantic, perfectly sized for the dark iron to use. Since the dragon soldier could not fly out from the inside, Yi Chu had instructed Xiao Zizai to bring it out. At this moment, Yi Chu's body began to shimmer with lightning. Lightning also coursed through the dark iron. Thunderbolt. In an instant, the dark iron teleported behind Greystone. Just then, the dragon soldier should have pierced through Greystone's body. However, when Yi Chu turned around, he was stunned to see that Greystone bore no wounds at all. Such tough skin. What kind of monster is this? Greystone roared loudly, and then its thick armor began to shift, unleashing a sound wave toward the dark iron. Instantly, cracks began to appear in the dark iron's components. Such sound waves were beyond what ordinary materials could withstand. Seeing this, Yichu quickly activated the dark iron's protective device, but it proved ineffective against the intense sound waves. Yichu had to think of a solution. At that moment, he remembered there was a final trump card behind the dark iron. Yichu tapped a few points on a screen in the void. Soon, a black pentagonal iron block flew out from behind the dark iron. The dark iron grasped the iron block, and instantly, the edges began to extend outward. Before long, a massive shield was formed. Protected by the shield, the dark iron slowly approached Greystone. As they got within 5 steps of Greystone, blood beads began to appear on Yichu's body. Greystone's sound wave pierced the mech and slammed into Yichu's body. Just then, a loud crash echoed as a giant sword pierced down through Greystone's body. A blue mech appeared not far away. This mech looked significantly more powerful than the dark iron. It was none other than one of the 3 mechs from the human realm, the human war god R-02, codename Thunder. At this moment, Feng Baobao's voice rang in Yichu's ear. Yichu, are you okay? Yichu replied, I'm fine, just deal with this giant beast for now. Feng Baobao responded to him. Thunder raised his hand, and in an instant, the giant sword in Greystone's hand returned to him. The moment the sword left his body, Greystone's body began to slowly recover. Seeing this, Yichu's hand started to flow with a large amount of qi. Can't be killed. I want to see how long you can hold out. Yichu directly injected a massive amount of qi into the mech, and in an instant, beams of light erupted from the mech. At this time, Yichu's pupils were gradually covered in black. Black energy continuously surged outward from his body. This black energy kept drilling into the gaps of the Xiantai mech. Soon, the originally gray mech gradually turned black. Yichu's momentum began to change. He threw a punch, and, at that moment, Xiantai also moved. With a punch, the sea surged violently, and the tremendous force caused the sea in front of Xiantai to disappear, but it quickly recovered. The impact directly struck Greystone. In an instant, flesh and blood exploded, and Greystone let out a terrible scream. The sea was instantly stained red. However, the massive wound began to heal rapidly. Seeing this, Yichu quickly moved to Greystone's side. He then began to frantically swing his fists at Greystone. While attacking, Yichu said to Feng Baobao, keep attacking. I don't believe we can't wear him down. Soon, Feng Baobao also controlled Thunder to join the battle. Due to Yichu's suppression, Greystone had no chance to resist at all. Before long, Yichu noticed that Greystone's recovery speed was gradually slowing down. Seeing this, Yichu accelerated his attack speed. Soon, the surrounding darkness turned into a sea of scarlet. Many sharks even appeared. At this point, Greystone's recovery had basically stopped, and seeing this, Yichu prepared to deliver the final blow. The Xian armor jumped up, and lightning surged across the mech. Thunderstorm, heavy strike, thunder slash. In an instant, lightning enveloped Greystone's entire body. After a scream, Greystone fell to the ground, motionless. It was only under the combined attack of the 2 mechs that Greystone was barely defeated. The black on Xiantai faded, and instantly sparks began to fly from his body. Yichu, Xiantai can't move anymore, Baobao, help me out. Thunder walked over to Xiantai and helped him towards the land. This battle once again refreshed people's understanding of giant beasts. After returning to the base, Yichu left. He did not return to his apartment, but went directly to the capital. This time he was also invited. Taking a private plane, Yichu quickly arrived in the capital. Just as he exited the airport, he saw that carefree figure. Old Wang, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Indeed, the person was Yichu's good friend, Wang Yi. Wang Yi stepped forward and directly put his arm around Yichu. It's not that I want you, young Master Yi, to help me out. Wang Yi then told Yichu about what had happened since he returned to the capital. The two sat in a CAF for an entire morning. Yichu, upon hearing this, rubbed his forehead. This matter isn't difficult, but what about the power behind those people? Wang Yi looked at Yichu with disdain. What power can compare to your Yi family? You just want to take advantage of me. Yichu revealed a mischievous smile. There are no free lunches in this world. Wang Yi waved his hand. You know me. I don't have money, just my life. Yichu, I want her life. Wang Yi, what do you want to do? Yichu, nothing. Just want you to join a special organization. Which one? Yichu shook his head. It's Panku. Wang Yi looked surprised. He had recently received quite a bit of information, including the Tiandiren plan and the Panku organization. However, Wang Yi quickly calmed down and showed a nonchalant smile. Sure, I'm just bored at home anyway. The two shook hands to finalize the deal. Yichu then began to use his influence to help Wang Yi. For the next few days, Yichu stayed in the capital. Every day, he had Wang Yi take him around. Although Yichu often came to the capital, this was his first time sightseeing. Previously, He had come for work or missions, with no time for anything else. A few days later, Yichu received the news that Wang Ye's matter had been resolved. At that moment, he was with Wang Yi visiting the Great Wall in the capital. However, the two were not admiring the scenery. Instead, they were looking seriously towards the west. They saw a peculiar blackness in the sky not far to the west. Yichu's eyes could naturally see this, while Wang Yi, due to being a Taoist heir, was very sensitive to such things. Wang Yi, there are evil spirits appearing. Yichu, not ghosts but demons. Wang Yi, impossible, that is clearly a ghostly aura causing an anomaly. Yichu, corpse demons, they are both ghosts and demons, and their power is several times stronger than that of ghosts. Yichu was right. Among the endless ghostly aura mixed with demonic energy, one could hardly notice without careful observation. If it weren't for the existence of the immortal demon eye, Yichu wouldn't have been able to see it at a glance. The two did not waste words and quickly rushed westward. They felt they couldn't let the corpse demon fully manifest. Otherwise, it would surely cause chaos in the world. Corpse demons are a very special existence. They are both zombies and demon beasts. The prerequisite for zombies to transform into demons is to advance to the flying corpse realm, which gives them the qualification to transform. It should be noted that the one Yichu had exhausted all his strength to defeat before was just a newly promoted flying corpse. The current corpse demon strength was likely something only the old master could contend with. However, with Yichu and Wang Yi joining forces, they also had the power to fight. Soon, the two arrived at an open area. The ground was devoid of any plants, and the soil was a peculiar black color. Yichu squatted down to clear the soil with his hands, revealing white powder beneath. Wang Yi pinched a bit and sniffed it. Lime mixed with bone powder. The things below are probably not easy to deal with. Yicheu nodded. There is also a smell here. Take a careful sniff. Wang Yi closed his eyes, and his nose moved slightly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at Yichu. The smell of blood. Yichu, that's right. It seems that someone comes here every day to offer blood sacrifices. Wang Ye's face grew serious. Are you sure we can deal with the guys down there? Yichu smiled and took out his phone. Don't worry, I already called for help. Just then, the ground shook and blood began to flow from the soil. Yichu saw this, clasped his hands together, and his pupils changed. The ability of the light fruit from the immortal demon eye was activated. At the moment the light appeared, the previously trembling ground gradually stabilized. Wang Yi looked at Yichu. Is this enough? Yichu, it's impossible. I can at most suppress it for a while, and this isn't a long-term solution. Just then, several figures flew towards the two. Yifan looked at the figures. Help has arrived. The newcomers were all familiar faces. Zheng Xiaoxian, who had come to the capital on business. Ximu, who protected Yichu, and the two brothers from northeast, Deng Yukai and Deng Youfu. Yichu, next, it will be hard work for you all. Zheng Xiaoxian, Xiaoya, you are being too formal. Ximu, young master, you are too polite. Deng Yukai, Master Chu, you are being polite. Besides, this is our duty as spirit mediums. At that moment, another figure appeared. Ximu, young master, I'm worried something unexpected might happen, so I call the High Pig from the Zodiac team. A man stepped forward to Yichu. Captain High Pig Yizhu greets the young master. Yicheu nodded. With Yiju's addition, Yichu's previously worried heart completely calmed down. With the combined strength of these few people, let alone a corpse demon, even the old celestial master Yichu was confident he could take it down. Seeing this, Yichu instructed everyone to get ready. Then he extended his hand to the ground. In an instant, the blood, evil energy erupted, and the originally stable ground began to shake. Yichu jumped away, and the ground exploded. A dark shadow flew out from underground. It was a figure ragged, with skin appearing unnaturally shrunken, and four sharp teeth protruding from its mouth. As soon as it appeared, the originally clear sky was covered by dark clouds. The corpse demon opened its mouth, and a large amount of black smoke emerged in the air. Wang Yi, this is a king-level corpse demon. Everyone be careful. Everyone nodded. At this time, Deng Yukai and Deng Youfu began to summon spirits. Deng Yukai, I summon the old spirit of the Chong family. Deng Youfu, I summon the old spirit of the Hui family. Instantly, the two's aura changed, and when they spoke, other voices emerged. You little brats, how did you provoke a corpse demon? A corpse demon? I haven't seen one in hundreds of years. Yichu stepped forward to the two. May I ask who you are? Chong family, Lu Kuanxing. Hui family, Hui Sanshan. Yichu was not overly surprised. At this moment, Yichu stepped out from behind Yichu. Old Chong, old Hui, long time no see. ISNT this Yichu? Is this your young master? Yichu nodded. Then the two bowed their heads in respect. Yichu, what is this? Lu Kuanxing, back then, your Yi family saved our northeast family of spirits. We can never repay this kindness in this lifetime. Yichu didn't expect his Yi family to have such ties with a family of spirits. Yichu quickly helped the two up. There's no need for that. It was the elders of my family who saved you, and it has nothing to do with me. Lu Kuanxing, no, young master, it's not just you. We owe a debt of gratitude to the Yi family. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Yichu gladly accepted. At this time, the corpse demon also stopped moving, looking at Yichu and the others. Its eyes emitted a glimmer, as if it were gazing at beautiful women and luxurious cars. Yichu, everyone be careful, it's going to attack. Immediately, Yichu clasped his hands together, and a towering golden light beam appeared. Holy light barrier. Then a golden barrier enveloped everyone. With this barrier, the corpse demon couldn't escape. Then the group simultaneously rushed toward the corpse demon. At the forefront was Zheng Xiaoxian, clad in battle armor, wielding a specially made large knife to strike at the corpse demon. With a clang, the corpse demon remained unharmed, but the large knife developed cracks. Zheng Xiaoxian, what did it grow up eating? So hard. At this moment, two figures appeared on either side of the corpse demon. Young friend, the corpse demon's entire body is incredibly hard. Without special means, we can't break through its defenses. With that, Lu Kuanxing and Hui Sanshan formed hand seals and struck at the corpse demon's head. Bang! A figure flew out, but it wasn't the corpse demon. It was Lu Kuanxing. On the other side, Zheng Xiaoxian caught the similarly flying Hui Sanshan. Lu Kuanxing stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. We underestimated the corpse demon. Its power is stronger than we imagined. Seeing this, Yichu gripped lightning in his hands, while Ximu and Yizhu also prepared their skills. The three launched their attacks simultaneously. At that moment, the corpse demon moved. It instantly appeared in front of Ximu and struck him away with a palm. Although Ximu steadied himself in midair, he still suffered minor injuries. Yichu's vision darkened. The corpse demon was already in front of him. Without hesitation, Yichu threw the lightning in his hand at the corpse demon. In an instant, purple lightning covered the corpse demon's body. Yichu retreated to a safe area, taking advantage of the moment to paralyze the corpse demon. At this time, Yizhu approached the back of the corpse demon. He directly transformed Qi into a large knife and struck at the corpse demon. The large knife struck the corpse demon's head, instantly producing a metallic collision sound. The immense rebound force immediately sent Ximu flying away. Stabilizing himself, he stared intently at the corpse demon. What a monster. This knife is enough to split diamonds, yet it couldn't do anything against the corpse demon's head. At this moment, Yichu flashed next to Yizhu. This guy, relying on the transformation of heaven and earth into a corpse demon, has a body hardness that has surpassed ordinary things. Yizhu, young master, you should leave first. This thing is not something we can handle. Yichu did not refute, but the power within him told him that this thing could be dealt with. Suddenly, black mist erupted from Yichu, and the evil spirit energy surged like a roaring sea. Familiar power and familiar weapons. Then 4 flying swords hovered around Yichu. This was the power of the law of the demonic path that Yichu had previously sealed. The moment the demonic path laws appeared, Yichu's celestial and demonic eyes began to merge completely. From then on, there would be no celestial and demonic eyes, only Yichu's magical pair of eyes. At this moment, the voice of the left master echoed in Yichu's mind. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to break the seal so quickly. Yichu, it wasn't me who broke the seal. It was them. As he spoke, 8 figures flew out from his body, the 8 great demons. The left master was also shocked. Weren't they crushed by the world? Yichu shook his head. The Panku treasure box and the 8 great demons have a coexisting relationship, which I discovered not long ago. As long as the Panku treasure box exists, the 8 great demons will not die. Left master, with their weak will, they can break my seal. It seems they care for you very much. Yichu remained silent, but the smile on his face said it all. Kid, now you have only the power of the 8 great demons and the laws left, as well as the learning ability of your eyes. Yichu nodded. These abilities were enough for him, because he not only restored the laws of the demonic path, but also a law of the 5 elements and a law of space. These 3 laws of power were Yichu's confidence. In addition, the power of the 8 great demons was also a significant boost. It is important to know that Yichu previously borrowed the power of the 8 great demons, but now he could directly summon them or let them possess him. Of course, even after possession, the consciousness would still be Yichu's own. but the power of the 8 great demons would be brought to the extreme. Back to the battlefield. Zheng Xiaoxian looked at the dazed Yi Chu and couldn't help but tease. Xiaoya, you are distracted. Your brother Xian is about to meet God. Attracted by Zheng Xiaoxian's voice, Yi Chu smiled. Don't worry, Xian Gu. With me here, you won't be in trouble. As he spoke, the black smoke around Yi Chu became even denser. The rules of the demonic path, demonic energy entering the body. In an instant, black tattoos appeared on Yi Chu's body. In the distance, Lu Quinxing and Hui Sanshan were the first to notice. Demonic energy? Such dense demonic energy. What has the young master of the Yi family done? Is this the legendary reincarnation of the Demon King? In fact, the two were not wrong. The current Yi Chu was indeed equivalent to the reincarnation of the Demon King. Perhaps even the Demon King would call him brother. Yi Chu paid no attention to the comments of the few people. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the corpse demon. His fist, covered in demonic energy, slammed directly into the corpse demon's face. In an instant, the corpse demon was sent flying. The corpse demon, which had been surrounded and attacked by everyone, was knocked away by Yi Chu with a single punch. Everyone was left with their mouths agape. Yi Chu was indifferent to their expressions. He extended one hand forward, and in an instant, a long spear broke through space and appeared in his hand. Within half a second, it transformed into a Tang Hung knife. Such a wicked object causes chaos in the world. Cut. Yi Chu's dragon weapon moved, and after a flurry of knife light and sword shadows, the corpse demon was covered in tiny wounds. What was even stranger was that these wounds were healing at a visibly rapid pace. No wonder it was a rare corpse demon. Facing my slashes, it only suffered superficial wounds. Yi Chu was not surprised. After all, this was a corpse demon, and even a celestial master would not easily subdue it. This kind of corpse demon does not belong to the 5 elements, transcending the 3 realms. Ordinary methods truly have no effect on it. Of course, Yi Chu could. He took a step forward, and in an instant, the 4 swords of extermination flew out. If I can't hurt you, I wonder if this kind of attack will work. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air was heard. Instantly, a crack was split in the ground beneath the corpse demon. Yi Chu, it's been a long time since I used it. My hand is a bit rusty. In the eyes of the corpse demon, Yi Chu spoke the most terrifying words in the calmest manner. Just now, with one sword, the corpse demon felt death. It actually felt fear. The corpse demon turned and began to flee. This scene instantly shocked everyone who was helping. Zheng Xiaoxian, is he afraid? Wang Yi, is Yi Chu still human? Yi Chu could not possibly let the corpse demon escape. He brought his index and middle fingers together, pointing at the corpse demon. In an instant, the 4 swords of extermination seemed to have eyes of their own, and before everyone could react, the corpse demon was pierced through by the 4 swords of extermination. The corpse demon was not afraid of the 4 swords of extermination. It was afraid of the demonic energy on the swords. This demonic energy was controlled by Yi Chu, and as long as it was wounded, Yi Chu could control the demonic energy to corrode the entire body of the corpse demon. Ultimately, the corpse demon would turn to dust under the erosion of the demonic energy. Yi Chu's fingers moved slightly, and in an instant, black gas flowed out from the corpse demon's wounds. The corpse demon let out a scream as its body was slowly being disassembled. At this moment, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. A shadow flew in from afar. This shadow stopped above the corpse demon. How is this possible? How could the corpse demon I refine be defeated so easily? As he spoke, he formed seals with both hands, and a massive amount of malevolent energy flowed from his fingertips. Behind that person, a huge phantom appeared. The moment Yi Chu saw the phantom, he frowned. With a red nose and a red face, holding a folding fan, feather fan, or treasure hammer, and with wings growing from behind, this was the Japanese deity Tengu. Instantly, the phantom gradually materialized, exuding immense pressure. Under this pressure, everyone bent their bodies, except for Yi Chu. It seemed as if an invisible barrier surrounded Yi Chu. A Japanese deity dares to wreak havoc on the land of Longhua. In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Yi Chu. Ximu, I'll leave the above matter to you. Don't worry. As he spoke, the demon Ximu charged directly towards the materialized Tengu. Yi Chu, meanwhile, condensed demonic wings behind him and flew into the sky. The moment he approached that person, Yi Chu launched the 4 swords of extermination. The target was not that person, but the corpse demon below. In the end, under the unwilling gaze of the corpse demon, it turned to powder. That person looked at Yi Chu with blood-red eyes. Baka, I will turn you into my new pet. As he spoke, that person casually waved a large amount of malevolent energy toward Yichu. A Japanese on my OG thinks he can deal with me? Seeking death. As the malevolent energy approached Yichu, it dissipated instantly. The on my OG was left in shock. How is this possible? That was malevolent energy. Even a little bit could consume a person's mind. How could it dissipate? Yichu slowly raised his right hand. Because I'm stronger than you. In an instant, demonic energy began to condense from the air. The rules of the demonic path, the domain of demons. The demonic energy surged forth like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, rushing towards the Onmyoji. The Onmyoji quickly formed seals with both hands, and a golden protective barrier gradually appeared. When the demonic energy collided with the barrier, it actually dissipated. Yichu became curious. After all, there are very few things that can withstand demonic energy. Lu Kuanxing said from a distance, this person actually harnessed national fortune to provide protection. Yichu nodded upon hearing this. The power of national fortune can indeed protect against demonic energy. But national fortune cannot be used carelessly. Once there is a problem with national fortune, the nation will be finished. National fortune is the foundation of a country. As Yichu thought of this, he smiled. This is a great supplement. I won't be polite in taking it. As he spoke, Yichu opened his hand, and an immense suction force appeared. The Onmyoji began to feel the national fortune around him dissipating. He immediately tried to stabilize it, but it was of no use. The rules of the demonic path, the domain of demons. Instantly, a large amount of Japanese national fortune was sucked into the demonic realm. Although you only have this little national fortune, it is enough for Japan to drink a pot. The moment the last trace of national fortune was absorbed, Japan erupted in a massive earthquake. Coastal areas experienced towering tsunamis. Of course, Yichu was unaware of all this at the moment. At this time, the Onmyoji began to age rapidly. You can't do this. I'm a top Onmyoji in Japan. You will face retribution. Yichu chuckled lightly. Then, without the protection of national fortune, the Onmyoji was invaded by a large amount of demonic energy. In an instant, he turned to dust. At this time, Ximu also returned, carrying the unconscious Tengu. This was just a juvenile form, too weak. Yicheu Lafit, just a miscellaneous god from Japan. Ximu replied, yes, just a miscellaneous god. I will now transform and head to Japan for reconnaissance. Yichu, thank you for your hard work. Ximu waved his hand, and both of them knew that Japan had started to take action. They needed to keep track of Japan's movements at all times. Ximu's speed and transformation ability were the most advantageous, making him the best candidate for this task. After everyone finished, they each left. Yichu went straight to the headquarters in the human realm. The situation with the Japanese Onmyoji causing trouble in Long Kingdom had to be addressed. Before that, Yichu absorbed the national fortune he had obtained from Japan. Instantly, Yichu felt the seal of the Panku treasure box within him loosen significantly. Upon returning to headquarters, Yichu immediately found Xiaofeng. Uncle Zhao, the Japanese Onmyoji are refining corpse demons in Long Kingdom, which poses a serious threat to our people. What should we do about this? Xiaofeng replied, I already know about this matter and have sent someone to investigate. It was sent by the upper echelons of Japan. So what do we do? Xiaofeng smiled slightly. We will return the favor in kind. I have already sent someone to Japan. Yichu asked, do you need me to help? Xiaofeng thought for a moment. Yes, but be careful. Yichu nodded and then went directly to the airport to take a private plane. Meanwhile, a group of high-ranking officials on the other side of the ocean was talking to a man dressed in a superhero cape. Patriot, we want you to kill a Long Kingdom citizen named Yichu. The Patriot looked at his hands. What is in it for me? One high-ranking official shrugged. Anything you want. We just need Yichu's head. The Patriot replied, all right, then I want her life. Before the high-ranking official could respond, another one beside him immediately agreed. The Patriot shot a laser that split the high-ranking official in half. He then broke through the roof to search for his target, Yichu. At that moment, Yichu had just arrived in Japan. As soon as he exited the airport, he saw two familiar figures. Yo-Yo Guangu, I'm here. The two were Tang Yo-Yo and Guangu Shinchi. Tang Yo-Yo said, wow, our young master Yi has become more handsome after a few years. Yo-Yo, don't tease me. Yichu replied, so, what are you doing in Japan this time? You didn't even tell us over the phone. Guangu asked, can you tell us now? Maybe we can help. Yichu thought for a moment and finally spoke, but instead of revealing his mission, he advised them, Yo-Yo, Guangu, I advise you to go back to Long Kingdom. I can only tell you that Japan won't be peaceful during this time, just like the recent earthquake and tsunami. Yo-Yo looked at Yichu, then at Guangu. Guangu stared at Yichu. Yichu, our Guangu family is not as simple as you think. I actually know what has been happening with the disasters lately, And I was planning to take Yo-Yo and my family to Long Kingdom soon. Yo-Yo nodded in agreement. Yichu sighed in relief. Contact me when you do. I'll arrange a private plane for you. Guanggu nodded. Soon, they arrived at Guanggu's home, where Yichu would stay for a few days. That very night, Guanggu's house was attacked by a group of ninjas. Fortunately, everyone was not at home at the time. Guanggu picked up a shuriken from the ground. Looks like someone is after us. Yichu was confused. At that moment, Yo-Yo explained, the Guanggu family is actually a prominent ninja clan, but they grew tired of a life of killing, which is why they became chefs. However, an old ninja clan would not let them leave so easily, so they sent people to attack them. Yichu said, I can help. Guanggu waved his hand in refusal. I want to handle this myself. With that, a fierce aura emanated from Guanggu. Suddenly, a figure dressed in ninja attire appeared behind him. Yichu's eyes narrowed. He recognized the man. Hans. Suddenly, a laser shot down from the sky. The three reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a roll. Almost simultaneously, they looked up at the figure in the sky. Guanggu exclaimed, the patriot from beautiful country, what is he doing here? At that moment, Yichu's body began to fly into the air. He must be here for me. I'll be back shortly. With that, Yichu charged towards the distant patriot and grabbed him, flying away. If they fought here, Guanggu's house would likely be half destroyed. Soon, the two reached the sky above a desolate forest. After they separated, the patriot looked at Yichu with disbelief. Just moments ago, he couldn't resist and had been brought here by Yichu. The patriot couldn't believe that anyone could be stronger than him. His eyes turned red as he shot out a laser. Yichu smiled, and his eyes lit up. Laser eyes, huh? The Saint Lord's pig talisman ability activated. The patriot was first shocked, then began to exert more force. Yichu smirked. Playing with laser eyes? I'm your ancestor. Instantly, Yichu's laser intensified several times. The patriot couldn't hold on for long before his eyes began to hurt. Yichu's laser was clearly overpowering him. Finally, the patriot let out a cry of agony, and his laser disappeared. Yichu's laser struck the patriot, sending him flying. Seeing this, Yichu smiled and immediately pursued him. At this point, the patriot had regained his composure and was sprinting towards beautiful country, knowing he was no match for Yichu. Just then, a familiar voice came from above him. Leaving so soon? In a hurry? The patriot slowly turned his head upward and saw Yichu floating casually above him. Yichu raised his fist. Let's chat down there. Bang! The patriot was struck down by Yichu's punch. When Yichu landed, he saw the patriot's head buried in the ground. Why don't you believe me? Yichu said as he pulled the patriot out. I was wrong. Please let me go. Yichu asked, do you realize your mistake now? Where were you earlier? With that, Yichu placed his hands on the patriot's head. Instantly, a large amount of demonic energy surged into the patriot's mind. The patriot was directly invaded by the demonic energy, unable to suppress his cries of agony. Blood flowed from his eyes and ears. Gradually, blood also seeped from his mouth and nose. Ultimately, the patriot stopped breathing amidst his suffering. Yichu's hands slowly left the patriot's head, revealing a glowing orb in his palm. I accept your ability. You can only blame yourself for provoking me, you bastard. Then Yichu waved his hand and threw out a ball of flames to burn the body of the person from his homeland. Soon, the body turned into powder. After finishing everything, Yichu began to fly back in the direction he came from. The next day, the news of the disappearance of the person from his homeland shocked the entire world. Upon hearing the news, Yichu merely smiled slightly and then tossed his phone aside. It seems I need to visit the beautiful country soon, otherwise they might really take me for a pushover. He then took out the light orb of the person from his homeland. What exactly is this thing? It's like Qi, but not Qi. Soon, the members of the Yi family that Yichu contacted arrived at the door of the Guanggu family. Yichu handed the light orb directly to them. Study it and see if we can mass-produce it. Yes. After everything was done, Yichu prepared to leave. He needed to meet with the people sent to Japan by the Human World faction. Soon, Yichu arrived at the meeting point. There were already two people there. One was Xiaofeng, whom Yichu had met before. The other person was wearing a gray robe. As he got closer, Yichu was shocked. Isn't this the famous Taoist from Maoshan, Lin Jiao? You are indeed here. You are the friend Yichu sent to help, right? That's right, it's me. The two then discussed what to do next. I can open the ghost gate here, and at that time, the people will definitely be in dire straits. Yichu thought for a moment. That would go against the way of heaven and have a huge impact on you, Uncle Jiao. Uncle Jiao nodded. No problem. In front of the state, what does the way of heaven matter? Instantly, Uncle Jiao's figure grew tall in front of Yichu. The preparations were soon completed. As the altar was opened, the sky turned dark. Wisps of lingering souls began to appear around. The ghost gate swung wide open. With some relying on the gate to come to the human world, while others were preparing to enter the underworld. At this moment, the ground began to turn cold. In Yichu's eyes, a small door appeared on the ground. The moment the small door opened, the temperature around dropped instantly. At this time, lightning flashed in the sky. Uncle Joe gripped his peachwood sword tightly, staring intently at the sky. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly lightning struck towards Uncle Joe. Just as Uncle Joe was about to take the hit, Yichu intervened. In an instant, with a wave of his hand, the heavenly lightning was deflected by an invisible force. Uncle Joe looked at Yichu in shock. Yichu smiled. "Continue. With me here, no one can harm you." He then flew directly into the air. Yichu pointed at the sky. "Way of heaven, you're truly unjust. Why do you not punish Japan while wanting the lives of the people of Dragon Country with the same moves?" As soon as he finished speaking, a massive amount of lightning struck towards Yichu. Yichu instantly flew into a rage. "If the way of heaven is unjust, then I have no reason to respect it." Instantly, the demonic energy on his body exploded, accompanied by spatial power and the power of the 5 elements. Demonic path rules. With the power of rules, I can withstand your unjust heavenly remnants. Yichu was right. The current way of heaven was indeed just a remnant soul. The true way of heaven had long disappeared. This way of heaven was now just a mindless, black and white remnant soul. The moment the demonic path rules erupted, the temperature around dropped again, and the lingering souls surged even more. Demonic path rules. Thousands of demons emerged from their lairs. In an instant, tens of thousands of demonic energies surged into the sky. The remnant soul of the way of heaven instantly emitted a vast golden light to counter it. This golden light was composed of countless merits. Merits are the most mysterious power, although they are evolved from the 3,000 great path rules. Their strength can rival any great path rule. To this day, aside from the way of heaven and the great paths, no one can control the power of merits. This was Ichu's first time witnessing the power of merits. The moment the demonic energy and merits collided, the heavens and earth trembled. Neither force yielded, but the power of merits subtly gained the upper hand. Seeing this, Yichu's demonic energy surged even higher, and slowly, for treasured swords flew out from the demonic energy, which were the 4 swords of the extermination of immortals from the demonic path rules. The moment the 4 swords emerged, the heavens and earth changed, and the 4 swords flew directly into the sky. In front of the 4 swords of extermination of immortals, the power of merits slowly began to dissipate. The power of individual rules and the spiritual treasures birthed from the rules are 2 different concepts. At that moment, a ruler appeared in midair, effortlessly knocking the 4 swords of extermination of immortals away. The ruler of merits. Yichu quickly realized something was wrong. That was not a physical object, but a massive aggregation of merits condensed by the remnant soul of the way of heaven. Although it was not tangible, it was already sufficient to contend with the 4 swords of extermination of immortals. Seeing this, Yichu waved his hand again, and a small pagoda appeared in his hand. 5 elements pagoda, suppress. This was a spiritual treasure birthed from the 5 elements rules, capable of suppressing all things. The pagoda flew into the air like a cannonball. The 4 swords of extermination of immortals immediately surrounded the pagoda. Way of heaven, today I will defy you. After saying that, Yichu formed hand seals. 5 elements rules. 5 elements strangulation. Instantly, a large formation appeared in the sky. Within the formation, the remnant soul of the way of heaven finally took on a human form. It was a man dressed in blue, holding the ruler of merits, with a jade pendant at his waist. The moment the man appeared, a pressure surged towards Yichu. Yichu instantly dropped to the ground, but quickly began to rise again. As expected of the way of heaven, but you are just a remnant soul. Neither a god, nor an immortal, nothing at all. After saying that, Yichu's momentum rose again. If my power of rules were fully cultivated, I could crush a remnant soul like you easily. Yichu then waved his hand, and a wave of spatial fluctuation emerged. Spatial rules, supreme space. In an instant, it was as if Yichu had jumped out of this world. He was no longer as disheveled as before. However, only Yichu knew that this space wouldn't last long. After all, he had felt that pressure before. Thinking of this, Yichu exerted force with his legs and charged toward the remnant soul of the way of heaven trapped in the 5 elements formation. At this time, the remnant soul of the way of heaven was confined by the 5 elements formation, slowly raising the ruler of merits in his hand. Break. Instantly, the fire array within the formation was shattered. Yichu's eyes narrowed. He could forcibly break the 5 elements formation too, but would absolutely not be as easy as the way of heaven's remnant soul. Just as Ximu was approaching, only the water and wood arrays remained in the five elements formation. Seeing this, Ximu produced a willow branch in his hand, which was the chaotic spiritual treasure birth from the spatial rules, the Yang Mei willow branch. Ximu quickly swung the willow branch. A space-rending attack surged toward the remnant soul of the way of heaven. The remnant soul seemed to sense something and instantly surrounded himself with a large amount of merit power. The attack was thus blocked by the power of merits. He then turned his gaze to the remaining two formations. But at this moment, Ximu was already above him. Ximu brought his index and middle fingers together. Heaven shattering, demonic force gathering. In an instant, the 8 great demon phantoms appeared around Ximu. A ball of light also appeared at Yichu's fingertips. The 8 demon phantoms quickly merged into the light ball. This was Yichu's strongest attack at the moment, drawing upon the power of the 8 great demons. Even the power of the laws Ximu currently possessed was incomparable. With a single point of his finger, the color of the heavens and earth changed, and even the surrounding space began to be compressed. Powerful beings from distant planets and universes noticed the explosive power of Yichu's attack. Some looked on disdainfully, while others showed expressions of wariness. The old celestial master on Blue Star looked at this attack with a look of satisfaction. Finally, our human race has someone who can contend with the gods. Invincible beneath the immortals, still invincible above the immortals. Ha ha ha. The old celestial master was not wrong. At this moment, Yichu's strength was indeed beyond that of ordinary immortals. However, this did not include the old gods from the heavenly court, the underworld, and the great desolation. The old celestial master was referring to scattered immortals. Meanwhile, Ximu had already regained a sense of calm. The sky, which had been covered by dark clouds, returned to normal. The area was as if it had been bombed by an atomic bomb. However, the victor was not Ximu, but rather the remnants of the heavenly Tao still in the air. Half of its body had been shattered and was currently being repaired by a large amount of merit power. Ximu had already collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. He lay there like a pile of mud, desperately trying to recover his strength, but he couldn't keep up with the remnants of the heavenly Tao. In the distance, Jiushu and Xiaofeng had already fainted. Ximu was truly isolated and helpless now. It's over. I messed up big time. Am I going to die this time? Suddenly, the remnants of the heavenly Tao in the sky grasped lightning and hurled it toward Ximu. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Ximu to block the attack. You've exhausted me, old man. I put in a lot of effort to save you. Little brat. Ximu recognized the visitor and smiled. Old Celestial Master, you arrived just in time. The old Celestial Master replied, don't be too happy after all. This guy on the other side isn't easy to deal with. At that moment, several dark figures flashed by. Old Celestial Master, what if we join in? 4 figures appeared in front of Ximu, helping him up. Young Master, you should rest for a bit. Ximu recognized the 4 of them. They were the 4 demon guardians of the Yi family, Xiongqi, Tao Tai, Tao Wu, and Hundun. Their strength far surpassed that of the old Celestial Master, and they were among the most mysterious members of the Yi family's guardian team. The 4 stood in a line with the old Celestial Master, while Ximu began to recover his strength rapidly. Although the 4 were strong, they were still not enough to deal with the remnants of the heavenly Tao. However, Ximu could now because just a moment ago, a warm current flowed through his body. Ximu was very familiar with this feeling. It was the sensation of the awakening of the power of the laws. After recovering a small amount of strength, Ximu directly used the awakened laws. Instantly, an invisible black energy appeared in Yichu's hand. This was the Chaos Law. Then, with a wave of his other hand, a pearl appeared in Yichu's grasp. The Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl. This was renowned as one of the strongest Chaos Supreme Treasures, alongside the Opening Heaven Axe, the Creation Jade Plate, and the Chaos Green Lotus. Yichu's thoughts stirred, and a large amount of chaotic energy flowed from the Chaos Pearl into Ximu. His strength began to recover significantly, and his injuries started to heal. Soon, Ximu returned to his optimal state. At this point, the old Celestial Master and the others were already at their limits. Seeing this, Yichu's expression changed, and the Chaos Pearl began to overflow with a large amount of chaotic energy. Let me see the power of the chaotic energy. As soon as he finished speaking, the chaotic energy seemed to understand something and began to surge. Ximu waved his hand and unleashed all the chaotic energy. You all get back. The old Celestial Master and the others hurriedly dodged upon hearing this. Chaos Law, Chaos Gale. The chaotic energy that flew out transformed into blades of gale. The speed of these gales was so fast that the remnants of the heavenly Tao had no chance to react. In an instant, his right arm and left leg were severed. Moreover, the wounds were covered with a layer of chaotic energy. With the obstruction of the chaotic energy, the merit power could not repair the body of the remnants of the heavenly Tao at all. While merit power was difficult to deal with, it wasn't entirely ineffective. Subsequently, the Chaos Pearl in Yi Chu's hand emitted light once again. Chaos Law, Chaos One Realm. As the chaotic energy spread, the remnants of the heavenly Tao felt that their surroundings were being sealed off. Then, his body began to dissipate. More accurately, it was his remnant soul that began to dissipate. I can't let you enter reincarnation, but I can send you to another world and temporarily seal you away. The remnants of the heavenly Tao transformed into strands of golden light and entered the Chaos Pearl. The merit power in the air also began to dissipate. This signified that the remnants of the heavenly Tao had completely detached from this world. Due to the separation of the three realms, the dissolution of the heavenly Tao posed no problem for the world. Yi Chu finally breathed a sigh of relief and lay on the ground. The old celestial master came to Yi Chu's side and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. The four demon guardians left the area to prepare for sealing off the events that had occurred today. The old celestial master said, "Little Yi, do you now have a new understanding of immortals?" Yi Chu nodded. "I'm very curious about how strong true immortals really are." The old celestial master replied, "There are very few scattered immortals in the world stronger than this remnant of the heavenly Tao. As for true immortals in the human realm, there are only a few who are separated from the three realms and have not returned to the heavenly realm. They have already undergone reincarnation. Now they are merely mortal bodies, unless their previous memories are restored." Yi Chu asked, "Why did they undergo reincarnation? Perhaps they have seen through the world." Yi Chu did not speak. He looked up at the sky. The separation of the three realms was just a legend to Yi Chu. He did not know what had happened back then, so he did not want to comment rashly. Just then, the sound of a police car siren came from a distance. Yi Chu and the old celestial master quickly got up. One of them carried Zhoulan while the other carried Xiaofeng, and they quickly left the place. The Ghost Gate in Japan had now opened, and Yi Chu had kindly placed several layers of restrictions, which meant that no one could close the Ghost Gate without his consent. Countless evil spirits would crawl out of the Ghost Gate at all times. The next day, Japan sealed off the area and dispatched a large number of onmyoji to the site. Their only ability was to kill one evil spirit at a time, and encountering stronger evil spirits would result in the loss of several onmyoji. As for seeking help from deities, it wasn't that they didn't want to, they simply couldn't. Deities cannot be summoned at will. Each summoning consumes a large amount of national fortune. This is one of the reasons why Japan experiences many disasters, and their lifespans are also not long. They would not request help from deities unless absolutely necessary. What they did not know was that Yi Chu's restrictions would continue to strengthen, and if they did not break the restrictions now, it would be even harder in the future. This would lead Japan to become a ghost country many years later, a nation composed of ghostly beings. Everything was caused by their own actions. Of course, that was a story for later. After finishing everything, Yi Chu was ready to return to Long Country. Accompanied by the old celestial master, Zhoulan, Xiaofeng, as well as Yu and the Guanku family, the group took a private plane to leave Japan. Yi Chu, Zhoulan, and the old celestial master did not want to stay there any longer. The three knew the consequences of the Ghost Gate being wide open. Small ghosts were manageable, but they feared the emergence of extraordinary ghostly beings. Extraordinary ghostly beings were incredibly powerful, and even the old celestial master had to weigh the situation carefully. The key point was that there were many extraordinary ghostly beings. A ghost city might contain thousands of them. Thus, they were managed by the underworld, and generally, they did not cause trouble, but when they did emerge, it would unleash a bloody storm. After the private plane left Japan, Yi Chu and the others immediately relaxed. They truly feared that the underworld would fail to keep an eye on things, and an extraordinary ghostly being would block their way. Although they could deal with it, it would require some effort. On the plane, the old celestial master and Zhoulan were chatting while Yi Chu was reading a book and drinking. At that moment, the captain of the private plane walked over to Yi Chu. "Young master, the radar has detected a massive flying object heading towards us, and there seems to be a giant beast in the sea watching us." The captain was also trained by the Yi family. Yi Chu nodded. "The plane is flying normally. Open the special exit for the plane, and I'll handle it." The captain nodded. Yi Chu then walked to a small room on the plane, which looked unremarkable but was actually a special passage for leaving the plane. Yi Chu pressed a button nearby, and the floor beneath him disappeared, causing him to fall down. But soon, Yichu flew up. He waited for the flying object to arrive and glanced at the sea. He saw a giant beast resembling a crocodile floating on the surface, staring at him. The reason was that Yichu was constantly emitting energy. This was how he attracted the giant beast. It was to make the flying object and the giant beast target him so that they would not pursue the plane. Before the flying object arrived, Yichu wanted to deal with the giant beast first. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind him. It was the water demon, Basha. Basha, I'm counting on you this time. Basha replied, leave it to me. Yichu then thought of something. Can you draw on my power of laws? Basha replied, you can use the power of laws, and it will extend to me. Yichu nodded. Basha then materialized and jumped into the sea. Instantly, a towering tsunami surged, directly striking the giant beast. At this moment, Yichu unleashed the power of laws. Demonic path laws, demonic energy enters the body. In an instant, the power of demonic path laws appeared on Basha as well. At that moment, a cry of an eagle echoed in the sky. Yichu turned around and saw a giant griffin. Seeing this, Yichu became interested because he was in need of a mount. And this griffin was just what Yichu wanted. Yichu almost instantly arrived in front of the griffin. Magic energy surged from his hand. Demonic path laws. Magic enters the mind. Yichu placed a hand on the top of the griffin's head, and instantly, the griffin began to struggle. The pain of this demonic energy invading its spirit was astonishing. Yichu was not surprised by the griffin's reaction. He gradually increased the intensity and forced out a bit of his blood with the magic energy, allowing the magic to merge with the griffin's spirit. Soon, the griffin's expression changed from fierce to fearful, and finally to submission. From now on, you'll follow me. I need to give you a name. Let's call you Wind Dragon. Upon hearing its name, the Wind Dragon circled in the air, clearly pleased with the name. Yichu stood on the head of the Wind Dragon, and together they flew towards the sea. Since Yichu's blood had merged with the Wind Dragon's spirit, they were now in sync. Soon, they spotted Basha entangled with the giant beast. At this point, Basha had managed to gain the upper hand. Basha, finish it off. We're heading back. Basha nodded. Then, the ocean in a certain area began to swell. Instantly, the seawater pierced through the giant beast's body like a sword. Ultimately, the giant beast slowly sank into the sea. Basha then returned to Yichu's body. By this time, Ximu had also returned. After a while, without seeing Yichu, the old celestial master and the others were curious when Guanku's father shouted from outside. What is that? Everyone immediately looked outside. They saw Yichu standing atop a giant griffin, as if he were the king of the world. Jioshu remarked, Yi Xiaoyu is indeed powerful. He has tamed such a giant beast. The old celestial master said this little ghost is too good at showing off. To avoid causing panic among the crowd, Yichu directly took the Wind Dragon to a base of the Yi family. Here, besides the Wind Dragon, there were several other giant beasts, all trained and subdued by the Yi family. They corresponded to the 4 sacred teams and the 4 fierce teams. After doing all of this, Yichu returned to his apartment. He was extremely tired. He hadn't had a proper rest in the past few days. Before he could even wake up, he heard a loud knocking on the door. He rubbed his eyes and walked out. What's going on? Can't a person sleep well in the morning? He saw that most of the people in the apartment had gathered. This did not include Zhoulan and Bao. As Zhoulan had gone to school, and Bao had been assigned a task by the company. At this moment, Lu Ziqiao anxiously said, Meijia is missing. The hospital called me this morning and said Meijia made an appointment for an abortion last night. Yichu immediately woke up. He quickly looked at Zhugadali, as he should be able to inquire about the Zhuge family situation. However, Zhugadali shook her head. Sister Meijia had used Qi to isolate everything related to him. With no other choice, everyone could only search separately. 3 cars set off simultaneously from the apartment building, beginning to look for the hospital where Meijia was located. Yichu teamed up with Umo, who was temporarily staying at the apartment. Guanku and Yu received the news and also joined the search. To this end, Yichu mobilized the power of the Yi family. After all, this world was different from the original Love Apartment world, so everything would not be the same as in the original work. Soon, Yichu received news from the Yi family. Meijia's last appearance was in a place called Bio Village. Yichu was stunned. Bio Village seemed to be an organization of extraordinary people founded by Ma Xianhong. If he remembered correctly, the human world seemed to be planning to take action against Bio Village. Thinking of this, Yichu sent a message to everyone. You all go back first. I know where Meijia is. Ziqiao and I will go find her now. The two then went directly to the airport, and Yichu also informed Ziqiao about Meijia's situation. At that moment, Yichu sensed that someone was following them. He instantly released a large amount of qi and quickly locked onto that person. Yichu vanished in an instant and appeared behind the person. Umo, what are you doing? The one following Yichu and the others was Qin Yuma. Seeing that her presence was exposed, Qin Yuma awkwardly scratched her head. I just wanted to follow. Yichu had no choice but to bring Umo along. At this time, the human world also sent people to Bo village, including a group of temporary workers. Of course, this did not include Feng Bao, who was on a mission, and Zhang Zhoulan, who was attending school. Soon, the three of them arrived at the outskirts of Bo village. At this time, Xiao Zizai and others had already clashed with Bo village. The temporary worker Chinduo had joined Bo village and killed his superior, Liao Zhong from the South China region. In fact, Yichu wanted to stop it, but he was in Japan at that time. While waiting for Xiao Zizai and others, Yichu suddenly felt something. He spoke to LZ Qiao and walked away. Finding a secluded place, Yichu spoke up. Old Master Bai, since there are no others here. Ha, truly the strongest among the temporary workers. An old man walked out of the woods, clapping his hands. This person was Bai Yuan, one of the 12 upper vessels of Bo village. He appeared to be an ordinary old man, but no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was the enlightenment teacher of Ding Dongan, one of the two heroes, and also the master of Gongqing, the current leader of the All-Being sect. Yichu said, as a junior, I dare not claim to be the strongest in front of you. Bai Yuan stroked his beard. You came to Bo village for Ma Xianhong, right? Yichu replied, that's right. You should also be here for a young friend named Chen Meijia. Bai Lao has met Meijia. She is very strong. She is now the 13th upper vessel. A trace of disappointment flashed in Yichu's eyes. Bai Yuan said, Yi Xiaoyu, you should go back. Ma Xianhong has hired a powerful loose immortal to deal with you. Yichu's eyes narrowed. The Three Realms passage is severed. I didn't expect there would still be a loose immortal in the human world. This piqued Yichu's interest. Old Master Bai, do you think I would be afraid of a loose immortal? In an instant, Yichu's aura erupted, a power transcending the mundane world. Bai Yuan's eyes narrowed. Half-step to ascension. The realm of cultivation is divided into human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi-saint, merit saint, Hunyuan saint, heavenly Dao saint, great Dao saint, chaos saint, Hongming saint, and void saint, with each realm divided into early stage, mid-stage, and peak. Yichu was just one step away from achieving human immortal. This was without the power of the laws. If he included the power of the laws, Yichu would have already reached the early stage of heaven immortal. Currently, Yichu had not fully comprehended the power of the laws. Even if he fully comprehended one law, Yichu's strength would have already reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. The standard for Great Luo Golden Immortal is to comprehend the power of the laws. For instance, the remnant soul of the heavenly Tao previously only had the strength of early stage heaven immortal. In the human world, true immortal is basically at the peak, but in the heavenly realm, it is considered a relatively weak existence. Yichu said, Old Master Bai, you should look closely. After saying this, Yichu directly emitted his own power of the laws. An immortal, stronger than the loose immortal Ma Xianhong hired. Currently, there is no accurate definition of the cultivation realm in the human world. Old Master, I am now at the peak of heaven immortal. Do you think I will be afraid? Bai Yuan shook his head. The strength of the old heavenly master is only mid-earth immortal. I didn't expect you to have surpassed the old heavenly master. So please tell Old Master Bai to go back and inform Ma Xianhong not to seek his own death. Bai Yuan asked, Do you dare to kill him? Isn't your organization's mission to capture us? Yichu nodded, but I don't care about the mission. Besides, you may not know, I am not here representing the human world, but I came to find a friend. Bai Yuan nodded. That's right. I will tell Ma Xianhong. After saying this, Bai Yuan disappeared into the forest. Yichu watched Bai Yuan's figure and slowly retracted his aura. What he just said was also a warning to Bai Yuan. If he wanted to help Ma Xianhong, the only outcome would be death. One must know that although Bai Yuan seemed to lack combat power, he was indeed a true half-step to ascension. Yichu was unclear about Ma Xianhong's strength, but it was speculated to be stronger than Xiao Zizai and others. Plus, with the 12 upper vessels, now it was 13 upper vessels. If these 13 people surrounded him, Yichu would need to deal with the loose immortal and Ma Xianhong, and possibly Bai Yuan as well, which would put immense pressure on Xiao Zizai and others. Just then, Yichu suddenly sensed someone approaching him, and their strength was comparable to his. Yichu quickly took out the Chaos Pearl to hide his aura. He then hid in a secret corner. At that moment, a man holding a long sword appeared where Yichu had just been. Strange, I clearly sensed a powerful being at the heaven immortal level here. Where did they go? Yichu could clearly hear what the person was saying. The teacher said that with the current depletion of spiritual energy, it's unexpected that someone can cultivate to the heaven immortal level. It seems the other party also has powerful sect resources. I need to report this back to the sect. After saying this, the person flew away on his sword. Yichu also came out. He sensed that the opponent's strength should be at the early stage of heaven immortal. Currently, cultivators in this world all have a powerful sect that continuously provides resources. Otherwise, with the current spiritual energy of the world, one would never be able to touch the threshold of cultivation in their lifetime. Often, those at the heaven immortal level in such sects are among the top talents. Yichu was not curious about which sect the other party belonged to. After all, the other party needed to constantly cultivate to continue improving their realm, while Yichu did not, because the Panku treasure box inside him would automatically cultivate. The Panku treasure box and Yichu were one entity. As the Panku treasure box cultivated, Yichu would automatically cultivate along with it. Moreover, as the 8 major demons continuously cultivated, Yichu's strength would also continuously increase. Yichu did not know how far he would ultimately reach. He directly flashed away from there. The next day, Yichu and his companions finally met up with Xiaofeng and his group. They began to discuss how to deal with Bo village. Yichu, I can agree to anything, but I want to take Shun Meijia from the 13th root artifact. Xiaofeng did not speak, just nodded. The other temporary workers had no objections either. Shun Meijia had just joined Bo village and had not participated in any activities there. At present, Xiaofeng was only interested in Zhao Guozian from the 13th root artifact, as Zhao Guozian was the only one who could be killed among them. Yichu also sensed Xiaofeng's thoughts. Xiao Gu, in a while, I need to go to Japan to check on the situation at the Ghost Gate and eliminate the family that previously came from Japan to Dragon Country to refine corpse demons. This was the news Yichu had just received. Due to the previous corpse demon incident, Dragon Country had a discussion with Japan, and in the end, Japan decided to sacrifice a family to calm the matter. As for the Ghost Gate, they still did not know who had opened it. Xiaofeng looked up at Yichu. You're still to my taste, Xiao Yi. Yichu, of course. To be honest, Yichu was not bloodthirsty, but it depended on the situation. Ultimately, everyone decided to enter the village first. As they entered the village, Yichu felt that he was being targeted. Too cautious. I'm not some abyss beast. Xiaofeng, beside him, wanted to laugh upon hearing this. Xiao Yi, you are now even more terrifying than an abyss beast. Suddenly, a knife fell in front of them. Sorry, everyone, you are not welcome here. Blocking Yichu and the others was the sword energy master Fu Rong, who was also one of the 13th root artifacts. Yichu, is that so? I don't feel that way. After saying this, Yichu released his aura, instantly shattering the knife on the ground. Fu Rong, how is that possible? Not only Fu Rong, but Xiaofeng and the others were also immensely shocked. To shatter a knife with just aura, in their understanding, only the old master could do that. Yichu smiled at Fu Rong. May I enter now? Fu Rong, you may. Yichu nodded and then led Xiaofeng and the others into the village. The moment they entered the village, a figure flashed by. That figure kicked Lu Ziqiao out. Yichu also clearly saw that figure. Meijia. Meijia turned around to look at Yichu. Long time no see. The originally expressionless face revealed a smile upon seeing Yichu. This was the first time the people of Bo village saw this rude artifact smile. Why are you here? Meijia. I want to try a pastoral life and find a stable place to take care of the child alone. As she spoke, she stroked her belly. Hearing Meijia's words, Lu Ziqiao immediately ran over. Wife, you didn't abort the child, that's great. Meijia did not respond, and with a wave of her water sleeves, she sent Lu Ziqiao flying again. Lu Ziqiao, this child has nothing to do with you, and don't call me that. I'm about to marry Xiaofeng. At this moment, a white-haired man walked over. The newcomer was Xiaofeng, one of the 13th root artifacts. Xiaofeng directly embraced Shun Meijia. For a moment, a flash of disgust and regret crossed Shun Meijia's eyes. Although it was very brief, Yichu caught it. To be honest, Shun Meijia agreed to marry Xiaofeng under duress. She had originally been lured by Ma Xianhong. To completely keep Shun Meijia under Ma Xianhong's coercion, she ultimately made a marriage pact with Xiaofeng. However, in front of Lu Ziqiao, Shun Meijia did not want to lose face. And she also did not want Lu Ziqiao to be in danger, as she knew Ma Xianhong's strength. Lu Ziqiao knelt on the ground, feeling hopeless. Yichu saw Meijia's situation and walked step by step to Xiaofeng. Get lost. Xiaofeng's expression instantly turned very ugly. But before he could erupt, he felt a great force coming at him. In an instant, he was sent flying and crashed against the wall. However, this pressure did not disappear. A large amount of demonic energy flowed out from Yichu's body. Demonic Dao Law, 10,000 demons strangulation. The moment the demonic energy flowed out, several metal balls blocked Yichu's path. The village chief of Bo village, Ma Xianhong, finally appeared. However, how could these things possibly stop Yichu? The demonic energy surging from Yichu directly crushed these metal balls. Then Yichu walked step by step toward Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Ma Xianhong immediately ordered an elder beside him to take action. The elder pushed his palm forward, instantly trapping Yichu with a surge of true energy. This true energy was something that could only be acquired after ascending, similar to the qi within a foreign body. Yichu was first taken aback, then laughed. A newcomer who just ascended dares to fight me? After saying this, Yichu instantly unleashed his full strength. The elder looked at Yichu in disbelief. Peak Celestial. Yichu waved his hand and dispersed the true energy blocking him. How ridiculous! After saying this, chaos energy burst forth from Yichu's body. Chaos Law, Chaos Gale. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng was reduced to a pile of minced meat. Xiao Zizai helplessly touched his face. What a pity, such good ingredients. Yichu looked at Ma Xianhong. Village Chief Ma, I just want to take my friend away. I advise you not to meddle. Ma Xianhong instantly crushed the wooden stick in his hand. Mr. Yi, as you wish. He did not want it to be this way, but they couldn't win. If this continued, they would all die. The expert they had invited with great difficulty was no match for Yichu. Yichu nodded, directly pulling Chun Meijia away. Then he threw Lu Ziqiao and Chun Meijia into a room to talk. Yichu asked Yuemo to watch the two, while he walked back toward the village. At this time, Xiao Zizai and the others had already been surrounded by Ma Xianhong and others. Ma Xianhong intended to vent his anger on them, but at this moment, Yichu walked over step by step. What a lively scene. Upon seeing Yichu, Ma Xianhong was instantly speechless. At this moment, Yichu suddenly raised his hand. Village Chief Ma, don't worry, this time I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here to represent the company to visit the village. Hearing Yichu's words, Wang Zhenxiu was the first to laugh out loud. Soon after, the other temporary workers also laughed. Ma Xianhong, Yichu, you are too much. Yichu raised his hand, and in an instant, the space began to distort. The villagers surrounding Xiao Zizai were directly pressed to the ground. A group of mortals still wanted to oppose a celestial being. Ma Xianhong, you should know how ridiculous that is, right? Ma Xianhong, pressed to the ground, kept trying to find a way to resist. However, in the face of Yichu's spatial laws, all of this is futile. Not only Ma Xianhong, but even the invited immortal is the same. Yichu originally thought Ma Xianhong would invite a very powerful immortal, but unexpectedly, it was just a newly ascended human immortal. In front of Yichu, it was like a child encountering an adult. The two were simply not on the same level. Yichu slowly walked up to the old man. Tell me, why do you want to help Ma Xianhong? The old man quickly began to plead for mercy. I was wrong, please let me off this time. Yichu nodded. Our company really needs your cooperation, so I hope you can behave yourself later. The old man quickly nodded. Then, with the help of a few people, Yichu tied them up. At that moment, someone walked out from a nearby room. Oh, I took a nap and this happened? Yichu, oh, isn't this Lao Qing? This person was indeed Zhuge Qing from the Wuhou school. Haha, Lao Yi. What are you doing here? The company wants to invite a few people back to talk. I see. With our relationship, can I ask for one person? Ye Chehe Wu Similet. Then directly lifted the spatial pressure off Fu Rong. Zhuge Qing was stunned. How did you know it was Rong? Yichu rolled his eyes. I just walked out and glanced at this woman several times. I'm not blind. Zhuge Qing awkwardly scratched his head. Yichu, don't forget to invite me to the wedding. I want to drink some wedding wine. Fu Rong's face immediately turned bright red, and Zhuge Qing's face was also very flushed. At this moment, Fu Rong looked at the people from Bo village. Big brother Yi, what will happen to the villagers? Yichu, don't worry. The villagers will just need some ideological education, and then they can leave. The 12 upper-tier tools and Ma Xianhong will be more troublesome, especially this Zhao Guozian. While speaking, Yichu threw Zhao Guozian to Xiao Zizai. Brother Xiao, find a hidden place. Xiao Zizai directly carried Zhao Guozian. Don't worry. Yichu, we will investigate thoroughly. As long as they haven't made any mistakes, they will be fine. But Ma Xianhong is more troublesome. However, don't worry. He won't be in any life-threatening danger. Fu Rong nodded at this. Soon, the people from Bo village were all escorted back to the company. Yichu then went to find Lu Ziqiao and the others. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chun Meijia leaning on Lu Ziqiao's shoulder, which starkly contrasted with the collapsed house behind them. Finally, Yichu learned about the situation from Yumak. As soon as Yichu left, Lu Ziqiao was punched out of the house by Chun Meijia. and this strike caused the house to collapse. Lu Ziqiao had no choice but to use Qi transformation armor, fighting while explaining. Ultimately, the misunderstanding was resolved, and the two reconciled. Yichu immediately sent this good news to the group. Then, the few of them tidied up and returned to the apartment. To thank Yichu, Lu Ziqiao and Chun Meijia treated him to a spicy hot pot. Yichu felt a bit speechless. The next day, Yichu was awakened by Hu Yifei's scream. Is it ever going to end? Can't I get a good night's sleep? As soon as Yichu stepped out, he saw Hu Yifei slumped on the sofa. What happened? Lu Ziqiao shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Soon, Yichu understood the situation. The room above Hu Yifei was being renovated. But the two workers spoke a dialect that was too obscure. They couldn't understand Hu Yifei, and she couldn't understand them. Yichu helplessly scratched his hair. Sister Yifei, can't you write? At that moment, Hu Yifei was stunned. It seemed she had never thought of writing. Yichu rolled his eyes and went back to sleep. However, Yichu soon woke up again, this time because there was a problem at the company. With no choice, he tidied up and headed to the company. When he arrived, he saw a group of people standing in the lobby, all dissatisfied with the performance evaluation. Yichu pinched his forehead. He called over an assistant beside him. Who set this performance evaluation? Are they here to work or to do exercises? Assistant, President Yi, this was set by the Vice Chairman Sun Lin. Yichu, where's Lu Shifa? What is he doing as acting chairman? Lu Shifa had been running business outside recently. Yichu nodded and waved for him to resolve this matter. Then Yichu went to a management department, which was outside the management of Wanshou Group. This department could manage Wanshou, but could not be managed by Wanshou. This department was actually Yichu's private department. As soon as Yichu entered, all the employees stood up. Boss, Yichu waved his hand. You all need to resolve Wanshou's matters. And by the way, fire that person named Sun Lin. I'll send someone over shortly to replace him. Then Yichu took out his phone and made a call. Yamak, I need your help. Soon, Yamak arrived at Wanshou building. Yamak looked at Yichu in shock. You want me to be the vice chairman of Wanshou? Yichu nodded. Why? Yichu, your management style should suit Wanshou Group. And most importantly, I trust you. After hearing Yichu's words, Yamak's face immediately turned red. In the end, Yamak agreed to Yichu. After everything was done, Yichu went to the troublesome department. As soon as he entered through the roll-up door, he saw Ouyang Mafei and a group of bears. To be precise, a group of people working late into the night. The moment Hu Chong saw Yichu, he immediately jumped up. As Yichu was wearing the exclusive golden badge of Wanshou's chairman and shareholders. May I ask who you are? Yichu waved his hand for Hu Chong to sit down. I am a shareholder of Wanshou, here to conduct an inspection today. Upon hearing Yichu's words, the people in the troublesome department were extremely shocked. They couldn't believe a leader would be willing to come to their small department. Everyone stood up, including Ouyang Mafei. Sit down, everyone. Yichu waved his hand for them to sit down. Today I'm just here to visit, so there's no need to be so nervous. While drinking water, Hu Chong said he wasn't nervous, but if it weren't for his shirt being soaked with water, Yichu would have believed him. Yichu smiled, then clapped his hands. His assistant pushed in a small cart filled with items. Yichu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Hu Chong. This is a notice for a position promotion. You will be on the same level as Lanny, and you will directly be managed by Lisa, with a 20 salary increase. Hu Chong excitedly took the notice. Yichu was now completely unconcerned about the changes in the plot. Then he took out a notebook and handed it to Ouyang Mafei. This is the latest product of Chuyang Group, containing a complete hacker technology manual. Ouyang Mafei's eyes lit up. Thank you, leader. This was her first heartfelt thanks to her superior. Yichu nodded. Then he took out 2 pieces of paper and handed them to Su Kejia and Pang Xiaobai. This is a complete list of WeChat accounts of girls that match you. Their looks and personalities are compatible. Su Kejia and Pang Xiaobai took the papers, both too excited, feeling like they wanted to adopt Yichu as their godfather. Yichu then took out another piece of paper and handed it to Jin Ruoyu. These are several secret gossip groups in the company. Jin Ruoyu took the paper and looked at it. Indeed, I don't have these groups. Yichu smiled, and then he took out a certificate and handed it to Tang Haixing. This is the best employee award that I had Lu Shifa personally sign. Tang Haixing immediately took the certificate and held it tightly. Yichu looked at Tang Haixing. So similar, just like Lu Shifa carved from the same mold. Then Yichu took out the last item. This is the regularization document and a card for unlimited milk tea. He handed it directly to Sha Lele. Wow, thank you. Leader, thank you so much. Sha Lele said with a smile and nodded. Then he found a spot to sit down. This time the performance assessment was a problem from the management department of the company. The main person, Sun Lin, has already been fired. I hope everyone will not be disappointed in the company. The company is doing everything possible to improve. After hearing Yi Chu's words, the few of them were stunned. Sun Lin was the vice chairman of the company. They didn't expect him to be fired just like that. Then a woman walked in. It was Umo. This is the new vice chairman, Qin Yuma. The few immediately stood up. Vice chairman, hello. Qin Yuma nodded and then sat next to Yi Chu. They chatted for a while with Hu Chong and then left. Umo returned to her position. Yi Chu drove directly to Chuyang Group. Here, Yi Chu's identity is transparent. All the employees know who Yi Chu is. As soon as Yi Chu entered, an employee greeted him. Hello, chairman. Yi Chu nodded and went to his office. Soon his assistant arrived. Yi, is there anything you need? Yi Chu increased the cooperation funds with Wancho Group and closed the Chuyang Group's branch in Japan. Call all the employees back and directly fire the Japanese employees. The assistant nodded. After the assistant left, Yi Chu contacted the Yi family's laboratory. Have you researched the items I gave you before? Young master, we have developed the super ability capsules based on what you provided. Eating this capsule will randomly activate one's own super ability. However, the person eating the capsule must have a strong will and physique. This capsule will have no side effects. Yi Chu, good. Using this capsule for the military is the best choice. Contact the country immediately. The researchers agreed, and Yi Chu hung up the phone. Yi Chu believed that soon there would be a military composed of superpowered individuals in Longhua. After that, Yi Chu began to check some company matters, all about company data. After reading, Yi Chu prepared to leave, but as he reached the door, he saw a familiar figure. Guanggu, Yi Chu, what are you doing here? I'm working here. Guanggu. Oh, I'm here to discuss a contract. Chuyang Group is interested in my comics. Chuyang Group has a comic business. They are involved in entertainment, technology, and life. At this moment, an employee walked out. Chairman, there's another contract you need to sign over here. Yi Chu nodded, looked at it, and signed his name. Guanggu looked at Yi Chu in shock. Chairman? You are the chairman of Chuyang Group? Yi Chu nodded. Yes, come with me. Let's discuss the contract. Guanggu followed Yi Chu in a daze to the comic department of Chuyang Group. Rather than a comic department, it was more like a comic company. The building in front of them was the comic department of Chuyang Group. The two went in and came out shortly after. Guanggu kept thanking Yi Chu while looking at the contract in his hands. Yi Chu just waved his hand. There's no need to thank me. If anything, treat me to a meal. Guanggu immediately took Yi Chu to the most luxurious hotel nearby, but Yi Chu quickly waved his hand. Finally, under Yi Chu's suggestion, they had a luxurious version of spicy hot pot by the roadside. Just after Yi Chu finished eating, his phone rang. Hello? What? Okay, I'll head over now. Yi Chu said a few words to Guanggu and then left. Outside, Yi Chu first went to a deserted alley. At the moment he waved his hand, a spatial rift appeared in front of him. Yi Chu directly passed through the spatial rift to the beautiful country. He saw that the world he was in chaos. People around were fleeing in panic, and numerous robots were chasing humans. Yi Chu immediately took action. As he waved his hand, several spatial slashes flew out. In an instant, a large number of robots were cut in half. At this time, Thor arrived beside Yi Chu. You're late. Yi Chu, it's good that I can come. Don't forget what I went through here last time. Thor nodded. Why do you come again? Yi Chu, the beautiful country is willing to exchange a large amount of resources for my help. Thor laughed, and at that moment, another person arrived beside Yi Chu. Yi Chu, long time no see, Tony. Buddy, now is not the time to chat. Yi Chu said nothing. Suddenly, his body began to exude a large amount of demonic energy. Demonic path rules. All demons emerged from the cave. Instantly, all the demonic energy rushed toward the robots, directly crushing them to pieces. Tony was the first to recover from his shock. He pointed at a black robot in the sky. That guy is the robot Ultron specifically designed to deal with you. Codename Annihilation. Do you want to meet him? Yi Chu looked over and then nodded. Yi Chu's legs pushed off hard, and he flew directly toward Annihilation. At that moment, Annihilation also detected Yi Chu. The gem on Annihilation's chest lit up for a moment, and an energy instantly filled Annihilation's entire body. Just as Yi Chu prepared to throw a punch, Annihilation also raised his fist. At the moment their fists collided, a shockwave erupted. The space between their fists flickered with lightning. The surrounding space began to distort, even forming cracks. Yi Chu was extremely shocked. He was astonished that a mere object could withstand his punch. To be precise, it wasn't just withstanding his punch, but it was matching him blow for blow. Suddenly, Annihilation's arm swelled, and a tremendous force directly sent Yi Chu flying. Yi Chu was knocked into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Soon, Yi Chu crawled out from the ground. Damn, is this human technology? Yi Chu then brushed off the dust from his body, and his aura began to surge. The surrounding space started to twist. The law enters the body. A surge of energy erupted from Yichu's body and shot into the sky, parting the clouds above. Yichu's hair floated without wind. Then, at an imperceptible speed, Yichu reached behind the god of destruction. "Get down and talk," he said, delivering a powerful punch to the god of destruction's head. Just as his fist was about to make contact, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. Yichu could clearly sense that he hadn't hit the god of destruction, but the immense force still sent the god flying. However, the god quickly stabilized in midair. Yichu hovered in the air, watching the god of destruction. Then he clapped his palms together, and chaos energy appeared around him. Chaos laws, chaos aura. This aura surged directly towards the god of destruction. At this moment, Yichu also drew the 4 swords of Zhongxian and charged at the god. Seeing this, the god of destruction waved his hands repeatedly, pushing all the chaos winds aside. At this point, Yichu and the 4 swords of Zhongxian were right in front of the god of destruction. Instantly, a knife-like dragon weapon appeared in Yichu's hand, which he swung directly at the god. The 4 swords of Zhongxian also struck at the god from tricky angles. Just as they were about to defeat the god of destruction, that invisible barrier appeared again, blocking Yichu's attack. At that moment, Yichu finally saw the source of the barrier, a gem embedded in the god of destruction's chest. An infinity stone? No, the infinity stone doesn't have white ones. At that moment, the white gem flashed again, and the barrier rapidly expanded, directly pushing Yichu and the 4 swords of Zhongxian away. Yichu quickly stabilized himself in midair. At this moment, he finally understood the god of destruction's power. Suddenly, he heard Tony's voice in his earpiece. "Yichu, the gem in the god of destruction's chest is from the aliens that fell earlier." Yichu's mind flashed back to the purple alien. "Ah, so this is Mr. Yichu." Yichu was stunned when he heard this voice. "Ultron?" He didn't expect Mr. Yichu to know him. It was truly an honor. Yichu replied, "I guess you should know what that thing on the god of destruction's chest is. After all, you created him. That is a mid-level energy crystal. You should have heard of the low-level energy crystal, which is the Infinity Stone." Yichu's expression turned serious. He knew the power of the Infinity Stone. With his current strength, he could barely win against it. This energy crystal was actually above the Infinity Stone. Yichu clenched his fists. This was the most difficult battle he had faced after defeating the remnant soul of the Heavenly Path. The god of destruction's power far exceeded Yichu's. Yichu flipped his palm, and the chaos pearl appeared in his hand. Chaos energy began to flow out. A trace of hesitation flashed in Yichu's eyes, but he soon absorbed the chaos energy into his body without hesitation. A small amount of chaos energy could restore physical strength, while a large amount could temporarily enhance power. However, such consumption was severe, and he might not be able to use his strength for a short time after the battle. But he couldn't think too much about that now, because he knew Ultron's goal was not just the beautiful country, but the entire world. As Yichu inhaled the chaos energy, black patterns began to emerge all over his body. To be precise, his veins bulged, but they were black. Yichu's hair began to grow rapidly, reaching down to his waist in an instant. His muscles began to contract, but soon they expanded. His momentum began to rise step by step. Everyone present could almost feel Yichu's gradually solidifying aura. At this moment, Yichu turned to look at Tony. "I'll leave it to you here." With that, Yichu vanished from the spot. Soon, a spatial portal appeared around the god of destruction, directly sucking him in. One person and one machine thus appeared on a planet billions of light years away. Yichu struck first as he waved his hand. The ground of the planet began to tremble. The god of destruction flew into the air because he couldn't stand on the ground. At that moment, a pressure forced the god back to the ground. This was the ability of the Moon Demon Curse's blue power within Yichu. Then layers of ripples appeared around Yichu. A willow branch appeared in Yichu's hand. Suddenly, 5 elements began to circulate in the air. A small tower slowly emerged from it, landing directly in Yichu's hand. Yichu threw the 5 elements tower and the willow branch towards the god of destruction, instantly enveloping him in a domain composed of space and the 5 elements. Yichu also stepped into the domain. At this point, the god of destruction gradually gained self-awareness, granted by the energy crystal. However, the god of destruction's mind still repeated one task, to kill Yichu. Suddenly, Yichu appeared before the god of destruction. As he did, the domain began to activate, and the great formation within the domain started to flow. Seeing this, Yichu waved his hand again, and the 4 swords of Zhongxian merged into the formation. Now the domain formation was finally complete. Space was the main confinement, the 5 elements assisted, and the demonic path was for slaughter. As for the core, It was Yi Chu entering the formation. Every step he took and every movement he made was in sync with the formation. He moved his fingers slightly, and flames surged to surround the god of destruction. The god of destruction dismissed this, thinking that such mundane fire could not harm him. However, the moment the flames touched the god of destruction, the energy crystal in his chest reacted, indicating that the flames could indeed hurt him. This is not mundane fire. This is the Samadhi true fire that burns everything. But I didn't expect it to be blocked. Yi Chu then waved his hand. Instantly, a massive amount of seawater engulfed the god of destruction. But the energy crystal protected him again. You can block weak water? How about this? With that, the weak water receded. And what appeared next was a mech identical to the god of destruction. Golden domain illusion. It seemed like an illusion, but it was very real. This illusion was enough to trap the god of destruction for a while. At this moment, Yi Chu summoned the dragon weapon and infused it with a large amount of demonic energy and chaos energy. Yi Chu was preparing for his strongest strike. Next, Yi Chu attacked with the four swords of Zhongxian, but in reality, he would use the dragon weapon for the final blow. The four swords of Zhongxian instantly emerged from the formation and stabbed towards the god of destruction. The barrier on the god of destruction blocked the attack and infused energy into him. The god of destruction punched, directly knocking the four swords of Zhongxian away. For now, Yi Chu paused his attack. He had to ensure everything was foolproof. Just then, in the universe, a person was flying rapidly. This person had no protective measures, and the key was that his speed had exceeded light. Moreover, he was continuously increasing his speed. Young master, you really are running this far. After finishing his words, the person's speed accelerated again. It seems that this person's strength is above Yi Chu's and also above the god of destruction. On the other side, Yi Chu also started to engage in close combat with the god of destruction, with the four swords of extermination and the five elements assisting him. The strongest strike still lies within the dragon soldier. Yi Chu is now looking for the best opportunity. As long as he cannot guarantee to break through the barrier surrounding the god of destruction with 100% certainty, Yi Chu will not take action. For now, Yi Chu can only keep attacking because he found that with each attack, the energy of the barrier decreases a little. This means that although the energy crystal is powerful, the internal energy is limited. Seeing this, Yi Chu's attacks became faster and denser. The god of destruction saw Yi Chu's attacks and actually laughed mockingly. He looked down on humans, feeling himself superior to them. However, as time went on, the god of destruction became more worried, eventually leading to fear. He can most acutely feel the barrier weakening. His initial disdain for Yi Chu has turned into fear. He doesn't understand how the human in front of him has achieved this. Whether fighting in a vacuum environment or exhausting the energy crystal, these are not things a human can accomplish. Yet, Yi Chu in front of him has overturned the god of destruction's perception of him. The god of destruction can no longer sit idly by. He originally intended to wear Yi Chu down, but now it seems that he might be the first to be exhausted. Then, the god of destruction pulled out a large knife from behind. Instantly, the energy from the crystal attached to the knife. The god of destruction slashed out. In an instant, Yi Chu was sent flying, having just blocked it with the dragon soldier. However, his insides were still shaken, causing him to spit out blood. Yi Chu only felt a sweetness in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn, that really hurts. Yi Chu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again charged toward the god of destruction with the dragon soldier. The chaotic energy surrounding him continuously restored Yi Chu's stamina and healed his wounds. However, the chaotic energy was also continuously eroding Yi Chu's body. A small amount of chaotic energy is beneficial, but too much changes everything. Yi Chu couldn't care less about that right now. The dragon soldier swung down like a falling star toward the god of destruction. The god of destruction directly raised his knife to block it, but the immense force still caused the ground beneath him to collapse. However, this attack did not injure the god of destruction. Instead, it provided him an opportunity. He turned his long knife and struck again at Yi Chu. This time, Yi Chu had no way to dodge, and blocking was out of the question. In an instant, the blade light flashed past Yi Chu's chest, and in the blink of an eye, Yi Chu was sent flying, spitting blood from his chest. However, he quickly stopped the bleeding, relying on the Lord's talisman and the chaotic energy. Yi Chu slowly stood up from the ground, and just as he was getting into position to attack again, he suddenly laughed. Yi Xian, you came too late, right? A figure landed beside Yi Chu. It was none other than the captain of the Xuanwu team from the Yi family's Four Saints team, who had just been flying in space. Although the Four Saints team and the Four Fiends team seem similar, in reality, the Four Saints team far surpasses the Four Fiends team. The Four Fiends team has long-term missions, so their cultivation cannot keep up, and their strength is only at the human immortal realm. However, the Four Saints team is different. They cultivate at the base when not on special missions. Now, the weakest Xuanwu Yixian is already at the Golden Immortal Realm, which can be considered the highest realm in the human world, not counting the other three Saints and the Beast Guard team formed by Yichu. Yichu, a mid-Golden Immortal, should be able to get here in no time, right? Yixian, young master, are you a bit unaware of your spatial traversal? This planet is several hundred million light years away from Blue Star. Yichu was shocked himself. He hadn't expected to teleport so far. I'll be careful next time. After saying that, Yichu handed his dragon soldier to Yixian. Use this to deliver the final blow to this guy. Don't waste my efforts. Yixian took the dragon soldier and nodded. Then, Yichu lay down on the ground to rest. He was too tired now. Yixian took the dragon soldier. And then his aura began to rise sharply, with the phantom of one of the four sacred beasts, Xuanwu, appearing behind him. I see that the energy stone in your chest is almost depleted. You won't be able to withstand my next few strikes, so you might as well surrender. God of Destruction, surrender or not, it's still death. I might as well fight it out. Yixian shook his head. You won't necessarily die. After all, the Yi family is quite curious about your technology. After saying that, Yixian suddenly appeared behind the God of Destruction. A turtle, shell-like phantom emerged from his body. He then punched toward the back of the God of Destruction. Although this punch was blocked by the barrier, the God of Destruction was still pushed back several meters by the immense force. Some readers said there is no sound in a vacuum, but all three are immortals. The God of Destruction is mechanically ascended, which makes sense in the face of immortals. Immediately afterward, Yixian opened his palm, and a powerful stream of water appeared in his hand. He directly flung the water out, instantly transforming it into a massive slash. Although the slash was blocked by the barrier, a miraculous thing happened. This slash did not dissipate after being blocked. Instead, it continued to impact the barrier. Yixian watched from the side. My attack isn't so easy to disperse. After saying that, Yixian once again launched a slash. The God of Destruction felt nothing, but the color of the energy crystal in his chest gradually faded. Finally, cracks appeared in the crystal, and it turned transparent. The barrier also disappeared, and Yixian's two slashes directly sent the God of Destruction flying. Seeing this, Yixian held the dragon soldier and approached the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction felt fear and prepared to escape, but Yixian would not let him go. In an instant, as Yixian waved his hand, a turtle shell-like light shield enveloped the two. Run? If you run away, I won't be able to report back. After saying that, Yixian, holding the dragon soldier, directly stabbed at the God of Destruction. Instantly, the dragon soldier erupted with intense energy. The attack, made up of chaotic energy and demonic energy, surged toward the God of Destruction. Seeing this attack, Yixian was stunned. He hadn't expected this to be what his young master referred to as an operation. If he had to take this attack head-on, he would definitely suffer some injuries. If he remembered correctly, the young master's strength was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, but just now, the young master seemed to have unleashed the aura of a true immortal, and this attack was at the peak level of a true immortal. Yixian shrugged. Whatever. After all, it's not a bad thing that the young master is powerful. Then he carried the scrap destroyer to Yichu's side. At this moment, Yichu had his eyes wide open, his body in a state of weakness, unable to move at all. Seeing this, Yixian lifted Yichu onto his shoulder, with the other hand holding the destroyer as they flew towards Blue Star. After some time flying, they finally returned to Blue Star. Yixian brought Yichu and the destroyer directly to the Yi family's base. The wreckage of the destroyer was taken for research, while Yichu was placed in a room to rest. Meanwhile, far away in the desert, Sister Bauer was already surrounded. A man resembling her appeared and suppressed Sister Bauer. He then pointed to the sky, and instantly a spatial fluctuation occurred in midair, followed by a gigantic tentacle emerging. The tentacle wrapped around Sister Bauer and pulled her into another space. The man smiled and nodded, and then disappeared on the spot. On the other side, Yichu seemed to sense something. He awoke from his dream and felt a wave of pain coming from his heart. He hurriedly contacted the headquarters. I want to inquire about Sister Bauer's current situation. What? She's gone missing. The phone slipped from Yichu's hand. Sister Bauer was missing, and the headquarters could no longer trace her signal. Yichu immediately sat cross-legged on the bed. The power of the laws began to circulate around him. Suddenly, Yichu felt a punch to his chest, and blood spurted from his throat. He then collapsed onto the bed in weakness. He couldn't use his power. What was he to do? Just now, Yichu had forcefully used the power of the laws and was backfired. Now he could only rest. At this moment, the human realm had dispatched a large number of personnel whose mission was to find Sister Bauer. After all, Sister Bauer was the strongest temporary worker apart from Yichu. Therefore, the human realm had requested help from the heavenly court and the underworld. However, the final result was that there were no clues. After half a month of recuperation, Yichu returned to his peak. Once his strength was restored, Yichu immediately began searching for Sister Bauer. He sat on the ground, the power of the laws swirling around him. The surrounding space and time seemed to be sealed off. At this moment, in a dark space, a man in black smiled and then waved his hand. Instantly, a surge of energy sent Yichu flying. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn! He then glared at the sky. Because the previous power of the laws had been directed upwards, he was curious about who did this, and this person's strength was formidable. Hearing the loud noise, Yixian arrived at the scene. Young master, what happened to you? As soon as he asked, Yixian's face turned serious. This was the aura of a great Luo, golden immortal, impossible. After the three realms were severed, the highest in the world was only a Tai golden immortal. What was going on? Yixian didn't dwell on it, quickly coming to Yichu's side to help him up. Yichu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and began to use chaotic power to heal his injuries. The previous blow hadn't heavily injured Yichu. Soon, Yichu was fine. He directly asked the headquarters for the last known location of Sister Bauer. Then Yichu flew toward that direction. Soon, Yichu saw a desert. As soon as he arrived, he felt waves of pressure. Was the pressure still lingering? Just how strong was that person? This level of pressure was indeed difficult for an ordinary person, but for Yichu, it was like air. Yichu waved his hand, and instantly the pressure dissipated in the air. Then Yichu began to observe his surroundings. However, the results were disappointing. There were no clues at all. Seeing this, Yichu could only leave. The only way to find Sister Bauer now was to become stronger, until he surpassed those who captured Sister Bauer. At this moment, another incident occurred by the sea. A giant turtle appeared in the nearby waters. Its target, after calculations, was confirmed to be the nuclear power plant on the shore. The department quickly arranged for people to stop the giant turtle. The giant turtle was also assigned a code name, Mountain Mover. To deal with Mountain Mover, the headquarters directly dispatched Xian Tai in Leiting. Fearing an accident, the headquarters quickly contacted Yichu, urging him to rush over as fast as possible. After the previous incident in Japan, the headquarters had redefined Yichu's strength. Yichu had now become a true weapon of the human realm, with overall strength even exceeding that of mechs. After all, Yichu had previously subdued a griffin with his bare hands. Upon receiving the news, Yichu hurriedly flew toward the location. Soon he saw Xian Tai and Lei Ting, as well as Mountain Mover battling two mechs. Yichu did not hesitate at all. His body began to change. His skin turned brown, and two sharp horns grew from his head. Yichu transformed into the earth demon, Dikuai. Moreover, it was a supersized version with a physique like a giant beast. Everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the giant beast. Suddenly, Yichu's voice came through. What are you waiting for? Take him down. After saying that, Yichu's fists were wrapped in rocks. He punched Mountain Mover on the head, causing it to stagger back several steps. At that moment, there was a commotion in the sea. Two smaller, monkey-like giant beasts came walking out from the water. Yichu immediately instructed the two mechs to stop them. Then he faced Mountain Mover. Yichu clapped his hands, and a stick made of rocks appeared in his hand. He swung the stick in a circle and struck Mountain Mover. Instantly, Mountain Mover was knocked over, but it quickly flipped back onto its feet. Then, a purple light began to emit from its mouth. Following that, Mountain Mover unleashed a purple beam of light, which directly sent Yichu flying. However, Yichu quickly stabilized himself in midair. Yichu then brought his hands together, and a surge of extreme energy appeared in his hands. Demonic path law, 10,000 demons emerged from the cave. Instantly, demonic energy surged toward Mountain Mover. Seeing this, Mountain Mover retracted its limbs and head into its shell. The demonic energy struck the hard turtle shell, causing no damage to Mountain Mover at all. Yichu, seeing this, enveloped his demonic energy around his fist. Today, I'm going to shatter your turtle shell. He then repeatedly punched the turtle shell. At that moment, Mountain Mover's head emerged. A purple beam struck Yichu's chest directly. Yichu was sent flying, and he could smell the scent of roasted meat coming from his chest. Yichu patted his chest. Although it hurt a little, he wasn't injured overall. Just as Yichu was about to advance, a tiny voice suddenly rang out. Don't hit it anymore. It's here to help us. Yichu looked down and saw a little girl. At this moment, Mountain Mover seemed to understand the little girl's words and quickly nodded. Seeing this, Yichu reached out his hand to let the little girl climb up. He lifted the little girl to his front. Little friend, what did you mean just now? The little girl replied, I said the big turtle Hisentie bad guy. It's here to help us. Yichu was stunned. Helping us? How do you know? I can understand what the big turtle is saying. It said there's a monster about to explode inside the mountain over there. Yichu looked in the direction the girl was pointing. She was referring to the small hill next to the nuclear power plant. Seeing this, Yichu directly used his control over the earth to check it out. Beneath the small hill, there was a monster that was completely red, and the energy inside it was continuously rising. Upon seeing this, Yichu quickly put the little girl down and then slapped his hands on the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled and the small hill began to change. Soon, a stone pillar pushed the monster up to the surface. The monster slowly opened its eyes. Seeing this, Yichu rushed over, embraced the monster, and flew into the sky. Before long, Yichu and the monster had flown into space. Yichu also transformed back from the earth spirit to a normal person. Then, he clapped his hands, and the power of the laws surged into his body. Patterns emerged on Yichu's body. In an instant, the 4 swords of immortal slaying flew out. In the blink of an eye, they tore the monster to shreds. The energy within him exploded, and Yichu was thrown back by this force. However, he quickly stabilized himself in midair. At that moment, the scattered energy began to gather again, and a humanoid figure appeared, glowing red. The figure exuded the same energy as before. Yichu looked at the humanoid monster with a serious expression. Ah, what a comfortable feeling. It's so good to have a body. After saying this, the humanoid monster gazed at Blue Star. I, Sarah, will dominate the world starting from this planet. At this point, he noticed Yichu in the distance. Food, perfect food. Then, Sarah charged directly at Yichu. Yichu smirked. He lightly waved his hand, and instantly a barrier appeared in front of him. Sarah crashed into the barrier. Seeing this, Sarah raised his fist and struck the barrier. However, his attack posed no threat to the barrier at all. Suddenly, Sarah's fist was enveloped in a red energy. Break for me. In an instant, the barrier in front of Yichu shattered. His fist stopped right in front of Yichu. Sarah didn't want to hit Yichu. He just couldn't. His arm was trapped by a mass of black mist. Yichu stared at Sarah in front of him. Energy materialization. How amazing. Then Yichu pointed with his finger at Sarah's other arm. Puff, I'm going to kill you. Instantly, Sarah's arm turned to nothingness, but soon it reformed. Yichu's eyes were filled with shock. He flipped his palm, and the chaos pearl appeared. A tremendous suction began to draw Sarah into it. What is this thing? What have you done? Sarah's body gradually transformed into specks of energy. Before long, he was completely absorbed. Yichu flipped his hand and put the chaos pearl away. You stay in there for now. I don't have time to deal with you. After saying this, Yichu quickly flew towards the battlefield on the ground. At this moment, the mountain-moving monster had returned to the sea. However, the other 2 monkey-like giants were still fighting against 2 mechas. The moment Yichu appeared, a powerful aura radiated from him. Get back to the sea. The 2 monkey-like giants were instantly intimidated. However, they quickly became furious. Yichu, seeing this, helplessly scratched his head, looking for death. Instantly, chaotic energy surrounded Yichu. Chaos laws, chaotic wind. 2 massive gusts of wind charged directly at the monkey-like giants. In the blink of an eye, the winds cut through them. Soon, the winds began to dissipate. Just a moment ago, the monkeys were still bouncing around. The next second, they were completely silent, frozen in place. Yichu stretched lazily and turned to leave. Only Yichu knew what the 2 giants were experiencing now. The moment he turned around, both monkey-like giants spewed large amounts of blood from their waists. Then, their upper bodies began to slide down. Their internal organs started to spill out. The mecha pilots couldn't hold it in and vomited. The earlier gust of wind had cleanly severed the 2 monkeys in half. After Yichu left, only the shocked mecha pilots remained at the scene. After Yichu had been gone for a while, cleanup personnel arrived. The footage of this battle was sent back to headquarters. The headquarters ranked Yichu's strength at the top. After all, being able to eliminate a giant beast with a wave of his hand was unmatched. Of course, this did not include the guards from the Yi family. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, giant beasts continuously appeared to harass people. Consequently, the mechas from the 3 major organizations of heaven, earth, and humanity were deployed one after another. Some small countries were successively annihilated. These countries had no means of resistance and could only watch helplessly as the giant beasts gradually consumed their nations. Some countries sought help from the beautiful country. In response, The beautiful country made exorbitant demands, asking for resources at outrageous prices. Some small countries couldn't bear it all. Others offered resources, but the beautiful country refused to acknowledge it. They even sent second-generation citizens to cooperate with the giant beasts. The current state of the world had completely ignored the actions of the beautiful country. If there were a pure land in this world, it would be the Dragon Country. Because the first thing one noticed upon arriving in the Dragon Country was not the buildings, but the rows of mechas on the coast. Moreover, the three major organizations of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity directly released battle videos of their strong fighters. Among them, Yichu's battle video went viral online. Now, all the surviving countries knew that the Dragon Country had a god who could kill giant beasts with a single blow. However, Yichu had no time to focus on this now. He was currently facing a proposal, as he was the one being proposed to. Hundreds of girls were chasing after him, wanting to marry Yichu. Now Yichu could only keep dodging, and it was making him a bit mentally exhausted. The most critical issue was that Yichu's information seemed to be leaking at all times. No matter where he hid, someone would find him. Seeing this, Yichu directly expanded his perception. Soon, he found 3 drones in the air, as well as 5 people in the distance holding binoculars and cameras. Damn, paparazzi? Seeing this, Yichu clapped his hands, and instantly a large number of spatial rifts began to appear around him. Behind him, several hands made of demonic energy emerged. These hands directly reached into the surrounding spatial rifts. In an instant, the drones and cameras were taken out. Yichu set them aside, then used a spatial shift to leave the area. Consider this a lesson. You can find me slowly. This time, after space travel, Yichu directly arrived at the Beast Company. When Yichu entered his office, he was stunned. It seemed to have been redecorated. The originally dark-colored office had turned bright, and some furniture had been replaced. Just as Yichu was still in shock, Umo walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. Umo placed the flowers in a vase and then took out scissors to start trimming them, mumbling as she did so. Big pig's hoof. Can't you tell that I like you? Am I not good-looking? It's so hard just to meet you and chat. Indeed, during this time, Umo had been taking good care of Yichu. At that moment, a figure flashed through Yichu's mind, Califa. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Umo was startled and dropped the scissors on the floor. She turned around and saw Yichu standing at the corner of the door. Yichu approached Umo step by step. For every step he took closer, Umo took a step back until there was nowhere left for her to retreat. Yichu asked, "Am I that scary?" Umo shook her head. Yichu took Umo's hand. "I heard what you just said. It was my fault for ignoring what you did." Umo quickly argued, wanting to say that she was just joking. But Yichu's words interrupted her. "Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Umo replied, "But I'm 3 years older than you." Yichu directly wrapped his arms around Umo. "Isn't it just a gold brick? Are you looking down on me?" Umo shook her head quickly. Yichu asked, "So, do you agree?" Umontak nodded excitedly. Yichu immediately hugged Umo. "Thank you," Umontak replied, "Mm." Their relationship quickly became public. Don't underestimate the paparazzi in Long Country. When Yao Long learned the news, he became so excited that he released his aura, causing the surrounding space to start distorting. The furniture in the room began to crack. Soon, Yao Long realized what he was doing and quickly withdrew his aura. "Cough, you brat," finally woke up. Meanwhile, the apartment was also in an uproar. Hu Yifei said, "Today I'm treating hot pot downstairs." Everyone cheered, yay. Hu Yifei had always regarded Yichu as her younger brother, and Qin Umo was her classmate and close friend. Initially, Hu Yifei wanted to get the two together, but Yichu had been away from the apartment for a long time, so there was no opportunity. Now, it was great. They got together without her intervention. Soon, Yichu brought Umo to the gathering organized by Hu Yifei. A drunken Hu Yifei slapped Yichu's shoulder. Instantly, the ground where Yichu stood cracked. Fortunately, Yichu reacted quickly. He knew that Hu Yifei was unpredictable when drunk, so he quickly used the power of the laws to cover his body for protection. "You better treat Umo well, or I'll tear you apart." Yichiheu nodded. Although he blocked part of the force, a handprint was still left on his shoulder. As soon as Hu Yifei left, Yichu winced in pain. Umo knew Hu Yifei's habits. She smiled and looked at Yichu's shoulder. "Don't you know how to dodge?" Yichu replied, "I couldn't dodge. I felt like the space around me was completely sealed." Yichu was not lying. He truly felt that the space around him had been sealed. Although he could break free with a little effort, there was no time. Unable to do anything, Yichu had to endure the hit. If Yichu had unleashed his full strength, Hu Yifei would have been no match for him, but it wasn't necessary. Under the healing of chaotic energy, he quickly recovered. Yichu then rejoined the gathering. However, after just 2 bites of food, his phone rang. Yichu saw that the caller ID was his dad. "Hello, Dad. You brat. You have a girlfriend now, and still won't bring her home for us to see? Yichu was a bit confused. Us? Then, the voices of the other 5 members of the Yi family came through the phone. Xiaofeng said, all 5 uncles are here. Hurry up and bring your girlfriend back. Yichu had no choice. He could only take Ximu back to the Yi family right after the gathering ended. Soon, Yichu arrived at the Yi family manor. The manor was brightly lit. Yichu held Yumo's hand and walked towards the villa deep within the manor. Soon, they saw a group of people practicing combat, including Yimo and Yihai, whom they had seen before. Yichu greeted them and walked on. Before long, Yichu and Imo entered the villa. As soon as they entered, Yichu saw his dad and 5 uncles sitting on the sofa. Xiaofeng extinguished the cigar in his hand and looked at Yichu. You're back. Yichu nodded. Qin Umo, standing beside him, was a bit breathless, although the 6 sons of the Yi family had not shown their strength. Their imposing aura was quite overwhelming. Yichu stood directly in front of Qin Umo. Dad, uncles, this is my girlfriend Qin Umo. At that moment, as Yichu spoke, a massive amount of true energy flowed from behind Qin Umo, and it was true energy, not chi. This true energy slowly condensed into the form of a man, who wore a black dragon robe and exuded an imperial aura. Upon seeing this man, Xiaofeng was initially startled. Then he stood up to pay his respects. I pay my respects to the arrival of the first emperor. Yichu immediately recognized the identity of this phantom. It was the first Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Yichu quickly bent down and kneel. If anything could compare to the national fortune, it would undoubtedly be the emperor's imperial aura. The strongest among them was the imperial aura of Qin Shi Huang. The title of the eternal emperor was not given for nothing. Just as Yichu's knee was about to touch the ground, a force lifted him up. Yichu looked up to see Qin Shi Huang extending his hand. You are the chosen descendant of the Qin family. You don't need to kneel before me. Thank you. First Emperor. At this moment, Yichu was able to observe Qin Shi Huang closely. He saw a handsome face full of seriousness, and golden light constantly flickered in his eyes. Qin Shi Huang looked at Yichu with admiration, as Yichu's strength far surpassed anyone he had ever seen. Young man, unleash all your strength. Yichu complied and unleashed his full power, including the power of the laws. This aura stunned the first emperor. Not only him, but even the 6 sons of the Yi family behind Yichu were equally astonished. They remembered correctly that Yichu had previously been just an extraordinary person, but now he was truly at the peak of the celestial immortal realm. Yichu quickly withdrew his strength. Qin Shi Huang nodded. Very good. I will entrust this descendant to you. He possesses my imperial bloodline, and in the future, I will become her guardian spirit. After speaking, Qin Shi Huang transformed back into true energy and returned to Qin Yumuo's body. The space that had changed due to Qin Shi Huang's appearance returned to its original state. Qin Yumuo also regained consciousness. Yichu quickly stepped forward to support the unsteady Qin Yumuo. Are you okay? Qin Yumuo shook her head, feeling a bit dizzy for some reason. Yichu gathered true energy in his hand and slowly pushed it into Qin Yumuo's head. She felt a rush of coolness throughout her body, and the headache she had been experiencing began to fade. At that moment, the 6 sons of the Yi family also resumed their earlier authoritative demeanor. Xiaofeng said, Kid, you need to treat that girl well. Yichu nodded. Of course. The 6 sons of the Yi family then took out the gifts they had prepared for Qin Yumuo, each one a priceless treasure. Qin Yumuo initially hesitated to accept them, but ultimately, she couldn't resist the Xiaofeng and the others, so she accepted the gifts. Xiaofeng then took out a ring from his pocket. He played with it for a moment before tossing it directly to Yichu. This is the ring from when I married your mother, and it's also a family heirloom from your mother's side. Now I can finally give it to you. Yichu looked at the ring. Where did Mom go? Xiaofeng replied, I don't know. Alan has been missing for too long. I have mobilized all the resources of the Yi family to search for her, but aside from powerful pressure, we haven't found anything else. Yichu's expression changed upon hearing this. The description was identical to that of Sister Bauer's disappearance. Yichu clenched the ring tightly. He had to find a mastermind behind it all. He must bring his mother and Sister Bauer back. After having a meal with Qin Yumuo and Xiaofeng, the two left. They planned to find a nearby hotel to stay for the night. Yichu drove with Qin Yumuo toward the nearest hotel. Just as they left the Yi family estate, several vans blocked their path. Yichu swerved to avoid a collision and drifted to a stop. Qin Yumuo immediately grabbed Yichu's arm. Seeing this, Yichu gently patted the back of her hand. He then opened the door and got out. Excuse me, is there something you need? At that moment, the doors of several vans opened, and a number of burly men armed with sticks emerged, along with a few others exuding energy. Yi family young master. Our boss wants to invite you back for chat. We don't want to resort to violence, so we hope you won't be uncooperative. Yichu shrugged. What if I refuse to cooperate? The man waved his hand. Get them. The surrounding burly men charged at Yichu. Yichu smiled, then waved his hand. Instantly, the space around them froze, and the burly men were suspended in midair. Yichu walked step by step toward the leader, who was not frozen. Do you know my strength? How dare you bring this many people to deal with me? After saying that, Yichu pointed a finger, and instantly the leader's arm exploded. Yichu silently watched everything unfold. He then placed his hand on the leader's head. The rules of the demonic path activated, and a mass of black energy was pulled out by Yichu. He directly fused this demonic energy into his mind. He quickly understood everything. Leaf family? You really are seeking death. After saying that, Yichu waved his hand again, and the men instantly collapsed unconscious. Yichu walked back to the car. I'll spare your lives this time, but don't make mistakes again. Yichu then drove Ximu to the hotel. The next day, Yichu told Ximu he was leaving. He needed to deal with the Leaf family situation first. Soon, he arrived at the Leaf family's main gate. Yichu kicked the door open and strode inside. Likan, you have distinguished guests here. Aren't you going to come out and greet them? Likan was the current head of the Leaf family. Soon, several elders from the Leaf family appeared in the courtyard, and Likan came out as well. You family brat, what are you doing here? Yichu replied, Likan, didn't you send someone to invite me? After saying that, Yichu threw out the mass of black mist. Instantly, the black mist transformed into a screen. The screen displayed the scene of Likan instructing people to capture Yichu. At this moment, several elders from the Leaf family charged at Yichu. Yichehe usimidet. Overestimating yourselves. Instantly, the 5 elements' great array descended, enveloping the entire Leaf family within the formation. Yichu merely moved his fingers, and the entire formation began to rotate. Several experts from the Leaf family were trapped inside the formation. Yichu strolled leisurely around. He approached Likan, who looked at Yichu with fear. What do you want? Yichu asked. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Why did you invite me here? Likan swallowed hard. To have a meal. Yichu nodded, then waved his hand. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air as one of the Leaf family's elders lost an arm. Yichu quietly watched Likan's. You better tell the truth. Likan glanced at the elder with the severed arm. The country of Miao wants to cooperate with me. As long as I obtain a bit of your DNA, I can get the serum to become superhuman. I agreed to their cooperation. After hearing this, Yichu nodded. Yichu waved his hand to retract the formation, then reached out toward the sky. Instantly, the entire Leaf family villa collapsed. Consider this a lesson for you. After saying that, Yichu exerted force with his legs and left the place. However, what he didn't know was that as soon as he left, an elder from the Leaf family who had been hiding in the shadows emerged. This elder was the only ascendant of the Leaf family. His strongest ability was to conceal his aura. He approached Likan and slowly opened his palm. A single hair lay in the center of his hand. Likan grasped the hair. Yi family, and the Yi family brat, you will all be trampled beneath my feet. Yichu returned to the hotel and left with Ximu. He was unaware that a plan targeting him was already in motion. Yichu dropped Ximu off at the company and then went to his apartment. Upon reaching the apartment door, Yichu reached out to open it, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't get it open. With no other option, Yichu used spatial traversal to appear inside the apartment. As soon as he entered, Yichu was stunned to see a large number of floating texts before him. Yichu slapped his forehead. Damn it, a barrage space. At that moment, the barrage suddenly attacked Yichu. Seeing this, Yichu dodged the attacks with several quick movements. He then threw a punch at the barges, but felt as though he were punching air. However, the barges hitting Yichu felt like being hit by a train. This is definitely targeting me. Yichu could only rely on twisting his body to dodge. Using the power of the laws was ineffective. At that moment, he heard the voice of the left one in his mind. Kid, this is the manifestation of the world's will, the manifestation of parallel worlds. Your current mastery of the laws cannot affect it. Yichu was instantly speechless. What in the world is this? Energy manifestation, world will manifestation, parallel world manifestation. These were the manifestations Yichu had encountered, each one more powerful than the last. The power of energy manifestation allows for continuous growth. After all, the energy in the universe is endless. The manifestation of world consciousness should be the box on the table. The manifestation of parallel worlds should be these barges. Seeing this, Yichu had no choice but to use spatial shuttling to leave. Right now, these barges only existed around Yifei and the others, as well as inside the apartment. Yichu even discovered that the 3603 he bought was not targeted by the barges. He directly laid down on his bed, feeling helpless in the face of such manifestations. There is a difference between these two types of manifestations and the manifestation of abilities. If the manifestations of world consciousness and parallel worlds were truly absorbed into the Chaos Pearl, Yichu did not know what would happen to the world he was in. Now he could only place his hopes on Hu Yifei and the others. Soon, Hu Yifei and the others took the box to find the little black guy downstairs. Yichu then left for the company. Right now, he was really bored. He didn't need to take action unless the giant beasts were particularly difficult to deal with. The beautiful country didn't know what it was plotting. It had been unusually quiet lately. Japan was overwhelmed with not only giant beasts, but also continuously emerging spirits from the gate of hell. While waiting at a traffic light, bang, Yichu suddenly felt a jolt. A large truck crashed into his car from behind. In an instant, Yichu's car was crushed into scrap metal. At that moment, the truck driver got out. Each step he took made a metallic clanking sound. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Yichu. Just as the man turned to leave, Yichu's voice sounded from behind him. Mission accomplished? Not necessarily. The man turned around and saw Yichu in a torn suit. Although Yichu's suit was torn, he was unharmed. Who are you? Why did you come to kill me? A red glimmer flashed in the man's eyes. Yichu did not kill him. The mission continued. The man then raised his fist to strike Yichu. Yichu directly caught his fist. At the moment of contact, Yichu felt something was off. The bones were hard, there was no blood, and there was no life energy flowing. Was a robot? Yichu then exerted force, instantly tearing away the outer skin of the man. What was revealed was not flesh or bone, but a metal arm. While Yichu was still in shock, the robot's fist spun around, and then it flipped Yichu's arm and kicked him in the head. Caught off guard, Yichu was sent flying until he crashed into a building by the street. Although the blow was heavy, it didn't cause much harm to Yichu. He dusted himself off and then ripped off the torn suit jacket. I know I can't get anything out of you, but your chip can. Yichu then flashed behind the robot, charged up a punch, and struck the top of the robot's head. Bang! A massive impact resonated through the ears of everyone present. A shockwave radiated from the center of Yichu and the robot. However, neither Yichu nor the robot moved an inch. Yichu slowly pulled back his fist in shock, revealing a shallow dent on the robot's head. Such hard metal. This metal's hardness probably exceeds that of vibranium. At this moment, the robot turned its body and punched at Yichu. Yichu hurriedly stepped back to dodge the attack. Then, the ground beneath Yichu changed, and a large amount of water suddenly gushed out. 5 Elements Law, Water Wave Strike. Instantly, all the water flowed towards the robot like sharp swords. The robot was instantly knocked away by the water flow. However, such an attack left no scars on the robot. Yichu thought, this hardness probably exceeds that of mechas. Seeing this, Yichu placed his hand on the ground. Instantly, the solid ground began to change, gradually turning into a swamp. The robot sank directly into the swamp. Soon, only its head was left exposed. Yichu changed the terrain again, and the ground quickly returned to its original state. What a hassle. You can stay here for a while. But just as Yichu turned around, he heard a mechanical voice nearby. Self-destruct system activated. Destruction radius 1 kilometer. Upon hearing this, Yichu quickly turned back. He reached out and grabbed the robot, initiating spatial shuttling. In an instant, he arrived in a pitch-black place at high speed. Go ahead and explode, black hole. Explode as you please. But just as Yichu was about to leave, a flash of light appeared. Subsequently, a massive energy blast sent Yichu flying. Damn, did they stuff a few tons of TNT in there? Yichu hurriedly used the power of the laws to shield himself. The originally powerful impact was nullified by the power of the laws. At that moment, the entire black hole began to shrink. Yichu thought, what tremendous power. Even the black hole is being blown to shrink. Seeing this, Yichu directly absorbed the black hole into the Chaos Pearl. After doing this, Yichu once again spatially shuttled back to Blue Star. He directly made a phone call to resolve the earlier traffic issue. Then, he went to the human headquarters to check the robot's information. The final result was that there was no record at all, as if this machine had appeared out of thin air. Yichu then returned to the place of the car accident. Upon arrival, Yichu released his power of the laws, quickly locating where the robot had first appeared. In the center of a wasteland, there was a spot struck by lightning. Yichu looked around. There were spatial fluctuations and chaotic time currents. This robot had come through time. In this way, Yichu was at a loss. Although he can now travel through space, he had no way to enter the time currents. At that moment, the sky began to darken. Above Yichu, a mass of dark clouds was gathering. Yichu touched his forehead. It's coming? I didn't expect it to be so soon. Just as Yichu finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck down. revealing a man standing amidst the lightning. The moment he looked up and saw Yichu, his pupils turned red. Then, with a wave of his hand, his arm transformed into a sharp blade. Yichu thought, liquid metal? Codename T1. Target Yichu located. Execute extermination mission. After finishing his words, T1 directly swung his blade towards Yichu. Yichu swiftly dodged the attack. T1, a liquid robot, is an upgraded version? Then his self-explosion system should be stronger than the previous one. With this thought, Yichu reached out and grabbed T1 by the neck, then flew directly into outer space. Soon, Yichu arrived in the boundless outer space. He threw T1 away. However, T1's feet surprisingly emitted gas, allowing him to maneuver freely in outer space. Seeing this, Yichu clasped his hands together. Chaos Law, Chaos Gale. Instantly, chaotic energy surged forth, transforming into gales that struck T1. Soon, T1 was disassembled into pieces, but he quickly reassembled. Faced with the liquid robot, Yichu found himself at a loss. Observing this, Yichu raised one hand, and flames erupted from it. 5 Elements Law, Great Flame Formation. Instantly, a formation made of fire trapped T1. Seeing this, Yichu took out the 5 Elements Tower. With the Great Flame Formation and the 5 Elements Tower, the liquid robot's body began to slowly melt. It quickly turned into a puddle of liquid metal. Yichu slowly walked up to the puddle of liquid metal. The moment he got close, the liquid metal attempted to attack Yichu. Yichu extended his hand, and the liquid metal slowly crawled onto his palm. Since it had been trapped in the formation, the liquid metal was unable to restore itself. Suddenly, Yichu felt a sharp pain in his palm. Instantly, flames ignited in his palm, causing the liquid metal to slowly leave his hand. At this moment, Yichu noticed a scratch appeared on his palm, which was still oozing blood. Seeing this, Yichu smiled, then touched his hand, and instantly, the wound disappeared. To think it could injure me, you must have an extraordinary background. After saying this, dark energy and chaotic energy began to flow from Yichu's hands. Yichu's physical defense was extremely strong now. As far as he knew, ordinary objects couldn't harm him. The two energies flowing from Yichu began to envelop the liquid metal. If you hadn't turned into liquid metal, I wouldn't have been able to capture you. But now you're like fish on a cutting board. The enveloped liquid metal slowly shrank. Soon, a small black sphere was held in Yichu's hand. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged. A flash of light passed, and Yichu felt a massive energy emanating from his hand. Oh no, it can explode too. This time, Yichu truly didn't have time to react, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the explosive energy. In the pitch-black universe, it was as if a light was turned on in a dark room. Some creatures lurking in the darkness were directly awakened. As for Yichu, who was at the center of the explosion, he felt as if his body was being torn apart continuously. Waves of energy impacts incessantly battered Yichu's flesh. Faced with such pain, Yichu couldn't help but let out a scream. The Master S Dog Talisman and Horse Talisman were operating at full power. Otherwise, Yichu would have turned to ash by now. Eventually, the light faded, and the universe plunged back into darkness. Yichu, whose clothes had vanished, appeared in place. His clothes had long turned to ashes in the explosion. Yichu was now drenched in sweat, with droplets of blood still remaining on his upper body. Just now, it felt as if he had walked around the gates of hell. The strength in his body had already diminished by more than half. At this moment, the Master S voice came through. You brat need to be more careful in the future. If it weren't for the Dog Talisman and Horse Talisman working at full power, along with the assistance of our 8 great demons, you would have long been reduced to ashes. Yichu nodded upon hearing this. I didn't expect it either. Yichu hadn't regained his senses yet. He was pondering what would happen if this bomb exploded on Blue Star. Who exactly is trying to deal with me? Just then, a roar pulled Yichu back to reality. Yichu looked in the direction of the roar. What is that? He saw a monster wrapped in stones charging towards him, with many different types of monsters following behind. Seeing this, Yichu directly used space traversal to leave. He didn't want to fight with that group. What he didn't know was that those monsters, having caught a whiff of Yichu's recent scent, all flew towards Blue Star. The moment Yichu returned to his room, he collapsed onto the bed. It wasn't that he lacked strength. Rather, the pain from earlier lingered vividly in his memory. The aftereffects of this thing are truly immense. As Yichu lay there, he soon fell asleep. At this time, the Heavenly Court detected hundreds of life forms in the universe heading towards Blue Star. Some might arrive in 3 days, while others might take a year or 2. Upon this discovery, the Heavenly Court quickly began to devise a solution. They ultimately decided to deploy the aerial fortress that had been developed long ago, the aircraft carrier Dikuai. Soon, cracks began to appear in a large area of Long Country. A huge passage filled with technological elements emerged. A flying object resembling a city slowly ascended. Once it reached mid-air, the flying object accelerated and flew into the universe. This was Long Country's Dijuan aircraft carrier. At this moment, Yichu suddenly woke up, dreaming that he had been blown to pieces. He seemed to relive the pain of being blown apart. At this time, he noticed his phone, realizing he had missed a lot of messages. Among them, the calls from Qin Yuma and the organization were the most numerous. Yichu first dialed Qin Yuma's phone, reported his safety, chatted for a bit, and then hung up. Next, he called the organization's phone. Once connected, only a few sentences were heard. There is a situation in the universe. Dijuan has taken off. Please gather at headquarters immediately. Upon hearing this, Yichu's expression grew serious. He knew a bit about Dijuan, but it was a force that wouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. This indicated that something significant was happening in the universe. Yichu quickly got dressed and directly used space jumping to head to headquarters. At this time, Xiao Zizai and the others had been waiting for a while. The few exchanged glances and nodded. Just then, Zhao Fanshu walked out from a nearby room. Yesterday, we detected multiple large life forms in the universe heading towards Blue Star. To protect Blue Star, the state has activated Dijuan. He then pointed at Yichu. You should head to Dijuan immediately. Your space jump is the most suitable here. The others will strengthen the defense along the coast. Hearing this, Yichu showed no hesitation. A wave of spatial fluctuation saw him disappear from the spot. The next second, Yichu appeared inside the cockpit of Dijuan. The commander of Dijuan saw Yichu and quickly approached for a handshake. I am the commander of Dijuan, Dong Tai. Yichu. Hello, I am a temporary worker from the human headquarters, Yichu. I have heard of you and watched your combat videos. Your recent move and the aura you exude confirm that the video was not fabricated. Yichu, you're too kind. The two exchanged pleasantries. And then Dong Tai took Yichu to the observation room. He pointed to a white dot on a screen. This is Dijuan. He then pointed to a red dot. This is the closest giant life form to Dijuan. Yichu glanced at the serious expression on his face. At this distance, it would probably take about a day's time. Dong Tai nodded, then adjusted the screen. Instantly, a large number of red dots appeared on the screen. Some of them would take 2 days to reach, while others might take 1 or 2 years. Yichu looked at the densely packed red dots, a hint of shock appearing on his face. If these creatures landed on Blue Star, it would turn into a hell on Earth. Dong Tai nodded. Blue Star cannot afford any more accidents now. Yichu agreed and nodded. At that moment, the spaceship Dijuan suddenly shook, and through the monitor, Yichu and the others saw a giant beast resembling an octopus. Dijuan, how is this possible? It didn't show up on a monitor just now. He quickly typed on the keyboard, but the octopus still did not appear. Yichu, no need to check, this guy probably has the ability to become invisible. With that, Yichu directly appeared in front of the octopus. He reached out into the air, and suddenly, a dark golden spear appeared. Yichu swung the spear, and in an instant, countless wind blades surged toward the giant octopus. The octopus raised its tentacles to block, but these tentacles were directly severed by the wind blades. Then Yichu, holding the spear, charged directly at the giant octopus. Once the dragon soldier was out, most offenses felt like mere illusions. This spear broke several of the octopus's tentacles. But just as it was about to hit the octopus's head, a barrier made of black mist intercepted Yichu's attack. Yichu was very familiar with this black mist. Demonic energy? Just as Yichu was shocked, a force radiated from around the octopus. Demonic Dao laws? In an instant, the power of the laws surged toward Yichu. Yichu quickly released his own demonic energy for defense, but it was shattered by the octopus's law attack. Yichu was directly sent flying by the power of the laws. Stabilizing himself in midair, Yichu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rubbed his chest. It really hurt. The octopus not only mastered the laws, but was also much more proficient than Yichu. Seeing this, Yichu used the laws of space, the laws of the 5 elements, and the laws of chaos to test the octopus, ultimately confirming that the other party only knew how to use demonic Dao laws. Is this a simplified version of the 3,000 great Dao demon god? The only possibility flashing through Yichu's mind was the 3,000 great Dao demon god. However, the strength of the 3,000 great Dao demon god would definitely be stronger than the octopus in front of him. Although Yichu now possessed many laws, none of them were refined. The only way to strengthen the power of the laws was to rely on time or some opportunity. Yichu had neither time nor opportunity now. Yichu couldn't run either. If he did, Dijuan behind him would definitely be in great danger. At this moment, Dongtai also noticed that Yi Chu was in trouble. Activate the He Luo book diagram. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates began to operate. Soon, the front part of Dijuan began to change. Several super laser cannons emerged and began to gather energy. Seeing this, Yi Chu also moved to the front of Dijuan. He placed his hands on Dijuan, and instantly, the chaos laws began to activate. The chaotic energy fused into the laser cannons. Yi Chu suddenly discovered that his chaos laws could temporarily break through the defenses of the demonic energy. Dongtai fire. Instantly, lasers rained down on the giant octopus. These lasers struck the giant beast from different directions. The overall scene truly resembled a painting. With the enhancement of chaotic energy, more than half of the laser cannons hit the giant octopus. The magical energy shield that was being repaired momentarily paused. Yi Chu's gaze changed. He summoned the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and, along with his dragon soldier, charged directly into the shield. As soon as he got close to the giant octopus, he quickly controlled the demonic energy to attack. Yi Chu directly controlled the 4 swords of Zhu Xian to spin around him. This barely blocked the incoming attacks. Yi Chu finally reached the front of the giant octopus. Yi Chu swung the dragon soldier with all his might, and the attack directly hit the giant octopus. Instantly, the head of the giant octopus caved in. Yi Chu could clearly hear the sound of bones cracking. A large amount of black ink sprayed out from under the octopus, followed by red blood. Confirming that the giant octopus had lost its breath, Yi Chu finally relaxed. He was truly afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with the giant octopus. If that happened, Dijuan would definitely not be able to stop it. At that time, Blue Star would be finished. When Yi Chu returned to Dijuan, he collapsed on the ground. He wasn't out of strength. He just hadn't recovered yet. At this moment, Dongtai walked over and handed Yi Chu a cigarette. Yi Chu took it, and Dongtai lit it for him. Yi Chu took a deep puff and immediately began to cough violently. Yi Chu didn't smoke, but at this moment, only cigarettes and alcohol could help him calm down. Alcohol was definitely not an option. He was afraid of getting drunk and causing problems. Seeing this, Dongtai quickly patted Yi Chu's back. If you can't smoke, then don't. As he spoke, he tried to take Yi Chu's cigarette away, but Yi Chu stopped him. It's fine, let me relax a bit. Seeing this, Dongtai also lit his own cigarette. So, what do you think about the giant beast army behind us? Yi Chu, nothing. Right now, I just want to do my best to stop them. Dongtai, you might die. Aren't you afraid? Yi Chu turned to look at Dongtai. Aren't you afraid? Dongtai, I'm afraid, but I won't step away from this post even if I die. Yi Chu smiled. I feel the same way. Yi Chu extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Tell me about Dijuan's attack methods. Dongtai, not counting other small attacks, the main attack is the He Luo book diagram, which is the laser cannons we just used, and then there are 10 Golden Crow fighters, all equipped with the most powerful weapons. And there's also a self-destruct system for desperate situations. Yi Chu nodded. With me added in, we can at least resist the giant beasts in the early stages. But for the later ones, we'll just have to work hard. With that, Yi Chu extended his hand. Dongtai extinguished his cigarette, and then reached out to shake Yi Chu's hand. Let's work hard together. Then, Dijuan began to fly toward the depths of the universe. Taking the initiative to strike now was the best choice. At this time, Long Country also received the battle footage from the universe. A group of people began to discuss what to do. Right now, only Dijuan could be deployed, the others were still under construction. What should we do? And Yi Chu felt a sense of helplessness facing such giant beasts. Should we deploy Panku? No, that's our last resort. At this moment, an elder seated above spoke. Now we can only trust Yi Chu. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Ultimately, he only replied to Emperor Jun, I trust your choice. On the other side, Yi Chu and Dongtai had already spotted another cosmic behemoth. This behemoth resembled a rhinoceros, and upon seeing it, Yi Chu immediately unleashed his power of laws to investigate. He ultimately confirmed that the opponent was of the 5 elements law. Yi Chu had a way to deal with the 5 elements law. Yi Chu said, I'll go deal with this rhinoceros. You all continue to survey the surroundings. Dongtai nodded. Emperor Jun's attack required charging, so he couldn't help Yi Chu for now. Seeing this, Yi Chu directly executed a spatial jump and appeared in front of the rhinoceros. At that moment, Yi Chu's eyes narrowed. He saw a small giant beast on the back of the rhinoceros, resembling a woodpecker. Just now, due to the distance, Yi Chu hadn't seen this creature. Yi Chu hurriedly released his power of laws to explore. This was bad. It was the law of battle. Although the law of battle wasn't a famous law, its representative figure was very well known. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong. It is said that the Lingming Stone Monkey, the great sage equal to heaven, and the six-eared macaque were transformed from the chaos demon ape, which embodies the law of battle. The Lingming stone monkey is Sun Wukong, and because he was transformed from the chaos demon ape, he carries the law of battle within him. This law of battle is inherently meant for combat. Yichu really didn't dare to say he could definitely defeat it. Yichu's current thought was to first deal with the rhinoceros, but he feared waking the woodpecker. However, he couldn't just let the rhinoceros pass without a fight. Ultimately, Yichu decided to strike. In an instant, the powers of laws surrounding Yichu activated. The momentum emanating from Yichu immediately startled the rhinoceros and the woodpecker on its back. The rhinoceros looked at Yichu with a mocking gaze. Seeing this, Yichu directly unleashed the Five Elements Tower. Instantly, the power of the five elements circulated. The rhinoceros opened its mouth wide, and in an instant, the power of the five elements flowed out from the rhinoceros's mouth. The moment the two powers of the five elements collided, an invisible wave swept around. Dong Tai, who was with Emperor Jun, also felt this wave. With the help of the Chaos Treasure, Yichu temporarily matched the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros gazed greedily at the Five Elements Tower. Seeing this, Yichu immediately urged the Five Elements Tower, which instantly emitted flames. The temperature of this flame seemed capable of steaming the rhinoceros to perfection, and even those within Emperor Jun felt the oppressive heat. However, the rhinoceros showed no signs of panic. It emitted a blue glow. In an instant, a stream of water shot out, bringing with it an extreme cold. Yichu immediately used his power of laws to shield himself. Those within Emperor Jun were not so fortunate. One moment, they felt like they were in a steamer, and the next they felt as if they were thrown into a refrigerator. At this moment, Yichu realized there was still a group of people. Yichu waved his hand, and in an instant, a power of laws surrounded Emperor Jun. On the other side, the two forces collided and instantly turned to gas. For a moment, neither side could inflict harm on the other. However, Yichu clasped his hands together, and instantly his entire body began to emit a brown light. Then he gently waved his palm, and a mass of earth appeared in midair, rushing towards the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was caught off guard and was instantly buried by the earth. Following this, Yichu snapped his fingers. The rhinoceros let out a cry of anguish, and a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from its mouth. The earth that had trapped the rhinoceros began to dissipate, revealing its body, which was already riddled with holes. Yichu said, "Fortunately, your defense is average." After saying this, Yichu manipulated the earth into a giant blade and slashed at the rhinoceros. Just as he was about to succeed, the woodpecker shattered the strike with a claw and charged directly at Yichu. Seeing this, Yichu waved his hand to transform the power of laws into a shield for defense. However, in front of the law of battle, it was as fragile as paper. In an instant, the shield was torn apart, and the attack landed directly on Yichu. Yichu spat blood and was sent flying. He felt as if his internal organs had shifted. He slowly steadied himself and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This was troublesome, but he still needed to deal with one first. At this moment, a scream came from a distance. Yichu had secretly let the power of laws approach the rhinoceros earlier. The moment the woodpecker struck itself, Yichu directly landed a fatal blow on the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros's head was instantly severed. The woodpecker, hearing the rhinoceros's sound, quickly turned around to check. But what it saw was the headless corpse of the rhinoceros. Taking advantage of the woodpecker's moment of distraction, Yichu clasped his palms together. Instantly, a large amount of chaotic energy surged out and quickly fused with the law of the five elements. The Chaos Five Elements Great Formation fell. Instantly, a large formation emitting oppressive might descended, with the woodpecker right at its center. After completing this, Yichu spat out another mouthful of blood. This was the residual blood from the battle. This formation is the key to solving you. After saying this, a large amount of power of laws began to flow from Yichu's body. This power of laws directly integrated into the formation, with chaotic energy being the most abundant. The moment these powers entered the formation, they began searching for targets. Soon, they found the woodpecker, which was trying to find a way out. This power of laws began to surge into its body, with the chaotic energy being the most intense. Yichu smiled at this scene. "I can't defeat you, but I can make you explode." After a period of energy transfer, Yichu began to feel a bit exhausted. However, he still persevered. At this time, the woodpecker had already sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Its power of laws could no longer be used. The power of laws within its body had become chaotic. This move was something Yichu would only use as a last resort. He needed to first trap the opponent before beginning to infuse a large amount of power of laws. Moreover, the opponent's power of laws was extremely resilient, and such power of laws simply couldn't coexist with other laws. Of course, except for Yichu, the outlier. Yichu's lips began to turn pale. The sweat on his body had soaked his clothes. The power of laws he released was also continuously diminishing. Finally, Yichu stopped infusing power of laws. He was nearly fainting from exhaustion, but he still exerted all his strength to return to Emperor June. At this moment, the Chaos 5 Elements' great formation began to dissipate. The woodpecker gradually revealed its form. Now it resembled a balloon. Yichu cast a glance at Dong Tai. The latter immediately understood and activated the He Luo Book of Diagram. In an instant, Emperor June's attack was launched, and in the blink of an eye, the woodpecker turned to dust. Seeing this, Yichu finally couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Dong Tai ordered people to carry Yichu back to his room. Emperor June then halted its advance, temporarily resting in place. Yichu didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but he finally woke up. The moment he awoke, he nervously looked around. At this moment, Dong Tai walked in carrying food. "You're awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Hurry up and eat something." Yichu thanked him and then started to eat heartily. "Have any giant beasts attacked during this time?" Dong Tai shook his head. These giant beasts suddenly stopped in place, seemingly intimidated by something. Yichu quickly released his power of laws to explore. The power of laws surged. The 3 realms reconnected. Seeing this, Yichu quickly got up. "I need to return to Blue Star first." After speaking, Yichu directly space-jumped back to the Dragon Kingdom. By this time, Blue Star had already changed. The previously barren Blue Star was now covered in spiritual energy. Moreover, numerous strange beasts appeared in the sky. Surrounding Yichu, the power of laws continuously impacted his body. Such impacts would not harm Yichu, but would continuously strengthen his physique. The 3 realms reconnected. Suddenly, a giant hand reached for Yichu. Yichu reacted quickly and flipped over to dodge the giant hand. He looked up and saw a giant in silver armor, holding a giant axe in the other hand. "Ant, how dare you resist? Being my food is your fortune." After saying this, the giant reached for Yichu again. Yichu dodged the attack with a quick move and jumped directly onto the giant's shoulder with force in his legs. The power of laws condensed in his fist. Then, Yichie utire a punch. Instantly, the giant was knocked unconscious with several teeth flying out. Yichu landed and clapped his hands. "This is really wasting my time." At this moment, an energy struck Yichu's brain, and the scene in front of him began to change. He found himself back on a familiar small island, along with a familiar face. However, his appearance seemed to have changed, and his abilities appear to have disappeared. Is this an illusion? Or have I been reborn? In front of him was actually a young Karp. Now he was just a baby. He immediately tried to rush out, but it was of no use. He had no strength at all now. Moreover, from Karp's mouth, his name had changed. He was now called Yifan. Time unknowingly passed for several years, and during this time, Yichu had also gotten used to his identity. Yifan threw a punch. With a double enhancement, his strength, the opponent immediately crossed his arms to block. The moment the fist hit, Dorag flew out like a cannonball, crashing into several towering trees before stabilizing himself. "Dorag, big brother, do you have to be so ruthless?" "Yifan, how does it compare to the old man?" Dorag rubbed his numb arm and thought about the old man's punch. "Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything." Yifan walked over to Dorag and pulled him up. "All right, I'll make you something delicious soon." "Dorag, okay. I want mapo tofu and braised fish." Yifan slapped Dorag on the head. "You little rascal, you even ordered a meal." Later that evening, at the dining table, Dorag was devouring mapo tofu and braised fish. Yifan smiled as he watched his brother. Not long after Yifan arrived in this world, he obtained a devil fruit. Yifan directly showed the devil fruit to Karp. Karp picked his nose and said, "This seems to be a paramecia-type fruit called the Momo fruit, a high-tier fruit. Perhaps the previous user couldn't develop it, so the evaluation of this devil fruit is not very high." Yifan nodded, already dismissing this devil fruit in his heart. After all, his goal was the Zoan-type mythical beast, or at least the Logia-type. So Yifan did not eat the devil fruit. However, the next day, Dorag brought a bowl of fruit salad and placed it in front of Yifan. "Big brother, you have to try my fruit salad." Yifan didn't say a word and started eating. To his surprise, he almost spit out the first bite. But seeing Dorag's expectant expression, Yifan swallowed it down despite feeling nauseous. "It's delicious." After Yifan finished eating, Dorag took the empty bowl and walked out with satisfaction. Yifan tidied up and went to the living room. At this moment, Yifan noticed that the Momo fruit was missing. "Dorag, did you see that blue fruit with strange patterns on the table?" I ran out of fruit while making the salad, so I added that one. Yifan's expression stiffened upon hearing this, and he immediately asked, Dorag, who had the first bite? Of course, it was you, big brother. You ate the whole salad. Yifan's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the chair. Dorag, you tricked me. Now Yifan was on the verge of tears, but it was too late to turn back, unless he died and started over. But this wasn't a game. There were no respawn points, and dying meant truly dying. Yifan suppressed the urge to beat up Dorag and returned to his room. When Karp found out, he laughed until his stomach hurt. Crane, seeing Karp's reaction, punched him and then walked up to Yifan's room. Knock, knock, knock. Little fan, can I come in? Yifan, yes. Once Crane entered the room, she was stunned. Originally, she was thinking about how to comfort Yifan, but as soon as she walked in, she saw all the oddly sized decorations in the room. A clock the size of a table the size of a rubber, a pencil reaching the ceiling, and a bed the size of a foot. Crane, who initially wanted to comfort Yifan, immediately became furious and punched Yifan on the head. However, after hitting him, Yifan was completely fine, while Crane felt her arm go numb. How is this possible? Yifan smiled widely, showing his teeth. This is my fruit ability. I can increase or decrease the size, hardness, and speed of any object. Yifan became more excited as he spoke. There is no time limit for inanimate objects, but there is for living ones, and using it for an extended period consumes a lot of energy. Yifan was fine after taking Crane's punch, because he increased his defense and the hardness of his skull. Suddenly, Crane punched Yifan again, this time covering her fist with a layer of black haki. The once confident Yifan immediately crouched down, hugging his head. I'll give you 3 minutes to restore the room to its original state, and then come out for a family meeting. Yifan nodded quickly. Soon, the four of them sat in the living room. Crane, Yifan, tell us about your abilities. Yifan nodded. I can currently only increase or decrease the volume of objects, as well as my strength, speed, and defense. I can only increase them by about double. Crane, double? Impossible. When I hit you just now, it felt like hitting a steel plate. Yifan scratched his head. I not only increased my defense just now, but also the hardness of my bones. Karp had been silent, which caught the attention of the other three. Karp, if what you say is true, then this devil fruit's ability can't be limited to just that. This is a fruit with enormous potential, and it is not inferior to any mythical beast or Logia type. Yifan, this fruit is indeed very strong, but it shouldn't be compared to the mythical beast and natural types, right? Karp shook his head. Devil fruits have no distinction of strength. Even Zoan-type fruits are no exception. As long as they're developed to the extreme, they can break the shackles of the human body and potentially sink a small island with a single punch. If we had to rank the devil fruits, Paramecia would definitely come in first place. This is because Paramecia fruits focus on development, and when developed to the extreme, they far surpass the natural and mythical types. Your fruit can increase or decrease your abilities if you develop it to enhance your strength several times, or increase your speed and defense. You can imagine the possibilities. Karp's words left the mother and son trio stunned. Crane placed her hand on Karp's head. Nofibit, how did his brain suddenly start working? Dragon was also surprised. Yifan was shocked by Karp's reasoning. According to Karp's idea, this fruit is indeed stronger than mythical and natural types. This peculiar ability is enough for Yifan to become one of the top powerhouses, even surpassing the future 4 emperors. Yifan had already begun to gradually forget his original identity, that of the strongest, Yi Chu. Back to the present. During this time, Yifan had been developing his fruit abilities. Now, Yifan could increase his strength and other values by about 10 times, although he couldn't become a Hulk-like existence. A single punch was enough to penetrate a thick iron plate. His defense was even more astonishing. Ordinary knives, swords, and bullets left no marks on him. His speed and healing were also incredibly powerful. Yifan calculated the time. Karp and Crane would probably return in 2 days. By then, he and Dragon would also head to the Navy headquarters in Marineford to join the Navy. That's right, Yifan was preparing to become a Navy officer. He really didn't want to be a pirate, a group without a stable income, needing to consider the livelihoods and lives of their subordinates, always being hunted down, and being treated like street rats. Forget it, Yifan wasn't that bored. Being a Navy officer provided a stable income, with casual work, occasional business trips, and no worries about food and housing. One could only say, Yifan was definitely going to be a Navy officer. The next day, Yifan and Dragon were training in combat. Suddenly, a shadow covered the two of them. They looked up and saw a Karp falling down. Yifan, quick dodge. Dragon nodded hurriedly. The two didn't want to get a beating from Karp, commonly known as loving education. At that moment, Karp landed, creating a large crater in the ground. Yifan and Dragon immediately stopped and turned. As the dust settled, they saw Karp smiling at them. Yifan and Dragon exchanged glances. Then both charged out as the ground cracked beneath them. Dragon kicked towards Karp's head from the side. Karp raised his arm to block and prepared to counter with his other hand. However, Yifan wouldn't let Karp succeed. He had already charged his right fist towards Karp's abdomen. 5 times amplification, strength. Karp's eyes narrowed, and the punch originally aimed at Dragon was redirected towards Yifan. At the moment their fists collided, Yifan was sent flying, while Karp stood still, completely unfazed. Dragon was also thrown aside by Karp. Suddenly, Karp's figure flickered and disappeared. Yifan's eyes widened. 10 times amplification, defense. A terrifying moment appeared above Yifan, as an iron fist came crashing towards his head. With a loud bang, Yifan rolled his eyes and fainted. Dragon, who had been thrown out, slowly got up, feeling like his internal organs had shifted. When he returned to the battlefield, he saw Karp standing there and Yifan embedded in the ground. Dragon, Dad, you're done for. Mom is definitely going to kill you. Karp looked helplessly at the unconscious Yifan. I didn't expect your brother's strength to still be so weak. Dragon looked at Karp in disbelief. Finally, Karp carried the unconscious Yifan home, with Dragon following behind, no longer in serious trouble. Dragon looked at the fainted Yifan. Dad's in trouble. Last time he knocked out my brother, he had to kneel on a sea prism stone washboard all night and slept in the living room for a week. I wonder how this time will be. Sure enough, when they got home, Crane pointed to a nearby cabinet. Karp, familiar with it, took out the sea prism stone washboard and skillfully knelt on it. Then Crane extended 2 fingers. 2 weeks. If you dare to sleep in a room, do you believe I'll beat you to death? Karp could only lower his head. I wouldn't dare. I promise I wouldn't. Crane snorted coldly and walked towards Yifan's room. Yifan, holding his still painful head, sat up. I'm back. What time is it? Yifan began to amplify his healing abilities, and soon the pain in his head started to decrease. At that moment, the door to his room was pushed open, and Crane walked in with a glass of water. Xiaofeng is awake. How do you feel? Yifan? Mom, I'm fine now. Crane nodded. Your dad is still outside kneeling. Hearing this, Yifan immediately slid over to Crane's side, then hugged her leg and cried. Mom, your husband almost killed me. He almost got killed by your eldest son. Aren't you going to do something about it? Oh, he cried, snot and tears flowing. Crane hurriedly began to comfort Karp outside, who shivered at the sound, knowing he was about to face his wife's wrath. Soon, the living room was filled with Karp's cries of agony. By the time dinner came around, Karp's face was still bruised and battered. He looked at Yifan with a resentful expression. Yifan held back his laughter and placed his hand on Karp. Immediately, Karp's healing abilities were amplified to about 5 times. The injuries on Karp's body visibly healed at a rapid pace. Just then, Crane brought over dinner. All right, it's just a few hits. Hurry up and eat. The 4 of them sat down at the dining table. Yifan pointed out a few dishes. 10 times amplification, volume, quantity. Instantly, 10 large portions of food appeared. Ever since Yifan used this ability before, Crane was completely relieved. Cooking had previously exhausted her, as this family were all super big eaters. Now, she only had to prepare some food, and after Yifan amplified it, it was enough for the whole family to eat to their heart's content. Soon, a simple dinner came to an end, and the 4 sat in the living room chatting. Karp, in a few days, you 2 should come with us to the Navy headquarters. The teacher has already arranged everything. Yefan and Dorag nodded. The few of them had discussed this a long time ago, and now it was just a reminder. Then Karp took out 2 items, a devil fruit and a ring. This was a natural-type devil fruit, the wind fruit, which ranked second in the natural-type devil fruit catalog. The first was the already disappeared natural-type thunder fruit. This is a mysterious ring I unexpectedly obtained, which can transform into other objects according to the user's thoughts, limited to inanimate objects. And it seems that this ring has fused with the elements of a superhuman-type fruit. Karp pushed the devil fruit in front of Dorag and tossed the ring to Yefan. Karp said, Yefan has already eaten a devil fruit, so giving you another one would be pointless. So this devil fruit is for Dorag, and this ring is for Yefan. The 2 brothers had no objections. Dorag took the devil fruit and bit into it without saying a word, immediately showing a very pained expression. Karp leaned over with a smug grin. Is it like eating shit? Hee hee. After Dorag forced himself to swallow it, he looked at Karp. Dad, have you eaten shit? Karp immediately lunged at Dorag. Yefan covered his face. My straightforward little brother, aren't you looking for shit death in the toilet with a flashlight? Crane watched the father and son fooling around. Suddenly, Karp was sent flying. A small whirlwind appeared in Dorag's hand. The fruit's ability activated suddenly, and Karp, caught off guard, was knocked away. Dorag looked at the whirlwind in his hand with surprise. Xiaofeng picked up the ring and put it on. He began to try to activate the ring's ability, but there was no change at all. Dad, what's going on? Karp replied. This ring is just as I said, but you have to figure out how to activate it yourself. Xiaofeng really wanted to punch Karp. He felt like the old man was messing with him. At this moment, a scream came from Dorag's side. Karp had somehow appeared next to Dorag, a big bump on Dorag's head, and Karp's fist was smoking. Karp also symbolically blew on his fist. The next day, Xiaofeng and Dorag left the home they had lived in for decades with Karp and Crane. Once they boarded the ship and it set sail, Xiaofeng's adventure officially began. In the cabin, Xiaofeng was fiddling with the ring. According to Karp, this ring's power was astonishing. But now the problem was how to activate the ring. Just then the ship shook. Xiaofeng rushed to the deck. Karp and Dorag were fighting. Nearby, the Navy soldiers were whispering, "Is this the youngest son of Vice Admiral Karp? So strong. I heard this youngest son is a natural type wind fruit user. I feel like Vice Admiral Karp is training that kid. I feel the same way." Just then, Dorag saw Xiaofeng. Dorag directly unleashed several wind blades flying towards Xiaofeng. The Navy soldiers around Xiaofeng were shocked, and just as the wind blades were about to hit them, a hand blocked the attack. Finally, Xiaofeng stepped forward. "Big brother, come play." Xiaofeng nodded. Then, Xiaofeng's figure flickered and disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already behind Dorag. Xiaofeng threw a punch that pierced through Dorag's abdomen. However, no blood flowed from the wound, only a gentle breeze. "Big brother, you can't hurt me." Immediately, Dorag summoned a whirlwind and blew it towards Xiaofeng. In an instant, the other Navy soldiers were blown away, and they hurriedly grabbed the railing, door frame, and fence to stabilize themselves. But Xiaofeng and Karp, at the center of the whirlwind, were completely unharmed. Karp relied on his abnormal physique, while Xiaofeng had amplified his physical abilities tenfold to do so. However, Xiaofeng still found it a bit strenuous. At this moment, a very crisp sound rang out. Karp punched Dorag on the top of his head, and the young man immediately fell asleep. Karp said, "Do you want me to destroy my ship?" Xiaofeng also exhaled and released the amplification on himself. At this moment, Xiaofeng felt a sense of crisis. Then Karp appeared right in front of him. Xiaofeng activated his tenfold defense and bone amplification. As he crossed his arms, Karp had already thrown a punch. In an instant, Xiaofeng was sent stumbling back several meters, with wisps of white smoke rising from his arms. "Old man, what do you want to do?" "Karp, nothing, just wanted to give it a try." Everything that happened shocked the surrounding Navy. Is this Karp's eldest son? He seems stronger than the youngest. The incredible speed, the body that could withstand the whirlwind, and the ability to endure a punch from Vice Admiral Karp were all abnormal. It seems that this generation of the Navy has gained 2 more freaks. I wonder if they can compare to the 3 freakish newcomers who just arrived. Originally, the journey would have taken dozens of days, but with Xiaofeng's help, it was shortened to just a week. Xiaofeng directly amplified the warship's speed, and the ship raced across the sea like a dolphin. As they approached Marineford, Xiaofeng released his ability. Once inside Marineford, Xiaofeng and Dorag were stunned by the buildings before them. The two followed Karp to the marshal's office. Upon entering, they saw an old man with a mohawk. Xiaofeng guessed correctly. This person was the current Marine Marshal, Sengoku. "Karp is back. Where's Crane? Who are these 2 young men behind you?" "Karp, Crane went back to the villa to tidy up. These 2 are my eldest son Xiaofeng and my second son Dorag. Crane is helping them tidy their rooms." Sengoku looked at Xiaofeng and then at Dorag. "Are you letting us join the Navy?" Karp nodded. "All right, let's take them to the training ground to test their combat power." Soon, they arrived at the Navy's training base. The 2 immediately saw a machine that looked like it was used for boxing. At this time, Karp walked over to a purple-haired Navy officer. "Zephyr, I'm here to test my son's combat power." This person was the Navy Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. "Your son's? All right, let me prepare." Soon the machine was adjusted. "Zephyr, you 2 use your strongest attacks. Make sure to give it your all." Xiaofeng and Dorag nodded. The first to strike was Dorag, who unleashed a punch using the ability of the wind fruit. The moment it hit the machine, a gust of wind spread out in all directions. "Zephyr, combat power value 2,500. Looks like we have another freak." The nearby Navy exploded with excitement. "A combat power of 1,500? That's too strong." Or the combat power values of those 3 freaks from a few days ago. Akainu was 1,600, while Kizaru and Akiji were 1,400. This is another freak. The power displayed by Dorag shocked everyone present, while Zephyr remained strong and calm, and Karp was still daydreaming and picking his nose. Next up was Yifan. Without any hesitation, Yifan increased all his stats tenfold. Then he threw a powerful punch. The moment it struck the machine, an invisible wave radiated outwards from Yifan. The huge impact sound was deafening to the nearby Navy soldiers. Zephyr also showed an expression of disbelief. How is this possible? The combat power is 2,500. At this moment, Karp was also unsettled. How much? 2,500? Are you sure you didn't misread? Zephyr stared at Karp. There's no mistake. Yifan's combat power is indeed 2,500. It's worth noting that a combat power of 500 is already considered superhuman, and the weakest combat power of a Navy lieutenant is around 2,000, which means Yifan now possesses the strength of a lieutenant. It's impossible not to be shocked that Yifan, at such a young age, has such power. The Navy soldiers first fell silent, then immediately gasped. This guy must be a monster. A combat power of 2,500, and so young. What did he eat to grow up? My God, this guy is more abnormal than a freak. As for Yifan himself, he felt a bit embarrassed. It seemed he played too big this time. In the end, Yifan and Dorag successfully became Zephyr students and were taught exclusively by him. Upon arriving at the training ground, Yifan immediately saw 3 people. This training ground was Zephyr's exclusive training area, only accessible to a few of his most promising students. A curly-haired man was sleeping, while the other 2 were chatting. Yifan instantly recognized that the one sleeping was none other than the future Navy Admiral Akiji. The other 2 were Akainu and Kizaru. However, there should have been one more. Before coming, Yifan had heard that there were a total of 6 students allowed in this training ground. Moreover, these 6 students would be assigned to the same dormitory to foster their relationships. But now, counting Yifan and Dorag, there were only 5. Yifan did not remember wrongly. He and Dorag were the last batch of students to arrive, so there should be 4 people in the training ground right now. At this moment, Yifan felt a surge of crisis and quickly turned around, but there was nothing behind him. Just as Yifan was about to warn Dorag to be careful, he realized he couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, a fruit ability flashed through Yifan's mind, the silence fruit. At that moment, a young man with yellow hair walked up to Yifan. He smiled at Yifan, and then Yifan felt the initial sense of crisis disappear. When he opened his mouth, his voice returned. Who are you? Hello, my name is Razananti. I am a user of the silence fruit. Yifan remembered that this guy in front of him was the adopted son of Sengoku, the future warlord of the sea, and the brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo, known as Corazon. I am Yifan, and this is my brother Dorag. I am a Paramecia-type user of the Increase-Decrease fruit, and my brother is a Logia-type user of the Wind-Wind fruit. Razananti looked at Yifan and Dorag in shock. You 2 are the Freak brothers. One with a combat power of 1,500, Dorag, and the other with a staggering combat power of 2,500, Yifan. Yifan and Dorag exchanged glances, then nodded. Yifan, it should be talking about us. Razananti, my God, you 2 are now quite famous. Yifan and Dorag touched their noses. They hadn't expected it to turn out this way. Just as the 2 were still pondering, Razananti had already called over Kazan and the others. Sakazuki looked at Yifan and Dorag with a probing expression. Borsalino was also stroking his chin. Kazan was the first to greet them. Hello, I'm Kazan, a Logia-type user of the Ice fruit. You 2 must be Yifan and Dorag, whom Admiral Karp often talks about. Yifan, that's right, I am Yifan, and this is my brother Dorag. Kazan, no wonder you are Karp's children. You're truly remarkable. Yifan, not at all. Suddenly, a magma fist struck in front of Yifan. Yifan had just felt a sense of crisis and immediately retreated. Luckily, Yifan had a natural instinct for danger. Otherwise, he would have been hit by that punch. Sakazuki shook the magma off his hand. How could a Paramecia type be stronger than a Logia type? You must be cheating. Yifan looked at Sakazuki, who was full of disbelief. He knew this guy was tough and that he had to subdue him now. If you're not convinced, we can have a fight. Sakazuki, sure, if you lose, you leave the Navy. Yifan, all right, if I lose, you'll be my little brother. Sakazuki, if you're really strong, what is wrong with being my little brother? Soon, the 2 were ready for battle. Yifan activated his fruit ability, instantly amplifying his overall physical stats tenfold. Sakazuki's fist also began to turn into magma. The 2 moved almost simultaneously, but Yifan outpaced Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki could react, Yifan was already behind him. With 10 times the power boost, his arm pierced through Sakazuki's chest. Everyone can imagine Akainu piercing Ace's chest with a punch. Although this punch did not harm the Logia-type Sakazuki much. However, this extreme speed and strength also surprised Sakazuki greatly. But Yifan only felt a burning sensation coursing through Sakazuki's arm. He quickly withdrew his arm and increased the distance between them. At this moment, Yifan noticed that his arm had already turned black, and the burning sensation continued to stimulate his brain. Yifan directly amplified his self-healing ability tenfold. and soon his arm gradually returned to normal. Usually, Yifan could only amplify 3 aspects of his physique: strength, speed, and defense. The defense merely enhanced the hardness of his bones. There was no effect against something like magma burns. Yifan couldn't amplify too many things either. After all, amplifying a living being would lead to a long period of weakness after the effect wore off. The more things he amplified, the longer and more severe the weakness period would be. On the training ground, Yifan glanced at Akainu and then amplified the hardness of his skin tenfold. Yifan still couldn't amplify fire resistance or similar abilities, but that didn't mean it wouldn't be possible in the future. Yifan disappeared from his spot again, leaving Sakazuki only able to see Yifan's afterimage as he ran. As Yifan's speed gradually increased, he continually searched for an opportunity. Soon, he discovered a flaw in Sakazuki's defense. He realized that Sakazuki was unable to use his elemental transformation while attacking, which was a consequence of not yet mastering his devil fruit ability, similar to when Dragon first consumed his devil fruit. Yifan seized the moment, exerting force with his legs, and instantly created a crack in the ground. Yifan's right fist struck Sakazuki's side waist. Sakazuki felt a jolt in his kidneys, and then his entire body flew out. He didn't stop until he crashed into the wall of the training ground, creating a massive dent. Sakazuki spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Yifan's tenfold strength was not something an ordinary person could withstand, especially since he had struck a man in his most vulnerable spot. Sakazuki was still just a young man who had recently eaten a devil fruit. He simply couldn't handle such an attack. At this moment, Sakazuki was also dazed. Wasn't he the user of the strongest Logia-type devil fruit? Why was he beaten like this by Paramecia-type? Yifan released his body amplification, and an instant wave of weakness flooded through him. Fortunately, it wasn't long. Otherwise, he would have collapsed as well. Yifan walked step by step to Sakazuki's side. How about it? Are you convinced? Sakazuki squatted on the ground without responding. Yifan placed a hand on his shoulder. Instantly, Sakazuki's self-healing ability was amplified tenfold. Soon, his injuries began to heal. Sakazuki realized this and looked at Yifan in surprise. Is this your ability? Yifan nodded. That's right. I can enhance or weaken anything, including physical strength, speed, and defense, as well as a person's self-healing ability. But isn't the Logia-type devil fruit the strongest? Why is it like this? Yifan replied, it's about proficiency. After all, I've been practicing with my devil fruit for 2.5 years. Your proficiency can't compare to mine. Moreover, no matter how strong a devil fruit is, it isn't invincible. These are all supplementary. Only being strong in oneself is truly strong. Sakazuki looked up at Yifan. I concede, but I will challenge you again. One day, I will defeat you. Yifan replied, all right, I'll be waiting for you. An ordinary farce passed just like that. Yifan became the leader among the 6. The group met with Zephyr and then returned to their dormitory. Along the way, Yifan kept pondering a question. Why was Razanandi in this class? In this class, one either had super strong abilities or powerful devil fruits. If Razanandi got in through his relationship with Sengoku, Sakazuki would definitely look down on him. However, judging from Sakazuki and Razanandi's current relationship, the two seem to get along well. It's important to note that Sakazuki highly values strength, which means Razanandi must also be a strong person. That evening, Yifan found Razanandi. Razanandi, does your devil fruit ability directly make sounds disappear? In Yifan's memory, the ability of the silence fruit only allowed sound to disappear within a certain area. Razanandi shook his head. No, I make vibrations disappear within a certain area. Yifan responded, vibrations disappearing means not just sound, but even a person's movements can be stopped. After all human actions involve continuous slight vibrations. Razanandi replied, actually, that's possible, but I haven't mastered the ability of the fruit yet. I can only control sound for now. Now Yifan understood why Razanandi joined this class. Razanandi's devil fruit, like his own amplification fruit, was a god-tier Paramecia type focused on development. If developed well, it could far surpass Logia and Zoan-type devil fruits. No wonder Zephyr wanted Razanandi in this class. Sakazuki must have known this. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have accepted Razanandi as a classmate. Just then, someone suddenly placed a hand on Yifan's shoulder. Yifan turned around and saw Sakazuki's large face. Instinctively, Yifan threw a punch, and Sakazuki flew back. What the hell? That was Sakazuki's last words as he flew away. Yifan, my bad. Bang. Looking at Sakazuki lying motionless on the ground, Yifan awkwardly rubbed his nose. He was 100% not doing it on purpose. After all, it was Karp who usually did such things. Previously, When he didn't fight back, it was only him getting hit. Yifan placed a hand on Sakazuki. Instantly, Sakazuki's injuries began to heal. After a moment, Sakazuki stood up, and his injuries had disappeared. Sakazuki said, "Yifan, what's wrong with you?" Yifan sighed, and then told a few people about his and Dorag's childhood. After listening, everyone took a deep breath. This was not parenting, it was clearly endless abuse. However, Yifan and Dorag did not think so, as their extraordinary physiques were trained by Karp over the years. Without relying on devil fruits, no one present could match Yifan and Dorag. The next day, training began for Yifan and the others. They started with physical training, as physical skills were the foundation of strength. Of course, there were exceptions, such as swordsmanship experts. The six began with running. At first, they all managed well, but as time went on, their differences became apparent. Among them, Razanandi was the weakest. Kazan and Borsalino were decent, while Yifan and Dorag were the strongest, with Sakazuki trailing not far behind Yifan. The gap between them widened, but none chose to give up. Soon, they completed 25 laps, running 10 kilometers. Yifan and Dorag's clothes were soaked with sweat, and they were panting heavily. Sakazuki was already half kneeling on the ground, while Kazan and the other three lay flat on the ground. Just then, a sense of crisis struck, and Yifan quickly looked around. Suddenly, a shadow flashed in one direction. Before Yifan could warn the others, someone appeared above Kazan. The person's fist was aimed at Kazan's abdomen. Yifan instantly amplified his body tenfold and quickly dashed toward Kazan. At that moment, the others finally reacted, but it was too late for them to save Kazan. In this critical moment, a voice reached Kazan's ears. "Get the hell out of here." In an instant, Yifan kicked the mysterious person's arm, sending him flying. Yifan stood in front of Sakazuki and the others, with Dorag following closely behind. "Who are you? What do you want?" The mysterious person rubbed the spot where Yifan had kicked him. "You don't need to know who I am. Just know that I'm here to kill you." After saying this, the mysterious person transformed into a shadow and vanished. Yifan immediately amplified his vision tenfold and finally saw the rapidly moving mysterious person. Yifan smirked, and then the ground beneath his feet shattered as he disappeared. Dorag and the others couldn't see their movements at all. They could only catch glimpses of shadows. However, they could hear the sounds of fighting coming from different directions. The struggle continued for a long time until suddenly a muffled groan echoed in the air. Dorag immediately recognized it as Yifan's voice. Just as Dorag was worried, Yifan was sent flying and crashed into a distant wall. At this moment, the mysterious person appeared in front of everyone, revealing that his right hand was wrapped in black. Armament haki. Dorag's mind immediately recalled the ability his mother often used to beat them. At the moment Yifan hit the wall, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Yifan managed to stabilize himself. At this point, Yifan's legs began to tremble. After such prolonged rapid movement, he could hardly hold on. Dorag and the others quickly ran to Yifan's side, with Dorag supporting the now weakened Yifan. Yifan said, "This guy is strong. You're no match for him. I'll hold him off. You guys hurry outside to find help." Dorag replied, "No, you're already at your limit. If you use your devil fruit ability, your body will collapse." Yifan insisted, "As long as you find help quickly, it will be fine. Don't worry." With that, Yifan amplified himself tenfold again, and as soon as his ability activated, he started to bleed from the nose. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Yifan was exhausting his last bit of stamina, pushing himself to the limits of his body. Without hesitation, Yifan charged at the mysterious person. He didn't know how the mysterious person had gotten in, but he knew he was not a match for his strength. Even if the six of them combined, they would still be no match for him. The mysterious person glanced at Yifan, and a flicker of clarity passed through his eyes. Just then, a voice rang out. "That's enough. You have passed the test." Immediately after, Zephyr emerged from a hidden door in the training ground, followed by Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Karp, and Tsuru. Yifan sighed in relief upon seeing them. Regardless of whether the mysterious person was a test or a real attack, it was safe with these big shots around. The moment the ability was released, Yifan fell backward and Dorag quickly caught him. Tsuru also rushed to Yifan's side. After a thorough check, she let out a sigh of relief. Yifan was just too weak. He had sustained some injuries, but overall, he was fine. At this moment, Dorag spoke up. "Mom, what's going on?" "What test?" Zephyr replied. "This was your final test, to see if you would abandon your companions and flee in the face of crisis." "That's right," he continued. "You have all passed the test. Now you are truly my students." Steelbone Kong added, "Due to the uniqueness of the six of you, this test was necessary." He then pointed to someone in the distance. "That person is Navy Colonel Lei, who will assist Zephyr in training you. At this point, Sengoku had already walked over to Lei. Lei, no need to use haki. Lei said seriously, without haki, I can't take him down in a short time. This guy is a freak. Sengoku remarked, of course, just look at who his father is, someone who goes against the celestial dragons. Both of them cast their gazes at Karp. At this moment, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Knowing what had happened, Yi Fan felt helpless. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have had to push himself so hard. After resting for a while, Yi Fan used his ability to amplify his self-healing powers tenfold, and soon his injuries healed. However, Yi Fan was still very weak, as his stamina was completely depleted. After a period of recovery, targeted training for Yi Fan began. The reason for focusing on Yi Fan alone was that he was strong and could use the devil fruit to enhance his learning ability. Zephyr allowed Yi Fan to use it himself, but prohibited him from using it for others. After all, one could only grow stronger by relying on oneself. If one always relied on others, they would become lazy and ultimately fail to achieve greatness. Zephyr directly threw a book on the Navy 6 styles to Yi Fan, instructing him to study it slowly, while Lei taught Dorag and the others. As for Zifa himself, he lay in the office drinking tea every day. In fact, Zifa's office was right above the training ground, so he could see Dorag and others training with Yi Fan. Dorag had started step-by-step training, while Yi Fan was looking into the Navy 6 forms. Yi Fan directly amplified his mental capacity tenfold. These abilities for learning, developing, and applying in combat all appeared in his mind. In just one day, Yi Fan managed to memorize the entire book. Next, Yi Fan began training, and with his physical abilities increased tenfold, training the Navy 6 forms was as easy as drinking water. Zifa in the office was also shocked by Yi Fan. Now, Yi Fan just needed to continuously use the Navy 6 forms to gradually become proficient and apply them flexibly in combat. Dorag and the others had just learned 2 of the 6 forms, while Yi Fan had already mastered all 6. Originally, Yi Fan thought that the iron block technique wasn't as useless as depicted in the original work, but perhaps it was a user issue. However, after learning it, Yi Fan changed his mind. The iron block was indeed a useless skill, unless used by freaks like Karp and Zifa. After completing his training, Yi Fan walked over to Dorag and the others' training ground. Sakazuki saw Yi Fan and immediately used the shave technique from the Navy 6 forms to charge at him. Yi Fan just smiled, and then he quickly appeared in the distance. Sakazuki, shave, you learned it too. Dorag and the others did not learn the Navy 6 forms uniformly. Instead, each person selected one they wanted to learn and practiced them one by one. Sakazuki had chosen shave and skywalk. Yi Fan did not respond. He simply moved his feet and flew into the air. Dorag, skywalk. In midair, Yi Fan kicked with his right leg, instantly sending a slash flying towards the distance. Kazan. That's the Gale foot. How many did he learn? After landing, Yi Fan walked to the training wall and pointed with one hand. Instantly, a hole was pierced through the wall. Rasenandi, pointing gun. That's 4 now. Yi Fan came before Sakazuki. Attack me. Sakazuki threw a punch, and Yi Fan's body dodged the attack as if it were paper. Sakazuki punched again, this time hitting Yi Fan. However, a metallic clashing sound echoed. Borsellino, goodness, this guy has learned all the Navy 6 forms. Sakazuki shook his wrist. What a freak. He actually learned the Navy 6 forms in such a short time. Yi Fan, I'm different from you guys. If I'm not stronger than you, how can I be your boss? Haha. While others took 10 days to learn 2 forms, Yi Fan directly learned all 6. Yi Fan, by the way, who among you practiced iron block? Kazan and Rasenandi raised their hands. Yi Fan patted their shoulders. Focus on the others first. Iron block isn't suitable for combat. After saying that, Yi Fan left the training ground. Since Yi Fan had completed a semester's worth of study tasks, Zifa directly gave him a few days off. Yi Fan then strolled around Marineford by himself. Marineford has a designated area for Navy families to live. Over time, a commercial street-like area developed. As the son of Vice Admiral Karp, Yi Fan was naturally not short on money. So as soon as he arrived, he began to shop. Food, clothes, daily necessities. He bought everything without batting an eye. Yi Fan bought things for Dorag and the others too. There's no helping it. He was rich and generous. Soon, Yi Fan had a huge pile of items in his hands. At that moment, he was attracted by a black trench coat in a store. This coat matched his aesthetic perfectly. Without hesitation, Yi Fan bought the coat. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed person walked in and snatched the coat from Yi Fan's hands. This coat is mine, he declared, attempting to put it on. However, Yi Fan Wunti let him have his way. With one hand, he gripped the coat and pulled hard, instantly sending the person flying, and the coat returned to Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan then turned around and put the coat on. Originally very good-looking, Yi Fan looked even more handsome in the coat. Many girls around were stunned by Yi Fan's looks, with some even shouting that they wanted to have his children. Just then, Yi Fan felt a dizziness and found himself back in Yi Chu's body. Yi Chu looked around in confusion. At that moment, he heard the voice of the left one. "Kid, what just happened? Why was there a moment when I couldn't sense your presence?" Yi Chu, "I don't know. I seem to have returned to the pirate world." As if it were a completely new storyline. The left one was extremely shocked and quickly released his energy to explore. Soon, he finished exploring. "That is a parallel world. My parallel world. There is a person as powerful as me who created that world, and you are the reincarnation of that person." "Yi Chu, am I Yi Chu or Yi Fan now?" "The left one, you are both. This is something you need to slowly explore on your own. I cannot interfere with parallel worlds." After saying that, the left one disappeared, not responding to Yi Chu's calls. Seeing this, Yi Chu stopped asking. At this time, he noticed the giant he had knocked out in front of him. He placed his hand on the giant's head, and instantly, demonic energy surged into his brain, quickly extracting the giant's memories. Yi Chu read through the giant's memories in the shortest time possible. The passage to the three realms opened, with the celestial realm descending first, and the Blood Demon Gate's gatekeeper was summoned to capture people. Seeing this, Yi Chu's anger surged. His aura began to rise dramatically. At this moment, he saw a few figures. These figures were Xiao and others. With the reappearance of the three realms and the revival of spiritual energy, the few of them directly entered the celestial realm. "Yi Chu, Brother Xiao, how is the headquarters?" "Xiao, don't worry about that. The ones appearing now are all small sect celestial beings, and they can't infiltrate the organization at all. However, ordinary people are in danger. We have received orders to eliminate all evil celestial beings." At this moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky. A giant in golden armor, wielding a huge hammer, slowly descended. He approached the silver-armored giant Yi Chu had knocked out earlier, and then looked at Yi Chu. "You Shai Di." Instantly, the giant swung his hammer at Yi Chu. Yi Chu didn't want to waste time with this person. Chaotic energy erupted from his body. Chaos Law. Chaos Gale. Instantly, the golden-armored giant was cut in half. The Chaos Gale shot directly into the sky. "Yi Chu, this won't do." After saying that, Yi Chu flew into the sky. Instantly, a massive amount of energy impacted Yi Chu's body. Without any hesitation, Yi Chu unleashed the power of the laws. It wasn't the right time for the passage to the three realms to open. He was willing to use half of his life to temporarily seal the passage. Buzz. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light for miles. Yi Chu felt his life force slowly being drained. His once black hair turned into silver strands. The three realms passage was once again sealed. It seemed as if no immortals had descended, but the abundant spiritual energy told them it was not a dream. Seeing this, Yi Chu smiled. At that moment, a voice rang out from the sky. "In the name of the Tao, I seal the three realms passage again, with a time limit of 3 years." Yi Chu finally felt relieved. He had long sensed that the Tao had always existed, and this time he had borrowed its power. The blue star was not yet allowed to have immortals descend. At that moment, Yi Chu felt a wave of weakness and began to fall towards the ground. However, just before he hit the ground, he was caught by Xiao Zizai. Everyone present knew what Yi Chu had done. Although there were still immortals on Blue Star, their powers were not very strong. Moreover, the spiritual energy had not disappeared. In these 3 years, people would have enough time to cultivate to a level of self-protection. Gradually, Yi Chu fell into a faint. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the pirate world. Yi Fan snatched the clothes and put them on. Seeing this, the man who had grabbed the clothes became even angrier. "I want you dead." With a single wave of his hand, the men in black behind him charged at Yi Fan. Yi Fan directly amplified his physical strength 5-fold. In his eyes, these men in black were just a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Yi Fan pointed forward with both hands. Finger gun. Instantly, several men in black had their thighs pierced with blood holes. Everyone present was a family member of the Navy and recognized this as one of the 6 styles of the Navy, the finger gun. The man who had grabbed the clothes looked at the fallen men in black, and his face turned pale. He never expected the other party to be so strong and to know the Navy's 6 styles. "I am the son of Admiral Chuan Xiu of the Navy. You can't touch me." Yi Fan had no reaction, but the people around him were already in an uproar. He was actually the son of the ruthless Dragonfly Admiral. This young man was doomed. The Dragonfly Admiral was known for being a killer. Such a young guy, what a pity. Hearing the discussions around him, the man who had grabbed the clothes lost his fearful expression and replaced it with arrogance. "Did you hear? I am Chuan Feng, the son of Admiral Dragonfly. I I advise you to kneel and knock your head 3 times, or I will make sure you have no place to die. Yi Fan, as the son of an admiral, I didn't expect you to be so unreasonable. What difference is there between you and the pirates at sea? Chuan Feng, kid, don't say useless things. Saying this, Chuan Feng took out a din mushy. Soon, a deep male voice came through. Chuan Feng, what's wrong? The moment the call connected, Chuan Feng transformed into a wronged appearance. Dad, I was beaten in the commercial area. Come quickly. What? I want to see which bastard did this. Wait for me to come over. The moment the call ended, Chuan Feng's face turned from wronged back to arrogant. Kid, you're doomed. Yi Fan felt no tension. When it came to backing, he truly had nothing to fear. His father was Vice Admiral Garp, who surpassed the admirals in strength. His mother was Vice Admiral Tsuru. His teacher was Admiral Zifa, and his father's good friend was Admiral Sengoku. In fact, Yi Fan's biggest backing was his grandfather, a character who did not appear in the original version. Yi Fan was also very surprised when he learned this news. His grandfather was called Kali, a retired admiral of the Navy. According to Garp, he had retired because he was disillusioned with the world. Yi Fan wondered where his grandfather was now, enjoying his retirement. But based on Garp's introduction, he learned that Kali's strength far surpassed Garp's, and the current fleet Admiral Kong was one of his disciples. Moreover, his grandfather was very protective, but only if there was a life-threatening situation would he take action. With such a background, Yi Fan was indeed not afraid of any Navy admiral. However, only a few people knew of his grandfather's existence, as he did not want to be disturbed. Just then, a person flew towards them from the sky. As that person landed, a cloud of dust was kicked up. As the smoke cleared, a figure in a Navy admiral's cloak stood there. This was none other than Admiral Chuan Xiu of the Navy. Kid, so it's you who harmed my son. Yi Fan nodded. Your son is bullying others here. Chuan Xiu chuckled lightly. So what if I am bullying? You are just an ant. It is your honor to be bullied by me. Yi Fan was stunned by Chuan Xiu's words. He couldn't believe that he was facing an admiral of the Navy. He thought to himself, this must be the reason why Grandpa is disappointed with the Navy. Just then, Yi Fan felt darkness in front of him. In an instant, he was sent flying backward, crashing through a wall before finally stopping. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Chuan Xiu's fist was still poised in front of him. Kid, this is just a little interest. Next, I will make you wish you were dead. Yi Fan, you are a Navy admiral. You won't get away with this with Fleet Admiral Kong. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Chuan Xiu burst into laughter. I'm an admiral. Do you think I am like those ordinary vice admirals? Do you think Kong would turn against me for such a small fry? Yi Fan realized that if he didn't act now, he would either die or be severely injured. In an instant, Yi Fan activated his fruit ability, first amplifying his healing ability tenfold. After healing his injuries, he then amplified his physical strength tenfold. Yi Fan pushed off with his legs and shot forward. And even Chuan Xiu, as an admiral, was momentarily shocked by Yi Fan's speed. But it was just for a moment. Chuan Xiu's eyes changed. Yi Fan was still moving quickly, looking for an opportunity to ambush Chuan Xiu. Facing Chuan Xiu, Yi Fan could only rely on ambush. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a shadow cover him, and then a pain surged in his face, hitting his brain. Chuan Xiu's fist had struck Yi Fan's face, sending him flying again. Kid, in front of my dragonfly compound eyes, you are just a snail. I advise you to kneel and apologize. Yi Fan had taken 2 punches, and although the opponent had not used full strength, he was still severely injured. Although his amplified healing ability was strong, he couldn't keep up with the physical toll of such consecutive injuries. Just then, a large amount of magma erupted from beneath Chuan Xiu's feet. Chuan Xiu narrowly avoided it. Although he wasn't injured, much of his navy cloak was burned. At that moment, a wind blade flew towards Chuan Xiu, who quickly dodged. But just as he avoided it, he saw a freezing trident flying towards him. Chuan Xiu immediately opened a pair of transparent wings behind him and flew into the sky. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, countless golden rays shot towards him from the sky. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, it was too late to dodge. Chuan Xiu covered himself in armed haki, and the attack from Borsellino ultimately did not injure him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the others on the ground quickly took action to block Borsellino's attacks. Otherwise, the houses and lives of the residents on the ground would be damaged. After the attack, Borsellino also came to Xiaofeng's side. The 6 members of the Navy Special Training Class had gathered. Xiaofeng, what are you doing here? Dorag, Teacher Zephyr gave us half a day off, and when we arrived here, we saw you getting beaten. Sakazuki, who is this? He can actually bully you. Xiaofeng, Admiral, codenamed Dragonfly, Chuan Xiu. Kazan, Admiral, how did you end up fighting him? Xiaofeng recounted the events. Sakazuki, pa. He is not worthy of being an admiral. Borsalino, what a disgrace to the Navy. Xiaofeng ignored their complaints. Borsalino, you're the fastest among us. Quickly go find teacher Zephyr or my dad, Admiral Karp. Together we might not be his match. So we need to call for help. Borsalino nodded, and then transformed into a beam of light and left. After Borsalino left, Xiaofeng and the others prepared for battle. None of them expected that their first opponent they wanted to take down would be a Navy admiral, rather than a pirate. Xiaofeng took the initiative to strike first, as facing such an opponent required being the first to act. Seeing this, Sakazuki and Dorag also rushed out with Xiaofeng. Individually, none of them could match an admiral, but together they could buy some time. Chuanqiu also became serious. After all, if he seriously injured a Paramecia user, Steel Bone Kong would not do anything to him. But 3 Logia users and 2 Paramecia users were another story. However, Chuanqiu could not just pretend nothing happened. If he did that, he would lose face. So he decided to kill the initial Paramecia user and injure the others. After making up his mind, Chuanqiu directly punched towards Xiaofeng. Although Xiaofeng had amplified his physical abilities tenfold, facing an admiral was still somewhat insufficient. Just as this punch was about to hit Xiaofeng, an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of him. However, Chuanqiu's fist shattered the ice wall and struck Xiaofeng's abdomen. Although the ice wall did not block the attack, it weakened the force somewhat. Xiaofeng staggered back several steps, but stabilized himself. Without the ice wall, Xiaofeng's organs would have definitely suffered severe damage. Seeing this, Chuanqiu prepared to attack Xiaofeng again. But Sakazuki and Dorag did not give Chuanqiu the opportunity. Their attacks directly targeted Chuanqiu's face. Such an attack would not hurt Chuanqiu, but could be a nuisance. Chuanqiu saw the magma and wind blades closing in, and he covered his hands with armament haki. With one punch, he dispersed the 2 attacks. At that moment, Chuanqiu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. He looked down to see his leg encased in ice. At this moment, Xiaofeng appeared behind Chuanqiu. With a tenfold amplified punch, he struck solidly on Chuanqiu's back. However, Chuanqiu merely grunted and quickly turned around to punch Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng could not dodge this punch, and Sakazuki and the others had no chance to block it either. Just as this punch was about to hit Xiaofeng, a hand suddenly grabbed Chuanqiu's fist. The newcomer had purple hair and wore a Navy Admiral's cloak. It was Admiral Black Arm Zephyr. Chuanqiu, what are you trying to do? Chuanqiu, Zephyr, I should be the one asking you. I'm just teaching this brat a lesson. Zephyr, a lesson? That punch would directly kill him. Chuanqiu, he's just an ordinary Navy cadet. What's the big deal if he dies? Zephyr, Chuanqiu, are you a Navy or a pirate? Chuanqiu scoffed. Zephyr, have you forgotten my identity? Of course I remember, a confidant of the Celestial Dragons and the 5 Elders. But do you know who this little guy is? Chuanqiu glanced at Xiaofeng. What identity could this guy have? Zephyr, he is the eldest son of Karp and Tsuru. Chuanqiu's expression stiffened. That mad dog's son. At this moment, Karp's voice came. Old worm, who are you calling a mad dog? Chuanqiu turned to see Karp picking his nose. Realizing he could not make a move, Chuanqiu shook off Zephyr's hand and left. Although Chuanqiu said nothing, he remembered Xiaofeng. He thought to himself that he would definitely make that mad dog's son either dead or injured in the future. After Chuanqiu left, Zephyr and Karp learned about the events from Xiaofeng. Zephyr, this guy is really getting more and more arrogant. Karp, I'm really curious why Steelbone Kong would make this guy an admiral back then. Zephyr glanced at Karp. Isn't it because a bastard like you wouldn't become an admiral even if he was beaten to death? Karp directly pretended not to hear. He knew that the bastard referred to was himself. Zephyr did not pay attention to Karp, but looked at Xiaofeng. Chuanqiu will definitely retaliate against you, so you must be careful. Sakazuki, what about us? Zephyr shook his head. If Xiaofeng's background had not been exposed, you all would have been targeted. But now that Xiaofeng's background has been revealed as the nemesis of the mad dog Karp, Chuanqiu will surely target Xiaofeng furiously. Xiaofeng, will Dorag be in danger? Zephyr, no. Chuanqiu is a pervert. He won't attack anyone until he resolves his issue with you. Then he glanced at Dorag and the others. Moreover, Chuanqiu shouldn't move against them. As Logia Devil Fruit users, he needs to think twice before acting against them. After all, the world government and the Navy give special treatment to Logia Devil Fruit users. Xiaofeng did not respond. He knew that his Paramecia Devil Fruit was indeed quite average compared to Logia. If the Devil Fruits were ranked, the first would definitely be the Zoan Mythical type, followed by Logia, and then Paramecia, Ancient Zoan, and Regular Zoan. This is just the author's personal opinion. Of course, this does not include some special types of Devil Fruits. Paramecia includes some special abilities, while Logia is about elemental control. Zoan enhances a person's physical attributes, strength, speed, defense. and also includes some unique abilities of animals, such as the mantis's blades, cobra's poison, and bat sonar. Ancient types enhance even more and are more powerful. Currently, Admiral Chuanxiu is one of the 3 calamities of the beast pirates in the future. Mythical Zhoulan is a combination of Zhoulan and Paramecia, with some even combining with Logia. In addition to having the characteristics of Zhoulan that enhance physical attributes, it also has unique abilities of Paramecia or Logia. Of course, it also depends on the user's development. As long as it is developed well, there are no weak devil fruits. For example, Whitebeard's Paramecia Tremor fruit has far surpassed Logia and Zhoulan mythical types. Xiaofeng. That seems unlikely. Doesn't he fear retaliation from my dad? Zephyr nodded at Xiaofeng's head. You are thinking too simply. As an admiral, he has a lot of power. Just a little troublemaking could put you in a deadly situation. Yi Fan, would Marshal Kong allow him to act recklessly? Karp shook his head. This guy is one of the elders. He has the right to make decisions after the fact. Even Steelbone Kong can't do anything about him. Zephyr. The reason this guy is so arrogant is also because of his identity. After all, he was sent by the celestial dragons, relying on their power, you know? At this moment, Zephyr patted Yi Fan's shoulder. All right, you don't need to think about these things now. You should know that your background is not inferior to his at all. Your mad dog father, your little crane mother, me as your teacher, and that old man who has already retired, you just need to keep getting stronger. After saying that, he led a few people towards a training ground. Come on, let me see how well you have trained. After arriving at the training ground, they prepared to start the competition. Zephyr stood in the middle, while Yi Fan and the others stood in various positions. Karp did not follow. He and Zephyr left after talking about something. Just as Zephyr said start, Yi Fan shot out like a bullet. Sakazuki and the others also attacked Zephyr from different directions. Zephyr smirked and then punched to the right. With a muffled grunt, Yi Fan flew backward. Yi Fan stabilized himself after flying several meters. Observation haki, huh? Zephyr, this isn't observation haki. If I used observation haki, I would just be bullying you. This is just a form of human early warning. Some people are born with a heightened sense of danger, like me and Yi Fan. Yi Fan, right? I always feel a sense of crisis whenever I'm attacked. Zephyr, this early warning is a natural form of observation haki. How much do you know about the 3 types of haki? Sakazuki and the others shook their heads. Although they knew a little, they didn't understand much. Yi Fan, the 3 types of haki are observation haki, armament haki, and conqueror's haki. Observation haki is a form of mental power that allows one to evade attacks during combat. As one gets stronger, it can even predict a short future. Some types of observation haki have special abilities like listening to everything. Armament haki is a physical power, a combination of offense and defense. Armament haki can be used on oneself or attached to weapons, and this power can counter devil fruit users. Strong armament haki can strike internally. Conqueror's haki is a form of aura, often referred to as the strongest haki. It is a haki possessed only by one in hundreds of thousands. A king's qualification that stands above others. Unlike the first 2 types, it cannot be strengthened through training, but only through the user's own growth. Additionally, Conqueror's haki can perform wrapping attacks, which only the strong can do. Zephyr nodded. Very comprehensive, I don't need to add anything. Then Zephyr looked at Sakazuki and the others. You haven't encountered this power yet, but you will learn it in the future. Right now, you should be thinking about how to defeat me. After saying that, Zephyr flashed to Yi Fan's side. Don't worry, I want to use haki. He threw a punch, and Yi Fan felt a pain in his abdomen, then flew backward. Kid, your reaction speed is good, but your body can't keep up. At this moment, Sakazuki launched a large fire attack towards Zephyr. Zephyr smiled slightly and instantly appeared next to Sakazuki. He kicked Sakazuki flying away. You are just not skilled with your devil fruit powers. You can't elementalize during attacks. Only Dorag can do that. Just then, Razanani attacked Zephyr from behind. Zephyr turned around, grabbed Razanani's wrist, and with a forceful throw, sent him flying. You are not suited for practicing martial arts. You could try marksmanship or swordsmanship instead. Following that, Zephyr pointed out the weaknesses and areas for improvement for each of them. Borsalino's speed is too slow, not suited for martial arts. He could try swordsmanship. Kazan lacks power, also not suited for martial arts, just like Borsalino. Dorag's martial arts are decent, but his devil fruit abilities haven't been developed. Zephyr looked at the 6 people who were already on the ground. Starting tomorrow, you will train according to what I say. I will find a marksmanship teacher and a swordsmanship teacher to teach you. As for developing your devil fruit, that depends on you. After saying that, he looked at Yi Fan. Come with me. Yi Fan nodded, then rubbed his sore shoulders and followed Zephyr. Upon arriving at the office, Zephyr pointed to a chair beside him. Seat. Yifan was not shy and sat down directly. Zephyr poured a cup of water for both himself and Yifan. Yifan, your devil fruit ability can amplify or reduce, right? Yifan nodded. You can amplify a person's physical condition tenfold. Have you tried it on your grandfather? Yifan, I have, but it didn't work. I can at most amplify him by one time, and the duration is very short. Zephyr, that's about what I expected. Have you been developing your devil fruit abilities recently? Yifan nodded. Yes, but I'm still a bit short. Zephyr nodded. Your fruit is very strong, with great potential. Although it's just a paramecia-type devil fruit, its potential surpasses many devil fruits. Yifan nodded. He knew that how to develop this fruit entirely depended on his creativity. As long as he had creativity, this fruit would be invincible. After chatting for a while, they prepared to leave. Zephyr called Yifan over because he saw the potential in amplifying and reducing powers, and he genuinely liked this student. Just as Yifan got up, he was attracted by a wanted poster on Zephyr's desk. The face on this wanted poster was very blurry, but Yifan was very familiar with this name. Roxd. Zebek, yes, it's the captain of the Rocks Pirates who would later become famous worldwide. The one who would trigger the God Valley incident in the future. His pirate crew produced one strong person after another. The future Yonko, Whitebeard, Newgate, Kaido of the Beast, Big Mom Linlin were all his subordinates. There was also the flying pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, who was as famous as the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard. And the characters mentioned in the original work, John, Wang Ji, and Silver Axe. It is known that the God Valley incident was defeated by Garp and Roger teaming up to take down Rocks. At that time, the Rocks pirates began to fall apart. Yifan also noticed the bounty on Rocks. 1 billion berries. At this moment, Zephyr also noticed Yifan's gaze. This pirate has just recently appeared at sea, showing strong power right away and even killed a celestial dragon. Yifan nodded. He knew that Rock's dream was to make the world submit at his feet. How could he fear the celestial dragons, who were as lowly as pigs and dogs? Zephyr ruffled Yifan's hair. All right, this is something you don't need to worry about right now. You just need to focus on improving your strength. Yifan nodded and left. Zephyr was right. His main task now was to improve his strength. Like Dorag, Yifan was capable in physical combat, but his development of the devil fruit was not up to standard. As the son of Garp, both of them didn't need to worry about their physical skills. Yifan's physical abilities were even above Dorag's. After all, the enhancement of learning ability was incredibly powerful. Now, Yifan needed to fully immerse himself in developing the devil fruit. After returning to the dormitory, Yifan packed his luggage and headed to the forest behind Marineford. He needed a quiet environment to develop the devil fruit. Dorag didn't need that. He only needed to develop his wind combat abilities. However, Yifan aimed to develop his abilities in all aspects, not limited to combat. Time passed slowly. Yifan stayed in the forest for a month. During this month, Yifan successfully raised his enhancement limit to 20 times. Moreover, the areas he could enhance further increased. What pleased Yifan the most was his mental power. After enhancing his mental power by 20 times, Yifan was amazed to find that his mind was exceptionally clear, which was significantly stronger than simply improving cognitive ability. Yifan also discovered that in this state, he had developed telekinesis. Although it consumed physical energy, it excited him greatly. With a single wave of his hand, the fallen leaves on the ground shot forward like darts, and under the continuous attack of the leaves, a towering tree was directly severed in half. This ability shocked Yifan, but after releasing the ability, a wave of dizziness hit him. Although it was powerful, the side effects were quite uncomfortable. After resting for a while, Yifan began to try enhancing other aspects. He started enhancing the hardness of his bones. And at that moment, he remembered a character from a manga he had seen, Kimimaro. He was a fighter who relied on his bones and physical techniques. Although he was born with a bloodline limit, Yifan's enhanced bones were not inferior to Kimimaro's. Yifan began to develop towards Kimimaro's direction, launching his finger bones like bullets and covering himself with a layer of bony armor, as well as creating bony blades and chains. Yifan developed all of these one by one. The only difference between them was that Kimimaro's use was painless, while Yifan had to enhance his self-healing ability to reduce his pain every time he used his skills. Otherwise, every time he used a skill, he would suffer extreme pain along with blood loss. It was purely a case of inflicting 1,000 damage on the enemy while suffering 800 himself. Subsequently, Yifan began to continuously try to enhance objects in a specific area or enhance a certain part of an object. Ahem, don't think too much. Yifan decided to first try enhancing a specific part, as enhancing an entire area would be akin to altering the terrain, which most paramecia users could not do unless they awakened. Therefore, Yi Fan wanted to try parts first, then areas. Yi Fan sat cross-legged and began to develop the fruit's abilities. Meanwhile, in the training ground, Dorag and the others were training. After a month of training, they had all mastered swordsmanship, marksmanship, and the development of their fruits. As Zephyr said, Razanani was indeed a genius in marksmanship, and coupled with his fruit abilities, he became an assassin who could kill invisibly. Borisolino and Kuzan had a unique understanding of swordsmanship. Their swordsmanship teacher even said that both of them would definitely reach the level of great sword masters in the future. Dorag and Sakazuki's fruit enhancements could be considered perfect. After all, the teacher Zephyr found was Admiral Sengoku. Under Sengoku's guidance, not only did Dorag and Sakazuki's fruits improve, but Borisolino and Kuzan's fruits also received a certain level of enhancement. However, Sengoku could not teach Yi Fan and Razanani, as the development of Zoan and Logia types was quite similar, but there was no resemblance at all to Paramecia types. Therefore, they had to rely on themselves, which was one of the reasons Yi Fan left to enhance his fruit alone. Razanani chose to focus on learning marksmanship first. His devil fruit was definitely not the strongest, but was certainly difficult to develop. Razanani was aware of this. In just a month, the 6 members of the special training class had shown significant improvement. One day, Dorag and the others arrived at the edge of the forest. They were waiting for someone to appear. At that moment, Yi Fan's figure appeared not far away. The 6 exchanged smiles, and then Dorag and the others rushed towards Yi Fan. Great fire! Sakazuki's magma fist struck towards Yi Fan, who dodged swiftly. Then, Yi Fan pointed his finger at Sakazuki. Finger gun bone. Instantly, his finger bones shot towards Sakazuki like bullets. This was Yi Fan combining the finger gun with his finger bones. The finger gun was an attack method that could be used at both close and long range, but the power of long-range attacks was far inferior to close combat. However, with the combination of the finger bones, the fired finger bones were like small cannonballs, far stronger than a simple finger gun. The moment the finger bones hit Sakazuki, they were swallowed by magma. Yi Fan thought, not bad. In just a month, you've eliminated the weakness of being unable to elementally transform your attacks. Suddenly, Yi Fan was stunned. It seemed like he couldn't defeat these guys. He hadn't learned haki yet, so fighting them was like fighting air. Seeing this, Yi Fan called for a timeout unilaterally. No need to fight. I can't hit you unless we rely on stamina. You guys will automatically lose elementalization when your stamina runs low, but that would take too much time. Upon hearing this, Borisolino, Kazan, and Razanani stopped. However, Sakazuki and Dorag showed no signs of stopping. Sakazuki said, "Do you think I would believe that? Your strength definitely can't be just this." Dorag added, "Brother, do you think you could deceive me?" Yi Fan smirked slightly, moving continuously to evade their attacks. It seemed he would have to show his true skills. Yi Fan quickly dashed to a distance, and seeing this, Sakazuki directly unleashed a magma attack. At that moment, Yi Fan extended one hand, and instantly, a bone protruded out. The front part of the bone began to change, and soon a huge shield appeared. During training, Yi Fan had already developed a portion of his amplification to be weaker. Moreover, he discovered that with slight modifications, he could completely alter the shape of certain objects. Just like the current shield, some areas were amplified, while others were weakened. Bone shield. In an instant, the bony shield blocked Sakazuki's magma attack. Seeing this, Yi Fan gripped the shield, and with his other hand, bones emerged and gradually transformed into a long blade. Bone blade. The onlookers were stunned by the appearance of Yi Fan's bony shield and blade. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan quickly charged towards Sakazuki. At this moment, Yi Fan indeed couldn't hit Sakazuki, but every person has weaknesses, and as long as he found them, he could strike decisively. Facing Yi Fan's swift movements, Sakazuki could only keep attacking. In his eyes, he could only see Yi Fan's afterimages. It was a situation where Yi Fan couldn't hit Sakazuki, and Sakazuki couldn't hit Yi Fan either. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly felt a sense of crisis, noticing several wind blades following behind him. "Dolag, big brother, these wind blades are my latest development. I wonder if you can dodge them." "Yi Fan, good kid." With that, Yi Fan exerted force in his legs again, and he was also ready to reveal his trump card. Mental power, 20 times amplification. In an instant, the world in Yi Fan's eyes began to slow down, and with a few quick movements, he dodged the wind blades. Immediately afterward, Yi Fan grasped with one hand, instantly imprisoning both Sakazuki and Dolag. The crowd gasped again. "Yi Fan, all right, you guys lost again this time." Saying this, Yi Fan clenched his palm, and in an instant, Sakazuki and Dolag were crushed. One turned into a pool of magma, and the other into a whirlwind. Soon, both returned to their human forms. Dolag, big brother, were you serious? Yifan slapped Dolag on the back of the head. Was your wind blade fake? Dolag scratched his head with an awkward smile. At this moment, Sakazuki walked up to Yifan and placed a hand on his shoulder. Not bad, what was that ability just now? Yifan, telekinesis. I have expanded my amplification to 20 times and discovered this ability when amplifying my mental power again. Sakazuki looked at Yifan in disbelief. Telekinesis? My god, how did you develop your devil fruit in just a month? Yifan just casually developed it. The others looked at Yifan in confusion. Sakazuki was the first to speak. You really can act. After returning to the training ground, they met with Zifa. Yifan also explained his developed abilities to Zifa, who was equally astonished. He knew that the potential of the amplification fruit was great, but he didn't expect it to be so incredible. Zifa, now that you guys have trained enough, it's time to teach you about armament haki and observation haki. Sakazuki, what about Conqueror's haki? Zifa, there is no training method for Conqueror's haki. The only ones in the Navy who possess it are Sengoku and Karp, and they also don't know how to train it. Yifan and Dolag were stunned. They never thought their father would actually have Conqueror's haki. Soon, the haki training for the group began. The training for haki wasn't too difficult. One was to endure hits, and the other was to endure hits while blindfolded. Next came the beginning of Yifan and the other's brutal hell. They stood there, facing a training team led by Lei. Each of them held a stick. Lei, kids, are you ready? Yifan and the others swallowed at Lei's smile. Following that, screams echoed from the training ground for several days. Sometimes, Zifa would personally take action, leaving Yifan and the others covered in injuries each time. They had to rely on Yifan to heal them. During this time, Yifan also discovered a problem. If the opponent had no stamina, using his abilities was pointless. Yifan was troubled. Human stamina was a variable he had tried several times to no avail. Not only Yifan, but everyone else as foundation under Yifan's ability was stamina. Yifan had asked Zifa, Karp, and others many times about ways to quickly increase stamina. The answers were always the same. They didn't know. Stamina could only be increased through continuous training. From that time on, Yifan added stamina training to his curriculum. This course involved continuously exhausting stamina, followed by rapid replenishment. In a state of stamina depletion, Yifan could actually use his devil fruit abilities, but the cost was life force. Since the last time he used his abilities after exhausting himself and had a nosebleed, Yifan realized this. This also reminded Yifan of his future nephew's devil fruit, the Zhoulan-type human fruit, mythical beast form, Nika, which grants power by exhausting life force. After a long period of training, Sakazuki and the others found no breakthrough. However, Yifan was different. He felt a force flowing within his body. But each time he was about to control it, it would disappear. Lei noticed this as well. He had the others step back and approach Yifan with a stick. Kid, I won't hold back this time. You must give it your all, or you'll die. With that, Lei began to attack Yifan furiously. Watching the dark stick getting closer, Yifan was stunned. Damn it, instructor, are you serious? You're actually using armament haki. Lei, no mistake. The stick struck Yifan solidly, sending a jolt of pain to his brain. Just as Yifan wanted to escape, he found his feet bound by several chains. He instantly remembered that his instructor in front of him was also a devil fruit user, the Paramecia chain fruit. Following that, Yifan took several solid hits. After half a day of beating, Yifan felt that force growing stronger, as if it were about to burst forth at any moment. Just as Lei swung the stick again, a pitch-black hand blocked the attack. Yifan was shocked to see his own black hand stopping the attack. Armament haki, I did it. Seeing this, Lei also put away his stick. Try to feel it. You don't need to participate in the next training. Just familiarize yourself with this power. Yifan nodded. At this moment, the chains beneath his feet slowly disappeared. Sakazuki and the others looked at Yifan with great envy as he learned to use haki. Yifan walked away, practicing his newly acquired power. Suddenly, Yifan had a bold idea and directly amplified his haki 20 times. Instantly, the originally pitch-black haki turned into a dark golden color. Yifan looked at the training stone beside him. He stepped forward and threw a punch directly at the training stone. The instructors in the distance also witnessed this scene. The little guy plans to practice on the training stone. This kid just learned haki. He probably won't even leave a mark. Not necessarily. This kid is quite strong. He should be able to leave a mark. At this moment, Yifan's fist had already struck the training stone. Bang! The sound was very clear in the quiet training ground. Yifan slowly retracted his fist, and he could clearly sense his stamina was continuously depleting. Look, he didn't even leave a mark. I guess I overestimated this kid. Well, after all, he just learned. Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the training stone, and they became more and more numerous. With a loud bang, the training stone shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The training stone broke? ISNT, that strength only for a vice, Admiral? Wait, look at his haki. What's wrong? Wow, dark golden advanced haki. This kid is really a monster. At this moment, Lei walked up to Yifan. Did you use a devil fruit for this? Yifan nodded. Lei, you shouldn't just listen. See how long you can maintain this haki. Okay. In the end, Yifan could only hold on for 15 minutes. Lei, that's already pretty good. Yifan, the power I gained is proportional to the stamina consumed. Both this dark golden haki and the previous psychic power are like this. Lei, that's normal. Remember, don't use dark golden haki unless absolutely necessary. Ordinary haki is enough for you. Yifan understood. Lei, alright, I need to train those rookies now. So you should rest. After saying this, Lei gathered the group that was still discussing and the training continued. Yifan walked aside to slowly recover his stamina. After several days of training, Sakazuki and the others successively awakened their haki. Sakazuki was eager to duel with Yifan. The two began to fight, and within 10 minutes, Sakazuki surrendered. Previously, Yifan had the disadvantage of not being able to hit Sakazuki, but after learning haki, Yifan completely dominated him. To be honest, even if the others joined forces, they would not be Yifan's match, as Yifan's physical skills and devil fruit development far exceeded theirs. The next day, Lei came to Yifan and the others with 6 eye masks. Next, we will train your observation haki. The group looked at the familiar sticks in Lei's hands, and each of them showed a look of despair. But Lei didn't care about their feelings. At this moment, footsteps came from behind Yifan and the others. They turned around to see Garp and Zephyr. 3 others followed them. Zephyr, next, you will undergo one-on-one individual training. Garp, these 3 are all Navy captains, Bogart, Jilly, and Yoshino. We will train you in observation haki. Yifan was dumbfounded, and so were Sakazuki and the others. It should be noted that the instructors they trained with before were at most of the rank of lieutenant colonel, and the strongest was Colonel Lei. If the previous training was just that, now it felt like abuse. Garp and Zephyr began to compete for Yifan's guidance position. In the end, Garp took Yifan's guidance position, while Zephyr chose to guide Sakazuki. Bogart guided Dorag, and the remaining members formed their own groups. Next came the brutal training. By the end of the day, Yifan and Sakazuki were lying on the ground, unable to get up, while Dorag and the others were in a similar state to when they had trained their observation haki before. Yifan, this is inhumane. They are beating us to death. Sakazuki, didn't you notice? Teacher Zephyr is competing with Vice Admiral Garp. Yifan competing? Sakazuki, I suspect these 2 are competing to see who can teach the observation haki first. Yifan, if they're competing, why are we the ones getting hurt? Sakazuki, you can voice your opinion. Yifan pouted and fell silent. He didn't want to be targeted by the 2 big shots. Dorag and the others looked at the 2 lying on the ground, secretly rejoicing. Especially Dorag, he could hardly contain his laughter. However, the next day, when he saw Sengoku standing in front of him with a stick, he couldn't laugh anymore. It's unclear what Garp and Zephyr told Sengoku, but the next day, Zephyr directly transferred Yoshino away. Yoshino was responsible for training Kazan, who was handed over to Lei, while Dorag fell into Sengoku's hands. After a day of training, the 2 who were originally lying on the ground became 3. Yifan and Sakazuki wanted to laugh, but they had no strength left to do so. This was just the second day. They had no idea how much longer they would have to face this. In the end, Yifan and the 3 were supported back to the dormitory by Kazan and the others. The 3 collapsed on the bed and fell asleep directly. Washing up? Forget it. They had no strength left, and their bodies were covered in bruises. During training, Yifan wanted to use his devil fruit abilities, but Garp stopped him. Without the aid of his powers, Yifan could only rely on his innate warning sense. Whenever Garp's attacks were about to land, Yifan would feel a sense of crisis. However, it couldn't precisely determine the direction of the attack like observation haki. Despite having a natural warning system, Yifan still suffered the most injuries. After all, Garp didn't hold back at all and used armament haki. Every hit was a critical strike. Every day, Yifan ended up with a bruised face and sometimes even had severe injuries. Yet, Garp showed no mercy the next day, and Yifan had no complaints. After all, such intense training was indeed effective. Yifan was one of the first among the group to reach the threshold of observation haki. After a long period of intensive training, Yifan awakened his observation haki. While the others had not yet reached that threshold, Yifan had already mastered it entirely, all thanks to Garp's special training. Garp's training was indeed brutal, but it was highly effective. Yifan also tried to use his devil fruit abilities with observation haki, and his pupils changed from red to dark gold when he used it. Garp and the others immediately recognized this as advanced observation haki. Yifan tested the duration, finding it lasted 15 minutes, just like advanced armament haki. Yifan was satisfied with this result. After all, advanced observation haki was fundamentally different from advanced armament haki and was rarely used. Now, Yifan had learned to use 2 types of haki, and there was no one left at school to teach him. Seeing this, Zephyr directly gave Yifan a month off, asking him to prepare for the final assessment upon his return. Leaving the training ground, Yifan headed straight into the forest where the devil fruits were developed. For the next month, Yifan planned to stay busy, trying to further enhance his development of the devil fruit. Ever since he developed telekinesis and skeletal attacks last time, Yifan's expectations for the amplification fruit had grown higher. He felt that this paramecia-type devil fruit must have many secrets. Yifan began to try to amplify everything he could. However, after a round of attempts, there was no change at all, and the amplification remained the same as before. Tenfold. Just as Yifan was about to give up, he remembered one thing he hadn't amplified: his eyes. Yifan had only used his eyes in the battle against Lei for the first time and hadn't amplified them since. Without hesitation, Yifan amplified his eyesight 20-fold. And instantly a sharp pain shot through his eyes. He instinctively covered his eyes with his hands, but blood began to seep through his fingers. Ultimately, Yifan passed out from the intense pain. When he woke up, it was already night, and the pain in his eyes had disappeared. Yifan stumbled to his feet. The surroundings were pitch black, and he could occasionally hear the howls of wolves. During his previous training, he usually found a cave to stay in, as many creatures roamed the forest at night, and Yifan did not want to trouble himself. However, he did not expect to pass out and wake up in the dark. Seeing this, Yifan used his legs to push himself up onto a tree trunk. He would have to make do with spending the night here. Just as Yifan was about to sleep, he amplified his eyesight another 20-fold. Wanted to give it another try. This time, there was no sharp pain. Instead, he felt a refreshing sensation as he opened his eyes, and the originally dark night became exceptionally bright. He could easily see thousands of meters away, and everything around him seemed to move in slow motion. This was the ability he gained from amplifying his eyesight. Through his experiments, Yifan confirmed several abilities his eyes possessed: long-distance vision, night vision, X-ray vision, and slowed perception. Although these abilities seemed average, they were actually very useful. Yifan was very pleased, realizing that the suffering he endured was not in vain. Moreover, he discovered that this ability did not consume much stamina and could be used for extended periods, which made Yifan quite satisfied. It was important to note that among Yifan's skills, very few could be used for long durations. Most were extremely stamina-consuming. Just as Yifan was feeling pleased, the forest echoed with several wolf howls again. Following the sounds, he saw several silver-furred wolves surrounding a pitch-black wolf king. The wolf king seemed to sense something, and as it lifted its head, it locked eyes with Yifan. Yifan thought, "Oh no, why are these things here? Aren't they supposed to be in Impel Down?" Indeed, the wolves Yifan saw were the snow wolves exclusive to Impel Down. Yifan had previously learned about these creatures, noting that their pack mentality was stronger than that of ordinary wolves, and they were all formidable, especially the wolf king, whose strength was at least at the level of a navy captain. At this moment, the wolf king howled, and the entire pack charged towards Yifan. Yifan initially wanted to stay in the tree and wait for the pack to pass before leaving. However, a shadow flew towards him, and upon closer inspection, it was the wolf king. How could this be? The wolf king lunged at Yifan, who instinctively jumped back to avoid the attack. The wolves on the ground quickly surrounded Yifan. Seeing this, Yifan rolled up his sleeves. It seemed there was no escaping today. In an instant, 2 bone knives grew in Yifan's hands. He amplified his physique tenfold. That was enough, as Yifan did not want his body to bear too much burden. Yifan charged into the pack, and the cries of several wolves echoed in the air. Yet, Yifan moved as if he were in an empty space, with no wolf able to stop him. At that moment, a wolf howl made the surrounding wolves retreat. Yifan looked in the direction of the howl and saw the black wolf king staring intently at him. Its fur bristled, it lowered its body, and emitted a low growl, indicating it was preparing to attack. Yifan gripped one knife normally and the other in reverse grip, not daring to relax his vigilance against the wolf king. Suddenly, the wolf king kicked off the ground and lunged at Yifan. Yifan, already prepared, thrust his knife forward. The wolf king quickly evaded in midair. That strike did not hit the wolf king, but it was enough. Yifan's intention was not to hit the wolf king, but to change its direction of movement. Seeing this, Yi Fan exerted force from his waist, and the reverse grip knife pierced through the Wolf King's body from above. The Wolf King let out a howl of agony. It quickly distanced itself from Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately resumed a fighting stance. As for ranged attacks, Yi Fan had not considered them, whether it was a finger gun or a gale foot. The Wolf King could easily dodge them. After all, Yi Fan's long-range attack speed is not very fast. This is also the reason why Yi Fan directly used dual daggers for close combat. Yi Fan prepared to test the ability of his eyes with the Wolf King. In Yi Fan's eyes, everything around him began to slow down. With the slow-motion vision activated, Yi Fan moved. The Wolf King lunged at Yi Fan again. The Wolf King's movements were extremely swift, but in Yi Fan's eyes, it was like a slow-motion replay. Yi Fan's dual daggers struck out simultaneously, and in an instant, several flashes of light from the blades passed by. Both the Wolf King and Yi Fan came to a halt. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out a mournful howl, followed by several wounds appearing on its body, and then the Wolf King collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The Wolf Pack, seeing this, quickly fled deeper into the forest. Yi Fan did not continue to pursue. He applied his fruit ability to the bone dagger, and in an instant, the bone dagger disintegrated into powder at 20 times the speed. During battles, Yi Fan would enhance the hardness of the bone dagger. Otherwise, it couldn't withstand such combat. After each battle, Yi Fan habitually either disintegrated or restored the weapons or items he used. After all, Yi Fan's enhancement of inanimate objects has no time limit, and he doesn't want these things to fall into the hands of others. Yi Fan shouldered the Wolf King's corpse and headed towards his cave. This Wolf King, under Yi Fan's enhancement, was enough for him to eat for several days. Such good ingredients are rare, and Yi Fan wouldn't waste them. As for the other wolves' corpses, forget it. Their meat can't compare to that of the Wolf King. A month passed unknowingly. During this time, Yi Fan did not develop any new abilities, which made him quite helpless. However, the training camp was about to conduct the final assessment, and Yi Fan had to return for it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to graduate. Yi Fan reduced his body weight and quickly dashed towards the training ground using the moonwalk. At this time, a large crowd had gathered at the training ground. Dorag, big brother, why hasn't he come yet? Sakazuki, who knows? This guy hasn't come out of the forest since he entered. He went missing for a month. Kazan, look, something is flying down from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a black dot getting closer. The black dot landed with a loud crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yi Fan stood on the square in a black windbreaker. Yi Fan, yo, long time no see. Sakazuki, hey, do you have to make such a big commotion? Yi Fan, no, it's just a normal entrance. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a sense of danger and quickly dodged. He saw that the spot where he had just stood erupted with a large amount of magma. Yi Fan, Sakazuki, if it weren't for my natural sense of danger, I would have been engulfed by magma by now. Sakazuki smirked. Well, you're fine, aren't you? Saying this, he quickly rushed towards Yi Fan, followed by Dorag and others also charging at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, here we go again, is it never ending? Sakazuki threw a punch at Yi Fan, who sidestepped to avoid the attack and kicked Sakazuki away. At that moment, an ice dagger slashed towards Yi Fan from the side. Yi Fan quickly summoned a bone dagger to block it. At the moment the two blades collided, small cracks appeared on the ice dagger, but quickly restored itself. Kazan, your strength and the hardness of your dagger are still not enough. As he said this, Yi Fan increased the force in his hand, and in an instant, the ice dagger shattered, sending Kuzan flying. As Kuzan flew away, Yi Fan saw a flash of golden light. In an instant, Yi Fan was sent flying backward. Stabilizing himself, Yi Fan clutched his stomach in pain. Borsellino, you really kick hard. Borsellino retracted his glowing foot. Is this real? Yi Fan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed danger again and quickly rolled to dodge. He saw several wind blades slash through the spot where he had just been. However, Yi Fan's sense of danger did not dissipate. He continued to evade, as countless bullets whizzed past him. Nope, gunfire? Razanandi. Yi Fan activated his observation haki and instantly located Razanandi's position. He pointed a finger at Razanandi. Finger gun bone. Razanandi, who had activated his observation haki, quickly reacted and dodged towards the distance. Razanandi, what a terrifying guy. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki and others nodded to each other and then rushed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan hurriedly stopped attacking and quickly covered himself with a layer of bone armor. Yi Fan held his daggers in both hands, constantly blocking and counterattacking Sakazuki and the others. Although Sakazuki's side had many people, they had no advantage at all. In contrast, Yi Fan was not only proficient in his attacks, but also suffered no damage. The battle between the few drew gasps from the surrounding students. Are these guys from the special training class? Should be. I remember the one being besieged is Yifan. Isn't he the freak who just arrived with a combat power of 2,500? Belmare, isn't this your dream lover? A girl tapped the shoulder of another girl nearby. The girl named Belmare instantly blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Saying this, Belmare secretly glanced at Yifan a few times. Of course, Yifan, as the subject of discussion, was oblivious. Great fire breath yada, no Kagami ice age, tornado forest theft in an instant. Sakazuki and the others simultaneously unleashed their techniques. They even used armament haki. Damn it, are they trying to kill me? Saying this, Yifan directly coated his dual daggers with armament haki. A flash of blade light passed by, and the attacks of the few were shattered by Yifan. Following that, Sakazuki and the others let out cries of pain, and several wounds appeared on their bodies. Yifan did not hold back. The injured Sakazuki and the others stopped fighting. They knew they had lost. 5 of them had surrounded Yifan, and he had suffered no injuries while all 5 of them were hurt. At that moment, Zephyr clapped and walked out. You guys have made significant progress, especially Yifan. It's truly astonishing. Yifan, Teacher Zephyr, what exactly is the final assessment? Zephyr clapped his hands, and several Navy soldiers walked in. The students were taken to the port. Under the guidance of the Navy, they boarded a naval warship. Zephyr stood in front of the students. Next, you will face real pirates. Instantly, the students on the deck erupted in excitement. After all, this group of students, who had never experienced real combat, had never seen actual pirates. However, a few individuals were particularly excited. These were Yifan's 6 freaks. At this moment, Zephyr glanced at Yifan and the others. 10 of you will execute the assessment individually. Those whose names I call, step forward. Yifan, Dorak, Sakazuki, Kuzan, Porusanino, Rosinandi. Saul, Jiwen, Kaji, and Belmel, you 10 come with me. The few people then followed Zephyr into a room. Zephyr looked at everyone. You're the most outstanding among this group of students, so you will undergo a separate assessment. Yifan was a bit confused. He knew the strength of the 6 of them, and he understood Jiwen and Kaji. After all, both were later substitutes for generals. But Saul and Belmel's strength should be average. Saul was hunted by the Navy for executing his sense of justice and accidentally escaped to O'Hara Island. However, he was ultimately subdued by Kazan, and his displayed strength was not very strong. If Yifan remembered correctly, Belmel seemed to be Nami's adoptive mother, who later withdrew from the Navy due to injuries and war fatigue, ultimately being killed by Arlong. The strength of these 2 was indeed quite average. Zephyr spoke at this time. I don't need to introduce these 6 too much. Let me introduce the others. Jiwen, a master of swordsmanship. Kaji, a master of physical combat. Saul, a giant with exceptional physical skills. Belmel, skilled in both spear and sword techniques. These 4 are also outstanding in the academy, so I call them out separately. Yifan nodded. He did not expect that Saul and Belmel would have such strength. Zephyr, next, you will face the pirate Leckley, who has a bounty of 140 million berries, possessing the superhuman iron fruit, which can turn objects into iron and control iron. Yifan, superhuman? It feels similar to the gold fruit. Zephyr, that's right, it's a fruit of the same level as the gold fruit. Other students will face some ordinary pirates, but you will face a formidable pirate crew in the Grand Line. Yifan and the others nodded. Zephyr, next, you will form an independent small group. Capturing pirates is your main task. If that fails, eliminate them, but remember to return alive. Yes, 10 Zephyr. Good. Next, Yifan will be the leader of the group, and Sakazuki will be the deputy leader. You made a part. Under the guidance of several Navy personnel, they boarded a smaller Navy warship. The group set sail according to the life paper Zephyr provided. This life paper was from a Navy officer infiltrated on the pirate ship. The Navy has someone arranged on every pirate ship since they need the first information on all pirates. Of course, there are exceptions, such as those with strict requirements on their crew, like the future Straw Hat Pirates and Red Hair Pirates. Crews like the Rocks Pirates, Whitebeard Pirates, and Beast Pirates have no requirements for crew members, making it easy for infiltrators to mix in with the Navy. The ship sailed quickly across the sea under Yifan's fruit enhancement, and soon everyone saw a massive pirate ship, Razanandi. The one ahead is the Leckley pirate crew. Yifan, in a moment, Kazan will freeze the sea to trap them. Leckley is mine, and the vice captain mech is Sakazuki's responsibility. Everyone else can choose their opponents and prepare for battle. The group nodded. Ice Age. Instantly, the surrounding seawater was frozen, and Yifan and his companions ran towards the pirate ship. The pirates on the ship jumped down under Leckley's command. Luckily, a bunch of Navy brats killed him. A group of pirates raised their weapons to confront Yi Fan and the others. Yi Fan, holding his bone knife, charged directly into the pirate crowd. The ordinary pirates in front were no match for Yi Fan. Soon, Yi Fan reached Leckley's side. "Leckley, kid, your strength is not bad." "Yi Fan, indeed. Killing you is sufficient." Leckley's expression stiffened. Then he raised his large sword to slash at Yi Fan. Yi Fan crossed his bone knives to block. At the moment of collision, several cracks appeared in the ice beneath Yi Fan's feet. Yi Fan's expression was not good. The strength of the guy in front of him was beyond his expectations. Yi Fan pushed the large sword away with force and quickly rushed towards Leckley. Suddenly, Yi Fan felt a strong sense of crisis, only to see a silver flash coming directly above his head. Yifan Huriyed Dodgit, a flying knife embedded deeply into the ice surface. Leckley smirked and then raised his right hand slightly. Instantly, several flying knives appeared around Leckley, including the one that initially ambushed Yi Fan. Leckley crouched down, touching the ice surface with one hand, and instantly, the ice around him transformed into iron. With a single swing of his hand, all the iron turned into flying knives. The sky was filled with flying knives, shocking everyone. Sakaski, did Teacher Zephyr make a mistake? How can this guy's bounty only be over 100 million? Dorag, it seems my brother is facing another tough battle. Kazan, can Yi Fan defeat this guy? Poor Salino, so scary. Yi Fan was also a bit dazed. The guy in front of him was either a superhuman with an awakened ability or a natural type. With Leckley showing such strength and abilities, Yi Fan knew that the intelligence given by Zephyr was incorrect. But it was too late to say that now. Yi Fan could only fight. At this time, a red light flashed in Leckley's pupils, and the large sword in his hand was covered in black. Observation haki and armament haki. Yi Fan was confused. Such strength alone could warrant a bounty of 300 million berries. What was going on with the Navy's intelligence? At this moment, Leckley's large sword had already swung towards him. Yi Fan hurriedly dodged. Although under the enhancement of his fruit ability, Yi Fan's defensive capability was strong. Facing an attack imbued with armament haki felt like paper. Armament haki is the nemesis of all devil fruit abilities. Yi Fan swiftly maneuvered away from Leckley. However, Leckley would not let Yi Fan off easily, as he sent flying knives directly at Yi Fan. In an instant, all the flying knives surrounded Yi Fan like a tornado, trapping him in the center. Yi Fan, holding his bone knife, attempted to break free, but each time he was bounced back by several flying knives. At this time, Leckley's voice came. "Kid, there's no need to waste your energy. Your Navy undercover has long had his limbs broken and is being kept on the ship. Just to lure you Navy here." Yi Fan's heart began to panic, but he quickly steadied himself. He knew he couldn't panic at this moment. "Leckley, my fruit ability has long been awakened. How could a kid like you be my opponent?" At that moment, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet turned into iron. Yi Fan quickly used Moonwalk to leap into the air. Suddenly, a flash of the sword appeared, and Leckley suddenly appeared. His pitch-black large sword directly sending Yi Fan flying. Yi Fan landed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and saw a wound from his left shoulder to his right waist. Seeing this, poor Salino used his fruit ability to be the first to reach Yi Fan's side. He took a glance at Yi Fan, then quickly blocked and prepared to continue attacking Leckley. Dorag, with Sakaski's help, left the battlefield and came to Yi Fan's side. "Brother." Dolag looked at the fallen Yefan and the shocking wound, momentarily unsure of what to do. Yefan was also a bit dazed, his gaze starting to drift. At that moment, Yefan's blood flowed over his left hand, and the ring on his finger emitted a golden light as it absorbed Yefan's blood. Yefan's consciousness began to clear, and everything around him seemed to freeze. "Kid, what are you thinking?" A white mist floated in front of Yefan, unwilling to accept it. "You want to win, right?" Yefan replied, "No, I just don't want to lose." "Ha ha, quite a special little ghost. All right, let me give you a hand." Instantly, a warm current filled Yefan's entire body. Yefan's fruit ability activated on its own, and the wound on his chest began to heal. "Who are you? Why are you helping me?" "Ha ha, I'm just a remnant soul of an old man who died 1,000 years ago. I'm helping you because you piqued my interest." Yefan asked, "May I ask your name?" "I've long forgotten my name. I've been in this ring for 1,000 years, so just call me Old Ring." "Thank you, Old Ring." "Ha ha, strange little ghost." At this moment, Yefan's wound had healed, but a scar remained. Yefan stood up amidst the shocked gazes of everyone. "Big brother." Dolag stepped forward and directly hugged Yefan. Sakazuki said, "I knew you would be fine." Kazan added, "You scared me to death." Borsalino exclaimed, "Bastard, you made us worry." Yefan patted Dolag's shoulder. noticing the ring on his hand. The originally dull ring had become incredibly vibrant, emitting waves of energy that only Xiaofeng could feel. Xiaofeng pushed Dolag away and walked over to Borsellino. "All right, leave the rest to me." Borsellino nodded and left the battlefield that belonged to Xiaofeng. At that moment, Leclerc launched another knife attack, but Xiaofeng easily deflected it with a slight raise of his hand. All the flying knives fell to the ground. Looking at the ring on his hand, Xiaofeng muttered to himself, "Although I only have 8 elements for now, it's already enough." The elements Xiaofeng referred to were the elemental fruits of the ring: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, cloud, wind, and thunder. Not only could he control the elements, but he could also generate them out of thin air. The ring did enhance Xiaofeng's strength, but it also had drawbacks. Controlling elements consumed stamina, and generating elements consumed twice as much. Xiaofeng's fingers moved slightly, and instantly the flying knives on the ground changed direction, all pointing at Leclerc. Leclerc was stunned. He tried to regain control of the flying knives, but it was useless. How is this possible? What did you do? Xiaofeng remained silent, and a bone knife appeared in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the bone knife was covered with armament haki, and even sparks of electricity appeared on it. Xiaofeng directly attached the thunder element to the bone knife. Leclerc became serious. Xiaofeng's bizarre ability forced him to take the situation seriously. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaofeng appeared behind him. Then came the sound of shattering. The flying knives around Leclerc began to shatter one by one. Leclerc turned to look at Xiaofeng in disbelief. Xiaofeng was radiating sparks of electricity. Injecting the thunder element into his body, combined with the amplification, this speed was beyond my expectations. Xiaofeng showed a wicked smile as flames erupted from the bone knife in his hand. Seeing the flaming bone knife, Leclerc felt increasingly panicked. One sword style fire flow slash. With a swing of the knife, Leclerc immediately brought his large blade in front to block the slash. Although he managed to block it, the force of the slash still pushed him back several meters. Xiaofeng's amplification had reached 30 times, and his strength was now at the level of a rear admiral, leaving Leclerc at a disadvantage against Xiaofeng. Leclerc said, "Kid, let us go and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Your strength is indeed impressive, but your friends seem to be in trouble." Xiaofeng turned to look and saw that Sauron and Belmir were already panting heavily. Zhoulan and Zhejian were also struggling, and Sakazuki and the others were gasping for breath. But he couldn't let Leclerc escape. At that moment, Sakazuki's voice rang out, "Xiaofeng, we can hold on. Go kill that guy." Dolag added, "That's right, big brother, we can hold on." Zhoulan said, "Although we're not as strong as you. Don't underestimate us." Belmir encouraged, "Xiaofeng, do what you need to do." Xiaofeng's wavering heart became resolute. He held the bone knife, and lightning flashed. "Leclerc, you will die today." With that, Xiaofeng moved, and Leclerc immediately unleashed his devil fruit to the fullest. The ice surface turned to iron, and countless flying knives circled around Leclerc. Leclerc even covered his entire body with armament haki. Just then, Xiaofeng's voice came from behind Leclerc. "Leclerc, die." Leclerc turned around to see Xiaofeng holding the bone knife, with dark golden armament haki enveloping it. One sword style, thunder flow slash. Leclerc's armament haki was as useless as a decoration in front of Xiaofeng's advanced armament haki. The blade flashed, and Leclerc rolled his eyes as his body was split in half. Xiaofeng withdrew his armament haki and looked at the pirates. "Who else wants to fight?" The pirates quickly dropped their weapons, preferring to be captured than to die. Amid the cheers of the group, this battle ultimately ended in victory for Xiaofeng and his companions. Xiaofeng walked into the pirate ship's cabin, and upon entering, he saw a person lying on the ground. Navy Cadet Xiaofeng. Navy Major Mori. Xiaofeng began to treat Major Mori. "Major Mori, there are some things you need to explain to Marshal Kong, like why false intelligence was sent back to the Navy. The pirates shouldn't know the means of transmitting information." Muley lowered his head and did not respond, and Yi Fan did not ask him again. The remaining matters were not what Yi Fan needed to concern himself with. Soon, Yi Fan and the others met up with the pirates and Zephyr's ships. After learning about the situation, Zephyr was both shocked and delighted. He was shocked that due to incorrect intelligence, Yi Fan had almost died there, and delighted that Yi Fan had improved his strength in a desperate situation and perfectly completed the assessment. Zephyr knew that after this battle, Yi Fan would at least graduate with the rank of Rear Admiral, while Sakazuki and the others would directly become colonels, and the 4 of them would become lieutenant colonels. Before long, everyone returned to Marineford. Zephyr reported everyone's performance to Admiral Kong. At that moment, Admiral Kong was troubled by the Rocks pirates. In just a few years, the Rocks pirates had become the most notorious and powerful pirate crew. Kong was thinking about who to send to infiltrate the Rocks pirates as an undercover agent. In the quiet conference room, a name suddenly appeared. Monkey D. Yifan. Admiral Chuanxiu spoke up. Karp, who was beside him, immediately slammed the table and stood up. Suru's expression was also not good. Karp, what do you mean, Chuanxiu? Chuanxiu, I mean nothing. After all, the Rocks Pirates have very high requirements for Navy personnel. Yifan is strong, and there is no information proving he is a Navy member. He is the only candidate for this mission. Karp, but Yifan is indeed the best candidate. Karp's words were interrupted by Sengoku. At this moment, Suru also held Karp down. Suru, as parents, we can't make the decision. You should ask Yifan yourself. But if Yifan is unwilling, I hope you won't force him. Admiral Konuded. Just then, Zephyr walked in. Upon seeing everyone's expressions, Zephyr realized that something significant seemed to have occurred. What's wrong? Why does everyone look like this? Admiral Kong explained the situation to Zephyr. Zephyr directly grabbed Chuanxiu by the collar. Just as his fist was about to swing down, Karp stopped Zephyr. Karp, that's your son. Karp lowered his head, making it impossible to see his expression. I know, but Karp's words were cut off as Zephyr pushed him away. Zephyr released his grip on Chuanxiu. As long as you don't regret it, I'm going to find Yifan. Zephyr left the room. However, Karp's words still echoed in his ears, but he is in Navy. Soon, Yifan was brought to the office by Zephyr. On the road, Zifa had already discussed this matter with Yefan. Steelbone Kong. Yefan, what do you mean? Yefan glanced at Karp and Crane. Karp, you little brat, make your own choice. Crane nodded beside him. Yefan took a deep breath. I agree. This was Yefan's choice after much contemplation. If he didn't go, he would have to be reselected among the new students. At least by going himself, he would have the ability to protect himself. If others went, it would be asking for death. Moreover, only he had the strength to join the Rocks Pirates. Steelbone Kong wasted no time and directly arranged for Yefan to go to Sabaody Archipelago. According to intelligence, the Rocks Pirates would be recruiting crew members here after a while, and this was Yefan's only chance. Only the high-ranking officials of the Navy and a few like Dragon knew about this matter. Others received the news that Yefan had disappeared. Fortunately, there had been no reports about Yefan at sea. After several days of waiting, Yefan finally encountered the Rocks Pirates. He and a group of people arrived at an open area. Instantly, Yefan saw several familiar faces. Rocks, Whitebeard Newgate, Gold Lion Shiki, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Rocks? This time I only want 10 living people. Remember that. Rocks emphasized the word living. Instantly, Yefan heard screams around him. Yefan, these people can be killed. With that, Yefan's bone knife appeared in his hand. Like a dragon, every flash of his knife resulted in a person falling. Soon, Yefan caught everyone's attention. Rocks, this little brat may be young, but his strength is impressive. Whitebeard, indeed, this strength is quite surprising. Shiki, to have the approval of the captain and Newgate, this little brat is extraordinary. Charlotte Linlin beside them also nodded. A man sweeping the deck was also watching Yefan. This man was Kaido, one of the future 4 emperors. Soon, Yefan's strength drew the attention of those around him. Everyone seemed to have a unified idea and charged directly at Yefan. Seeing this, Yefan dissipated his bone knife. He raised his right hand, and instantly a flame erupted. You could actually live, but you don't cherish it. With that, Yefan slapped his right hand on the ground. Flame tsunami. Instantly, flames surged in all directions. The air was filled with the smell of roasted meat. At that moment, a sound of breaking air came. Activating his observation haki, Yefan knew something was flying towards him. Flame shield. Instantly, the still burning fire on the ground formed a wall of flames. Everything flying towards Yefan was blocked by the wall of fire. As the flames receded, Yefan looked towards the direction the object had come from. He saw a man playing with a stone in his hand. The man, you're strong. Yefan, so you can go die in peace. Yefan's right hand burst into flames again. Flame lion. Instantly, flames transformed into a giant lion's head rushing towards the man. This move immediately caught Gold Lion Shiki's attention. Haha, I want this little brat. Gold Lion Shiki laughed heartily. At this moment, Whitebeard spoke up. Is that so? But I want him too. Mama, mama, mama. It seems Whitebeard is going to fight Gold Lion. Charlotte Linlin's voice came. At this time, Rock's voice rang out. No need. Let this little brat choose for himself. While a few were chatting, the man who had thrown stones had already turned to ashes. At this time, only 5 people were still alive at the scene, and Yefan successfully became a member of the Rocks Pirates. The other 4 were directly assigned to cleaning duties, while only Yefan was not assigned. Rocks, brat, there are 2 guys here who are very interested in you. Choose one to follow. With that, he pointed to Whitebeard and Gold Lion. Yefan chose Whitebeard without hesitation. because this big shot was the only one with humanity in the Rocks Pirates. Xiaofeng needed to prepare for his future. After all, he couldn't be sure if he could return to the Navy. Whitebeard, Garara, just call me Big Brother from now on. Xiaofeng, okay, Big Brother. Unknowingly, Xiaofeng stayed on the Rocks pirate ship for a month. During this month, Xiaofeng also learned about the plans of the Rocks Pirates. He learned that Rocks would launch an attack on a holy place of the Celestial Dragons, the God Valley, in 6 months. Currently, Rocks was either attacking Navy bases or islands, killing ordinary villagers on the islands. Over the month, Xiaofeng participated in several attacks, which led to him being wanted by the Navy. A bounty of 140 million berries. When the bounty was issued, the members of Rocks were excited, but Xiaofeng felt very down. He really didn't know if he could return to the Navy. His hands were already stained with the blood of ordinary people, and even some Navy blood. Just as Xiaofeng was lost in thought, a hand rested on his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Xiaofeng turned around and saw Whitebeard's face. Nothing. Is it hard to understand killing ordinary people in the Navy? Xiaofeng nodded. Whitebeard, I didn't understand either when I first came, but this is piracy. This is the Rocks Pirates. Big Brother, what would you do if you were captain? Whitebeard, family. I only want family. If no one offends me. I won't offend anyone. You taught me that. Xiaofeng indeed talked to Whitebeard. He also knew that the only person on the ship who could hear this was Whitebeard. In the future, Whitebeard would also do this. Although Whitebeard was a future great pirate, one of the 4 emperors, he did not act like a pirate. He used his strength and power to protect this land. In this respect, Whitebeard surpassed most pirates. During his spare time on the ship, Xiaofeng was constantly training and sparring. Ever since Xiaofeng boarded the ship, Kaido had been sparring with him almost every day. After all, Xiaofeng had become a combat member following the captain right after boarding, while Kaido was still just an intern doing odd jobs. However, every time, Kaido would be defeated by Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's strength was simply not something Kaido could contend with. During this time, Xiaofeng had transmitted Rock's plan more than once. Although Xiaofeng had killed many people, he had also saved many. However, no one cared how many he saved, they only cared about how many he killed. While practicing, Steel Bone Kong reprimanded Xiaofeng more than once. Xiaofeng could only endure it. He had no way to refute. He also didn't want to kill those innocent people, but these actions were forced upon him. He wanted to do everything perfectly, but he didn't have that ability. Under Steel Bone Kong's repeated scolding, Xiaofeng began to feel disappointed with the Navy. Those people could actually be saved if the Navy went to their rescue. However, the Navy did not take action, and he witnessed ordinary people praying for the Navy's arrival before they died. Ultimately, the information Xiaofeng obtained was that the Navy did not act to protect themselves. He even saw scenes in some places where pirates showed no fear, but instead had faces full of longing. Upon inquiry, he learned that they had been oppressed by the Navy for a long time, and pirates were seen as saviors to them. What has happened to this world? Ordinary people actually need pirates to save them. Pirates have become saviors, while the Navy has become the villains. While Xiaofeng was sitting on the deck in deep thought, he suddenly heard the sound of noisy footsteps. Following the sound, he saw Rocks arriving on the deck with several captains. They were looking in one direction. Xiaofeng looked over and saw several pirate ships sailing towards them. Rocks glanced at Newgate and said, "I'll leave it to you and Xiaofeng." Whitebeard nodded and then approached Xiaofeng. The two exchanged glances and nodded. Whitebeard jumped powerfully towards the pirate ship. Xiaofeng reduced his own weight, and then flames erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him towards the pirate ship. Relying on their own abilities, the two quickly reached the pirate ship. As soon as Xiaofeng boarded, he was stunned to see the Navy and pirates having a party. At this moment, a group of people had already noticed Xiaofeng and Whitebeard surrounding the two. Xiaofeng immediately recognized a familiar face, Admiral Kuro's son, Kurokaze. Kurokaze was now a Navy colonel, and this group of Navy personnel must be his subordinates. Whitebeard said, "This is the Dead Wolf pirate crew that massacred the island some time ago." No wonder the Navy didn't take action back then. They were actually accomplices. The conflict in Xiaofeng's heart slowly began to dissipate. At this moment, Kurokaze spoke up, "Oh, isn't this the strongest student from the Navy Academy, Xiaofeng?" Xiaofeng frowned, while Whitebeard turned to glare at him. "Kill them first. I'll explain to the captain." Whitebeard responded, "Okay." Flames erupted from Xiaofeng's right hand, and Whitebeard's fist was also enveloped by a white barrier. The two directly launched their attacks towards a nearby ship. In an instant, one ship was engulfed in flames, while another was reduced to splinters. Their attacks did not stop. The Navy and pirates before Xiaofeng and Whitebeard were like ants. In the end, only Kurokaze remained. Xiaofeng walked step by step towards Kurokaze. Kurokaze said, "Xiaofeng, you can't touch me. My father is Admiral Kuro." Xiaofeng replied, I'm a pirate now. Have you forgotten? Saying this, Yifan grabbed Kurokei's neck. And I won't return to the Navy. I can't go back because of you and your father. That's right. Behind everything that had happened during this time were Kuro's schemes. Because of the two of them, Yifan could no longer return. Yifan finally understood why Kuro had recommended him to join the Rocks Pirates. Kuro never intended for Yifan to go back. He wanted to use rocks to eliminate Yifan. With this thought, Yifan tightened his grip, and Kurokei's gradually stopped struggling, ultimately gasping out his last breath. Several pirate ships were destroyed in an instant. Whitebeard looked at Yifan, who directly sat down on the ground. Yifan then began to recount his story. After finishing, he lay down on the deck. Whitebeard stood up, and Yifan thought he was going to attack him, but unexpectedly he said, "You really are unfortunate. Captain Rocks has already begun to suspect. He knows there are Navy personnel on this pirate ship, and he wants to see if you will act." Yifan asked, "You're not going to kill me?" Whitebeard replied, "You are my brother. I support any choice you make." Yifan smiled and said, "I will still help the Navy, but I won't go back. I wonder if I am qualified to be the vice captain for my brother in the future." Yifan told Whitebeard about his mission. Whitebeard had long realized that the Rocks Pirates would eventually fall apart, and he had already considered forming his own pirate crew. Whitebeard said, "That's enough. More than enough." Yifan stood up, and the two exchanged smiles before flying towards the Rocks pirate ship. On the other side, the Navy also received the news. Upon hearing it, Kuro smashed the table in front of him and wanted to find Yifan for revenge, but was stopped by Bogang. After some discussions, they ultimately raised Yifan's bounty to 200 million berries and changed the capture order to dead or alive. Bogang also knew that Yifan could not return. All of this was Kuro's doing. Therefore, Bogang did not give Kuro a good expression. Karp, who understood the situation, was surprisingly calm. Back at the villa, Karp kept staring at Yifan's wanted poster. Crane hugged Karp from behind and said, "Don't think about it. Yifan has his own plans." Karp lightly patted Crane's hand and replied, "I know. The one at fault is not Yifan, but the Navy and the Celestial Dragons." Sakaski and a few others were pondering over Yifan's bounty notice. They knew someone was pulling strings behind the scenes, but there was nothing they could do. They also understood that Yifan would not be returning. The moment this bounty notice was issued, the sea lost a naval genius and gained a ruthless pirate. This bounty notice completely dispelled Rock's suspicions and severed Yifan's hopes of returning to the Navy. Years later, the Navy would realize just how foolish their actions had been. For a long time afterward, the Navy was constantly trying to hunt down the Rocks Pirates, but every time, they managed to escape. After all, there were no weaklings in the Rocks Pirates. After several battles, Yifan successfully became a captain, standing on equal footing with the likes of Gold Lion and Charlotte Linlin. Although they were on equal footing, Yifan was still not a match for them. Yifan's bounty rose again, reaching an astonishing 560 million berries, making him the one with the highest bounty increase in a short time. He also received his own code name, Zhoulan Yifan. His growth had exceeded everyone's expectations. At this moment, Yifan was fighting against Shiki on a ship. When Yifan boarded, he chose to side with Whitebeard, which made Gold Lion very displeased. Even now, Gold Lion still held a grudge against Yifan. It was only a matter of time before they clashed. Yifan kicked Gold Lion in the abdomen, causing him to stagger back a few steps but stabilize himself. At that moment, Gold Lion swung his dual swords, sending several slashes flying towards Yifan. In response, Yifan summoned two bone swords, dual sword style fire flow slash. In an instant, flames enveloped the slashes, colliding with Gold Lion's attacks. The moment they collided, a massive explosion occurred, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Just when everyone thought it was over, a fireball erupted from the smoke. Shiki, show your true power. 30 times amplification, flame tornado. The power of the flame tornado was already formidable, and now Yifan amplified it with his devil fruit ability. As the flame tornado appeared, the sky turned red, and the surrounding seawater began to evaporate. Gold Lion was shocked by the scene, his mouth agape. So strong. What kind of monster is this kid? Lion's might, royal domain. In an instant, the sea began to boil, and a large amount of seawater formed the shape of a lion's head, flying towards the flame tornado. Just then, a flash of light from a blade cut through the air, instantly dissipating both Yifan and Gold Lion's attacks. The two simultaneously looked towards the source of the slash, and saw Rocks slowly sheathing his sword. "Fight somewhere else. Don't damage my ship." With that, Yifan and Gold Lion had no choice but to stop fighting. Afterwards, Yifan still felt it was unbelievable. Both he and Gold Lion had used their strongest moves. Yet they were easily dispelled by Rocks with a single sword strike. Just how powerful was Rocks? How strong must the old man who could defeat rocks and Roger be? Yifan couldn't believe it. At that moment, footsteps approached. Whitebeard sat down next to Yifan. You've grown too monstrous during this time. Yifan scratched his nose. It's not just me who's a monster on this ship. After saying that, Yifan glanced towards Kaido's direction. Whitebeard followed Yifan's gaze and nodded. Indeed, Kaido was also a monster. Yifan rolled his eyes at Whitebeard. Aren't you a monster too? You're more monstrous than anyone. After saying that, Yifan placed his hand on Whitebeard's shoulder. Instantly, Whitebeard's self-healing ability was amplified 20-fold. Soon, his previously troubled body returned to normal. Comforting. Your ability is really practical, Whitebeard said. Yifan did not respond. He was furrowing his brows, staring ahead. There, several pirate ships appeared. Trek pirates, led by the notorious pirate with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Hurry and inform everyone. Whitebeard nodded. This pirate was one of the 3 major overlords of the seas. The other 2 were Rocks and Baroque Works Red Count. The strength of the 3 overlords was not much different. The only distinction was that Rocks had a crew on a ship, Trek was a large pirate crew, and the Red Count was a lone wolf. The 3 of them looked at each other unfavorably, and this encounter with the Trek pirates would surely lead to a great battle. At this moment, the sea surface began to change. Boiling as countless fish leaped out of the water. What's going on? Yifan asked. Paramecia temperature fruit, Whitebeard replied. Yifan had heard of this devil fruit, which allowed its user to control the temperature of objects. He had developed his own abilities using this fruit before, and now he could also control the temperature of objects. Just then, Rock's voice came. Yifan, freeze the seawater. Okay, Captain. Yifan leaped into the sea, and just as he was about to hit the water, the boiling seawater instantly froze. 30 times reduction, temperature, ice age. The surface of the sea was instantly sealed in ice. The crew on the Trek pirate ship tried to resist, but the seawater around their ship kept switching between ice and water. Seeing this, Yifan increased his power. 50 times reduction, extreme cold hell. After a long period of training, Yifan's amplification had reached an astonishing 50 times. This time, he not only reduced the temperature, but also increased the hardness. At this moment, the crew of the Trek pirates began jumping off their ship. Seeing this, Yifan knew they could not break the ice. Then, the members of the Rocks pirates also jumped off their ship. A great battle was about to begin. Yifan raised one hand, and a bone sword appeared in his hand. Let the slaughter begin. Yifan exerted force in his legs, shattering the ice surface. He flew out, his pupils turning red as he activated his observation haki. Yifan charged into the crowd of the Trek pirates. Like a Xiaofeng, every flash of his sword caused a pirate to fall. Screams echoed from all directions of the Trek pirates. With every swing of Whitebeard's great sword, several pirates flew into the air. Charlotte Linlin turned people into dust with her attacks. Gold Lion's dual swords kept swinging, and Kaido's Kanabo claimed pirate lives. Rocks, meanwhile, walked step by step towards the main ship of the Trek pirates. At that moment, a figure rushed towards Yifan. A flash of a blade struck, and Yifan raised his sword to counter it. The moment their weapons clashed, countless bolts of lightning filled the air. The immense force pushed Yifan back a few steps. Only then did Yifan see the person in front of him, Longju, the captain of the 4th Division of the Trek pirates, with the animal-type insect fruit, mythical beast, thunder, rhinoceros beetle form. Longju, Xiaolong Yifan. The 2 men crossed their long knives. In an instant, they both attacked simultaneously, and a flash of blade light appeared. A corner of Longju's clothes was cut off, and several strands of Yifan's hair were severed. At this moment, Yifan felt a cool sensation on his face when he touched it with his hand. He found his fingertips stained with bright red. Yifan lost in terms of swordsmanship. The 2 of them tacitly refrained from using their fruit abilities and relied solely on pure sword skills. At this time, the small wound on Yifan's face began to heal. They turned to look at each other. Longju's muscles started to swell, and Yifan's momentum began to rise gradually. They both used their fruit abilities at the same time. One had the enhancement of a superhuman fruit, and the other had the domineering enhancement of an animal fruit. It was a competition of strength against strength, speed against speed. At this moment, both figures disappeared simultaneously. The air was filled with the sounds of metal clashing and the continuous flashing of blades. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard in the air, and both men were sent flying backward. Numerous wounds appeared on both of them. Their self-healing abilities were on par. One had a domineering animal fruit, while the other had a superhuman fruit that was like a cheat. It was hard to say who was stronger. At this moment, Yifan spoke in a voice only the 2 could hear. You're really strong. No wonder you're the strongest Navy cadet. Long Zhu replied, that was before you showed up. He then gave a sheepish laugh. Besides, we are both pawns now. What good are our previous achievements? Yifan said, that's true. As long as the mission is completed. We don't know what our outcome will be. Long Zhu continued, if it's not serious, we might return to a peaceful life. If it is serious, we could be directly arrested and sent to Impel Down. Yifan replied, in our situation, we will probably be sent to Impel Down. Long Zhu added, not to mention the Navy, the world government won't allow our existence. Long Zhu was right. Yifan had previously seen Muley, who had died at the hands of the world government. The Navy had intended for Muley to retire peacefully, but the world government intervened, and ultimately, Muley died at the hands of the CP organization. The world government was unwilling to let any information about such undercover agents leak out. Long Zhu said, talking about this is useless. We might as well determine a winner first. Yifan agreed, true. After all, we are pirates now. Corner armor lightning strike flame, flood dragon, a flame flood dragon, and a lightning unicorn beetle charged at each other. At the moment their attacks collided, space distorted, and the ice surface began to shatter. The shockwave from their collision swept outward. Some weaker pirates were directly knocked away. At this moment, Yifan's arm flickered with lightning. I can wield the power of lightning too. Lightning flood dragon. Yifan punched out a lightning flood dragon. The dragon rushed toward Long Zhu as if it were diving into the sea. Just as the dragon was about to engulf Long Zhu, a lightning unicorn beetle appeared and surrounded him. The flood dragon dissipated upon colliding with the beetle. At this point, Long Zhu's form began to change, quickly transforming into a dark purple unicorn beetle of the same size. The transformed Long Zhu charged at Yifan, who hurriedly retreated to evade. The power of animals was already monstrous, and with the power of the unicorn beetle, it was among the top in the animal kingdom. Yifan was wary of contending with Long Zhu's power. Although Yifan could increase his own strength 50 times, the unicorn beetle could lift its own weight 850 times, indicating just how immense Long Zhu's current strength was. With a light stomp, Long Zhu caused the ice beneath him to shatter. Yifan's expression grew serious. He had only seen such power in Zephyr and Kuro. Long Zhu's sudden transformation caught the attention of other Rocks pirates. Whitebeard, Yifan is in trouble. Gold Lion, another freak. I wonder if that kid can handle him. Charlotte Linlin, this is getting more and more interesting. Kaido, such powerful strength. It truly makes one long for it. Rocks, I didn't expect there to be such a strong person on the Tori K ship. The power Long Zhu unleashed was astonishing. There were only a handful of people present who could contend with him. Yifan was one of them. Although he couldn't match in strength, he still had several trump cards left to play. Yifan continuously dodged Long Zhu's attacks. Long Zhu charged at Yifan repeatedly, unleashing lightning. Yifan could only keep evading. Neither the lightning nor the impact was something he could withstand. Just then, a bulge appeared on Long Zhu's back, and a pair of massive wings unfolded. Long Zhu's speed increased once more. Yifan, caught off guard, was directly knocked away. He instantly felt his internal organs shift, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yifan skidded far away before stabilizing himself. However, before he could recover, a thunderclap struck toward him. After the thunder, Yifan's clothes were tattered, and blood seeped from his mouth, nose, and ears. Long Zhu said, "You're strong, but you encountered me." He then turned and charged toward the other Rocks pirates. At that moment, Long Zhu felt Yifan's aura vanish. This situation would only occur if Yifan had fainted or died. That's why Long Zhu abandoned him and rushed toward the others. Whitebeard saw this and punched the Tori K vice captain in front of him, then charged toward Yifan. At this point, Long Zhu also spotted Whitebeard and turned to charge at him. After all, strong individuals sought to battle strong individuals. Just as the two collided, a bolt of lightning struck between them. An overwhelming aura swept across the entire battlefield. Everyone turned to the center of the aura, where Yifan, who had been down, was now standing up. His injuries had fully healed. A pitch-black cloak appeared on Yifan's body. The ring that had been on his right hand vanished. Yifan's entire body crackled with arcs of electricity. Whitebeard, this kid, making me worry so much. Everyone was shocked, watching Yifan, except for one person who looked grave. Rocks, I actually felt the presence of Conqueror's haki from that aura just now. What an incredible kid. Yifan then looked at Long Zhu. Your opponent is me. Yifan's lightning was comparable to Long Zhu's, even tinged with a hint of purple. At this moment, the voice of the ring elder echoed in Yifan's ears. Kid, prioritizing your life is the most important. Don't be careless. Utilize the power of the ring well, and you'll be invincible. Suddenly, Yifan began to lift off the ground, slowly floating into the air. He placed his hands on his chest, and the lightning began to gather. Thunderstorm. In an instant, the gathered ball of lightning exploded, the force shattering the surrounding ice, and some small pirates were directly flipped over and fainted. Even Whitebeard, Long Ju, and others took several steps back. Yifan slowly descended to the ground. Long Ju, your opponent is me. I haven't lost yet. Long Ju charged directly at Yifan. Just as Long Ju's horn was about to collide with Yifan, Yifan swiftly dodged to the side. Suddenly, with a quick strike, he grabbed the horn tightly with both hands. Get up! With a 50-fold amplification of strength, Yifan's arm muscles bulged instantly, lifting Long Ju off the ground. Yifan began to spin, and his speed increased. At that moment, Yifan let go. Long Ju flew out directly. Yifan stomped his legs and charged out instantly. Just as Long Ju steadied himself in midair, he saw Yifan spreading a pair of flaming wings behind him, flying towards him. Flaming feathers. As the flaming wings flapped, countless fiery feathers shot towards Long Ju. Seeing this, Long Ju quickly spread his wings to evade. He didn't notice that a large mass of dark clouds had gathered in the sky. While Long Ju was continuously dodging, Yifan raised his right hand. Heavenly punishment. Within the dark clouds, lightning coalesced into a sword of punishment. At this moment, Long Ju felt a strong surge of lightning power. As he looked up, he was stunned by the scene before him. Suddenly, the sword of punishment descended. Long Ju didn't even have a chance to dodge. The crowd on the ground also witnessed this scene, followed by a blinding flash of white light. Everyone hurriedly closed their eyes. When they removed their hands, the sky had once again become exceptionally clear. At that moment, they saw something rapidly descending. When that object hit the ground, it kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Yifan also flew down. As the dust settled, the crowd could see that it was indeed the unicorn Long Ju that had fallen to the ground. Long Ju's body was charred black and still emitting white smoke. Yifan's condition wasn't great either. His face was pale, and his whole figure seemed somewhat ethereal. Just when everyone thought Yifan had won, Long Ju's black figure moved. The originally huge unicorn began to shrink. The limbs of a human slowly emerged. At this moment, Yifan's lips turned pale as he recalled that Long Ju had not yet used his strongest animal form, the beast-human form. In beast form, Long Ju had already spent half his life. If he entered beast-human form, would he still be a match for him? As Yifan thought about this, he began to sweat profusely. Long Ju stood up, and he wasn't in great shape either. After all, the beast-human form didn't mean his previous injuries would heal. Long Ju was still heavily injured. Just now, he had relied on the hard shell of the unicorn to block most of the damage. Otherwise, he would have been done for. The reason he was still able to stand was that he knew Yifan had also reached his limit. Long Ju, just admit defeat. That last strike was your limit. You can't possibly be my opponent now. Yifan limit? My limit is not something you can imagine. Tenfold amplification, heart. Although Yifan couldn't amplify his stamina, he could squeeze out his life. Right now, Yifan was amplifying his heartbeat, accelerating the flow of blood in his body. Yifan's current condition was akin to Might Guy opening the 8th gate of death. Every moment was depleting his life. Yifan was now gambling. He was betting on the awakening of his superhuman fruit, whether it would amplify or diminish his life. If he failed, he would surely die young. Yifan's complexion began to flush, and a large amount of steam started to rise from his body. His drained body quickly returned to its peak. But just then, Yifan coughed up a mouthful of blood. The body that had originally recovered also came to a halt. Yifan raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just now, his body had almost collapsed, but fortunately, he had managed to reduce the amplification in time. Now, Yifan's heart amplification was only 5 times. Although he hadn't returned to peak condition, it was enough to face the half-damaged Long Ju. At this moment, Long Ju charged directly at Yifan, taking the initiative. A fist wrapped in lightning struck towards Yifan. Just as it hit Yifan, Long Ju suddenly stopped. He felt as though his body was bound. Yifan looked at Long Ju with a wicked smile. Now Yifan's heartbeat was 5 times its original rate, allowing him to use telekinesis freely without worrying about his stamina. Yifan's pupil shifted, and Long Ju was sent flying backward. Long Ju quickly steadied himself in the air, but his face was filled with indescribable shock. At that moment, Yifan felt a warmth in his nostrils, and blood slowly began to flow out. He raised his hand to wipe it away. Telekinesis was a test of physical strength and brain power, but Yifan didn't consider these factors at all. He only wanted to defeat Long Ju before him. At this time, Long Ju didn't dare to approach Yifan because he couldn't figure out Yifan's abilities. But that didn't mean Yi Fan wouldn't strike. After all, Yi Fan was most anxious about time. Yi Fan stepped forward, and in an instant, his figure disappeared. Long Zhu's expression grew even more serious because he activated his observation haki, but couldn't he find Yi Fan's figure. Just then, Yi Fan's voice rang out behind Long Zhu. "Are you looking for me?" Cold sweat broke out on Long Zhu in an instant. At this moment, he found himself unable to move again. "Yi Fan, if you weren't injured, I definitely wouldn't be your match now, but there are no ifs." Hearing this, Long Zhu realized he had lost. However, there was no longer the previous gravity on his face, but rather a sense of relief. "Ha! No wonder you are the strongest Navy recruit of the new generation. Yi Fan, Senior, I'm sorry." 50-fold amplification. As he spoke, Yi Fan's right arm muscles bulged, and then he threw a punch instantly. Dragon Fist. This is Yi Fan's strongest strike, an Ultra God punch that mobilizes all the power in his body. After being hit, Long Zhu fainted instantly. Yi Fan also achieved ultimate victory. The two strongest Navy students of the previous generation determined the outcome. At this moment, the balance of victory on the battlefield began to tilt towards the Rocks Pirates. It wasn't just Yi Fan who ended the battle. Whitebeard and Golden Lion also defeated their opponents. Both of them began to clear out some minions. At this time, Yi Fan released the amplification of his heart, and in an instant, he who had been fine just a second ago spat out blood and fainted. In the moment before losing consciousness, he saw Whitebeard rushing towards him. Yi Fan smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, and then lost awareness. Not long after Yi Fan fainted, the battle between the two pirate overlords came to an end. Ultimately, Rocks defeated Dikuai. The Rocks Pirates emerged victorious. Dikuai was killed on the spot, while other pirates either fled or died. The unicorn Long Zhu also escaped. After the war, Yi Fan remained unconscious for 3 days before waking up. Upon waking, Yi Fan found he could hardly move. His body was still in a state of being drained. Now he could only rely on others to feed him and help him recover. A few days after this great battle, new news arrived. The Dikuai Pirates, known as one of the 3 great pirate overlords, were disbanded, with Captain Dikuai disappearing and several other cadres found dead. The only one captured was the unicorn Long Zhu, who has now been escorted to Impel Down. When Yi Fan learned this news, his expression darkened. He knew that if he were captured, he would likely meet the same fate. Perhaps he would fare slightly better due to his connection with Garp. After this period of recuperation, Yi Fan returned to his best state. During this time, Whitebeard and Rocks visited Yi Fan more than once. Whitebeard came to see Yi Fan out of brotherly affection, while Rocks was interested in Yi Fan's abilities. He couldn't take Yi Fan's abilities for himself. He could only control Yi Fan as a person. Now he regarded Yi Fan as a secret weapon on the ship. Time passed quickly. The Rocks Pirates also prepared to launch a surprise attack on the holy land of the Celestial Dragons, God Valley. Yi Fan also found an opportunity to send the news back to the Navy headquarters. Just as Yi Fan sent the message, Rocks called for the captains on the ship to gather for a meeting. Rocks announced, "The plan to attack God Valley has been set. We will directly destroy God Valley and kill all the Celestial Dragons without leaving a single one alive. Also, the Roger Pirates have recently gained a great reputation at sea and are trending towards becoming the overlords of the sea." Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan knew they were getting closer to the main storyline. Rocks said a few more words and then let everyone return to their tasks. Yi Fan also returned to his room. During this time, Yi Fan did not dare to be careless. Soon, the day of the great battle at God Valley arrived. Rocks stood at the bow of the ship, with Yi Fan and several captains standing on either side of him. In the distance, they could see the 2 towering mountains of God Valley. Soon, the pirate ship reached the shore, during which the pirate crew was continuously under cannon fire. But it was all blocked by several captains. The moment they landed, Rocks vanished in an instant. Immediately after, a huge explosion echoed from afar. The massacre of the Rocks Pirates began. Yi Fan wielded his bone knife without pause, using it to conceal his identity. Just as the Rocks Pirates were slaughtering, several beams of golden light suddenly shot out from the distance. Some pirates were caught off guard and were directly pierced by the golden light. Yi Fan used his bone shield to block the attacks, and then he saw a familiar figure in the sky, Marine Vice Admiral Borsellino. In just half a year, the former naval cadet had already been promoted to Vice Admiral. At that moment, a blade of light flew towards Borsellino. Yi Fan looked and saw that Golden Lion was excitedly watching Borsellino. Borsellino easily dodged the slash. However, he did not dare to let his guard down, as he was facing Golden Lion. Seeing this, Golden Lion activated his fruit ability, instantly causing the surrounding seawater to coalesce into lion heads, charging towards Borsalino from all directions. Borsalino directly used his fruit ability to shatter the lion heads one by one. Just as he relaxed his vigilance, another lion head charged out from behind him. This strike was something Borsalino could not dodge. Just as he prepared to take the hit, the lion head suddenly exploded in front of Borsalino. The seawater surged towards him but was blocked 1 meter away. Upon seeing this scene, Borsalino smiled, as did Sakazuki and Kazan, who were in the midst of battle. They knew who had intervened. The only one capable of this should be that dragon. Meanwhile, Yifan was fighting while also complaining, thinking how careless someone so big could be, which was concerning. Yifan also released his observation haki, searching for people. Soon he located the hidden high-ranking Navy officers, 2 admirals and Karp. Zifa should be at Mariehawa at this time. He also found the Roger pirates who had just landed on the island. Yifan also spotted Sakazuki and the others, but he did not see Dragon. Logically speaking, Dragon should not have withdrawn from the Navy yet. Just then, a figure began to move rapidly, getting closer to Yifan. The speed was so fast that Yifan had no idea who it was. As the figure approached, Yifan could only see a shadow. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged, and at that moment, Whitebeard appeared beside Yifan and swung his sword. However, he did not strike at Yifan, but rather at the side of Yifan. In an instant, the large sword collided with a fist. At this moment, Yifan could finally see who it was, Marine Admiral Dragonfly Chuanqiu. Chuanqiu directly entered his hybrid form, making it impossible for Yifan to clearly see his movements in this state. Although Yifan was strong, there was still a significant gap between him and the admirals. Had that punch not been intercepted by Whitebeard, Yifan would have been severely injured. At this time, the originally hidden Sengoku and Karp also stepped forward, along with several powerful marine vice-admirals. In the distance, another group of people appeared. It was the Roger pirates who had just landed. As for why Roger appeared here, only Karp knew. Just then, a Kainu appeared in front of Yifan. Following that, a cold wind blew, and Kazan also appeared in front of Yifan. Even Borsalino had disengaged from his fight with Golden Lion and came to Yifan's side. Seeing this, Golden Lion flew over. Yifan immediately raised his hand to stop him. I have a grudge with these 3 guys. Leave them to me. Golden Lion asked, are you sure? Yifan nodded. Seeing this, Golden Lion charged towards the other marine powerhouses. Yifan spoke in a voice only the 4 could hear. Where are Dragon and Razanandi? Sakazuki replied. Dragon has withdrawn from the Navy. He lost faith in the Navy when your bounty came out, partly due to some celestial dragons as well. However, we managed to persuade him for a while, but once your life and death situation came up, Dragon left immediately. Kazan added, Razanandi, like you, went undercover beside Doflamingo. Borsalino said, really? One by one, they're all leaving. At this moment, Sakazuki was staring at Yifan. Will you come back? Yifan shook his head. I can't go back. If I did, I'd end up like Longju. The world government doesn't allow our existence. Sakazuki remained silent. As far as he knew, the Navy's undercover agents were either dead or sent to impel down. And the Navy was preparing to eliminate this program because too many strong individuals had left the Navy as a result. Moreover, these so-called undercover agents were actually the world government weakening the Navy's power. At this moment, Yifan's aura surged, and a bone knife appeared in his hand. All right, we can't chat forever. Let's fight. Let me see your strength. Sakazuki's fist turned into magma, while Kazan and Borsalino each held an ice blade and a cloud sword, respectively. Yifan didn't dare to be careless. After all, the emergence of 3 monstrous geniuses in the Navy had already spread across the seas. The 3 of them had the potential to become admirals. If the previous 3 were like cups of water, the current 3 were like barrels. Their potential was inherently high, even surpassing Yifan. Yifan relied solely on his devil fruit powers to surpass them. It's important to note that these 3 were future Navy admirals. Any one of them could be a formidable presence. The quality of Navy admirals improved with each generation, and it was the existence of admirals that allowed the Navy to dare to confront the 4 emperors. At this moment, Sakazuki took the initiative to attack, raising his magma fist to strike at Yifan. Yifan quickly dodged and unleashed several slashes. Just as the slashes were about to hit Sakazuki, they were cut off by an ice blade. Seeing this, Yifan gripped his bone knife tightly, and flames instantly enveloped the blade. The blade glowed, and the fiery slashes flew towards the others. Sakazuki responded by raising a magma wall. Although the previous attack did not hit Sakazuki and the others, it ignited a large amount of flames in the vicinity. Sakazuki and the others paid no attention to this small fire. However, Yifan thought differently. As he raised his hand, the flames surged dramatically. A ball of fire appeared in Yi Fan's hand, and then all the flames slowly condensed into fiery dragons. The sight of the dragons swirling in mid-air was spectacular, attracting the attention of many onlookers. The three in the center of the dragon group, Sakazuki and his companions, were particularly astonished. But what surprised them the most was the fire dragon beside Yi Fan, which was larger and exerted more pressure than the other fire dragons. Synopsis: possessing 2 souls and sealing the legendary Panku treasure box within, containing the powers of 8 great demons: Ximu, Zhoulan, Bogang, Zhongsu, Xiaofeng, Shengzhu, Dikuai, and Basha, along with 4 powerful devil fruits. Karp: no wonder he's my grandson. Luffy: big brother, you're so strong. Luji: stay low-key, stay low-key.